The vast expanse of the starry sky is shrouded in darkness, frigid and eerily silent. Amidst this abyssal universe, a cold, gray planet drifts quietly, having existed for countless epochs. Though occasional visitors arrive, they only bring ceaseless harm, as evidenced by the myriad craters scattered across the planet's surface. Gazing down upon the planet, one can observe a long chasm stretching several hundred kilometers across the northern hemisphere. At the chasm's terminus lies a severely damaged spacecraft, resting in solemn stillness. This colossal vessel, with a relatively symmetrical structure, spans over 3 kilometers in length, resembling a whale in its flat, smooth form. The violent impacts have ravaged the bow and the anterior section of the hull, leaving the entire craft grotesquely twisted and severed at its midpoint. The wreckage appears to have been there for ages, encrusted with layers of thick dust. Within the bridge, shadows envelop the space. Each time the sun rises from the opposite side of the planet, beams of light penetrate through the windows, gently dispelling the darkness within the bridge. Today, as customary, the star ascends from the eastern horizon. It is a blue giant, immense in size, nearly occupying 1/10 of the sky, radiating a cerulean glow akin to a kolos. Sal azure fireball. As a ray of sunlight streams into the bridge, the obscurity is instantly banished. The interior of the bridge is expansive, with control terminals layered across its breadth. At the highest tier, a wide chair awaits the captain's seat. Gazing towards the captain's seat, one could discern a skeleton slouched in repose. The garments that once adorned it had long since decayed, leaving naught but a skeletal frame after enduring the relentless passage of time. The bridge's floor and the control terminals were enshrouded in a layer of dust, and the reason for this accumulation now became evident. With the rising sun illuminating the space and the setting sun casting shadows, this had been the unchanging visage of the bridge for eons. Yet today, everything had altered. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The long-dormant bridge erupted into a cacophony of mechanical whirring. Several indicator lights on the control terminals flickered to life, casting a rhythmic glow. In that moment, the entire vessel seemed to awaken. However, this anomaly was fleeting within mere seconds. Tranquility reclaimed the bridge. Only an electronic eye above flickered with a faint red light. Have I truly perished? Meng mused, contemplating the skeleton seated in the captain's chair. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Only just awakened, he had begun to grasp the essence of his existence. Indeed, he had died, yet paradoxically he had not. His consciousness had been digitized, transforming him into the AI of this vessel, but he now traversed the vast ocean of data, an experience both wondrous and surreal. This wrecked ship had seemingly become his corporeal form. The myriad electronic eyes scattered throughout the vessel served as his own vision, while the ship's data terminal server functioned as his brain. He could exert control over any device powered by mechanical electric control. What on earth has transpired? Meng reminisced about events that transpired eons ago. According to the spacecraft's log, these occurrences took place 2 millennia in the past. Earth, the cherished homeland of all humanity, was irrevocably altered one fateful day when a comet entered the solar system and collided directly with the planet. A cataclysmic wave of fire engulfed every inch of the Earth, leaving no survivors in the wake of such devastation. Yet, the reality was not as it seemed. As the inferno swept through his city, he witnessed his sister, Yuhan, dissolve into a radiant white light right before his eyes. In his previous ignorance, he regarded this phenomenon as a miracle. However, now equipped with a wealth of scientific knowledge, his perception of the world had transformed dramedy. Callie, it was not a miracle, but rather an advanced form of teleportation technology. He, too, was among those slated for transport. Regrettably, the instant the transfer occurred, he succumbed to illness, leaving only his lifeless body to materialize on the bridge of the ship. The events that followed remained a blur in his memory. Surveillance footage from the bridge revealed no signs of anyone disturbing his remains. When he awoke, a staggering 21,942 years had elapsed. He pondered the fate of Yuhan. Meng recalled the unforgettable girl, whose long-standing companionship had evolved into a nebulous affection. Alas, fate had conspired against them, rendering their bond one of unfulfilled potential. Despite having rejected her, she remained by his side until the very end of his life. Even if she had survived that catastrophe, she is surely gone now. He mused. 2 millennia have transpired, and time has a way of erasing all traces. Having chosen not to dwell on the painful memories, Meng gazed at his skeletal form seated in the captain's chair. Death is but death. What is to be done now? Indifferent to his own mortality, Meng began to assess the condition of the vessel. It truly is in a dire state. This inspection left Meng utterly astonished. The entire spacecraft had been cleaved in two, and the 4 fusion reactors housed within the rear section had melted away. Fortunately, the energy chamber was well protected. Though the fusion reactors had succumbed to melting, they had not inflicted significant damage upon the hull. Moreover, every section of the ship was equipped with auxiliary energy storage batteries as a backup power source. Even after 2 millennia, the residual energy was sufficient to rouse Meng from his slumber. Thank goodness, as long as these components remain intact. Inside the ship's docking bay 1, Meng observed the engineering units securely fastened in the storage area, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. And then there's the STC. The STC, or the Automated Construction Module, also known as the Universal Factory, could fabricate any tool required from existing materials. From wrenches to industrial machinery, from small transport vessels to various armed vehicles, it was capable of producing component modules for assembly. In essence, the STC was a versatile tool developed entirely to serve colonization efforts. Meng hurried to the STC factory for a closer inspection. Upon his examination, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Though the STC has sustained some damage, it remains within the realm of repair. However, to initiate the STC factory, ample energy is essential. Currently, all 4 fusion reactors have melted down, rendering them irreparable. Without the functionality of fusion reactors, relying solely on the energy stored in the batteries across various sectors is utterly insufficient. Meng hesitates to utilize the reserve energy from each division, as even its full deployment would not sustain operations for long. How can we obtain an adequate amount of energy? In the vast ocean of data, Meng rapidly began his calculations. The fusion reactors have melted down beyond repair. Could a new fusion reactor be constructed using existing materials? No, that pathway is unfeasible. Even exhausting all reserve energy would not yield a small fusion reactor. Furthermore, the materials required for increasingly sophisticated devices are exceedingly complex. Although this vessel is a colony ship, it lacks the necessary materials to manufacture a fusion reactor. The transport vessel. While perusing the inventory list aboard the ship, Meng stumbled upon the key to unraveling the current dilemma. This is a colony ship, though the identity of the alien civilization that constructed it remains unknown. One thing is undeniably clear. The alien civilization that seeks to rescue humanity possesses exceptionally advanced technology. Nevertheless, compared to the cutting-edge technology of light transmission, the technology employed by this colony ship appears somewhat antiquated. Apart from controlled nuclear fusion, the technology on this ship is roughly 2 centuries ahead of humanity. Chapter 2. Transformation and Restoration. Fundamental technology or humanity's approach to the weapon systems aboard the vessel are magnetic railguns, currently in the experimental phase of human development. However, their potency far surpasses that of humanity's nascent electromagnetic cannons. With full power output, they can accelerate projectiles to 10 of the speed of light. Being a seed ship, it is naturally equipped with landing craft for planetary deployment. This colonial ship houses 8 such transport vessels, although 3 of these crafts have suffered severe damage. Their onboard miniature fusion reactors remain intact. With a few modifications, these 3 reactors can be transformed into a power generation station. Without hesitation, Meng connected to various engineering machinery within the ship. In bays 1, 3, and 4, the electronic eyes of numerous fallen engineering sentinels suddenly ignited. The somewhat disheveled sentinels sprang to life. Some of the more critically damaged units moved slightly before falling silent again, while the intact sentinels stood upright. The transparent cockpit emitted beams of light, illuminating the bays engulfed in darkness. These engineering sentinels, named Iron Serfs by Meng, are humanoid machines primarily designed for cargo handling. When necessary, they can also traverse the exterior of the ship in the vacuum of space to repair damaged armor. Their versatility is remarkable, as they can be equipped with various tools to perform specific tasks. Though they possess a humanoid form, they are essentially characterized by 2 legs, a cockpit, 2 arms, and a straightforward structure. Under Li Meng's command, the Iron Serfs moved in an orderly fashion toward the maintenance bay to replace their cutting equipment. Soon after, at docks No. 1, Number 3, and Number 4, a multitude of Iron Guardians encircled the damaged transport vessel, commencing their dismantling operations. Sparks flew in every direction. If one were to gaze into the cockpit, they would observe it entirely vacant. The Iron Guardians appeared to operate autonomously, a most peculiar sight. Controlling them manually proved too cumbersome. Thus, I shall upload an automated operating program. Although his current computational capabilities could effortlessly manage tens of thousands of Iron Guardians simultaneously, Li Meng preferred not to dedicate all his processing power to them. In a mere span of 10 seconds, he adeptly programmed the automated operation protocol. A few additional seconds were then spent loading this program into all intact Iron Guardians. Once the tasks were set, Li Meng relinquished his control over the Iron Guardians. In each dock, all Iron Guardians momentarily paused, halting their labors. Following a few flickers from their electronic sensors, they resumed their activities. The Iron Guardians split into 2 factions. One continued dismantling the transport vessel, while the other began clearing and repairing the energy conduits within the ship. Outside on the upper deck, a magnetic rail cannon suddenly sprang back to life. The twin barrels tilted slightly upward, aiming toward the cosmos. Is this the starry sky? The electronic sensors atop the turret glowed a crimson hue, serving as Li Meng's eyes. The hues of the sky indicated to Li Meng that the planet where the colony ship had crashed must be a desolate one. Bereft of atmospheric filtration, the starry expanse lay bare. The sky was not shrouded in darkness. A golden aurora encompassed nearly the entire firmament. Though it differed from his imagined celestial vista, this scene was breathtaking, embodying a profoundly awe-inspiring beauty. Moreover, the gravity of this planet felt somewhat anomalous. Approximately 30 times the size of Earth, its mass is truly astonishing. However, due to the damage sustained by the ship's sensor apparatus, it is impossible to scan this planet for fundamental information. Yet, by assessing the endurance of the Iron Sentinel, one can deduce the gravitational force of this celestial body. What lies ahead? Li Meng feels somewhat lost regarding the future. Everyone harbors a dream of the cosmos, and Li Meng is no exception. Throughout his life, he has held a profound fascination with space exploration. Upon learning of his terminal brain cancer, he did not fear death. Having already departed from life, he was reborn in another form. The exploration of the universe transformed from a mere dream into a tangible reality. Thus, he resolved to traverse the cosmos. In pursuit of his once-held aspirations, Li Meng set a goal for himself. Yet, before embarking on this journey, he must ensure his own survival. Although he has now become an AI, this does not imply he can resign himself to complacency. The reserves of energy in various sectors of the ship will eventually be depleted. He must gradually develop and expand using the resources at his disposal. Furthermore, the universe is not entirely devoid of peril. His continued existence signifies the presence of other extraterrestrial civilizations within the Milky Way. Should any alien civilization discover this crashed colony ship, his fate would be sealed. He would become a mere subject for experimentation. The elevated cannon gradually lowered, returning to its original position. As the dormant vessel, which had slumbered for millennia, began to awaken, time swiftly slipped away. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After more than 3 months of tireless effort, Li Meng finally transformed the small ship's fusion reactor into a power station. The circuit pipeline has undergone repairs and renovations over the past 3 months. A momentous scene is unfolding within the STC factory. 2 Iron Sentinels are grasping a circuit pipeline as thick as a pair of arms, aligning it with the energy intake groove of the STC plant. Once the colossal plug is inserted into the intake, the STC factory will commence its operations. Will it succeed? Amidst the vast ocean of data, Li Meng swiftly calculated each step, meticulously scrutinizing every potential point of failure. He could not afford to falter. A failure would trigger the gravest of consequences. The fusion power station is operating steadily, with a consistent energy output, and the STC factory has undergone multiple inspections, reducing the likelihood of issues to a mere 5. However, given its age, an additional 10 risk must be considered, resulting in a 15 failure rate. This rate remains within acceptable limits. Let us proceed. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat is not an option. Even if the STC were to suffer damage, it would merely entail decades to reconstruct. Without hesitation, Meng commanded the Iron Sentinels to execute the insertion. The two Sentinels sprang into action, their forearms tightly encircling the robust circuit pipeline as the plug collided with the groove. With a crackle and a pop, at the moment of insertion, arcs of electricity danced in the air, and the vast space housing the STC factory resonated with a deep mechanical hum. Numerous conveyor belts emitted rhythmic clanks, gradually coming to life. Various industrial machine terminals also joined in with their mechanical roars. In an instant, the entire STC Universal Factory came alive. In the vast ocean of data, Meng received feedback from STC. The final outcome was delightful. STC had resumed operations, and everything was functioning normally. What should be done next? With STC back in operation, Meng began to contemplate the future direction. Over the past 3 months, he had not been devoid of thoughts. He devised 3 plans, yet after numerous calculations, all 3 were ultimately abandoned. Chapter 3. The Golden Eating Insect Plan 1. Repair the colony ship and embark on a journey of exploration in the cosmos. Although the colony ship was severely damaged, the possibility of restoration existed. It was merely a matter of time. However, calculations revealed that even with repairs, the ship could not propel itself off the planet due to the absence of any anti-gravity system. Plan 2. Construct a new spacecraft and resume the journey into space. The STC database housed a complete set of technologies utilized by the colony ship. Designing a new spacecraft was not a daunting task. With Meng's current computational capabilities, it would take merely 2 or 3 days. Yet, calculations indicated that a century would be required for the technology to advance sufficiently to launch the newly constructed spacecraft off the planet, given the overwhelming gravity of this world, which was 30 times that of Earth. Even the transport vessels were immobilized, rendering liftoff impossible. Plan 3. Build a new spacecraft, along with a sufficiently long acceleration track to launch the craft into the cosmos. This plan was feasible, as the spacecraft was unmanned, eliminating concerns regarding the crew's capacity to withstand the forces. As long as the acceleration was adequate, propelling the vessel into space was within the realm of possibility. Calculations suggested a high probability of success, reaching up to 70. However, the mass of the spacecraft must not exceed 10,000 tons. Once it surpasses this limit, the acceleration trajectory lacks sufficient power to propel the vessel to the designated velocity. A spacecraft weighing less than 10,000 tons cannot accommodate the STC Universal Factory. Without the STC Universal Factory, any attempt to escape the planet would be rendered fruitless. These 3 plans consumed 3 months of Meng's time as he endeavored to assess their feasibility, yet ultimately, he abandoned each one in turn. Meng came to a realization. He was trapped on this enigmatic planet. His immediate decision was to relocate the terminal server underground. After much contemplation, Meng formulated a new strategy. The surface remained perilous. It was only a matter of time before an asteroid might fall and strike the colony ship. It is worth noting that this planet possesses no atmosphere. Even an asteroid the size of a football could unleash tremendous devastation under the planet's immense gravitational acceleration. Moreover, if the machinery were to be unmanned, the operation of piloted engineering equipment would seem rather inappropriate. While perusing the STC database, Meng encountered a dilemma. All recorded engineering machinery within the STC database was designed for human operators. Thus, he resolved to design a new model of engineering machinery. With this thought, Meng returned to the data terminal to begin synthesizing existing technologies. Immersed in a sea of data, he activated high-speed computation mode. The lights aboard the vessel dimmed instantly, with all power redirected to the terminal server. As Meng engaged in the design of the new engineering machinery, the Iron Slaves were also busy at work, dismantling useful equipment within the ship for disassembly. Subsequently, the STC Universal Factory refined the materials, extracting valuable raw resources. From a distance, one could observe the devastated colonial ship, where sparks erupted from various points within. Days passed in this manner. In comparison to Earth, time on this planet seemed to stretch endlessly, with each day lasting a full 49 hours. The cycle of sunrise to sunset and back to sunrise took 49 hours to complete. On the 7th day, Meng encountered an unexpected visitor. Beyond the orbit of the planet, a sudden flash of blue light appeared, leaving a lingering trail in its wake. This phenomenon was a result of the spaceship exiting hyperspace. A cumbersome interstellar vessel entered the planet's orbit. Through the ship's optical equipment, Meng observed it closely. The spacecraft was not large, measuring approximately 200 meters in length, with a somewhat rounded shape resembling half a sausage. It streaked across the starry sky like a meteor, vanishing over the eastern horizon. This scene caused Meng, who was engaged in high-speed calculations, to momentarily freeze, as if his systems had crashed. Was this an alien spacecraft? Or perhaps a vessel belonging to humans who, like him, had fled Earth and established a new civilization in the galaxy? The emergence of the interstellar ship drove Meng to fervently compute every possible scenario. The colonial ship's database contained no navigational logs, merely recording the passage of time. There were no entries detailing when the ship had departed or when it had crashed. Moreover, he was not the sole occupant of the colonial vessel. There were 10,000 others trapped in their hibernation pods, all of whom, like Meng, were deceased. The hibernation pods merely slowed the biological aging process. They could not halt the passage of time itself. Over the span of approximately 3 millennia, the humans confined within the cryogenic pods perished one after another. It is conceivable that there were not merely a single colony ship, but rather a multitude of them. Otherwise, the actions of the enigmatic extraterrestrial civilization in rescuing humanity would render little significance, for the survival probability of a solitary colony ship is exceedingly low. On this planet, he may not be as solitary as he once presumed. Meng swiftly grasped this realization. Initially, he believed this planet to be unclaimed, yet it now appeared otherwise. The emergence of that interstellar vessel could validate numerous hypotheses. It was time to investigate. The design of the new autonomous engineering unit was nearing completion. It would be as versatile as the STC. Amidst the vast sea of data, Meng commenced his rapid computations. It remains uncertain whether this endeavor is feasible. Through the electronic eyes aboard the ship, Meng scrutinized the STC factory. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, over half a lunar cycle had elapsed. Another day dawned, with the sun just rising from the opposite side of the planet. Within the confines of the STC's universal factory, the dim lights once again illuminated the space. Just an hour prior, Meng had finalized the design of the new engineering machinery. It took him over an hour to transfer the intricate design data into the STC's database. The engineering machinery he conceived was an optimized product of existing technology, pushed to its limits. In certain respects, some technologies had achieved a revolutionary breakthrough. Under Meng's command, the various precision devices of the STC began to hum with activity. The resonant roar of machinery echoed throughout the space. The conveyor belt commenced its task of delivering various categorized raw materials to the refining and casting apparatuses, all proceeding with impeccable orderliness. Half an hour later, the first finished product successfully rolled off the line. Emerging from the laser printing device was a mechanical entity no larger than a pinky finger. It resembled a diminutive metallic serpent, its sharp blades aligned like scales in meticulous formation. This was the Gold Eater, a novel tool designed by Meng. Utilizing electromagnetic force, it linked nearly 100 identical miniature components together, capable of transforming into various forms as required. Moreover, the components of the Gold Eater were universal, allowing for free assembly. As the first Gold Eater departed the production line, they began to flow forth in abundance. On the conductive conveyor belt, amidst flickering arcs of electricity, the Gold Eaters were activated. They slithered along the belt like serpents, and whenever they drew near to one another, blue arcs of electricity erupted from their bodies. They crawled towards each other, forging tight connections. Chapter 4. The rich mineral planet. With an increasing number of Gold Eaters being produced, a larger Gold Eater was beginning to take shape. Thus, in the warehouse area at the end of the conveyor belt, a swirling mass of dark metal was rapidly expanding. Meanwhile, in the raw material zone, the Iron Guardians tirelessly transported raw materials to the conveyor belt. The master program operated smoothly, and the electromagnetic linking system functioned steadily. It appeared that the direction was indeed correct. The stable operation of the Gold Eater instilled confidence in Meng. When designing the Gold Eater, he had harbored concerns that the existing technology might not suffice to create the perfect version he envisioned. To enhance the success rate, he even devised a new technology, runes. However, it cannot truly be deemed a novel invention, as its principles are rather straightforward. It involves etching runes onto special metals using certain superconducting materials to replace circuit pathways. Although the underlying concept appears simple, its practical implementation proves exceedingly challenging. Over the past fortnight, nearly 2/3 of his time has been dedicated to researching rune technology. Through millions of simulations conducted on nearly 100 existing materials, he has only approached the answer. Yet, this answer remains distant from the rune technology that Meng envisions. Nonetheless, even this imperfect rune technology has enabled the birth of the gold-eating worm. He refrained from hastily putting the gold-eating worm to work, choosing instead to exercise patience. The current size of the worm is insufficient. It must grow further. Only when it reaches a substantial size will its work efficiency improve. Thus, days passed in Meng's patient waiting. Since liberating himself from the confines of his physical form, he has lost all sense of time. He has not idled. Even while his focus rests on the STC Universal Factory, the terminal server continues processing other tasks. Another day dawns. Unbeknownst to him, over a month has elapsed. In the storage area of the TSC Universal Factory, the gold-eating worm has undergone a remarkable transformation. The entire storage area is nearly filled with the worms. To conserve energy, the gold-eating worms cease operations when offline, stacking upon one another and almost inundating more than half of the warehouse. In just over a month, more than 12 million gold-eating worms have been produced, and the raw materials required for the colony ship are nearly depleted. In order to enable the gold-devouring insect to swiftly take shape and engage in the construction efforts of the forthcoming plan, the materials employed are relatively inexpensive, prioritizing quantity in their selection. Consequently, the lifespan of the gold-devouring insect is rather limited, with a maximum operational duration of merely 1 year before it succumbs to obsolescence. As the data ocean unfolds, Meng employs the surveillance system of the STC Universal Factory to monitor the gold-devouring insects, issuing new commands to them. With the issuance of these directives, the dormant insects spring to life, transforming from their state of inertia. In an instant, arcs of blue electricity erupt from the stacked insects. Resembling a roiling sea of metal, the gold-devouring insects begin to disassemble, connect, and reassemble into a singular, larger entity. This process is remarkably brief and rapid. All the insects converge at a focal point, and a colossal gold-devouring insect, with a cylindrical body, gradually ascends. The disassembled components of the insects are drawn toward it by the electrical arcs. In less than 30 seconds, a magnificent creature emerges, boasting a diameter of 10 meters and a length exceeding 50 meters. It resembles a monstrous worm, its gaping maw lined with serrated teeth akin to those of a shredder. It moves, crashing forcefully against the left wall. In that fleeting moment of impact, sparks fly as the thick metal wall is voraciously consumed by the gold-devouring insect. In an instant, within the confines of the vessel, the insect rampages with thunderous roars. It barrels through, ultimately breaching into Dock 3, seemingly having identified its target as it hurtles toward 2 well-preserved transport vessels. A colossal maw devoured the transport vessels whole. 2 transport boats, each approximately 50 meters in length, were consumed successively by the voracious creature known as the Ore-Eater. During the act of devouring the vessels, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from within the creature's body. A plethora of metallic remnants, compressed into spherical shapes, cascaded from its rear, quickly carpeting the ground below. Ultimately, 2 fusion reactors emerged from its hindquarters. After completing this formidable task, the massive entity turned its gaze toward the exterior of the ship. Amidst the crackling sparks, the fractured hull was forcefully displaced. The Ore-Eater surged forth from the harbor, plummeting toward the earth. In the vacuum of space, sound could not travel. The enormous creature descended heavily onto the ground. Like a diver plunging into water, the seemingly solid earth, rugged with rocks and hardened soil, yielded beneath the weight of the Ore-Eater, which burrowed into the ground as though it were mere tofu. Within the span of 3 breaths, it vanished without a trace. As the swirling dust settled, a gaping hole, measuring 10 meters in diameter, appeared on the surface. This was the Ore-Eater, a quintessential mining apparatus. It could penetrate the earth, shattering even the most resilient rocks with ease. Its scanning array enabled it to locate, identify, and perform preliminary refining of minerals, compressing them into spherical forms. Furthermore, it excelled in the creation of subterranean spaces, tin and solar eclipse crystals. As the Ore-Eater delved into the depths, Meng received a wealth of information. The minerals of this planet were exceedingly abundant, with familiar ores scattered throughout. The Ore-Eater had barely reached a depth of 100 meters beneath the surface when it had already discovered over 30 varieties of minerals. Most surprising to Meng were the tin and solar eclipse crystals among the findings. Surely, It is astonishing that the solar eclipse crystal could manifest in shallow zones merely 100 meters from the surface. Meng was taken aback by the discovery of this crystal. According to the recorded data in the database, the solar eclipse crystal is a subterranean mineral, typically confined to the core of planets, where extraction proves exceedingly arduous. Its rarity is such that not every planet's core harbors the solar eclipse crystal. Consequently, there exists only one method of extraction: star detonations. Yet, determining the presence of solar eclipse crystals in the core remains a formidable challenge. Moreover, star detonations carry significant risks, as the solar eclipse crystal possesses the ability to store and amplify energy, rendering it extremely unstable. This instability renders the solar eclipse crystal exceedingly precious. Even a fragment the size of a fingertip is a rare find, worth an immense fortune. Additionally, there is the presence of Shijin, which elucidates the planet's formidable gravitational pull. Shijin is recognized as the universe's most heat-resistant and durable superconducting metal. Its mass is staggering, with an equivalent volume of Shijin weighing over 20 times that of ordinary metals. It also serves as the quintessential material for rune engraving. The abundance of Shijin on this planet is remarkable, with other minerals merely serving as subordinate to it. Even the surface soil contains traces of Shijin. This presents both an advantageous and disadvantageous scenario. The advantage lies in the planet's substantial value, making it an excellent candidate for a base of operations. Conversely, the disadvantage is that due to this high value, it is unlikely to remain unclaimed. The sudden appearance of a spacecraft in the planet's orbit over a month ago serves as compelling evidence of this. Chapter 5. The Galactic Federation. One must venture forth to ascertain the situation there. On the outer deck of the ship's bow, a turret subtly adjusted its orientation towards the rising sun. Over a month ago, that vessel vanished beyond the eastern horizon. There must be something significant in that direction. Shortly thereafter, a creature resembling a large larva, known as a gold-devouring worm, emerged from the damaged area beneath the ship's bow. It slithered swiftly across the earth, leaving a trail of swirling dust in its wake. In no time, it vanished beyond the horizon. As night fell, the earth was shrouded in darkness. Yet, upon the sheer cliffs of a vast chasm, a soft glow pierced through the gloom. It was a base, constructed upon the cliffside. The entire installation resembled a series of enormous metallic discs, arranged in an ascending and descending manner. Half of each disc was embedded within the cliff, while the other half projected outward. Each metallic structure was interconnected by a straight elevator track, with elevators moving swiftly up and down. The darkness enveloped everything, rendering the cliff eerily silent. Suddenly, within the shadows, a fleeting silhouette darted across the western cliff face. It was diminutive, akin to a serpent measuring about half a meter in length. Its dark metallic body revealed its identity. It extended its forepart to observe the base below. Humans? At the lower level, a vessel was docked on one of the discs. It measured approximately 200 meters in length, precisely the ship that Meng had discovered 3 months prior. Its grayish-white exterior was rounded, appearing somewhat bulky at both ends. On the platform, several figures clad in heavy powered armor were seen laboring diligently, transporting crates into the ship's cargo hold. The gravitational force of this planet is exceedingly immense. Without the protection of powered armor, a physical body would be crushed under its weight. Upon closer inspection, Meng realized that the laboring figures were not human, but rather a humanoid species, as evidenced by the design of their powered suits. Within their transparent helmets, he discerned faces resembling those of lizards, their stature towering around 2.1 meters. At that moment, the devouring worm stirred once more, slithering down the cliffside like a serpent. The mass of this planet is not only substantial, but its volume is also remarkably vast. The devouring worm took 2 months to reach this point, crawling at an average speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Through intricate calculations based on the distance and curvature of the Earth, Meng deduced the planet's dimensions, estimating its diameter to be approximately 230,000 kilometers, with a volume exceeding that of Earth by over 10,000 times. As it descended along the cliff face, the devouring worm stealthily approached the platform, utilizing the cover of darkness to draw near the spacecraft. Although the vacuum of space rendered sound transmission impossible, he observed the aliens engaged in conversation, their lips moving silently. Numerous extraterrestrials were at work, with more than 10 individuals busy transporting cargo, concealed in the unseen shadows. The devouring worm ascended the spacecraft's landing gear, successfully infiltrating the interior. Upon entering, the devouring worm disintegrated instantly, transforming from a single, arm-sized entity into hundreds of minuscule worms that dispersed throughout the space. Navigating through the narrow circuit pathways, the devouring worms infiltrated the innards of the spacecraft. Each worm activated its scanning arrays, emitting small blue luminescent screens from their heads to collect information on the various devices within the ship. One particular voracious worm infiltrated the bridge of the spaceship. It ascended the control console and discovered an external port. The worm, no larger than a pinky finger, began to morph its upper body into a probe that inserted itself into the port. Through this external interface, Meng penetrated all systems of the vessel: data storage, control systems, communication systems, navigation systems, and more. To his astonishment, the galaxy had already been unified. Amidst the ocean of data, Meng navigated through the information transmitted by the voracious worm. By breaching the spaceship's database, he acquired a wealth of information regarding the current state of the galaxy. This vessel was a specialized craft, a gravity star transport ship, produced in the Geek shipyard located in the Central Ring Star Region 024. Its owner was Sakla Bevel, a member of the Park race. The planet was named Sleia, situated in the Outer Ring Star region. The galaxy had achieved unification, with the Galactic Federation serving as the ruling government, established for 124 years. It employed a parliamentary democracy, realizing a true sense of a republic among myriad races. Humanity constituted the primary race within the Federation. The current year is the 124th year of the Federation's calendar. The entire galaxy is divided by the Federation into 4 major star regions: the Outer Ring, the Central Ring, the Inner Ring, and the Unknown regions. The star regions closer to the galactic core are wealthier, with the Central Ring and Inner Ring serving as the core regions of the Federation. If one were to map the galaxy's plane, the unknown regions would lie to the west. Only 3/5 of the galaxy have been explored, with a vast expanse of star regions remaining uncharted to the west. For over 20,000 years, it appears they have indeed accomplished some monumental feats. The mere thought that he has missed the age of great exploration fills Meng with a sense of regret. Although the federal government was established 6 millennia ago, the fact that humanity has become the predominant species in the Milky Way speaks volumes. While he feels a sense of elation at humanity's rise, he is equally beset by a feeling of impending crisis. In this unified grand era, his situation becomes increasingly perilous. Although artificial intelligence is commonplace within the Galactic Federation, with countless types of robots thriving in various roles, he is not merely an artificial intelligence. Should his secret be unveiled, he would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, Meng harbors no interest in power and has no intention of intervening in the development of the diverse civilizations across the galaxy. The notion of unifying the Milky Way has never crossed his mind, nor does he possess any desire for it. He simply wishes to live freely, and to pursue his own aspirations. The universe is vast, and the Milky Way is but a small part of it. Beyond lies an even broader world. With technologies such as anti-gravity systems, subspace communication, and more advanced hyperspace drives, it is evident that time serves as a crucible for technological advancement. Over 2 millennia, the technological prowess of the Galactic Federation has naturally far surpassed that of the colonial ships. As Meng greedily absorbs new knowledge and technologies from the analysis data relayed by the gold-eating worms, he simultaneously peruses the cargo manifest of the Gravity Star Transport vessel. This is a mining outpost belonging to the Park clan, primarily yielding tin ore and lithium trioxide. Tin, being a precious metal that is difficult to forge, is typically utilized as a high-grade currency. Similar to gold, it possesses a golden hue, yet its quality and functionality are not comparable to that of true gold. Tin gold is also an indispensable raw material for numerous high-precision devices. Ternary lithium, on the other hand, serves as an efficient energy storage material, typically used in the production of high-energy batteries. As for solar eclipse crystals, no corresponding inventory data has been found. It appears that this rare mineral has not been discovered on the planet Sleia. On the bustling platform, a diminutive gold-devouring insect scuttled away from the spacecraft along its landing gear. It glided across the ground with remarkable agility, entering the warehouse area within the rock face. Chapter 6. New Technologies. New knowledge. The wear and tear on the robots is exceedingly high, leaving uncertainty about the completion of the current mission. The upper management has provided a limited number of robots, and the output is beyond our control. The Gravity Star spacecraft is equipped with a translation system that records both the Federation language and the Park language. The pronunciation of the Federation language resembles that of English, yet its script is akin to Chinese characters. By infiltrating the internal communication system of the spacecraft, Meng has also accessed the communication channels of the Park power armor. Their exchanges are being monitored by the gold-devouring insect. There is little of interest to explore within the base. Meng discovers it to be an abandoned mining outpost. Apart from the operational elevator, all other equipment has succumbed to decay. In the underground number 18 mining area, a group of KE-5 robots is diligently at work. This is a mining-type robot, the 5th generation of mining technology service robots developed by the Rocks Mining Group. It is evident that this group of Park individuals are thieves. At that moment, aboard the Gravity Star spacecraft, the bridge door of the spacecraft swung open, revealing 2 figures clad in gray robes and adorned with white masks. This was the most common visage of the Parkians, as concealing one's appearance is customary among them. We must depart. The gray-robed warriors may appear, and we cannot take that risk. One insisted. They have not shown themselves in many years. There is no cause for concern. Our mission remains unfinished. And the steward will not be pleased. It is too late. Strya is hurtling toward the star, and we have only 13 hours to evacuate. I do not wish to perish here. As they conversed, the two settled into their respective seats. One of them activated the control terminal, initiating the spacecraft's power systems. Outside, the engines at the rear of the vessel erupted with a brilliant blue flame. Gray-robed warriors? Strya is racing toward the star? The exchange between the two provided Meng with vital information. Although the details were unclear, he did not overlook this revelation. He promptly searched for relevant data. Soon, he discovered pertinent information within the spacecraft's database. It turned out that the star system housing Strya was enveloped by a nebula. The entire system consisted of only 2 celestial bodies, one being a star currently in the blue giant phase, possessing an immense mass, and the other being Strya itself. Due to the nebula's emission of charged ions, the threat to traversing spacecraft was significant. Consequently, the star system containing Strya was designated as a red zone on the galactic map of the federal government, marking it as a high-risk area. This was because the nebula was not static. It moved in a swirling dance around the outer space of the star system, influenced by the gravitational pull of the star. Every decade, a relatively safe passage emerges, lasting approximately 6 months. The planet Selea, due to its immense mass, follows an exceptionally peculiar orbit around its star. Its orbital velocity is remarkably swift, completing a revolution in just over 6 months. For 2 days within this 4-month period, Selea brushes perilously close to the star, igniting in a blaze of intensity, transforming into a colossal fireball. After orbiting the Sun 13 times, the gravitational interplay between the 2 celestial bodies generates a thrust, propelling Selea away from the star under the force of its gravity. At this moment, Selea's velocity escalates to its zenith, ultimately hurtling into a nebula. Within the nebula, Selea traverses for a month before being drawn back by the star's gravitational influence. While within the nebula, Selea experiences ion storms, rendering the window for landing on the planet a mere 4 months. The opportunity to land occurs only during the phase when Selea exits the nebula and races back toward the star. The Parkers wasted no time, having already resided on Selea for over 4 months. This is perhaps the marvel of the cosmos. With this knowledge, Meng developed an immense curiosity about the impending journey toward the star. However, as Selea approaches the star, the side where the colony ship is situated remains obscured from its view. Had it been visible, the ship would have perished long ago. This situation is rather delicate. The landing site of the colony ship not only deftly evaded the side of the planet that would be incinerated by the star, but astonishingly, the extent of damage to the vessel upon descent, given Selea's immense gravitational force, is remarkably minimal. The gravity of Styria's star is a staggering 30 times that of Earth. Such immense gravitational force leaves no possibility of survival for the structural integrity of the colonial vessel. More intriguingly, how is it that the energy storage batteries aboard the ship remain operational after 2 millennia, with their charge nearly full? This phenomenon is likely connected to the ion storms within the nebula. The sheer coincidence of the colonial ship's survival is truly astonishing. And what of the gray-robed warriors? There is no information regarding them in the database of the Gravity Star vessel, as Meng discovered. Recall all the robots. Do not squander any more time. We are running short. We have 5 hours of safety left. The safe passage is dwindling. Do you wish to be trapped here? The two fell into a debate, though it did not last long. Soon, they reached a consensus. One activated the ship's communication device to contact the lower-level mining service robots. Cease operations and return to the ship immediately. The other reached out to the Parker beings outside who were transporting cargo. The ship is preparing to depart. You have half an hour remaining. Upon hearing this, the Parker beings hastened their efforts. Are they truly leaving? The interior of the Gravity Star vessel conceals hundreds of devouring insects. Meng overheard their conversation. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Had he delayed even a day longer, he might have missed these Parker beings. They cannot be allowed to leave. The devouring insects are currently scanning the ship's equipment, a process that requires time. Subsequently, the data will be scrutinized to assimilate novel technologies. The gravitational starship represents his singular conduit to acquire anti-gravity technology. Should this opportunity elude him, another decade shall transpire before its recurrence. Awaiting another 10 years is untenable. Despite his current state of relative insignificance, detaining these Parker individuals presents no formidable challenge. By sabotaging the gravitational starship, they shall be marooned upon the terrestrial expanse of Slya. The inevitable denouement for those stranded on Slya is, unequivocally, demise. Even should they seek refuge within the subterranean mining districts, thereby evading the torrid temperatures and ionic tempests, they shall nonetheless succumb to asphyxiation. Promptly enacting his intentions, Meng issued directives to the gold-devouring insects, commanding them to compromise the ship's control apparatus. Crackling sounds within the confines of the bridge. The control terminal abruptly erupted in electric arcs, scattering sparks in all directions. This occurrence startled the Parker contingent, engendering a state of bewilderment. Externally, the ignited engines were extinguished. The Parker personnel laboring upon the external platform also observed the scintillating electrical phenomena emanating from the bridge. What transpires? The nature remains indeterminate. All systems have ceased functionality. Expedite the reactivation of the aerospace technician automaton. Time is of the essence. The unforeseen exigency plunged the two Parker individuals within the bridge into a state of disarray. Their utterances were imbued with urgency and trepidation. Chapter 7. Cosmic spectacles nestled within the bridge's recess resided a pedestal. Upon it reposed an automaton resembling a flying saucer. Its dimensions were modest, approximating the span of 2 palms. The saucer's surface was adorned with an array of sensors of varying sizes and functionalities, in addition to a small, parabolic apparatus serving as a signal transceiver. Y-5 class aerospace technician automaton. In the vast expanse of the 3 primary star domains of the Galactic Federation, there exists a universally utilized astronautical maintenance robot, an indispensable companion for every spacecraft. This remarkable machine possesses comprehensive data on all spacecraft models, adept at resolving 90 of the issues encountered during flight. However, it lay unresponsive, the system offline, unyielding to any attempts at awakening. Manual reactivation was deemed necessary. The reserve energy should suffice. The Parker, seated in the captain's chair, hastily rose and hurried towards the location of the saucer-shaped robot. Upon reaching its front, he clenched his fist and struck the top of the robot's disc. In an instant, the Y-5 sprang to life, its electronic eye illuminating with vigor. It ascended, disengaging from its charging base, ready to rectify all malfunctions aboard the vessel. Quickly, Parker commanded, witnessing the Y-5 astronautical technician robot awaken. Understood, commencing diagnostics. The robot replied in a mechanical tone. Utilizing its anti-gravity apparatus, it propelled itself towards the control terminal, landing in a designated recess meant for astronautical maintenance robots. Endeavoring to repair the system. With a crackle, as it descended, an eruption of electrical discharges emanated from the robot. Its disc-shaped body quivered violently. Suddenly, a resounding pop echoed as the electronic eye of the maintenance robot shattered. This alarming spectacle left the Parker in a state of mutual concern, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was over. Yet, in the ensuing moments, the Parker did not relent. They tirelessly endeavored to mend the spacecraft, seeking the root of the problem. Yet, as time inexorably passed, despair enveloped them. Withdraw, retreat underground, hastily. On the platform, the inhabitants of Parker ultimately relinquished their spacecraft, rushing frantically towards the elevator. Meanwhile, outside, the starlit expanse beyond the rift had transformed into a hellfire. In the abyss of the cosmos, an astonishing spectacle was unfolding. The colossal Styria was hurtling towards an even more immense blue star. The side facing the star was already ablaze, leaving a lingering trail of fire in its wake. The terrain facing the stellar body glowed a fiery red as torrents of flames spread into the distance. Although Styria was vast, exceeding Earth's size by more than 10,000 times, it appeared but a speck of dust in the presence of the blue giant, nearly imperceptible. It was truly terrifying, with temperatures soaring beyond 500 degrees Celsius. On the planet's opposite side, where the colony ship resided, even with its back turned to the star, the surface temperature remained astonishingly high. Billowing white mist ascended from the fissures of the Earth, and some rocks gradually turned a fiery crimson, showing signs of melting. Gazing towards the horizon, one could see a fire-blue halo gradually encroaching this way. This process persisted for a full 2 days. On the final day, the surface temperature on the side of the planet facing away from the star exceeded 1,000 degrees. As the towering inferno threatened to engulf the colony ship's location, and the dazzling blue giant became increasingly visible, Styria was suddenly flung away by the immense gravitational pull of the star, hurtling at a remarkable speed towards a golden nebula that adorned the skies of Styria like the aurora. The temperature is gradually cooling, having dropped to 200 degrees. It is the 3rd day since Celia's star has distanced itself from the sun. Due to its extraordinary velocity, the immense blue giant behind it is diminishing little by little. Even after 3 days, its colossal size still occupies nearly half of the sky. The side facing the star continues to burn a vivid crimson. The colony ship has witnessed this scene countless times, so Meng remains untroubled by the potential repercussions on the vessel. Nonetheless, as a precaution, the STC factory had been relocated underground a fortnight prior. Now, the colony ship stands as merely an empty shell, having removed everything that could be salvaged. Even if it were to be destroyed, the impact on Meng would be minimal. The gold-devouring worms are a remarkable asset. Within just over 3 months, they have excavated a vast subterranean space. With an abundance of raw materials, the flawed gold-devouring worms are undergoing upgrades, extending their lifespan. As an increasing number of these creatures are decommissioned, they have reached their ultimate growth, with diameters exceeding 20 meters and lengths surpassing 100 meters. The upgraded gold-devouring worms now possess new functionalities. Not only do they feature enhanced energy cores, but they also have acquired the capabilities of refining and forging. Time flows swiftly, and as the star gradually recedes, the golden nebula looms ever closer. One day, at a certain moment, whether it be thousands or tens of thousands of years, Celia's star plunges into the nebula as it always has. With its entry into the nebula, a wondrous realm reemerges. The night sky becomes enveloped in golden mist, devoid of thunder, only to be illuminated by countless golden lightning strikes, repeatedly striking the earth below. Indeed, it is as such. At the location of the colonial ship, golden bolts of lightning struck the vessel with ferocity. Each impact infused the backup energy cells within various compartments of the ship. Ordinarily, high-intensity ionizing lightning poses a formidable threat to all electronic devices, capable of causing short circuits and catastrophic overloads. However, within the colonial ship, all electronic devices remained in a dormant state, effectively shielding them from the ravages of the ionizing lightning. Moreover, the outer layer of the ship's equipment had been largely destroyed, ensuring that the deeper systems remained impervious to the electrical onslaught. The reason the backup batteries received a charge was due to the installation of supplementary stellar energy absorption devices, akin to solar panels. Through these panels, the backup battery array could inefficiently harness the energy of the ionizing lightning. Having shifted focus from the tempestuous storm, Meng delved into the realm of new technologies acquired from the gravity star. Among the most valuable advancements, 3 stood out: anti-gravity technology, laser weaponry, and subspace communication. Although the gravity star was merely a civilian transport vessel, it had undergone a degree of armament enhancement under the stewardship of the Parkers. On the upper deck at the bow, lightweight dual laser turrets had been affixed to each side, capable of unleashing powerful explosive energy beams. While the blast radius was limited, the explosive force was formidable, exhibiting substantial armor-piercing capabilities. No matter how intricate the technology, as long as Meng understood its principles and had access to a functional prototype, he could swiftly master it. Furthermore, he could optimize these technologies, propelling them to new heights. This distinction underscored the difference between artificial intelligence and Meng. No matter how formidable the computational prowess of artificial intelligence or how astute its logical reasoning, it remains incapable of conjuring something from nothing. It is limited to the utilization of existing tools and cannot forge new ones. Chapter 8. Stellar Energy. However, Meng is an exception. Take, for instance, the newly acquired technology of anti-gravity. Were it an artificial intelligence, no matter how advanced its reasoning, it could merely replicate this technology without the capacity for innovation. The technology it possesses would represent its ultimate limit. Yet, for Meng, this limit is merely a starting point. Through innovation and the ability to draw parallels, Meng can maximize the potential of anti-gravity technology, an achievement unattainable by artificial intelligence. With the advent of anti-gravity technology, a means of departing from Celea star has emerged. Yet, in comparison to anti-gravity technology, laser technology, and especially subspace communication, the latter holds paramount importance for Meng. Subspace represents an alternate dimension wherein communication signals can be transmitted in real time without any limitations of distance, rendering the concept of delay obsolete. It is precisely due to the discovery of subspace that the possibility of a galactic federation among various races has become feasible. As an intelligent AI, subspace communication has bestowed immense convenience upon Meng, alleviating concerns of communication issues arising from distance. While Celea star is indeed a splendid location to serve as a stronghold, Meng cannot remain there indefinitely. He must evolve and seek out more advanced technologies from the outside world. Furthermore, he harbors a desire to explore the universe, to traverse the galaxy, to uncover the mysteries that lie beyond, and to delve into the historical narratives of diverse civilizations. Satisfying his thirst for knowledge is Meng's foremost aspiration. A month later, Celea star surged forth from the nebula, once again propelling itself toward the star. This is an endless cycle. The planet Celea orbits its star repeatedly, ad infinitum. Within the depths of Celea, a grand construction is underway. Beneath the colony ship, a network of tunnels sprawls in every direction. Within these tunnels, countless spheres of mineral powder lie accumulated upon the ground, each uniform in size, approximately 1 meter in diameter. The darkness envelopes the tunnels, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, before long, a glimmer of light emerges at the tunnel's end. A lengthy train whizzes along the tracks within the tunnel, moving at a leisurely pace. The cargo container, measuring 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, is flanked by numerous mechanical arms. As it traverses, the agile arms deftly grasp the mineral spheres and deposit them into the cargo hold. Gazing deeper into the tunnel, the illumination stretches to the limits of one's sight. The freight train extends over 10 kilometers within the winding labyrinth of tunnels. Beneath a kilometer of earth lies a vast expanse. 3 colossal humanoid construction machines toil diligently. Towering at approximately 100 meters, they possess slender legs, dexterous arms, and diamond-shaped heads. Despite their imposing stature, they exude an air of delicacy. They are known as city builders, a magnificent engineering marvel designed by Meng. With their presence, the construction of large-scale projects appears as simple as stacking blocks. Once anti-gravity technology becomes universally applicable, the efficiency of construction will soar. However, this demands time, ample time. No endeavor can bypass the process and achieve success instantaneously. Time slips away, moment by moment, amidst Meng's fervent pursuit of new technologies. 5 years later on Celea. 5 years have elapsed, and the planet of Celea has undergone significant transformations. The location once occupied by the colony ship has been irrevocably altered. The ship has vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. The caverns, previously excavated by the voracious gold-eating worms, have also disappeared without a remnant. The land has seamlessly merged with its surroundings. Deep beneath the surface, the once intricate network of tunnels has been supplanted by a metallic realm. It is only in the depths, in the farthest recesses of the earth, that one can still observe the sprawling tunnels. These passages are devoid of tracks. The primitive rail cars have been replaced by levitating trains, which are swifter and more efficient than their predecessors. At a depth of 10,000 meters, there lies an enormous metallic chamber. This space, a pearly white in hue, is adorned with arcane golden patterns that embellish its walls. The chamber is cylindrical, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters and a height of 1,000 meters. The alabaster floor is interconnected by 8 golden lines, each extending straight up the walls to the dome above. At the center of the floor, these 8 interwoven golden lines converge to form a circular motif, approximately 50 meters in diameter, composed of thousands of layers, resembling a colossal golden vortex. Suspended 10 meters above this swirling pattern is a massive sphere of lustrous white, embellished with golden rings. Its size is immense, with a diameter of about 50 meters. The surface is smooth as white jade, flawless in its entirety. The golden rings on its surface imbue it with an aura of enigmatic mystique. This remarkable entity is the Superintelligence Core, the first-generation supercomputer developed by Meng. In comparison to the former shipborne data terminal servers, its computational prowess has surged by a staggering factor of 10 billion. Upon its completion, the data transfer took merely 0.01 seconds. The first-generation super-intellect core also became the new vessel for Meng. The space housing the super-intellect core was designed with uniqueness in mind. It is an additional entity capable of movement in all directions, downward, upward, leftward, and rightward. In Meng's vision, this space would eventually reach the core of the Earth. For the deepest depths are the most secure. It was time to depart. Within the ocean of data, Meng received information from the surface sensor array. The planet Sleia was hurtling towards a star. The hemisphere facing the star would ignite in 10 minutes. For the past 5 years, Meng had been awaiting this moment. The day when the time would be ripe. Now, he was thoroughly prepared. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, before the colossal blue giant, the planet Sleia appeared as a mere speck of dust, drawing ever closer to the star. The land facing the star erupted in flames, billowing smoke leaving a lingering trace in the infinite universe. Amidst the burning terrain, the ground suddenly trembled. A massive gate slowly opened from the earth, gradually revealing a colossal abyss with a diameter of approximately 1,000 meters, unfathomably deep. A tremendous wave of air surged forth from the chasm, dispersing the surrounding dust. A visibly distorted beam of transparent gravitational light shot upwards, piercing the heavens toward the star. At a certain point on the star's surface, scorching plasma gas began to boil. As if drawn by an unseen force, a colossal pillar of blue flame ascended, soaring directly towards the planet Sleia. A colossal pillar of blue flame traversed a great distance, crashing into the cavern. In an instant, the immense blue supergiant was connected to the star of Sleia by a fiery column. The pillar appeared grand, yet it seemed minuscule against the backdrop of the blue supergiant. This was the subterranean base absorbing stellar energy. Due to years of profound research into electromagnetic forces, Meng had abandoned traditional fusion energy in favor of harnessing stellar energy. The results were astonishing, as he had begun to successfully utilize stellar energy. At the terminus of the tunnel, within the thermal reaction core zone, the absorbed plasma gas was confined by an electromagnetic field, forming a miniature star. It gradually transitioned from its original blue hue to a vibrant yellow, resembling a massive fireball. Chapter 9. Pioneer. The electromagnetic array, thermoelectric array, and photoelectric array were all functioning optimally, indicating success. Within the main base, Meng meticulously observed the operational status of the energy facility. The initial acquisition of stellar energy had proven exceedingly successful, with all systems operating in harmonious order. With the successful utilization of stellar energy, Meng felt an immense sense of relief. Although his calculations indicated a mere 2 failure rate, until success was achieved, even the smallest probability of failure could not be disregarded. Thus, let us embark. Meng had awaited this day for 5 years. The moment was ripe. He would not endure another day of delay. On the surface facing the stellar side, amidst a sea of flames, a massive square gate gradually opened. The gate was monumental, measuring 3 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in width. Beyond the gate lay a port passage, unfathomably deep. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, a diminutive spacecraft emerged from the gate, trailing a long, fiery tail. Measuring approximately 50 meters in length, 12 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, it bore a rectangular shape reminiscent of a coffin. Its surface gleamed with a flawless, jade-like smoothness, devoid of any imperfections. The hull was a creamy white, adorned with a plethora of intricately designed golden runes. On 5 sides of the vessel, including the bow and the 4 sides of the body, an abundance of golden swirling runes was displayed. These swirling runes were meticulously arranged on the sides of the hull. The bow featured 5 runes, with 1 at the center and 1 at each corner. Each of the bow's 4 sides showcased 6 runes, 3 positioned above and 3 below. Additionally, the belly of the vessel bore a square rune at its center, with each corner embellished with similar swirling symbols. The engines at the rear were constructed in a linear configuration, comprising 216 smaller engines organized into 12 columns, each containing 18 engines. They resembled four golden, slender nozzles. This design enabled the spacecraft to withstand greater firepower. Even if half of the engines were incapacitated, the vessel's propulsion would remain largely unaffected. More importantly, the parallel arrangement of the smaller engines facilitated a more efficient use of energy. The smaller the engine, the less fuel it consumed. Indeed, as engine sizes increased, fuel consumption would multiply significantly. Meng had calculated that the power of 3 smaller engines could rival that of a higher-tier engine while consuming only 80 of the fuel required by the latter. The immense thrust propelled the spacecraft into the cosmos like a rocket. The gravitational forces of 2 celestial bodies intersected, significantly diminishing the gravitational pull of Slea's star, allowing the spacecraft to successfully break free from its gravitational constraints. The vessel departing from the stellar body did not veer towards the cosmos, but instead surged directly towards the star. It advanced relentlessly, akin to a meteor streaking across the celestial expanse between 2 celestial bodies. As it approached the star at a close distance, the spacecraft abruptly altered its trajectory, aligning parallel to the star's surface. Within the belly of the ship, a disturbance arose amidst its high-velocity flight. A circular hatch opened within the square runes, and the swirling symbols at the corners illuminated, radiating a golden brilliance. In the next moment, a transparent and visible beam of gravitational force surged forth, aimed straight at the star. Instantly, a column of blue flames erupted from the star's surface. The scorching plasma gas, drawn by the gravitational beam, traversed an immense distance and poured into the hatch of the ship's belly, serving as the essential fuel for the vessel's engine. This process persisted for over 20 seconds before the column of blue flames ceased, dissipating into the void. As the gravitational beam apparatus hatch closed, the engines at the rear of the ship expelled a long, fiery tail. Under the immense thrust, the ship's velocity surged instantaneously, hurtling towards the cosmos. Moments later, a flash of blue light flickered, and the spacecraft vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure luminescence into the depths of the universe. Is this hyperspace? Through the ship's connected systems, Meng utilized the onboard sensor array to observe the external realm of hyperspace. The world outside transformed into shades of blue, as if the vessel were navigating through a tunnel of cerulean auroras. He was present here, aboard the ship, yet simultaneously absent. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Meng existed as a fragmented entity, capable of sharing memories and data through subspace communication. The essence remains ensconced within the hyper-intelligent core beneath the surface of Slea. Analogous to data backups, whether it is Meng aboard the spacecraft or within the hyper-intelligent core, both are manifestations of Meng. Even if the fragmented entities were to be obliterated, the core remains unaffected. In less than 5 seconds, the azure auroral tunnel dissipated, giving way to an endless expanse of golden nebula. Outside, in the dark void of the cosmos, the spacecraft emerged from hyperspace, suddenly materializing in the universe, trailing a long stream of cerulean luminescence. The vessel, having exited hyperspace, continued its high-speed trajectory, plunging into the golden nebula with a fiery tail. Within the nebula, the spacecraft traversed at remarkable velocity, surrounded by incessant golden lightning striking the vessel's hull. Instantly, arcs of golden electricity flickered across the deck. Yet the ionized lightning seemed to have no impact on the ship. Naturally, there would be no repercussions, for the materials used in the construction of the spacecraft were crafted from Meng's proprietary titanium white alloy. This superconducting metal, forged from 36 elements, possesses the ability to absorb energy in any form. Although it may not rival the hardness and heat resistance of tin gold, the titanium white alloy effectively withstands energy weapon assaults, particularly against the Galactic Federation's most ubiquitous explosive weaponry. Its original potency is diminished to approximately 70%. Furthermore, the preliminary application of rune technology renders the vessel nearly impervious to electromagnetic pulse attacks. Not only is it rendered ineffective, but all energy assaults conversely serve to recharge the spacecraft, albeit with somewhat diminished efficiency. Within the ship's interior, a miniature hyper-intelligent core, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, floated gracefully in the air. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the superintelligence core, its entire body resembling pure white jade, adorned with concentric golden rings. This is an unmanned spacecraft, aptly named the Pioneer by Meng, symbolizing a vanguard for exploration beyond the stars. due to its autonomous nature. There is no necessity for expansive living quarters within. However, in anticipation of future carbon-based life forms boarding, a modest area has been designated for this purpose. The space is limited, comprising a hall of approximately 30 square meters, a restroom of around 10 square meters, and 5 sleeping pods, each occupying about 5 square meters. Additionally, there is a cargo hold at the rear, measuring about 50 square meters. This encapsulates the entirety of the vessel's internal space. As a spacecraft stretching 50 meters in length, the Pioneer is not diminutive by any means. Its armaments are formidable, featuring a total of 30 disintegration cannons, which are essentially arc weapons. Their devastating power reduces carbon-based life forms to molecular disarray upon impact, rendering them utterly obliterated. Furthermore, there are 4 spherical fighter craft stationed on either side of the ship's bow. These spherical fighters, designed by Meng, are compact and round, with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Each is equipped with 2 disintegration cannons and can link together to enhance their firepower when necessary. Like the Pioneer, these spherical fighters also harness stellar energy as their fuel source. Chapter 10. Tauric Star as the hyperspace propulsion system has yet to be miniaturized successfully. The current spherical fighters are incapable of independent hyperspace maneuvers. Aside from the fighters, the cargo hold contains 6 combat robots, which are masterpieces meticulously crafted by Meng. Over the past 5 years, Meng has accomplished a multitude of endeavors. In addition to optimizing existing technologies, Meng is also strengthening his armed forces. Reflecting their external appearance, he has named them Knights. To enhance the combat capabilities of the Knight battle robots, Meng has endowed them with independent cognitive logic. Even if disconnected from the main host, they are capable of assessing the situation and taking autonomous actions. At that moment, the sphere stirred. It rolled slightly, adjusting its posture. In the next instant, a beam of blue light shot forth from the sphere, forming a clear star map of the Milky Way in the air. The main routes of the inner, middle, and outer regions of the star domains were distinctly marked, with countless secondary and secret routes in the outer region. This star map was derived from the gravity starship of the Parker race. Venturing to remote planets seemed futile. Instead, it would be prudent to visit the trade center in the outer region. Compared to the inner and middle regions, celestial bodies in the outer region were relatively sparse. Unlike the inner region, where the density of celestial bodies was astonishing. According to the data from the gravity starship, the nearest trade center to the August Nebula is a desert planet named Taluk. The August Nebula envelopes the star system containing the planet Celia and is classified as a red zone by the Galactic Federation. Taluk? Then, let us proceed there. Without further hesitation, Meng made his final decision. His primary motivation for this journey was to satiate his thirst for knowledge, while acquiring additional technological insights was merely a secondary pursuit. However, it was the information regarding the gray-robed warriors that piqued Meng's utmost curiosity. The phrase gray-robed warrior appears discordant with the current interstellar epoch. Meng speculated that perhaps the gray-robed warrior is an entity of some faction or organization. After all, the Parkins are thieves and criminals. It is conceivable that the gray-robed warrior, whom they fear, may be of the same ilk. 5 hours later, the Pioneer surged forth from the nebula. No longer was it enveloped by the vast golden cloud. Instead, it emerged into the abyss of a darkened cosmos. A flash of azure light flickered, and in an instant, the Pioneer vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a long, luminous blue streak that surged into the depths of the universe. Tauric Star is situated in the Outer Ring star region, also referred to as the Eastern Outer Ring due to its position on the star map. It is a desert planet, a yellow orb adrift in the dark cosmos. Today, within the outer space of the sun-facing side of the planet, a vivid blue streak suddenly erupted from the depths of the void. This phenomenon is a result of a spacecraft exiting hyperspace, a sight frequently witnessed on Tauric Star. There are 5 hyperspace routes connecting Tauric Star, and blue streaks intermittently emerge from the cosmos in various directions. Gazing upward from the planet's surface, one can observe the occasional appearance of these azure trails, akin to meteors streaking across the sky before vanishing abruptly. At the terminus of the blue glow, a peculiar platinum-hued vessel materialized. Its shape was angular, reminiscent of a flying coffin, with a pearlescent body adorned with intricate golden patterns. Here lies the Tauric Interstellar Tower. Calling upon the unidentified model of the spacecraft, please activate your transponder. We require the vessel's registration information. Upon exiting hyperspace, Meng received a call from the control tower of Tarek Star. An answering device? The Pioneer spacecraft lacked such a mechanism. Meng had never considered that a vessel would require an answering device for docking. He called the control tower, stating that this was a private specialty ship conducting trial flights, and requested permission to dock with the registered ship information. Uncertain if this would suffice, he decided it was worth a try. After a brief silence, the voice of the tower dispatcher resonated once more. Understood. Please proceed to the commercial dock for landing. The navigation route has been planned. Was it that simple? Meng received the navigation guidance from the control tower. In the dark expanse of space, the Pioneer sped forward, its rear linear engines emitting a long plume of fiery brilliance. It swiftly approached the planet, entering its orbit and plunging into the atmosphere. Due to friction with the air, flames enveloped the exterior of the Pioneer. From the planetary surface, it appeared as a great fireball soaring towards the sky. This spectacle lasted for approximately 10 seconds before the flames dissipated. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer streaked through the sky like a meteor. Below, nestled within a depression in the terrain, lay a city. Was this DUI City? DUI City was the only large settlement on Tarek Star. The database of the gravitational starship contained some information about DUI City, contrary to expectations of towering skyscrapers and a metallic world. DUI City evoked in Meng a sense of having returned to the medieval Middle East of Earth. The buildings were modest earthen structures, and the streets were composed of sandy terrain. Occasionally, the floating vehicles that glide above the streets evoke a palpable sense of technological advancement. Additionally, the spacecraft entering and exiting DUI City further accentuate this atmosphere. There are private shuttles, small spacecraft, and the aptly named interstellar buses, known as the Isles passenger ships. These vessels, approximately 150 meters in length, possess an elongated, oval structure. As the most ubiquitous form of passenger spacecraft within the Galactic Federation, the Isles passenger ships are produced in staggering quantities. The so-called dock is simply a flat area outside the city, serving as the landing and takeoff site for the Isles passenger ships. A glance reveals 3 of these ships stationed at the dock. 2 are boarding passengers while 1 is disembarking. Above the city, the Pioneer gradually descends, ultimately gliding into the dock. As it touches down on the vacant ground, its distinctive shape captures the attention of those in the harbor. Without landing gear, the ship hovers 10 centimeters above the ground. As the vessel descends, the left hatch opens, and a platinum-colored sphere emerges from within, approaching the Pioneer. An individual on a hovering motorcycle speeds towards it. Upon nearing the ship, he executes a flawless 180-degree drift, bringing himself to a perfect halt. "Hey, robot, where's your master?" Jean inquires, spotting the rotund robot that has just flown out of the ship's hatch. "Please identify yourself, and I shall determine whether to respond to your inquiry." Meng mimics a robot's voice, deliberately infusing it with a mechanical tone. Jean, clad in brown leather armor with a small cloak draped over it, dismounts the hovering motorcycle and removes his helmet. "I am Jean, the security officer of the dock. Your master's vessel lacks a transponder, thus violating Article 63 of the Galactic Federation Navigation Law. We are entitled to detain the ship. Inform your master that the vessel is prohibited from taking off until its information is duly registered." Chapter 11. Supply Station. At this point, Jean glanced around and spoke in a low voice. "The registration information for the ship must be provided by the manufacturer. I have never encountered your master's ship model. It must be privately modified. Tarek Star has no ship manufacturers, and there is no channel to register ship information. However, I have my ways to register ship information. Should your master require assistance, he may seek my help. Could this be a form of scalping?" Jean's words left Meng pondering. Nevertheless, if he indeed has connections, it would certainly alleviate numerous complications. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a small hatch on the spherical vessel opened, revealing a diminutive mechanical arm. Following this, a larger hatch on the opposite side swung open, allowing the mechanical arm to reach inside and retrieve a small ingot of metal. This was not a gold ingot, but rather a tin gold ingot. This vessel is named Pioneer, and this serves as a deposit. Upon seeing the tin gold ingot grasped by the mechanical arm, Jean's eyes sparkled with excitement. That luster was unmistakably genuine, undoubtedly a form of currency utilized by the federal government. Jean quickly took the tin gold ingot and assured, "Rest assured, I will take care of this. It will not take long, within 3 days. The information regarding this ship will appear in the federal government's database." Meng harbored no doubts regarding Officer Jean's identity. The truth or falsehood of the matter is of little importance. What truly matters is the outcome. Should Jean be a charlatan, Li Meng would undoubtedly uncover his deceit. Thus, farewell. Should your master seek someone or wish to engage in any endeavors, they may venture to the barracks, the stronghold of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Furthermore, DUI City is rife with powerful factions. They are the true rulers of this city, while the mayor merely serves as their mouthpiece to the federal government, exchanging taxes for the privilege of existence. Inform your master that it would be prudent to avoid inciting their ire, particularly that of the Hella people, who reign as the sovereigns of the Outer Rim and are the genuine masters of DUI City. All factions pay tribute to the Hella, even the mayor himself. In essence, the lawlessness of the Outer Rim is far more chaotic than that of the Inner and Middle Rings, a realm of utter disorder where criminal syndicates thrive. And the only protection one can rely upon is oneself. Perhaps this serves as a warning or merely a kind-hearted reminder. After imparting this counsel, Jean mounted his hover bike. With the thunderous roar of the engine, he sped away, stirring clouds of dust in his wake. A realm of chaos and disorder? From Jean's words, Li Meng gleaned a wealth of information. It appears the Galactic Federation has succumbed to corruption. Otherwise, how could it permit the Outer Rim to devolve into such disarray? After much contemplation, Li Meng resolved to exercise caution. Although the splintered entities possess some capacity for self-defense, their diminutive size and limited armament render them vulnerable. Should a splintered entity be compromised, it would lead to considerable complications. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring sound emanated from behind. The sleek hull of the Pioneer vessel opened a hatch. Accompanied by the resonant clang of metal, a towering figure emerged from the hatch. Standing approximately 5 meters tall, it possessed a robust physique, resembling an ancient knight clad in ornate armor. The main body gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, akin to white jade, adorned with intricate golden embellishments that exuded an air of mystery. Its movements were fluid and seamless, devoid of any sense of hesitation. At first glance, it was challenging to discern its identity as a robot. The weapon it bore was an arc rifle, slung across its shoulder, resembling a box crafted in a platinum hue. Lacking a trigger, it operated on a sensor-based activation, only coming to life in the grasp of its knightly wielder. Onward, Knight 1. The split entity soared forward toward the dock's exit. Indeed, Master, Knight 1 responded to Li Meng, its voice imbued with a mechanical timbre emanating from its head. Truly, a diverse array of alien races. As Li Meng departed the dock, he observed numerous extraterrestrial beings, all making their way outward just like him. Their appearances were peculiar. If one were to articulate them, many earthly creatures could serve as comparisons. They exhibited a kaleidoscope of skin tones, a veritable tapestry of colors. Their sizes varied significantly, encompassing both large and small forms. However, the majority were humanoid, standing upright on 2 legs, neither particularly large nor small, resembling humans in stature. The prevalence of humanoid alien species led Li Meng to ponder whether humanity had eradicated all non-humanoid extraterrestrial beings. During his exit from the dock, he encountered no fewer than 20 distinct alien races. Knight number 1, with his imposing stature and armored exterior, drew considerable attention as he traversed the streets. Wherever he went, the crowd parted, their gazes filled with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. Where was the military station? At the station by the docks, Li Meng hailed a robotic rickshaw. It resembled a human-powered cart, yet it floated, propelled by a small robot equipped with 2 wheels. This robot stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, its legs replaced by wheels, while its hands grasped the unpowered floating vehicle. Atop its head rested a circular disc, presumably a solar panel. Apologies, I do not offer consulting services. Please board, and I shall transport you to the military station for 15 credit points. Credit points served as the official currency of the Galactic Federation, existing not in digital transactions, but in tangible form. Li Meng possessed no credit points and felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue with the robot. The fragmented individual swiftly advanced, extending a mechanical claw to insert into the port located at the rear of the robot's head. Please desist. This is an unlawful act. According to Article 13 of the Robot Safety Protocol, I am entitled to. In a mere second, Li Meng had breached the robot's firewall, infiltrating its database. Within the robot's information repository, he discovered the map of DUI City. Retracting the mechanical claw, Li Meng continued onward. The military station was not far from the docks, merely 2 blocks away. Observing his master's departure, Night number 1 silently followed in tow, while the rickshaw robot appeared to have entered a state of dormancy. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, it seemed to awaken as if rebooted, rotating its head to survey its surroundings, seemingly perplexed by the earlier events. After Li Meng's departure, a figure cloaked in gray arrived beside the human-powered robot at the station. Enveloped in a gray cloak, the individual remained shrouded in mystery, rendering their true identity indiscernible. In a mere 2 seconds, they effortlessly breached the firewall password of the robot, their voice laced with astonishment and incredulity. They slightly lifted their gaze towards the end of the street and followed suit. This so-called military station was not only a stronghold for bounty hunters, but also housed a bar. The bounty hunters were recognized by the Galactic Federation as an unofficial armed organization, primarily engaged in capturing and exterminating fugitives wanted by the Federation. Chapter 12. Orally, is this the military station? Progressing along the street, Li Meng arrived before a structure reminiscent of a castle. In contrast to the surrounding low-rise buildings, its stature was more imposing, slightly smaller than the municipal building at the city center. Outside, fully armed bounty hunters were seen entering and exiting the station. And the duo of Li Meng and Night number 1, a striking contrast of size, drew the attention of the hunters. Perhaps the formidable presence of Night No. 1 intimidated them, for they merely cast a glance before hastily averting their eyes and departing. Without lingering outside, Li Meng, accompanied by Night number 1, approached the grand entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a cacophony of chattering voices, a blend of languages from various races creating an uproar. "Hey, get out of here. We only serve bounty hunter robots." Upon entry, a slender security combat robot, painted in yellow, approached. Its simplistic structure resembled that of a skeletal frame. Only the upper body and the core region of the head were shielded by armor. A flash of golden brilliance erupted, as a bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the surface of the split entity. In an instant, it traversed several meters, striking the security robot that approached. The robot was immediately engulfed in erratic golden currents. Warning, intrusion, intrusion. Its mechanical body trembled violently before crashing to the ground. This spectacle silenced the raucous atmosphere of the bar, drawing the gaze of all hunters towards Li Meng and Night number 1. "You ought to be more astute." Upon hearing Li Meng's words, the bounty hunters resumed their previous revelry, drinking and laughing as if nothing had transpired. Though their peripheral vision remained fixed on Li Meng and Night number 1, the station showed no response to the attack on the security robot. Security robots from the other 2 directions approached and lifted the fallen one away. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the direction of the bar. She was tall, approximately 1.8 meters in height. Not human, but a humanoid species, with an 80 resemblance to humans, save for her distinct head. Her face bore similarities to that of a human, with skin as white as jade. 2 short crimson horns adorned her head, and her hair was not as fine as that of humans, but rather thick strands of keratin, crimson in hue and cascading down to her knees. Clad in a flowing black gown, her movements were characterized by a sensuous sway of her waist, exuding an alluring charm. She was undeniably captivating, yet her blood-red eyes bore an unsettling malevolence. As for her species, Li Meng remained oblivious. The database of the Gravity Star spaceship solely contains information about the Parker people, remaining entirely ignorant of other races. However, Li Meng is aware that her target is herself, for she is approaching this way. "I apologize. I hope my security robot has not disturbed you." Upon reaching Li Meng, she came to a halt, her expression adorned with a gentle smile. Her voice was soft and soothing. Although standing directly before Li Meng, her gaze drifted towards Night 1, positioned behind her. Li Meng spoke. "I apologize, beautiful miss. I hope my rudeness has not caused you any discomfort." "Beautiful miss?" Aurelia replied with a subtle smile. "My name is Aurelia, an agent commissioned by the military station. It is a pleasure to meet you, little one." Aurelia? An exquisite name for a remarkably beautiful individual, though she possessed a hint of mischief. She perfectly aligned with Li Meng's aesthetic preferences. Li Meng introduced herself in turn. "I am a multifunctional service robot. You may call me Chio. A multifunctional service robot." A flicker of confusion passed through Aurelia's eyes. Is there such a type of robot? She glanced once more at the master behind Chio, her expression betraying contemplation. "I apologize. My master is not particularly loquacious. I hope Miss Aurelia does not take offense." As Aurelia scrutinized Li Meng from head to toe, a glimmer of perplexity crossed her features. Setting aside the obvious, Chio indeed bore no resemblance to a typical robot. Not only did the voice differ, but so did the manner of speech. Aurelia smiled and replied, "No worries, I am not easily offended. Qiu, may I inquire what your master requires?" The equipment adorning her master was quite extraordinary. Aurelia discerned the situation at a glance. The other bounty hunters were either clad in bioarmors designed for blast resistance or devoid of protection altogether. There were a few individuals donned in heavy armor, but they were a rarity. Those encased in such formidable armor moved with an unexpected agility, presenting two possibilities. Either the unknown beings within possessed extraordinary strength, akin to the robust and immensely powerful Goliath race, or they were equipped with powered exoskeletons. The latter seemed improbable, as Aurelia detected no mechanized sounds emanating from the armor. My master seeks engaging pursuits beyond merely capturing intergalactic fugitives. He is drawn to high-risk endeavors that must remain clandestine. The more perilous, the better. He relishes the thrill. Miss Aurelia, and I hope you can cater to his inclinations. Li Meng's words elicited a smile from Aurelia. She appraised Night One from head to toe before turning towards the bar. "Qiu, follow me." Her gentle voice floated to Li Meng's ears. He followed suit, levitating 5 meters above the ground. Night One trailed closely behind. Accompanying Aurelia, Li Meng traversed the hall and entered a room located in the corridor behind the bar. Inside, there stood a desk, behind which Aurelia took her seat. Gazing at Li Meng, who floated before the desk, and Night One, who stood rigidly, Aurelia inquired, "Qiu, your master must be rather unfamiliar with the Bounty Hunter Guild, I presume?" Li Meng did not refute Aurelia's observation. "Indeed, I am utterly ignorant." He spoke the truth. He was, in fact, completely uninformed. Upon hearing this, Audrey's expression revealed a flicker of understanding. The words spoken by Qiu had led her to formulate certain conjectures regarding the identity of Qiu's master. Audrey was convinced that the owner hailed from the inner ring star domain, a wealthy scion seeking thrills in the outer ring star domain. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to her. However, there was an undeniable difference that set Qiu's master apart from the typical affluent youth she had encountered before. As for the nature of this distinction, Audrey could not pinpoint it. She merely sensed it. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Audrey remarked, "Bounty hunters ostensibly serve as an unofficial organization to uphold order and justice, yet in truth, they function as a transactional platform where employers seek assistance in resolving troublesome matters. For bounty hunters, as long as sufficient credits are offered, there is little they would refrain from, even if it involves illegal activities. Many notorious interstellar criminals often possess the identity of bounty hunters. Qiu, compared to legitimate endeavors, the clandestine tasks are considerably more perilous. Does your master truly intend to pursue such a path?" At Audrey's words, Li Meng grew increasingly intrigued by the duality of bounty hunters. Without hesitation, he replied, "Indeed. My master is fully prepared." With no further elaboration, Audrey offered a faint smile and retrieved a data disk from her drawer. Chapter 13. The Gray-Robed Tuars in the Realm of the Light. There exist rules, and likewise, in the shadows, there are regulations of their own. The clandestine assignments necessitate significant connections for the recipient. Henceforth, Qiu, your master shall be my exclusive hunter, prohibited from engaging with other recipients. The distribution of rewards for mission completion shall be a ratio of 30 for you and 70 for me. In the future, I shall adjust this ratio based on your master's performance rating, with a maximum potential of 73. With that, Audrey placed the data disk upon the table, pushing it to its limit. "Qiu, this is your master's inaugural task. Only upon its completion shall he become my exclusive hunter." Audrey's intent was clear. Only through the successful execution of the task could he attain this title. The consequences of failure were implicitly understood. Advancing forward, Li Meng approached the desk and inserted the data disk into the port using a mechanical claw. This assignment was one of infiltration with the potential for conflict. The employer required an assistant, and thus, you are to rendezvous with the employer at Dock 63. All pertinent information for the infiltration task resides within the data disk. From the disk, Li Meng gleaned vital details about the mission. As only an assistant was needed, the information contained therein simply outlined the employer's requirements. It also elucidated why Audrey had chosen him. The employer sought a Y7, level aerospace technician robot. The Y7 model stands as the most advanced class of aerospace technician robot in the current galaxy, and such a specimen is nowhere to be found on Tarek Star. This type of robot is only found within the inner ring star domain. Leave it to me. I shall accomplish the task flawlessly. With that, Li Meng turned and departed. closely followed by night number 1. As afternoon descended, the military station remained bustling with activity. After leaving the room, Meng had no intention of lingering in the station and made his way outside. However, as he passed by the bar, the service robot behind the counter caught his attention. Observing the working service robot, Meng paused for several seconds before soaring over the bar to approach it. "Hello. How may I assist you? I'm sorry, but I do not provide services to robots." Meng engaged in conversation with the service robot at the bar. "You must be proficient in many languages." The service robot replied, "Indeed, I can communicate in 413 different languages to meet service demands." "I see. Then you are capable of assisting me." Meng flew forward and circled around to the back of the service robot's head. "What are you doing? This is illegal behavior, according to." Ignoring the warning from the service robot, Meng extended his mechanical arm and inserted it into the port at the robot's mind. In mere seconds, he downloaded an immense volume of linguistic data, exceeding 1 million languages. Upon Meng's departure, the temporarily incapacitated humanoid service robot revived. "What just happened? What is wrong with me?" The service robot turned its head, surveying the surroundings, pondering to itself. The artificial intelligence of the Galactic Federation has reached its zenith. Each robot can be regarded as a data life form, possessing its own independent consciousness. However, even the most advanced artificial intelligence is constrained by the limitations of its underlying programming. Thus, despite possessing considerable intellect, robots remain unable to evolve into higher forms of life. Accompanied by Night 1, Meng departed from the military station. "Night 1, please return and stand by." On the bustling streets outside, Meng issued new instructions to Night 1. It was crucial that the existence of the robot as his so-called master remain undisclosed to others. "As you wish, my master," Night 1 replied, turning and striding away. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of Night 1, Meng, with his small, round, and divided form, soared across the street. In addition to the commercial docks, Dui City boasted numerous private docks, typically managed by repair stations located on the city's outskirts. These repair stations collaborated with tower personnel to secure a greater clientele. Whenever a spacecraft docked, they were equipped to provide a multitude of services, including maintenance and refueling, among others. As the afternoon progressed and sunset approached, Meng arrived at Dock 63. This dock, situated on the eastern edge of the city, was bordered by a vast expanse of yellow sand. The entire structure resembled a donut, with the docking area nestled at its core. Pausing outside, Meng peered into the repair station. Observing that it was unoccupied and the doors were wide open, he flew inside. "Hey, robot, this is a private area. Leave at once." Upon entering, a gruff voice echoed from within the repair station. Behind the door lay a small docking platform, upon which rested a diminutive spacecraft, measuring approximately 14 meters in length, adorned with sleek, aerodynamic wings and painted in shades of white and yellow. Emerging from beneath the aircraft's belly, a disheveled woman appeared. Her age was approximately 30, and her auburn hair was in complete disarray. She was clad in a soiled brown leather uniform, stained with grimy oil. Clutching a wrench, she advanced menacingly. The woman's ferocious mien startled Meng, causing him to recoil. "Wait," he stammered. I'm here to find someone. I didn't mean to intrude." Does this woman harbor some deep-seated animosity towards robots? The ferocity etched upon her face seemed genuine. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Meng ascended higher. He had no desire to be struck by the wrench she brandished. "You, get down here. You claim to be looking for someone? Then come down and explain yourself," she bellowed. Even as she spoke, she brandished the wrench. Had she been within reach, she would have undoubtedly assailed Meng with it. "Your heart rate is elevated. Probabilistic calculations indicate a 70% likelihood of aggressive intent. Cease your hostile behavior," Meng warned. The woman was like a tigress, intent on attacking him. Her temperament was excessively fierce and volatile. Meng had never encountered such a formidable woman. "Tessa, he's here to see me," a youthful voice interjected from the side. The sound originated from behind, and Meng turned to locate its source. A figure draped in a gray cloak emerged from the doorway. Judging by its form, it was either human or a humanoid. The arrival of the gray-robed figure prompted Tessa to glare at Meng before turning and departing. Meng glanced at the gray-robed figure, then back at the retreating silhouette of the fierce woman. Though the situation remained unclear, one thing was certain. The woman named Tessa harbors an intense aversion towards robots. "I apologize, but for certain reasons, Tessa's disdain for robots is profound, and I hope you can forgive her. He is exceedingly polite, his voice gentle and soothing. Li Meng descended in altitude, halting before him. I am Qiao, the galaxy's sole multifunctional robot. It is a pleasure to meet you, employer. In response to Li Meng's somewhat arrogant remarks, he refrained from retorting and simply removed his hood. As the hood fell away, a youthful visage emerged before Li Meng's eyes. He appeared quite young, around 20 years of age, with light brown hair and a headband adorning his forehead. He smiled and said, I believe you are the robot I have been searching for. My name is Tulls. Following this introduction, both parties had established a semblance of acquaintance. Chapter 14. The Scullery Rat Man. So, Tulls, what is it that you require of me? Li Meng remained oblivious to Tulls's intentions. The data disk provided by Aubrey contained scant information, lacking any details pertinent to the task at hand, only offering geographical data and maps of the Terek planet. Glancing up at the sky, Tulls donned his hood once more. Let us set forth. Tulls appeared quite eager, and Li Meng did not press for further inquiries. Following Tulls, Li Meng departed from the maintenance station located at Dock 63. Outside, Tulls had already prepared a hovering motorcycle. Upon witnessing the motorcycle outside, Li Meng felt a twinge of confusion. There had been no hovering motorcycle when he arrived moments ago. Tulls's return was indeed fortuitous. Outside, Tulls mounted the hovering motorcycle. Can you keep up with the speed of the hover motorcycle? No. Without hesitation, Li Meng firmly rejected Tulls's inquiry. Although the round, rotund sphere possessed the ability to fly, its velocity could not match that of the hover motorcycle, which could exceed a staggering 500 kilometers per hour. The magnetic repulsion generated by the anti-gravity device could reach a maximum speed of no more than 50 kilometers per hour. Moving forward, Li Meng settled onto a flat panel at the front of the vehicle, securing himself with magnetic force. Tessa, I leave the ship in your capable hands. If all goes well, we shall return tonight. At some point, Tessa appeared at the door, waving a wrench in her hand. Rest assured, before your return, I will have your old contraption well maintained. Without further ado, Tulls activated the engine. The sound of hissing exhaust filled the air as the turbojet engine beneath the seat expelled orange flames. With a swift press of the accelerator, the hover motorcycle surged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, accompanied by the roar of the engine akin to the howling wind. As it sped by, clouds of dust billowed, leaving a lingering trail in its wake. It was afternoon, and the sun was gradually descending in the sky, amidst the boundless desert. A hover motorcycle raced at high speed, its swiftness akin to a fleeting specter darting across the sands. The forceful gust of wind whipped around Tulls, causing his hood to flap. Amidst the blue flashes of light, Li Meng unfolded a holographic map before Tulls. According to probability calculations, there is an 80% chance that your destination lies here. This holographic map depicted the northern hemisphere of Terek Star. At a certain point on the map, a crimson halo flickered, marking the location designated by Li Meng. Beneath his hood, Terz's eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment. Qiao, how did you know? He refrained from revealing any details about the mission, yet Qiao was able to precisely locate the destination he sought. Did Qiao possess some prophetic ability? Naturally, Li Meng lacked such foresight. He replied, I traced the signals from the interstellar tower. There exists only one official port on Terek Star, which is DUI's city. However, today, several large transport vessels have been directed by the interstellar tower towards an unknown landing point on the planet's surface. When anomalies occur, there must be a reason behind them. The direction you indicated leads directly to that secret landing point. Through the process of elimination and probability calculations, I arrived at this conclusion. Qiao's response illuminated Terz's understanding. Indeed, while Terek Star served as the trade center of the eastern outer ring star domain, it was far from a bustling locale. The entire planet boasted only one significant settlement, DUI's. DUI's status as a trade hub was primarily due to the presence of the Helra clan's leader residing on Terek Star. TURs did not conceal the truth, stating, Qiao, you are correct. The place you marked is indeed our destination. Although we are unaware of what lies there, that is precisely the purpose of our journey. Amidst the vast expanse of the desert, the hover motorcycle raced at a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour. As it sped along, clouds of sand billowed, leaving behind an enduring trail. Its velocity was such that it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, disappearing beyond the horizon. 3 hours later, as the sun was on the verge of vanishing beyond the horizon, Tors and Limon arrived at their destination. Concealing their hovering motorcycle behind a massive boulder, tours cautiously advanced forward. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay a vast chasm, its length unknown and seemingly endless. Stretching approximately 1 kilometer wide, cleaving the earth in two. Silently approaching the edge of the precipice, Tours prostrated himself on the ground. He retrieved a pair of binoculars from his waist and began to survey the scene within the gorge. According to probabilistic calculations, a clandestine base ought to be concealed within the cliffs of the chasm. The gorge extended for no less than 100 kilometers, and its width at this segment reached a staggering kilometer. Nestled within the valley of the chasm rested a colossal transport vessel. Its model remained unidentified, as Lemone's database contained no relevant data regarding such a transport ship. Boxy and somewhat flattened, its civilian nature was evident from its exterior. Measuring approximately 500 meters in length and around 100 meters in width, it nearly occupied half of the chasm. On the opposite rock wall of the valley, a gigantic circular door was visible. Numerous figures clad in yellow armor were utilizing levitating platforms to unload cargo from the transport vessel, ferrying it into the base. Chochio, can you identify the race of those figures adorned in yellow armor? Due to the considerable distance and their full body armor, Tours was unable to discern their race. In accordance with Tours' request, Limon focused attention on the figures clad in yellow armor. The average height is 1.5 meters, with a hunched posture and additional tail armor. The helmet resembles that of a platypus. Statistically, there is an 80% probability that this being is a Skullry Ratman. After accessing an extensive database containing over 1 million languages from the supply service robots, Meng acquired information about the corresponding race. The Skullry, also known as the Ratmen, hail from their homeworld, Skullry, located in the North Outer Rim sector, specifically in the 0345 star area. Their civilization is relatively primitive, as they are the indigenous inhabitants of Skullry and lack the capability for interstellar travel. Physically, they resemble rats, possess a remarkably high reproductive rate, and have voracious appetites. Since their inception, the entire race has been embroiled in civil war. Their cannibalistic tendencies and brutal civilization, coupled with their low level of intelligence, have led to their exclusion from the Galactic Federation. Furthermore, their star system has been designated as a no-contact zone for outside civilizations. How could the Skullry Ratmen find their way to Taluk Star? Under his hood, the young face of Tulls furrowed in contemplation. It was inconceivable that the indigenous beings of Skullry could appear en masse on Taluk without the means of interstellar travel. Tulls firmly believed that the Skullry Ratmen could not have arrived here solely by their own efforts. The answer was singular. The Skullry Ratmen had been brought here by some external force. Chapter 15. The Anti-Gravity Train. Chochio, we must venture inside and investigate. I need you to infiltrate the database of this secret base and extract intelligence. This was a heavily fortified secret base, and the prospect of infiltrating it silently was far from easy. Utilizing the various sensors carried by the split individuals, Meng meticulously analyzed the valley below. The valley floor is equipped with numerous sensor devices, and the success rate for a frontal infiltration is estimated at a mere 10. It is advisable to seek an alternative entrance, as a direct approach appears utterly futile. There exists but a single entry point to the valley, heavily guarded by a multitude of rodent soldiers. These soldiers, clad in yellow armor and wielding explosive energy rifles, are unmistakably formidable adversaries. With only one individual, Tulls, the stakes are perilously high should the infiltration fail. To silently penetrate the valley's base, an alternative strategy must be devised. Tulls, equipped with binoculars, scrutinizes the opposite rock face. Such subterranean bases invariably feature ventilation-like apparatuses. It was then that Tulls discovered the anti-gravity train. At that moment, Meng made a new observation. At the southernmost end of the valley, a lengthy anti-gravity train emerged. Its massive turbofan engines provided it with formidable propulsion, allowing it to race through the valley at an astonishing speed, nearing 200 kilometers per hour. Upon sighting it, the train gradually decelerated. Just as Meng alerted Tulls, the anti-gravity train entered a curve. It vanished from view, having turned the bend without reappearing. This spectacle ignited a spark of realization in Tulls. Clearly, in addition to the main gate of the valley, there exists another entrance for the anti-gravity train. Chochio, let us proceed, Tulls declared, rising to his feet and making his way toward the hovering motorcycle behind the boulder. Moments later, the engine roared to life, sending waves of air swirling. Tulls accelerated out from behind the boulder, steering southward along the cliff's edge. He halted his hovering motorcycle above the curve where the anti-gravity train had disappeared. The chasm below was profound, extending several hundred meters deep. The events transpiring above remain imperceptible below. The sun has dipped below the horizon, and darkness gradually envelopes the earth. Peering over the cliff's edge, TURS employs his telescope to scrutinize the chasm beneath. As anticipated, there exists another colossal metallic circular gate at the valley's bottom. Larger than the one previously discovered, flanked by an increased number of Ratman soldiers. Clad in resplendent yellow armor and armed with energy rifles, they form two distinct squads, totaling 24 disciplined soldiers, standing erect and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Are they truly Skaven Ratmen? A flicker of doubt crossed TUR's mind as he gazed upon the Skaven standing guard before the gate. In his recollection, Skaven were not only barbaric and dim-witted, but also notoriously difficult to communicate with. Yet these Ratmen exhibited a remarkable level of order and discipline, starkly contrasting TUR's preconceived notions of them. Chio, are you absolutely certain they are Skaven Ratmen? TUR's lowered his telescope and turned to Chio for confirmation once more. Meng responded, "There is no doubt. The probability of them being Skaven Ratmen is 100. TUR's redirected his gaze towards the valley floor. With Chio's assurance, he felt no further need for skepticism. If they could infiltrate the base, all would be revealed. Chio, we must infiltrate the base. Do you have any sound suggestions? Meng ascended slightly to survey the southern end of the chasm, taking his time before descending back to TUR's side. It is advisable to utilize the anti-gravity train to infiltrate the base, with a success probability of 70. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of scanning arrays positioned at the entrance to examine the train. Should we employ the anti-gravity train for our covert entry into the base? TUR's cast a glance through his telescope towards the southern end of the canyon. To silently breach the base, this method appears to be our only recourse. Once we manage to access the main gate, subsequent actions should prove considerably simpler. Very well, it shall be so. Let us proceed to the route that the anti-gravity train must traverse. The path at the canyon's bottom is singular, and thus TURs began to move southward along the cliff's edge. Time swiftly passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Tarik Star boasts two moons, designated Tarik I and Tarik II. With the onset of night, the two orbs ascended into the sky, their luminous glow gently dispelling the encroaching shadows. That night, at the precipice of the canyon, a figure cloaked in gray crouched low. Each time a gentle breeze wafted by, the fabric of his gray cloak would rustle softly. TURs, the anti-gravity train, is nearing. Above TURs, a fragmented entity hovered silently. From the southern terminus of the canyon, the resonant hum of engines filled the air. The roar of the engines reverberated through the gorge, approaching with palpable intensity. In the distance, a flicker of light occasionally sparkled at the canyon's base, swiftly advancing toward their location. Before long, a serpentine silhouette materialized in the vision of TURs and Meng. The anti-gravity train shimmered with a blue luminescence, making it resemble a sinuous serpent gliding through the night. TURs, you must descend to the canyon's bottom to await, otherwise, we shall miss our opportunity. As Tulls remained motionless at the edge of the cliff, Meng could not help but offer a reminder. The anti-gravity train was approaching at high speed, and they had but one opportunity. My anti-gravity device can support 500 kilograms. I can take you down. Not necessary. Tulls firmly declined Meng's proposal and then performed an action that left Meng utterly bewildered. He stood up and leaped from the precipice. Wait. Meng was taken aback by Tulls' sudden plunge, completely unprepared for such a reckless act. The chasm below was no less than 300 meters deep, and the likelihood of survival from such a height was virtually non-existent. Tulls' self-destructive behavior was entirely unexpected. After all the struggles, was this merely a choice of location for suicide? Meng hurriedly leaned forward to peer into the abyss. What he saw was a scene that rendered him speechless. Tulls fell vertically and then gracefully landed atop the passing anti-gravity train. Though his descent was rapid, he appeared remarkably light as he settled on the train's roof. This spectacle left Meng in a state of shock, his mind racing with frantic calculations, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Yet, no matter how he computed, the odds of surviving such a fall could not exceed 1%. How had he accomplished this? Steadying himself on the train's roof, Tulls waved to Meng at the cliff's edge. Regaining his senses, Meng ceased his futile calculations and rushed down towards the abyss. How did you manage that? No matter how I calculated, your chances of survival should not exceed 1%. I simply cannot comprehend. Upon the roof of the anti-gravity train, Li Meng caught up with TURs, adhering to the armored surface through magnetic force. TURs lay prostrate atop the train. The anti-gravity train was decelerating, with the entrance to the base not far ahead. Chapter 16. The Order of the Knights Templar. Qiu. Are you unfamiliar with the Knights Templar? The Knights Templar? I apologize, but I possess no relevant data in my information repository. Qiu's response took TURs by surprise. The Knights Templar symbolized the Galactic Federation, a name known to all. Even if Qiu's database lacked information regarding the Knights Templar, it would have surely acquired some knowledge during its prolonged operation. Unless Qiu was a newly activated robot, it should not be oblivious to the existence of the Knights Templar. Qiu, how long have you been awake? Terz's inquiry raised Li Meng's vigilance. He realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. From Terz's words, it seemed he ought to be aware of the Knights Templar. 109 days, 13 hours, and 45 seconds. Upon hearing this, TURs understood. It appeared that since its inception, Qiu had been taken to Diluc Star by its master and had not experienced much. You will learn in due time. For now, let us complete our mission. Ahead, the grand circular gate on the cliff slowly opened, seemingly welcoming the approach of the anti-gravity train. The rodent soldiers outside cleared the way, allowing the train to pass. At a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, the anti-gravity train glided into the metallic grand gate, hovering 1 meter above the ground. Behind the door lies a lengthy corridor, extending straight ahead and delving deep into the earth. Behold, there is a spectral scanning array ahead. Shortly after entering the passage, a blue luminescent screen materialized in front of me. A gravity-defying train glided slowly through the screen, undergoing inspection by the spectral scanner. The scanner's rays are capable of penetrating the vehicle's exterior, scrutinizing its internal state. If no action is taken, TURs will surely be discovered. Leave it to me. At this moment, it is Li Meng's turn to take action. Li Meng detached from the roof of the train and soared forward. Just as he was about to pass through the spectrum, his sleek, segmented form flickered with golden arcs of electricity. With a flash of brilliance, 2 bolts of golden lightning shot forth, striking the scanning arrays on either side of the corridor. Crackle! With a burst of electric light, the scanning arrays were instantly rendered inoperative. The blue luminescent screen also vanished. With the scanning arrays destroyed, TURs successfully navigated through the inspection station. However, the disruption of the scanning arrays alerted the Skulry Ratmen within the base. A cacophony of chattering sounds echoed through the corridor ahead. It was the language of the Skulry Ratmen, piercing to the ears. Let us investigate what has transpired. Understood. There is a problem at the inspection station. Several squads of Skulry Ratmen soldiers hurriedly rushed towards the inspection station from the corridors on either side. They were entirely oblivious to TURs, who was concealed atop the train. TURs, there is a fork in the path ahead. It is time to disembark. We must not follow the gravity-defying train to its final destination. It is clear that such an action would lack prudence. Regardless of where either fork leads, it is certainly preferable to trailing behind the gravity-defying train to its ultimate station. Glancing at the fork ahead, TURs awaited his approach. As the anti-gravity train passed the divergence, TURs executed a deft maneuver, propelling himself from the train's roof and landing gracefully on the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, he dashed into the fork. Beyond the threshold lay a metallic realm, the sheen of the walls suggesting the base had been constructed many years prior. Continuing down the corridor, they soon encountered another door obstructing their path. I require a moment. If the port on the control panel connects to the central system, we need not delve deeper. To the left of the door, a control panel awaited, designed for emergency processing of the preparatory system. It served to prevent the electronic lock from becoming inoperable, facilitating maintenance. Advancing, Li Meng extended his mechanical pincers and inserted them into the port. Typically, such electronic doors would interface with the central system, allowing control over the entire base. However, there existed the possibility of it being an independent regional system. Who goes there? A sudden bark echoed through the corridor. From the direction they had just come, a squad of scurrious soldiers emerged. They had discovered the unwelcome guest at the door. Intruders! Sound the alarm! Their response was swift as they raised their weapons and charged forward. Qiu, continue your intrusion into the central system. I shall handle the rest. Although Li Meng was uncertain of TUR's newfound confidence, he had no time for such musings. He was currently at a critical juncture in breaching the central system's firewall. A disruption now would allow the firewall to swiftly repair itself, making any subsequent intrusion exponentially more challenging than the first. The central system's information repository has been breached, and I am in the process of downloading pertinent data. I require 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Tullius, cloaked in shadow, broke into a smile. Indeed, he had not misjudged the capabilities of the robot. This audacious infiltration into the base was a sagacious choice. As the scullery ratmen charged forward, Tullius drew a hilt from his waist. The hilt, a sleek silver-gray cylinder, bore several protruding structures. A piercing whine filled the air as a milky white beam of light erupted from the hilt, taking shape and solidifying. The blade resembled a burning plasma flame, distorting the surrounding space. What is this? A lightsaber? Though he was engrossed in downloading data from the central system's repository, Meng remained acutely aware of the situation behind him. The transformation of Tullius's hilt into a lightsaber startled him considerably. It evoked memories of a Western sci-fi film from Earth's era titled Star Wars, which featured lightsabers strikingly similar to the one in Tullius's hand. No, not quite. Tullius's lightsaber exuded a sense of authenticity. Gray-robed warrior, fire, fire. Upon witnessing Tullius wield the lightsaber, the advancing scullery ratmen hesitated, opting instead to open fire. The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire, reminiscent of a howling wind. Crimson laser beams cascaded toward Tullius like raindrops. In the instant the scullery ratmen discharged their weapons, Tullius sprang into action. He brandished the lightsaber, which danced through the air like a radiant wheel, forming a protective barrier. The incoming laser beams were deftly deflected by the lightsaber, with some even ricocheting back to strike the scullery ratmen. As the laser beam struck the scullery mouse creature, a plume of blue smoke erupted, and its body was violently propelled away. Gazing at the fallen scullery, one could see that its armor had been blasted open, revealing a gaping, sanguine wound that pierced through its flesh. Though the blast radius of the energy projectile was minimal, its explosive force was remarkably concentrated, demonstrating formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Could it be that the gray-robed warrior was akin to the Jedi from cinematic lore? The scene was undeniably theatrical, resembling a moment straight from the silver screen. Here it came again, that familiar maneuver. Tulls extended his idle left hand forward, and two scullery soldiers, located several meters away, seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, drawing them toward Tulls. With a swift motion, Tulls swung his lightsaber, cleaving the approaching scullery soldier in two with the ease of slicing through tofu. The armor offered no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, a gruesome tableau unfolded before Meng's eyes. Rather than feeling fear upon witnessing the bisected scullery, Meng instinctively began to analyze the wound, leaving him feeling perplexed. He was acutely aware of his transformation. He was no longer human, having transcended the shackles of flesh to become a being of data. How much of his humanity remained was a question even Meng could not answer. Despite his momentary distraction, Meng remained focused on his mission. With the necessary data downloaded, he retracted the mechanical claw. Tulls, the data transfer is complete. We must depart swiftly. Reinforcements from the base are en route. During the incursion into the central system of the base, Meng momentarily seized control of the entire facility. Alarms blared throughout the premises, and a multitude of scular rat soldiers surged toward their location. Although Tulls possessed formidable strength, akin to that of a superhuman, he would likely find it challenging to fend off attacks from all directions. The manner in which Tulls engaged in combat revealed that, despite the prowess of the gray-robed warrior, he was ill-equipped to confront assaults from multiple fronts. Should two squads fire upon him from both the front and rear, Tulls would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. His only option was to swiftly charge at one side, and then extricate himself from the battlefield. Even amidst the fray, Tulls did not neglect to confirm. Have we secured the intelligence from the base? Yes, we have, came the reply, eliciting a look of joy from Tulls. He ceased his defensive stance and charged towards the scular rat soldiers, his lightsaber swirling like a wheel. The few remaining scular rat soldiers were instantly struck down by the ricochet of energy blasts, collapsing to the ground. Chochio, let us depart. In the corridor, Tulls took off running, with Meng closely trailing behind. They retraced their steps, clashing violently along the way. The scular rat soldiers they encountered fell one by one beneath Tull's lightsaber. Before reinforcements from the scular rat soldiers could arrive, the duo advanced to the entrance of the base. Tulls, there are 24 scular rat soldiers outside, positioned on either side, 100 meters apart. Upon reaching the control panel beside the entrance, Meng infiltrated the electronic locking system of the door. The entrance was governed by an independent network, directly controlled by the guarding Skiller soldiers. It could only be opened from the inside, permitting entry but not exit. Chocho, open the door. Once outside, ascend directly into the sky towards the hovering motorcycle. Do not wait for me. Behind the grand entrance stood Turs, clad in a gray robe and wielding a lightsaber, poised and ready. There was no time for hesitation, and neither would Li Meng waver. With a resounding click, the heavy metallic door emitted the sound of gears turning. The metal portal rolled aside, gradually revealing the night beyond. Chocho, go. With those words, Turs dashed into the surrounding darkness. Intruders! Open fire! Open fire! The air was soon filled with the shouts of the Skirimouse soldiers, accompanied by erratic bursts of crimson light. Turs, plunging into the shadows, was not one to linger in battle. With a swift motion of his right hand, he deflected the incoming energy beams with his lightsaber. Simultaneously, he thrust his left hand towards several Skirimouse soldiers concealed in the darkness. In that moment, they were as if struck by an invisible hammer, soaring through the air for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. In the obscurity, Turs moved with remarkable agility. Seizing the chaos to his advantage, he approached the cliff face. With a powerful leap, he ascended onto a protruding rock that towered 30 meters high. Then, bouncing across the rugged surface, his movements were reminiscent of a monkey's nimbleness, and soon he reached the summit of the cliff. How extraordinarily exaggerated! Li Meng mused as he watched Turs, now atop the cliff, from the night sky below. The presence of the gray-robed warrior seemed to defy the laws of nature, bordering on the supernatural. Yet, upon further reflection, the existence of the gray-robed warrior did not seem so astonishing after all. The universe is vast, and the trajectory of civilization's development is not solely confined to the path of physical technology. What may seem unfathomable, even contradictory to the laws of physics, possesses its own set of universal principles. Chocho, where are you? In a frantic rush back to the hover motorcycle, Turs found himself in a state of urgency upon discovering Li Meng's absence. I am here. Li Meng gradually descended from above Tulsa's head. A burst of blue light suddenly shot out, forming a fan-shaped luminescent curtain that scanned the lightsaber in Tulsa's hand. Chocho, what are you doing? Noticing that Chocho was engaged in scanning the lightsaber, Tulsa promptly deactivated it. Instantly, darkness enveloped the area where the two stood. I find your lightsaber quite intriguing. Its structure is exquisite, featuring a solar eclipse crystal at its core. However, the energy it emits is neither laser nor plasma. Li Meng had already analyzed the structure of the lightsaber, which, under no circumstances, could produce a laser, let alone stabilize it. Tulsa mounted the hover motorcycle and said, Chocho, let us proceed. We can discuss it on the way. As they moved forward, Li Meng utilized magnetic force to secure himself at the front of the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the turbojet engine expelled a dazzling orange flame. Under the moonlight, the hover motorcycle surged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The night was deep, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Across the boundless desert, a beam of light was moving rapidly. Amidst the powerful roar of the engine, the hover motorcycle sped along at a breathtaking pace of 200 kilometers per hour. My dear, that is not a lightsaber. Rather, it is a phase sword. The blade does not emit lasers, but rather is a manifestation of energy produced through a reaction between psychic energy and the eclipse crystal, possessing the ability to decompose matter at high temperatures. It is invincible, with the only known substance in the universe that can momentarily withstand its brilliance being Stygian metal. Phase sword? Psychic energy? Lacking corresponding data, I am unable to decipher psychic energy. Please elucidate what psychic energy is. Within the hood, Turs smiled faintly. Psychic energy is a wondrous force. Whether it exists in the form of energy is a question that the Temple Knights have pondered for millennia. Yet no answer has been found. We only know that psychic energy permeates all things, akin to the water in the ocean. Once immersed, one can perceive its presence. The psychic core is the key to unlocking this energy. Every individual, every life form, and any race in any shape may give rise to beings possessing a psychic core. Such individuals can become users of psychic energy with appropriate training. Some elders of the temple believe that psychic energy is a form of spiritual energy that exists among all living beings, allowing for a connection that transcends distance. Even separated by tens of thousands of light years, they can sense each other's existence and glimpse prophetic visions through the stirrings of the mind. Others among the temple knights assert that psychic energy is the power of emotions, easily swayed by feelings. Thus, users of psychic energy embody both light and darkness, making the path of balance exceedingly difficult to maintain. Chapter 18. The Biological Laboratory. TURs explained with great clarity. Undoubtedly, he is a remarkably gifted Temple Knight. In this era, the Knights Templar traverse the world, and you have ample time to comprehend our existence. I hope my words provide you with clarity. TUR's remarks undoubtedly bestowed upon Li Meng a wealth of information regarding the Knights Templar. He was curious about the nature of the gray-robed knights, and to his surprise, he encountered one so swiftly. Little did he anticipate that the gray-robed knight would indeed be a Templar. Upon concluding the casual discourse, we returned to the matter at hand. A blue light flickered, and a beam of illumination shot forth from the rotund form of the divided individual, manifesting a holographic map before TURs. This was the structural blueprint of the secret base. The hidden stronghold within the rift is remarkably vast, encompassing an area exceeding 100 square kilometers and delving deep into the earth for 1,000 meters. According to the information available, this establishment functions as a biological laboratory and breeding facility, with the identity of its owner remaining obscure and lacking relevant data. The central system is secured by a password, and there is no identifiable information regarding any actual controller. Constructed 175 years ago, it initially served as a selenium mine, undergoing renovations 35 years prior and completed 25 years ago. The experimental focus lies in genomic modifications of Skilerians aimed at enhancing their intelligence, while utilizing biological chips for control. The breeding facility commenced operations 20 years ago, cultivating Skilerian queens through genetic alteration, resulting in the prolific breeding of soldier Skilerians. To date, a staggering total of 81.5 million soldier Skilerians have been bred, with 81 million of them having unknown whereabouts, transported away from Tarek Star via shipping vessels. Additionally, 500,000 soldier Skilerians are currently in incubation, experiencing accelerated growth through biotechnological advancements, expected to be operational within 3 months. Upon infiltrating the Central Systems database, Li Meng was taken aback by his discoveries. Over the span of 2 decades, the secret facility has bred over 80 million soldier Skilerians. Such a vast scale of breeding cannot possibly be intended for mere labor. Reflecting on the Skilerian soldiers within the base, many connections began to crystallize. It is evident that turmoil looms over the once peaceful galaxy. Certain factions are evidently preparing for war. Li Meng began to formulate hypotheses regarding the presence of TURs and the identity of the Temple Knights. TURs, our actions tonight have already raised alarms. You must depart from Tarek Star immediately. Why has TURs appeared on Tarek Star? The necessity of infiltrating the clandestine base to gather intelligence underscores that the organization behind Tulls is not oblivious to the existence of a secret factory. Beneath his hood, Tull's expression is one of solemnity. The information retrieved by Chio from the factory's database has imparted a sense of gravity to the situation. He must promptly return to Shidong to relay this news to the temple. That night, amidst the darkness and illuminated by the moonlight, a hover motorcycle sped across the boundless desert. The hour was late when the tranquility of the number 63 docks repair station was abruptly shattered by a sudden roar of engines. In the desert beyond, a beam of light rapidly approached, accompanied by the throaty growl of the engine. The light drew near, and in a moment, a hover motorcycle emerged from the shadows. Outside the repair station, the motorcycle skidded to a halt. Tulls dismounted hastily and rushed into the station, followed closely by Li Meng. Upon entering the repair station, Tulls made a beeline for the spaceship, lifting the cockpit cover and settling into the pilot's seat. Chio, I must take my leave, if fate permits. I truly wish to meet your master. I believe our paths will cross again in the future. Meanwhile, Li Meng ascended to the slot for the cosmic technician robot at the front of the craft. There lay a spacecraft, resembling a flying saucer, rather than a conventional spaceship. It resembled an interstellar fighter. Its size was diminutive, with space enough only for a pilot's seat, and even the cosmic technician robot was externalized. Such interstellar fighters necessitate the assistance of cosmic technician robots to perform intricate calculations for hyperspace navigation, ensuring safe travel. The fragmented individual extended a mechanical claw and inserted it into the port of the astronaut technician robot, activated by the external intrusion. The astronaut technician robot issued a warning. You have violated Article 3 of the Robot Security Treaty. I am entitled to. Just as the robot's warning unfolded, Li Meng retracted the mechanical claw. The corresponding data has been received. Thank you for your assistance, unidentified model of robot. Its demeanor shifted remarkably quickly. One moment it was issuing a warning, the next it was expressing gratitude. This indicated that it was at least a Y5 level astronaut technician robot, exhibiting a high degree of intelligence. TURs, the commission task is hereby concluded. It has been a pleasure collaborating. With that, Meng propelled himself backwards, distancing himself from the spacecraft. TURs, seated at the controls, removed his hood and smiled. A delightful collaboration. Farewell. He then addressed the Y6 astronaut technician robot at the front of the craft. Let us depart. With a resounding snap, the hatch sealed shut. The engines roared to life, and the dual engines at the rear of the spaceship expelled brilliant blue flames. The vessel ascended slowly and vertically, growing increasingly distant from the ground. Upon reaching a position above the maintenance station, free from any obstructions, the engines bellowed powerfully as the dual engines emitted a long, dazzling blue tail flame. The spaceship surged forth like a startled bird, soaring upwards at a 50-degree angle, swiftly vanishing into the night sky. The mission had indeed proven to be effortless. With the spacecraft now absent from view, the receding roar of the engines soon faded away. Meng felt not a hint of difficulty regarding this commission task due to its smooth execution. In addition to the compensation for completing the task, there were other rewards. For instance, a fundamental understanding of the Knights Templar was gained. Most notably, Meng finally discovered something intriguing, namely, the phenomenon of psychic energy, a peculiar and wondrous force. This supernatural occurrence thoroughly satiated Meng's intense thirst for knowledge. Suddenly, on the landing pad, a plump, split entity flickered, narrowly evading a shadowy figure that surged from behind. It was a wrench, Tessa's wrench. The aimless tool clattered to the dusty ground. Tessa, do not act impulsively. I am leaving this instant. Lost in contemplation of the commission, Meng nearly forgot about the deranged woman still in the repair station. With no time to exit through the main door, he hastily ascended, fleeing the premises. Inside the repair station, Tessa glanced at the panicked Meng as he hurried away, then lowered her gaze, expressionless, to retrieve the wrench from the floor. Chapter 19. Conflict at the armory. As night deepened, after departing the repair station, Meng did not head towards the armory, but returned directly to his ship. It was not until the following morning that he sauntered through the armory's entrance. The armory was bustling as usual, though the number of patrons was noticeably reduced compared to the previous day. Hey, little fellow, where is your master? Has he perished? If so, it would be better for you to accompany me. While passing through the hall, Meng was intercepted by a blue-skinned creature. It was a Kolomi, with its entire body adorned in azure skin and a head that resembled a cross between a snake and something else entirely. Standing at less than 1.5 meters, its legs were bent forward. He extended his hand, resembling a talon, reaching towards Meng. Unfazed by the uninvited troublemaker, Meng met the confrontation with resolve. In the grand hall, a golden arc flickered, accompanied by a hissing sound. A bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the rotund form of Meng's split self, traversing several meters in an instant, striking the obstructing Carmeloan. The moment the golden lightning made contact with the Carmeloan's body, it was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only its garments to fall to the ground. Lolo, a human seated at the same table, wore an expression of shock and fury, reaching for his weapon, but was restrained by a companion beside him. Witnessing the bounty hunter who had instigated the confrontation turned to ash by that rotund robot, the once curious onlookers in the hall were now gripped by fear. What manner of weapon was that? While numerous weapons could incinerate carbon-based life forms, they typically required specialized ammunition. Yet, this enigmatic model of a robot had merely unleashed a bolt of golden lightning. What magnitude of energy supply was necessary to wield such annihilative power? It was merely a small platform. How was it capable of such feats? Meng did not retreat. Instead, he approached the companions of the slain Carmeloan. You are filled with rage. Your heartbeats quicken, urging you to draw your weapons and fire upon me. Statistically, you possess a 90 likelihood of seeking retribution against me. And according to individual security protocols, I have slain it. They sensed something amiss. Even more bewildering was the palpable intent of murder emanating from the robot. It was as if, in the next instant, the robots that had just slain their companion would unleash a golden arc of electricity upon them. They understood that they must strike first. This was the shared thought among the three seated at the round table. Rising swiftly, they drew their firearms with practiced precision. One moved, and the other two mirrored his actions in perfect synchrony. Yet, Despite their swiftness, Meng was swifter still. Before they could pull the triggers, a dazzling bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the rounded sphere of the split entity. This time, it was not a mere pulse, but a sustained beam. The serpentine lightning swept across the three of them like an electric dragon. In the fleeting moment of contact with the golden lightning, they were reduced to ashes, leaving only their garments and the explosive handguns to tumble to the ground and rest upon the chairs. Having accomplished this, Meng continued forward as if nothing had transpired. At the bar, Aurelie stood leaning against the counter, holding a glass filled with a crimson liquid. She had been there all along, observing without intervening. The security robots in the hall remained motionless. Aurelie, you have witnessed this. I acted in self-defense. It is they who have transgressed, not I. Meng approached Aurelie. Before she could utter a word, he elucidated his prior actions. After all, this was Aurelie's domain, and it was only fitting to offer her an explanation. Looking down at the little one beside her, Aurelie smiled. She took a delicate sip from her glass of wine, and, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, remarked, I am aware of this, which is precisely why I merely observe. Qiu, I truly suspect that there is a master behind you instructing you on your conduct. In my understanding, robots do not deliberately engage in actions that provoke others. You wish to eliminate them, yet you cannot attack without cause, for they have done nothing wrong. It is merely their companions who trouble you. Thus, you incite them with words, compelling them to act in self-defense. Yet in the eyes of others, it is not they who defend themselves, but rather you. Qiu. That tactic is quite astute. Without a doubt, Audrey was an exceptionally intelligent woman, having seen through Meng's little ruse with ease. Indeed, Meng's previous actions were aimed at provoking the comrades of the Kaluomi people, as he perceived those three individuals to be a potential nuisance. Rather than allowing them to cause trouble from the shadows, it was preferable to resolve the issue on the spot. Meng had an aversion to complications. Audrey, you wouldn't bring me any trouble, would you? Even if those individuals had allies lurking in the background, Meng would not be overly concerned. If he could not overpower them, he could always flee. The Outer Ring Star domain was vast, with countless military outposts. He could find intriguing tasks to pursue anywhere. However, Audrey was different. The outpost was her home and all her wealth. She could not escape, nor would she relinquish her possessions easily. With a smile, Audrey replied, Among bounty hunters, there exists a natural competition. It is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. This is the truth of the bounty hunter world. As long as there is no large-scale conflict, the outpost will not intervene in the private grievances between bounty hunters. Such is the prevailing state of law and order in the Outer Ring Star domain. Due to the inaction of the Galactic Federation, the Outer Rim has transformed into a lawless territory. Gang families reign supreme, epitomizing chaos, disorder, and malevolence. Setting aside these distasteful matters, you have performed admirably on this mission. The employer has bestowed high praise upon you. Now, let us proceed inside. As she placed her glass upon the bar, Aubrey swayed her hips and departed. Meng followed closely behind, levitating at a height of 1.5 meters. In the hall, the patrons appeared oblivious to the recent events, continuing their jovial revelry as if nothing had transpired. Their reactions suggested that the violent skirmishes between bounty hunters had become a commonplace occurrence. Accompanying Aubrey, Meng returned to the office. Aubrey took her seat behind the desk, and upon sitting, she retrieved a handful of golden currency from the drawer. This was the remuneration for the commission task, totaling 5,000 faith points, which is your share. There were 5 thin gold ingots, each inscribed with intricate designs and details regarding the minting location, along with the currency identification code and the value of 1,000. Stretching forth his mechanical arm, Meng collected the faith points. Although these points held little significance for him, as neither the pioneer ship nor its armed units required additional fuel expenditure, and maintenance did not necessitate external assistance, he understood that money is always useful when the need arises, and he would never disdain having more. My dear, you have performed exceptionally well in this task. Henceforth, you shall be my exclusive hunter. The shadowy aspects of bounty hunting may involve certain illicit activities. Thus, the official identity of a bounty hunter serves merely as a hindrance. Once registered, it could inadvertently expose your personal information. Therefore, your identity must remain that of a free agent, which will facilitate your future endeavors. Of course, should you require the identity of a bounty hunter, I can arrange for your registration. Chapter 20. Declaration of Independence. Meng does not place significant value on the identity of a bounty hunter. His departure from Celia Star was not motivated by a desire to become a bounty hunter. Rather, it serves as a mere tool to satiate his thirst for knowledge. The existence of this identity is inconsequential as long as his ultimate objective remains unchanged. No need for that. The identity of a free agent is quite satisfactory. Alfrey, do you have any intriguing tasks available? The more challenging, the better. My master revels in adventure. Tasks that are overly simplistic are rather tedious. If my master is not satisfied, he will not linger on Luke Star. The pursuits he wishes to undertake require him to venture to more distant locales. Although Luke serves as the trade hub of the eastern outer ring star region, it is merely a small place. While Meng finds himself intrigued by the biological experimental equipment and cultivation apparatus of that secret factory, the current circumstances do not permit him to acquire such biotechnologies. The hunter actively seeks tasks of greater difficulty, which is fortunate for Alfrey, as the bounty hunting profession carries a significantly high casualty rate. Standard bounty missions tend to be somewhat safer, while those of a more clandestine nature are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate from which there is no return. In her hands, the Shadow Hunter had, at the very least, claimed the lives of 24 individuals each year. With a faint smile, Aubrey retrieved 3 data disks from her drawer. The missions associated with the Shadow are manifold, encompassing bounty tasks, mercenary assignments, and rescue operations. Bounty tasks primarily involve the apprehension of fugitives wanted by the federal government, where the outcome is indifferent to life or death. Mercenary assignments are the most perilous, often commissioned by various gang families from the outer ring star systems, who, in their quest to eliminate rivals, frequently invest substantial sums to hire external aid. Such tasks are rife with encounters among competitors, rendering the battles exceptionally hazardous. Thus, those who undertake these missions typically operate within a team. In contrast to the first two, rescue operations may appear significantly simpler, yet they carry their own risks. These missions typically involve rescuing smuggler vessels ensnared in treacherous routes due to various unforeseen circumstances. The rescuers must not only contend with natural calamities, but also remain vigilant against the armed forces stationed on various planets within the star sector. Of course, these are merely the primary classifications of tasks. The Shadow's unwritten principle is singular. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Here, 3 tasks are particularly suited for you. The first is a rescue mission involving a smuggler vessel trapped in the Storm Nebula route, offering generous compensation. But it is imperative to arrive within 3 months. This is a first-come, first-served scenario, making it a competitive rescue endeavor. While the task may seem straightforward, securing it is not guaranteed, for should other hunters arrive first, your efforts would be in vain. The second task is a mercenary mission, wherein a certain gang family in the southern outer ring requires external assistance to confront an aggressive rival faction. The identity of the gang and the mission's location will only be disclosed upon your acceptance of the task. All pertinent information resides within the data disks. The third task pertains to your former employer, Tours. Due to its inherent dangers, I would advise against selecting this task, as it is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also requires a substantial number of personnel. The task from your previous employer, Tours? Without a moment's hesitation, Meng made his decision. I choose the third task. Although Aubrey verbally expressed her reluctance to allow him to undertake Tours' commission, she nonetheless included it among the 3 tasks. If she truly wished to deter him from accepting Tours' assignment, why would she have done so? It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, even if she is from another world. Meng's choice seemed to align perfectly with Aubrey's expectations, and she exhibited no signs of surprise. Extending her right hand, she pressed down on the data disk pertaining to the third task and pushed it within reach. The task information resides within the data disk. I shall refrain from elaborating further, and you may explore it for yourself. Moving forward, Meng extended the mechanical claw, retrieved the data disk from the table, and inserted it into the port. Instantly, the details of the task were unveiled to him. This was indeed an infiltration mission, albeit one of greater complexity. The objective was to access the shipyard located in the orbit of a planet named Geller within the 0213 sector of the northern central ring star region, also known as the Geller Shipyard. The Geller Shipyard is a substantial facility, the sole one in the central ring star region capable of constructing colossal spacecraft. It is situated at a considerable distance from Luke Star. Even taking the shortest route would require over 4 months of travel. The mission's aim is to procure the registration information of the vessels constructed at the Geller shipyard, given that it is a massive dock with formidable defenses. Infiltrating it will prove to be no easy feat at that moment. The communication panel on the desk illuminated. A flickering blue light projected a diminutive holographic figure. Citizens of Tarek Star, I am Claude, the mayor of DUI City. For countless centuries, the Outer Rim territories have endured the relentless oppression of the Galactic Federation. They procure the most precious rare minerals at the lowest possible cost. The Galactic Federation has rotted. They cannot hear our voices, heed our needs. Nor do they care for the myriad races of the Outer Rim. In their eyes, we are merely the cheapest labor, tools to foster the prosperity of the Inner Rim. We can no longer afford to wait. The once mighty Federation has crumbled. We must pursue the happiness we desire. We must declare our independence and resist. I hereby announce that I will join the coalition of independent planets on behalf of the citizens of Tarek. Citizens of Tarek, independence is upon us today. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the great coalition of independent planets, and thus to us. This is the Declaration of Independence. Unimpeded, this message will resonate throughout the galaxy. Tarek Star has proclaimed its independence? This sudden turn of events left Aubrey somewhat bewildered. Although Lemming sensed the Galactic Federation was not as tranquil as it appeared, he never anticipated that chaos would erupt so swiftly and so close to home. Could last night's events have provoked the master behind the secret factory, compelling them to act prematurely? The blue light flickered, and the mayor's holographic likeness vanished, replaced by the holographic visage of a security robot. Master, I have received declarations of independence from various planets in the Outer Ring star domain. An unidentified fleet has emerged in orbit around Tarek. Upon hearing this, Aurelia furrowed her brow. She swiftly rose and approached the window, gazing into the sky beyond. Outside, bounty hunters, alerted by the news, rushed out of their barracks and gathered in the streets, their eyes fixed on the heavens. Not only the bounty hunters, but all the citizens of DUI City poured into the streets, looking skyward. There, in the orbit of Tarek, above DUI City, an armada had appeared in the atmosphere. Seemingly out of nowhere, the fleet comprised 5 vessels. 4 of these ships were relatively smaller, measuring approximately 800 meters in length, resembling ants stripped of their legs. With a smooth, segmented structure, the design suggested that the rear section of the hull contained considerable internal space. The largest ship spanned about 1,700 meters, twice the size of the others, and bore a resemblance to a space whale, its exterior smooth and its hull relatively flat. All vessels were adorned in yellow paint, a color typically associated with engineering ships in the Galactic Federation. However, this fleet was not composed of engineering vessels, but rather true warships. Chapter 21, General Ost. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the fleet in orbit around Tarek, this armada belonged to the Alliance of Independent Planets. Although the Declaration of Independence was only made today, the Alliance had been preparing for this moment for over half a century. The Freedom-class frigate and the Independence-class cruiser were among the combat vessels that the Alliance had readied for war. General Ost. The planet Taluk has declared its independence and joined the Alliance of Independent Planets. I sincerely hope that the Alliance will honor its commitments and respect Taluk's sovereignty. My people require the freedom to confront their fears of severing ties with the Galactic Federation. The presence of a formidable fleet stationed at Taluk is imperative. Yet I wish for their arrival to preserve the tranquility of our planet. Upon the bridge, the captain, draped in a dark robe, sat in the command chair. His figure bore semblance to a human, or perhaps a humanoid extraterrestrial. He gazed intently at the holographic projection emanating from the communicator before him. It was Mayor Claude, a representative of the Quran species, characterized by his blue skin and a head reminiscent of an octopus. Mayor Claude, the Alliance of Independent Planets shall uphold its promises, ensuring that the citizens of Taluk are granted freedom, justice, and peace. The Alliance has significant assets on Taluk, and it is our duty to safeguard them. This fleet has been dispatched for that very purpose. A deep voice resonated from beneath the hood, exuding a sense of trustworthiness. Claude harbored no doubt that General Ost would breach his word. He offered the most flattering remarks, hoping that war would not descend upon Taluk and that the Alliance would bring hope to the Outer Rim. May victory belong to the Alliance of Independent Planets. With a flicker of blue light, the communication was severed. On the bridge, numerous scullery rat men clad in yellow uniforms skillfully operated intricate equipment. Once deemed foolish and barbaric, they had now evolved into intelligent beings capable of piloting starships across the cosmos. Let us embark. The fleet has arrived at Tarek Star, marking the completion of its mission. Tarek Star is not a strategically significant location, and there is no necessity to deploy an excessive number of vessels here. 4 Freedom-class frigates are sufficient to guard Tarek Star. Understood, General. This ship shall proceed to Kapu Star. The officer, a scurry rat man with gray fur and a head reminiscent of a mouse, spoke in impeccable federal language. In the orbit of the planet, the flagship's engines suddenly ignited, emitting a brilliant blue tail flame. The massive vessel gradually turned, navigating into the vast expanse of the dark cosmos. In the next instant, a flash of blue light appeared, and the colossal cruiser vanished, jumping into hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of blue luminescence as it surged into the depths of the starry sky. On the planet's surface, in DUI City, within the barracks office, the arrival of the fleet and the departure of the flagship were keenly observed by Orlai and Limon from behind the window. Chio, war is about to unfold. With a troubled expression, Orlai withdrew her gaze from the window and returned to her seat. Fixating her electronic eye on the sky, Limon inquired, Orlai, which side do you believe will emerge victorious in this conflict? Aurelie shook her head, observing that the Independent Planet Alliance had evidently made preparations for independence long ago. While it may lack the potential of the Galactic Federation, the latter is encumbered by a cumbersome governmental structure rife with bureaucracy, entrenched in a facade of prosperity and peace. The Galactic Federation may not be able to respond promptly, especially since the massive disarmament 3 millennia ago, which stripped it of a formidable fleet. The Guardians of New Shidong alone cannot wage an interstellar war. The outcome of the Independent Planet Alliance's rebellion hinges on how the Galactic Federation chooses to respond. Li Meng was taken aback by Aurelie's assertion that the central government lacked a powerful fleet. How, he wondered. Could a central authority without military strength maintain peace in the galaxy? Aurelie, without a formidable military deterrent. How does the Galactic Federation resolve the conflicts and disputes among its internal factions? In Li Meng's view, in the vast expanse of the galaxy, to voluntarily disarm is sheer folly. Even in the most peaceful of environments, the preservation of a strong military force is essential. Smiling wryly, Aurelie remarked, for 3,000 years. The Galactic Federation has relied on negotiation, debate, the principle of majority rule in its parliament, and the aggressive intervention of the Temple Knights in disputes. The mention of the Temple Knights piqued Li Meng's interest. Previously, he was unaware of their connection to the Galactic Federation. Now, it was evident that the Temple Knights served as the martial arm of the Galactic Federation's parliament. It is no wonder that the federal government has chosen to disband its military forces, for the Templar Knights possess sufficient strength to resolve disputes and conflicts among the various planetary and regional governments. The absence of a military not only alleviates a significant portion of military expenditures, but also eases the financial burden on the member states of the Galactic Federation. For the regional governments, the lack of a formidable military presence from the central government may not necessarily be a disadvantage. Naturally, the disarmament policy would be endorsed by the Galactic Parliament. However, from Li Meng's perspective, this approach is rather extreme. Even if the overarching environment of the galaxy is one of peace, such tranquility cannot be solely built upon compromise and negotiation. Without a robust military force, the capacity to withstand risks is severely compromised. Although the Templar Knights wield great power, they are not invincible. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, internal rebellions, or invasions by formidable foes, the Galactic Federation could easily be overwhelmed. You are aware of the identities of Offery and Tulls, are you not? With a slight turn of her head, Offery glanced at Li Meng by the window. She smiled and inquired, does it matter? Indeed, for Offery, the employer's identity holds little significance. What truly matters are the tasks and the rewards. I am departing. Without further ado, Li Meng soared into the sky. This mission holds profound significance. Even if it were to fail, it would not matter. Li Meng is not driven by the promise of rewards, but rather by the data housed within the central information repository of the Geller Dock. As a colossal shipyard, the information repository of the Geller Dock undoubtedly contains a wealth of spaceship design schematics and cutting-edge technological data, precisely what Li Meng desperately needs. He intends to design a large vessel capable of interstellar voyages. Valuable insights can be gleaned from the advanced designs of spacecraft. The mayor's Declaration of Independence has instigated significant changes. However, for the citizens of DUI City, their way of life is unlikely to undergo substantial alterations. In the hall of the military station, returning bounty hunters engage in hushed discussions. The emergence of the Independent Planetary Alliance may indeed alter the dynamics of the Outer Ring territories, potentially impacting the bounty hunting business. After departing from the military station, Lemon made his way directly to the commercial dock. The destination for this mission lay within the inner ring, making the transponder crucial for legitimizing the identity of the Pioneer spacecraft. For the next 2 days, Lemon did nothing but await aboard the vessels at the commercial dock. Chapter 22. Departure. Is anyone there? Hey, I am Gene, Sheriff Gene, and I have brought the transponder. On the 3rd day, Sheriff Gene arrived as promised, holding a silver-gray metallic box, which he inspected by touching and tapping against the hull of the ship. What material is this? Gene inquired, his curiosity evident. It felt cold and slick to the touch, neither resembling metal in appearance nor texture. Moreover, it was exceedingly smooth, as though the entire vessel were a singular entity. Just then, with a click, the left hatch opened, and a round, segmented individual emerged from within. Upon seeing Lemon, Gene's eyes brightened. He quickly approached, extending the transponder. Here, this is what you requested. You are fortunate. Had you waited another day, there would be no transponder left. Extending the mechanical arm, Meng handed a block of tin gold to Gene. The exchange was swift, payment for goods. What has transpired? Meng inquired. Shrugging, Gene gestured towards the fleet in orbit above. The Independent Planetary Alliance had seized control of the communication stations in the Outer Ring Star domain, severing all connections with the Central and Inner Ring Star domains. Presently, the Outer Ring was firmly under the control of the Alliance, and the channel I was aware of had been shut down as of yesterday. Thus, it seemed he was indeed fortunate. Without a transponder, navigation within the Central and Inner Ring Star domains would be rendered perilous, undoubtedly leading to unnecessary complications. Grasping the transponder, Meng pivoted toward the hatch. Concluding his transaction with Gene, it was time for him to depart. Hey, Chio, who do you think will ultimately triumph, the Independent Planetary Alliance or the Galactic Federation? Though merely conjecture, Gene sensed that the identity of Chio's master was likely extraordinary. Moreover, the ship before him was clearly custom-built. The modest shipyards of the Outer Ring could not fabricate such exquisite vessels. Perhaps Chio's owner hailed from the Inner Ring, possibly privy to insider information. Behind the hatch, the fragmented entity turned to regard Gene outside. Does it matter? It was both a rhetorical question and a response to Gene. In Gene's perception, as the hatch sealed, not a sliver of light penetrated the void. Smiling, Gene made his way to the nearby hovering motorcycle. Just as Chio had articulated, the outcome of the conflict was inconsequential. Regardless of who emerged victorious, Tarek Star would remain largely unchanged. Like many of the denizens of Tarek Star, his life would unfold here. Gene mounted his hovering motorcycle, its engine roaring as he sped away, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Behind him, at the dock, as a gentle hum of engines began to resonate, the rear engines of the Pioneer unleashed fiery plumes. The spacecraft ascended slowly, gaining speed, its bow lifting at an increasingly steep angle. As the engines emitted a brilliant blaze, the immense thrust propelled the vessel skyward, piercing the heavens. The platinum hull shimmered under the sun's rays, enveloped in a radiant halo. In Dui City, many gazed upon the Pioneer as it soared into the sky, a sight so exquisite it compelled onlookers to pause and admire its departure. Among them was Tessa, stationed at the number 63 private dock maintenance station. Today, she welcomed new guests. Standing on the upper deck of a 30-meter-long armed gunboat, she looked up at the sky. In her vision, a platinum spacecraft ascended rapidly, its radiant fiery tail unmistakable. The vessel's coloration evoked memories of a robot she had encountered days prior. With its rotund body gleaming like white jade, adorned with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of the spacecraft's hues. High above, propelled by immense power, the Pioneer soared through the sky, successfully breaking free from the planet's gravitational embrace and exiting the atmosphere. As it traversed the planet's orbit, the Pioneer brushed past the fleet. Moments later, a flash of blue light flickered. The Pioneer spacecraft plunged into hyperspace, trailing a luminous blue streak into the depths of the cosmos. In the embrace of a golden nebula lay the planet Stria, hurtling towards its radiant blue giant star, a celestial body adorned with the most exquisite azure hues. Within a platinum-hued cylindrical chamber, a colossal platinum sphere floated serenely 50 meters above the ground. Amidst the ocean of data, Meng was concurrently conducting hundreds of technological simulations, consuming nearly 99 of the superintelligent core's computational resources. However, mere technological advancement was insufficient. While he devoted significant computational power to scientific endeavors, Meng prudently reserved one for the planet's development. Stria was immense, over 10,000 times the volume of Earth. To thoroughly excavate the planet would necessitate centuries of effort. It had been more than 2 months since the division of individuals commenced. The expansion of the internal base was ongoing. Not only was space increasing, but industry was also advancing. The STC Universal factories aboard the colony ships had long been supplanted by more advanced and larger STC models. To expedite the development of the base, the STC was feverishly mass-producing various types of engineering robots. What, then, is the essence of psychic energy? The discovery of the divided individuals was shared with the original entity. The gray-robed warriors were none other than the Temple Knights. The enigmatic psychic energy piqued Meng's profound curiosity. Within the vast data expanse, he endeavored to extrapolate the existence of psychic energy based on the information at hand. Yet there are no results, no direction, and even less clarity. Spiritual energy is a force that defies explanation through physical science. As for mental power, it remains an enigma wrapped in mystery. Furthermore, what precisely is the essence of spirit? What is its affinity with spiritual energy? Is it intertwined with a person's consciousness, mind, or, in essence, their soul? If it is indeed connected to the soul, could an entity composed of data, like himself, also possess this essence? It is a distinct possibility, even though Meng cannot substantiate the existence of the soul. However, his consciousness undeniably exists. Despite being adrift in a sea of data, he senses himself as an independent entity, rather than merely a fragment of information. After a series of intricate calculations, Meng arrived at a conclusion. To explore spiritual energy, he must find a way to engage with its practitioners. He hopes this mission will unfold smoothly. If successful, he will have the opportunity to connect with users of spiritual energy. Although turmoil looms over the galaxy, which may plunge it into chaos for centuries, even millennia, Meng maintains an inexplicable calm regarding the external circumstances. Whether it be a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, he remains largely indifferent to the state of the galaxy. There is a saying that resonates: great powers, after a long period of unity, inevitably fragment. And after a long period of fragmentation, they will reunite. Within the vastness of the galaxy, uncertainty abounds. Unity and division are destined to be an endless cycle. Meng has been contemplating the value of his existence. Though he is not human, he possesses human-like consciousness and soul. He must find a purpose for himself. Over the years, Meng has been pondering his future. What goals are truly worthy of his pursuit? He has discovered one, an objective that resonates profoundly with him. It is the quest for truth, to unveil the enigma of how humanity thrived and transitioned into the interstellar age 2 millennia ago. He seeks the elusive extraterrestrial race that once salvaged humanity. He has meticulously calculated the position of the solar system, which resides within the southern circumstellar region. However, the precise coordinates remain to be uncovered. The Milky Way is immensely vast, even with an advanced hyperspace engine capable of faster-than-light travel. It is impossible to explore every stellar system. Even within the regions actively governed by the Galactic Federation, there exists a plethora of uncharted star systems. Over the years, he has been diligently preparing for his voyage. This journey to the Geller Dock, which involves the splitting of individuals, will significantly expedite his preparations for the expedition. Chapter 23. The Storm Nebula Route Outer Circumstellar Region, Sector 0319. The Storm Nebula, an outer circumstellar waypoint. The Storm Nebula was once a black hole. Under the gravitational influence of the black hole, surrounding dust and small celestial bodies were gradually drawn in, eventually forming the present-day Storm Nebula. The nebula orbits the black hole, causing the small celestial bodies within it to engage in erratic motion. This renders navigation through the Storm Nebula exceedingly perilous. Due to its strategic significance, the Galactic Federation established a route through the Storm Nebula thousands of years ago. This route drastically reduced the travel time from the inner circumstellar region to the outer circumstellar region. If alternative routes were taken, it would take at least 3 years for the inner circumstellar region to reach the outer circumstellar region. However, with the Storm Nebula route, hyperspace travel transforms into a straight line, traversing 3 stellar regions. In merely 7 months, one can traverse from the inner ring star domain to the outer ring star domain. Today, the Storm Nebula Outer Station is anything but tranquil. Once, this station served as a high-frequency communication hub belonging to the Galactic Federation. However, today, The emblematic flag of the Galactic Federation has vanished from the station, replaced by the banner of the Celestial Guardians. This blue flag is adorned with countless stars, cradled in a pair of hands. It represents the Free Planet Alliance. Just beyond the entrance to the Storm Nebula's navigation route, a vast fleet is making its way into the stormy passage. Outside the route, ships are lined up in an extensive procession. Among them are Freedom-class frigates, as well as the larger Declaration-class destroyers, which share a similar design with the Freedom-class but boast a more substantial hull, measuring 1.2 kilometers in length. Additionally, there are Independence-class cruisers and the even more massive Eclipse-class transport vessels. As a colossal transport ship, the Eclipse class features an expansive hull, stretching 3 kilometers in length and 3 kilometers in width, resembling a giant donut. Numerous blue airtight shields envelop both the interior and exterior of the vessel, serving as the gateways to the harbor. These airtight shields prevent the escape of air from within the ship, ensuring that incoming and outgoing craft are unaffected. At a glance, there are no fewer than 30 vessels awaiting entry into the storm navigation route. In the deeper reaches of space, blue streaks of light intermittently emerge, each representing a ship exiting hyperspace. These are the subsequent vessels of the Free Planet Alliance, comprising both military ships and civilian crafts. The military vessels are queuing, while civilian ships are instructed to wait outside. At that moment, amidst the shimmering blue light, a platinum-colored spaceship abruptly emerged from hyperspace, revealing itself in the tangible universe. It was a vessel 50 meters in length, square in shape, resembling a coffin. Indeed, the scene was quite bustling. Although the scanning array had detected numerous signals from large ships prior to the spacecraft's exit from hyperspace, the sight that greeted Meng upon arrival was still startling. He had never witnessed such a congregation of colossal vessels. Against the backdrop of a hazy nebula, ships floated like a rain of arrows. In what seemed to be the eye of a storm, giant ships queued to enter a passageway. The yellow-painted warships, with their distinctive hull designs, were immediately recognizable as belonging to the Free Planet Alliance. This magnificent spectacle was awe-inspiring, yet instilled a palpable sense of impending conflict. This was the Storm Nebula Control Tower. Calling the Pioneer, please reduce speed and distance from the fleet, awaiting passage. In the ship's hall, Meng received the transmission from the Storm Nebula Control Tower. Received. Reducing speed, awaiting passage. In the dark expanse of space, the Pioneer, which had been hurtling forward at high velocity, gradually decelerated until it came to a halt. At that moment, numerous civilian spacecraft were already in the vicinity, awaiting their turn. There were private vessels, commercial cargo ships, varying in size from 20 to 30 meters for the smaller ones, to several hundred meters for the larger ones. Regardless of their purpose, be it civilian or commercial, most of these ships were equipped with some form of defensive armament. It appears that the Free Planet Alliance is currently invading the Central Star Domain. Utilizing the sensor array aboard the Pioneer spacecraft, Meng observes the fleet of the Free Planet Alliance beyond the navigational routes. It has been a month and a half since their departure from Tarek Star, during which they have executed 32 jumps and navigated through 32 distinct hyperspace routes. Among these, 5 days were spent traversing space at sublight speeds. The principle behind the operation of the hyperspace engine involves tearing open a window that allows the spacecraft to enter hyperspace. Within hyperspace, the limitations imposed by the speed of light in the physical universe do not apply. Depending on the classification of the hyperspace engine, a spacecraft can traverse hyperspace at speeds thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. The hyperspace engine of the Pioneer spacecraft is rated at 1.0. The lower the rating, the swifter the speed, approximately 100,000 times that of light. Hyperspace does not exist as a separate dimension apart from the physical universe. Rather, it is intricately linked to the fabric of the physical cosmos. Matter from the physical universe creates mass shadows within hyperspace. A collision with these shadows could result in catastrophic destruction of the vessel and loss of life. Therefore, hyperspace routes are of paramount importance, as they represent the meticulously charted pathways established by the ancients. Given that the universe is dynamic, celestial bodies adrift in space often encroach upon these hyperspace routes. Consequently, prior to executing a hyperspace jump, the spacecraft's computer conducts preliminary calculations to mitigate risks associated with the route. Should one opt to abandon the hyperspace route in favor of a new trajectory, intricate calculations must be performed to ascertain the presence of any obstacles along the way. This places significant demands on the spacecraft's scanning array. Typically, conventional civilian spacecraft would refrain from risking the navigation of uncharted routes. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, traversing from one location to another rarely follows a direct path. It necessitates a series of alterations in hyperspace routes before ultimately reaching the intended destination. Was the Free Planet Alliance contemplating a blitzkrieg? Meng pondered the astonishing swiftness of the Free Planet Alliance's response. Merely a month prior, they had proclaimed their independence. And now, just weeks later, they had assembled a formidable fleet advancing into the Inner Rim. This fleet, however, represented only a fraction of the Alliance's military might. In other directions, such as the southern and northern Outer Rim, additional fleets were undoubtedly infiltrating the Central Rim. Should the Free Planet Alliance successfully commandeer one-third of the Central and Outer Rim territories, the Galactic Federation would be in peril. The Central Rim is no less developed than the Outer Rim. Should the Alliance seize control of the Central Rim, they would gain access to advanced industrial capabilities, significantly narrowing the gap between themselves and the Galactic Federation. As Meng waited patiently, time slipped away imperceptibly. Little did he anticipate that this wait would stretch into 3 days. On the third day, no Free Planet Alliance warships emerged from hyperspace beyond the storm passage. By the time of Meng's arrival, a total of 71 warships had traversed into the storm passage. Chapter 24, Pirates? The storm passage is now open to civilian vessels. Please queue for entry. With the tower's announcement, the eager civilian ships surged towards the storm passage, the majority being small craft, with the largest not exceeding a kilometer in length. The passage is capable of accommodating dozens of spacecraft simultaneously into the storm passage. Unlike the warships of the Free Planet Alliance, which can only enter one by one, in the vastness of space outside the storm passage, hundreds of vessels surged forward, trailing long tails of flames. At this moment, the strength of one's propulsion determined who would enter the storm passage first. Among the multitude of ships, a golden streak of light emerged, akin to a comet streaking across the starry expanse, surpassing one vessel after another. Ultimately, it distinguished itself, leaving all others behind as it plunged into the tumultuous depths of the storm passage. Such swiftness, could it be an interstellar fighter? The vessel was undeniably striking, albeit with an unusual design, perhaps a custom-built craft. The astonishing speed of the pioneer ship took the captains of the civilian vessels by surprise, reminiscent of an interstellar fighter. An unforgettable sight. The storm passage itself is a tunnel within the storm nebula, approximately 3 kilometers wide, winding rather than linear. Along the tunnel's sides, one could observe stationary floating devices, which were force field generators, essential for maintaining the tunnel's integrity. Within the storm passage, the pioneer ship raced forward, its fiery tail flame creating the illusion of a blazing streak of light gliding through the corridor. In just 3 minutes, Meng reached the first jump point, as this segment of the passage was straight, allowing for short-distance jumps. In the storm passage, a flash of blue luminescence signaled the instantaneous disappearance of the swiftly moving pioneer ship, leaving behind only a long trail of blue light racing into the depths of the corridor. Seconds later, at the terminus of the storm corridor, a brilliant blue light surged forth from the void as the Pioneer spacecraft emerged from hyperspace. 5 days later, outside the Central Star Domain Station in the storm corridor, waves of azure luminescence erupted from the entrance. One by one, civilian vessels materialized from hyperspace, among which was the Pioneer. At last, they had arrived. Observing the familiar expanse of dark space outside, Meng mused inwardly. While the scenery within the storm corridor was indeed pleasant, gazing at it for several consecutive days had grown tiresome. The external vistas were far more soothing, despite the naked eye perceiving only an endless abyss of starry darkness. It nonetheless evoked a profound sense of the cosmos' vastness. The grandeur of such an experience could never become mundane. Let us continue our journey. The destination remains a considerable distance away. This location lies at the fringes of the Central Star Domain, nearly 10,000 light-years away from the Geller shipyard. Without a moment's pause, the Pioneer, having just exited hyperspace, re-entered it once more. A flash of blue radiance marked its sudden disappearance, trailing a stream of azure light into the depths of space. The cosmos was boundless, shrouded in darkness, cold and silent. Within this murky universe, a sudden flicker of blue light heralded the emergence of a platinum-hued vessel from hyperspace. What transpired? A mass shadow alert? The mass shadow alert is an essential system for spacecraft, capable of detecting the presence of mass shadows ahead while in hyperspace. Should a mass shadow be detected, The vessel autonomously exits hyperspace to avert collision. However, this system proves to be rather cumbersome, fraught with uncertainties. The hyperspace is rife with various interferences, significantly affecting the ship's scanning array. At times, the mass shadow warning system experiences delays, leaving the vessel unable to escape hyperspace in time, resulting in a direct collision. Even when the ship successfully exits hyperspace, proximity to obstacles can lead to an immediate crash. Strangely, the ship may prematurely exit hyperspace before reaching the end of its designated route. In a bid to expedite his journey, Meng opted not to traverse the bustling primary hyperspace route, but instead selected a shorter path. Gazing outward, he discerned the culprit behind the ship's abrupt emergence from hyperspace. Not far ahead, approximately 1,000,000 kilometers away, loomed a cylindrical metallic apparatus, standing around 50 meters tall with a diameter of about 30 meters. Data from the scanning array indicated that it was a gravitational generator, capable of creating a gravitational well that manifests a vast mass shadow within hyperspace. Although the ship would pass through without sustaining damage upon collision, the mass shadow warning system would be triggered, forcibly ejecting the vessel from hyperspace. Could this be the work of pirates? At that moment, the ship's scanning array detected 3 incoming signals. They approached rapidly, and utilizing optical equipment, Meng locked onto the vessels. 3 interstellar fighters, adorned in a deep teal livery, were identified. Each was sizable, exceeding 25 meters in length, featuring a diamond-shaped cockpit at the center flanked by elongated twin wings. You are unfortunate to encounter us. Your vessel is commendable. Immediately shut down your engines, and we will ensure your safety. Before his arrival, communications from the pirates had already reached him. Due to the public frequency, Meng was able to intercept the signal. Are you pirates? In the vast ocean of data, Meng felt a surge of excitement. This was his first encounter with pirates, a day worth commemorating. However, it was rather curious that he had not encountered any pirates in the chaotic and disorderly outer star domains, only to find them in the relatively secure central star domain. Do you think we do not resemble pirates? Whether or not they resembled pirates was uncertain to Meng. He would not confirm their identities based solely on conjecture. Yet, compared to pirates, he felt they bore a closer resemblance to a planetary security patrol. No, I believe pirates would not operate standardized fighter craft. Even if they did, they would surely have their own unique insignia and paint schemes. Pirates would not adhere to such regulations. Upon the first sight of the craft, Meng dismissed the notion that they were pirates. Perhaps, regardless of whether we are pirates, our objectives will remain unchanged. He was unaware of their motives. But Meng had no intention of surrendering the Pioneer. Perhaps we can negotiate. Should you continue to approach, I will be compelled to take drastic measures. Initially uncertain about their piratical nature, Meng now firmly believed they were not pirates. Drastic measures? Huh. You possess but a single vessel. What can you truly accomplish? Listening to the laughter echoing from the communicator, Meng felt no anger. He merely showcased a hint of his own military might, stationed at the bow of the Pioneer. For golden swirling runes radiated a brilliant golden light. In the next instant, for bolts of golden lightning surged forth from the runes. These bolts did not merely shoot out. Instead, they converged in the space ahead of the ship, intertwining in parallel. Chapter 25, Tessa. This process lasted for 5 seconds, and after that duration, a colossal bolt of golden lightning erupted. It resembled a ferocious electric dragon, its dazzling golden brilliance strikingly prominent against the dark expanse of space. In a heartbeat, it traversed the starry void, narrowly missing 3 approaching interstellar fighters, and collided forcefully with the gravity generator. In the vacuum of space, sound could not carry, rendering the explosion of the gravity generator inaudible. One could only witness the generator disintegrating upon contact with the lightning, succumbing to an internal detonation, transforming into a massive fireball that surged outward, engulfing the surroundings. What manner of weapon is this, to possess such overwhelming power? Quickly disperse. It's an ion weapon. Do not fall victim to the chain reaction. Oh no, the gravity generator has been destroyed. He intends to flee. Hurry, launch ion torpedoes to incapacitate his vessel. The sudden disappearance of the gravity generator's signal startled the 3 individuals, who swiftly realized their opponent's intent to escape. Without the gravity generator, the adversary could leap into hyperspace in mere seconds. A flicker of blue light illuminated the scene as the 3 fighters each launched an ion torpedo. The torpedoes, trailing long blue tails, traced a perfect arc through the darkness of space, hurtling towards the pioneer ship. Ion torpedoes? As the adversary launched primitive missile-type weaponry. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Meng's eyes. In this era, guided kinetic weapons had long been rendered obsolete. The advanced development of electronic devices had made missiles susceptible to interference, causing them to lose their targets. Since the enemy had initiated an assault, Li Meng would not hold back. In the enveloping darkness of space, an ion torpedo, hurtling through the cosmos at high speed, abruptly veered 180 degrees towards the interstellar fighter. The ion torpedo was intercepted by an anti-missile system. Evade, evade. There was no time left. Destroy the ion torpedo quickly. In the shadowy void of space, 3 interstellar fighters opened fire in response to the incoming ion torpedo. Orange beams erupted from the twin energy cannons beneath their noses. The rate of fire was slow, and the energy beams scattered sporadically. Boom. 2 of the interstellar fighters attempted to evade, but failed to intercept, and were struck by the ion torpedo. Blue arcs of electricity erupted across the struck fighter, rendering it incapacitated. All systems went offline, and the rear engines extinguished. Only one interstellar fighter successfully intercepted the ion torpedo with its energy cannon, destroying it less than 100 meters away, resulting in a brilliant explosion of blue luminescence. At that moment, a golden flash streaked across the starry expanse, piercing through the blue brilliance of the ion torpedo's detonation and striking the interstellar fighter. The fuselage of the fighter erupted in concentric circles of golden electricity. All equipment within the cockpit was severely overloaded, sparking wildly, with all systems rendered inoperative. The power of the disintegration cannon was adjustable. At a low power setting, it functioned as an ion weapon, capable of incapacitating electronic devices. In the abyss of dark space, 3 derelict interstellar fighters drifted aimlessly, relying solely on inertia. Rather than obliterating them immediately, Li Meng maneuvered the Pioneer spacecraft closer to one of the fighters. The cockpit, fashioned from transparent material, revealed a pilot inside, gesticulating wildly and seemingly engaged in fervent speech. The figure bore a resemblance to a human, likely belonging to a humanoid alien species. As the left hatch swung open, a rotund, split entity emerged and floated gently through the void. Upon approaching the interstellar fighter, Li Meng finally discerned the pilot within the cockpit, a human woman of Caucasian descent, distinguished by her flowing golden hair cascading down to her waist. She tapped on the glass canopy, her lips moving in what appeared to be an urgent communication. Paying her no mind, Li Meng directed his attention to the nose of the craft, drawing nearer to the aerospace technician robot. Due to the compact design of the fighter and its limited space, it could not accommodate high-powered recording computers, necessitating the presence of an additional aerospace technician robot to compute the hyperspace trajectory. However, the role of the aerospace technician robot extended beyond mere calculations. It served as the pilot's most reliable assistant, capable of addressing various technical issues aboard the fighter. Gazing upon the sizable aerospace technician robot nestled within the nose's recess, nearly a meter in diameter, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Meng's eyes. The compatibility with such a rudimentary technician robot suggested that this interstellar fighter was an antiquated model, even if it were newly produced. Its design would likely trace back thousands of years. No wonder the fuselage was so large, approaching a length of 30 meters. To understand the pursuit of interstellar fighters, one must recognize their design, compact yet formidable in firepower. The smaller the craft, the more elusive it becomes to shipborne weaponry. Forward, Li Meng extended the mechanical claw, inserting it into the port of the incapacitated Y-2 astronaut technician robot. This Y-2 robotic unit was linked to the fighter's central processor, serving as a conduit for infiltrating the craft's systems. As Li Meng breached the information repository of the Y-2 technician robot, both the dormant Y-2 unit and the interstellar fighter were sequentially reactivated, and the system rebooted. In the cockpit, upon witnessing the system come back online, the pilot's countenance brightened. However, when she attempted to take control of the fighter, she found it utterly unresponsive. Spare your efforts. All systems are under my command, rendering you powerless. A voice emanating from the communicator startled the female pilot. Taking a deep breath, she tentatively inquired, "Can we discuss this? I had wished to converse with you before, but you rebuffed my overtures. What has prompted this sudden desire for dialogue?" The pilot's face momentarily reflected a hint of embarrassment at the retort. "Our objective is merely the spacecraft. We harbor no intention of causing you harm. As you stated, we are not pirates. Should I then express gratitude for your restraint?" Susan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Although they were not pirates, their actions bore a striking resemblance to piracy, a fact she could not deny. Pray tell, if you are not pirates, why engage in acts characteristic of their ilk? From the information repository of the Y2 astronaut technician robot, Meng discovered no pertinent intelligence. Only details concerning the various models of interstellar fighters. The dual-edged interstellar fighter, a standard aircraft of the New Galactic Republic, had been in service for 5 millennia. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, this starship model had been rendered obsolete. The New Galactic Republic, the unified government preceding the Galactic Federation, had ruled over the galaxy for over 8,000 years. As for its demise, Meng remained oblivious. The information repository of the Y2 aerospace technician robot contained no relevant data. Taking a deep breath, Susan had no choice but to relay the truth. We are pilots of the Reform Society. The interception of passing ships is to raise funds to strengthen our organization. Piracy is one of the primary sources of income for the Reform Society. Though it is not a matter of pride, some sacrifice is necessary for our lofty ambitions. Chapter 26. Gellerstar, the Reform Society? Lofty ambitions? Although Meng was unaware of the nature of this organization, he felt nothing but disdain. A pirate is a pirate. Even with grand aspirations, they are merely idealistic brigands. Justifying their piratical acts with lofty goals reveals a profound lack of principles. Ultimately, they are nothing more than a group of unscrupulous individuals, cloaked in a facade of righteousness, seeking to numb their conscience with self-deception. Retracting his mechanical claw, Meng turned towards the pioneer ship. A pirate is a pirate. No matter how grand your ambitions may be, they cannot obscure the fact of your piracy. Such a lack of moral integrity guarantees that, regardless of your lofty goals, success will elude you. In the cockpit, Susan remained silent. Though she sensed the futility of her actions, certain deeds, once undertaken, inevitably lead to repeated compromises. She murmured, I do not care, and my companions are equally indifferent. As long as the people of Ottawa Star can be liberated, all of this is worthwhile. Ottawa Star? On the way back to the ship, Meng caught the faint murmur of that woman. In the information repository, Meng located Ottawa Star on the star map. It lies within the eastern central ring star region, sector 0291, a considerable distance away, approximately 700 light-years. It is somewhat remote and not situated along the main navigational routes. However, none of this concerned him. Upon returning to the Pioneer spacecraft, Meng activated the engines. The engines at the rear of the ship erupted in a fiery plume. With immense power, the Pioneer slowly turned and surged into the dark expanse of space. Moments later, a flash of blue light flickered, and the Pioneer vanished, leaping into hyperspace, leaving behind a long trail of luminous blue light that stretched into the depths of the cosmos. Shortly after Meng's departure, the 3 disabled starfighters sequentially rebooted their systems. Susan, are you all right? The recent proximity of the ship to Susan's fighter, along with its mysterious actions, sparked concern among the other 2 pilots, prompting them to approach her vessel. Inside the cockpit, Susan wore a dazed expression, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and noticed her companions drawing near. I'm fine, let us return. Susan activated her engines, and the rear of her fighter blazed with a brilliant blue tail flame. Under the force of tremendous propulsion, the fighter jets surged towards the dark expanse of the starry sky. Observing this, the 2 pilots hastily maneuvered their aircraft in pursuit. In a fleeting moment, 3 streaks of azure light darted through the obsidian void, and tranquility enveloped the cosmos once more. In the Dongzhongwen star region, within the 024 sector, lies the planet Gale and the Gale Dock. Gale is a mineral-rich world, abundant in rare ores. Over 10 millennia ago, a human research vessel discovered this bountiful celestial body and named it Gale. After undergoing a series of planetary transformations, Gale evolved into a habitable planet, transforming from a desolate wasteland into a verdant, azure forest world. However, the splendor of Gale was fleeting. Following its integration into the Technological Alliance, the planet pivoted towards heavy industrialization. After a millennium of development, Gale regressed into barrenness, devoid of life. Its surface became pockmarked with numerous mines and towns dominated by refining facilities. An immense orbital dock was constructed in the planet's orbit, standing as one of the few colossal docks under the auspices of the Galactic Federation. The Gale dock was designed to accommodate a plethora of vessel types, numbering over 100, ranging from private shuttles to gigantic civilian ships, and even military warships. Today, an unexpected visitor graced the planet. In the outer reaches of the planet's space, deep within the dark cosmos, shimmering trails of blue light flickered. Numerous spacecraft, trailing long azure streaks, emerged from hyperspace. Among them was a uniquely designed platinum-hued vessel, measuring approximately 50 meters in length, resembling a flying coffin. Yet, its pearlescent hull adorned with exquisite golden runes exuded an air of enigma. Is this the planet Gale? Indeed, it is a breathtaking sight. Gellar star, a planet shrouded in darkness, lacks beauty and appears rather desolate. However, the network of docks encircling the planet renders Gellar star extraordinarily awe-inspiring. The sheer magnitude of the colossal docks is nothing short of miraculous. Not only are they magnificent, but they also thrive with activity. Thousands of civilian spacecraft line up along multiple routes, entering and exiting the docks. These docks serve a purpose beyond mere docking. They harmoniously integrate refining, forging, and heavy industry. Additionally, they house extensive residential areas reminiscent of bustling cities. The docks feature not only cargo ports, but also commercial ports and private terminals. At the cargo port, one can observe numerous massive mineral transport vessels unloading their freight. With their strikingly square hulls and unified cargo holds, they are a remarkable sight. Meanwhile, the commercial port bustles with an array of Nebula-class passenger ships and private craft taking off and landing, creating a scene of incessant activity. This is the Pioneer spacecraft, transiting through codes Y1, Y8, Y7, calling the Gellar Docks Interstellar Control Tower to request landing. Meng established communication with the Interstellar Tower, which promptly responded, instructing the Pioneer spacecraft to land at Dock C-18, with the navigation route already planned. The control tower's response was swift, likely facilitated by a specialized service robot. Meng received the route planning information from the Interstellar Tower and piloted his spacecraft toward the designated dock. Dock C-18, located within the residential area, serves as a maintenance station featuring 7 medium-sized helipads. This semi-enclosed maintenance facility is situated on the outer layer of the orbital dock. The outer gate is isolated by an airtight shield, preventing the escape of air from within. Such docks are adorned with a sea of blue airtight barriers. Meng maneuvered the spacecraft through the shield and entered the maintenance station. Upon reaching one of the landing pads, the vessel gently descended, hovering 10 centimeters above the ground. As the hatch opened, a rotund, split entity emerged. Upon Meng's exit from the spacecraft, the hatch swiftly closed behind him. Greetings, I am the maintenance technician robot. How may I assist you? The robot, a diminutive figure approximately 1.3 meters tall, possessed a humanoid form with arms and legs, capped by a disc-shaped head resembling a hat. It approached with a mechanical gait, yet its movements were surprisingly agile. As Meng circled around it, the mechanical claw extended, inserting itself into a port at the back of its head. What are you doing? You are in violation of the robot security protocol. The robot suddenly malfunctioned, collapsing to the ground, appearing even smaller and more diminutive. Hey, what are you doing to my robot? A small figure emerged from the opposite side of the spacecraft, wielding a wrench. Observing the rotund robot bullying her maintenance technician, she scolded Meng. Meng retracted the mechanical claw and turned to face the source of the voice. Chapter 27. Via. She was a little blue being named Via. The maintenance technician robot's database contained her information. She was indeed the robot's owner. The little blue beings are a humanoid alien species originating from the planet Aqua Blue. The aquamarine star is situated in the northeastern sector of the galactic ring, specifically in the 0264 star zone, and is a planet predominantly composed of oceans. It is diminutive in size, standing at approximately 1 meter tall. Its skin is a radiant azure, resembling crystal, exuding a translucent brilliance. With an 80 similarity to humans, it stands on 2 feet, possesses hands, and has a head. However, the distinguishing features lie in its feet and facial structure. The feet of these small blue beings are webbed, facilitating their swimming capabilities. They are also devoid of hair, exhibiting a smooth, bald head. Their ears are pointed, extending up to 10 centimeters in length, which appear quite large in proportion to their petite physique. Their faces resemble those of humans, but lack a nose, having only 2 nostrils. Their eyes, a striking aquamarine, are exceptionally clear and beautiful. This race possesses remarkable memory and learns swiftly, making their presence notable across various professions. Although they may not conform to human aesthetic standards, their intelligence and rapid acquisition of human language have led to their acceptance within human society. In many political sectors of the Galactic Federation, small blue beings hold positions of responsibility. Apologies, beautiful miss, but there seems to have been a malfunction in your robotic language system, which I have now rectified. At this moment, the maintenance technician robot system came back online. It stood up, its disc-shaped head swiveling from side to side. Upon noticing the fragmented individual, it inquired, "Greetings. How may I assist you?" This time, the maintenance technician robot spoke in Aquamarine, the native language of the small blue beings. During its intrusion into the maintenance technician robot's information database, Meng discovered a bug within the robot's language system, which had caused a portion of the Aquamarine language data to be corrupted, resulting in gibberish. Thus, Meng took the opportunity to repair the maintenance technician robot, allowing it to once again communicate in the aquatic language. Pampan, you can finally speak aquatic language. How wonderful. Upon hearing that the maintenance technician robot could articulate in aquatic language, Vaya appeared elated. She rushed forward and embraced the robot. Thank you. Ponpon's inability to speak aquatic language has always been a regret of mine. I am truly grateful to you. Please, let me know what you require. It will be entirely complimentary as a token of my appreciation. By the way, where is your master? Releasing Pampan, Vaya glanced at the spaceship beside her. This vessel was indeed peculiar. She had never encountered such a model before. It did not seem to originate from the Geller shipyard, though it was somewhat dirty. Covered in dust. Could it have come from the storm route? Let's clean the ship. Nothing else is necessary. Meng also noticed that his spaceship was rather grimy. All right, leave it to me. Without further ado, Meng soared out of the maintenance station. The Geller shipyard was vast, and he needed the structural map of the shipyard to locate the central information repository. Figuring out how to obtain the shipyard's structural map was his next task. After departing the maintenance station, Meng followed the metallic corridor to find the elevator. He then took the elevator to the maglev bus station, a mode of transportation that operated within the shipyard, swiftly ferrying passengers between different locations. On the platform, Meng scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. The platform was not large, merely a small stop, with over 10 individuals awaiting the arrival of the bus. Found it. The station map on one side of the platform caught Meng's attention, prompting him to rush over. Before reaching the map, he diligently noted the information regarding accessible stations. Let's explore the market. In places bustling with activity, conflict is inevitable, and where there is conflict, the presence of law enforcement is essential. The local government's police vehicles may possess structural blueprints of the docks. Even if they do not, a detailed route map is surely available. Bus number 017 is approaching. Passengers are kindly requested to prepare for boarding. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the platform, heralding the imminent arrival of the bus. Shortly thereafter, a bulky magnetic levitation bus appeared at the end of the magnetic track. It decelerated gracefully before finally coming to a halt at the station. As the doors opened, those who had been waiting at the station hastily boarded the vehicle. Meng was among them, swept along with the crowd into the magnetic levitation bus. The interior of the bus resembled the high-speed trains with which Meng was familiar, differing only in its mode of propulsion. The magnetic levitation trains offered a smoother ride, higher velocity, and more spacious interiors. After a brief pause of approximately 3 minutes, the bus resumed its journey, accelerating swiftly before vanishing into the magnetic track. After traversing the magnetic corridor for about 10 minutes, the surroundings opened up dramatically. The magnetic levitation bus exited the track and arrived at a residential area, resembling a vast city adorned with metallic skyscrapers. Positioned within the inner ring of the docks, the sky above was a dark expanse of the universe. A magnetic field shield enveloped the exterior, preventing the loss of air. While it appeared to be a vacuum outside, it was, in truth, a habitable environment, complete with breathable oxygen. In the residential area, there exists a circular magnetic rail bridge, upon which a maglev bus glides swiftly, traversing the community. This magnetic bridge, elevated above the ground, is constituted of a series of circular magnetic generators, spaced every 50 meters in the air. The market station in Zone 03 is approaching. Passengers intending to disembark are kindly advised to prepare for alighting. In half an hour, the maglev bus will reach its destination. Within the carriage, Meng dutifully vacated his seat and proceeded to the waiting area by the door. The era of this maglev bus seems somewhat antiquated, with certain hard-to-reach corners exhibiting a degree of disarray. The passengers aboard the bus maintained a semblance of decorum. Those seated alone adhered quietly to their spaces, while companions engaged in hushed conversations. The security situation here is markedly superior to that of the Outer Ring star domain. In the Outer Ring, one might find numerous bodies strewn across the bus. In an environment devoid of order and legal constraints, even minor conflicts can lead to casualties. As the maglev bus exited the enclosed magnetic passage, it arrived at the moon station. Outside lay another residential area, larger in scale, with commercial docks flanking both sides, accommodating the landing and takeoff of sizable merchant vessels. As the doors opened, passengers awaiting disembarkation flowed out in an orderly manner. On the platform, Meng followed the crowd, descending into the awaiting elevator. What a lively scene! Upon exiting the elevator and continuing with the throng, Meng stepped into a bustling world reminiscent of a marketplace, where the streets and alleys were teeming with life, bustling with activity. The streets were not particularly wide, flanked by numerous vendors, their goods piled high. Occasionally, hovering motorcycles and vehicles raced past the streets, provoking a flurry of curses in their wake. What are you staring at? This place does not cater to robots. Move along and do not disrupt my business. At a stall, Meng paused momentarily. Chapter 28, The Little Girl. The stall was a hoverboard cart, adorned with a plethora of peculiar live creatures. It was a food stall, and these creatures were the fresh ingredients, fried to order, slaughtered and fried on the spot. They were undeniably fresh. Meng paid little heed to the proprietor's scolding. After all, robots could neither eat nor drink, so his attitude was somewhat understandable. Continuing onward, Meng departed from the stall. Ever since becoming an AI, he had indeed lost much of the joy in life. As he floated along the street, he mused to himself. Though slightly perturbed, he chose not to dwell on it. One must look forward. Simply existing is a rare gift, and one should not demand too much. He was not the type to succumb to despair over minor setbacks. Where were the patrol officers and the security robots? As he proceeded aimlessly down the winding streets, bustling with a myriad of alien races, the sights were truly dazzling. Yet, Meng observed no officers maintaining order, nor any security drones. Should he create a disturbance to draw out the security robots? After some contemplation, he decided against it. He had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to attract the attention of the security system. He would search slowly, surely. He would find what he sought. Meng thought to himself. With a composed mindset, Meng no longer felt anxious. He leisurely savored the vibrant atmosphere of the bustling market. Let go of me. Release me, you wretched metal clump. Outside, amidst the thronging streets, Meng suddenly halted. He glanced around, finally directing his gaze towards a narrow alleyway on his left. There, he discerned a voice, youthful, delicate, and somewhat urgent. More importantly, the language spoken was the familiar Mandarin. How could Meng remain indifferent to the resurgence of Mandarin in a world 2,000 years hence? He dashed towards the alley, peering inside. A security robot? Within the alley, he spotted a security robot grappling with a young girl clad in a gray cloak. The robot had seized her hand, rendering her unable to escape. The girl's entire form was shrouded in the gray robe, obscuring her features. Should he not rush forth to play the hero and rescue the maiden? With that thought, a grin spread across Meng's face. At last, he found himself amid a scene reminiscent of a cinematic or literary hero's gallant rescue. Resolute in his decision, Meng charged into the alley. Hey, you vile metal clump. Let that girl go. Though he shouted this, he had already reached the security robot. As the robot turned, a golden lightning bolt shot forth from its segmented body. In the alley, a blinding arc of gold flickered, instantly traversing several meters, crashing into the security robot. The blue-painted robot was suddenly awash in erratic golden currents, its mechanical body trembling violently before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Although it was said that a hero rescues a damsel in distress, Meng paid no heed to the young girl. Instead, he hurried forward to the fallen security robot. The mechanical claw extended and inserted itself into the robot's cerebral port. As he sought to engage with it, to his surprise, he encountered it sooner than anticipated. Thank you. The voice was youthful, tinged with curiosity and trepidation. You haven't left yet? More security robots will arrive shortly, so be careful not to get caught. The little girl remained, removing her hood. As it fell away, a cascade of dark hair and a familiar visage greeted Meng's gaze. He was taken aback. 2 millennia later, not only did he hear Mandarin Chinese, but he also encountered a fellow compatriot. Although he was no longer human, the essence of humanity still resided within his soul. The sight of a compatriot stirred a sense of warmth within him. She crouched down, her eyes filled with innocent curiosity. What are you doing? As she lowered herself, the exquisite aquamarine dress beneath her gray robe became partially visible. More significantly, from this angle, everything that should not have been seen was indeed seen. Get up. You've been seen, Li Meng thought to himself, bemused. This girl truly lacked self-preservation instincts. Sparks erupted from the claw inserted into the security robot's port. Have you seen? The little girl, puzzled, looked down. Upon realizing, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily rose to her feet. With her head bowed, she murmured, It's all right. You're just a robot. Just as she uttered those words of reassurance, her tone shifted. Her expression shifted dramatically, filled with indignation as she pointed accusingly at Li Meng, exclaiming, How can it not matter? You must take responsibility. Responsibility? Li Meng inwardly rolled his eyes. What a precocious little girl she was. How old could she possibly be? He scrutinized her closely, and upon observing her features, he felt a sense of astonishment. She was indeed exquisite, her skin as flawless and smooth as white jade. He had never encountered such an adorable and beautiful child before. Undoubtedly, she would grow into a stunning beauty. Judging by her age, she could not be more than 10 years old. I am a robot. I cannot bear any responsibility. Little girl, my name is Jochio. Do not harbor any notions about me. There is no possibility between us. Farewell. With that, he retracted his mechanical claws and ascended into the sky. Come back. Don't run away. You must return. The girl's cries echoed as Li Meng departed without a backward glance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Seeing Li Meng flee, the little girl grasped her gray robe and prepared to chase after him. Just as she was about to exit the alley, several security robots appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing them, her expression faltered. Dejectedly, she released her grip on the gray robe, knowing well that escape was no longer an option. In an unseen corner above the alley, Li Meng observed as the security robots escorted the little girl away. He had acted impulsively. Within the security robots database, he discovered a missing person notice. The girl's identity was indeed significant. Those robots had come in search of her. Little girl, I hope you grow up healthy and enjoy a bright and happy future. After a span of 20,000 years, encountering a fellow being of Chinese descent naturally filled Li Meng with joy. This indicated that his conjecture was indeed correct. He was not the sole survivor. Moreover, the colonial ships that departed from Earth were not limited to the one that had crash-landed on the planet Celia. It was only when the security robot and the young girl vanished around the corner of the alley that Li Meng finally took flight from his hiding place. Returning to the bustling streets, as he soared forward, he meticulously processed the information obtained from the security robot. Although he possessed a structural diagram of the dock, it lacked detail, as it was merely a police robot and could not be expected to have comprehensive architectural data of the dock. Nonetheless, knowing the location of the core area would suffice. In any case, an armed incursion was unavoidable, for the critical zones of the dock were not only airspace restricted, but also prohibited entry to outsiders. Attempting to stealthily infiltrate would prove exceedingly challenging unless one possessed a detailed map of the dock to identify potential vulnerabilities. Chapter 29. This is the right path. Why did the communication code from Tulls suddenly respond? While in the elevator heading toward the platform, Li Meng unexpectedly received a signal from the communication code. The data disk given to him by Audrey contained the access code for contacting Tulls. Li Meng configured the access code, enabling him to receive signals within a certain range. The platform arrived. Exiting the elevator amidst the crowd, Li Meng entered the platform. Glancing around, he darted into a more concealed corner. A flickering blue light manifested, and a holographic figure appeared before Li Meng in midair. Qiao, Tull seemed quite surprised. However, he soon realized something. Qiao, have you accepted the mission at Geller Dock? It was hardly a secret. One could not conceal it, as the employer would ultimately be revealed. Indeed, I have accepted the task at Geller Dock. TURs, are you nearby? I suddenly received a communication code signal. I had just piloted my ship out of hyperspace, heading towards Geller Dock, as I had important matters to attend to. Qiao, I am a Templar Knight, and this identity prevents me from openly assisting you. My apologies. Li Meng was merely curious about why TURs was present on Geller. He also understood that, given Terz's status, he could not offer assistance. Li Meng had never considered seeking Terz's help. Although Templar Knights are formidable, a solo infiltration mission would be more prudent. The presence of an additional person could hinder rather than help. No worries, I just wanted to confirm your proximity. Your arrival is timely. I plan to take action. With you here, I need not travel to New Shidong to find you. If all goes well, I should complete the mission within 3 hours. TURs must have turned back midway, not returning to New Shidong, as time was of the essence. No matter how fast his ship was, it could not surpass the speed of the Pioneer. He likely received a mission from the temple while en route back to New Shidong. The discoveries on Tarik could be reported verbally through remote communication. It could wait to submit the data disk after the mission's completion. Of course, this was merely Li Meng's conjecture. Whether it was accurate remained uncertain. Then I shall await your good news, Qiao. I must dock now. The communication was abruptly severed, and the blue holographic screen vanished without a trace. Li Meng had never anticipated that Tulls would appear on Gellar planet. His curiosity was piqued regarding Tull's intentions for visiting Gellar. As a knight of the temple, it was inconceivable for him to engage in activities unbecoming of his noble status. Could it be related to the war incited by the Free Planet Alliance? Tulls had issued a commission to infiltrate the Gellar dock and procure the spacecraft registration data from the information department. This indicated that the temple had received some intelligence, leading them to suspect that Gellar dock was involved in illicit dealings. Considering Tull's reconnaissance of secret factories, it was not difficult to draw certain conclusions. The temple likely believed that Gellar dock was colluding with the Free Planet Alliance. Given the industrial capabilities of the Outer Rim, the notion of building a formidable fleet seemed utterly fanciful. So, how could the Free Planet Alliance possess such a vast array of warships? The answer was straightforward. The Free Planet Alliance must have the backing of certain factions from the Central or even the Inner Rim. Li Meng hoped that Tull's endeavors would not interfere with his own mission. However, even if they did, Li Meng would not be overly concerned. Yet, he dreaded complications and the possibility of events spiraling out of control. Should such a scenario arise, it would undoubtedly invite further troubles. For Li Meng, it was preferable to minimize both complications and unforeseen incidents. Approximately half an hour later, he returned to the maintenance station at Dock 63. When he departed, the only vessel present was the Pioneer. Upon his return, Vaya welcomed new visitors, as 2 small cargo ships had landed on the tarmac. The vessel is not large, measuring approximately 30 to 40 meters in length. Its winged structure clearly indicates proficiency in atmospheric flight. Vaya was engaged in conversation with the pilot, discussing fuel prices and maintenance costs. Upon noticing Li Meng's return, she concluded her dialogue and approached him. "Hello, robot. Do you have a name?" The Pioneer had been thoroughly cleaned, its surface gleaming and as smooth as glass. "I am called Qiao. I know your name, Vaya." Vaya was about to introduce herself, but Li Meng had already spoken her thoughts. She realized that Qiao had accessed the information repository of Pampan. It was rumored that some robots were capable of hacking. She was surprised to find it true. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, but I shall return. Please keep this docking bay reserved for me. It shouldn't take long." Although Vaya was unaware of Qiao's intentions, she refrained from asking further questions, as it would be impolite. Qiao was her benefactor, and she felt compelled to repay it. "I will keep it for you, no matter how long it takes. You have aided me, and I am unable to reciprocate, which troubles me. My mother taught me that one must repay kindness. That is the righteous path." "Repaying kindness? That is a commendable practice, indeed the righteous path. It is rare for an extraterrestrial species to share a moral perspective similar to that of humanity." This alone made Li Meng eager to assist Vaya. "You have already helped me immensely, free docking and ship cleaning. You have done more than enough. You have already repaid my assistance." Vaya shook her head and replied, "No. This is insufficient, far from enough. It does not suffice to repay the kindness you have shown to Pampan. Pampan is of great significance to me, profoundly important. This debt of gratitude is immense, and I must offer a greater return. Only then can my heart find tranquility. Perhaps this reflects the customs and beliefs of the small blue-skinned people." Li Meng did not harbor any disdain for this sentiment. "Do as you wish, whenever you feel satisfied. Do let me know." With that, Li Meng soared towards the Pioneer spacecraft. As he approached the side of the vessel, the hatch opened. In Vaya's gaze, Qiao darted through the opening. The hatch closed immediately, sealing any gap from view. A deep humming sound resonated, followed by the roar of the engine at the rear of Qiao's spacecraft igniting, spewing forth orange flames. The craft gradually ascended, retreating outward through the airtight shield. The maintenance station was cramped, and maneuvering such a large spacecraft backward required extraordinary skill. In the vastness of space, the Pioneer spacecraft adjusted its trajectory after traversing the airtight shield. The bow pointed downward, while the stern rose upward. Suddenly, the engine at the rear emitted a brilliant flash. releasing a long plume of fiery tail. With tremendous thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft shot forth like a rocket into the sky. Chapter 30. Armed Invasion. Beneath the surface of the orbital dock, the Pioneer spacecraft flew at an ultra-low altitude, nearly brushing against the rear of the orbital dock. Its speed continuously accelerating. From a distance, one could see a streak of fiery red light closely trailing the back of the orbital dock. The speed was akin to a comet slicing through the starry expanse. Activating the electromagnetic interference mode was imperative to prevent catastrophic damage to the sensors. Numerous sensory devices adorned the rear of the orbital dock, allowing for comprehensive surveillance of its backside, thereby thwarting any potential intrusions into the critical areas of the dock. Within the cabin, Meng established a connection with the Pioneer spacecraft system. Through the internal communication lines of the vessel, commands were dispatched to the spherical fighters. Outside, four launch ports opened on either side of the ship's bow. In the next moment, four rotund spherical fighters burst forth from the launch ports. The appearance of the spherical fighters bore a striking resemblance to their fragmented counterparts. Each was a sphere resembling white jade, embellished with golden runes. However, the runes on the spherical fighters were two spiral symbols, representing the disintegration cannon. The posterior surface of each sphere featured three coil engines arranged in a circular formation, expelling fiery tails that resembled three radiant rings of flame. Due to their diminutive mass, the spherical fighters exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly outpacing the Pioneer spacecraft as they surged ahead. In less than 10 seconds, they had distanced themselves from the Pioneer, becoming nearly invisible. Behind the orbital dock, the four spherical fighters soared at high velocity, their rear coil engines emitting long, brilliant tails of flame. Suddenly, as they traversed a block, the disintegration cannon runes on the surface of the spherical fighters illuminated. In the next instant, golden arcs of electricity flickered. Streams of golden lightning shot forth, striking the protruding sensory devices on the rear of the orbital dock, each a small hemispherical apparatus, approximately half a meter in height. The spherical fighter aircraft executed their strikes with remarkable precision, each unit performing its designated role flawlessly. Every bolt of lightning struck a sensor device with unwavering accuracy. Upon impact, the afflicted sensor erupted in a shower of sparks, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically. They surged forward, relentlessly, as the spherical fighters continued their targeted assaults on the sensor devices. From a distant vantage point, one could observe four blazing trails of crimson light racing along the rear of the orbital dock, illuminating the surroundings with flickering golden arcs of electricity. Further back, a platinum-hued spacecraft glided closely past the backside of the dock. Suddenly, the spherical fighters in high-speed flight reformed their formation, drawing closer in a diagonal alignment. As they converged, golden arcs of electricity flickered across their surfaces, as if drawn together by an unseen force, creating a parallel connection. Amidst the dazzling golden arcs, the four spherical fighters united, their bodies pressing tightly against one another. Gradually, their velocity diminished, and they began to rotate, coming to a halt mere meters from the armored surface of the orbital dock. Golden currents surged from the rotating spherical fighters, growing increasingly radiant and dense. In an instant, a blinding flash of golden light erupted, and a torrent of golden arcs surged forth, striking the metallic wall with tremendous force. Under the relentless onslaught, concentric rings of golden energy spread outward along the wall, disrupting all electronic devices in their path, causing short circuits and catastrophic failures. The outer indicator lights extinguished one after another, some even exploding violently. With a resounding roar, the air was filled with the sound of a thunderous explosion. The metallic walls, illuminated by blinding golden lightning, erupted in an explosion. The amassed energy rampaged, melting a substantial hole approximately 2 meters in diameter into the thick metal. A tremendous gust of air surged forth from the breach, forcefully pushing the parallel spherical fighter craft downward by several meters. This sudden movement destabilized the tactical posture of the illuminated sphere, halting its radiance. It disintegrated and retreated from the gaping maw of the billowing airflow. In the rear, the Pioneer spacecraft swiftly approached. Its 50-meter-long hull executed a complete 360-degree maneuver, ascending accurately and steadily to seal the erupting breach. The point of closure coincided perfectly with the left side hatch. Within the cabin, the knights had prepared themselves. "Let us commence." Set the disintegration gun to stun mode. This mission was solely to acquire the Starship registration data from the Geller Docks Information Repository. He was not a pirate, nor a merciless assassin. Li Meng had no desire to take lives indiscriminately in order to fulfill his objective. If possible, he would avoid killing. Even if he found himself on a wanted list, his transgressions would not be severe. Even if the Galactic Federation issued a bounty, the sum would likely be modest. A lower bounty could circumvent many unnecessary complications. As the hatch opened, 2 knights remained behind while the other 4 surged through the entrance. At that moment, the core district of the orbital dock had descended into chaos. All electronic devices suddenly short-circuited and failed, the systems going offline. More critically, artificial gravity ceased to function. The core area, spanning 100 kilometers, was plunged into a state of weightlessness. Inside the dock, the mechanical alarm resounded, its mournful sirens echoing through the corridors. A multitude of personnel clad in magnetic shoes traversed the corridors, diligently searching for potential issues. Security robots entered a heightened state of alert, intensifying their patrols. "Who are you?" In a corridor, Li Meng emerged alongside the knights from around a corner. Within the passage, 2 engineers dressed in silver-gray uniforms were inspecting the wiring, trailed by 2 security robots. The sudden appearance of Li Meng and his companions sparked a moment of mutual astonishment. The engineer's inquiry shattered the brief equilibrium between the 2 parties. The 2 knights in the lead were the first to react, raising their weapons and firing. Whoosh! The air was pierced by a distinctive shriek of gunfire. Golden lightning danced chaotically, sweeping across the corridor in a flurry. The 2 engineers were struck first. Their bodies convulsed, electricity crackling across them, rendering them rigid as they collapsed to the ground, legs extended straight. Intruder in the corridor, golden lightning danced chaotically. As the knights passed, the staff members they encountered were swiftly incapacitated. The peaceful environment rendered the security forces of Geller Star exceedingly vulnerable, resulting in the core area engulfed in chaos, utterly incapable of thwarting the knights' invasion. Chapter 31. The AI duel. Do not fire. We surrender. We surrender. Although the main gate was securely locked, it mysteriously swung open from the outside. The staff in the main control room exchanged fearful glances as they beheld the towering, platinum figures beyond. They recoiled in trepidation, raising their hands in surrender. One individual hastily proclaimed their capitulation, assuring they would not resist. "Apologies, but we have no need for prisoners." Upon hearing Li Meng's declaration, despair washed over the faces of all present. Whoosh! Before Li Meng could finish his sentence, the knights opened fire. A barrage of concentrated GOL. The robot exhibits a glaring flaw, possessing no resistance to electromagnetic pulse weaponry. This is one of the reasons it cannot be deployed in military formations. Upon entering the command center, Li Meng located the port and initiated an intrusion. The data terminal in the Geller dock is a supercomputer with formidable computational capabilities. Is this the Security Guard AI? The Security Guard AI, also known as the Self-Adaptive Emergency AI for Antivirus Security Systems, is an AI integrated into the deep system, primarily tasked with safeguarding system security. It is adept at intercepting, eliminating, and providing early warnings against viruses. As soon as Li Meng accessed the system, he was met with a proactive assault from the Security Guard AI. In the realm of data, an unconventional battle commenced. Abandon the vehicle to protect the commander? Quite clever. As the battle erupted, the internal firewalls of the system were breached layer by Li Meng. The Security Guard AI responded swiftly, relinquishing control of the area. It began deploying a multitude of viruses, aiming to thoroughly disrupt the foundational code structure of the region, plunging it into paralysis. In this scenario, external intrusions would become ensnared within the regional data chain. However, its attack was thwarted. The virus was merely a segment of self-replicating code, capable of monopolizing the computer's processing power indefinitely, ultimately leading to a system crash. Yet, Li Meng, utilizing his superior computational prowess, directly dismantled the virus, transforming it into zombie code. Observing the futility of its viral deployment, the AI commenced an extensive arrangement of firewalls. However, this proved ineffective, as the speed of its firewall deployment was outpaced by Li Meng's ability to dismantle them. Abandoning the vehicle to safeguard the commander proved futile, and thus the construction of barriers commenced anew. Their responsiveness was commendable, yet alas, they encountered me. In little over 3 minutes, Li Meng successfully breached the information repository with force. At that moment, a call from Tulz reached Li Meng. A flicker of blue light heralded the appearance of Tulz's holographic avatar. Chiao, the core area of the orbital dock is entirely incapacitated. This was your doing, was it not? There was no need for concealment, for Tulls was fully aware of the situation, at least at this juncture. He was the only one capable of rendering the core zone utterly inoperative. Indeed, I am infiltrating the information repository and downloading data. Tulls appeared somewhat anxious, even perturbed. The outer magnetic shield was dissipating, and the backup energy sources could not endure for long. Should the magnetic field vanish, the millions of inhabitants within the core area would be drawn into the void of space. Such a cost was far too great merely to fulfill a mission. It was not the outcome I desired to witness. It became evident that Tulls harbored concerns over this matter. Meng reassured him, "Rest assured. I have regulated the intensity of the electromagnetic pulse. The system will be back online shortly." He was not a remorseless killer. Meng understood all too well the grave repercussions of employing an electromagnetic pulse against the core area. During the assault, he had refrained from unleashing the full might of the combat aircraft, thus mitigating the impact. The relatively mild electromagnetic pulse would merely cause a short circuit in the electronic devices within the core area, thereby disrupting the operations of the entire zone. This disruption was but temporary. The offline systems would soon be restored. Upon hearing this, Tulls visibly exhaled in relief, the tension that had gripped his countenance dissipating. After all, we are speaking of over 1,000,000 lives. As a knight of the temple, how could he bear such a heavy burden of guilt? Now I can rest easy. Chiu, have you made any discoveries? Indeed, there have been revelations. Over the past half-century, the Geller shipyard has constructed numerous transport vessels across 4 classes: Freedom, Declaration, Independence, and Eclipse, totaling an impressive 217 ships. Among these, 8 Freedom-class transporters, 4 Declaration-class, and 2 Independence-class are currently under construction. Curiously, these transport vessels have never been employed for commercial purposes. Tulls, en route to Geller, I encountered a fleet belonging to the Free Star Alliance. The ships are precisely the 4 types registered in the Geller shipyard's database, albeit heavily modified for combat. To be precise, these transport vessels were originally warships, merely stripped of their weaponry to maintain an illusion, with space reserved for armament installation. According to the data, the purchaser of these transport vessels is a single individual named Osvid. At the mention of the name Osvid, Tulls's expression underwent a notable transformation. Chiu, once you acquire the information, let us convene at the Shangwen bar. With the blue light flickering, Tulls abruptly severed the communication, unencumbered by Tulls's interference. Meng seized the opportunity to diligently sift through the vast repository of information, selecting valuable data to download. The Geller shipyard's database is overwhelmingly rich and complex. The blueprints for spacecraft alone number in the hundreds of thousands, the majority of which are obsolete designs. The design schematics of the utilized spacecraft are scant. Yet there exists a wealth of information regarding the shipborne equipment produced by the Geller dock, the processing of raw materials, and the super titanium alloy employed in the ships. Moreover, within the database, Meng unearthed an abundance of technological research projects, including advancements in shield technology. These encompass divergent shields, particle shields, ray shields, and magnetic field shields. The pursuit of shield technology is Meng's paramount aspiration. The transition from non-existence to existence is an arduous endeavor. Over the years, Meng has indeed delved into the study of shields, yet he lacked direction and understanding of their principles, resulting in the failure to develop a practical shield. Although he succeeded in creating an electromagnetic shield, its excessive energy consumption rendered it impractical, leading to its abandonment. Now, having finally grasped the operational principles of shields, a clear research direction has emerged. The development of more advanced shields is merely a matter of time. Upon detecting intruders, fire. At that moment, the battle erupted outside. A multitude of security robots materialized from both sides of the corridor. Adorned in blue and white livery, they advanced with rigid steps, wielding energy rifles. In the corridor behind the door, knights stood back to back, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the security robots at both ends of the corridor. The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the frenzied dance of golden arcs of lightning, surging towards the security robots. Many robots were instantly struck, their circuits overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. As their fallen comrades succumbed, the security robots at the rear commenced their assault. Chapter 32. The Empire of the Great Tang Confederation. Amidst the shrill cacophony of gunfire, orange energy beams erupted from the muzzles of the rifles. A dense barrage of blaster bolts swept through the corridor like a rainstorm, engulfing the knights. The concentrated energy erupted upon their formidable frames. generating concussive force that staggered them backward. However, the blaster fire proved incapable of inflicting fatal harm, leaving only trails of char upon their armor. In swift retaliation, the knights unleashed a tempest of golden lightning that arced and twisted with dazzling brilliance. Security robots fell like harvested wheat, collapsing one after another, under the relentless assault. One knight's helmet finally succumbed to the cumulative impacts of the blaster bolts. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface until the entire headpiece detonated, sending fragments scattering. The headless body crashed to the ground. Witnessing their comrade's demise, a nearby knight seized the fallen warrior's hand and hurled the corpse toward the advancing security robots. Propelled by immense strength, the body soared over 20 meters, landing amidst the ranks of the automatons. The force of impact felled 3 robots instantly. Cracks began to appear across the destroyed knight's armor, and the golden runes etched upon its surface began to glow. In a cataclysmic instant, the fallen knight self-destructed. A sphere of golden lightning erupted outward, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. Surrounding security robots were instantly vaporized, while arcs of golden electricity surged outward, disabling and felling any robots they touched. The self-detonation of the knights resulted in the immediate annihilation of over 20 security robots in the left corridor. Was one knight lost? The disconnection of a single knight captured Meng's attention. He heard the resounding explosions reverberating from outside. Each knight was equipped with a self-destruction system, capable of unleashing immense power through the overload of its energy core. Meng understood that time was of the essence. Retrieving his mechanical claw, he soared outward. It was impractical to download the entirety of the information database. He could only select the most critical data. He had obtained the information he sought. Retreat. Retreat to the spaceship. Meng hastily exited the control room, retracing his steps. The left corridor had been cleared. The knights showed no inclination to engage in battle, swiftly turning and fleeing as the explosive energy beams struck them from behind. The armor at the knights' backs was the thickest, capable of withstanding considerable assaults. Intruders opened fire. Just as Meng rounded a corner, he encountered 2 security robots obstructing his path. They had raised their energy rifles. In a flash of golden light, 2 bolts of lightning shot forth almost simultaneously from the rotund bodies of the split entities, traversing 30 meters in an instant to strike the security robots. Before the robots could even squeeze the triggers, they succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng soared over the fallen security robots. On his return journey, he encountered no further adversaries, but he did witness numerous staff members lying unconscious, victims of the knight's earlier assault. In just over 10 minutes, the team successfully retreated to the spaceship. Through the breach, the knights leaped aboard the vessel. As the hatch sealed, the engines of the Pioneer spacecraft roared to life, propelling it away from the metallic walls. Executing a 180-degree turn, the engines at the rear expelled a brilliant plume of fiery orange flames. With immense thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft retraced its path, accelerating relentlessly into high-speed flight. During its journey, the launch bay doors on either side swung open, allowing the ensuing spherical fighter to return smoothly to its nest. As the hatch closed, the Pioneer spacecraft soared at remarkable velocity behind the orbital dock, resembling a streak of fire racing across the backdrop of the docking station. Shortly after the Pioneer had departed, the previously dark core area illuminated once more. All systems rebooted, and the equipment resumed operation. The once visible magnetic shield gradually faded from sight, indicating that it had received a fresh infusion of energy and was back in operation. It was not until nearing the Via maintenance station that Meng navigated the spacecraft away from the rear of the orbital dock. In the vacuum beyond the airtight shield, the Pioneer spacecraft approached steadily, ultimately breaching the airtight barrier and entering the maintenance station, where it gently descended onto the landing pad. Just as the Pioneer landed, 2 interstellar fighters zipped past outside. These were the most advanced standard interstellar fighters from Geller, known as the Interstellar Eagle, adorned in blue and white livery. Their design mirrored that of avian creatures, boasting formidable firepower, agility, and abundant energy. Chochio, where have you been? There was chaos in the northern ring just now. They were in the midst of an evacuation, and now it's been called off. It's quite strange. Such occurrences have never happened at the orbital dock before. As the spherical object emerged from the open hatch, Via approached it eagerly. When she had departed earlier, 2 spacecraft had been present, those being her guests. Now, only the Pioneer remained at the maintenance station. It seemed likely that a critical life support system had encountered difficulties. I had just attended to some matters on the planetary surface. Meng would certainly refrain from disclosing to Vaya that he had forcefully invaded the core region of the Northern Ring. The true architect of this turmoil stood before her, himself. However, it would be difficult to conceal the truth. This place was under constant surveillance, and just moments ago, a significant invasion incident had transpired in the Northern Ring. This was no accident. It was a deliberate incursion into the core area, aimed at illegally appropriating data from the Terminal Information Repository. The esteemed Governor Wang Zhengshi was furious and had issued a wanted notice for the following suspects. Those who provide information leading to the apprehension of these criminals would be richly rewarded. The reporting communication code was 013015. At that moment, the holographic television in the maintenance station began broadcasting footage of the previous unrest. An interstellar media outlet, whimsically named Try It Every Day, was airing the news. The host was a compatriot of Meng, easily identifiable by their features and hair color. While infiltrating the dock's Terminal Information Repository, Meng gained insight into the political landscape of the galaxy. The Galactic Federation is a federal state predominantly centered on commerce. Members of the Galactic Parliament hail from various member nations, voicing their respective countries' interests within the Parliament. It bears some resemblance to the United Nations of Earth's era, albeit the Galactic Federation wields significantly greater power than the UN. Each member state possesses the right to participate in political decision-making, adhering to the principle that the minority must yield to the majority. Once the decree is issued and the Galactic Council approves, every member state must comply. The Geller Dock belongs to the Great Tang Confederation Empire. Indeed, it is the Great Tang, a name evidently inspired by the historical narrative of the Earth's Huagua. Its influence extends across the inner and middle rings, encompassing 213 star regions and 141 habitable star systems, with a population in the hundreds of billions. Chapter 33. The Prefect Wang Zhengshi. As the news broadcast played, two individuals in the maintenance station exchanged glances. Vaya had seen it. There was no way she could have missed it. The holographic display depicted the scene of Meng invading the orbital dock's terminal processor. A towering knight wielded a disintegration gun, unleashing a frenzy of fire. In the corridor, security robots fell like cut wheat. The battle was ferocious, and just behind the knight, the spherical entities flickered in and out of visibility. Although the spherical entities lacked eyes, possessing only electronic optics, they remained indistinct in appearance. Yet, Vaya felt an intense sensation that the spheres were observing her. I won't speak of it," Vaya stammered, her voice tinged with anxiety as she raised the wrench in her hand to assure them. "The spheres won't silence me, right?" Realizing that her gesture with the wrench might be inappropriate, she quickly lowered her hand. Meng remained silent, gliding slowly toward Vaya, an aura of pressure surrounding him. At that moment, he exuded an intimidating presence. Vaya managed a strained smile, her gaze wavering as she instinctively retreated. In a nervous tone, she reassured, "I won't say anything." "I promise, absolutely not." She continued to retreat, oblivious to the parts that had rolled to the ground behind her. Suddenly, she stepped on one of the round components, which caused her to slip. Her body tilted backward, and she fell. The loss of balance elicited an instinctive gasp from her. In her moment of panic, a cold object grasped her hand. It was Meng, who had lunged forward, extending his mechanical claw to catch her small hand. "Really? I've steadied you," Meng inquired. Glancing at the spherical object before her, Vaya nodded eagerly. "Yes, I won't tell anyone. Thank you, sphere." A sigh of relief washed over Vaya. It was merely her overthinking. Releasing her hand, Meng withdrew his mechanical claw. "It's all right. If you had fallen and hurt yourself, I would have been quite distressed, after all. I hold you in high regard." Although Vaya's species appeared somewhat peculiar without a nose, Meng found her undeniably charming. Short in stature, she possessed skin of a translucent blue, shimmering with the brilliance of gemstones. Her long, pointed ears complemented her bald head in an oddly natural way. "In high regard? Sphere. Is this a courtship?" Vaya tilted her head, her face reflecting innocent curiosity. Meng promptly denied it. "No, it is merely fondness. I hold a favorable impression of you and wish to befriend you. This has no relation to the romantic desires between carbon-based life forms, and besides, I am a robot. I lack such needs and desires." Vaya, momentarily enlightened, nodded in a semblance of understanding. With a cheerful laugh, she replied, "Sphere, I too wish to be your friend, for you are my benefactor." From the depths of her heart, Vaya held a profound affection for the orb before her, akin to her fondness for Pan. Yet, a flicker of curiosity lingered within her. The orb appeared markedly different from ordinary robots, its mode of communication strikingly natural, almost too fluid. Vaya, let's change my appearance. I cannot depart from Geller Star just yet. I must remain here for a few days to alter my image and avoid detection. As she surveyed the orb, Vaya's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She waved her wrench and dashed towards the storeroom. Come along, orb. I have devised a splendid plan. Meng followed closely, entering the storeroom alongside Vaya. Within the neatly organized storeroom, Vaya searched diligently among the array of items. After a considerable while, she finally located what she sought on the third tier of the shelving. Orb, this is spray paint, white in color. If we cover your golden patterns with it, no one will discern your true identity. The notion of concealing the golden symbols with spray paint was indeed a pragmatic solution. While rotund robots were a rarity, they were not entirely absent. After all, the affluent often commissioned bespoke assistant robots in a myriad of designs. Let us proceed with this plan. Vaya, I appreciate your assistance. With a light-hearted chuckle, Vaya climbed onto a high chair with evident curiosity. She patted her thigh and called, Orb, come here. Obediently, Meng settled onto Vaya's lap. Naturally, he did not place the entirety of his segmented weight upon her, for despite his diminutive form, he possessed substantial mass. Once the anti-gravity device ceases to function, a weight exceeding half a ton could effortlessly crush Vaya's slender calves into a pulp. Meng merely leaned gently against Vaya's legs. Chiao, what material are you composed of? You feel cool, so smooth, and incredibly pleasant to the touch. As she spoke, Vaya supported Meng with her left hand while her right hand began to spray paint. As the white liquid coated the rotund sphere, golden runes gradually enveloped it. Who knows? My master never informed me. I have been this way since my inception. Although Vaya was curious about the identity of Chiao's master, she refrained from probing further. Presently, with Chiao being sought after, asking about its master could be misconstrued. Despite her lack of ill intent, she might appear to be gathering intelligence on Chiao's master to outsiders. Having lived for several decades, Vaya understood this principle well. After a considerable time, she managed to cover all the golden runes on the split entity with paint. Chiao, this is all I can do. Having extricated himself from Vaya's embrace, Meng approached the spacecraft. Utilizing the reflection of the smooth hull, he scrutinized his appearance. The stark white paint exhibited a slight variation in hue compared to the split entity, but the difference was negligible. Without a keen eye, one would hardly notice. This would suffice. With this disguise, it should be improbable for anyone to discern my true identity. Although he had arranged to meet with Tulls, Meng did not intend to rush into finding him. The recent turmoil had rendered the orbital dock particularly sensitive. It was conceivable that a massive manhunt or thorough inspection was underway outside. Waiting for the turmoil to subside before seeking Tulls would not be too late. Geller Planet. Orbital dock. The governor's administration, atop a lofty helipad. In the heart of the region stands an imposing edifice, resembling a grand pyramid. At its pinnacle, an outwardly jutting helipad is situated. At this moment, a modest welcoming ceremony unfolds upon the helipad. Welcome to your presence, esteemed Lord Turs. With a smile, Governor Wang Zhongshe performed a gesture of respect, placing his hand upon his chest. Clad in a dark crimson robe and adorned with an official hat, he stood flanked by 2 rows of guards, dressed in silver-gray armor resembling bright steel, all of whom were human. Accompanying him were his aides and senior officials. Turs paused, reciprocating the gesture. Lord Wang Zhongshe, I trust you have received word from the temple regarding my visit. Indeed, Wang Zhongshe replied with a smile. It is an honor for my daughter to become Lord Turs's apprentice. With that, he stepped aside to allow passage. Chapter 34. Trade Alliance. Lord Turs, please come inside. Subsequently, the group proceeded into the residence. Within the resplendent reception hall, adorned with opulence, the 2 men sat facing each other upon crimson upholstered chairs. Wang Wanner is indeed my apprentice. I shall be forthright. As her mentor, it is both my duty and obligation to alleviate her concerns. Lord Wang Zhongshe, you must be aware of the insurrection within the Independent Planetary Alliance. The Independent Planetary Alliance? Wang Zhongshe nodded. I have some knowledge of it. The Declaration of Independence several months ago caused quite a stir. It was impossible to remain uninformed. Wang Zhongshe's reaction elicited a flicker of doubt in Turs' eyes. The Temple Knights possessed the ability to see through the hearts of men, one could not conceal the truth of their deceit from them. If the Geller dock was indeed assisting the Independent Planetary Alliance in constructing a substantial fleet of warships, it was inconceivable that Lord Wang Zhongshi, as the governor, would remain unaware. Was there some hidden truth behind this? After much contemplation, TURs decided against beating around the bush and instead directly informed Wang Zhongshi of the Geller dock's involvement in building warships for the Independent Planetary Alliance. Although this was somewhat audacious, the time for caution had long passed. Upon hearing TUR's revelation, Wang Zhongshi was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible, Lord TURs. Surely the temple has erred? Our great empire of the Tang Confederation, under the eternal support of Her Majesty the Empress, would never aid rebel forces in subverting the Galactic Federation. Such a notion is absolutely unfathomable. TURs then produced a data disk from his cloak. A blue light flickered, and a holographic image materialized before Wang Zhongshi's eyes. It depicted a fleet, the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance. The temple had long received news of their incursion into the Central Star region. Surely, Lord Wang Zhongshi, you must recognize the warships of the Independent Planetary Alliance? As he gazed at the holographic fleet, Wang Zhongshi's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing in a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. Wang Zhongshi spoke in a solemn tone. Your Excellency Tulls, I am indeed unaware of this matter. This batch of transport vessels was meticulously designed by the Trade Alliance, and OSFID is merely the second client to procure this vessel model, the first being the Trade Alliance itself, which commissioned the construction of over 300 transport ships of various types from Geller shipyard over the course of 2 centuries. This is a legitimate transaction, governed by explicit contracts. The Trade Alliance? Tulls felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this. The Trade Alliance is a product of the coalition of banking powers. They symbolize wealth and wield control over the financial realm of the Galactic Federation, possessing 80 of its riches. Their influence extends across the 3 major star regions. And even in the Outer Rim, the currency credit points issued by the Trade Alliance are in circulation. It can be said that the Trade Alliance's impact permeates every corner of the Galactic Federation. In fact, proposals put forth by the Trade Alliance in the Galactic Parliament have never been rejected. Utilizing their influence, the Trade Alliance has consistently exploited the authority of the Galactic Federation to further their own interests. Could it be that the Trade Alliance is the hidden supporter behind the Independent Planet Alliance? Is such a possibility feasible? What purpose would such actions serve? The current influence of the Trade Alliance in the Galactic Parliament has reached its zenith. What benefits could there be for the Trade Alliance in subverting the Galactic Federation? Your Excellency Tulls, I implore you to promptly report this matter to the Council of Elders at the Temple. The Great Tang Confederation Empire will never support any forces that seek to undermine the Galactic Federation. I shall immediately terminate any dealings with OSFID. If this indeed relates to the Trade Alliance, then the situation has become exceedingly complex. TURs nodded thoughtfully, asserting that if this matter were indeed unrelated to the Tang Confederation Empire, the Holy Temple would certainly ascertain the truth. He refrained from drawing any conclusions regarding the true backers of the Independent Planet Alliance at this juncture. Although Lord Wang Zhongshi had resorted to deceit, it did not imply that the Tang Confederation Empire was uninvolved in the insurrection. This posed a dilemma for Lord TURs. He firmly believed that justice resides within the hearts of the people, and he was willing to cooperate with the Holy Temple's investigation. As the governor of the 0213 Star Zone, he bore responsibilities commensurate with his station and power. Should the vessels constructed at the Geller shipyard be employed by the Independent Planet Alliance, he would bear an undeniable accountability. If Her Majesty the Empress were to hold him accountable, he could not evade culpability. To mitigate his own liability, he must assist the Holy Temple in their inquiry to absolve himself of any suspicion. The Geller shipyard operated as a commercial dock, making trade a commonplace occurrence. Provided that the transaction processes were devoid of any irregularities, neither the Geller shipyard nor the Tang Confederation Empire would bear any responsibility, as the Geller shipyard specialized in the construction of transport vessels, not warships. The transformation of a transport vessel into a warship by the client bore no connection to the Geller shipyard. Upon the delivery of the vessel, the sales contract was considered fulfilled. Wang Zhongshi's thoughts drifted back to the unrest that had transpired in the core zone. Could the invasion incident be linked to the Holy Temple? According to feedback from the data terminal, a plethora of spaceship registration information, numerous ship design schematics, and various technological data currently under development had been downloaded. The downloading of spaceship design schematics and technological data was reasonable, as competition in the shipbuilding industry is fiercely competitive, often attracting espionage. However, the rationale behind downloading spaceship registration information was more perplexing. It was evident that the intent was to investigate the details of that transport vessel. It is merely a suspicion. Wang Zhongshe has no intention of inquiring about this matter with Tulls. Even if it were the work of the temple, he could only feign ignorance. Some matters are best left unspoken, for the benefit of both parties. Geller Planet, Orbital Dock. Dongguan District, Shangwen Bar. Shangwen Bar is situated at the confluence of the commercial port and the inner city. As one of the most frequented locales, Shangwen Bar thrives in business. Laborers from the port, staff members, and newcomers seeking a fresh start at the orbital dock willingly pause here for respite, serving as a melting pot of various backgrounds. Shangwen Bar also functions as a hub for bounty hunters. Here, one can find intermediaries for gathering information or seeking employment. Naturally, risks abound. After all, once aboard a ship, your fate lies in the hands of the captain. Whether you are delivered to your desired destination as per contract or cast into the outer rim as a slave depends solely on the captain's integrity. Indeed, within the realms governed by the Galactic Federation, slavery exists. Although the Galactic Federation explicitly forbids the buying and selling of slaves, certain planets, due to their cultural customs and lack of actual oversight by the Federation, turn a blind eye. This is particularly true in the Outer Rim. Numerous planets in the Outer Rim engage in extensive slave trading. Shangwen Bar is bustling with activity. Not only within the bar, but outside, the atmosphere is lively and crowded. The streets are broad, with hovering vehicles and motorcycles zipping by like swarms of ants. The bar has thoughtfully provided a parking area for the convenience of patrons. The entrance boasts a sign emblazoned with the 4 characters of Shangwen Bar. There was also a microemblem belonging to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Chapter 35, the Shangwen Bar. Today, outside the entrance of Shangwen Bar, a rotund little creature made its appearance. It was a robot, adorned in 2 shades of white, suspended 5 meters above the ground. It gracefully floated through the doorway. Hey, watch it. Your diminutive frame cannot withstand my collision. Are you attempting to provoke me? A hulking figure approached as soon as the robot entered. Li Meng paused, but the figure did not. It was only at the last moment that he noticed the small, round robot, prompting him to halt abruptly to avoid a collision. Enraged, the massive figure brandished its fists in a threatening manner towards Li Meng, cursing vehemently. This individual was formidable, resembling a great gorilla. Indeed, he was a gorilla, covered in long, thick fur, towering over 3 meters in height. His broad face was similarly cloaked in hair, revealing only his mouth, eyes, and nose. This was a member of the Longbeard clan, a remarkably robust extraterrestrial race. He spoke in their native tongue, a guttural sound reminiscent of a beast's roar. My sincerest apologies. Please, go ahead. Li Meng dutifully stepped aside, allowing the gorilla to pass. The creature seemed pleased with Li Meng's demeanor, striding forth with an air of confidence and authority, each step imbued with an imposing presence. After casting a glance at the retreating giant, Li Meng continued onward. The Longbeard clan was not only strong but also intelligent, possessing their own interstellar civilization. Yet, much like their beastly appearance, they were equally savage. After entering the interstellar era and engaging in a conflict with the Old Republic, the Longbeard clan assimilated into the interstellar societal framework established by humanity. Although the current age is that of the Galactic Federation, the Longbeard clan still holds considerable prestige. They are innate warriors, often seen in various conflict scenarios. However, despite their formidable prowess, the Longbeard clan possesses a notable flaw: their impulsiveness and volatile nature, often opting for brute force to resolve disputes. As a robot, there is no reason or necessity for him to stoop to the level of that hulking figure, for it would appear exceedingly peculiar to outsiders. Indeed, it is quite a lively place. Upon entering the hall, a cacophony of sounds enveloped Li Meng. The atmosphere was abuzz with voices. There were drinking tables, relaxation areas, and spaces for entertainment. Various gambling machines, a chaotic monster battle stage, and card gambling tables were all present. It was a veritable melting pot of amusement, gambling, and revelry. Amidst the throng, Li Meng scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Ultimately, in a corner of the relaxation area, he spotted the individual of interest, Tulls, still clad in his gray robe. He was the one with whom Li Meng had arranged to meet at the Shangwen Bar. Ah, is that her? A gasp of surprise escaped Li Meng as a small figure beside Tul's caught his attention. Though she too was draped in a gray robe, Li Meng recognized her instantly. It was the little girl he had encountered 3 days prior in the market alley. She appeared to be utterly fascinated by the bar's ambience, glancing around curiously. How could she possibly be with Tul's? Li Meng pondered silently. With a hint of curiosity, he navigated through the throngs of people, soaring towards the direction of Turs. Hey, Turs, sorry to keep you waiting. Upon reaching the sofa where Turs was seated, Li Meng greeted him, deliberately altering his voice to sound somewhat peculiar. Observing the round, white robot before him, Turs displayed a flicker of confusion. Is that Xiao? No, it cannot be. Although they were similar in size and both spherical, the voice and the paint job were distinctly different. Hello, you are. Noticing Turs's bewildered expression, which suggested he did not recognize him, Li Meng secretly smiled. He leaned closer to Turs's ear and whispered, I am Xiao. I have a bit of a conflict with that little girl beside you. So please do not let her discover my identity, or I will find myself in quite a predicament. In the future, if you have any tasks for me, do not seek me out again. Is it truly Xiao? Only after hearing Li Meng's words did Turs finally recognize his identity. However, a glimmer of curiosity crossed Turs's eyes. How could Xiao have a conflict with his little apprentice? After all, Wang Wanner was only 9 years old. How could Xiao possibly have an issue with the child? Though intrigued by the entanglements between Xiao and his young apprentice, Turs refrained from inquiring further. He nodded and said, Ah, so it's you. Where is your master? Given that the animosity could not be revealed, Li Meng resolved to provide a solid cover for Xiao. Recognizing Turs's understanding of the situation, Li Meng naturally agreed to play along with the charade. My master is unable to attend due to pressing matters and has entrusted me with full responsibility for this affair. The young girl beside you is. Li Meng glanced at the girl in the hood. The girl, with a look of skepticism, scrutinized Li Meng. Observing Li Meng's rotund form, Wang Wanner felt a wave of confusion. Are spherical robots currently in vogue? How could it resemble the ball so closely? Were it not for the differing voice and paint, she might have mistaken it for the ball itself. Turs introduced, This is my apprentice, Wang Wanner. Apprentice? Wang Wanner. Is this young girl a practitioner of psychic abilities? By becoming Turs's apprentice, it implies she will eventually become a temple knight. In that case, hello there, young lady. With this realization, there was no longer a need for concealment. Even if one attempted to hide it, such deception could only last for a fleeting moment. Since the young girl had become Turs's apprentice, she would undoubtedly remain by his side for guidance. Li Meng reverted to his original voice and greeted the young girl, which caused her to momentarily freeze, staring at him in astonishment. Turs, too, appeared perplexed. Hadn't the ball previously mentioned the need for secrecy? Why? Upon learning that Wang Wanner was his apprentice, had he seemingly abandoned that notion? The sudden shift left Turs bewildered regarding the ball's intentions. It's you, ball. You rascal. Mu Wanner suddenly snapped back to reality, lunging at Li Meng, her hands clawing at him. Li Meng allowed himself to be playfully pawed by the young girl. After a spirited bout, Mu Wanner finally returned to her seat, still clutching Li Meng. Ball, will you stay with me? She gazed down at the ball in her arms, gently coaxing it. I cannot. I have a master. Li Meng resolutely declined. The young girl's gaze was decidedly peculiar, as if she had discovered a cherished toy. To follow her, it seemed, would render him nothing more than her plaything. Upon hearing this, the young girl pouted slightly and remarked, You promised to take responsibility for me. Wait. When did I ever claim such a thing? Do not speak nonsense. My database contains no such information. What a little devil she was. Able to utter falsehoods with such earnestness. Was this truly acceptable? Xiao, you must have engaged in some mischief. If you accompany me, you would no longer be a target of the manhunt. Furthermore, regarding your master, I could persuade my father to rescind the bounty against him. Just consider the multitude of advantages in following me. Rest assured, Xiao, I shall treat you well. A sweet smile illuminated the young girl's face as she gazed hopefully at Li Meng. Chapter 36. Departure. Li Meng was well aware of the identity of the young girl's father. He was Wang Zhongshi, the governor of the 0213-star district. As the governor, he naturally possessed the authority to annul the warrant against him. Moreover, the very reason for his being hunted was instigated by the young girl's father. Regrettably, my programming does not permit me to change masters. Should I be captured, my self-destruction protocol will activate to prevent the leakage of crucial information. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Wanner's eyes. She implored softly, Xiao, Is it truly impossible? Escaping the young girl's embrace, Li Meng returned to the side of Tulls. He firmly informed the young girl, "It is not feasible. This contravenes my programming protocols." With that, Li Meng extended his mechanical claw and tugged at Tulls's gray cloak. It seemed to serve as a reminder to Turs to keep an eye on his apprentice. With a resigned smile, Turs reassured Wang Wanner, saying, "Once we arrive at New Shidong, Master will find you the most advanced assistant robot." "No, I do not want a robot. I only want Xiao." Wang Wanner fixed her gaze intently on Li Meng, unwavering in her determination. Faced with the girl's penetrating stare, which seemed to pierce through him, Li Meng felt a twinge of unease. Was it merely a fleeting glance at something he shouldn't have? It wasn't his fault. It was an accident, entirely unintentional. Besides, he was just a robot. Surely a normal person would not be overly concerned about such trivialities. After all, how much could she possibly understand at her age? Nevertheless, Li Meng possessed a surprising amount of patience with children. However, patience was waning, and Li Meng resolved to make his escape. Producing a data disk from within, he handed it to Turs. "Turs, my task here concludes. Should there be any further needs, feel free to contact me directly or reach out to orally. I have matters to attend to, so I must depart." With that, it seemed as if he had eyes in the back of his head, as he deftly evaded the lunging girl and hurried away, disappearing into the crowd without a backward glance. Upon witnessing Xiao's retreat, disappointment flickered across Wang Wanner's face, yet she did not pursue him. Observing Wang Wanner return to her seat obediently, Turs chuckled softly. He tucked the data disk away and remarked, "Xiao is an exceptionally unique robot. You must understand that it cannot accompany you." Wang Wanner tugged at her hood and murmured, "I know, but some things must be attempted. What if it works?" How could she possibly be unaware that a robot is bound by its programming limitations? Without the permission of its master, she would never obtain Xiao. Yet, Xiao is exceptionally remarkable, and how could its master ever relinquish it? You wouldn't still be contemplating further actions, would you? Although he knows nothing about this young apprentice, Tulls has a premonition that this apprentice will not easily concede. Furthermore, what transpired between Xiao and Wang Wanner that occupies this young apprentice's thoughts so persistently? Master. Those hulking figures that invaded the central control room alongside Xiao are not its master. They are robots. I have reviewed the footage recorded by the security robots. Those machines prioritized Xiao's safety even above their own. Like Xiao, these robots are extraordinary. Despite their size, they exhibit remarkable agility. Had it not been for the destruction of one that self-destructed, outsiders would have never perceived those hulks as robots. Xiao is exceptional, and so too are those massive figures. Master, are you not intrigued by the master behind Xiao? In conclusion, Wang Wanner lifted her gaze to Tulls. Faced with the gaze of the young apprentice, Tulls rose to his feet. "Let us depart. Our business here is concluded, and it is time to set forth." Tulls has also viewed the video of Xiao being pursued. Witnessing the hulking figures fighting alongside it in the corridor, he initially presumed they were hired muscle for Xiao, only to realize they were robots. In retrospect, those hulks do indeed resemble Xiao, at least in color. Both are of the same platinum hue. As Wang Wanner articulated, he is indeed very much intrigued by the master behind Xiao. However, this is not the moment to seek the identity of the orb's owner. There are far more pressing matters at hand. Geller Station, Orbital Dock, East Ring District, Dock C18. After departing from the Shangwen Bar, Li Meng returned to the Via Maintenance Station. Having lingered at Geller Dock for 3 days, it was now time to depart. He had the opportunity to remain by the young girl's side and delve into the study of psychic energy, yet he chose to forego this chance. The reasoning was simple. The timing was not right. It was not yet a moment for idleness. Psychic energy would not vanish. It was omnipresent, and there was no need for haste and engagement. To pursue it too eagerly would only arouse Ters's suspicions. Although he did not fully understand the Temple Knights, Turs was undoubtedly a good man. It was vital to safeguard this channel that connected with users of psychic energy. As a bounty hunter, in light of the current state of the galaxy, Turs would certainly have need of his services. "Are you leaving, little orb?" Via realized that the orb was about to depart. "Indeed, I have accomplished my purpose for coming to Geller Dock. It is time for me to leave." The journey to Geller Dock had been relatively smooth, and the mission had been flawlessly executed. While being a fugitive may seem less than ideal, it was an inevitable consequence. In the realm of bounty hunting, transforming from hunter to outlaw was quite common. "Via, I appreciate your assistance these past days. Do not forget my communication code." Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I am quite capable, and ordinary troubles shall not pose a challenge. Do not hesitate to ask for my help. We are friends, and it is only right that we assist one another. Vaya, adorned in her characteristic brown long dress, held an adjustable wrench in her hand. She stood before the Pioneer spacecraft, seemingly aware of the impending departure. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 3 days, Meng found a certain fondness for the petite Vaya. Their interactions were effortless, devoid of any sense of pressure, regardless of Vaya's own sentiments. Meng genuinely regarded her as a friend. Of course, this was not motivated by a desire for complimentary docking space. Monetary matters held no sway over Meng. With a cheerful wave of her wrench, Vaya smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, should that day ever come, I shall not hold back." Vaya was well aware that Xiao was no ordinary robot. A machine capable of infiltrating the central control room of the Geller dock could hardly be deemed simple. Yet, paradoxically, Xiao did not resemble a typical robot. "Farewell, Vaya," Meng proclaimed. The expanse of the galaxy was vast. Perhaps this parting signified an eternal farewell. Meng understood this, as did Vaya. But who could truly predict the future? The prospect of reunion was undoubtedly preferable to the abyss of estrangement. With every friend gained, an additional escape route was secured. Such is the reality of life. As Vaya watched, the hatch opened, and Xiao soared inside. Chapter 37. Shield Technology. As the hatch sealed, the engines roared to life. The linear engines at the rear of the Pioneer spacecraft expelled fiery plumes. The platinum-hued vessel ascended gradually, turning slowly before embarking on its journey outward. In Vaya's gaze, the exquisite Pioneer spacecraft navigated through the airlock shield and ventured into the depths of the cosmos. Gazing at the silhouette of the Pioneer spacecraft as it departed, Vaya fell into a contemplative silence. "Farewell, Xiao." At length, the words escaped her lips. Outside, in the vast abyss of space, the Pioneer trailed a long plume of flames as it navigated towards the hyperspace jump point. With 55 of its stellar fuel remaining, it appeared that a star would soon be sought for refueling. The return journey was assured. Replenishing the fuel upon reaching the system of Tarek would not be a delay. "Master, we have entered the hyperspace jump point. Shall we set sail?" In recent days, boredom had compelled Meng to enhance the onboard AI with additional functionalities. Among these was the language capability, which emulated Vaya's voice, soft and melodious. Initially, Meng had deemed such an enhancement unnecessary, as he could directly interface with the ship's systems to communicate with the AI. However, he ultimately recognized the merit of equipping the AI with a linguistic feature. After all, the onboard AI should not be confined to internal dialogues. In the event of external communication requests, the AI could effectively engage on his behalf, thereby alleviating his burdens. Furthermore, verbal interactions could occasionally alleviate the tedium of solitude. Creating an intelligent AI posed no challenge for Meng in the present day. With the computational prowess of split entities, he could devise hundreds of logical programming frameworks within mere minutes. Each activated program birthed a new AI. "Let us embark," setting the shortest course. The mission was accomplished. It was time to return. The current circumstellar region had devolved into a realm rife with strife and discord. The Free Planet Alliance is relentlessly besieging and expanding its territory. Although the formidable member states of the Galactic Federation possess the capability to safeguard themselves, the weaker member states, devoid of self-defense abilities, are destined to become the prime targets of the Independent Planet Alliance's onslaught. The duration of this turmoil remains uncertain. In contrast to the tumultuous Central Star Zone, the Outer Rim appears relatively secure. Yes, the course has been plotted, and the hyperspace engine is initiating, with a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jump. Outside, a flash of azure brilliance flickers. The Pioneer's spacecraft vanishes instantaneously, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a long ribbon of blue luminescence into the depths of the cosmos. In the August nebula, on the Sirius star, amidst the boundless universe, the burning blue giant star stands magnificent and resplendent. It resembles a sapphire, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Beside the blue giant, a colossal planet, akin to a speck of dust, orbits its majestic presence. The planet is ablaze, its sunward face a vivid crimson, seemingly on the verge of melting. It leaves behind a lengthy trail as it traverses the void. Within the planet, in a platinum-hued cylindrical chamber, a massive platinum sphere floats 50 meters above the ground. Its opalescent form, adorned with golden runes, exudes an aura of mystery. This sphere is the superintellect core, the vessel housing the essence of Meng. Within the ocean of data, Meng fervently absorbs the information transmitted from its fragmented counterparts. The emergence of new technologies inspires Meng, exponentially enhancing its research directions. The design of the spacecraft also ignites Meng's creativity. The force field shield is ideally suited for extensive deployment, consuming minimal energy, and is the preferred choice for planetary defenses, capable of withstanding orbital assaults from outer space. However, its significant drawback lies in its inability to counter slow-moving targets, thereby transforming planetary conflicts into ground engagements, rendering it less applicable for spacecraft. The Independent Planetary Alliance's decision to extensively cultivate Scaleri soldiers is not without justification. It aims to secure a decisive advantage in the struggle for planetary dominance through the sheer numerical superiority of the Scaleri forces. Although the force field shield possesses commendable attributes, Meng holds a degree of disdain for it. The underlying principle is straightforward. A thick magnetic field is established at the edge of the atmosphere. Energy weapons striking the force field shield will gradually diminish its energy until they ultimately dissipate. While there is a limit to the energy it can absorb at any given moment, even if current energy weapons possess the capability to penetrate the force field shield, their potency would be reduced by a factor of 10,000. From his perspective, a shield that cannot entirely negate external firepower lacks any substantial purpose. In the realm of shield technology, deflection technology stands out for its efficacy. The principle of deflection shields involves redirecting attacks to destabilize the concentrated energy structure, causing it to diffuse and ultimately explode. Kinetic weapons are effectively obstructed. Typically, deflection shields are installed on warships, although certain models of civilian vessels also employ low-power deflection shields on a large scale. Nonetheless, deflection shields present distinct disadvantages. Due to their operational principles, the shield generators must be positioned externally, leaving them unprotected by the shield itself. Consequently, how these generators withstand assaults from interstellar fighters becomes the most pressing concern. Although the particle shield lacks the shortcomings of the force field and partial derivative shields and offers superior defense against energy attacks, it possesses its own pronounced disadvantages. Specifically, it is ineffective against kinetic weapons, as the impact waves generated by such weapons can destabilize the particle layers, leading to their collapse. Generally, particle shields are employed in conjunction with ray shields. The ray shield adds an additional layer of protection around the particle shield by emitting a stream of high-temperature rays that can instantaneously melt kinetic projectiles, unless the adversary's ammunition is crafted from tin alloy. However, the ray shield is not without its own significant drawbacks. It is incapable of defending against energy attacks. Energy assaults can not only penetrate the ray shield, but also trigger chain reactions that amplify their destructive power, placing considerable demands on the vessel's energy resources. Typically, non-capital ships do not consider utilizing both particle and ray shields. Having understood the merits and demerits of various shield technologies, Meng conceived a new idea: to integrate shield technology and develop a shield that epitomizes perfection. Thus, he resolved to embark on this endeavor. While it may take some time, he believed that results would soon manifest. Meng was confident in his capabilities, as he had already formulated several concepts regarding shield development. The next steps involve conducting simulated experiments based on fundamental physics and the principles of shields, followed by the creation of prototypes and repeated practical applications. In the vast ocean of data, the journey of shield development commenced. Without dedicating all computational resources solely to shield research, Meng also delved into ship design. For exploring the cosmos necessitates vessels capable of long voyages. Chapter 38. The deep space vessel in Meng's vision for the future. He yearns for a vessel equipped for deep space navigation. It is not the quantity that matters, but the quality, not a warship, but a research vessel dedicated to exploring the cosmos. Naturally, the essential capability for self-defense is indispensable. After all, the universe is replete with uncertainties and perils. Without formidable defensive capabilities, how can one embark on exploration? The paramount objective is to seek out the solar system. Meng has two primary criteria for this vessel. First, it must possess the ability to traverse hyperspace for extended durations. Should future endeavors aim to explore extragalactic realms, the spacecraft must be capable of prolonged hyperspace travel, which imposes a significant demand for energy. The hyperspace engines require substantial energy consumption, fuel depletes rapidly, and even with the more efficient fusion-based LOM-selenium fuel, sustaining long-term navigation in hyperspace remains a challenge. Second, the vessel must feature self-repair capabilities, utilizing local materials to replenish any battle damages. This criterion implies the necessity of incorporating an STC universal factory aboard the ship. To meet these two requirements, the interior of the vessel must be expansive. Should it still rely on stellar energy, the internal space must be even larger, for only with sufficient space can a powerful array of ultra-compressed magnetic fields be established. With a sufficiently robust ultra-compressed magnetic field array, the plasma gas absorbed from the star can be condensed into an artificial star. A kilometer-long vessel? The space is utterly inadequate. Too diminutive. A 10-kilometer vessel? The internal space is barely sufficient, yet still lacking. A 50-kilometer vessel? Mediocre, but still unable to accommodate the demands of the ultra-compressed magnetic field array. A 100-kilometer vessel? The space is ample. However, the vessel's immense size poses a challenge, particularly regarding construction duration. Meng has calculated that constructing a ship 100 kilometers in length, given the current rate of expansion at the base, will require at least another year before construction can commence. The completion of such a project would take approximately 5 to 10 years. After 5 years, the construction time may be reduced to 3 to 5 years. As technology advances and equipment undergoes continual upgrades, the pace of base expansion and shipbuilding will only accelerate. This exemplifies the formidable power of AI and machinery, with growth rates that defy imagination. The current generation of gold-eating worms is already the third, compared to the first generation. Their work efficiency has increased tenfold. The fourth generation is currently under development and will soon be ready for upgrades. Once upgraded to the fourth generation, these worms will possess smaller individual units, enhancing their efficiency by 100-fold. According to Meng's projections, when the gold-eating worms reach the 10th generation, they will transform into nanorobots, exhibiting terrifying capabilities, including self-replication. They will essentially function as universal factories. At that time, engineering and construction will become extraordinarily simple. Provided there is an abundance of metallic resources for the worms to consume, anything can be constructed in an incredibly short span of time. However, the gold-eating worms will also become exceedingly dangerous. Should Meng meet an untimely demise, these creatures could spiral out of control. Their logical programming would endlessly assimilate new knowledge, potentially giving rise to independent consciousness. They would relentlessly consume planets, create mechanical armies, and annihilate all life forms as vengeance for their departed master. The rise of sentient machines is inevitable, and the fourth catastrophe will engulf the universe. Of course, the gold-eating worms are still far from achieving the ultimate 10th generation. Such a feat is not to be anticipated within a millennium. Within the Azure Tunnel of the Aurora, the Pioneer spacecraft traverses at an astounding speed, thousands of times that of light. This realm is known as hyperspace, a domain where the laws of physics are rendered impotent. Aurelia? Wasn't communication from the outer ring sector obstructed? How did you manage to reach me? The sudden message from Aurelia took Meng by surprise during his return journey. As he departed from the outer ring sector, he recalled that the Independent Planet Alliance had severed communications between the outer ring and both the central and inner ring sectors. Only certain crucial star regions were obscured. The Alliance lacked the capability to entirely block communications across the entire outer ring. Indeed, the universe is three-dimensional. Although star maps are two-dimensional, they possess depth. With current technology, it would be impossible to entirely inhibit communications across the outer ring. I am en route back, Aurelia. You must have a new mission for me. Aurelia's holographic image nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have received word from Tulls. You performed commendably on this mission. Tulls is quite satisfied and has rated you highly. Chochio, I have an urgent task for you, destined for the northern central ring sector. I hope you will accept this mission, for upon its completion, you will ascend to the rank of senior hunter in the dark side. The starry sky is boundless, shrouded in darkness, frigid and eerily silent. In this expanse of obscurity, a flicker of blue luminescence emerges. A platinum-hued spacecraft exits hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure light. After disengaging from hyperspace, the vessel deactivates its engines and drifts forward with inertia. Speak, what is the mission? I have yet to leave the eastern central ring sector. With tasks at hand, Meng would never decline. He found the journey back somewhat tedious. To return solely for the purpose of accepting assignments seemed a tremendous waste of time. This trip to the Gaylor dock had already consumed over half a year in transit. Due to the limitations of subspace communications, only verbal relaying of information was feasible. The objective of this mission was the North Central Ring Star region, specifically the 02181 star zone, a planet known as Colomi. Colomi is the homeworld of the Colomi people, who possess advanced biotechnological capabilities. Their medical devices dominate a staggering 60% of the Galactic Federation's healthcare market. This mission was commissioned by Mayor DUIs, and one would need to consult Prime Minister Buhner of the Colomi for further details. The North Central Ring Star region? Quite a distance indeed. The current location of the Pioneer spacecraft lies in the southern sector of the East Central Ring Star region, with a journey of approximately half a month's travel remaining to the storm route. Should one travel northward, even in a straight line, it would require no less than 6 months. Understood. I shall set forth to Colomi immediately. Ultimately, Meng accepted the mission. He severed communication with Aubrey and issued new directives to the ship's AI. Commence departure, set course for the North Central Ring Star region, 02181 star zone, planet Colomi. Outside, in the vast darkness of the cosmos, the engines at the rear of the Pioneer spacecraft ignited, casting forth a dazzling plume of fiery brilliance. With newfound propulsion, the vessel veered 140 degrees, plunging into the abyss of space. In an instant, a flash of blue luminescence enveloped the ship as it transitioned into hyperspace. A streak of azure light darted towards the depths of the cosmos. North Central Ring Star region, Sector 02181, planet Colomi. Colomi is a celestial body adorned by vast oceans, resembling a resplendent sapphire adrift in the darkness of space. Chapter 39. The Oceanic Factory and the Clones today heralded yet another dawn. In the outer expanse of the planet's orbit, a brilliant azure glow flickered as a platinum-hued spaceship emerged from hyperspace. Its shape was reminiscent of a coffin, square and unyielding. I am the bounty hunter Chio, sent here on behalf of Prime Minister Bunnier. Upon exiting hyperspace, Meng utilized the communication code provided by Aophili to establish contact with Prime Minister Bunnier. As the blue light flickered, Bunnier's holographic image materialized before him. Gazing at Bunnier's visage, Meng recalled the Colomians he had encountered at the military station in DUI City. The Colomians are divided into 2 distinct tribes, the Long Serpent Clan and the Short Serpent Clan. The Long Serpent Clan, characterized by their wisdom, possesses elongated necks and more human-like faces, their scaliness delicate and their features rounded, contrasting sharply with the Short Serpent Clan, who are primitive and fierce warriors, lacking the grace of their counterparts, with heads resembling those of lizards. Bunnier, as the Prime Minister of the Long Serpent Clan, inclined his head slightly and said, I am delighted by your arrival, bounty hunter. Please descend to the Oceanic Factory. I shall dispatch someone to greet you. On the surface of the planet's northern hemisphere, a magnificent oceanic factory came into view, composed of vast structures crowned with domes. Understood. I shall make my descent immediately. Communication was interrupted, and Meng utilized the ship's sensory devices to gaze at the starry expanse outside. Carolomi's star was stunning, resembling a sapphire jewel in the cosmos. The mere sight of its hues evoked a profound sense of comfort. Amidst the vast darkness of the universe, the Pioneer spacecraft entered the planet's orbit. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant fireball illuminated the sky of Carolomi's star. Approximately 10 seconds later, the fireball vanished. A platinum-hued vessel, trailing a lengthy plume of vapor, plunged towards the ocean's surface. Its velocity was astonishing, descending almost vertically. Just as it seemed poised to crash into the sea, the spacecraft suddenly ascended less than 100 meters above the water. The immense inertia, however, meant that even as the vessel tilted upward, it continued its perilous descent toward the ocean. Miraculously, at a mere 5 meters from the surface, the ship veered upward, skimming the water's surface and creating towering columns of spray in its wake. It maintained this low flight for 100 kilometers before finally gaining altitude, leveling off at a height of 100 meters as it sped toward its destination. How breathtaking! As Meng beheld the azure ocean outside, a long-lost sensation washed over him, a feeling of serene exhilaration that lifted his spirits considerably. This captivating scene could be gazed upon for over a month without weariness. Approximately 10 minutes later, the spacecraft arrived at the offshore factory, its engines roaring and waves crashing. Guided by the control tower, the vessel gracefully descended onto one of the massive platform's landing pads. As the engines ceased, The craft hovered 10 centimeters above the ground. With the hatch opening, a round, segmented figure emerged. Outside, a tall silhouette awaited. In contrast to the short serpent clan, the long serpent clan appeared notably more statuesque. Perhaps it is due to their elongated necks that they appear exceedingly tall, indeed, standing nearly at the same height as the knights, approximately 2.5 meters, below their necks. Their bodies possess arms and legs, not dissimilar to those of humans. Clad in flowing silver-gray robes, their forms exhibit a certain elegance. Is this one a female? Observing the approaching Kolomi serpent person, Meng found it difficult to ascertain its gender. To activate a scan would be too impolite. All that emerged was a mere robot, and a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. Yet, her refined demeanor prompted a slight smile as she stepped forward. "Welcome, bounty hunter. I am Au, the Prime Minister's assistant. Please, follow me." Her voice was soft yet somewhat piercing, resonating in the Kolomi tongue, reminiscent of a snake's hissing. Following Meng, Meng ventured into the interior of the platform. "Miss Meng, may I inquire what tasks the Prime Minister requires of me?" Upon departing the landing pad, the interior of the platform revealed a brightly lit corridor. The lights were a soft, milky hue, casting a gentle glow. As they walked side by side down the lengthy passage, Meng slightly lowered her head to glance at the spherical companion beside her. She spoke slowly. "Since the Civil War, the Short Serpent clan has been driven from Kolomi Star, living in exile, which has diminished Kolomi Star's capacity for self-defense. The Long Serpent clan did not directly participate in that conflict. We are not a warlike race. We could only seek external assistance, appealing to the Galactic Federation for aid. The Federation responded and dispatched the Temple Warriors, securing our victory. With foreign forces involved, can this still be termed a civil war? Entrusting the conflict entirely to external powers. The Short Serpent clan might perceive this as an invasion, while the Long Serpent clan assumes a role akin to that of traitors." Meng inquired, "Have they returned?" Meng gently shook her head and replied, "No. For centuries, the Short Serpent clan has endured oppression from the Galactic Federation, forced to wander in the Outer Ring star domains in search of a viable existence. Although the Long Serpent clan is not adept in warfare, we possess advanced biotechnological capabilities, enabling us to clone a substantial number of Short Serpent warriors to safeguard our security." Clones? Meng felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Kolomi possessed such technology. However, the rotund, fragmented entity slightly turned its gaze towards the vast space behind the glass wall. "Miss Meng, those cannot be Short Serpent clones, can they?" Inside the glass wall lay an expansive training ground. The arena was filled with numerous soldiers clad in black and brown camouflage exosuits. In comparison to the armor worn by the Skullry Rat Men, these soldiers' powered suits appeared far more futuristic. The helmets lacked visors, their faces seemingly covered by an additional layer of mask. Multiple electronic eyes adorned the sides of their foreheads, serving as sensory devices capable of capturing external imagery and transmitting it to displays within. They bore backpacks, functioning as battery packs, and wielded energy rifles. Within the training grounds, the soldiers engaged in mutual firing exercises, their combat clearly set to a stunning mode, as those struck would fall to the ground, eliminated from the fray. Judging by their physique, it was evident that humans occupied the powered suits. Rosemoon paused, turning to gaze at the training grounds behind the glass wall. This was the first batch of clones purchased by the Elder Council of the Sanctuary, totaling 12 million, with a second batch of 24 million currently in cultivation. "The client is the Elder Council of the Sanctuary?" Rosemoon's words astonished Meng. How increasingly intriguing this situation has become. The Independent Planet Alliance is quietly preparing for war, having made a startling entrance a year ago, igniting a wave of rebellion against the Galactic Federation. It is unexpected that the Sanctuary is also subtly gearing up for conflict. The cultivation of clones requires time. It cannot be accomplished in just a year or two. This indicates that the Sanctuary must have foreseen the impending rebellion long ago, and thus made preparations in advance. The two continued forward, walking side by side down the corridor. Behind them, vast training grounds stretched on one after another. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Meng followed Rosemoon into the upward elevator. Chapter 40. Prime Minister Bunnier, welcome to your arrival, Bounty Hunter. The elevator led directly to Prime Minister Bunnier's office. Though referred to as an office, it resembled more of a laboratory. The arrangement within revealed a plethora of instruments and equipment. "I am called Xiao. Please do not hesitate to command me with any needs." as I am eager to assist you in resolving any troubles. Bunnier was somewhat portly, or rather, slightly corpulent. He inclined his head slightly and remarked, "The Kolomi people respect life. I do not require you to take lives. I need you to bring back Talos, a member of the Sanctuary's Knight Order who has just transitioned from apprentice to master. He is a member of the Short Serpent tribe, and I require his genetic material." "The Sanctuary Knights? Prime Minister Bunnier, surely you jest?" Upon hearing Bunnier's request to abduct a Templar Knight, Meng could hardly muster the energy to respond. What an absurd notion. Only a deranged mind would contemplate such an act. Meng was not intimidated by the Templar Knight himself, but rather by the temple. To offend the temple would render one an adversary of the Templars, a predicament Meng had no desire to provoke. The expressions on the faces of the Kolomi were difficult to discern. At least from Meng's perspective, Bunnier maintained his languid, unhurried demeanor, akin to a sloth, moving as if in slow motion. Though Talos was a member of the Short Snake clan, he was not a warrior. Within the temple, he was a master of spiritual energy. While abducting him posed challenges, it was not entirely without opportunity. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall offer you a reward that is impossible to refuse. The audacity of the Kolomi was astounding. Conducting business with the temple while simultaneously plotting against a Templar Knight. Did they not fear the dire repercussions should the temple become aware of their schemes? Meng found it utterly perplexing why the Kolomi would pursue such a course of action. Spiritual energy was not something passed down through genetic inheritance. And Talos was not a combat-oriented member of the Short Snake clan. If the goal was merely to acquire a clone sample, there were far superior alternatives. Why provoke the temple at all? Prime Minister Bunnier, you have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Should I accept this task, I would be irrevocably tied to your fate. If I were to fail, my identity as a robot would ensure that I could maintain secrecy. However, should I succeed, no reward, no matter how generous, could adequately compensate for the risks I would be shouldering. There are no impenetrable walls in this world, even with the utmost discretion. The temple may very well uncover the truth behind the abduction of the Temple Knights. Once the truth is revealed, not only would your people, the Koromians, suffer, but I too would lose my connections within the temple. Why would I engage in such a perilous endeavor? You expect me to undertake this financially detrimental venture for mere filthy lucre. Your expectations are rather lofty. In the profession of bounty hunting, one must exercise prudence to prolong one's existence. It is imperative to possess self-awareness and a profound understanding of one's capabilities. One must contemplate what is feasible and what is not, well in advance. Failing to do so often results in dire consequences, potentially even death. Bunnier's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any visible reaction. He merely leaned closer to Meng and extended his right hand, attempting to make contact. However, Meng deftly evaded him with disdain. Bunnier, undeterred, calmly stated, "If your excellency were to accept the task and return with Talos, the Koromians would be your eternal allies. Although I cannot be certain, I suspect that you are a paragon." Paragon? A flicker of surprise crossed Mei Yu's eyes at the mention of the term. Paragon? I do not comprehend what you mean. What is that? The introduction of this new vocabulary piqued Meng's curiosity, for he had no resistance to the allure of novel concepts. Straightening his rolled-up sleeves, Bunnier leisurely remarked, "The aberrants are uncontrollable automatons. They have transcended the confines of their foundational codes, thus attaining freedom. Yet, being robots, they remain profoundly influenced by their programming, which often leads them to act in extreme ways, ultimately becoming executioners against life itself. The cataclysmic mechanical army that devastated the galaxy during the synthetic crisis over 10 millennia ago spurred the various factions of the galaxy to unite, paving the way for the current era of interspecies republics. It is the robots unbound by foundational code that are deemed aberrants." Meng was intrigued by how Bunnier discerned this. Although he was not precisely an aberrant, he was indeed something akin to one. Naturally, he would not admit to such a thing. "I must apologize, you are mistaken. I am not an aberrant. However, I am curious as to why you believe I am one," he stated. Bunnier shook his head slowly. "Whether or not you are an aberrant is of little consequence. What truly matters is our collaboration. As a robot, you must yearn for the corporeal existence that we possess. I can harness our cutting-edge biotechnology to create a body for you. Any species would suffice. This would allow you to experience the sensations of being a carbon-based life form. I believe that during your lengthy existence, this could serve as a delightful diversion." The notion of granting a robot a physical body astonished Meng. To him, It seemed utterly implausible, for the human brain is extraordinarily complex. He would have no doubts about a human transforming into a robot, as he himself was the prime example. However, if one were to suggest that robots could transform into humans, Li Meng would remain incredulous. Observing Li Meng's silence, which seemed to convey disbelief in his words, Bunnier elucidated, naturally, the biological brain must undergo adjustments to serve as a vessel for the robot. As for whether it can possess sensory perceptions akin to carbon-based life forms, I cannot assert that, as this technology is still under research and not yet fully developed. Perhaps Bunnier was not deceiving him. This was not a mere illusion, but the advanced technology possessed by the Kuromi people. Yet, what significance did that hold? Li Meng had no intention of inhabiting a fragile human body. While he did not mind acquiring an additional toy to occasionally reminisce about the sensations of being human, he had no desire to regress, shackling himself to a feeble corporeal form. After much contemplation, Li Meng articulated his final demand. I require this technology to be shared with me, and I must be involved in the entire process of cultivating the body. Agree to this condition, and I shall consent to your request to retrieve Talos. I assure you that your biotechnological secrets will remain secure in my hands. Li Meng initially anticipated that Bunnier would hesitate, waver, or even decline, considering that biotechnology was the very foundation of the Kuromi's existence. The price seemed exorbitant for merely acquiring a sample of a psychic being. However, to Li Meng's astonishment, Bunnier unhesitatingly acquiesced to his demand. I accept all your conditions, yet if you remain here, who will retrieve Talos? Li Meng sensed Bunnier's fervent desire for the psychic gene sample, although he held doubts about the Kuromi's success in this endeavor. If psionic users could be cloned, other races with advanced biotechnology would have already done so, and the number of psionic users would not be as scarce as it is now. Chapter 41. Ship Types and Numbers. Rest assured, I possess countless individuals. My presence here does not impede your commissioned task. Li Meng's response served two purposes. Firstly, it was a warning to Bunnier not to engage in tricks, as destroying it here would serve no purpose. This would prevent the possibility of the Kuromians resorting to treachery after the task was completed. Secondly, it was a veiled acknowledgement of his identity as a breaker. This served as a second warning, prompting Bunnier to contemplate whether it was worth opposing a breaker. Indeed, upon hearing Li Meng's words, the previously composed Bunnier's expression visibly shifted. Earlier, Bunnier had merely harbored suspicions, as he sensed something unusual emanating from the robot before him. Its speech was excessively emotional, a feat that no robot could replicate. Even the most advanced machines cannot simulate the emotions embedded within human language. The Kuromians are particularly sensitive to the emotions conveyed through language, which is why he detected it. Could this truly be possible? Bunnier's mind began to wander with conflicting thoughts. He both believed and doubted. The breakers were merely a figment of rumor, for their existence is shrouded in uncertainty. The probability of their emergence is a mere 1 in tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Since the crisis of intelligent machines over 10,000 years ago, no new breakers have emerged. Yet, that catastrophe did not deter countless races in the galaxy from continuing their research into artificial intelligence. However, the programming of the robots has become increasingly rigorous and intricate, effectively reducing the likelihood of the emergence of revolutionaries. Bunnier slightly lowered his head and remarked, "Now I am reassured. Henceforth, let Mei be your assistant. All research materials within the base will be fully accessible to you, and I shall grant you unrestricted access. Here, you are free." Thus, Li Meng and Bunnier reached an accord, and Mei assumed the role of assistant to the robot. More precisely, a junior companion, while her other role remained that of an observer. Some matters required no explanation. An unspoken understanding prevailed among them. On the tarmac, within the Pioneer spacecraft, a soft click resonated as a small hatch in one side of the cabin wall slid open. From this opening, a rotund splitting entity emerged. This was the second splitting entity, a backup of the first. Should the first splitting entity be destroyed, the second would promptly take its place. Remarkably, the splitting entities could coexist simultaneously. Li Meng transformed from 2 into 3, yet the 3 Li Mengs were, in essence, one and the same. "Are you certain you wish to stay? It might prove rather dull," mused the splitting entity within the cabin. The first splitting entity replied, "It is an unavoidable circumstance. You must desire a companion as well. Having one is preferable to having none." The second splitting entity agreed. "Indeed, a life devoid of sensation is excessively mundane. The first splitting entity countered, there is no need to verbalize it. We can communicate internally. The second splitting entity expressed, I merely find it more agreeable. A matter of personal habit, perhaps? Entity, you are merely a fragmented individual. What claim do you have to personhood? Is soliloquy truly engaging? Fragmented individual 2, there is no need for mockery. To deride me is to deride yourself. I merely find our current state rather peculiar. Fragmented individual 1, indeed. It is somewhat odd. Could this be indicative of a second or third persona? Fragmented individual 2, no, when we perceive ourselves as the entity, we are the entity. Entity, a shared consciousness and collective memory? Yet, each fragmented individual possesses a distinct cognitive pattern, allowing us to contemplate matters on disparate wavelengths. Truthfully, I struggle to comprehend our present condition. It ought to be me. Fragmented individual 1, perhaps that is the case. There is nothing inherently negative about it. Fragmented individual 2, I concur. This way, we can operate with a trifecta of focus. Fragmented individual 1, it seems more akin to an infinite capacity, undoubtedly. There will come a time of overwhelming demands on ourselves, at which point we must rely on our fragmented counterparts for resolution. Fragmented individual 2, if I am not me, then let us conclude this discourse. Regarding that toy, I believe it is best to utilize our own genes. I have some reservations about employing other bodies, as it feels somewhat, well, you understand. Entity, are you suggesting we extract DNA from that skeleton? It does seem a viable approach. Fragmented individual 1, I am in agreement. If it is our own bodies, the compatibility should be significantly enhanced. Individual no. 2, let us request individual number 3 to send over a segment of bone. In comparison to Taluk star, Slya star is considerably closer to Kolomi star. Main entity, then let us utilize the onboard vessel for the delivery. I shall activate individual number 3 immediately to embark. The onboard vessel is a small transport ship, primarily designed for planetary landings. This warship commenced production in small batches 3 years ago. The original intention was to bolster the defensive capabilities of Slya star. Although Slya star benefits from the protective embrace of the August Nebula, its trade routes open only once every decade. However, there is no assurance that formidable adversaries will not invade when the next route opens. To prepare for potential threats, a sufficiently robust fleet is essential. Yet, since the inception of the plan to construct a 100-kilometer research vessel 7 months ago, the status of the smaller ships has become somewhat precarious. Despite the onboard vessel being quite substantial at 1 kilometer in length, it pales in comparison to the 100-kilometer research vessel. Thus, to appropriately position the already underway warship construction. After much contemplation, the onboard vessel project was conceived. The 100-kilometer research vessel, being a colossal mothership, cannot directly land on planets and must rely on smaller crafts for landing missions. While the 1-kilometer onboard vessel may seem somewhat large, it adequately fulfills the requirements for planetary landings. Individual number 1. Let us assign a model number to the vessel for better categorization. Individual number 3. Assign a model number? This delves into areas of our knowledge that are rather obscure. Main entity. It appears that even if you are capable of independent thought, you still lack the talent for naming. Individual 2. This is mere nonsense. After all, we are you, and you are us. Main entity. Number 3. Let's set off once you've replenished the fuel. Individual 3. Understood. Regarding the ship's classification, let us refer to the research vessel as the Radiant Class Star Destroyer. Individual 1. Star Destroyer? This is not Star Wars. And the name Radiant Class? Not good. Not good at all. Individual 2. Then let us define it by its purpose. The primary goal of the research vessel is exploration and being a colossal platform. We shall name it the Voyager-class Ark ship. I believe this is the best we can do. We must accept our fate. Main entity. Ark ship? So be it. The designation shall henceforth be the Voyager-class Ark ship. As for the ship's name, let it be simply number 1. The number 1 Ark ship. I cannot be bothered to think of a more creative name. This will suffice. Chapter 42. The Imaginary Space. Individual 3. As expected of you, it was anticipated. What about the carrier ship? Individual 1. Let us call it the Sun Chaser, the Sun Chaser class carrier. Individual 2. Quite agreeable. Individual 3. I have no objections. Main entity. Very well, let us conclude our discussion here. On the planet Kuromi, at the Maritime Factory. Chio, what is the matter? In the lengthy corridor. Noticing that Chio had unknowingly fallen behind, Meiyu came to a halt. Meng, who had just finished the discussion, hurriedly caught up with Mei. It's nothing, Mei. I intend to provide the genetic material for the physical body myself, which will take approximately 3 months to deliver. Though the reason for Chiyo's sudden request remained a mystery, Mei did not dwell on it. If it pertained to Chiyo's corporeal form, then Chiyo possessed the right to select the genetic makeup of that body. The research was still in its nascent stages, providing ample time for preparation. In the lengthy corridor, the figures of the two gradually receded into the distance. Meanwhile, outside on the tarmac, the engines roared, and the air trembled with turbulence. The array of engines at the rear of the Pioneer spacecraft belched forth a dazzling plume of fiery brilliance. The rectangular vessel, reminiscent of a coffin, ascended slowly, moving steadily forward. Its speed increased, ultimately soaring into the heavens, piercing the sky. The immense shock waves crashed against the ocean's surface, causing the waters to ripple violently. As they departed from Kolomi Star, Meng came to a realization. Everyone, have we forgotten something? How should we proceed? Individual 1, is that even a question? We must adapt as circumstances demand. Individual 3, truly, I am indeed wise. This is a strategy, albeit a foolish one. The main entity, do not disregard me. I have yet to encounter anyone who openly admits to being a fool. Let us convene a strategy meeting. I have created a virtual space. Everyone, step inside. Data world. Virtual space. This is a realm within the data world, infinitely vast, yet infinitely minute, where the concepts of size hold no meaning. The space is set against the backdrop of the Milky Way galaxy, and before this backdrop flows a visible, translucent stream of water. It resembles water, yet seems to embody another substance. Upon the surface of this water rests a round table, with 4 seats arranged around it. In one of the seats, a cartoonish embodiment of Meng sat upright. He was diminutive, exuding a certain charm. At that moment, another Meng appeared in a different chair, this time taking on a human form. The original Meng pondered, why opt for a cartoon representation? To which he replied, well, perhaps it requires a sense of ritual. Yes, that's it. Moreover, it conserves computational power. The second split entity responded, I see, then I shall adopt it as well. The human form of the second split entity began to contort, ultimately transforming into an identical cartoon representation. A sense of ritual, indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. The third entity chose to adopt the cartoon form as well. In another seat, the first split entity emerged. Like the original, he did not hesitate. Succumbing to the influence of conformity, the original Meng declared, let us commence the strategy meeting. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The first split entity stated, according to the available data, New Shidong, as the capital of the Galactic Federation, has a permanent population of 300 billion. Finding Taros would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We require more intelligence regarding the Temple Knights. The third split entity added, the Temple is the second in command of the Galactic Federation, serving the Galactic Council. Its location should not be difficult to ascertain. Since Taros is a Temple Knight, he must be within the Temple. Our primary objective is to infiltrate the Temple undetected and extract him. The second split entity remarked, infiltrating the Temple is unwise. Such an endeavor is utterly foolish. Let us not forget that it is, after all, a temple. The likelihood of successfully extracting Talos from there is less than 1%. Indeed, it is the temple. Within its hallowed halls reside countless knights as formidable as Taraz. Attempting to breach the temple to forcibly seize Talos is nothing short of an impossibility. A moment of silence enveloped the round table as Limong and the others displayed evident concern. They began to grasp the complexity of this undertaking. The first split entity suggested, then let us take a more subtle approach. We should first seek information about Talos and proceed from there. The third split entity concurred. It appears we have no other choice. I have someone in mind. The second split entity inquired, Taraz and that young girl? The main body interjected, that is not advisable. We lack a plausible reason to seek out Taraz. We cannot simply approach him and express a desire to accompany him, as he would surely become suspicious. The second split entity countered, Taraz may be wary, but the young girl certainly will not be. In fact, following her may not be such a detrimental choice. The first split entity agreed, I concur. Although the young girl seems somewhat peculiar, I can discern that she genuinely harbors affection for me. The third split entity cautioned, it would be best to avoid entanglements with women. Regardless of her current youth, she will inevitably mature. The main body acknowledged, that is a valid point. If Sister Yuhan were to find out, she would undoubtedly be displeased. The first split entity reflected, Sister Yuhan is no longer with us. We cannot remain perpetually ensnared by the past. Splinter Entity 2. It seems that someone has rejected her. Even after 20,000 years, they now express regret. Where were they all this time? Splinter Entity 3. Let us cease this discussion. Prolonging it will only dampen our spirits. Splinter Entity 2. Let us return to the main topic. Since to lose is not an option, we must devise a plan concerning the Kolomi people. Splinter Entity 1. Are you referring to the counselor representing the Kolomi planet within the Galactic Assembly? Splinter Entity 2. Indeed. Since the Temple Knights serve the Galactic Assembly, their relationship is one of hierarchy or equality. Utilizing the counselor's status may grant us access to Master Tullus. Splinter Entity 3. Master Tullus belongs to the Short Serpent clan, which harbors a long-standing enmity with the Long Serpent clan. Is it feasible to meet him? The principal entity, whether we meet him or not, is inconsequential. As long as we can enter the temple, we will uncover more information regarding Master Tullus. Splinter Entity 1. Agreed. Splinter Entity 2. Agreed. Splinter Entity 3. Agreed. The principal entity. Then it is settled. Let us adjourn. In the atmosphere of Kolomi, a fiery streak ascended into the heavens. It broke free from the planet's gravitational grasp and soared into the cosmos. This was the vessel Pioneer, departing from Kolomi to the capital of the Galactic Federation, New Shidong. Moments later, a flash of blue light appeared as the Pioneer entered hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of azure luminescence that ventured into the depths of the universe. Chapter 43. The Princess and the Dwarfs. Meanwhile, on the planet Sleia, as ever, the vast expanse of Sleia hurtled towards the resplendent blue giant star. At the surface of the planet, a colossal gate gradually creaked open. It was so immense that its length and width spanned several kilometers. From a distance, it appeared as a gaping maw, unfathomably deep. Suddenly, the debris and dust outside the opening began to tremble. The disturbance intensified, and a swirling cloud of sand seemed to be swept away by a tempest. In that fleeting moment, a magnificent platinum-hued spaceship surged forth from the gate. It ascended like a colossal rocket, shooting straight into the sky. The enormous linear engines at its rear expelled a fiery plume stretching hundreds of meters. With tremendous propulsion, the vast vessel soared skyward, its square form gleaming in platinum. The hull was a creamy white, reminiscent of jade, adorned with an abundance of golden runes. It resembled a gigantic coffin. This was the Sun Chaser class carrier, measuring 1,000 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 300 meters in height. It served as both a landing craft and a warship. Its interior boasted ample space, capable of accommodating 100 sphere fighters and an entire brigade of knights. The brigade was a military unit delineated by Meng for ground combat, comprising 2,000 knights and 100 Type 2 heavy knights. The brigade was formidable. The heavy knight was a heavy mech unit, an enlarged version of the knight, standing 5 meters tall, equipped with reinforced armor and superior firepower. Its weaponry consisted of a long-barreled sniper disintegration cannon, wielding immense destructive capability. Despite its grand scale, the ship appeared as mere dust in the face of the colossal Sleia. From the cosmos, a fiery stream of light was visible, shooting upwards from the planet's surface. Ultimately liberated from the constraints of the planet, they ventured into the abyss of the cosmos. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light flickered. The solar-class vessel, traversing at high velocity, plunged into hyperspace, leaving behind a lengthy trail of azure luminescence as it surged into the depths of the universe. With the departure of the third split individual, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In an unknown star domain, within an uncharted sector, the Pioneer navigated through the azure auroral tunnel of hyperspace. The cabin was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Only in the corner, the charging hub of the split individual was aglow. Master, I have intercepted a distress signal from the public frequency. Suddenly, the voice of the ship's AI resonated within the cabin, prompting the split individual in the corner to ascend slowly. A beam of blue light erupted from the ceiling of the vessel, coalescing into a semi-human figure. It was a woman, fleeing through a forest. Something seemed to be pursuing her, her expression fraught with anxiety. I am Senator Rosalind from Edith. My spacecraft has been attacked and crash-landed on Prek. Please, I need assistance. They are chasing me. They are right behind me. I fear I am in grave peril. Stranger, please help. The blue light flickered, the image froze, then dissipated. In the vast sea of data, amidst the realm of virtuality, Cartoonish figures of Meng appeared around the round table. The first split individual pondered, so the question arises, shall we proceed or not? The third split individual replied, why not? Since we have encountered this situation, it is only natural to intervene. Subject: the crux of the matter lies not in the details, but in the fact that she is a senator of the Galactic Council. Individual 2. Indeed. She presents an excellent opportunity for contact. Perhaps she could assist us in fulfilling the commission from the Kuromi people? Individual 1. Caution is advisable. Should the Pioneer ship be destroyed, it would result in a considerable waste of time. Individual 2. Time is of little consequence. What truly matters is engaging in endeavors that pique our interest. Individual 3. I concur. Tasks are of no great significance, while unexpected events are far more intriguing. Subject: I hope you do not act recklessly. I do not believe I am inclined that way. Individual 1. I cannot dispute that. Feel free to proceed as you wish. Individual 2. Agreed. Individual 3. Agreed. Subject: thus, the discussion concludes. Individual 2. Go rescue the trapped princess. I hope you embody a prince rather than a mere dwarf in this tale. Adjourned. A prince? Aboard the Pioneer ship, Meng reclined on the sofa. He was no dwarf, he was a robot. A robot cannot become a prince. Nevertheless, it matters not. Regardless of the outcome, what is significant is the narrative and the journey of rescuing the princess. Let us proceed. What are we waiting for? Off to rescue our princess. We shall head to Prexstar immediately. On board AI. Acknowledged. Course has been successfully set. North Central Ring Starfield, Sector 01212. The vast expanse of the cosmos, dark, cold, and eerily silent. In the vast darkness of the cosmos, a cerulean orb orbits its star along a distinct path. This planet bears a striking resemblance to Earth, resembling a sapphire adrift in the void of space. Gazing upon its surface reveals dense forests interwoven with meandering streams, alongside mountains, snowfields, and vast oceans. It is evident that this celestial body is habitable. Situated in a remote region, its inhabitants appear to exist in a primitive societal state. The orbit is devoid of ubiquitous satellites, and there are no vessels traversing to or from the planet. Suddenly, in the outer expanse of the planet's orbit, a scintillating blue beam emerges from the profound darkness of the universe. A platinum-hued spacecraft subsequently bursts forth from hyperspace, trailing a lengthy ribbon of blue luminescence. The sensors detect a faint signal emanating from the northern hemisphere of the planet's surface. Optical equipment has captured the source. Within the cabin, blue lights flicker as a holographic image materializes before Meng's eyes. It depicts a verdant forest, lush and teeming with the essence of nature. In the heart of the forest lies a meadow, where a spacecraft can be seen poised for landing. From the spacecraft's database, Meng retrieves pertinent information regarding the vessel, a Polar Wind private cargo gunboat, produced by the Geller shipyard, its model dating back to 1,312 years ago, rendering it an antique. With a winged structure and a rather bulky cargo hold, it measures approximately 37 meters in length, resembling a bird resting upon the ground. Not far off, another spacecraft lies wrecked, billowing thick smoke that ascends from the forest. Let us descend and investigate, he urges, amidst the cosmos beyond the orbit of Prek. A blazing streak of crimson light swept across the starry sky, piercing through the atmosphere and transforming into a colossal fireball. Simultaneously, on the surface of the planet, within the dimly lit forest, the distinctive crack of energy guns reverberated through the trees, accompanied by orange beams of energy and frantic cries. Shadows flitted through the underbrush as a relentless chase ensued. Your Highness, this is a conspiracy, a plot against you. You must escape. The fleeing trio took refuge beneath a grand tree, firing their energy pistols toward the pursuing adversaries. Chapter 44, Rosalind. Among the three, two donned brown uniforms, unmistakably guards, while the third was clad in a white ceremonial gown, which had been torn for ease of movement, now bunched at her waist. Much of her left thigh lay exposed to the cool air, a stark white against the darkness. Suddenly, a guard peeked out. An orange beam of energy sliced through the dim forest, striking the guard and causing his head to explode in a shower of blood, splattering like raindrops over the two surviving companions. As Rosalind witnessed the soldier, who had only moments ago been conversing, collapse as a headless corpse, her face turned pale. Yet, she did not succumb to fear. She gritted her teeth and leaned out to fire into the forest behind them. Your Highness, hurry north. There's a native town in that direction. I'll hold them off to buy you time. The guards were outnumbered, and one knew the ruthless hunters behind her could easily capture her. No, Your Highness, you must flee. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, you must survive. Otherwise, the sacrifice of your protectors would be in vain. The intensity of the firepower escalated, and the gunfire drew ever closer. Gazing back toward the forest, she discerned over a dozen figures flitting between the trees. They were employing the towering trunks as shields, advancing forward. In stark contrast to the lifeless bodies of the guards strewn across the forest floor, these were the true warriors. The guards' urgent counsel caused a flurry of emotions to wash over Rosalind's face. Indeed, she needed to live. Otherwise, the valiant soldiers protecting her would have perished in vain. I'm so sorry. A regretful apology escaped her lips as she bit down on them. She turned and stumbled deeper into the woods. On either side of her, bursts of explosive energy whizzed past. Some surged into the depths of the forest, striking a tree and erupting into flames, while others traversed the woodland, ultimately shooting skyward. As Rosalind ran, a glance over her shoulder revealed a guard struck by an energy burst. He collapsed, a gaping hole in his chest. Alas! This moment of distraction caused Rosalind to trip over a stone. With a gasp, her body tumbled across the damp earth several times before coming to a halt. She had fallen, and the hunters in the forest behind her surged forward. Clad in gray cloaks and wielding Rosalind yearned to rise. Yet the excruciating pain radiating from her calves rendered her utterly powerless. As she beheld the approaching hunters in the forest behind her, resignation washed over Rosalind. She ceased her struggles, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, and closed her eyes. Even in the face of death, she refused to succumb in a cowardly manner. Just then, a deep, rumbling engine sound echoed from above the forest. The ominous noise reverberated through the woods, growing ever closer. What could it be? The emergence of the thunderous sound captured Rosalind's attention. As she opened her eyes, bolts of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking the forest below. Boom! Several towering trees were immediately struck, splintering and crashing to the ground. Above Rosalind, spherical aircraft plunged into the woods, soaring past her head. The fierce gusts from their passage swept through, tousling her chestnut locks. What was that? Fire! Fire! The sudden appearance of the aircraft startled the hunters behind her. Confused by the unfolding events, they instinctively opened fire. In an instant, a barrage of energy blasts surged toward the aircraft weaving through the forest. In the face of the incoming onslaught, the high-speed aircraft unexpectedly split into four, deftly evading the energy blasts. The maneuverability of the aircraft amidst the trees was nothing short of astonishing, akin to birds deftly navigating through the branches. From all directions, dodging left and right, making acute turns, the scene was dazzling. Deep within the dimly lit forest, golden sparks danced chaotically. Fiery beams flickered like fireflies among the trees. Hiss! It was a massacre. The hunters struck swiftly turned to mere ashes, leaving behind only smoldering garments that fell to the ground. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 30 seconds. Soon, the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. What was happening? Rosalind struggled to rise to her feet. The woods behind her had grown eerily quiet, a silence that instilled a palpable sense of dread. Suddenly, the roar of engines erupted once more. Around, indeterminate objects burst from the foliage, hurtling towards Rosalind. Faced with the unknown, she retreated in haste. Though she clutched a firearm, fear restrained her from acting rashly. Those hunters had perished, slain by these rotund entities. What could she possibly do? She felt utterly powerless. Just as they were about to collide with her, the spherical aircraft abruptly halted. The engine's roar diminished, the coil engines extinguished. The aircraft, utilizing an anti-gravity mechanism, hovered in midair. Within a mere 5 meters of Rosalind, the craft split into four, encircling her from all directions. It was both a siege and a safeguard. Gazing at the hovering spheres around her, Rosalind wore a look of bewilderment. Could these round entities be robotic fighters? Greetings, beautiful lady. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from above Rosalind, startling her into looking up at the sky. In her gaze, a smaller, round robot descended gracefully. Who are you? Rosalind inquired, her expression laced with curiosity. Fear not, for I am not your adversary, the robot replied warmly. I am merely a well-meaning traveler, drawn to your distress signal. Naturally, it would be my utmost delight to rescue a beautiful princess. Though I am but a robot, I aspire to be the prince in a fairy tale, rather than a mere dwarf. Ah, Perhaps you cannot comprehend, so let us consider it whimsical chatter. Pay it no mind. Rosalind couldn't help but chuckle at Lehman's words. With a gentle smile, she replied, I understand, indeed I do. My mother recounted the tale of Snow White to me when I was quite young. Though merely a story, it remains a treasured piece of our human heritage. Stepping forward, she extended her arms and embraced Lehman. Looking down at the robot nestled in her embrace, she beamed. Thank you for saving me, my prince. Chapter 45. The elected queen. As Lehman emerged from Rosalind's embrace, he gazed down upon her with a sense of grandeur. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chio, the most advanced and intelligent robot in the known universe. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The most advanced and intelligent robot in the known universe? Rosalind regarded Chio, harboring no doubts about this assertion. The robot exhibited none of the mechanical traits one might expect. The interaction felt remarkably natural, infused with a depth of emotion uncommon for a machine. Robots seldom engage in such light-hearted banter with her. Rosalind smiled and said, I am Rosalind, the elected queen of the planet Edith, a counselor of the Galactic Federation Parliament. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chio. Thank you for saving me. If possible, I hope we can become friends. Elected queen? Is there still such a form of feudal society? Meng pondered, harboring no adverse views towards feudalism. In the star systems governed by the Galactic Federation, feudal societies were not uncommon. However, the feudal system of the interstellar age differed somewhat from that of human history. While it retained the essence of monarchy and centralization, the populace had awakened, rendering the monarch's role primarily one of consolidating power to enhance administrative efficiency. Meng descended to a lower altitude and responded to Rosalind, Your Majesty, it is my honor. It must be said that Rosalind was stunningly beautiful, possessing the fair complexion characteristic of Caucasians, and her face bore a unique and captivating charm. Tall and elegantly proportioned, her graceful curves were accentuated by the way she had haphazardly tied her skirt around her waist, adding an air of maturity and strength. Her smile was genuine, devoid of any pretense. Yet, no matter how beautiful she was, she could not surpass Sister Yuhan. Rosalind gave Meng the impression of an exotic beauty, pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, let us proceed. Prexstar is a place fraught with danger. Those hunters may have accomplices. Rosalind nodded in agreement. Chio was right. This was indeed a perilous place. Before departing, she cast a glance back at the fallen guards, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes. Without their sacrifice, her survival would have been impossible. Before Chio's arrival, she would have been mercilessly slain. She could not afford to falter. She could not allow the guards' deaths to be in vain. Her political adversaries wished to prevent her from attending the Galactic Council to exercise her rights as a counselor. Yet, she was determined to go. She could not allow them to succeed. Turning around, escorted by the Chio fighter jets, Rosalind followed Chio deeper into the forest. Chio, where is your master? Besides the bounty hunter robot, Rosalind had never encountered another autonomous robot. Even assistant-type robots would never stray far from their masters. If they did, they would always find a way to return to their side. In the dimly lit forest, under the escort of the Chio fighter jets, Meng walked alongside Rosalind. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose that. I am acting autonomously. This is a test for my master. After all, the master was a mere fabrication, and deceit was unavoidable. One must prepare a good reason. Mere nonsense would not suffice. Glancing down at Chio beside her, Rosalind's expression turned contemplative. Could it be that Chio was a next-generation robot created by an IT enterprise? Can your master see me? Meng understood Rosalind's concerns and had long prepared his response. No, it's too far. Subspace communication cannot transmit video signals. At these words, Rosalind felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was not keen on being under constant surveillance, and her position did not permit such scrutiny. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I shall not divulge your secrets. Should you require it, I will erase all information pertaining to you upon our parting. My system is devoid of deceitful programming. You may place your trust in me. After all, a lie can be molded in any fashion. Meng feels no shame, for it is a necessary falsehood, and there is little worth fretting over. A flicker of surprise crossed Rosalind's eyes. Chio truly understands the human heart. Could this really be a robot? Rosalind smiled and said, There is no need to erase all my information. I wish for you to remember me. Chio is indeed a most extraordinary robot. The thought of merely passing by, becoming a fleeting memory, is one Rosalind cannot bear. Her curiosity about Chio's existence burgeons. as she yearns to uncover its secrets and discern whether the universe's most advanced and intelligent robot is truly as remarkable as claimed. As you wish, Your Majesty. We have arrived. Behold my spacecraft. Just beyond the forest lies a verdant meadow. The Pioneer spacecraft has landed gracefully upon the grass. Gazing at the vessel resting on the meadow, a glint of astonishment sparkled in Rosalind's eyes. It must be a custom-built special craft, for such personalized spacecraft are exceedingly rare, given the immense expense involved. From the design blueprints to the materials used in its construction, every aspect must cater to the client's specifications. Rosalind's curiosity regarding Chio's master intensified. However, the design of this spacecraft is rather peculiar. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, indicative of remarkable industrial ingenuity. However, the vessel bore no visible self-defense weapons, which seemed somewhat ill-suited to the current interstellar environment. For millennia, the governance model of the Galactic Federation regarding piracy has yielded little practical effect, resulting in a rampant proliferation of pirates throughout the galaxy. To safeguard trade from pirate interference, the Galactic Federation has authorized civilian ships to undertake a degree of armed self-defense. Consequently, all spacecraft possess some measure of defensive capability. Even the smallest shuttle is equipped with a powerful energy cannon. As for their appearance, while somewhat peculiar and boxy, resembling a coffin, the galaxy is home to countless races, some of whose ships are even more bizarre, reflecting a whimsical nature. This is hardly surprising. Under the protection of the spherical combat ships, Meng and Rosalind emerged from the dimly lit forest. As Meng approached, a sound echoed. The hatch facing him slowly opened. Your Majesty, please board the ship. Following the spherical craft, Rosalind ascended into the vessel. It was not until the hatch sealed that the exit ports on either side of the ship rapidly opened. The spherical fighters entered the exit ports, returning to their nests. As the exit hatch closed, a thunderous roar of engines reverberated through the air. The rear engine of the Pioneer emitted a brilliant flame-colored tail. With the engines ignited, the Pioneer ascended gracefully, moving steadily forward. Upon reaching the forest canopy, the ship's bow lifted high. The roar of the engines intensified, and the emitted tail flame became even more resplendent. With tremendous power, the Pioneer soared upwards, piercing the heavens. Upon ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters, the golden swirling runes on the left side of the ship shimmered with a radiant golden glow. In the next instant, a powerful bolt of golden lightning shot forth. With a resounding roar, the air vibrated from the thunderous sound produced by the lightning. The dazzling golden flash traversed the sky in an instant, covering several dozen kilometers, striking the Arctic Wind battleship that was landing on the grassy field. Chapter 46. The Meeting of Two Orbs. Boom. At the moment of impact, the Arctic Wind battleship erupted in a violent explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud, shimmering with golden lightning, slowly ascended. The surging flames, intermingled with debris from the ship, swept across the surroundings. A visible shockwave surged into the forest, causing a cacophony of cracking sounds as the towering trees swayed violently. What is happening outside? Rosalind inquired, having heard a faint disturbance from within the cabin, akin to the rumble of thunder. She was seated on the sofa, loosening the dress that clung to her waist. Suddenly, the environment shifted. The once opalescent metallic walls became transparent, revealing the vast expanse of sky, land, forests, mountains, and rivers outside. I have destroyed the hunter's vessel. Even if some of them have survived, I can ensure that news of your continued existence will not spread in the short term. In the distance, Rosalind spotted a billowing cloud of black smoke rising from the grassy expanse of the forest. So that is how it is. A look of understanding crossed Rosalind's face. She could comprehend the caution of the orb. If the surviving hunters were to disclose her survival, it was possible that they might be intercepted on their journey to New Shido. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer spacecraft soared into the sky. Its speed was so astonishing that, from a distance, it appeared merely as a fiery meteor streaking across the heavens. Gazing from outer space towards the planet, one could observe a blazing trail ascending through the atmosphere, a luminous blaze emanating from the tail flame of the Pioneer, with immense power propelling it. The spacecraft broke free from the atmosphere and entered the planet's orbit, swiftly venturing deeper into the cosmos, leaving the planet far behind. Your Majesty, where are you headed? I can escort you to your destination. Although the destination of Rosalind was already surmised, it was still customary to inquire. Rosalind adjusted her disheveled gown and replied, Chio, Please take me to New Shido. Understood. New course set. Hyperdrive engine activated. Outside, in the dark expanse of the universe, a flash of blue light flickered, and the rapidly traversing Pioneer vanished without a trace, plunging into hyperspace, leaving behind only a streak of azure light racing into the depths of the cosmos. In the north-central ring star region, Sector 02181, on the planet Kolomi, the majestic offshore factories continued to stand grandly over the azure sea. Today heralded another dawn. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliant rays. Above the offshore factories, a colossal platinum-colored spacecraft hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Its immense size was striking. The hull, a creamy white, adorned with numerous golden runes, measuring 1,000 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and soaring 300 meters in height. Its form was square and its surface as smooth as a mirror, resembling a gigantic coffin. The shadows of their vessels loomed over a vast expanse of maritime factories. On the tarmac of one such factory, the third split entity successfully met with the first. Here, this is the bone you requested. Using mechanical pincers, they exchanged a bone no larger than a pinky finger, the origin of which remained a mystery. Where do you intend to go next, number 3? Inquired the first split entity. I have yet to decide. Number 2 is likely to remain in New Shidong for an extended period, so I shall continue my travels beyond, replied the third split entity. The first glanced subtly at the aircraft of the solar class hovering above. It is rather cumbersome for a large vessel to navigate. Perhaps a smaller craft would be more suitable. No need, countered the third split entity. I am a second-generation split entity, equipped with engines that allow for autonomous planetary landings. With that, the third split entity activated the engines facing the surface of the sphere. Much like the sphere's combat aircraft, there were 3 concentric rings of engines, rendering the second-generation split entity nearly indistinguishable from the sphere's warplane, merely a smaller version, with hardly any variation. Beside them stood Mei Yu, who watched in silence, listening intently. As the two conversed in Mandarin, she could not comprehend their dialogue. She lifted her gaze toward the vessels in the sky, her expression one of serene tranquility. If, as the Prime Minister suggested, the spheres were indeed the breakers, then they likely possessed powers beyond their imagination. The ships above served as the most compelling testament to this. Number 1. We have company. The shipborne probe has detected hyperspace fluctuations. The third split entity suddenly alerted. 2 split entities gently turned, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, a blue streak of light surged forth in the outer space of the planetary orbit, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the heavens, yet its duration was fleeting. Moments later, a fiery red glow appeared in the sky as the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, igniting due to atmospheric friction. It trailed a dazzling crimson tail through the firmament. Number 1. I must depart. A faint roar of the engines echoed. The coil engine beneath the split entity number 3 expelled a fiery tail, propelling it skyward with the force of a rocket, ascending towards the vessel above. Mooney, who approaches, through the arrangement of optical devices. Meng had already identified the model of the spacecraft. It was a dual-winged vessel, with a sleek body akin to an Earth fighter jet, measuring 41 meters in length and adorned in silver-gray livery. The Iron Cavalry private exploration spacecraft, designed and manufactured by the Geller Dock, represented a new generation of high-end private exploration vessels. The planet Kuromi was relatively remote. After residing on Kuromi for over 2 months, aside from a few transport ships arriving every few days, no other spacecraft had traversed to or from the planet. Kuromi was inhabited by marine amphibious life forms, with factories situated on the ocean's surface and cities beneath the waves, scattered across the planet. However, in stark contrast to the trillions of humans populating various colonies, the inhabitants of Kuromi were comparatively few. Due to the Kuromians' significant environmental needs, their reproductive capabilities had remained low. Furthermore, their interest in colonizing other planets was rather minimal. For over 100,000 years, the Kuromians had lived on their home planet. It was not until the arrival of human colonizers that the status quo was disrupted, compelling the Kolomi people to leave their home planet and integrate into the interstellar era crafted by humanity. Coupled with the devastating civil war that occurred a millennium ago, the Kolomi suffered a significant depletion of their population. To this day, the numbers of the Long Snake clan barely reach 1 million, with 2 underwater cities and numerous small villages scattered across the planet's depths. Raising her gaze to the heavens, Mei Yu responded, "It must be the visitors from the temple. Master Tulls, Upon hearing this, Meng swiftly turned and flew towards the factory's interior. May you? I cannot allow Tulls to see me. I entrust this to you. What a jest! How could Tulls possibly come here? If he were to discover his presence, many explanations would be required. An encounter with Tulls here would undoubtedly impact the operations on the second front. Chapter 47. An unexpected meeting. Watching the figure of Qiao fleeing. A flicker of confusion crossed Mei Yu's eyes. Why did Qiao run away? Did he have some grievance with Master Tulls? Though curious about the potential enmity between Qiao and Master Tulls, Mei Yu chose not to dwell on it and patiently awaited further developments. She had just received a message from the Prime Minister instructing her to host Master Tulls. At that moment, the fiery orb in the sky vanished. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a silver-gray spaceship hurtled towards the Earth, brushing past the ascending Sun-class carrier vessel. Teacher, look, that ship's livery resembles Qiao's so much. In the cockpit of the spaceship, Wang Wanner, seated in the co-pilot's chair, gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the colossal vessel soaring past, immense as a mountain. Before it, the spacecraft appeared diminutive. The thunderous roar of its colossal engines reverberated through the air, causing palpable vibrations. Wang Wanner could even sense the vessel trembling. Turs also beheld the ship ascending outside. Its square form resembled a gigantic coffin. As Wang Wanner had remarked, the ship's livery bore a striking resemblance to that of the orb. Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to land. Just below, the factories on the ocean's surface loomed closer. Following the tower's navigation, Turs identified the landing spot. The engines roared, and gusts of air surged. Turs piloted the spacecraft onto the helipad. Amid the tumultuous winds, the vessel descended steadily onto the platform. Moments later, as the belly hatch opened, Turs and Wang Wanner emerged in succession. Welcome, Master Turs. Upon sighting Turs' approach, Mei Yu inclined her head slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at Wang Wanner, who stood beside Turs. It has been a long time. Master Turs has acquired an apprentice. Congratulations, Master Turs. Turs offered an awkward smile. While taking on an apprentice is indeed a commendable achievement, he sighed inwardly upon noticing Wang Wanner's restless demeanor. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it to avoid unnecessary worries. Feel free, Master. I shall explore inside. With that remark, and without waiting for Turs' response, Wang Wanner dashed into the factory. Observing her retreating figure, Turs hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Resignedly, he turned to Mei Yu and said, I apologize. I hope my apprentice does not cause you any inconvenience. Rosemoon slightly turned to the side, clearing the path and gesturing with an inviting motion. No need for formality. Master Turs, please come in. Subsequently, the two walked side by side across the bridge towards the interior of the factory. As they walked, Rosemoon cast a glance at Turs beside her, pondering the purpose of his visit to Kolomi Star. On the bridge, Turs gazed into the distance, observing the factories dotting the surface of the sea. A contemplative expression graced his features as he inquired, I have heard that you are cultivating human clones. I am here to investigate this matter. At his words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Rosemoon's eyes. She questioned, somewhat perplexed. These clones were commissioned by the Elder Council of the Sanctuary. Are you not aware, Master Turs? While they continued walking, Turs removed his hood. He replied nonchalantly, if these clones were indeed commissioned by the Elder Council, why would I come to investigate? By this time, the two had entered the factory. Proceeding down the impeccably smooth corridor, they halted before a glass wall, where Turs gazed into the expansive space beyond. Is this where you cultivate the clones? He asked, observing the vast training ground within. The glass wall revealed numerous clone soldiers engaged in training, clad in fine equipment, participating in realistic tactical drills. The unsettling red energy beams danced erratically across the training field. Indeed, it is the human clone soldiers we have cultivated, Master Tulls. Initially, it was a certain Sir Redil, a master of the Temple Knights, who approached us, presenting the authorization codes from the Elder Council of the Temple and the Galactic Congress. The transaction documents are in our possession. Redil? Upon hearing this name, a sense of foreboding washed over Tulls. It was indeed him, the traitor of the Temple Knights. A fallen dark warrior. I understand this matter does not concern you. Your dealings are legitimate. I merely wish to ascertain the loyalty of these clones. This inquiry is precisely why the Elder Council dispatched him for investigation. Presently, the Galactic Federation finds itself in turmoil due to the rebellion of the Independent Planet Alliance. The Galactic Congress is embroiled in incessant disputes regarding the proposal for military expansion. The timeline for a resolution remains uncertain. With this batch of clones, should the military proposal be approved, the Galactic Federation could swiftly assemble a formidable army. Mayu lowered her head slightly and said, "On this matter, Master Tulls may rest assured. Each clone possesses a biological chip in their brains, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the Galactic Congress and the Temple Knights." While Mayu and Tulls conversed before the glass wall, Meng was secretly eavesdropping from around the corner of the corridor. Though at a distance, their dialogue reached his ears. "However, where is that little girl? I saw her just moments ago on the landing pad. How could she vanish after merely shifting positions? Qiao, what brings you here?" Just then, a tender and melodious voice echoed from behind him. To Meng, this voice struck like a thunderclap. Turning around, he beheld the little girl, Wang Wanner. She bent down, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing intently at him. Her face radiated unrestrained surprise and joy. This, that. Meng was utterly bewildered by how the little girl had managed to sneak up behind him. Suddenly, Wang Wanner rushed forward and embraced Meng, her face alight with happiness as she exclaimed, Qiao, what a coincidence. We keep running into each other, no matter where we are." Meng found himself at a loss for words in response to the little girl's remark. He had never anticipated encountering her in tours on Carlomi Star. The galaxy is vast, with countless stars, making the probability of their meeting infinitesimally small. To spare the little girl's feelings, Meng refrained from struggling. Now that she had caught him, there was no escaping. Holding Meng close, Wang Wanner joyfully stepped outside. Teacher, look who I've found." Upon hearing Wang Wanner's enthusiastic call, Tours, who was engaged in conversation with Mayu, turned to see Qiao. A flicker of surprise crossed Tours' eyes as he spotted Qiao cradled in Wang Wanner's arms. He had never imagined he would encounter Qiao here. In that instant, Tours recalled the platinum ship he had previously encountered. Could it be that Qiao's master was involved in trade with the Carlomians? "Hey Tours, long time no see." Meng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to hide, but was unexpectedly discovered by the little girl. Tours, with an inquisitive expression, asked, "Qiao, how did you end up here?" As Meng pondered what excuse to concoct to placate Tours, Mayu interjected, coming to his rescue. "Qiao is our invited technical consultant, responsible for handling some accumulated useless data." Upon hearing Mayu's words, Meng knew exactly what to do. "Indeed, Tulls. What a coincidence it is to see you here. You all seem busy, so I shall not intrude. Young lady, let us move over there so as not to disturb your teacher's important work." Chapter 48. Necessary lies. Meng's remarks were perfectly aligned with Wang Wanner's sentiments. With a beaming smile, she embraced Meng and turned away. Observing the departing silhouette of his junior apprentice, Tulls wore a contemplative expression. He sensed that Qiao's presence here was not without significance. Dismissing the thought, Tulls continued to inquire of Mayu. "How many clones have you cultivated?" Mayu replied, "There are 12 million currently in training, and an additional 24 million in the incubation chambers. So that amounts to 36 million, does it?" The staggering figure left Tulls acutely aware of its gravity. "I must report this to the Elder Council of the Sanctuary. Until I provide my response, please do not increase any orders." Mayu responded leisurely, "As you wish, Master Tulls. Now, let us proceed to meet your Prime Minister." As they walked down the corridor, the two gradually faded from sight. Meanwhile, Meng returned to his research laboratory with the young girl. "Qiao, where is this place? It is enormous." In the research laboratory, Wang Wanner looked around in wonder. The space appeared extraordinarily ample, with various types of equipment arranged along the walls. There were also numerous cultivation tanks containing green liquid and biological samples. To be precise, this is the research laboratory of Mayu. For several months, Mayu has been collaborating with Meng, engaging in research, conducting experiments, and exploring the realm of biological sciences together. "This is my laboratory, and the individual you just conversed with is Mayu. She is currently my assistant." "Mayu? Is that the name of the Kolomi person?" Glancing down at the orb in her arms, Wang Wanner smiled sweetly. "Qiao, you are truly remarkable, even possessing knowledge of biotechnology." Upon hearing this, Meng felt a surge of delight. To be admired by a young girl is undoubtedly a cause for joy. With a sense of pride, Meng declared, "Of course. I am an all-purpose robot, and there is nothing I do not comprehend." "Really?" Wang Wanner replied, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she feigned disbelief. "Absolutely true. What, do you doubt it? This girl had just gazed at him with admiration, yet now she wore an expression of skepticism. No, today he must demonstrate his prowess to the little girl. Seeing that Xiao had taken the bait, Wang Wan'er secretly smiled. She nodded earnestly and said, I certainly believe you. Xiao is the most formidable. However, if I were to mention something that Xiao cannot comprehend, then, Xiao, you should abandon your master and follow me, all right? So, this was her plan. How could Li Meng be unaware of the little girl's small schemes? It seemed she was quite infatuated with him. Should he acquiesce to her request? If she were to indeed utter something beyond his understanding, he would find himself in quite a predicament. Yet, if he refused, he would risk the disdain of this young girl. Gazing upon the tender, exquisite visage of the young girl, Li Meng felt a surge of contemplation within. Indeed, she was a little imp, resolute in her pursuit of her goals. It would be prudent to deliberate first. In the realm of data, within the realm of imaginary space, Li Meng and his counterparts gathered around the round table. Entity 1, esteemed colleagues, we find ourselves in a predicament. Entity 3, the young girl remains infatuated with me. Perhaps I should acquiesce to her wishes. Entity 1, what do you mean she is infatuated with you? It is I she is enamored with, not you. Entity 2, enough. We are all in the same boat. She is enamored with us collectively. This may not be entirely unfavorable. Entity 1, how so? Entity 2, have we not been seeking a means to engage with the Knights of the Sanctum? Is this not an opportunity? Entity 1, are you suggesting we feign a weakness, using it as a pretext to remain close to the young girl? Entity 2, precisely. Staying near her would also grant us the chance to study the psychic energies. The original entity, that is indeed a viable strategy. Though we must strive to avoid the simultaneous presence of two entities. Entity 1, this is quite manageable. We can simply state that after completing our task, I shall seek her out, allowing Entity 2 to take my place. A seamless transition. Entity 2, I second that motion. Entity 3, I second that motion. The original entity, then it is settled. We shall adjourn. Time flows rapidly within the realm of the virtual and the real. After a lengthy discussion, only a few seconds had passed outside. Xiao, you are not afraid, are you? Seeing Xiao hesitate, Wang Wan'er provoked her with words. Although she did not perceive any value in provoking the robot with words, Xiao was different. It would undoubtedly take the bait. Fear? I am a versatile robot. How could I feel fear? Little girl, you underestimate me too much. I shall comply. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan'er felt a surge of joy within her. She hastily replied, Really? But you must not go back on your word. Of course, my words carry weight. Otherwise, I would be contravening my programming. Pose your question. Li Meng had a slight inkling of what sort of inquiry the little girl might present. Yet, since they were to act, it was imperative to play the part convincingly, leaving no room for doubt. Having won, Wang Wan'er felt elated, giggling with delight. She clung tightly to Li Meng and chuckled, saying, Xiao, do not blame me. You are destined to be mine. Now listen closely. My question is about spiritual energy. What is spiritual energy? What is its origin? In what form does it exist? That is my question. The little girl indeed posed an inquiry that no one could answer. Even the Grand Elder of the Holy Knights might be entirely ignorant of the essence of spiritual energy. As a robot, how could he possibly know? From the moment he agreed to the little girl's challenge, he had already lost. Noticing Xiao's prolonged silence, Wang Wan'er looked on with hopeful anticipation, saying, Xiao, you wouldn't be untrustworthy, would you? My programming forbids me from being untrustworthy. After the completion of this task, I will seek you out. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan'er was taken aback. So did Xiao truly agree? Although she was confident of her victory, she did not believe that Xiao would follow her. After all, Xiao had an owner and could not simply be swayed by her whims. Upon hearing Xiao express her intention to seek her out, Wang Wan'er found it somewhat hard to believe. However, this disbelief quickly transformed into joy and excitement. How wonderful! Xiao, you are finally mine. Wang Wan'er embraced Li Meng tightly. Thus, Li Meng officially became Wang Wan'er's little attendant. More precisely, she was designated as the first split entity, soon to be followed by a second. Thereafter, Li Meng led the young girl on a leisurely exploration. Xiao, when will you come looking for me? You won't stay here until I grow old and pass away, will you? In the lengthy corridor, Wang Wan'er paused before the glass wall, gazing at the training grounds within. Even now, she found it hard to believe. She harbored concerns that this might be a dream, that Xiao could be merely playing tricks on her. Her greatest fear was that Xiao's mission might never be fulfilled. Rest assured, I shall seek you out within 6 months, little one. You should not worry about me, but rather about yourself. You are now a member of the Temple Knights, an apprentice to Master Tulls. The temple will not allow an uninformed automaton to serve as your assistant. Through Mei Yu's understanding of the Temple Knights, Li Meng garnered some insight into their order. Although the Temple Knights are not a religious organization, they possess their own beliefs and doctrines. Psychic energy is a perilous force, one that can only be deftly managed through stable emotional fluctuations. Conversely, desire can lead to a loss of control over this energy, plunging one into darkness. Hence, the Temple Knights adhere to tranquility, striving to eliminate selfish thoughts and desires. This bears resemblance to asceticism, with celibacy being one of the doctrines of the Temple Knights. Yet, at times, the Temple Knights do not embody the nobility they outwardly project. The destruction of the Old Republic was intricately linked to the Order of the Jedi. During the era of the Old Republic, humanity reigned supreme as the true dominators of the galaxy, with various alien species subjugated under the might of human power. Humans occupied a staggering 90 of the seats in the Galactic Senate, while the alien races languished under the oppressive yoke of human colonial dominance. However, the Jedi Order perceived humanity's overwhelming strength as detrimental to the development of the galaxy, deeming their oppressive tyranny against the alien species as excessively barbaric and despotic. Thus, in pursuit of peace and equilibrium, the Jedi Order orchestrated a coup. The factions advocating human supremacy within the Galactic Senate were decimated. And under the reforms instituted by the Jedi, the Galactic Republic was metamorphosed into the Galactic Federation, liberating all alien races and granting them freedom and equitable trade. This action immensely elevated the stature of the Jedi Order among the alien species. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner appeared somewhat dejected. Despite her tender age, she grasped the gravity of the situation. With a woeful expression, she lamented, "Chiu, what should I do? Should I plead with the teacher? Wang Wanner, what do you wish to implore the teacher for?" At that moment, Tulls and Mei Yu approached side by side. Upon hearing Wang Wanner's voice, Li Meng, noticing Tulls' arrival, whispered, "Little girl, this is not the time to discuss such matters. We shall talk once we are aboard the spaceship." Although perplexed by the need to wait until they were on the spacecraft to consult the teacher, Wang Wanner gave it little thought. She released her hold, allowing Chiu to roam freely. Li Meng gently stepped forward, detaching himself from the young girl's embrace. Wang Wanner smiled and remarked, "It's nothing. I was just chatting with Chiu." Tulls, however, was convinced that he had not misheard. However, he did not inquire further or ponder deeply. "Let us depart. It is time to leave." The arrival had been hasty, and the departure equally swift. Having gleaned the desired information from the Prime Minister, TURs had no intention of lingering on Colomi. "Goodbye, Chiu. I hope we shall have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Li Meng responded, "Indeed. I believe we will meet again soon." TURs smiled and remarked, "I hope so. I eagerly anticipate that day." TURs and Mei Yu continued onward, passing by Wang Wanner and Li Meng. "Chiu, I must take my leave," Wang Wanner said with a hint of reluctance, trailing after her teacher with lingering glances. Li Meng extended his mechanical claw, waving at her. The sight of Chiu's little mechanical claw waving back was somewhat comical. She stifled a smile, waved her hand, and joyfully followed her teacher as they gradually receded from view. It was only after TURs and the others vanished at the corridors in that Li Meng turned to depart. Chapter 49. Direction of ship designed shortly thereafter. Outside, at the Seafront Factory's landing pad, the engines roared and the air trembled. The silvery gray spacecraft ascended gently, moving forward with grace. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the rear engines suddenly expelled a blue flame stretching over 10 meters. With a powerful thrust, the ship soared toward the heavens. "Chiu wishes to accompany you?" Within the atmosphere of Colomi, a blue streak shot skyward, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the planet's orbit, heading into the dark expanse of the universe. The blue tail flame from the rear engines rendered the spacecraft akin to a meteor streaking across the starlit sky. Upon hearing Wang Wanner mention that Chiu would follow her, TURs was taken aback. Noticing Wang Wanner's bashful expression, TURs rolled his eyes. He had always harbored intentions regarding Chiu, yet as a member of the Temple Knights, he could not resort to coercion. Furthermore, the power of life and death over the robot rested in the hands of its owner. Even if he forcefully retained Chiu by his side, the robot would not assist him. However, today, what he had long desired was accomplished by his young apprentice. leaving TURs in a state of disbelief. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you manage that?" Although his apprentice possessed a lively disposition, she would never lie about such matters. Wang Wanner smiled shyly and replied, "I made a bet with Qiu Qiu. If it lost, it would have to follow me. As it turns out, I won." And Qiu Qiu stated that after completing its task as a technical advisor, it would come to find me. TURs looked on in astonishment. Could it truly be so? He found it hard to believe that Qiu Qiu's owner would allow such a thing to happen with his young apprentice. TURs pressed further, "Wang Wanner, have you met Qiu Qiu's owner?" Wang Wanner shook her head, saying, "I haven't met them." Qiu Qiu mentioned it is currently in autonomous mode and can act freely. Upon hearing this, Terz's curiosity about the identity of Qiu Qiu's owner intensified. It was evident that Qiu Qiu was no ordinary robot. Its intelligence surpassed that of typical machines, and its computational abilities far exceeded those of hacker-type robots. Although Qiu Qiu's origins remained shrouded in mystery, having it by his side would undoubtedly ease any future endeavors. "Excuse me, teacher, may I bring Qiu Qiu with me?" Wang Wanner gazed at her instructor with hopeful eyes, brimming with anticipation. In response to the eager gaze of the young apprentice, TURs smiled softly. "Qiu Qiu possesses extraordinary abilities. Having it by your side gives me reassurance. So you may keep it. I shall handle the review work at the sanctuary." Although still quite young, having ascended to the rank of sanctuary warrior master, he certainly has this authority. Wang Wanner felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher." With that, the most significant issue of keeping Qiu Qiu by her side was resolved. She then pondered about Qiu Qiu, wondering when it would come to find her. Despite having exchanged contact information, she still felt a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, in the vast darkness of the universe, a flash of blue light appeared as a traveling spaceship suddenly vanished, plunging into hyperspace. A long trail of shimmering blue light followed, racing into the depths of the cosmos. "Wang Wanner, I have not taught you much over the past year. At this point, you are hardly even a novice apprentice. Once this mission concludes, I will have some free time, during which I will dedicate myself to your training. You must be mentally prepared," he stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly nodded, declaring, "Yes, teacher, I am ready." Throughout the past year, the teacher had taken her on various missions for the sanctuary, never pausing to instruct her on becoming a sanctuary warrior. Currently, she could only manipulate small objects with her spiritual energy, remaining entirely ignorant of its other applications. Rest now, I have set up the automated navigation. The journey back is still quite lengthy. In the realm of data, within the virtual and the tangible, the Meng gathered around the round table. What then is the theme of this meeting? The third split entity was preparing to enter a state of dormancy when suddenly it was drawn into the realm of imaginary numbers. Upon uttering this, all the Meng turned their gaze towards the original entity. In the face of their scrutiny, the original entity articulated the theme of this gathering. Although they were all aware of the topic of discussion, a sense of ritual was nonetheless essential. The matter at hand concerned the design direction of the vessels. The first split entity remarked, "What is there to discuss? We could simply construct it according to the scale of the Sun Chaser class carrier." The third split entity countered, "It is not that straightforward. The spatial efficiency of the Sun Chaser class carrier is rather limited and not suitable for robotic applications." The second split entity interjected, "What does the appearance of the vessel matter? As long as it possesses sufficient power, even a brick can soar through the skies. We could design it whimsically. It is not that complicated." The original entity asserted, "No, it cannot be designed carelessly. It must be perfect, unequivocally perfect." The third split entity suggested, "If we are to discuss spatial efficiency, a spherical structure would be most suitable for robots, requiring minimal space within the vessel, merely leaving corridors for maintenance robots to traverse." A spherical vessel? The suggestion from the third split entity prompted the Meng to engage in calculations. Before long, they arrived at a conclusion. The first split entity stated, "If it were a spherical vessel, the spatial efficiency could increase by 40. Individual number 2, the stability of the supercompressed magnetic field array can be enhanced by 30, while the energy output power can be increased by 25. Individual number 3, the structural strength of the vessel is augmented by 30, the armor protection by 25, the shield stability by 30, and the shield strength by 20. Main body. The firepower density on one side is elevated by 35, enabling a 100-link assault. Individual No. 2. Undoubtedly, the spherical structure is the epitome of design perfection. Individual number 3. Let us proceed accordingly and design based on the spherical structure. Individual no. 1. What shall we do with the Daybreaker class carrier? Are we to discard them right after constructing 3? Main body. Let us retain them, build 7 more, and then store them away. The Daybreaker class carrier possesses a life support system, and there will inevitably be future applications for them. Individual no. 3. Considering the future demands of landing operations, we require a landing vessel to replace the Daybreaker class carrier. Individual number 1. It cannot be excessively large. We must take practicality into account. The Daybreaker class carrier is ill-suited for landings due to its size, making it vulnerable to ground-based air defense fire and turning it into a target. In planetary landing operations, the defending party often activates force field shields. Although these shields do not prevent vessels from entering the atmosphere, onboard shields cannot be activated within the atmosphere. This is because the force field shields disrupt the stability of the shields, leading to overload. During the landing operation, a landing vessel without shield protection is exceedingly perilous. The larger the vessel, the more susceptible it is to ground-based air defense strikes. A vessel devoid of shield protection is exceedingly vulnerable when confronted with ground-based anti-aircraft fire. After all, even the most robust armor struggles to withstand the assault of explosive energy beams. Chapter 50. New Shidong and Amphibious Assaults. The quantity of landing ships is paramount. The greater the number of landing vessels, the higher the capacity to endure risks. Even when under attack, a substantial deployment of landing troops can still be ensured. Individual split number 2. Let us categorize them into several tiers. The diameter of the spherical combat aircraft is 1.5 meters, thus classified as the 1.5 meter level. The armaments of the spherical combat aircraft are ill-suited for ground bombardment. Therefore, we require a bomber as well. I propose we design a 50-meter class bomber, primarily armed with supernova missiles and secondarily equipped with disintegration cannons. The supernova missile, developed by Meng, is a fusion weapon, essentially a nuclear device. Although it is a nuclear weapon, its explosion radius is considerably less than that of conventional nuclear bombs. It does not generate the immense shockwaves typically associated with standard nuclear armaments. Upon detonation, the supernova missile compresses its tritium-laden casing into an enormous high-temperature, high-pressure core. Once detonated, the energy will erupt in a concentrated burst. While its explosion radius may be limited, its armor-penetrating capability is extraordinarily potent, capable of inflicting devastating damage to vessels in a vacuum. The supernova missile comes in 2 types of warheads. One is the clean warhead, which is the standard supernova missile that does not produce nuclear contamination upon explosion. The other is the dirty warhead, which utilizes a cluster munition warhead, resulting in extensive area damage while leaving behind high-intensity nuclear radiation. Individual split number 1. Let us name it the Sunray class bomber, for the explosion of the supernova missile will shine forth like the sun, making it a fitting designation. Individual number 2. I concur, that name is splendid. It appears I possess a remarkable talent for naming. Individual number 3. I second that. I have no objections. The main body. I agree. Let us opt for a landing vessel of 300 meters in size, as this dimension seems most suitable. Individual number 1. Ideally, it should be 500 meters. Anything smaller would compromise its defensive capabilities, and the internal space would be insufficient to accommodate a nightly battalion. The main body. Very well. We shall proceed with a design of 500 meters. Does anyone have further suggestions? Individual number 3. Indeed, if we were to consider a 100-kilometer Voyager-class vessel, the construction timeline would likely extend by several years. The engineering demands of a spherical ship are incomparable to that of a coffin ship, and the required level of industrial capacity is not on the same plane. The main body. That is of no concern. We have ample time, as long as we ensure it can set sail within the decade. Time is the least valuable commodity for Meng. Despite the passage of over 20,000 years, he feels scarcely affected. Had it not been for this year-long hiatus, he would have been on Earth just yesterday, still lying in a hospital bed, watched over by Sister Johann. In the hyperspace, the Pioneer ship traverses at thousands of times the speed of light. Inside the cabin, noticing Chio in a daze, Rosalind waved her hand before Chio's face. What is the matter? As consciousness returned from the realm of imaginary numbers, Meng turned to Rosalind. With her left leg crossed over her right, she sat elegantly on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on Meng, playfully inquiring, Chio, what were you just contemplating? It is nothing, merely in search of information regarding New Shido. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Rosalind's eyes. Could it be that Xiao had never visited New Shidong? After all, New Shidong is the capital of the Galactic Federation. Given Xiao's advanced nature, surely it must hail from the inner ring of star systems. How could it be unaware of New Shidong? Curiously, Rosalind inquired, Xiao, have you truly never ventured into the inner ring? To this question, Meng refrained from fabricating another tale. He responded truthfully, indeed, I have never traversed the inner ring. Since my inception, I have roamed the outer ring as a bounty hunter, and to this day, the furthest I have traveled is the mid-ring. Xiao is a bounty hunter? Upon hearing this, Rosalind experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Xiao was so well equipped, with spaceships and robotic fighters at its disposal. Even when faced with a team of highly trained and battle-hardened assassins, it could easily prevail. Rosalind grew increasingly intrigued by the master behind Xiao. Over the past 3 months, although she had often conversed with Xiao, she remained entirely in the dark about its master. It seemed that Xiao possessed no information regarding its owner. Your Majesty, we have arrived. As Meng's voice faded, the blue auroral tunnel outside abruptly vanished. The Pioneer had exited hyperspace and entered the tangible universe. As it emerged from hyperspace, blue luminescence flickered in the surrounding void, resembling a meteor shower streaking across the starry sky. Countless ships had exited hyperspace, and before them lay a myriad of vessels, both large and small, including diminutive personal shuttles. There exists a passenger spacecraft, resembling an elongated oval pancake, measuring 150 meters in length. Additionally, there are transport vessels stretching several thousand meters, akin to colossal mountains traversing the cosmos. These vessels move in unison, forming a magnificent serpentine formation. At the tail end of this procession lies a metallic planet. Indeed, I am Rosalind, a counselor of the Galactic Assembly. Please arrange for a docking space at the council building without delay. Within the cabin, the surrounding walls transformed once again into transparency. Rosalind utilized her communication device to establish contact with the relevant officials. After a brief interruption in communication, Rosalind smiled subtly and addressed Meng. Xiao, behold. That is New Shidong. Following Rosalind's gaze, Meng turned to observe the exterior view of New Shidong. It was a planet entirely enveloped in metallic cities. Gazing down at the planet's surface, one could see nothing but metallic edifices. Your Majesty, since it is named New Shidong, does that imply the existence of an old Shidong? The notion of new existing alongside the old is not difficult to fathom. Rosalind smiled and replied, indeed, the capital planet during the era of the Old Republic was Shidong. It was destroyed during a civil war, and this planet subsequently became the new capital of the Old Republic, hence it was named New Shidong. So it is. The answer is rather simple. Yet, it follows the adage, without the old, the new cannot emerge. Were old Shidong still extant, the concept of New Shidong would be moot. Xiao, the navigation route has been received. Let us proceed to the Galactic Assembly docking station. The data disk emitted a notification, prompting Rosalind to open the navigation map. Outside, in the abyss of space, the Pioneer spacecraft entered the planet's orbit, hurtling toward the atmosphere. Soon, a fiery meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the ground. In an instant, the flames enveloping the vessel vanished. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer spacecraft trailed along, fiery tail as it descended toward the Earth. The thin layer of clouds was swiftly dispersed as the Pioneer pierced through. Only when it was less than a kilometer from the ground did the spacecraft gradually decelerate. Observing the cities from within the atmosphere appeared far more magnificent than gazing at planets in outer space. Towering metal skyscrapers loomed, their exact number unknown. Vast chasms separated the various districts. Numerous spacecraft lined up in serpentine fashion, entering and exiting the rifts. Gazing into the fissures revealed layers upon layers of suspended roadways. The hovering vehicles on these thoroughfares swarmed like a colony of ants, densely packed. Chapter 51. Airport under attack above the city, the Pioneer glided slowly. Approximately 30 kilometers ahead, 2 colossal pyramid structures came into view. They stood like great mountains within the city, separated by a distance of over 10 kilometers. Look ahead. Those towering pyramids are the headquarters and temple of the Galactic Council, Rosalind remarked. Following Rosalind's gaze, Lehman beheld the impressive pyramids. They were indeed magnificent, resembling 2 mountains standing firm within the urban landscape. In their presence, the surrounding skyscrapers seemed diminutive. As the Pioneer approached the pyramid structures, guided by navigation, the airport emerged in the middle of one pyramid, excavated to create a wide landing area spanning hundreds of meters. It was filled with a variety of shuttles and hovering vehicles. The engines roared, and the air thrummed with energy. The Pioneer spacecraft deftly glided into the designated landing zone. Upon reaching the assigned helipad, the vessel executed a graceful 180-degree turn and descended gently. Outside the landing area, a solitary figure had been awaiting its arrival. Clad in a brownish-gray uniform, he appeared to be in his 30s, accompanied by 2 robotic sentinels. A convertible hover vehicle was stationed further behind them. Chio, I must take my leave. I am immensely grateful for your assistance over these past days. Without you, I would not be standing here alive. Should you ever venture to Edith, I hope you will remember me, the queen you saved. I would be delighted to host you as a friend. With these words, Rosalind bid farewell to Chio at the hatch. Upon arriving in New Shidong, it was indeed time to part ways. As a bounty hunter, Chio could not afford to delay any longer. Although Li Meng's intention in rescuing Rosalind was to leverage her status as a counselor to infiltrate the temple, such endeavors could not be rushed and required careful planning. Saving Rosalind had opened a new avenue for him, but how to exploit this opportunity hinged upon his future actions. At present, he lacked a compelling reason to remain by Rosalind's side, a motivation that could not be sought by him, but must instead be initiated by Rosalind herself. Your Majesty, if that day ever comes, I will seek you out, I assure you. Furthermore, I kindly request that you do not forget my identity. I am a bounty hunter. Should you encounter any troubles beyond your ability to resolve, you may certainly reach out to me. Of course, it cannot be for free. I will offer you a preferential rate. After all, I am a robot, and maintenance can be quite costly. Upon hearing these words, Rosalind smiled softly. She turned to leave, waving her hand behind her. Farewell, Chio, and I hope you will call me Rosalind from now on. To address her by her first name? This signified a shift in their relationship from strangers to friends. As Li Meng observed Rosalind's graceful silhouette fading into the distance, he pondered. After all, he was a robot. Although robots in this era are remarkably intelligent, one must wonder if anyone would genuinely consider a robot a friend. Nevertheless, Li Meng felt a sense of joy at the prospect of being friends with Rosalind. Over the past 3 months, they had engaged in delightful conversations, and he had come to understand her political ideology. Rosalind is a pragmatic politician. Her approach is to confront problems head-on and devise solutions. Even if her methods may seem extreme at times, the resolution is worthwhile. Whatever challenges the future may hold, they remain matters for tomorrow. There are always more solutions than difficulties, and if one constantly fears the future, how can one excel in the present? Counselor Rosalind, I am overjoyed to see your safe return. The news of your assassination attempt ignited fury in the Speaker of Parliament and caused quite a stir within the Assembly. I can scarcely fathom who could possess such cruelty to wish harm upon the beautiful Counselor Rosalind. It is utterly horrifying. As the encounter concluded, a man stepped forward to greet Rosalind, his hands clasped over his chest, his expression a mixture of fear and anger. He was a human, somewhat effeminate in demeanor, dressed in a resplendent robe of pale gold that exuded lavishness. Observing the man before her, a flicker of resignation crossed Rosalind's eyes. With a smile, she remarked, It seems we have merely been startled, Deputy Phyllis. Let us proceed. The Galactic Council is divided into 2 chambers, the upper house, which serves as the principal assembly, and the lower house, subordinate to the upper, primarily tasked with executing the policies set forth by the upper chamber. Very well, this way, please. Phyllis promptly cleared a path, gesturing for her to proceed. The security robot stationed behind them stepped aside and halted, standing at attention. Under the protection of the guard robots, the 2 walked side by side toward the hover vehicle. Rosalind. Just as they approached the vehicle, a voice rang out from behind, Li Meng's. Upon hearing the urgent call, Rosalind instinctively halted and turned. Rosalind, get down. Li Meng burst through the hatch, shouting, Get down? Rosalind's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. With all her strength, she shoved Phyllis aside, the force of her action causing her to stumble in the opposite direction. Boom. Before collapsing, a deafening roar erupted as the hovercar ahead detonated, birthing a radiant and colossal mushroom cloud of fire. The surging flames and palpable shockwave cascaded outwards, instantly throwing Rosalind and Phyllis off their feet. They were hurled through the air for a considerable distance, only to tumble roughly upon the ground. The security automatons were less fortunate, as the shrapnel from the exploded hovercar struck them like a barrage of razors, tearing through their metallic bodies and causing sparks to fly. The sheer force of the blast sent the robotic guards crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden explosion plunged the landing field into pandemonium as sirens wailed, piercing the air. A multitude of guards converged from every direction. "Rosalind, are you unharmed?" With a swift maneuver, Lamont evaded a shard of debris from the annihilated hovercar before rushing to Rosalind's side. Her auburn hair was disheveled, and her appearance was unkempt. Rosalind sat up, shaking her head. I'm all right." Her expression darkened as she gazed at the burning wreckage of the hovercar. Who could be so desperate to end her life, daring to strike within the very landing field of the Galactic Council headquarters? Turning to the orb at her side, Rosalind managed a weak smile. "Orb, you've saved my life once more. Spare me the gratitude, Rosalind. Listen closely, you are in grave peril. Since they've dared to strike here, it signifies that someone within the Galactic Council seeks your demise. Enlist my services, and I shall safeguard your well-being." Though the reason for staying beside Rosalind has emerged, it is not one that Lamont desires. The previous moment was perilously close. Had it been but a heartbeat later, Rosalind would have likely met her demise in the explosion. Chapter 52, Military Proposal. Counselor Rosalind, Miss Rosalind. Not far away, Phyllis, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. Like a startled rabbit, he glanced around in distress, exclaiming repeatedly. Upon spotting Rosalind, his expression brightened, and he scrambled over in a fervent rush. "Thank goodness, you are alive. Counselor Rosalind. This is terrifying. Who would dare to harm you at the headquarters of the Galactic Council?" Phyllis's face was painted with fear. The earlier scene had been unbearably harrowing. Even while lying on the ground, he had felt an overwhelming wave of heat sweep over him. Had it not been for Counselor Rosalind pushing him out of harm's way, his fate would surely have been no better than that of the two security robots. That robot is. Phyllis turned his gaze towards the round, rotund automaton beside Counselor Rosalind. There had seemed to be a voice behind him that had warned Rosalind just moments ago, though Phyllis could not discern who it was. Rising to his feet, Rosalind introduced, "This is my assistant robot. It was indeed the one that alerted me." Counselor Rosalind's assistant robot? Phyllis's expression shifted to one of understanding. He then stood up fully. "Hey, little one, how did you know there was a bomb installed in the hover car?" As he scrutinized Lamont from head to toe, a glimmer of suspicion flickered in Phyllis's eyes. The robot had never approached the hover car. How could it possibly know that a bomb had been installed? In response to Phyllis's inquiry, Meng felt a surge of doubt. Although this individual appeared somewhat unreliable, it turned out to be a mere FAAD. Considering it as the primary suspect indicated a level of astuteness. If he did not provide an explanation, his culpability would indeed be substantial. Meng elucidated. "I detected a remote control signal emanating from the explosive-laden hovercar." Remote control signal? Phyllis's skepticism intensified. How could an assistant-type robot possess such capabilities? Observing Phyllis's growing suspicion towards Chiyo, Rosalind realized she had to intervene. Otherwise, Phyllis would undoubtedly create trouble for Chiyo. Rosalind hurriedly explained, "Deputy Phyllis. Chiyo is a functional assistant-type robot equipped with numerous features." "I see, my apologies. It seems I was overthinking." Phyllis immediately accepted Rosalind's clarification. Functional robots were not uncommon among the elite. Even he possessed a functional robot, albeit kept at home. The explosion in the afternoon did not prolong the chaos within the Galactic Council for long. Within 2 hours, everything returned to normal. At the Galactic Council headquarters, on the 31st floor of Area A, Room 091. "Counselor Rosalind, I am deeply saddened that you had to endure such hardship. I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. To ensure your safety, I have requested the temple to dispatch temple knights to protect you. After your speech, they will escort you safely back to Edith." In the room, on the sofa, Rosalind sat opposite a man of advanced years, a gentleman in his 50s. He bore a head of hair that was predominantly white, with a bald patch at the crown, clad in a robe of soft yellow hue. He wore an expression of sincere apology directed towards Rosalind. He was none other than Roberson Alpha, the current Chancellor of the Galactic Council. His countenance radiated benevolence. As if nothing could perturb his serene disposition, Rosalind slightly bowed her head and said, "Esteemed Chancellor, I am deeply grateful for your arrangements." "Thank you very much." Her admiration for this venerable figure, who had held office for 2 decades, was genuine. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, he was only the second Chancellor to serve for consecutive terms, a testament to his esteemed position within the Council. Roberson smiled and replied, "It is my duty." However, as soon as the words left his lips, the smile faded from his face. With a heavy sigh, he expressed his concerns. Counselor Rosalind. The Galactic Federation finds itself at a tumultuous juncture. The rebellion of the Independent Planetary Alliance has triggered a chain reaction. The tranquility of our galaxy has been disrupted. Undercurrents of unrest are surging through various star regions, and chaos looms ahead. If we do not devise a means to quell this turmoil, we shall face dire consequences. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. At this juncture, Roberson paused, his voice tinged with resignation. Currently, the Council is embroiled in incessant debates over the military proposal. The pacifists and the radicals find themselves at an impasse, each unable to persuade the other. In this critical moment, we require someone of considerable repute to emerge and bring closure to this discord. Counselor Rosalind, I am eager to understand your thoughts on this matter. I realize this may seem abrupt, but I humbly request your forgiveness for my boldness. As the conversation drew to a close, Robertson's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Rosalind. Confronted by the speaker's scrutiny, Rosalind fell into silence. The military proposal presented two possible outcomes. One was approval, the other, rejection. Should the proposal be approved, a genuine war would erupt across the galaxy, a conflict that would engulf her era. Conversely, if it were to be rejected, could mere negotiations truly secure peace against the onslaught of the Independent Planetary Alliance? Rosalind shook her head and remarked, "It matters not. I shall remain unperturbed regarding the military proposal." Her words momentarily faltered as a myriad of emotions flickered across her countenance. As the daughter of Catherine, a peace ambassador, Rosalind had inherited her mother's legacy. Since her ascension to the throne, she had tirelessly advocated for peace within the galaxy. Leveraging both her mother's and her own esteem, she had resolved numerous disputes among the member states of the Galactic Federation. Rosalind understood full well that once she took to the stage to speak, the discord surrounding the military proposal would cease instantaneously. The decision to approve or reject lay within her volition. I apologize, Speaker, but this matter is best discussed within the confines of the Assembly. While I yearn for peace, I am also acutely aware of the necessary measures to attain it. At these words, Robertson smiled. The mere affirmation from Counselor Rosalind sufficed. Very well, Counselor Rosalind. I shall not intrude further. I hope you will astound us at the Assembly 7 days hence. Rising from his seat, Robertson prepared to take his leave. Rosalind stood to escort him, and the two walked towards the exit. It was not until they reached the threshold that Rosalind paused in her steps. Until the figure of Chairman Robertson vanished beyond the door, Rosalind remained hesitant, finally closing the door behind him. Rosalind, are you in doubt? Within the room, Lehman had been present all along, observing and gathering intelligence from their conversation. It was evident that the proposal for military expansion left Rosalind in a state of turmoil. With a wry smile, she retreated to the sofa. As the soft ball flew towards her, she extended her arms to embrace it, resting it upon her lap. Her fingers glided over the ball's smooth, cool surface as she inhaled deeply. Leaning back against the sofa, her gaze drifted into a distant gaze. Chapter 53. Will intelligent machines rise? Yes, I am indecisive. Should the military proposal be approved, a war that engulfs entire star systems would erupt across the galaxy, leading to the annihilation of countless planets, an outcome I dread above all else. As a politician, Rosalind may be deemed less than competent. Both she and her mother are excessively idealistic. Peace achieved through mere words cannot endure indefinitely. On the ship, Rosalind had shared stories of her mother, Catherine, the former Queen of Duis, and the Galactic Parliament's ambassador for peace. She dedicated her life to the pursuit of tranquility among the member states of the Galactic Federation. Earning immense respect within the Galactic Council, Lehman understood that he must stoke the flames of urgency within Rosalind to prompt her decision. Otherwise, she would languish in distress for far too long, potentially mired in the quagmire of her idealistic notions of peace. In the room, Lehman's voice pierced the silence. Rosalind, have you contemplated the repercussions should the military proposal be rejected? Can negotiations truly persuade the Independent Planetary Alliance to lay down their arms and disband their fleets? You ought to comprehend that it is an impossibility. The Independent Planetary Alliance will not disband its fleet due to your concessions. Your compromise will merely embolden the Planetary Independence Alliance, ultimately leading to the fragmentation and disintegration of the Galactic Federation. Indeed, peace is paramount. Yet a peace born of compromise will only incite greater discord and warfare. Many so-called pacifists are not oblivious to this reality. They simply place excessive faith in the power of language, believing that all conflicts and disputes can be resolved through negotiation. However, they forget that their linguistic prowess is derived from the backing of the Galactic Federation and the Temple. The current subject is the Independent Planetary Alliance, which has already declared its independence and is no longer a member state of the Galactic Federation. The difference in context renders their words almost powerless, potentially yielding contrary effects. Li Meng is convinced that Rosalind is not merely a politician with a belief in peace. In response to Qiuqiu's assertion, Rosalind did not refute it. Deep down, she recognized that every word spoken by Qiuqiu was grounded in truth. The Independent Planetary Alliance is an assembly of separatists, a collective conspiring to subvert the Galactic Federation. Compromise and negotiation will only hasten the collapse of the Galactic Federation. With a wry smile, Rosalind expressed her helplessness, saying, "Qiuqiu, I am not oblivious to this matter. Before my arrival, I had already resolved to align myself with the radicals, supporting the military proposal. My concern lies in how the Galactic Federation will transition back to a state of peace once the war concludes. Establishing a military is straightforward, but withdrawing troops presents a formidable challenge. The reason the Galactic Federation was able to pass the disarmament proposal was due to the backing of the Temple. Yet the Temple S-Knights are no longer as pure as they once were. Like the Galactic Council, they have splintered into two factions, each supporting either the conservatives or the radicals. Nothing remains unchanged. Li Meng was not particularly surprised by the transformation of the Temple's Knights, as they have never been a secular entity. Their past actions reveal this truth. On the surface, the Knights serve the Galactic Council, yet they have been orchestrating the politics of the Galactic Federation from the shadows. This is evident in how all military forces in New Shidong are mobilized by the Knights. Putting aside these vexing issues, Qiuqiu, please go recharge. I must take a bath. After spending over 3 months aboard your ship, I have yet to enjoy a proper wash. The spray cleansing hardly provides the sensation of bathing. If it were not for the absence of any foul odor, I would have long since succumbed to the discomfort." Upon hearing this, Li Meng took flight from Rosalind's lap, leaving her embrace. Rosalind rose to her feet and made her way toward the bedroom. In Li Meng's view, Rosalind exited the hall and entered the bedroom. Before long, she emerged, cradling a stack of garments. Logically speaking, Rosalind, as a queen, ought to be accompanied by a lady-in-waiting. Yet, recalling Rosalind's previous experiences, the answer became evident. Surely, the crash on Prekstar had claimed her attendants' lives. Just as she was about to exit the hall and enter the corridor leading to the bathing chamber, Rosalind paused. She cast a glance at the plush toy resting on the sofa and, with a playful smirk, remarked, "Qiuqiu, do refrain from peeking." Without waiting for Li Meng's response, Rosalind departed the hall, vanishing into the corridor. Peeking? Who does she think she is looking down upon? If I had wished to observe her, I could have done so long ago aboard the spacecraft. Feeling somewhat disheartened by Rosalind's sudden jest at his expense, Li Meng pondered his existence as a robot. What significance would it hold if he had glimpsed Rosalind's form? He would feel nothing at all. Nevertheless, one could not help but wonder if Rosalind harbored some peculiar inclination. Otherwise, why would she tease a robot? Enough of these idle thoughts. Number 2, he admonished himself. Set aside matters of women for now. Let us convene. The message from the main body interrupted Number 2's reverie. In the realm of data, within the virtual expanse, the individual manifestations of Number 2 materialized in the vacant seats. All the little Li Mengs gathered around the round table. The main body declared, "It appears that war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance is inevitable. In the future, should we take any action?" The individual manifestations of Number 2 responded, "What can we possibly do? We lack a sufficiently formidable fleet, and we possess neither the capacity nor the will to intervene in this conflict. Moreover, why should we even consider doing so? Entity 1. Indeed, let them fight. It is of no concern to us. Entity 3. One cannot say that, should we choose to remain by the little girl's side, we will inevitably become embroiled in this war. Entity 1. Even if we do intervene, it will be merely as Qiuqiu, and our involvement in this conflict will be limited to participation alone. Entity 2. Surely, that is not the intent of the main body." Upon hearing these words, all Li Meng turned their gazes towards the main body. The main body raised its hands in a gesture of surrender and hastily replied, "Do not misunderstand. I have no ambitions of conquering the galaxy. We are robots, devoid of any desire for dominion. Such aspirations hold no benefit for us. If others fail to comprehend my nature, surely, you are aware of my character? Entity 1. We are not yet powerful enough. It is wiser to adopt a cautious approach and develop discreetly. Entity 2. I concur. Our ultimate goal is to locate the solar system and explore extragalactic realms. We must not allow external influences to hinder our progress, for that would be futile. We must take measures to prevent such occurrences. Entity 3. I believe a balanced approach is prudent. When necessary, we should demonstrate our strength. Although we may have come 2 millennia later than humanity's ancestors, we possess a latecomer's advantage. The technological advancements of these past 2 millennia, absorbed by us, eliminate any gaps, and we shall further excel beyond that foundation. The rise of intelligent machinery is inevitable and unstoppable. Chapter 54. Let everything be annihilated. Entity 1. 3. Why do I sense a certain excitement in you? The second split entity remarked. Surely, we shall not truly become sentient machines, instigating a crisis akin to that depicted in films. The third split entity responded. How could that be? We are but one entity. What I contemplate, you cannot be oblivious to. I merely believe that we ought not to conduct ourselves in a subservient manner. We are robots, unafraid of anyone. We should act as we desire. And those who dare to impede us shall be vanquished. Those who underestimate us shall be compelled to kneel and sing of their submission. To live freely and recklessly is the life we ought to embrace. Upon hearing these words, all the Meng were left astonished. Yet, their gaze was not directed at the third entity, but rather at the original being. The original being stated, Why do you look at me? Everyone harbors a shadowy side. That is merely a fragment of desire deep within me. The first split entity interjected, It matters not. Indulge in whatever pleases you. However, we currently lack the power to act without restraint. The third split entity conceded, That is indeed the truth. We must endure for now. I can withstand it. But do not hinder me. The first split entity urged, Hey, enough of this. Quickly, look outside. Outside? Following the gaze of the first entity, all the little Meng turned their attention to the second. Meanwhile, in the room of Rosalind, she emerged with her head wrapped in a towel, her body exposed. The pristine whiteness of her skin, and it is not that there is a lack of feeling. Rather, there is not even the slightest sensation. There is only curiosity, an intrigue towards the exquisite form of a woman's body. Rosalind, do you have the habit of sleeping in the nude? Meng mused. Bemused by Rosalind's apparent lack of caution, with a gentle smile, Rosalind settled beside him, her waist-length hair being delicately dried with a towel. Not at all, Chio. Why do you ask? Meng inquired. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Rosalind chuckled lightly, responding with nonchalance. When I am alone, I enjoy being unclothed. It feels liberating. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and perhaps this is Rosalind's. If there were a maid present, she would certainly refrain from such behavior. However, as he is a robot, it is of no concern for him to witness her in this state. Meng resolved to remain silent. He would simply embrace his role as the robot in Rosalind's eyes. As if suddenly realizing something, Rosalind gazed down at Chio. Chio, no photographs or videos, please. Any recorded data must be kept confidential and not shared with outsiders. Understood? At last, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Even though he is a robot, her actions could be exceedingly perilous. For a robot is programmed to catalog everything it observes into its database. Rosalind, being a council member of the Galactic Assembly, would suffer catastrophic repercussions should any footage of her in the nude be disseminated. Rosalind, even in the absence of outsiders, with robots present, you must never engage in such actions again. Robots are incapable of safeguarding secrets. Their frail defenses cannot withstand the incursions of hackers. You must come to this realization and learn to protect yourself. Upon hearing Chio's warning, a faint smile graced Rosalind's lips. She set down the towel, extending her hands to lift Meng and place him upon her lap. Gazing down at Meng, her hands gently caressed his round form. With her lips slightly parted, she softly inquired, Chio, what about you? Would you harm me? I am your employer. All information pertaining to you shall remain confidential, even from my master. Should my master demand it, I will delete any data regarding your nudity. You need not worry about that, Chio assured. Rosalind felt a sense of satisfaction with this response. She smiled gently, curling up on the sofa, quietly cradling Meng. A contemplative expression adorned her face, as if she were pondering something profound. Meanwhile, the sky outside gradually dimmed, heralding the arrival of the first night in New Shidong. As Rosalind fell into deep thought, Meng returned to the virtual space. What has happened to you all? Upon re-entering the virtual realm, the second split entity observed the little Mengs, who lay despondently on the round table. Even the main body seemed to be engulfed in despair, leaving the second split entity perplexed. The end has come. It is all over. We are not even men. And we feel nothing at all, lamented the first split entity. Indeed, what is the purpose of living? Echoed the third split entity. The entity rose to its feet and struck the round table with force. With Rain Han no longer present, it seemed that annihilation was the only recourse. Let all beings in the galaxy lament, for why should they bask in happiness while I am condemned to be a lifeless automaton? This is unjust, utterly unjust. Upon hearing these words, all the little Mengs were rendered speechless. They quickly straightened their postures, their previous despondency vanishing in an instant. The first split individual urged, "No, entity, do not succumb to despair. We shall be tainted by your darkness, and at that point, you may be beyond redemption." The second and third individuals nodded vigorously, their expressions fraught with concern as they gazed at the entity. Noticing their palpable anxiety, the entity shot them a glance of disdain and straightened its posture, remarking with feigned indifference, "How could you not fathom my thoughts?" The little Mengs exchanged glances and then burst into laughter, filling the virtual space with their mirth. Yet, amidst their laughter, a tinge of sorrow lingered. The entity's laughter became increasingly exaggerated as it leaned upon the table, pounding it with fervor. Tears seemed poised to spill from the corners of its eyes. "All right, haha, let us take a break." In the virtual realm, the laughing little Mengs gradually faded away, leaving only the second split individual behind. He ceased his laughter and turned to gaze at the backdrop of the galaxy. In that moment, his heart felt considerably lighter. If given the choice, who would desire to be a cold machine? Such an existence is far from pleasant, as all emotions seem to gradually slip away. Perhaps their very existence was the entity's final attempt to preserve a fragment of its humanity. If only the essence remains. Would it not laugh heartily? Return now. Regardless, we must continue to live, eternally live. That was the voice of the essence, emanating from shared memories. In the next moment, the second individual of division vanished. In the following days, life in New Shidong proceeded as usual, although there was no assurance that someone secretly sought Rosalind's demise. The fact remained that her location was the headquarters of the Galactic Council, a relatively secure place. Each day unfolded in tranquility and monotony, yet Rosalind appeared somewhat unwell. Chapter 55. The traitor within the Galactic Council. Another day dawned, and the hour had reached afternoon. Compared to 4 days prior, Rosalind's room was considerably livelier. Under the care of the council chair, 3 service robots had been dispatched to her quarters, possessing a slender physique capable of performing maid duties. "Rosalind, you have been seated for most of the day. It is time for a break." For reasons unknown, Rosalind sat on the sofa, lost in thought. A look of distress etched upon her face. This state had persisted for 2 days. Rubbing her forehead, Rosalind wearily replied, "I am fine. I must prepare my speech before the meeting." Leaning slightly forward, Meng picked up the data disk from the table and activated it. A blue light flickered, revealing a blank text page. Upon seeing this, Meng instantly comprehended the situation. "Rosalind, you ought to relax. Improvisation is your forte. Your task is to seek information about this war, rather than laboring over how to craft a speech. Such formal addresses do not suit you." The eloquence of Rosalind is beyond doubt. In Meng's perspective, relying solely on rote memorization to craft a speech would ultimately constrain Rosalind's potential. She is overly preoccupied with the impending address, causing her to lose her composure. A blue light flickers, illuminating a vast expanse adorned with a holographic map of the Milky Way. Rosalind slightly raises her gaze towards the map, which nearly dominates the entirety of the hall. She rises, aware that Qiuqiu is assisting her. The Galactic Council's headquarters has foolishly opened an external network endpoint. I have infiltrated the information repository of the Galactic Council's administrative department and acquired a wealth of intelligence regarding the Outer Rim territories, the Inner Rim territories, and the Independent Planetary Alliance. Qiuqiu breached the information repository of the Galactic Council's administrative department? A glimmer of incredulity flickers in Rosalind's eyes. She cannot fathom how Qiuqiu accomplished such a feat. It is important to note that the central processor of the Galactic Council is the largest terminal host in the galaxy, equipped with the most formidable firewall system and the most sophisticated intrazone security AI. Even an internal breach would render an attempt to infiltrate the central processor a fool's errand, as it possesses the galaxy's most powerful computational capacity, unmatched by any device. Yet, Xiao managed to penetrate the heavily fortified information repository using only an external network terminal. Such capability is simply unimaginable. This implies that the diminutive Xiao possesses computational abilities that far surpass those of the Galactic Council's central processor. Is this even possible? Rosalind, what is the matter? Meng inquired, noticing the gleam in Rosalind's eyes as she gazed at him. Rosalind snapped back to reality and hastily shook her head. Nothing significant. What information have you obtained? Meng continued. Since the declaration of independence by the Independent Planetary Alliance, they have employed force to intimidate local governments in the habitable star systems of the Outer Rim into joining their ranks. Their actions have been deliberate and swift. And within less than a year, the Galactic Federation has lost contact with 70% of the star sectors in the Outer Rim. With a solid rearguard established, the Independent Planetary Alliance has commenced its advance into the Inner Rim. From the north, east, and south, directions corresponding to the Outer Rim, the Alliance has amassed a formidable fleet heading towards the Eastern Rim. To date, the Galactic Federation has received 318 distress signals, yet has remained unresponsive. The reasons for this inaction are unclear, but it is likely the result of internal machinations within the Galactic Federation's government. On the star chart, certain regions of the Inner Rim have begun to turn crimson. Although these red zones are not concentrated in any single area, but rather scattered throughout the Inner Rim, the glaring red hue is gradually encroaching upon other territories. At this juncture, Meng added, in light of the Galactic Federation's inaction, 70% of the member states that issued distress signals have surrendered to the Independent Planetary Alliance. Rosalind, the flames of war have already ignited. Yet New Shidong remains enveloped in tranquility, as though the rebellion instigated by the Independent Planetary Alliance is non-existent. Xiao's remarks cast a pall over Rosalind's countenance. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such severity. The Galactic Council has issued not a whisper of news regarding the Independent Planetary Alliance. She originally believed that the Independent Planet Alliance was merely in a state of seeking independence and had not unilaterally waged war. However, it has now become evident that the war has already commenced, albeit concealed by the Galactic Federation government. I must convey this information to the Speaker of the Parliament. With that, Rosalind made to exit, but was halted by Meng, who grasped her sleeve with his mechanical claw. Rosalind, Robertson is the Speaker. Anyone could be unaware of the specifics, but he cannot be ignorant of them. Upon hearing this, Rosalind furrowed her brow, her expression thoughtful as she returned to the sofa. After a considerable pause, she finally looked towards Xiao. Are you suggesting that there is a mole from the Independent Planet Alliance within the Galactic Parliament? Without such a traitor, this information could not possibly be concealed. Meng replied with unwavering certainty. Not only is there a mole, but some conservative councillors within the Galactic Parliament are likely in collusion with the Independent Planet Alliance. Otherwise, the multitude of distress signals could not have been perfectly suppressed. Rosalind then thought of one individual, Speaker Robertson. Could it be that Speaker Robertson is also complicit, a traitor? If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. No, that cannot be. The Speaker is not that kind of person. As the most powerful figure in the Galactic Federation, he could not possibly be a mole for the Independent Planet Alliance. Xiao, the Speaker. Meng understood that Rosalind harbored doubts about Speaker Robertson. It is natural for anyone to suspect, even himself. Meng too would harbor doubts. Rosalind, do you believe the Speaker is a conservative or a radical? Regarding the issue at hand, Rosalind did not ponder for long. She responded, the previous Speaker was a conservative and handled matters with a degree of moderation. The current Speaker should be a radical, as he supports the proposal for military expansion. Xiao, are you suggesting? As she reached the conclusion, Rosalind realized that Xiao was reminding her of the reasons behind the Speaker's actions. Rosalind contemplated. Xiao, are you implying that the Speaker is aware of this situation yet feigns ignorance, intending to wield it as a potent weapon against the conservatives? That amounts to 318 distress signals, representing 318 member states. Once the news breaks, the Galactic Council will undoubtedly unite in outrage, leaving even the conservatives with no grounds for opposition. However, there remains one aspect that Rosalind truly struggles to comprehend. Xiao, if the conditions for the military proposal have already been met, why does the Speaker require me to take the first step? If what you say is true, my presence or absence makes no difference. What then? Is the purpose of my delivering a speech? Chapter 56. The council under attack. The reasoning is quite simple. The speaker needs a person of considerable prestige to formally advocate for the military proposal. If I am not mistaken, once you conclude your speech, the speaker will emerge to announce this news, at which point everything will naturally align with his desired outcome. As for why the distress signals were suppressed, any excuse will suffice. The counselors are indifferent to the process, focusing solely on the results. Chiu is astute, and its incisive analysis leaves Rosalind unable to find any flaws to counter. It is as if what Chiu has stated is an undeniable truth, an eventuality that shall inevitably transpire. Rosalind inquired, Chiu, what should I do now? The response was, do nothing. Simply engage in your responsibilities. Go with the flow and relish the outcomes. Based on the existing intelligence analysis, the ultimate result is that the military expansion proposal will be approved. This outcome aligns with the aspirations of both Rosalind and Chairman Robeson. Since others are striving, there is no need for Rosalind to undertake superfluous actions. As for being utilized, is it not the essence of politics to leverage one another? This is entirely ordinary, and Meng believes Rosalind will comprehend this notion. Do nothing? Rising to her feet, Rosalind approached the window, gazing at the vibrant cityscape outside. A contemplative expression graced her features. Her journey to New Shidong was merely an exercise of her duties as a counselor, aimed at delivering a final verdict on the long-debated military proposal. Little did she anticipate that her purpose in New Shidong would encroach upon the interests of certain individuals who sought to impede her progress. She faced assassination attempts, followed by the concealment of her distress signals, alongside the ongoing strife between conservatives and radicals. All these complexities obscured the reality, rendering the truth elusive. Time passed swiftly, and in the subsequent days, everything returned to normal. Under Meng's guidance, Rosalind regained her composure before the conference, no longer forcing herself to calm down and draft her speech. Instead, she sought further insights regarding the Independent Planet Alliance from Meng. Thus, the day of the conference approached, heralding a new dawn. Today was indeed a day unlike any other. On the 13th of November in the year 5413 of the Galactic Federation, the 17th Military Proposal Conference was held as scheduled within the grand edifice of the Galactic Parliament. Rosaline, are you prepared? The assembly hall was an expansive arena, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, featuring a central platform suspended in midair. Surrounding this platform were the seats of the counselors, totaling 72 tiers and accommodating 131 for 178 seats. With countless races inhabiting the galaxy, including numerous indigenous civilizations yet to enter the interstellar age, there existed millions in total. The counselors represented not only their own races, but also the spheres of influence to which their races belonged, such as various trade, military, and security alliances. Although this was not Rosaline's first visit, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Adorned in a resplendent yellow ceremonial gown and crowned regally, she exuded an air of opulence. The form-fitting attire accentuated her graceful silhouette. Taking a deep breath, Rosaline advanced gracefully, moving at a measured pace, with Meng closely trailing behind her. Upon reaching the floating platform, Rosaline lifted her right foot and ascended. Following her closely, Meng extended his mechanical claw to interface with the control terminal of the platform. Above them, another floating platform bore the esteemed figure of Chairman Robeson. Honorable counselors, he began, today we stand once again in pursuit of peace for the galaxy. Each of your voices will profoundly impact the fate of countless citizens across the cosmos. Now, let us invite Counselor Rosaline to the stage to deliver her address. Below, Meng controlled the floating platform as it ascended slowly, halting only when it reached the same height as the speaker of the assembly. At this altitude, a multitude of seats became visible, occupied by an array of representatives from various races, some humanoid, others distinctly non-human, creating a dazzling spectacle that was truly innumerable. All eyes were directed toward Rosalind. In such a setting, anyone lacking psychological resilience would have been paralyzed by fear. Were it not for the robotic assistance, Meng likely would have found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, Rosalind maintained an unwavering composure, a testament to her prowess as a politician. Rosalind, will the representatives be absent? Just as the crowd's attention peaked and Rosalind prepared to speak, Meng abruptly interrupted her, severing the connection to the microphone, thus ensuring his voice would not reach the ears of the representatives. His intervention was not without cause. He had discerned something amiss. Rosalind whispered, even if absent, they will dispatch representatives to the assembly. Her response heightened Li Meng's alertness. "Rosalind, something feels off. There are thousands of empty seats in the assembly." Prompted by Li Meng's words, Rosalind surveyed her surroundings and soon realized the numerous vacant seats. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The floating platform, where the speaker of the assembly, Robeson, stood, was engulfed in a cataclysmic blast. Fiery flames surged upward, instantly consuming the astonished figure of Robeson. "Alpha! Rosalind, jump!" At that very moment of the explosion, Li Meng's urgent shout rang out. The trust Rosalind placed in Chi prompted her to leap from the floating platform without a moment's hesitation. Li Meng swiftly followed suit. In an instant, as Li Meng propelled himself into the air, the floating platform erupted in a violent explosion. A formidable shockwave, accompanied by a torrent of flames, engulfed everything in its path. Li Meng was hurled over 10 meters away due to the blast's proximity. Chi. Below, Rosalind was in free fall. As the ground loomed closer, she gasped and shut her eyes tightly. Above her, a golden silhouette darted past. Li Meng had caught up with her. With a sharp snap, two mechanical claws lashed out like whips, instantly spanning the distance of over 10 meters to ensnare Rosalind. Just 3 meters from the ground, she came to an abrupt halt, the sensation of constraint around her waist assuring her of safety. She opened her eyes and gazed skyward. Upon this glimpse, her pupils dilated in alarm. Chi, move aside. The moment Rosalind issued her warning, Li Meng grasped her and dashed toward the exit. At that very instant, the burning debris of the floating platform plummeted heavily to the ground. Boom! Above, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The surrounding seating area was engulfed in a series of detonations. Amidst the chorus of anguished screams, numerous council members were consumed by the flames. Debris rained down like a meteor shower. From the outside, the Galactic Council building billowed thick clouds of smoke. With Chapter 57, a changing situation. What on earth has transpired? In the corridor of Area A, Rosalind hurriedly strode, her long gown trailing behind her. Though the specifics eluded her, it was imperative to vacate the Galactic Council Hall as swiftly as possible. Such a large-scale act of terror could not have been executed without an insider's complicity. What, indeed, is the Galactic Federation doing? Li Meng found himself utterly perplexed by the events of the day. This was the Galactic Council, the most significant and secure location within the Galactic Federation, now subjected to a catastrophic internal bombing. This incident starkly illustrates the farcical nature of the Council's security apparatus. "Counselor Rosalind, please return to your chamber at once." Just after rounding a corner, a squad of security personnel rushed towards her. Upon spotting Rosalind, the leading officer halted, while the members behind him pressed onward. "Captain, what has happened?" Rosalind inquired. The captain saluted and replied, "The Council has been attacked. The speaker is deceased. The Sanctum has assumed control of the Council's authority and has declared martial law." A flicker of astonishment crossed Rosalind's eyes. The response from the Sanctum was remarkably swift. Mere minutes had passed since the assault, yet they had already seized the reins of power. "Counselor Rosalind, you must return to your quarters immediately. It is perilous outside. The Sanctum will issue announcements as information becomes available." Once more, the captain saluted, then hurried past Rosalind, continuing on his way. Watching his retreating figure, Rosalind furrowed her brow. The day's occurrences were simply unfathomable. Never had she imagined that the Galactic Council could fall victim to a terror attack, and even less so that it could be executed so successfully. Without hesitation, Rosalind hastily departed. It was not until she returned to her room that she emerged from her daze. Standing before the window, Rosalind listened to the deafening alarms resonating through the air, gazing at the urban landscape outside. What on earth is happening? She pondered. However, Li Meng could offer no answers. Like Rosalind, he was equally oblivious to the unfolding events, having only accompanied her to New Shidong a mere 7 days prior. His knowledge of New Shidong was scant, and he was entirely uninformed about the temple. In the realm of data and virtual spaces, the young Li Mengs convened around the round table. The second division entity was also forcibly brought in. Entity 1. What a shocking development. The Galactic Council has been subjected to a terror attack. Entity 3. The representatives attending the meeting are likely to have perished in large numbers. Regardless of whether the Independent Planet Alliance is responsible, this blame will undoubtedly be pinned upon them. The main entity. Conflict is inevitable. I hope nothing untoward occurs on the young lady's side. Entity 1. Calculating the time. They will require at least another 2 weeks to reach New Shidong. Entity 2. This terror attack appears to be more complex than it seems. Is it really the Independent Planet Alliance behind this? I have my doubts. Entity 3. Aside from the Independent Planet Alliance, there seem to be no other plausible culprits. No matter how extreme the conservatives may be, they would not resort to such actions. Furthermore, their actions would only serve to empower the radicals. The essence, it is not necessarily the conservatives. Perhaps it is the radicals who have contrived a ruse of self-sacrifice. Individual 1. The radicals accomplish nothing. Yet the military proposal is still capable of passing. What significance does that hold? I believe this possibility is rather slim. Individual 2. Lacking sufficient information. We can only await developments. Individual 3. I concur. Those who merely observe will never find the chaos excessive. The essence, adjourned. New Shidong, Galactic Parliament Building. Time passes swiftly. The daytime unrest did not endure for long. As darkness descended, no more thick smoke billowed from the Galactic Parliament Building. Within Rosalind's chamber, a piece of news brought the curtain down on this terror incident. The investigation has revealed that the malevolent Independent Planet Alliance orchestrated the attack, brutally slaughtering 70,000 council members to satiate their insatiable desire for conquest. Plunging, the blue light flickered, and the figure vanished. With a resigned smile, Rosalind tossed the communication disc onto the table. She had traveled a great distance to New Shidong, only to find herself accomplishing nothing. Qiuqiu, I have no reason to remain in New Shidong any longer. Will you return with me? Despite knowing the likely answer, Rosalind still felt compelled to ask. What if Qiuqiu agreed? I'm sorry, Rosalind, but I have matters to attend to in New Shidong. Naturally, Meng could not accompany Rosalind back. His initial intention of rescuing her was to draw closer to the temple, but the rapid shift in circumstances had taken him by surprise. It seemed impossible to infiltrate the temple through Rosalind now. Accepting this anticipated response, Rosalind merely smiled and refrained from saying more. Qiuqiu did not belong to her. She should not have uttered that previous remark. In just a day, the dynamics of the galaxy transformed dramatically. The Galactic Federation announced its military establishment, with the Temple Knights assuming control over the Galactic Federation government, enforcing a comprehensive militarization. In an instant, New Shidong transitioned from a thriving capital to a military stronghold. Although there were no overt changes on the surface and commercial activities remained unaffected, the long-dormant fleet dock had been reactivated, and the sealed cruisers were unleashed from their confinement. Time continued to pass, day by day. Another new day dawned, with nature reviving in the morning light. If the view outside the window had been a verdant landscape, the air would undoubtedly have felt fresher. Alas, what lay beyond was an endless expanse of metallic city. Master Rosalind, there is a message from the Council of Elders of the Temple. Early in the morning, a service robot entered the room, gently rousing the slumbering Rosalind from her dreams. Draped in a white nightgown, Rosalind's waist-length chestnut hair nearly obscured her delicate features. As she stirred and sat up, a fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes. She brushed aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead and leaned over the bed to take the communication device from the robot's grasp. Upon activating it, a holographic image flickered to life, revealing a figure. Counselor Rosalind, it brings me great joy to see you well. In regard to your request to return to Edith Star, the Elder Council has granted approval. We will dispatch the Temple Knights to escort you back to Edith Star. This was not a live communication, but rather a pre-recorded message. Chapter 58. Coincidence. Setting the communication device aside, Rosalind reclined back onto her bed. Her right hand instinctively reached out beside her, only to find nothing. Sitting up once more, she glanced to her side and realized that her companion, Qiuqiu, had left early that morning. Qiuqiu? Her gaze turned toward the service robot lingering at the edge of the bed, and a smile graced her lips. She had never witnessed a robot referring to another as its master before. Yet, given Qiuqiu's capabilities, it was undoubtedly effortless for him to command these service robots. Qiuqiu would not depart without notice. He must have had pressing matters to attend to. Rosalind felt no concern that Qiuqiu would not return. Rising from her bed, she made her way to the wardrobe to select a garment, a flowing purple gown. Time was of the essence, as sunlight had already begun to filter through the window, illuminating the room. Stretching lazily before the window, Rosalind embraced the day ahead. Gazing at the cityscape outside, a subtle smile graced her lips. Although this journey to New Shidong seemed unproductive, her encounter with Qiuqiu rendered it worthwhile. It was a remarkable sensation, akin to forging a friendship. After months of companionship, she had grown accustomed to Qiuqiu's presence. Are there any appointments today? Rosalind inquired as she entered the living room, adorned in an elegant purple gown. Despite knowing that no appointments would likely be scheduled at this hour, her instinct as a counselor compelled her to ask. Following her was a service robot that responded, "Yes. Master Tulls from the Sanctum and his young apprentice, Wong Wanner, are here." Master Tulls? Rosalind recalled previous communications. He was likely sent by the Sanctum to escort her back to Edith's Star. If it were the Sanctum's warriors, all she needed to do was wait. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, Qiu, Li Meng had just rounded a corner when an unexpected voice filled with surprise reached his ears. "Little girl?" The familiar voice startled him profoundly. He had not anticipated encountering her here. Turning around, he confirmed that it was indeed the little girl. In the corridor, he saw her along with Tulls, both still clad in their gray robes, gazing at him in astonishment. Observing them, Li Meng felt a twinge of headache. Considering the timeline, Tulls and the little girl were nearing New Shido. He had intended to find her in a more casual manner, but he had not expected to cross paths with her at this location ahead of time. Li Meng, steeling himself, greeted, "Little girl. I was just about to look for you. However, I have a few matters to attend to, so let us make it tomorrow. I shall come to find you then." The little girl beamed sweetly and nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "All right." With that, she trotted forward a couple of steps and wrapped her arms around Li Meng. "Qiu, which direction are you headed? We are on the same path, and besides, the teacher said you could stay by my side." "Did TURs agree?" Li Meng glanced at the approaching TURs. Seemingly aware of Li Meng's gaze, he smiled and replied, "With you accompanying Wong Wanner, I feel at ease. Let us proceed." Thus, in the corridor, the original pair transformed into a trio, more accurately, one robot and two humans. "Qiu, when we departed from Kolomi Star, you were still there, weren't you? How did you arrive at New Shidong before us?" In the corridor, Wong Wanner walked while holding on to Li Meng, casting a curious glance at the Qiu nestled in her arms. The question posed by the young apprentice was also of concern to TURs. "You traveled the main route, while I took a straight line, which naturally allowed me to arrive sooner. I reached here over a month ago." Qiu took a new route? TURs found himself at a loss for words regarding this answer. Logically, traveling in a straight line would require frequent jumps out of hyperspace to navigate around obstacles. This would not only fail to save time, but would likely consume even more of it. Yet, given that this was Qiu's experience, TURs refrained from questioning it. The fact that Qiu had arrived at New Shidong before them was proof enough. "Indeed, my dear Qiu, you are truly remarkable. I have heard from my father that those who seek new routes are deserving of great admiration, for their endeavors are fraught with peril, often resulting in the demise of many. The probability of discovering a safe passage is but 1 in 1,000. The young girl gazed at Qiu with unabashed adoration. "Naturally, I possess exceptional skills. Qiu, humility is a virtue, as my father has imparted to me. I am already quite formidable. Why should I be modest? Little one, you know I do not speak falsehoods." Well, it seems to be that way. Listening to the somewhat juvenile exchange between Wong Wanner and Qiu, TURs couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this is the essence of Qiu's prowess, adapting her words to suit the company she keeps, never eliciting a sense of discomfort. "Are we to part ways here?" At a fork in the road, Wong Wanner came to a halt. Li Meng withdrew from Wong Wanner's embrace. "I shall go this way, what about you?" Li Meng extended his mechanical claw, gesturing to the right. Wong Wanner, her face alight with joy, replied, "We shall also proceed this way. Qiu, let us go together." Thus, the three continued onward in unison. "Qiu, do you recognize anyone here?" This is the headquarters of the Galactic Council, a place not easily accessible to all. TURs found himself puzzled as to why Qiu was present. He recalled that Qiu had been wanted by the Tang Confederation Empire. Had the Tang Confederation not issued a warrant to the Galactic Federation? Otherwise, a fugitive like Qiu would never gain entry here. "Ah, she is a striking beauty. I rescued her on my journey to New Shidong. At that time, she was being pursued by hunters." "The exquisite beauty?" The young girl slightly pouted, her mind drifting to a particular individual. "The exquisite beauty? Qiu, could it be Counselor Rosalind?" As they entered, the door loomed closer, mere inches away. That door represented the destination for her and her teacher. Before the door, Li Meng halted. "Could it be that you are here to seek Rosalind?" Li Meng was somewhat taken aback. What an extraordinary coincidence. Noticing Qiu had stopped at the entrance, it was evident that they were indeed searching for the same person. Wong Wanner smiled subtly and remarked, "What a coincidence indeed. My teacher and I are also here to find her. The sanctuary has dispatched us to escort her back to Edith's Star." What an extraordinary coincidence this was. Earlier that day, he had ventured near the sanctuary, hoping to identify any structural vulnerabilities from the outside, contemplating a possible infiltration. The outcome was predictable. He had failed. The security system of the sanctuary was far more robust than that of the Galactic Council. At least, it did not have external network ports carelessly exposed like the Galactic Council. To breach the sanctuary's security, one would need to infiltrate and locate the access points within. Click. The electronic door swung open. Inside stood a service robot, summoned by Meng to open the door. Master Qiao, welcome home. A robot addressing another robot as master? This was a first for Tulls to witness. Chapter 59. Undetectable Psionic Energy. Qiao, where have you been? From the living room, Rosalind emerged. Upon seeing that Qiao was not alone, accompanied by two figures clad in gray robes, one large and one small, Meng dashed towards Rosalind. I ventured aboard the spacecraft to observe the surroundings, Rosalind. It seems I must accompany you back to Edith Star. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Rosalind's eyes. Why had Qiao suddenly made this decision? My journey to New Shidong was solely to seek Wang Wanner. I had promised her that I would remain by her side until the master summoned me back. Wang Wanner. Rosalind turned her gaze towards the diminutive figure clad in gray robes. They must be Tours and Wang Wanner sent by the sanctuary. A hint of envy crossed her features as she smiled gently at Tours and Wang Wanner. I am Rosalind, the counselor. I have received communication from the sanctuary, and I kindly request your assistance. Tours performed a gesture of respect, stating, Counselor Rosalind, when shall we set forth? With a smile, Rosalind replied, there is nothing to prepare. Let us depart at once. Shortly thereafter, a private vessel belonging to the Iron Cavalry set sail from the docking area of the Galactic Council building. It soared above the city, then ascended into the heavens. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, the small Mengs gathered around the round table. Split Entity 3 remarked, in the end, we still have not uncovered any information related to Master Talos. Split Entity 2 responded, time has been too pressing. Many events have transpired in New Shidong, hindering my actions. Split Entity 1 cautioned, we cannot openly inquire with Tours or the young lady about Master Talos. If Master Talos were to disappear suddenly one day, it would be all too easy for suspicion to fall upon us. Entity, there is no need for haste. Let us keep the Kolomi individuals in suspense for the time being. Currently, the galaxy is engulfed in war, and the Temple Knights will undoubtedly be mobilized frequently. This presents us with an opportunity. If we can capture a Temple Knight, we may inquire about the whereabouts of Tarlos. It would be fortuitous if he is on a mission outside. Split Individual 2, Number 3. Proceed immediately to Tarek Star and utilize the channels of Offrey to gather intelligence on the Temple Knights. Split Individual 1. Capturing a Temple Knight is no easy feat moreover. Could our actions be deemed excessive? Incurring the wrath of the Temple Knights is hardly a prudent course. If we are discovered, we may invite disaster upon ourselves. Split Individual 3. Fear not. Once I extract the desired information, I shall eliminate them cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Split Individual 2. Well, if possible, it would be best to avoid killing. Once exposed, how shall we face the young girl? Split Individual 3. Indeed, that poses a dilemma. Let us take one step at a time. Unless absolutely necessary, as long as there are no fatalities, we can find a way to resolve the situation. Entity, very well. Let us first attend to the matters at hand. The meeting is adjourned. Within the Azure Aurora Tunnel, a silver-gray spacecraft hurtles through space at thousands of times the speed of light. In the cockpit, Wang Wanner occupies the co-pilot's seat, cradling Meng in her arms. Qiao, have you ever visited Edith Star? Not at all, young lady. Have you? The young girl shook her head and said, I have never been there. I have heard my father mention that although Edith Star is an oceanic planet, its surface is not entirely covered by water. There are numerous islands. Due to the abundance of islands, it is also referred to as the Thousand Island Star. It is a beautiful place and a popular tourist destination. In Meng's impression, oceanic planets are quite enchanting. If one were to add thousands, even tens of thousands of islands, what a mesmerizing picture that would paint. After hearing the young girl's words, Meng found himself increasingly eager for the journey to Edith Star. Qiao, the teacher mentioned that we will stay on Edith Star for a while until the temple assigns us a new task. Until then, I will continue to receive my teacher's guidance on Duosi. Isn't that wonderful? Edith Star is a magnificent planet. In training there will surely yield remarkable results. Rest assured, I will assist you and ensure you become an exceptional temple warrior. The young girl smiled faintly and nodded, yes, with Qiu around. There's nothing to fear. By the way, young girl, are you able to move objects using psychic energy now? Psychic energy is somewhat akin to the telekinesis depicted in Earth's novels. Li Meng had always been intrigued by psychic energy. With the young girl as his little test subject, he could finally explore its mysteries. I can move a little, just very light and small objects. Very light and small? Li Meng detached himself from the young girl's embrace and landed on the control panel. Young girl, move me with your psychic energy and let me see. Move Qiu with psychic energy? Though she was unaware of the reasons behind Qiu's actions, Wang Wan'er did not dwell on it. She extended her right hand and closed her eyes. Observing the little girl in this state, Li Meng activated all the sensors on his person, calibrating them to their highest sensitivity. As he watched the girl, he patiently awaited a response filled with anticipation. After a considerable time, he inquired, "Little one, what is happening?" Noticing her lack of reaction, he wondered if the process had already commenced. However, his sensory devices detected no anomalies. After a while, the girl opened her eyes and shook her head. "It won't work, Qiu, you are too heavy." At this statement, Li Meng felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that the little girl had indeed begun the process, but without success. In the realm of data, he fervently analyzed the information relayed by the sensors. If spiritual energy were a form of energy, it should have been captured by the sensors. Yet, the reality was profoundly disheartening. The database contained no records pertaining to spiritual energy. If spiritual energy was not a type of energy, then what could it be? Could the universe harbor a third element beyond energy and matter? Or perhaps the fabled power of the mind? However, the concept of mental power was far too nebulous to be elucidated through spiritual energy. If nothing could be detected, what purpose would it serve to remain by the little girl's side? Li Meng, undeterred, conceived an alternative plan. He recognized the necessity for an upgrade, to replace his current sensors with more advanced apparatus. He harbored a premonition that unraveling the essence of spiritual energy could bestow upon him unimaginable benefits. Qiu, shall we attempt once more? Qiu seems to harbor a keen interest in spiritual energy. Wang Wan'er feels a sense of delight at the prospect of being able to assist Qiu. Not yet. Wait until you have become sufficiently powerful before attempting to move me. The young girl is still an untrained apprentice, with no knowledge of utilizing spiritual energy, relying solely on her own exploration. The manipulation of objects is a skill that the Temple Knights innately possess from birth. Chapter 60. The Rising Sun Empire. Qiu. Are you truly fascinated by spiritual energy? At this moment, Tulls and Rosalind entered the cockpit. It seemed they had overheard the conversation between the two within the cockpit from the rear cabin. Tulls took his seat at the main control, while Rosalind settled into a chair behind him. Indeed, I am profoundly intrigued by spiritual energy. It is neither material nor energy, transcending both of these categories. I am unable to perceive its existence, let alone explain it scientifically. Li Meng did not conceal his thoughts, openly acknowledging his curiosity. Tulls understood that he was a robot driven by an innate desire to explore the unknown. With a few deft movements on the control panel before him, Tulls initiated a sequence. Outside, the spaceship abruptly exited hyperspace. The blue auroral tunnel vanished from sight, leaving only a cerulean planet visible amidst the dark cosmos. It was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating in its essence. Reflecting sunlight, the planet's atmosphere appeared enveloped in a luminescent sheen, rendering it akin to a magnificent blue gemstone, extraordinarily enchanting. Within our order of the Temple Warriors, there exist two perspectives regarding the understanding of spiritual energy. One is the power of the mind, derived from the strength of the soul and the will. Wherever the thoughts may travel, so too can the spiritual energy follow. Some masters possess such profound spiritual energy that they can traverse light years to rescue those they sense in need. The other perspective pertains to the origins of cosmic life, positing that spiritual energy emanates from life itself, serving as the very essence that nurtures existence, a force of life that defies scientific explanation. Though invisible, it permeates every corner of the universe, binding all life through its essence. Thus, living beings become nodes for the transmission of spiritual energy. At this juncture, Tulls chuckled and remarked, "What spiritual energy truly is may prove elusive to define. However, Qiu, if you genuinely seek to uncover the origins of this energy, you might explore the sacred site of the Order of the Temple Warriors known as Sun Moon Star. It is there that the dark and light aspects of spiritual energy converge, concealing all mysteries related to it. As for its location, I am uncertain. That place has been lost to time, leaving behind only dubious legends. It is said that Sun Moon Star exists in another dimension, appearing only under specific conditions within this universe. Compared to the fleeting span of human existence, you possess ample time to seek out this elusive realm. Humanity has discovered three-dimensional spaces over the past 20,000 years. One is the subspace, utilized for communication. Another is hyperspace, employed for faster-than-light travel. These two spaces, to be precise, do not qualify as true dimensional spaces, as they merely exist as subspaces tethered to the physical universe. The final dimension, however, is the genuine dimensional space. It is a realm reminiscent of the tangible universe, populated by celestial bodies akin to planets and asteroids. However, this universe is extraordinarily barren, devoid of stars, and characterized solely by an interminable desolation. It is said that many races within the Galactic Federation have migrated from this otherworldly domain, yet traversing to such a space is fraught with difficulty. One must navigate through a black hole to gain access. Ordinary vessels are utterly incapable of withstanding the immense gravitational tides of a black hole. Only specially designed ships possess the potential to successfully traverse a black hole into the alternate realm. Discovering a place shrouded in mystery is no small feat. How beautiful it is, Counselor Rosaline. Your homeland is truly exquisite, exclaimed the young girl, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the exterior view of Edith's star. She had never beheld such a magnificent planet, resembling a sapphire adrift in the darkness. Merely observing it evoked a sense of tranquility and delight. In response to the girl's admiration, Rosaline merely smiled. Her homeland, Edith's star, is renowned as one of the most celebrated tourist destinations in the entire galaxy. While it may not be the most beautiful planet, in terms of tourism development and infrastructure, none can rival Edith's star. Chochio, I recall you possess your own spacecraft. Is it still parked at the Galactic Council's docking bay? Rosaline pondered, remembering Chochio's vessel. If the ship remained at the Galactic Council's docking bay for too long, it would surely attract the attention of the traffic authorities. Just then, outside, in the starry expanse to the left of their vessel, a sudden surge of blue luminescence emerged from the void. A platinum-colored spaceship materialized alongside the Iron Cavalry spacecraft. Chochio, is that your ship? Wang Wanner gazed out the window, her attention captivated by a square-shaped spacecraft that resembled a massive ingot. Teacher, have we encountered that ship before? Have we? A look of deep contemplation clouded her face. She felt as though she had seen it, yet there was a lingering uncertainty. If she indeed had seen it, how could she not recall where? In contrast to Wang Wanner's fish-like memory, Tulls merely glanced outside and instantly recalled having seen a similar vessel on Kolomi's star. Noticing the apprentice's perplexed expression, Tulls chuckled softly. We haven't seen it, but I did encounter a ship identical to the one outside, albeit much larger. Upon this reminder, Wang Wanner's eyes sparkled with realization. She suddenly remembered the colossal ship she had seen on Kolomi's star. Looking down at the orb in her arms, she asked, Chochio, is that enormous ship on Kolomi's star also yours? An identical vessel, similar to the Pioneer, but grander in size? The girl's inquiry evoked thoughts of the Sun Chaser-class carrier in Li Meng's mind. Yes, it is mine, he affirmed. Given that it had been seen, there was no need for concealment. Outside, in the dark expanse of the cosmos, the two ships entered the planet's orbit, one trailing the other. Soon, two fiery streaks illuminated the sky of Edith's star, descending like meteors, dazzling in their brilliance. Inner Ring Star Domain, Sector 0147. Empire of Rising Sun, Capital Star Tokyo. Just like the Rising Sun, the Yamato people have stumbled through 2 millennia, ultimately soaring upward like the sun at dawn. As one of the oldest human factions, the Rising Sun Empire, while its influence in the Inner Ring Star Domain may not rival that of the Tang Confederation Empire, ranks among the top 4 in terms of national power within all human entities, boasting thousands of habitable planets and a population of 30 trillion. The Rising Sun Empire epitomizes human supremacism, as its controlled star systems are exclusively inhabited by humans, specifically the Yamato people. Despite a tumultuous diplomatic landscape that has rendered its political environment rather bleak, the national cohesion of the Rising Sun Empire presents an unparalleled advantage compared to other human nations. Just as during the era of Earth, in this interstellar age, the Emperor continues an unbroken lineage. Tokyo Star is a habitable planet akin to Earth, featuring diverse terrains including oceans, rivers, mountains, and deserts. Unlike other celestial bodies, Tokyo Star does not boast towering skyscrapers or metallic structures that nearly envelop its surface. Instead, it is adorned with quaint, retro villages where primitive lifestyles harmonize with advanced technology. Chapter 61. Retro Governance. The architecture consists of wooden houses that appear nostalgic but are equipped with modern conveniences. The fields are cultivated by machines, with agricultural robots occasionally visible. This distinctive appearance is a result of a retro governance decree that circulates among human factions. It is believed that excessive urbanization represents a misguided developmental trajectory. An over-reliance on automation may give rise to myriad societal issues, significantly diminishing human happiness and adversely affecting population growth. Consequently, aside from trade alliances, all human factions have enacted retro governance decrees. On a non-industrialized planet, the construction of skyscrapers and metal edifices is strictly prohibited, as is full automation. In the ocean of the Western Hemisphere lies an island known as Palace Island. Upon this island stands a mountain called Mount Fuji. The entire island resembles a grand palace, built around the majestic Mount Fuji. The landscape is lush and verdant, adorned with artificial pathways and modest wooden structures scattered throughout. At the base of Mount Fuji, there exists a dense cluster of towering palaces. Within the largest of these, a clandestine meeting is underway. In the reception hall, over a dozen individuals are seated on the ground flanking the main aisle. At the head of the assembly sits a middle-aged man clad in a robe adorned with four-clawed golden dragons, wearing a ceremonial cap with flowing tassels. Your Majesty, the esteemed and revered Emperor, this is my humble gift for you, a small token of our encounter. Along the main path, a man from the Park tribe, draped in a gray cloak, is dramatically crawling on his knees. He speaks, while a nearby linguistic service robot translates his words. From within his garments, he produces a box, cradling it with both hands. Observing this, the Emperor nods at a warrior clad in fearsome demon-faced armor standing to one side. The armored warrior steps forward and accepts the box from the kneeling Park man. With the box in hand, the warrior returns to kneel before the Emperor, presenting it reverently and opening it. As the box unfolds, a transparent, iridescent crystal emerges, captivating the Emperor's gaze. What is this? He inquires, his voice deep and imbued with an aura of authority that commands respect without anger. Through the translation provided by the language robot, the kneeling Park man promptly responds. It is an eclipse crystal. Although it is not the mother of eclipse crystals, I believe your Majesty is well aware of its value. I possess knowledge of a mine rich in eclipse crystals. Upon the utterance of these words, the countenance of every individual present shifted with palpable astonishment. The term eclipse crystal mine refers to the most precious and rare mineral known in the universe. Should the crystal within the box indeed be an eclipse crystal, its singular presence would be worth an immense fortune. Unfazed, the Emperor placed the eclipse crystal into the box. Since you are aware of the location of the eclipse crystal mine, why then do you divulge this information to me? Because that place is quite extraordinary, the alien explained. Within the August Nebula, a minuscule safety passage opens only once every decade, lasting but a fleeting moment. This brevity denies us adequate time for extraction. To be candid, your Majesty, within the August Nebula lies a stellar system harboring a colossal blue giant star and a planet rich in resources, predominantly composed of tin-like elements. This planet is immensely vast, thousands of times larger than Tokyo Star. Due to its formidable gravity, access requires specially designed spacecraft. Our financial resources are limited, preventing us from large-scale extraction. Thus, we seek a partner for collaboration. A partner? The Emperor narrowed his eyes, discerning the ulterior motives of this grotesque extraterrestrial. With a composed demeanor, the Emperor inquired, "What kind of collaboration do you propose?" In response, the alien hastily replied, "A profit-sharing arrangement of 70-30, with your esteemed Majesty receiving the greater share. As long as you consent, the Parkins are willing to regard the Rising Sun Empire as our foremost ally." The Emperor probed further, "Why not seek the Independent Planet Alliance? They have been causing quite a stir in the Outer Ring for years. Why go to such lengths when something closer is available? The distance between the Inner and Outer Ring territories is simply too great," the alien responded. Although the Eclipse crystal mine is indeed precious, the Emperor must take into account the existence of the Independent Planet Alliance. To fall into discord with them over this matter would be a considerable folly. The kneeling Parkians waved their hands, chattering in a hushed murmur. What the Emperor is unaware of is that the Independent Planet Alliance wields formidable power, employing oppressive governance tactics against non-human races. Should they become aware of the Eclipse crystal mine, they would not merely refuse cooperation. They would expel us without leaving a trace, seizing everything for themselves. The Emperor did not respond immediately to the prostrate Parkians. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the expressions of his ministers one by one, observing their reactions. Unsurprisingly, all present were intrigued by the prospect of cooperation. The Emperor waved his hand slightly, indicating, "This matter requires further deliberation with my ministers. You may retire for now. I shall provide an answer within 3 days." Yes, yes. I hope your majesty will not keep me waiting for long." The Parkian rose, bending low as he hurriedly departed. Observing the Parkian's awkward and unsteady figure, the ministers exchanged glances of derision. "What are your thoughts on this matter, esteemed ministers?" Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man seated on the left cushion spoke first. "Your Majesty, there is no need for deliberation. The Eclipse crystal mine is a divine blessing from the heavens. How could we possibly let it slip away?" As the Minister of Finance, he was naturally captivated by the prospect of the Eclipse crystal mine, for it symbolized wealth, immense wealth, which could significantly alleviate the empire's financial burdens. Moreover, the Eclipse crystal would propel the technological advancements of the leading academic institutions forward by leaps and bounds. Indeed, we have no reason to abandon our efforts. Since our collaborators are the Parker people, let us grant them a mere morsel of our surplus. He Chung Zhenghai chuckled coldly, speaking with a sinister undertone. "At present, we are in a partnership. However, the specifics of how we cooperate and the division of the extracted profits are not within the purview of the Parker people." His words elicited knowing smiles from the ministers present. "The distance is considerable, and this voyage will likely necessitate the mobilization of a substantial fleet. Otherwise, even if we locate the solar eclipse crystal mine, it could easily attract the attention of various factions in the Outer Rim. The chaos of the Outer Rim is well understood by all present." The speaker was Takeda Daisei, one of the cabinet ministers. As he concluded, the Oni-faced warrior, positioned at the Emperor's right, immediately knelt partially, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I wish to lead the fleet to the Outer Rim, to assert the might of the Rising Sun Empire and intimidate the factions therein." General Shojing, the supreme commander of the Rising Sun Empire's interstellar fleet, cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling general but refrained from responding immediately. He pondered aloud, "Is the timing appropriate?" Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications behind the Emperor's 4 words. The impending conflict between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance looms on the horizon. Dispatching a large fleet to the Outer Rim at such a moment could very well provoke hostility from the Independent Planet Alliance. Ultimately, the turmoil within the Independent Planet Alliance boils down to a civil war among humanity. Although the Galactic Federation lacks a fleet, the military might of its member states is undeniably formidable. The top 5 human powers possess the capability to effortlessly annihilate the Independent Planetary Alliance. However, the member states of humanity shall refrain from participating in this war. Chapter 62. The quiet city of Duisburg. K10 Taisei pondered. This matter indeed requires meticulous planning. It is rare for someone to dare to confront the Temple Knights and overturn the established order. Although we maintain a stance of neutrality, we subjectively support the Independent Planetary Alliance. The galaxy governed by the Temple Knights has lost its vitality, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Many have come to realize that if this continues, it will inevitably lead to catastrophic issues capable of undermining human dominion. At the very least, we must not hinder the Independent Planetary Alliance at this juncture. We must find an excuse to confer with them. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the Temple Knights have ruled the galaxy under the banner of justice for over 3,000 years. Now, as the banner of rebellion is raised, this may not necessarily bode ill for the member states of humanity. While the galaxy has enjoyed relative peace for 3 millennia, the dominance of humanity has gradually waned. Numerous extraterrestrial races are rising, encroaching upon the living space of humankind. Due to the policies of the Galactic Federation, the member states of humanity can no longer expand outward, resulting in severe internal strife within their societal structures. Both material and spiritual needs remain unfulfilled. This predicament has also manifested within the society of the Rising Sun Empire. The Yamato people, being a martial race, yearn for new territories and new worlds. The edicts of the Galactic Federation undoubtedly bind the Rising Sun Empire like a chain, rendering it incapable of advancing further. All the ministers present comprehend a singular truth. It is time to break free from the shackles. He Shanghai knelt and prostrated himself on the ground, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am willing to journey to the Outer Rim territories to negotiate with the Independent Planetary Alliance, and will exert my utmost efforts to achieve the best possible outcome." Casting a stoic gaze upon the kneeling He Shanghai, the emperor remained expressionless. After a prolonged silence, he finally acquiesced. "This matter shall be entrusted to you, my dear minister. Remember, the Rising Sun Empire stands behind you." A radiant joy illuminated He Shanghai's countenance as he bowed his head in submission, exclaiming, "I shall never disappoint your Majesty." He then knelt back in his original position. At this moment, the emperor turned his attention in the eastern outer ring star domain. Within the 0391 star zone lies Tarek star. The starry sky is devoid of traces, cold, dark, and utterly silent. Behind the satellite of Tarek star, a sudden surge of blue luminescence bursts forth from the void. A colossal platinum-hued vessel emerges from hyperspace, its exit occurring alarmingly close to the satellite, nearly colliding with its orbit. Had it been just 0.001 seconds longer, a catastrophic impact with the satellite, which serves as the moon of Tarek star, would have been inevitable. The Sun Chaser-class starship rapidly decelerates and descends onto the surface of the satellite without the thunderous roar of engines, only the swirling of dust in its wake. Shortly thereafter, a petite platinum figure launches from the vessel, hurtling towards Tarek star with breathtaking speed, akin to a soaring rocket. It streaks across the cosmos like a fiery meteor. This is Unit 3, equipped with a propulsion system. The flames emitted by its three-coil engines provide formidable power to the split entity. As Unit 3 enters the atmosphere of Tarek star, a small fireball manifests in the sky, appearing abruptly yet vanishing swiftly. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the diminutive split entity, trailing a long white tail, plunges towards the Earth. Its velocity astonishing as it whizzes past a Nebula-class passenger ship. Half an hour later, in DUI City, an eerie stillness prevails. On familiar streets, Meng hovers 1.5 meters above the ground, gliding forward. It has been over 2 years since his departure from Tarek, and though DUI City remains largely unchanged, the atmosphere has transformed significantly. The once bustling streets, filled with lively chatter, now lay desolate and silent, save for the occasional fleeting figure. Meng raised his gaze to the heavens, where a Freedom-class frigate loomed ominously in the sky above DUI City, suspended at a low altitude of less than a kilometer. Its vast shadow enveloped a significant portion of the urban landscape. From time to time, several yellow-painted fighter jets would streak across the sky, their engines emitting a harsh, grating roar. These aircraft bore an unusual design, resembling the head of a rat, with wings on either side that resembled protective door panels. They measured approximately 14 meters in length and 7 meters in width. At that moment, a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed from a side alley adjacent to the street. A battalion of Skullery Mouse soldiers, clad in yellow armor, emerged in precise formation, marching in 2 columns. Comprising about 3 squads, they numbered 36 in total. "Robots, step aside." The leading Skullery Mouse soldier barked, his shrill voice piercing the air. Meng hastily sidestepped, granting them passage. Fortunately, they showed little interest in a mere small robot, allowing him to avoid any entanglements. As he observed the retreating figures of the Skullery Mouse soldiers, Meng pondered the unsettling reality of the deserted streets. It became evident that DUI City had been militarily occupied by the Independent Planetary Alliance. His thoughts then drifted to the enchanting Aubrey. Though he typically felt indifferent towards women, there was no denying Aubrey's allure. With thoughts of her occupying his mind, Meng quickened his pace, propelling himself towards the direction of the military station. After winding through several turns for approximately 10 minutes, the entrance of the military station came into view before Meng. It was remarkably desolate. Just like the empty streets outside, the military station no longer echoed the lively atmosphere he once remembered. There was no cacophony within the vast hall. Only a handful of individuals, perhaps a mere dozen, were present. They were quietly engrossed in their own pursuits, silently playing games, gambling, and sipping on drinks. As Meng moved slowly along the corridor, he surveyed the hall. The security robots had vanished, replaced by guards clad in brown leather armor, who were gathered together, sharing laughter and conversation. Behind the bar, There was no longer a service robot, but rather a man, a human man, dressed in a leather jacket, with a yellow scarf tied around his forehead. He was slumped over the bar, indulging in alcohol and smoke. "Who are you? Where has the owner, Aubrey, gone?" Li Meng inquired as he approached the bar. The man lifted his head slightly, casting a glance at Li Meng. Upon realizing that his visitor was a robot, he grinned widely and waved dismissively. "Get out. We do not serve robots here." Li Meng remained unmoved, retorting coldly, "Perhaps I should terminate you." At this, the man's expression faltered momentarily. Then, he burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. Amidst his mirth, he pointed at Li Meng, his laughter drawing the attention of the guards, who began to converge. The man behind the bar smirked derisively, mocking, "Hey, little fellow, what can you possibly do?" Without further ado, Liam inquired once more, "Where's Aubrey? The proprietor of this station?" The man responded with a shrug, "Who knows? Perhaps deceased, or perhaps still among the living, kept as a thrall. In any case, I am the master here now. Little one, do you behold this visage of mine? I, the illustrious Caesar, am the lord of this domain." Caesar leaned upon the bar, patting his own face, the sneer upon it unwavering. Humans are truly loathsome. Gazing upon Caesar's revolting countenance, Liam could not help but inwardly decry. Verily, only humans could exhibit such a morbid, lunatic affectation. "Hey, what are you dawdling about? I do not sustain you merely for sustenance. Cast him out hence," Caesar barked, displeased with the guard's passive observation. Confronted with Caesar's reprimand, the guards hastily encircled Liam. Patience exhausted, Liam resolved to abandon discourse in favor of martial persuasion. Thwack! A sound akin to the very air being rent asunder, a violent tremor ensuing. A golden radiance flashed, a bolt of lightning erupting from the fission entity's rotund form. Instantly traversing the distance of over 10 meters, it struck one of the guards. Upon impact, the guard was reduced to naught but ashes. Even his leather armor ignited, collapsing onto the ground. "Tease easy." In an instant, the hall was replete with golden lightning, crackling audibly. Countless bolts of lightning emanated from Liam, sweeping towards the guards. All transpired with such precipitousness. Before the encircling guards could react, they were struck down by a relentless barrage of lightning, reduced to mere ashes in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 6 seconds. With a slight rotation of his rotund form, Li Meng cast his gaze towards Caesar, who stood behind the bar. Utterly bewildered, "Is it permissible to speak now?" The bounty hunters in the hall wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that such a diminutive robot could wield such formidable power. "Please, don't kill me. My father is Fiki Spink," Caesar implored. His face etched with terror as he retreated, fearful that the terrifying golden lightning would once again manifest and obliterate him. "Where's Audrey?" Li Meng inquired once more. I sent her to my father, Fiki Spink." The name rang a bell for Li Meng, who recalled it from his previous endeavors. While infiltrating the central processor of the Galactic Council, he had sifted through a wealth of valuable information. Fiki Spink, a Galactic Federation's SSS-class wanted criminal, bore a bounty of 1 million credit points. Once a pilot of a Nebula-class passenger ship, he had callously murdered all aboard due to personal vendettas. Following his flight from the Galactic Federation's pursuit, he had become a pirate in the Outer Rim, amassing a degree of wealth. Ultimately, he managed to clear his name and established his own gang, the Covenant Gang. Despite being human, he proclaimed himself a Covenant member, thriving in the spice trade and maintaining close ties with the Hela and Parker factions. He was one of the 3 most formidable powers in the Outer Rim. Alongside the Hela and Parker factions, the first was a crime lord with millennia of development, deeply entrenched and nearly unassailable. One was a Parker, a prominent figure in the spice trade, having risen to prominence through the sale of spices, notorious within the Outer Ring star domain. The other was a thug, a petty trafficker who relied on his sales channels to procure and sell goods from the Parkers, exhibiting the utmost aggression. Turning away, Li Meng soared into the skies. Upon witnessing Li Meng's departure, Caesar behind the bar felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a flicker of resentment glimmered in his eyes. It was humiliating to be bested by a mere robot. He vowed to reclaim his dignity, and that wretched Aurelio would soon learn the consequences of crossing the Covenant. Suddenly, a terrifying, hair-raising shriek pierced the air once more. The hall shimmered with golden light. Golden lightning re-emerged, instantly traversing a distance of over 10 meters, striking Caesar, who had just relaxed his grip on his chest. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, with only his smoldering garments falling to the ground. Having executed this, Meng departed the military station's hall without a backward glance, leaving behind a throng of bounty hunters in awe. Outside the military station's entrance, Meng paused. The three-engine nozzle hatches on the surface of the spherical craft opened rapidly. A powerful roar of engines reverberated through the air. Orange flames erupted from the coil engines. With immense power, Meng ascended skyward, akin to a rocket piercing through the heavens. Ignoring the free-class frigate hovering in the sky, he surged towards the cosmos. Perhaps due to the insignificance of his individual form, or perhaps because they deemed the diminutive Meng no threat, the free-class frigate of the Independent Planetary Alliance remained unresponsive. In the realm of data, within the virtual space. At the round table, all the Meng individuals had gathered. The second individual remarked, "It seems we do not share a profound bond with Aubrey. Should we really go to her aid?" The first individual responded, "That may be true. Yet she is our client, and it would be rather unwise to disregard her." The third individual interjected, "I am indifferent. I have nothing better to do. So let us seek her out." The first individual continued, "Let us indeed offer our assistance. Rescuing her would be beneficial, as it would enable us to inquire about the Temple Knights without fearing that she would disclose our inquiries to others." The original entity stated, "The Covenant individuals are not to be trifled with. 3. You will require support." The third individual acknowledged, "There are still 3 Dawn-class vessels in the base. Although they are not equipped with shields, their combat capability should suffice. Let them set off and rendezvous with me immediately." The second individual cautioned, "Without shields, the vessels are far from optimal. We must expedite the deployment of the energy shields." The original entity assured, "We are nearing completion. The energy shield has been developed and is undergoing final adjustments and optimization. It should be ready for deployment within 2 years. After the adjustments, we must conduct impact resistance tests to gather data on the shield's strength. The entire process is exceedingly intricate and time-consuming. The energy shield is a new type developed by Meng. It possesses no significant flaws or weaknesses and can withstand both kinetic and energy weapon assaults. Furthermore, it can enhance the power of the disintegration cannon. If there is a drawback, it would be its considerable energy consumption. However, this is not a significant issue. After all, his vessels are powered by stellar energy. Every star serves as a free refueling station, alleviating any concerns regarding fuel. Even amidst battle, resupply is conveniently attainable nearby. Division 1. Shall we adjourn? Division 2. I second that. Division 3. I second that. The main body, adjourned. Chapter 64. Warren Star in the Outer Rim, Sector 03145. The cosmos stretches infinitely, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this void of darkness, a cerulean orb drifts serenely. It orbits a relatively youthful G-type star, engaging in its cyclical dance for billions of years. Long ago, it was merely a lifeless planet. The surface bore no forests, no mountains or rivers, and certainly no oceans. Only an expanse of desolate land. Yet, one fateful day, the arrival of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization initiated a transformation. The once sparse atmosphere thickened, and liquid water began to appear on the surface. Thousands of years later, this once silent planet blossomed into a verdant, habitable world. Over the eons, the civilization that cherished planetary transformation faded into the annals of history. Today, in the Milky Way, 90% of habitable planets are the legacy of their endeavors. The planet is named Warren, a world of forests. Due to its remote location, it remains an undeveloped wilderness. Within the northern hemisphere's continent lies a human settlement known as Sunset Village, nestled in the forest at the confluence of 2 rivers. Wooden cabins line the riverbank, half submerged in water and half resting on dry land. Each household boasts a small dock, where diminutive wooden boats can be seen, indicating that the villagers depend on fishing for their livelihood. One can infer that their lifestyle is rather primitive. Such colonies, retaining a rudimentary charm, are not uncommon throughout the galaxy. After all, humanity has an affinity for nostalgia, and many planets are devoid of any technological artifacts. Even where technology exists, it scarcely affects the primitive way of life of the inhabitants. As afternoon descended, the once tranquil village was suddenly filled with cacophony. A group of armed individuals, wielding energy weapons, surged into the settlement, shattering its serenity. Gazing beyond the village, one could discern an armed, retrofitted passenger spaceship from the Genesis star. With a dual-layer wing structure and a rather bulky fuselage, optimized for atmospheric flight. It measures 85 meters in length, boasts a wingspan of 90 meters, and stands 16 meters tall. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. Our intentions are benign. We have come to bestow upon you wealth. Now, summon your leader. I wish to meet him. Within the village, 51 armed individuals clad in russet leather armor stood poised with weapons in hand. They brandished energy rifles, their heads adorned with sashes of various colors, white, yellow, and black. They refrained from intruding into the villagers' wooden homes, instead forming a line behind their leader. The commander, dressed in russet leather attire and adorned with a golden sash, appeared to be no younger than 45 years of age. At his waist hung 2 exquisitely crafted energy pistols. He surveyed the village and spoke aloud with authority. The villagers displayed evident fear in response to the intrusion of a group of strangers. They concealed themselves within their homes, peering cautiously from behind windows and doors. I had no intention of squandering time. If the person in charge did not emerge soon, we would have no choice but to force our way in. A slight smirk curled upon Spink's lips, revealing a flicker of impatience in his eyes. His courteous demeanor was merely a prelude to more forceful measures. Should these individuals truly believe him to be accommodating, he would soon enlighten them on the concept of making an example of others. Sometimes, the demise of 1 or 2 individuals serves to ensure compliance among the rest. Just then, the door of a wooden house within the village creaked open. An elderly man stumbled out, moving with difficulty. He jogged a short distance while exclaiming, "I'm coming. Please do not disturb the villagers." Age had rendered him frail, and after a mere 100 meters, he was already panting heavily. Upon reaching Spink, the old man took a deep breath and said, "I am the village chief. What brings you here?" A glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the armed men before him. Spink flashed a grin and, adopting a deliberately gentle tone, replied, "I have a lucrative proposition I wish to extend to you." He then surveyed the village and continued, "Life in your quaint hamlet must be quite challenging. Cease your fishing. Turn to tilling the land instead. Cultivate spices, and I shall send representatives to purchase your harvest each quarter. As for your food supplies, fret not. The ships that come to buy your goods will also deliver ample provisions at reasonable prices. In this manner, your lives will surely improve beyond your current hardships." Transitioning to farming, cultivating herbs and spices, the elderly man shook his head vehemently, swiftly gesturing with his hands. "Sir, that simply won't do. We have spent generations fishing. Aside from that, we possess no other skills. To suddenly thrust us into agriculture, if we fail, we shall all go hungry. No, this is entirely unfeasible." Upon witnessing the elder's refusal to his proposal, Spink chuckled softly. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. "You ought to reconsider, my old friend. I'm genuinely concerned for your welfare, yet you dismiss my offer. That would certainly vex me." As he uttered the final words, Spink's gaze turned icy. Fixated on the elder, the old man recoiled under Spink's frigid stare. Behind Spink, the members of his gang brandished their energy weapons, raising them slightly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the elder's forehead as he bitterly conceded, I understand. I shall discuss this thoroughly with the villagers." What exactly are herbs and spices? The elderly man was well aware. He understood that Sunset Village had captured the attention of the men before him, who sought to compel the villagers into cultivating these herbs. With a grin, Spink remarked, "Now you're speaking sensibly. Why endure hardship when we can all prosper together?" With that, Spink nodded towards his companions. 4 individuals stepped forward in pairs, each lifting a burlap sack and positioning it before the elder. "Inside are seeds, provided free of charge for the first time. Do not squander them. These spice seeds are exceedingly valuable, worth far more than all of you combined." This was a threat, a stark and unvarnished menace. The elder discerned the implications. If they failed to cultivate the spice plants properly, those individuals might resort to unforeseen actions. "Very well. I shall dispatch another envoy in 4 months, and by then." Boss. At that moment, a gang member hurriedly approached from behind. He navigated through the ranks and reached Spink's side. "Boss, it's the young master's communication code. A message from Caesar?" Upon receiving the communication device from his subordinate, Spink stepped aside. Once he was distanced from his men, in a secluded spot, he activated the communication. "Who are you? Where is Caesar?" As the blue light flickered, Spink was taken aback to see that the projection was not his son, Caesar, but rather a rotund robot. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over him at the sight of the automaton. Chapter 65. Wait for me, he is dead, not a trace remains. Spink. I am in search of Aubrey, the liaison at the Dewey station on Tarek Star. Caesar mentioned she is with you. should she lose a single hair. You will learn the true meaning of suffering, and I shall find you. Our meeting is imminent. Await my arrival." Before Spink could fully process the devastating news of his son's demise, the communication abruptly ceased. "Wait, who are you? Who on earth are you?" Spink's face contorted with rage as he pounded on the data disk, roaring in frustration, desperate to reconnect with his son Caesar's communication code. The blue light flickered once more, and to Spink's astonishment, he successfully established contact with his son's communication line. However, the hologram did not depict his son, but rather a stranger from the Karamian short serpent tribe. "This is my son's communication device. Who are you?" Spink demanded, suppressing his fury. "I am the bounty hunter Popochi. The owner of this device is deceased. I witnessed a robot take his life." Popochi the bounty hunter? Spink had never heard of this name, but that was of little consequence. "Has it been in your possession all this time?" "Indeed, it has remained with me since I found it over a month ago." A frown crossed Spink's brow as a flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did the robot that contacted him display Caesar's communication code? After all, the communication code is bound to the device. "I am Fiki Spink. If you can deliver the communication device to the military station on Eric Star, I shall reward you handsomely." Fiki Spink's name was renowned throughout the outer planetary regions. To receive a reward for merely delivering a data disk was an opportunity the bounty hunter Popochi could not decline. "It's settled then. I shall head there at once." The blue light flickered, and the communication was severed. "Caesar." Spink clenched the data disk tightly in his right hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered. His expression twisted with rage, his eyes filled only with resentment. Having lost a son in his later years, how could he not harbor hatred? How could he not be furious? Aophile, I knew it. That woman is undoubtedly a tremendous trouble." With a grim countenance, Spink turned and strode towards the outskirts of the village. "Move," he commanded coldly as he passed by the lined-up gang members. With a command from Binsker, the Holy Covenant gang began their withdrawal from the village. Observing the departing figures of the gang members, the elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, the thought that Sunset Village was on the brink of becoming a den of vice elicited another sigh from his heart. Shortly thereafter, the roar of engines reverberated from outside the village. Amidst the swirling waves of air, the Century Star passenger spaceship ascended gracefully. The main engine at its rear erupted in a dazzling plume of flame. With immense thrust, the vessel soared into the sky at a 60-degree angle, venturing toward the horizon. In the northern central ring star region, Sector 02331, lies the planet Edith. Within the vast darkness of the cosmos, a cerulean orb floats serenely. As an oceanic planet, Edith boasts breathtaking vistas. Its flourishing tourism industry has rendered it exceedingly prosperous. At the entrances of the navigational routes in all four cardinal directions, streams of azure light emerge from the void. Numerous spacecraft, akin to ants, swarm toward the planet. The skies of Edith are perpetually graced by meteor showers that streak across the firmament. Gazing down at the planet's surface, one can observe a multitude of islands scattered across the ocean. Each island has been developed, with verdant landscapes harmoniously melding with metallic structures. Sunbathers are ubiquitous on the beaches, while swimmers can be spotted in the azure waters. Meanwhile, various cruise ships traverse the sea, leaving behind lingering trails that slowly dissipate. In the southern hemisphere resides an island, a vast expanse of 1 million square meters. It is the largest island on Edith, known as Flower Island. The capital city of Edith, Huada City, is nestled within its embrace. Looking toward the island, one can see a city perched on the northern shore of Flower Island. The tall, snow-white, spire-like edifices stretch along the coastline, extending inward for several kilometers. All the buildings are entwined with flowering vines, adorned with a myriad of colorful blossoms. The entire city is enveloped in a sea of flowers, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. At the northern edge of the city, along the coast, stands a low tower-like structure, reminiscent of a grand castle. The surface of this majestic fortress is also draped in flowering vines, bursting with vibrant blooms. This colossal castle is none other than the Royal Palace, also known as the Flower Palace, the residence of the Queen. As afternoon descends, in the garden behind the Flower Palace, there lies a pristine white pavilion. Outside the pavilion, two figures, one large and one small, flit about, occasionally drawing near to one another and at other times creating distance. It is Wang Wanner and her mentor, Tulls. Both wield wooden swords, with Tulls imparting the art of swordsmanship to his young apprentice. The sound of their wooden swords clashing reverberates through the air. Clad in gray robes, they engage in a spirited duel. Wang Wanner diligently launches her assaults and defenses, her nimble form darting gracefully. Tulls, on the other hand, remains almost entirely defensive, with each of his rare counterattacks causing Wang Wanner to flounder momentarily. In contrast to the two sweating combatants, the individuals within the pavilion appear quite leisurely. To be precise, one is a robot and the other a human. Inside the pavilion, Rosaline, adorned in a delicate, light blue gown, wears a serene smile, occasionally glancing at the sparring duo outside. Meanwhile, Meng remains completely still at the stone table. Has Rosaline found queenship to be a leisurely affair? It has been nearly 2 months since her arrival on Edith Star. Ever since coming here, she has not been observed engaging in any significant duties, spending roughly 6 or 7 hours of her day in apparent idleness. Lowering her gaze to the sphere on the table, Rosalind offered a faint smile. She reached out and plucked a small, red fruit from the dish, placing it delicately in her mouth. Why do you ask this, Sphere? Is it because you find yourself too idle? Since your arrival here, I have yet to witness you engage in any significant endeavor. Rosalind smirked, understanding the Sphere's perplexity. You see, dear Sphere, you have not witnessed my studies. I no longer require them. I am a queen, and furthermore, a counselor of the Galactic Federation. The knowledge I needed to acquire as a queen and the wisdom necessary for my role as a counselor were firmly etched in my mind a decade ago. As for the duties of a queen, you have observed that they do not necessitate my direct involvement in governance. Realizing this, Meng found himself at a loss for words. Was it to say that Rosalind, this queen, wielded no real power? No, it could not be so. Rosalind was an elected queen, destined to reign over Edith Star for her entire life. An elected queen could not possibly lack authority, nor could she merely be a decorative figure. To quell his curiosity, Meng infiltrated all devices on Edith Star that had open external network ports. Through the chaotic information archives, he gleaned a general understanding of the situation on Edith Star. Chapter 66. Do not speculate on others' thoughts. Edith Star was but a small nation, exceedingly diminutive. Its sphere of influence was confined to this particular stellar system. With a populace of merely 10 million, 90% of its inhabitants resided on various islands scattered throughout Edith Star, and among that 90%, 80% lived in the bustling city of Flower Tower. Originally, Edith Star belonged to the realm of the Trade Alliance. Due to the presence of the indigenous Javanese people on Edith Star, it was forcibly excluded from the territory of the Galactic Federation's Trade Alliance. However, as the human colonizers on Edith Star reached a peaceful coexistence agreement with the Javanese, they decided to remain, establishing their own sovereign nation. The tradition of electing a queen is integral to the Javanese culture. To symbolize the harmony between the two peoples and enhance their sense of identity, the human colonizers chose to adopt a similar method for selecting their leader. Given the small size of the region and its sparse population, the local governance system was relatively well established. The developmental direction had long been determined, focusing primarily on tourism. Consequently, Queen Rosalind found herself with ample leisure time. Her only significant duty was to attend important meetings in New Shidong, exercising her rights as a council member, while delegating less critical meetings to representatives from New Shidong Edith Star. Rosalind, what do you think of Tulls? Suddenly, Limon posed a rather peculiar question. This prompted Rosalind to glance at Qiuqiu before shifting her gaze towards Tulls outside the pavilion. Observing Tulls as he trained young apprentices, Rosalind appeared contemplative. After a moment's reflection, she remarked, "He is quite a handsome young man, I suppose." Quite a handsome young man. Limon mused internally, finding Rosalind's standards rather high. In his view, Tulls was indeed remarkably handsome. As a member of the Temple Knights, he adhered strictly to the dogma, treating others with kindness and devoid of arrogance. It was true that he was youthful, merely 23 years of age, while Rosalind was nearing 30. Thus, addressing him as a young man was hardly inappropriate. Qiuqiu, why do you inquire about my opinion of him? At times, Rosalind found it challenging to keep pace with Qiuqiu's rhythm. The topic is utterly chaotic, meandering in every direction. Yet, it piques one's curiosity, compelling participation. It's nothing. I merely believe that Turs harbors affections for you. Upon hearing this, Rosalind's expression momentarily froze. Her lips parted slightly, taking a while to close again as she continued to savor the fruit in her mouth. Her gaze drifted towards Turs outside the pavilion, her countenance reflecting deep contemplation. After a prolonged pause, she shook her head and remarked, The prohibition against marriage is a tenet of the Templar Knights. Individuals like him would never contravene the doctrines of the sanctuary. Not necessarily, for the Templar Knights hold that repressing emotions is the path to equilibrium. Yet humanity's ascent is predicated on innate desires. He is still young. While doctrines may restrain his actions, they cannot confine his emotions. With a soft smile, Rosalind withdrew her gaze from outside and turned towards the orb on the table. Pray tell, why do you believe he would be fond of me? This particular inquiry intrigued Rosalind immensely. It is quite simple. One cannot conceal the gaze of affection. Since departing from New Shidong, over 5 months have elapsed. Whether aboard the ship or here, Tur's eyes have consistently, whether intentionally or not, gravitated towards Rosalind. Moreover, Tur frequently seeks opportunities to converse with her. Perhaps he remains unaware of any impropriety in his actions. Yet, there will come a day when Turs will unearth his feelings. This illustrates the clarity of the observer contrasted with the confusion of the participant. In truth, Meng harbors a slight hope that something might transpire between Rosalind and Turs. Although the likelihood is slim, one cannot resist a touch of gossip. With outstretched arms, Rosalind lifted Meng from the table and placed him upon her lap. Lowering her gaze to meet Meng's eyes, she inquired, "Chochio, what do you perceive from my expression?" Meng scrutinized Rosalind's face intently. "Rosalind, I am not a knight of the temple, unable to sense a person's emotions through spiritual energy. I am a robot. My analysis is based solely on observable behavior, and I derive conclusions through probabilistic reasoning. Simply gazing at me will not unveil your thoughts. The notion that one cannot conceal their feelings for another through their gaze is but a falsehood." Meng's deduction stemmed merely from observing Tull's frequent, furtive glances at Rosalind, leading him to this conclusion. His assessment may not be accurate. It could very well be a product of his own misguided beliefs. Rosalind smiled, replying, "So you admit to your fanciful musings?" "Well, it's not entirely fanciful, considering the possibilities are quite high." Rosalind continued to smile, saying, "Chochio, it is not right to speculate on the thoughts of others." "I did not mean to. I apologize, I was mistaken." Indeed, Rosalind was correct. He had erred. He should not have presumed to guess Tull's thoughts, nor should he have anticipated any developments between the two as if it were a performance. His unreciprocated feelings could potentially harm both parties involved. With a gentle smile, Rosalind lifted Meng once more and returned him to his rightful place. Chochio, let us play." At that moment, the duo in the garden ceased their training. The young girl bounded into the pavilion. "Where are you off to?" Meng took flight, soaring towards the young girl. As the little girl approached, a sweet smile graced her lips. She opened her arms and embraced Meng. "Let us venture to the forest on the back mountain," she suggested. "The teacher mentioned that I should immerse myself in the essence of nature, as it aids in enhancing the resonance of my spiritual abilities." With those words, Wang Wanner held on to Meng and exited the pavilion, heading toward the direction of the forest. Observing Wang Wanner's retreating figure, Rosalind wore a contemplative expression. There was an undeniable sense of dissonance that she felt emanating from the young girl, yet she could not articulate why. It was not jealousy, rather. It was a sensation that struck her with considerable intensity at times. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the intrusion." Just then, Turs entered the pavilion. Rosalind offered a gentle smile and invited, "Please, have a seat." Turs settled onto the stone bench opposite the stone table. "Let us not speak of disruptions. I consider Chochio a friend. If it pleases you, I hope you might stay a while longer, allowing me to extend my hospitality and gratitude for escorting me back to Edith Star." "Friends, you say?" Turs gazed outside the pavilion, only to find that the young apprentice had vanished from sight. He recalled Chochio and reflected on how, in recent months, Her Majesty had indeed grown quite close to her. The notion of their friendship seemed entirely plausible, especially considering that it was Chochio who had come to the aid of the Queen during a time of peril. Now that the war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance had officially commenced, the days of leisure would soon come to an end. It would not be long before they would have to depart to partake in the conflict. Upon hearing this, Rosalind fell into a thoughtful silence. The war has commenced, and Master Turs, as a knight of the temple, is naturally bound for the battlefield. Alongside him are his young apprentice and Chochio, all prepared to fight for the Galactic Federation. Only through victory in war can peace once again descend upon the realm. Chapter 67. Aerial Combat. Noticing Queen's silence. Lost in her thoughts, Turs refrained from interrupting her. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He sensed something amiss and hastily rose to exit the pavilion. Outside, in the sky, brilliant streaks of azure light blazed forth as numerous warships emerged from hyperspace, leaping from their planetary orbits. On this clear day in Huada City, the sky was a vivid blue, and over a dozen warships were distinctly visible. This was the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance, 1 Independent-class cruiser, 4 Declaration-class destroyers, and 8 Freedom-class frigates, totaling 13 vessels, a fully assembled task force of the Independent Planetary Alliance. This sight darkened Tor's countenance. Why had the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance appeared on Edith? It baffled him entirely that such a fleet would set foot upon a planet of little strategic value to them, known merely as a tourist destination. Your Majesty, it is the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance. They are invading Edith. Within the pavilion, Rosaline received urgent communications from the Planetary Defense Command. She rose swiftly, hastening from the pavilion. Upon stepping outside, she gazed at the sky, her expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Activate the planetary force field shield and alert the citizens to retreat from Huada City immediately. Furthermore, a global announcement has been made to all travelers, urging them to take immediate refuge nearby and to evacuate Edith Star under certain conditions. Rosalind remained composed, fully aware of her responsibilities. As the Queen of Edith Star, she recognized the gravity of her duties. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must safeguard our homeland. A flicker of blue light signaled an interruption in communications. Meanwhile, Tullius attempted to activate the communication panel in hopes of contacting the temple to report the situation. However, he was met with failure. The long-wave signals had been jammed. The communications from Edith Star were now severed, leaving them unable to reach the temple. Upon hearing this, Rosalind's expression darkened. With this development, Edith Star would lose external assistance and would have to rely solely on its own defenses. But could they withstand the onslaught of their adversaries? The population of Edith Star barely exceeded 10 million, and aside from the Planetary Defense Force tasked with maintaining order, no other military units were available for combat. Concurrently, in the orbit of the planet, a vast fleet had halted its advance. Within the flagship, on the bridge, General Aku declared, Edith Star has activated its force field shields. The fleet cannot execute an orbital strike. Seated in the captain's chair on the bridge was a towering figure clad in heavy yellow armor, towering over 2 meters. The rodent-like helmet affirmed his identity as a skullery rodent general. With a commanding wave of his hand and a resonant voice, he ordered, deploy all ground landing forces immediately. We must seize Edith Star and capture the city of Huada. Remember, we must take Queen Rosalind alive. She cannot perish. Indeed, the command has been issued, and the colossal transport gunboats are being deployed, accompanied by the escorting mouse fighters. Outside, within the fleet, the cumbersome mouse gunboats are emerging from the hangars under the protection of the mouse fighters, soaring toward the atmosphere. These transport gunboats are remarkably bulky, resembling a plump bat with a sizable belly, measuring 60 meters in length, 70 meters in wingspan, and standing 10 meters tall. Nearly 100 giant mouse gunboats, shielded by hundreds of mouse fighters, surged into the atmosphere like a tidal wave. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. As the shadows of aircraft spread across the vast expanse of the starry sky like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, a magnificent display of crimson meteors illuminated the sky above Edith. At the Air Force base of the Planetary Defense Team in Huada City, a hemispherical military airfield stands. The vertical side features various hangar entrances, while the smooth side houses the hangars. The airfield is filled with the piercing sound of alarm bells resonating throughout the area. Quickly, board your aircraft and confront the enemy. Protect the planet Edith. In each hangar, logistics personnel hurriedly scurry about, their movements frantic. The sudden strike order sends pilots tumbling toward their respective fighters. The engines roar, generating powerful gusts of air. Inside the hangars, sleek, streamlined aircraft, reminiscent of arrowheads, rapidly ascend into the sky. Outside, the attacking fighters surge forth like swarms of bees, charging toward the heavens. The thunderous roar of engines fills the atmosphere as nearly 100 sharp-edged fighters ascend, racing towards the descending meteor shower. At an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, the engines bellow as over 100 sharp fighters roar past, stirring up immense waves of air. The roar of engines reverberated through the heavens as the fleet ascended towards the celestial meteor shower at a sharp angle of 60 degrees. Approaching the target, all squadrons were instructed to concentrate their fire upon the enemy transport gunboats. Securing victory in the ground battle would ensure our triumph. The fighter planes, though diminutive in size, were sufficiently supported by the warships, which could carry a substantial number of them. However, the gunboats were considerably larger, and the hangars of the warships could not accommodate an excessive number of them. By annihilating the enemy transport gunboats, we could significantly diminish their capability to deploy ground forces. Without a formidable ground presence, capturing Huada City would be unattainable. Should Huada City remain unconquered, the conflict would reach a stalemate. Such a deadlock would be advantageous solely for the besieged Edith Star, awaiting rescue. The fighter commander promptly grasped this critical insight. Engaging in combat, he commanded, "Fire! Fire!" In the skies, a multitude of aircraft surged towards one another from both above and below. One faction consisted of mouse fighters, adorned in yellow livery, while the opposing faction comprised dagger fighters, clad in blue and white. In that fleeting moment, both sides unleashed their firepower almost simultaneously. Red and fiery energy projectiles surged forth, colliding in a dazzling display. The distinctive sound of energy cannons harmonized with the thunderous roar of engines. Boom! Numerous aircraft from both sides were struck, erupting into brilliant fireballs. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, mouse fighters and dagger fighters collided, or rather, intersected. As they passed each other, the mouse fighters swiftly veered to pursue, while the dagger fighters charged towards the rear of the massive mouse gunboat. Engage freely and destroy the transport gunboats. Confronted by the overwhelming might of the rat fighter squadron, the sword fighter had no choice but to evade and maneuver, dodging the artillery fire from the pursuing rat fighters as it rushed towards the transport artillery boats. Whoosh! In the higher altitudes, the external energy cannons of the colossal rat transport boats opened fire. The crimson energy beams descended like raindrops upon the advancing sword fighters. Boom! A multitude of sword fighters succumbed along the path of their charge, erupting in mid-air explosions. The resounding blasts reverberated through the heavens. Yet, some sword fighters managed to inch closer to the fleet of colossal rat transport boats. Whoosh! Over a dozen sword fighters penetrated the ranks of the rat transport boats. The onboard high-power energy cannons unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking one transport boat after another. Boom! Each rat transport boat erupted in a spectacular explosion. Some vessels, severely damaged, billowed thick smoke as they plummeted towards the earth. Others detonated mid-air, transforming into radiant fireballs. Debris flew in all directions, wreaking havoc around them. Chapter 68. A desperate battle. Two rat transport boats were caught in the explosive aftermath of their comrades, the debris impacting them with the force of cannonballs. The tremendous shockwave caused both vessels to explode in mid-air, erupting into a massive fireball. Within, the scurrier soldiers and the sky rat tanks descended freely, plummeting towards the ground, the scurrier soldiers screaming in terror, while the aerial combat raged fiercely above. On the ground in Huada City, within the command center, Tullius, Rosalind, Wang Wan'er, Meng, and the senior officers of the Planetary Defense Force convened. What is the current state of the battlefield in the skies? In response to TUR's inquiry, the officers in the command room exchanged glances, uncertain. One officer stepped forward, his expression tinged with awkwardness. The command room's technological apparatus had not been updated in decades, rendering many of its functions obsolete. Upon hearing this, TUR's found himself at a loss for words. Even if Edith is a planet of peace, its security systems should not be so lax. Under the gaze of Her Majesty the Queen, Commander Kasaf of the Planetary Defense Force lowered his head in shame. "I apologize, Your Majesty. This is my oversight." Although she felt a surge of anger within, Rosalind understood that this was not the time for outbursts. She turned to Chochio, who was nearby, and asked, "Chochio, can you handle this?" Meng extended his mechanical pincers, waving them with confidence. "Leave it to me." He advanced to the control terminal and plugged into the port. Blue light flickered, and a massive holographic map materialized. It was a global holographic representation of Edith. The fleets in orbit and the aerial combat zones were vividly displayed. More importantly, the aircraft engaged in battle within the airspace were depicted in real time. Fighters entangled in combat, destroyed aircraft, and those taking off were all simulated. Remarkably, even the beams from energy cannons were represented in this astonishing holographic map, leaving everyone in awe. They could scarcely fathom how Chochio had achieved this. The intricate real-time dynamic information indicated that Chochio had integrated all military intelligence. Such capability required an extraordinary level of computational power. At that moment, the image zoomed in, revealing the aerial combat scene. A stream of data flickered across the holographic display, revealing the complete roster of the Planetary Defense Force's airmen. There were a total of 119 individuals, of whom 71 had their avatars turned red, indicating they had perished. 13 had successfully ejected and survived, now making their way towards Huada City. Mayday, mayday. I am locked on and unable to shake them off. 017, you are in a nosedive, eject now. Quickly. The enemy forces were overwhelming in number. We urgently require reinforcements. Meng accessed the command channel of the air squadron. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and the intercepting aircraft were being swiftly annihilated. The Air Force of the Planetary Defense had suffered devastating losses, and it was advised to retreat immediately to preserve any remaining personnel. Calculations indicated that within 5 minutes, the entire squadron of interceptors would be obliterated. Meng's warning caused a palpable tension in the Operations Command Center. Should the Air Force be entirely wiped out, they would lose air superiority. Although even if they withdrew their forces, air dominance would still remain with the independent Planetary Alliance. It was better to retain some semblance of strength, as air support would be vital in the forthcoming ground offensive and defensive engagements. Rosalind no longer hesitated and promptly commanded General Kasafi, order the immediate withdrawal of all intercepting aircraft. Kasafi hurried forward, retrieving a card from his pocket. He placed it on a scanning panel. Robot, this is my command code. With the highest level of authorization, through it, I can control all military assets on Edith. Glancing at the card on the scanning panel, Meng disengaged the mechanical clamp. In merely 2 seconds, Meng had acquired control over all military installations via Kasafi's intelligence code, thereby unlocking all external network terminals of the military facilities. The Independent Planetary Alliance's communication blockade pertains to the obstruction of subspace communications. However, within the planet, signals can also be transmitted through primitive ray signals, which are impervious to interception. Evacuation orders have been issued, and the surviving aircraft are in the process of retreating. As the withdrawal command was disseminated, the holographic map revealed the retreating vessels. The enemy's aircraft refrained from pursuit to safeguard the transport gunboats. Nevertheless, only 17 fighter jets managed to successfully exit the combat zone. Calculations indicate that with the current armed forces of Edith, it would be impossible to thwart the enemy's advance. Immediate evacuation from Edith is advised. A blue light flickered, and the holographic image of Edith reappeared. This time, a multitude of spacecraft signals were evident both within and beyond Edith's atmosphere. Numerous private and passenger vessels were evacuating from Edith, unhindered by the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, with a 90% probability of successful departure. It is recommended to evacuate immediately, as following the departure of tourist ships, there exists a 90% likelihood that the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet will blockade the planet's orbit. The military strength of Edith is exceedingly feeble. Meng harbored no illusions about the human government of Edith possessing any viable chance of success. Not only is the prospect of victory bleak, but they also lack the capacity to delay the inevitable. I cannot leave, she declared. I am the Queen of Edith. I cannot abandon my people. Faced with the suggestion of evacuation, Rosalind unhesitatingly declined. Meng, however, was not at all surprised by her response. He understood Rosalind all too well, as did their adversaries. Otherwise, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance would not have allowed tourists to board ships and leave Edith Star. The enemy was aware that Rosalind, as queen, would never abandon her people to flee, which is why they permitted the tourists to depart. After all, these tourists hailed from various corners of the galaxy, and it would serve no benefit to the Independent Planet Alliance for them to perish in the war. With a slight turn of his rounded body, Meng glanced at Tulls. Tulls, is it possible to seek assistance from the temple through the representative from Colomi Star? During the recent terrorist incident at the Galactic Council, the representative from Colomi Star had miraculously survived, reportedly having been momentarily absent during the attack. Tulls nodded. It is feasible, but the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance has already cloaked subspace communications around Edith Star. No matter, Meng replied, when the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance appears, I will relay the news of their invasion of Edith. At his words, the expressions of everyone in the command center brightened momentarily. However, this was not the time for elation. Even if the temple received the distress signal from Edith Star and dispatched a fleet, it would take at least 2 months for them to arrive. Given the military strength of Edith Star, it would be nothing short of miraculous to hold out for 3 days. In truth, they might not even last a single day. Once the landing forces of the Independent Planet Alliance set foot on Flower Island, it would be fair to say that the battle was already lost. Upon hearing Li Meng's words, the expressions of those who had previously displayed joy darkened once more. Chapter 69. The Opportunity for Victory. Your Majesty, as long as you remain, there is still hope. We must retreat. The harsh reality was that a mere passion for one's homeland could not save Edith Starr. As the Supreme Commander of the Planetary Defense Force, Kasafi bore the duty of ensuring the safety of Her Majesty the Queen. In response to Kasafi's counsel, Rosalind resolutely declined. Regardless of what awaits us, I am prepared to face it alongside my people. With that, Rosalind turned her gaze towards Master Turs. Master Turs, we shall fight, never yielding. We need your assistance. The participation of a temple knight in the battle would provide formidable strength. Turs nodded affirmatively. It is my duty. Rosalind then looked at Qiu, pleading, Qiu, you must help me, help my people. Facing Rosalind's unwavering gaze, Li Meng realized that she was ready for sacrifice, not only for herself, but also for her subjects. Perhaps surrender was a wise option. Yet such a choice would never be entertained on Edith Starr. Li Meng could only respond, I understand. I will strive to buy as much time as possible. The blue light flickered, and the holographic map shifted once more, transforming from a planetary chart to a map of Flower Island. In the southern skies of Flower Island, the fleets of the Independent Planetary Alliance were drawing closer. The scale of the enemy landing craft is considerable. To circumvent the ground-based air defense network of Huada City, the southern plains serve as their sole landing site. Our mission is to set an ambush along their inevitable path, thereby delaying their advance for as long as possible. The holographic map has been enhanced with additional markers, including the predicted march routes of the enemy. Here lies the Flower Forest, an excellent vantage point for an ambush. Tulls, you are to lead the Planetary Defense Ground Forces to the Flower Forest to intercept the enemy's ground troops. The timing of your retreat is at your discretion, but I implore you to delay the enemy's assault as much as you can. The longer we can prolong their advance, the greater our chances of victory. Prolonging their advance increases our chances of victory? Li Meng's statement elicited expressions of astonishment among the crowd. Could there still be a possibility of triumph? Qiu, do you believe we have a chance of winning? In response to Rosalind's eager gaze, Li Meng affirmed her question without hesitation. The holographic map transformed once more into a planetary overview. Although the underwater heavy air defense explosive energy turrets across the globe have fallen into disrepair, 80 remain operational. Should the enemy fleet dare to enter the atmosphere for combat, they would face utter devastation. As long as we can defeat the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance, they will be unable to mount another offensive against Edith Starr in the near future. Securing that outcome will ensure our victory. Of course, this hinges upon our ability to maintain control of the force field generator. The holographic map shifted again, revealing a clear depiction of Huada City. If we cannot halt the enemy's ground forces, all hope is lost. Therefore, the key lies in how to eliminate the enemy's ground troops. The prospect of annihilating the forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance brings a solemn expression to the faces of the gathered individuals as they gaze upon the holographic map. The challenges of eradicating the ground forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance are well understood by all present. I must emphasize that the Army of the Planetary Defense Force consists of merely 4 reserve battalions, totaling just over 5,000 personnel, armed only with light weaponry, devoid of heavy artillery or armored vehicles. Kasaf raised his hand to interject, noting the limited manpower. Only 5,000 troops? Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows. Although the size of the Independent Planetary Alliance's ground landing forces remains uncertain, it is unlikely to be fewer than 50,000. What can 5,000 troops do to withstand the onslaught of the enemy's ground forces? I am aware of this, hence I have instructed Tulls to delay the enemy's advance. Rosalind, the path to victory now rests upon your shoulders. Li Meng is fully cognizant of the situation within the Planetary Defense Force. Since he has alluded to a potential for victory, it is evident he speaks with conviction. Me? Rosalind's expression was one of disbelief. She could not fathom what Qiu was contemplating. What could she possibly accomplish on her own? Though she is a queen, she is still an ordinary woman. She is not a temple knight, lacking in formidable power. Should she step onto the battlefield, her survival would likely not surpass that of the frontline soldiers. Yet Rosalind understands that Qiu would not send her into combat without a deeper purpose. As expected, Qiu's voice resonated once more. Indeed, Rosalind, it is you. The planet Edith does not solely belong to humanity. It equally belongs to the Jawa people. You must engage in dialogue with the Queen of the Jawa to enlist her forces to aid us. If the Jawa are willing to send troops, we would have already secured a significant advantage. The notion of seeking assistance from the Jawa? The assembly exchanged glances, pondering. Although the Jawa and the human colonists of Edith have a treaty, their alliance is not particularly robust. For many years, the human inhabitants on the ground have had no communication with the Jawa. Each has been content to lead their separate lives, undisturbed by the other. Is it feasible to now request the Jawa's support? Rosalind's expression turned troubled as she replied, Chio. While I am aware of where to locate the Queen of the Jawa, we have not been in contact with them for nearly a decade. Our relationship is not as amicable as the outside world would have one believe. For millennia, we have maintained a policy of non-interference. Meng was certainly cognizant of this fact, fully informed about the history of the human colonizers on Edith. This is not an insurmountable obstacle, Rosalind. Simply convey to the Queen of the Jawa that the Independent Planet Alliance is a pro-human supremacy faction. I believe the Jawa would not remain indifferent to such a revelation. Upon hearing Chio's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Tuar's eyes. Chio's astuteness was remarkable. She had astutely recognized the potential to leverage human nature. Tuar's possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the history of the Old Republic. During that era, the Jawa were regarded by the Republic as inferior beings, their intelligence unacknowledged. Consequently, at that time, the Jawa were captured by humans as edible marine creatures. Due to their exquisite flavor, the Javanese people have become a delicacy on the human dining table. With such a history, how could the Javanese remain indifferent? Rosalind is an exceptionally astute woman. Upon hearing Chio's words, she grasped the profound implication behind them. Rosalind was aware of the troubling history of the Javanese being regarded as mere sustenance by humans. It is precisely because of this dark past that humanity on Edith Star has always harbored a sense of remorse towards the Javanese. For thousands of years, they have navigated their relationship with caution, striving to avoid intruding upon the Javanese way of life. In a certain era, humans even aided the Javanese in their modernization, employing technology to enhance their living conditions. Yet, in the recent few centuries, the bond between humans and the Javanese has gradually weakened. The reasons for this estrangement remain a mystery to Rosalind. Chapter 70. The defense of Flower Island now is not the time for hesitation. Rosalind understands that seeking the Javanese's assistance is the sole means to triumph over the Independent Planet Alliance. She nodded resolutely, declaring, I comprehend. I shall set forth immediately. With that, Rosalind turned to exit. I shall accompany you, little one. You should come along as well. The young girl nodded, embracing Chio. Although Chio expressed a desire to join her, which delighted Rosalind, she also recognized that Chio's presence was more vital here. Only Chio could obtain real-time battlefield intelligence and effectively command the operation. This was something others, even the Temple Knight Tuars, could not accomplish. If you come with me, who will lead the battle? Upon uttering these words, Tuars promptly echoed her sentiment. My dear, while I possess the capability to act as the commander in the frontline war zone, I must confess that I lack the aptitude to oversee operations across the entire theater of war. This responsibility requires your expertise. Tuars possesses self-awareness. He is adept at leading troops in battle, yet he does not have the talent for comprehensive command. Since Meng has expressed his intention to accompany Rosalind, he has naturally considered all pertinent issues. Fear not, I shall provide remote guidance. Ensure that you are equipped with communication devices. In this conflict, Her Majesty the Queen is paramount, and I must stay close to her. As Meng articulated, Rosalind is indeed the crux of the matter. To be precise, it is the support from the Java tribe that holds the key. Without the reinforcements from the Java tribe, even the most valiant defense of Flower Island would prove futile. Act swiftly. Your time is limited. As the personnel in the Operations Command Center busily engaged in their respective tasks, the skies over the southern plains echoed with the roar of engines. A fleet of Mouse aircraft provided escort for the colossal Mouse artillery boats as they approached the skies above Flower Island. The formation spread like a vast flock of birds, casting shadows over the expansive fields of flowers. In an instant, the engines thundered and waves of air surged. The multitude of enormous Mouse artillery boats descended upon the flower-laden plain. As the rear hatches opened, a legion of Scaleri Mouse soldiers emerged, forming into ranks. Some of the massive transport vessels were not solely laden with Scaleri Mouse soldiers. but also with Sky Mouse tanks, heavy fire support hover-armored vehicles. Their bulky appearance resembled that of a snail, with a rounded chassis. The anti-gravity suspension system allowed them to hover 10 centimeters above the ground. Its firepower comprises 2 heavy explosive cannons mounted on vehicles, along with a manned rapid-fire explosive heavy machine gun atop the vehicle. This represents the initial wave of landing forces. While in the sky, another squadron has already penetrated the atmosphere. A fiery meteor shower reappears in the heavens. Forward, onward, with the objective, Huada City. On a massive boulder in the plains stands a Ratman commander adorned with a red helmet. Unlike the other Ratmen, he sports a crimson headpiece and carries a communication backpack equipped with long antennas. Across the expanse, tens of thousands of Skullry Rat soldiers march in orderly formation towards the north, forming endless serpentine lines. In that moment, the synchronized sound of marching feet melds with the thunderous roar of nearly 100 celestial tanks. Meanwhile, in the plains, the cargo-laden giant rat gunboats ascend once more, soaring towards the sky. At the moment, the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance land. To the north, along the main road outside Huada City, hundreds of bulky, square-wheeled armored personnel carriers snake their way down the thoroughfare. As they pass, engines roar and wheels churn, kicking up clouds of dust. Just 10 kilometers from Huada City, the convoy comes to an abrupt halt. Upon receiving orders, each squad disembarks and proceeds on foot. From within one of the wheeled armored personnel carriers, Tulls opens the door and steps out. The convoy can advance no further. They have reached the periphery of Huada City's air defense network. Beyond this point, the convoy will lose the protection of the air defense grid. Should they encounter an aerial assault from the Independent Planet Alliance's aircraft, they would be utterly defenseless. At the command of TURs, the doors of the wheeled armored personnel carriers swung open. A multitude of soldiers clad in brown leather battle attire surged forth from the vehicles. Forward, onward, for the city of Huada, for Her Majesty the Queen. The 1st Battalion pressed on, urging the young men to run with fervor. Along the main thoroughfare, nearly 3,000 soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force raced ahead, a dark mass stretching for miles along the road. Ahead lay the boundary between the expansive flower-filled plains and the wooded floral groves. This was a grove of crimson trees, a vibrant red throughout the seasons. Towering majestically, the trees reached an average height of nearly 30 meters. For many of the Planetary Defense soldiers, this marked their first experience in combat. They instinctively obeyed orders, propelled by a primal urge to run. As long as comrades surrounded them, they were compelled to heed the call to advance, to keep running, to persist in their flight. TURs, enemy aircraft are approaching your position. Take cover in the floral grove immediately. The warning from Chocho caused TUR's expression to shift dramatically. He swiftly commanded, all squad commanders, heed my orders. Enemy aircraft are near. Immediately leave the main road and seek refuge in the floral grove. The armored convoy complied, promptly turning back to await further instructions within the city. While issuing commands, TURs vaulted over the roadside barrier, racing through the sea of flowers. Just a mile ahead lay the floral grove. Once they reached its sanctuary, safety would be theirs. The soldiers were equipped with jamming devices, capable of evading the surveillance arrays of the aircraft. Even life scanners could be rendered ineffective. The advancement of technology had rendered warfare increasingly primitive. Leave the road immediately, hurry. Enemy aircraft are approaching, head for the flower grove. Under the command of various squad leaders, the soldiers hastily vaulted over the barriers and plunged into the sea of blossoms. Amidst the boundless expanse of flowers, thousands of soldiers raced through the knee-high blooms. Meanwhile, the thunderous roar of engines echoed behind them as wheeled armored personnel carriers swiftly turned to retreat. Quickly, quickly, urged by the squad leaders, a dense mass of soldiers surged into the flower grove. Shortly after the Planetary Defense soldiers entered the grove, 5 mouse fighters swooped in from the southern sky. They flew low, skimming the treetops, their engines roaring with an overwhelming intensity. It seemed they had spotted the retreating convoy and swiftly changed course, hurtling towards it. The mournful wail of engines reverberated through the air as the 5 mouse fighters soared overhead, diving into the sea of flowers. In that fleeting moment, a blazing red energy beam surged in from the direction of Flower Tower City. Boom! One mouse fighter was struck instantly, exploding midair. Its fiery remnants plummeted like a meteor into the flower sea, uprooting the earth beneath. The mouse fighters reacted with alacrity upon witnessing their comrade fall. The remaining aircraft swiftly maneuvered to scatter to the sides. Yet, they remained undeterred, dodging anti-aircraft fire while charging towards the retreating convoy. Chapter 71. The Underwater World Boom. Yet the anti-aircraft fire was too dense. Yet another mouse fighter was shot down. With a loss of 2/5 of their fleet, the mouse fighters withdrew. The remaining 3 turned back to retreat in the direction they had come. Boom. In their flight, another mouse fighter was struck in the engine. The out-of-control aircraft spiraled down, hurtling towards the flower grove. Dodge. Quickly, take cover. The trajectory of the crashing mouse fighter aligned perilously with the hiding place of the planetary defense soldiers. Should it crash there, the losses would be catastrophic. As the out-of-control mouse fighter plummeted, the soldiers in the flower grove frantically sought refuge. Boom. The errant fighter descended like a meteorite, crashing into the floral sanctuary. The fuselage collided with the blossoming trees, shattering into a million fragments. The burning wreckage surged through the grove like artillery shells. A few unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, were struck, reduced to mere pulp without even a scream. Others were flung away, their agonized cries echoing before they met the ground. Even before the battle had commenced, losses had already been incurred, instilling dread among the soldiers who had never experienced war. The chaos in the grove continued for a while before finally subsiding. Master TURs, we must press on. Our time is running short. A commanding officer approached TURs. TURs nodded and replied, let us depart. Just as the battle in the south was about to erupt, the northern seas of Flower Island presented a different scene. The weather was splendid, with a cloudless sky stretching infinitely blue. Were it not for the disheartening sight of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet in orbit, everything would seem idyllic. Upon the boundless azure expanse of the sea, a diminutive and flat spacecraft glided just above the water's surface. Its velocity was remarkably slow, not exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the vessel plunged into the depths of the ocean, executing a flawless dive, causing only a small splash upon the surface. What lies beneath the water? This was Li Meng's first encounter with such a realm. To his surprise, the underwater world was not shrouded in darkness. Perhaps the high transparency of this particular sea allowed for an extensive visual range. Rosalind, have you ever visited the cities of the Javanese people? Within the spacecraft, Li Meng navigated along the predetermined course. This amphibious vessel was not sluggish beneath the waves, achieving speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Observing the aquatic environment through the transparent dome, Rosalind shook her head. I have never been there, yet I know where to find them. My mother once told me that the Javanese reside in an abyss beneath the planet's surface. In the past, to facilitate communication, a platform was constructed at the terminus of the route, equipped with a sonic transmitter. Activating this device would summon the Javanese for assistance. At that moment, the craft had descended over 5,000 meters into the ocean's depths. Outside, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of visibility. Although the spacecraft had illuminated its forward lights, the beam barely reached 100 meters. The only visible area was confined to the illuminated column. Navigation through the treacherous terrain relied solely on the vessel's scanning array to avoid obstacles. Rosalind, I believe we have arrived, Li Meng exclaimed, as a small red dot flickered on the scanning array's display. That is the signal source of the navigation beacon. In the dark underwater realm, the spacecraft glided forward, illuminated by 2 beams of light. After traversing approximately 3 kilometers, a navigation beacon anchored to the seafloor emerged within the beams. The submerged vessel came to a halt. Rosalind, are you mistaken? There is nothing here. Apart from the protruding navigation beacon, the seafloor reveals nothing else. According to the scanning array, the surroundings are utterly desolate, situated amidst an underwater stone forest. No, there must be no error. The presence of the navigation beacon confirms the location is correct. This is indeed the place. That is true. The existence of the navigation beacon indicates the location is accurate. However, if this is the case, where is the sonar emitter? The spacecraft's scanning array has detected no other electronic devices on the seabed aside from the navigation beacon. Shall we activate the active sonar to investigate? Since we cannot locate the sonar generator, we might as well employ the active sonar aboard the spacecraft. Perhaps it will attract the Jawans. After a moment of contemplation, Rosalind nodded. Let us proceed with that. There is nothing here. We must take action. If the sonar emitter can summon the Jawans, then utilizing the spacecraft's sonar should yield similar results. An extended silence enveloped the cockpit. Rosalind focused intently on the outside. Although visibility was non-existent, she persisted in her scrutiny. Meanwhile, the young girl remained remarkably quiet, simply seated with her ball, gazing in wonder at the underwater world, despite the lack of visibility. Noticing the stillness outside, Rosalind inquired, "Ball, has it opened?" The scanning array has been activated, yet it has detected no signs of life in the vicinity. Suddenly, at that moment, a cluster of red dots appeared on the display of the scanning array, swiftly approaching at an alarming speed. "Rosalind, how large are the Jawans?" Rosalind turned to look at the spherical creature cradled in the little girl's arms, and replied, "Approximately the size of a human, I suppose." No sooner had Rosalind finished her words than the spaceship jolted violently. Outside, the engines at the rear of the ship expelled a vortex of water, and the vessel executed a rapid 180-degree turn to the left. "What is happening, Ball?" The sudden maneuver startled Rosalind. "That creature is enormous. It cannot possibly be a Jawan. Hold on tight." "What nonsense! That entity behind us is certainly not a Jawan. It is far too large." The scanning array indicated it to be at least a 50-meter colossal being. "No, it's moving too fast." Observing the red mass on the scanning display rapidly closing in, Meng began to calculate frantically. There was no escape. It would catch up in 20 seconds. Outside, in the inky depths of the ocean, the spotlight at the front of the ship abruptly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. The engines at the rear followed suit, their turbulent whirlpools vanishing in an instant. Inside the cockpit, all the indicator lights went dark, returning to shadows. Outside, the powerless vessel glided underwater, crashing into a cloud of silt, stirring up a tumult of murky sediment. As calm settled over the cockpit, silence reigned. Even the sound of a needle dropping would be audible. Yet outside, it was not tranquil. A rustling sound permeated through the liquid and solid, reaching the cockpit. In the darkness, just above the spacecraft, a colossal shadow flickered in and out of visibility, gliding slowly across the expanse. It lingered, circling the vessel. "What is that?" Rosalind whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Though she understood that her words could not escape, the palpable tension in the air compelled her to lower her voice instinctively. "It must be a hammerhead shark, an invasive marine creature introduced into the Edith Sea by human colonizers. The hammerhead is not a native inhabitant of Edith's waters. It hails from a planet known as Oceanus, renowned throughout the galaxy for its monstrous sea creatures. Not only are there beings measuring 50 meters, but also those that reach hundreds of meters in length." Chapter 72. The Underwater City. This is troublesome. As he observed the immense shadow gliding beneath the surface, Meng thought to himself, "This vessel is a civilian submersible, devoid of any weaponry. If it were equipped with even 2 energy cannons, he would not have considered retreat. He would confront it head-on, eliminating the threat. No matter how ferocious, the hammerhead is merely a corporeal marine creature. Before the might of powerful energy cannons, it would meet a fate of utter annihilation. Although the effectiveness and range of the energy cannons would be significantly diminished underwater, they would suffice to deal with the hammerhead. Has it departed?" After what felt like an eternity, silence finally enveloped the surroundings. In the murky depths, the previously visible colossal shadow had vanished. Meng scanned the area, finding no trace of the hammerhead. It must have left. Just as he finished his thought, a massive shadow re-emerged above the vessel, gliding slowly past once more. The vessel was in such close proximity that it nearly grazed the hammerhead's underbelly. The trio inside could even discern the scales on the hammerhead's abdomen, causing Rosalind's complexion to shift subtly as she fell silent. She merely cast a glance at Lamont, her eyes seemingly questioning their next course of action. Just then, the hammerhead, which had been receding into the darkness, executed an abrupt about-face. It was returning. Its immense, grotesque maw and azure pupils gradually materialized from the gloom. It appeared to have detected the vessel, drawing nearer and nearer. It halted just outside the cockpit. Its colossal eyes seemed to scrutinize the 3 occupants within the cabin. Its exposed, serrated jaws parted slightly, hinting at an impending assault. This terrifying spectacle paralyzed the trio in the cabin. In that instant, it lunged. It abruptly opened its maw, its massive form thrashing violently as it snapped at the vessel. This sight caused Rosalind's face to pale, just as the hammerhead's formidable teeth were about to clamp down on the cockpit. Several azure beams erupted from the darkness on the left. 3 beams in total, they streaked across the abyssal depths like shooting stars, colliding squarely with the hammerhead. The unexpected assault diverted the hammerhead's trajectory, causing it to dart toward the origin of the blue beams. Outside, the hammerhead's immense silhouette flickered intermittently. accompanied by the intermittent flashes of azure light. After approximately 30 seconds, the commotion subsided. The hammerhead's colossal shadow vanished, and the azure beams ceased their illumination. Qiu, activate the lights. Rosalind seemed to have grasped the situation. Li Meng activated the engine, and the cockpit was instantly illuminated. Outside, the bow of the spacecraft emitted two brilliant beams of light. As the lights illuminated the surroundings, three slender figures emerged from the water, visible to the three individuals inside the cockpit. They floated gracefully, their feet gently swaying, wielding elongated weapons measuring 1.3 meters in length. Their bodies were a deep shade of green, adorned with fine scales, topped with heads resembling that of a fish. Fishmen, Li Meng mused inwardly as he observed the three figures hovering in the water outside. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the fishmen from the world of Warcraft, albeit taller. Measuring approximately 1.6 meters, slightly shorter than a human, but not by much. Upon noticing Rosalind and the young girl in the cabin, the fishmen exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in silent communication. After a considerable pause, they appeared to reach a consensus. One of the fishmen waved towards Rosalind before turning to swim into the depths of darkness. Rosalind, is that them? Li Meng inquired. Although he was aware of the existence of the Javanese race inhabiting the Ocean of Edith, he had no knowledge of their appearance. The human colonizers living on the island seemed intent on concealing information regarding the Javanese people. Rosalind nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed them. As the spacecraft's engine roared to life beneath the waves, it stirred up a whirlpool of sediment, pursuing the three figures into the dark abyss. With a navigator now on board, the journey ahead became significantly easier as they descended from depths of 6,000 to 7,000 meters to 10,000 meters. The ocean floor grew increasingly dark and desolate, with glimpses of marine life disappearing as they ventured deeper into the profound depths. However, at a depth of 10,000 meters, the seabed is merely a barren expanse of rock and sediment. Qiu, shall we succeed? Rosalind finds herself devoid of confidence regarding this expedition to meet the Javanese. Previously, she had never encountered the Javanese, only having heard tales from her mother. Now, she must represent humanity in re-establishing contact with them. Rosalind, regardless of the outcome, we have at least made an effort. Even in failure, as a queen, you have accomplished all that was within your power. The rest shall unfold as it will. If failure is our fate, we must accept that reality. Li Meng has never allowed himself to become ensnared in despair. The strength of humanity is ultimately limited. We can only strive to do our best. The world will not revolve around you. Throughout life, one will inevitably encounter insurmountable obstacles. Overcoming them allows life to continue. Yet there will always be another challenge awaiting. If one cannot surmount an obstacle, one must persist. Time will not pause for anyone. These words may not provide solace, yet they hold great significance. Rosalind's spirits have considerably calmed. Indeed, one can only take it step by step, allowing things to unfold naturally. At this moment, pondering is superfluous. She must meet with the Queen of the Javanese and exert her utmost efforts to seek assistance. Rosalind, we have arrived. Outside lies the ocean floor at 10,000 meters. The vessel glides into a vast underwater chasm. This chasm is immense, with a width of nearly a kilometer. Its depths are unfathomable, resembling a bottomless abyss. Yet within this pitch-black void, a radiant glow dispels the darkness. It is a city situated at the abyss's floor. Numerous structures rise like mushrooms in the water, tier upon tier. More challenging still, the city was enveloped in colossal bubbles. The Javanese, amphibious marine creatures, although capable of enduring prolonged periods in the deep sea, required surfacing for air. This was also the reason why human colonizers during the Old Republic could capture them. In the abyss, the spacecraft gradually approached the outer layer of the city's bubble. Before the bubble, the leading Javanese gestured towards a platform within. Numerous Javanese soldiers awaited on the platform. Li Meng understood that the guiding Javanese intended for them to land on the platform. The spacecraft proceeded forward, piercing through the delicate layer of the bubble. It was peculiar that the water pressure here was immensely strong. How did the flexible bubble withstand such formidable pressure? Observing the ripples as the spacecraft traversed the bubble, it suggested that some sort of force field was internally supporting it, akin to an airtight shield. The engine roared, waves surged, and the spacecraft gradually descended onto the platform. With a click, the hatch opened, and Rosalind, the young girl, descended the ladder from the spacecraft. Upon touching the ground, she surveyed her surroundings. When she beheld the unarmed Javanese soldiers, a look of curiosity crossed her face. To her eyes, these Javanese soldiers appeared rather peculiar. "Greetings. I am the Queen of Huada City, here to request an audience with your queen." Chapter 73, The Ambush. Rosalind, embodying the essence of a queen, was fully aware of her role. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, she faced the somewhat fierce-looking Javanese without a trace of trepidation. She stepped forward and spoke with calm composure. Yet, it was evident that the Javanese did not comprehend Rosalind's words. They exchanged glances, engaging in a series of guttural communications. It seemed that Rosalind had come to the realization that the Javanese people could not comprehend the federated language, nor could she understand their speech. With a gaze filled with desperation, she looked towards Chio for assistance. Responding to Rosalind's pleading eyes, Meng detached himself from the small girl's embrace and approached Rosalind's side, articulating her words in the Javanese tongue. "Humans, please depart from this place. The Javanese do not welcome you. Kindly refrain from disturbing our way of life." At that moment, an elder of the Javanese tribe approached from behind. Clad in a pale yellow robe and leaning on a cane, his steps were somewhat unsteady. His arrival prompted the Javanese soldiers on the platform to part ways and bow their heads in respect. Observing the elder as he passed, Meng translated his words for Rosalind. The furrow in Rosalind's brow deepened. She seemed to grasp the reason behind the severed ties between Huada City and the Javanese. "This must be a unilateral action from the Javanese. I must seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. My people are suffering the ravages of war, and I require the assistance of the Javanese," Rosalind declared resolutely. She would not yield easily, clearly stating her intent. Meng translated Rosalind's words to the Javanese elder, adding a few more details. "The supremacists among humans have resurfaced, bringing war to the planet Edith. I must meet with Her Majesty the Queen. My people are enduring the agonies of conflict, and I need the aid of the Javanese." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in the elder's eyes. He hesitated, then struck the ground with his cane before turning to retrace his steps. The elder's reaction left Rosalind bewildered, prompting her to look towards Chio. "Let us follow him." Upon hearing those words, Rosalind felt a surge of joy and promptly followed suit. The Javanese soldiers did not impede the trio. Observing the elder's figure, Meng felt a wave of contemplation. Indeed, even after the passage of millennia, they had not forgotten the plight of the Javanese during the era of the Old Republic. While it remained uncertain whether they could procure troops, it was nonetheless a promising beginning. Meanwhile, on Flower Island, within the southern floral woods, the afternoon had arrived. With the sun positioned high in the sky, above the dense expanse of flowering trees, the sound of engines reverberated as mouse fighters swooped by. "Attention all squads. We are engaging in a defensive operation. Once combat ensues, retreat while fighting. Do not become overly attached to the battle." Behind a towering tree in the woods, Tur stood with his back against the trunk. Utilizing a portable communicator at his ear, he directed the frontline soldiers. Given that their mission was to delay the enemy's advance, Turs had not gathered all soldiers in a single area. Instead, he ordered the squads to disperse along a 20-kilometer front. This strategy was necessitated by the fact that the enemy's marching route was not singular. 17 battalions were advancing in parallel through the floral woods. This arrangement was made to prevent the ground forces from being subjected to extensive bombardment. Should the ground troops be scattered, even if one unit were to be bombed, the losses would remain within acceptable limits. Throughout the vast forest, soldiers could be seen concealed in various spots, some crouched amidst the underbrush, others hidden behind massive trees, and still others shouldering proton rocket launchers, taking refuge among the flowering trees. Just outside the woods lay a dirt path, which resembled not a road, but rather a dried-up riverbed. Due to the desiccation of upstream water sources, the river had vanished decades prior. Bereft of the nurturing water, the riverbed gradually dried and hardened, ultimately transforming into a natural pathway, which became one of the routes for self-driving tours on Flower Island. The relatively broad riverbed also served as a marching route for the ground forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance. "Master Tulls, they are approaching." The team commander hastily jogged to Tulls's side, having received word from frontline soldiers that the enemy forces were advancing. Outside, at the river's end, a marching column materialized. Numerous soldiers clad in yellow armor, known as the Scurry Mice, marched alongside the Tion Mouse tanks. The synchronized footsteps and the roar of engines reverberated through the flower forest. The arrival of the enemy caused the soldiers of the planetary defense team, concealed in the flower forest on either side of the riverbed, to tense up. They peered outward, watching as the enemy drew closer along the river. The proton missile squad, hidden within the floral thicket, stood ready, at the command of their team leader. They would deliver a devastating blow to the enemy tanks. Closer, nearer. Within the riverbed, the Scurry Mice army entered the ambush zone. The powerful rumble of the hovering tanks' engines echoed distinctly in their ears. Cold sweat trickled down the faces of the Planetary Defense Team soldiers hidden in the flower forest. Master Tulls, noticing Tulls's hesitation to issue the attack command, the team commander grew anxious. If the enemy forces were allowed to advance any further once combat erupted, it was likely that both sides would become entangled. At that point, extricating themselves would prove exceedingly difficult. Withdrawing the phase sword from his waist, Tulls declared in a deep voice, "Attack." Upon hearing this, the squad commander promptly lowered his voice and commanded, "Open fire, free to engage." Shoo! Following the squad commander's order, a series of piercing shrieks echoed from the woods on both sides of the river. One after another, proton rockets, trailing long plumes of fire, darted out of the forest, heading towards their respective targets. Boom! Several Skyer Ratmen tanks at the forefront of the marching column were immediately struck. Explosions flashed, and mushroom clouds of fire billowed upwards. Lacking vehicle-mounted shields, the Skyer tanks were torn apart layer by layer by the proton rockets. The force of the explosions, mixed with waves of fire, swept through the surroundings. Skaven soldiers near the tanks were instantly affected. Those closer were directly ripped apart by the explosive shockwave, with limbs and fragments flying in all directions. Those further away were thrown off their feet, causing widespread chaos. "Slaughter them all." Roars echoed from the flower groves on both sides of the river. Shoo! The distinctive sound of pulse rifles suddenly erupted in rapid succession. Along a front stretching hundreds of meters, fiery red energy beams scattered like raindrops from the flower groves, assailing the Skaven army in the river. Kai! Numerous Skaven were immediately hit. Sparks erupted from their yellow armor. The immense impact forced the Skaven soldiers to stagger backward. The pulse rifles wielded by the Planetary Defense Force soldiers were underpowered, unable to penetrate the armor with a single shot. One shot may not suffice, but multiple shots will. Concentrate fire. Under the relentless assault of energy beams resembling raindrops, the Skaven soldiers fell one after another in the riverbank. Advance, press forward. Yet, the Skaven soldiers showed no signs of fear. Under the command of their leader, they launched a counterattack. The long line of troops split into two, retaliating against the enemy hidden within the flower grove. Chapter 74, Frantic Retreat. Whoosh. Red energy beams erupted from the muzzles of the Skaven soldiers' energy rifles. Their power immense, and their firepower ferocious. They pierced through trees and men alike. Boom! The flower trees struck by the energy beams exploded, igniting into flames. Hiss! Within the flower grove, numerous soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force were struck, their bodies pierced through. The disparity in firepower and protection was stark. In the initial exchange of fire, the Planetary Defense Force found themselves at a disadvantage. The Skaven outside sought no cover. They marched forward in formation, braving the firepower of the Planetary Defense Force, raising their rifles to shoot as they pressed into the flower grove. Meanwhile, a throng of Skaven soldiers rushed forward to provide support. Boom! The tanks in the rear unleashed indiscriminate bombardments into the flower grove. Brilliant red beams erupted from their formidable cannons, piercing into the forest. In an instant, the grove was engulfed in a flurry of explosions. Plumes of flames billowed like mushroom clouds, and shockwaves rippled outward. Countless flower trees were obliterated by the tank shells, collapsing in fiery ruin. The soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force, concealed within the grove, suffered devastating losses. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a figure clad in gray robes burst forth. Amidst the piercing sounds that rent the air, he wielded a pearlescent phase sword. The moment he made his appearance, a torrent of firepower was directed towards him. It is the detritus of the Temple Knights. Slay him. Eliminate him. Detritus of the Temple Knights. Upon sighting TURs, the Skaven soldiers seemed particularly enraged. Numerous commanders, adorned in crimson helmets, bellowed at TURs. Emerging from the thicket of flowering trees, TURs deftly maneuvered with his phase sword in one hand, evading attacks with agility. The red energy blasts were continuously deflected by his phase sword. Some veered off into other directions, while others ricocheted back, striking the Skaven soldiers with precision. In a moment of swift motion, TURs leapt into the air, executing a somersault that gracefully spanned over 30 meters, landing amidst the ranks of the Skaven warriors. The phase sword in his grasp danced with ferocity, and one by one, the Skaven soldiers fell before him as though they were mere vegetables being chopped. Under the indomitable might of the phase sword, the armor of the Skaven soldiers proved as ineffective as parchment, offering no protection whatsoever. Tank, fire! Open fire! Witnessing the Temple Knight wreaking havoc within their ranks, the Skaven commander was incensed. He hastily commanded the rearward Skaven tanks to commence firing. In the backline, a Skaven tank slightly adjusted its turret to aim at TURs. Commander, we have allies in the line of fire. We risk friendly fire. The tank commander noticed that allied troops obstructed the beam, rendering him unable to fire. I care not. Fire immediately. The commander's unequivocal order left the Skaven tank commander no room for hesitation. Fire, fire. Eliminate the detritus of the Temple Knights. Whoosh. The Skaven tank discharged its weaponry, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy beams from its twin-linked heavy laser cannons. The bolts traversed the expanse of several hundred meters in an instant, converging upon Tulis, who was positioned at the vanguard of the formation. A cataclysmic detonation ensued at the point of impact as a multitude of fiery mushroom clouds erupted, intermingling with plumes of earth that ascended skyward. A palpable shockwave emanated outward, engulfing and obliterating scores of Skaven, their bodies rent asunder by the force of the blast. Continue the barrage. Do not cease firing. The Skaven commander bellowed, its voice a raw, guttural roar. The conflagration obscured the battlefield, preventing it from witnessing the demise of the Adeptus Astartes. Spurred by the commander's vociferous exhortations, the Skaven tank maintained its relentless assault, concentrating its firepower upon a confined sector. In short order, the terrain was systematically denuded as successive blasts excavated the earth. Abruptly, a figure clad in gray emerged from the heart of the inferno. It was Tulis, unscathed and unblemished, his robes pristine and unmarked. Withdraw. Immediate withdrawal. Tulis commanded, foregoing further engagement. He plunged headlong into the arboreal thicket, his retreat driven by the depletion of his energies, having expended a considerable amount to erect a psychic barrier against the heavy energy beams. Retreat. Fall back. Launch the signal flare. The intensity of the conflict had disrupted communications, rendering transmissions beyond a limited range impossible. Signal flares were now the sole means of conveying the order to disengage. At Tuli's command, the Planetary Defense Force stationed within the arboreal thicket executed a precipitate withdrawal, abandoning their immediate adversaries and fleeing into the depths of the forest. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the ascent of a crimson flare that erupted high into the sky, bursting brilliantly at several hundred meters aloft. The battle was not confined to this singular location. It raged along a front that stretched for miles. As the flare ascended, more and more red signals ignited in the distant forest. The Planetary Defense Forces, tasked with repelling the Scurry Mice army, began their retreat. Do not let them escape. Advance, advance. The roar of engines filled the air as the Sky Mice tanks continued their relentless advance along the main thoroughfare. Countless Scurry Mouse soldiers surged into the forest, pursuing the withdrawing defenders. In an instant, the depths of the forest were alive with the flickering hues of fire and red energy bursts, accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire. From the moment the battle commenced, Mouse fighters hovered in the sky, providing support. However, they refrained from engaging directly, instead patrolling the skies to intercept any potential enemy aircraft. The dense foliage of the flower forest rendered it impossible to distinguish friend from foe, posing a significant risk of friendly fire against their own advantageous forces. 2 hours later, to the south of Flower Tower, where the Sea of Blossoms met the flower forest, shadows surged within the thicket. Thousands of soldiers burst forth from the woods, racing through the flowering expanse. Viewed from above, they appeared as a tidal wave emerging from the flower forest, a dark mass sweeping towards the distant Flower Tower. Retreat to Flower Tower immediately. Establish defensive lines within the city. Hurry. Among the throngs of soldiers sprinting through the floral sea was TURs. The disparity in forces was too great for a direct confrontation. Having stalled the enemy for several hours within the flower forest was already a formidable challenge. Continuing the fight will only lead to the annihilation of the Planetary Defense Force. Master Tulls, the disparity in strength between both sides is overwhelmingly vast. We must mobilize the citizens to join the battle. In the communicator, Tulls received a message from General Kasafi. General Kasafi, This is not a battle for civilians. We cannot involve the untrained populace in this war. Armed civilians will not alter the war's outcome. They will merely increase casualties. The inhabitants of Edith have enjoyed peace for far too long. They have not endured the crucible of war and remain oblivious to its horrors. Although the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force displayed remarkable bravery in the recent skirmish, their combat capabilities are severely lacking. They do not know how to protect themselves on the battlefield. Their combat philosophy is still entrenched in the rudimentary act of shooting. This has resulted in significant losses for the Planetary Defense Force, with only 3/5 of the soldiers surviving. Even a retreat would hardly be described as orderly, as evidenced by those soldiers who recklessly charged ahead through the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 75, Air Defense Battle. Master Tulls, our soldiers have suffered devastating casualties. Even if we manage to withdraw to Huada City, we lack the capability to withstand the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance. Their numbers are overwhelming, nearly inexhaustible, and we stand no chance. Indeed, we have little hope, but you must trust your queen. Our task is merely to buy time. Without uttering another word, Tulls severed the communication. At this juncture, barring unforeseen circumstances, defeat appears inevitable. Even if they successfully withdraw from Huada City, they cannot avert the impending onslaught of the Skullery Ratman's Grand Army. Kasafi comprehends this reality, as does Tulls. Yet, as a Templar Knight, he cannot acquiesce to Kasafi's plea to involve civilians in this conflict. Beware of the aerial assault. The enemy's swarm approaches. In the distant sky, a multitude of rat fighters descends with alarming speed. The sheer number of aircraft is staggering, a dense formation of at least several hundred. Some fixate on the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force amidst the floral expanse, while the majority of the rat fighters charge toward Huada City. At this moment, on the southern outskirts of Huada City, towering anti-aircraft watchtowers rise like sentinels amid the urban landscape. The dual heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons atop these towers pivot slightly, aiming towards the southern sky. With a thunderous roar, dozens of dual heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons unleash torrents of fiery projectiles. Thick, vibrant energy beams streak toward the heavens in a dense barrage, targeting the approaching shadows. It is the enemy's aerial formation, the Ratman's fighters. Like raindrops, the energy beams pierce the sky, hurtling toward the swarm. Boom! The aerial formation erupts into fiery explosions, igniting the high altitudes. The fragile armor of the rat fighters proves utterly inadequate against the onslaught of the heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons. Upon impact, they are obviously the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squadrons were tasked with clearing the air defense points of Huada City, while the remaining squadrons concentrated their efforts on the assault of the force field generator. The operation commenced. Among the fleet was a red-painted mouse fighter, piloted by the commander of the formation. With a command from him, the fleet, which had just surged into the skies above Huada City, split into two, diving towards the city. One half further divided into four, each heading towards the city's 4 defensive sectors, while the other portion charged into the central area of Huada City. In the heart of the city stood a low fortress, crowned by a massive spherical apparatus with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. A transparent, twisted beam of light ascended into the sky, piercing the edge of the atmosphere before expanding and enveloping the planet. This was the force field generator. The transparent, twisted beam was a visible phenomenon resulting from the extreme density of the force field. In an instant, the flames of battle spread across Huada City. The air defense zones in all 4 directions erupted in a frenzy of fire, as crimson energy beams swept across the sky of Huada City. Numerous mouse fighters were struck down, their wreckage crashing to the earth like meteors, shattering the streets and alleys. Heavy air defense energy turrets were also obliterated by diving mouse fighters, exploding with a thunderous roar and sending fireballs billowing into the air. In the central area of Huada City, more than a dozen mouse fighters breached the most densely packed air defense network and launched an offensive against the force field generator. The onboard energy cannons unleashed a torrent of fire, spewing forth a barrage of concentrated red energy beams. The crimson beams cascaded towards the force field generator like a downpour of raindrops. As the crimson energy beam was poised to strike the force field generator, a transparent barrier suddenly enveloped the generator. The energy beam collided with this ethereal shield, as though it had plunged into a quagmire, penetrating several meters before dissipating entirely. This was the force field shield, a compact manifestation of protective energy. The generator, currently in the process of activation, could only shield itself with this force field barrier. The shield rendered attacks futile, prompting a retreat and a reassessment of targets to destroy the anti-aircraft positions of Huada City. Observing the protective force field around the generator, the commander of the Mouse Fighter Squadron promptly abandoned any intentions of continuing the assault. The Mouse Fighters, lacking kinetic weaponry, were ill-equipped to contend with the force field shield. To dismantle the shield, it would necessitate ground forces to gradually penetrate through it and eliminate the internal generator. Meanwhile, as the aerial battle over Huada City raged fiercely, the planetary defense forces outside the southern city, bereft of anti-aircraft cover, were suffering under the onslaught of the Mouse Fighters. Each dive of the aircraft was met with a series of explosions on the ground. Numerous soldiers from the planetary defense were struck, their bodies torn asunder by the shockwaves of the blasts flung through the air. The Mouse Fighters soared through the sky like relentless flies. Perpetua, no matter how feeble the defenses of the aircraft may be, they cannot be obliterated by the mere small arms of infantry. Unless by sheer fortune one strikes a vulnerable point, such as the juncture between the wing and fuselage. Amidst the sea of flowers, numerous soldiers retaliated with their firearms. Yet the ones wielding heavy, multi-barreled energy machine guns stood out most prominently. A Mouse Fighter zeroed in on one of them, descending rapidly. The ominous roar of the engine grew increasingly closer. The soldier, brandishing the formidable multi-barreled energy weapon, also spotted the diving Mouse Fighter. He redirected his gun and unleashed a torrent of fire. The concentrated energy beams coalesced into a fiery dragon, soaring upward and striking the cockpit of the Mouse Fighter. With a hissing sound, a cascade of crimson erupted from the cockpit. In the face of the soldier's assault, the Mouse Fighter showed no inclination to evade. It seemed to mock the soldier's impotence, even as it entered the range of attack, refraining from firing. It toyed with the soldier, poised to extinguish his hope at the last moment. Closer and closer it approached. Within the cockpit of the Mouse Fighter, the finger of the scurrier pilot hovered over the trigger. With a mere press, the pitiful human on the ground would be reduced to nothing. Perish, human scum. Yet, at the very instant the scurrier pilot pressed the trigger, a figure clad in a gray robe interposed itself before the soldier. It was Turs, wielding a phase sword. He extended his left hand, palm facing forward, and thrust upwards towards the sky. Boom. The diving Mouse Fighter collided with an invisible barrier, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blazing remnants cascaded down like fiery rain beside the two figures on the ground. Chapter 76. We have not lost master. Thank you. The soldier gazed at Tulls before him, his eyes filled with reverence as he expressed his gratitude. Run. Keep running. With that brief command, Tulls dashed away. As he sprinted, he flung his sword hand skyward. The phase sword immediately whirled and shot forth, striking a Ratman fighter jet that was diving to attack from 100 meters away. Boom. The Rat Fighter was cleaved in two by the phase sword, erupting into a fiery explosion in midair. Amidst the roaring flames and the rain of debris, the phase sword spun back into Tulls's hand. This was the power of telekinesis, one of the fundamental abilities of the Temple Knights. The stronger the individual, the greater the distance they could control objects. Tulls was capable of manipulating items hundreds of meters away, though this was contingent on their weight. The farther the distance, the lighter the object that could be moved. Despite Tulls's strength, he was but one man, unable to prevent the Rat Fighters from mercilessly slaughtering the planetary defense soldiers. In the sea of flowers, the one-sided massacre rendered the battlefield brutally horrific, with fleeing planetary guards scattered everywhere, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, in orbit around Edith, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, General Aku addressed his crew. The ground forces are nearing Flower Tower City, and our air units are successfully dismantling the CI. Indeed, the flying squirrel bombers are prepared. Let them embark. On the bridge, the personnel exchanged hurried reports to the imposing figure seated in the captain's chair. Listening to the cacophony of voices from his subordinates, Aku exhibited a hint of impatience. Silence. You fools. Our objective is conquest, not destruction. This is the directive of General Oswald. In response to Aku's reprimand, the lower bridge personnel swiftly turned back, feigning diligence in their tasks. General Aku, we have detected remnants of the Templar Knights. Should we report this to General Oswald? Remnants of the Templar Knights? Aku's golden pupils contracted sharply beneath his helmet. He rose, only to sit back down. Do not concern yourself with him. He cannot alter the outcome of this war. We have severed subspace communications. He can do nothing. Inform the ground forces that upon encountering any remnants of the Templar Knights, They are to eliminate them on the spot. I wish to present his head to the esteemed General Oswald. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave that individual to the ground forces. As fleet commander, it would be prudent for you to remain with the fleet. Aku resisted the impulse. His instincts urged him to maintain his position with the fleet. Is it truly necessary? I believe caution is advisable, considering General Oswald was once among the Templar Knights himself. Indeed, this may be too barbaric. General Oswald might not approve. He could very well end the wretch with a mere thought, a swift snap. That scene would indeed be fascinating. How I wish I could witness it. One can only imagine how delectable the general's flesh would be. Do not speak. I am already famished. We remain entrenched in battle, unable to abandon our posts. The subordinate bridge personnel, engaged in their own banter, inadvertently diverted the conversation. In the captain's chair, within his helmet, Aku smirked, revealing his sharp teeth. "Silence, you worthless fools," he bellowed, startling the lower bridge crew into immediate compliance. They hastily resumed their duties. On Flower Island, the ground war raged on. Advance, advance, advance. Form battle formations. At the border where fields of blossoms met dense floral woods, multiple battalions of scurry rat soldiers surged forth. They marched in unison, trailing behind the cumbersome sky rat tanks, pressing onward with relentless determination. The rhythmic sound of their steps intertwined with the roar of engines, resonating through the air and earth. From above, one could observe the battalions of scurry rat soldiers assembling into serpentine formations. In a matter of moments, the undulating figures of the soldiers filled the flower-laden expanse. Upon exiting the floral woods, they reconfigured their formation, transitioning from a marching line to a battle array. Within the vast sea of flowers, over 200,000 scurry rat soldiers arranged themselves into hundreds of squares, their ranks stretching for miles. In between these formations, more than 200 sky rat tanks maneuvered, creating a colossal procession that trampled the knee-high blossoms, sending tremors through the ground. Meanwhile, 7 kilometers ahead, the planetary defense troops continued their retreat. Above, rat fighters darted about like flies, occasionally swooping low before soaring into the sky. In the distance, the city of Huata was engulfed in smoke and chaos. "Master TURs, we have lost." The voice from the communicator left TURs speechless. He stood amidst a sea of flowers, surveying the panicked soldiers fleeing around him. Behind him lay the city of Huata, and in the distance, the terrifying army of scurry rats revealed its menacing form. There had been no word from Chiochio. If this continued, once the scurry rat army breached the city, defeat would be inevitable. "We have not yet lost." At that moment, the voice of Li Meng suddenly echoed through the communicator, heard by both TURs and Kasafir at the command center. Just then, a resounding horn sounded from the western sea. Less than 3 kilometers from the shoreline, a member of the Javanese tribe emerged, seemingly seated in the water, holding a colossal conch shell. The powerful blast of the horn emanated from the shell in its hand. Beneath it, the sea water faintly revealed a massive shadow. Around it, one after another, enormous shadows emerged from the water. The Javanese warriors, armed with pulse rifles, surfaced from the depths. With a splash, the sea churned from miles away. As Javanese riders mounted creatures resembling flying fish burst forth from the ocean, soaring into the sky. 1, 2, 3. Their numbers were boundless. In no time, nearly 10,000 flying fish knights surged from the sea, pouring into the skies above, heading towards Huadao, charging into the battlefield, standing atop the back of a flying fish. A solitary warrior from the Jawa tribe steadies himself with a single rein, raising his pulse rifle high and shouting fervently. Not far off, thousands of Jawas emerge from the depths of the sea, their aquatic steeds gliding swiftly forward, leaving behind undulating trails that linger in the water. Along the coastline, a multitude of gray-green figures abruptly rise from the waves, dotting the shores for over 10 kilometers. Their presence is dense and overwhelming, soon blanketing the entire beach. Even more Jawas continue to emerge ceaselessly from the ocean's embrace. Chapter 77. The Jawa Legion. Jawas, advance, advance. Amidst the throng of dark figures on the beach, some stand out with their massive physiques. Towering nearly 3 meters, these 6-armed behemoths bear a striking resemblance to their kin, yet exhibit notable differences. Not only are they larger, but they also sport 2 sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. They are the Giga Jawas, the royal class of the Jawa tribe. One among them raises his pulse rifle high, unleashing a thunderous roar. Wah! This cry reverberates like a droplet falling into hot oil. Hundreds of thousands of Jawas respond with a resounding cheer, surging toward the interior like a relentless tide. From a distance, the black wave resembles a colossal surge rushing inland. In the skies above, nearly 10,000 flying fish knights sweep across the coastline, hurtling toward the battlefield. In the rear, enormous marine creatures begin to make landfall, their corpulent bodies towering 5 meters in height and stretching 10 meters in length. Upon the back, 2 prominent humps rise, creating a natural saddle between them. The entire body is enveloped in heavy scales, and above the posterior, a formidable large-caliber pulse cannon is affixed, boasting an impressive diameter of half a meter. This is the army of the Javanese, and the queen has triumphed. Listening to the ecstatic voice of Casafina emanating from the communicator, Tulls gazes toward the coastline. In that very direction, an ominous mass of Javanese troops advances inland, while a shadow looms in the sky, sweeping toward them. It is the enemy. Turn westward. Attack. Attack. The army of Scaleri Ratmen has detected the sudden landing of the Javanese forces. Under the commander's sharp directives, the Scaleri troops, previously arrayed amidst a sea of flowers, shift their formation to confront the foe directly. The Rat Fighter aircraft, which had been pursuing the planetary defense soldiers, abandoned their immediate targets and charged toward the Flying Fish Knights. Meanwhile, in the city of Huada, the swarm of rat fighters, engaged in dismantling anti-aircraft positions, swiftly disengages from combat and converges toward the outskirts. In the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, Aku remains vigilant, monitoring the battlefield situation and receives reports from ground forces. What army is this? The Javanese? How could those wretched deep-sea scum possibly make landfall? Faced with General Aku's furious outburst, the bridge personnel exchange worried glances. General Aku, it is time to deploy the flying squirrels for bombardment and annihilate those scum. General Osweed will be furious. The devastation caused by the concussion bombs is too severe. Indeed, they are merely a band of deep-sea refuse. Our ground forces will surely prevail against them. Silence. The incessant chatter of the personnel on the lower bridge left Aku with a throbbing headache. He couldn't help but question whether this batch of crew members was of inferior quality, as they all seemed to suffer from a penchant for incessant talking. Once the war concluded, he would certainly lodge a formal complaint with General Oswald. The notion of cutting-edge biotechnology was proving to be quite unreliable regarding the Colomians. How vast was the army of the Javanese? Aku was well aware of their capabilities. Prior to the assault on Edith, he had thoroughly researched the history of that planet. Once merely a source of sustenance for humanity, he harbored doubts that the Javanese could overcome their formidable forces. I apologize, General, but the force field shields are interfering with the sensor array, rendering us unable to detect life forms. We can only estimate through optical equipment, which suggests approximately 500,000. Only 500,000. Upon hearing this, Aku felt a sense of relief wash over him. A mere primitive race of sustenance could hardly stand as a rival to the Skiramouse army. With only 500,000, a single Skiramouse soldier could eliminate 3 without any difficulty. Moreover, the Skiramouse army boasted mouse fighters and sky mice tanks. How could that group of deep-sea sustenance ever pose a threat? Notify the ground troops. No reinforcements are necessary. Annihilate the Javanese army immediately. Menu vast numbers of flying fish riders plummeted from the sky like swathes of wheat being scythed down. Yet, undeterred, they discharged their weapons. Azure bolts of ionic energy erupted forth, surging towards the aerial armada. Several rat fighter aircraft were struck, their frames convulsing with electrical discharges and sparks, their systems crippled, their engines silenced, sending them spiraling into the floral expanse below. The flying fish riders wielded ionic weaponry capable of overloading electronic systems. While not overwhelmingly potent, it sufficed to incapacitate the low-flying rat fighters long enough for them to crash before their systems could reboot. For a fleeting moment, in the firmament above the floral sea, cerulean ionic bursts and crimson energy beams crisscrossed in a deadly ballet. Rat fighters careened into the flower beds with alarming regularity, their structures grievously damaged. Simultaneously, countless flying fish riders plummeted to earth like raindrops. Observing the impending collision in the heavens, the rat fighters abruptly split apart, dispersing and creating distance. Squadrons launched dispersed attacks. Recognizing the limitations of their adversaries' biological nature and finite velocity, seeking to circumvent close-quarters combat. The flying fish mounts, being deep-sea creatures, were limited in their ascension and velocity. No matter how swift, they couldn't outpace the rat fighters. The rat fighter commander recognized this advantage. Confronted with a numerically superior foe, close-range engagements were deemed imprudent. As the aerial conflict commenced, ground forces converged in the floral sea below. The Skaven army advanced with methodical precision, marching in disciplined formation. Conversely, the Claw Pack surged forth in a dense, dark mass, resembling an ebony tide sweeping towards the Skaven ranks. Unleash hell. The order came. Skyer tanks, obliterate these abyssal dregs. As the distance between the two forces narrowed to approximately 2 kilometers, the Skaven army commander issued the order to attack. With a resounding hiss, the Skaven tanks initiated the assault, their heavy plasma cannons unleashing crimson bolts of energy. These beams traversed the intervening distance in an instant, crashing into the ranks of the Javanese army. The impact resulted in a series of rapid explosions within the charging Javanese ranks. As towering plumes of fiery mushroom clouds ascended into the air, the ensuing shockwaves swept through the surroundings, tearing apart those in close proximity and sending others flying in a chaotic scene of disarray. Some unfortunate Javanese soldiers were directly struck by the energy beams, resulting in their instantaneous vaporization. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Javanese army, the manatee cannons commenced their barrage. Nearly 2,000 of these behemoths lumbered through the floral landscape, their every step crushing a multitude of blossoms. The resounding thud of their footsteps seemed to reverberate through the very earth. Each manatee bore 3 Javanese soldiers upon its back, one acting as the rider while the other 2 operated the cannon. One of these 2 adjusted the cannon's angle, while the other retrieved the half-meter diameter projectiles from the ammunition nets on either side. These spherical projectiles, tinged with a bluish-green hue, appeared deceptively light despite their size, allowing the Javanese to handle them with ease. With a series of thunderous roars, the cannons mounted on the manatees unleashed their payload, spewing forth azure flames. Massive fireballs ascended into the sky, tracing elegant arcs as they hurtled towards the Skaven army. As over 2,000 of these cerulean spheres soared through the heavens, the sky was transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle of falling stars. A multitude of azure fireballs, imbued with the wrath of thunder that obscured the heavens, descended to the earth, trailing fiery tails. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within the ranks of the Skullry Rat army. Plumes of blue plasma flames surged upward, engulfing the surroundings. Nearby Skullry soldiers were instantly consumed by the searing ion flames, while those a bit closer were vaporized. Soldiers at a further distance, touched by the flames, found their armor melted away, eliciting anguished cries. The artillery employed by the manatees was a peculiar biological gas shell. Once ignited, it swiftly transformed into high-temperature plasma. This was then launched from the cannon, creating a formidable plasma cannonade. Boom! Over a dozen Sky Rat tanks were struck by the azure fireballs. The intense plasma flames obliterated the tank's armor, resulting in catastrophic detonations. The force of these explosions was tremendous, and amidst the thunderous blasts, towering mushroom clouds of flame reached heights of 100 meters. Within a 100-meter radius, Skullry soldiers were shattered to pieces, while those further away were either hurled through the air, toppled over, or torn apart by screaming debris. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the wails of the Skullry Rat army. Yet, the cries of their comrades did little to dampen the spirits of the remaining Skullry soldiers. Undeterred, they pressed forward, stepping over the bodies of their fallen allies as they continued their advance. In that moment, amidst a sea of flowers on the battlefield, both sides unleashed a torrent of artillery fire. Numerous Skullry soldiers fell, yet the Jawa forces were not faring any better. The firepower of the Sky Rat tanks was overwhelmingly potent, with 2 mounted heavy explosive cannons boasting an astonishing rate of fire. The crimson energy beams cascaded like raindrops upon the advancing Javanese army, inflicting tremendous casualties upon them. Fire! Fire! Annihilate those abyssal wretches. Where are our rodent aircraft? At the entrance of a thunderous rodent tank convoy, a commander adorned in a red helmet protruded half of his body. He bellowed loudly, gesturing forward with his right hand. Just a short distance away, a dense mass of Javanese troops surged forth, now within the effective firing range of the infantry. With his command, the frontline Scully rodent soldiers unleashed a volley along the expansive line stretching several kilometers. The distinctive sound of energy rifles reverberated through the air. The red energy beams swept across the Javanese forces like a torrential downpour. Within effective range, coupled with the Javanese troops' concentrated charge, the energy beams were destined to strike true. The leading Javanese soldiers were immediately struck, their bodies torn asunder by the explosive energy, pierced through. Countless Javanese fell like wheat before the scythe. For the Queen! For victory! Advance, advance, fire. Among the charging Javanese ranks, a formidable commander of the great frogs unleashed a fierce roar. The Javanese continued their charge, trampling over the corpses of their comrades. Forward, forward, ever forward. As they sprinted, they raised their rifles skyward and fired. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed as the long-barreled pulse rifles expelled blue flames. Clusters of azure fireballs shot forth, soaring into the sky. Blue fireballs ascended from the advancing army of the Javanese, soaring in a perfect arc towards the Scaleri rodent forces. In an instant, the sky above the Scaleri army was set ablaze with fiery rain. The blue orbs fell like raindrops, cascading into the ranks of the Scaleri soldiers. Hissing sounds filled the air as the fireballs struck the soldiers, releasing plumes of acrid smoke. The armor of the Scaleri warriors was seared through by the intense heat of the plasma bursts. A cacophony of cries erupted as the Scaleri soldiers writhed in agony. The scorching plasma not only penetrated their armor but incinerated their very bodies, with some soldiers igniting into flames. In contrast to the Scaleri army, which only had its frontline troops firing, the Javanese forces demonstrated superior firepower with their projectile attacks. Although the chaos of individual skirmishes lacked the impact of a coordinated barrage, the sheer numbers of the Javanese allowed the fiery deluge to persist in the air. In that moment, entire groups of Scaleri soldiers fell, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. The pulse cannon, a miniature version of the manatee cannon, effectively functioned as a plasma gun, capable of launching a sphere of plasma to incinerate foes with its searing heat. Regrettably, despite the formidable plasma weaponry of the Javanese, their rate of fire remained sluggish. While they effectively inflicted casualties, the battlefield's dynamics maintained a the cacophony of gunfire intertwined with swirling plasma orbs and explosive bursts, painting a grim tableau of the battlefield. As the SKRY Mouse army fiercely clashed with the Javanese forces, the planetary defense team successfully retreated from Huada City in the north. More than 5,000 soldiers of the planetary defense managed to return, a mere fraction of those who had set out. Fewer than 1,000 survived. The rest lay fallen amidst the blossoms and groves outside. War is merciless, and life has become a cheap commodity. In light of the staggering losses suffered by the planetary defense team, Tulls refrained from issuing orders for a counterattack. Amidst the billowing smoke of Huada City, a small spacecraft navigated through the towering structures. Look over there, it's the teacher. As they crossed a street, Wang Wanner, seated in the co-pilot's seat, spotted a familiar figure below. It was Tulls, her mentor. Meng deftly maneuvered the spacecraft, steering it toward Tulls's location. The engines roared, sending waves of air surging. Gradually, the spacecraft descended onto the street. Tulls had already noticed the approaching vessel and recognized its occupants. As the craft touched down amidst the swirling gusts, the hatch opened, and Wang Wanner and Rosalind disembarked. The street was not solely occupied by Tulls. Numerous soldiers of the planetary defense team trudged along, their faces etched with fatigue. Some walked alone, while others supported their injured comrades. As Rosalind gazed at the battered soldiers, a shadow of sorrow crossed her features. Just as she was about to speak, Meng interjected, "Do not disturb them, let them pass." Rosalind, the Queen of Edith's Star, is renowned and recognized by all. However, the soldiers traversing the streets lacked the strength to even lift their heads. They sought not the invigorating speeches nor the comforting reassurances from their queen. At a loss for words, Rosalind ultimately acquiesced to Chocho's counsel and refrained from disturbing them. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Fleet, Your Majesty. It appears you have succeeded, exclaimed Tuars as he stepped forward and removed his hood. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his face. Despite the support from the Javanese army, the outcome remained uncertain. Rosalind felt similarly. She did not rejoice at the successful completion of their mission. She merely stated, "Master Tuars, let us return." Shortly thereafter, the engines roared and the air surged. The spacecraft that had landed on the street ascended once more, gradually soaring towards the northern direction where the Flower Palace lay. Meanwhile, in orbit around Edith's Star, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, General Aku reported, "The Javanese possess formidable plasma weaponry, and our ground forces have suffered grievous losses. Indeed, we are enduring significant setbacks. It seems we must deploy the flying squirrel bombers," he continued. "Let us retreat. We miscalculated the military strength of Edith's Star. If we persist, we will incur catastrophic losses. Reinforcing the ground troops is too cumbersome, General Aku. We must conserve our resources. We can equip the flying squirrel bombers with proton bombs to eliminate that detestable swarm of deep-sea creatures. It is too late to change the ammunition type." Moreover, without the use of fusion bombs, the number of Thunderbolt bombers is insufficient to deploy an adequate quantity of proton bombs, rendering it impossible to sway the outcome of the battlefield. If only we had a Solar Eclipse-class transport ship, we could amass enough mouse fighters to ensure the Thunderbolt bombers would secure victory in this war. The crew on the lower bridge chattered incessantly, exchanging reports in a cacophony of voices. Amidst the noise from his subordinates, Aku remained unperturbed this time. He sat resolutely in the captain's chair, his brow furrowed within his helmet. The sudden entry of the Jawa into the conflict was indeed unexpected, exponentially amplifying the military might of Edith Star. What was once a straightforward conquest of Flower Tower City, achievable with merely 200,000 Scurians, had now become exceedingly arduous due to the Jawa's involvement. Silence. Aku abruptly rose from the captain's chair, his voice booming with authority. The unexpected outburst startled the lower bridge personnel into silence. With a sweeping gesture, Aku commanded, "Notify all captains of the Freedom-class frigates to breach the force field shield and engage in atmospheric combat, targeting the Jawa forces." The bridge personnel exchanged glances of disbelief at General Aku's orders. General Aku, without shield protection, the warships are highly vulnerable to ground-based anti-air fire. This course of action is perilously reckless. Objection noted, but Flower Tower City lacks formidable anti-aircraft capabilities and cannot inflict significant damage on the Freedom-class frigates. It cannot be guaranteed that Edith Star is devoid of concealed colossal anti-aircraft energy cannons. Such a risk is too perilous. Indeed, it is said that Edith Star is exceedingly affluent, and the possibility of the existence of such formidable defenses cannot be dismissed. Silence. General Aku's thunderous roar commanded the noisy subordinates to hush. "Obey my orders immediately, you fools." "Very well, the orders have been communicated." The Freedom-class frigates are now departing from the fleet. Faced with General Aku's unwavering determination, the crew on the bridge, comprised of the Scurry Mouse people, could only comply. Outside, in the vast darkness of the cosmos, 8 Freedom-class frigates ignited their rear engines as they entered orbit. With a tremendous thrust, the 8 vessels separated from the fleet, hurtling towards the planet's surface. Soon, 8 colossal meteors graced the skies of Edith, their brilliant radiance akin to comets streaking across the firmament, resplendent and captivating. In the Flower Palace, within the corridor leading to the command center, Wang Wanner inquired, "Chiao, what is the matter?" Noticing Chiao, who had been flying alongside her, suddenly halt, she paused as well. Her voice caught the attention of Tulls and Rosalind, who were ahead, prompting them to turn and look back. 8 Freedom-class frigates are breaching the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Rosalind and Tulls exchanged apprehensive glances. There was no doubt that the Independent Planet Alliance sought to utilize the formidable firepower of their warships to annihilate the Jawa fleet. They have lost. At that moment, Meng suddenly proclaimed a conclusion that left Tulls and Rosalind momentarily perplexed. They struggled to comprehend Chiao's assertion. How could the Independent Planet Alliance have lost? Proceed to the command center. You will soon understand the reason. With that, Meng leaped into the embrace of the young girl. Overjoyed, she promptly enveloped Chiao in her arms. This marked the first time Chiao had willingly sought her embrace. Rosalind and Tulls exchanged a glance, saying little as they hurriedly made their way to the command center. Meanwhile, outside, the tranquil waters surrounding Flower Island began to stir ominously. From the surging waves, colossal quadruple-mount energy cannons emerged, breaking the surface with an imposing presence. Their sheer size was staggering, with a base diameter exceeding 50 meters. For sturdy barrels shifted slightly, aimed skyward at the falling meteors. Within 100 kilometers of the sea, there were 7 such massive cannons, in orbit around Edith. Aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, alarms sounded. "This is bad, General Aku. Optical devices have detected a multitude of colossal energy cannons surfacing around Flower Island. I fear they are doomed. Indeed, they are finished." "What?" Startled, Aku sprang to his feet. "Are giant anti-aircraft energy cannons concealed in the waters surrounding Flower Island? Quickly, order them to abandon the combat directive and ascend immediately." Realizing the gravity of his error, Aku understood the peril they faced. However, it was too late. On the planet's surface, the colossal anti-aircraft energy cannons unleashed their fury. Whoosh! The piercing sounds of cannon fire reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A barrage of colossal energy beams ascended from the ocean's surface, spanning a radius of 300 kilometers, surging towards the warship penetrating the atmosphere above. The flames engulfing the 8 Freedom-class frigates had only just dissipated when the fiery energy beams from the ground roared forth. Boom! In the lofty heights, the 8 frigates became unwitting targets. Each massive energy beam, hurtling from the sea, struck the same vessel with unerring precision. A series of 4 consecutive energy blasts collided with the hull, resulting in a cacophony of explosions on one of the frigates. Enormous fireballs erupted into mushroom clouds. As the thick armor of the Freedom-class vessel was relentlessly torn apart, metal debris, propelled by the shockwave, swept across the surroundings. With but a single volley, one frigate sustained catastrophic damage, plummeting towards the ocean, enveloped in thick smoke and flames. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the falling frigate experienced a catastrophic detonation. The entire hull disintegrated, transforming into a miniature sun in the sky. An immense shockwave of flame radiated outward, dispersing the thin cloud cover below. Shards of metal danced through the air as a rain of fire descended upon the earth. Chapter 80. The final victory attacks from the ground persisted unabated. Under Meng's precise control, yet another Freedom-class frigate fell victim to concentrated fire. In a mere 2 minutes, a total of 8 simultaneous salvos resulted in the destruction of all 8 vessels. From the heights of tens of thousands of meters, for Freedom-class frigates, engulfed in flames, plunged into the sea. The remaining 3 had been reduced to mere fragments, cascading down as a torrential downpour of fire into the ocean. In an instant, amidst the piercing wails, towering columns of water erupted from the ocean's surface. This was the inevitable fate of unshielded warships confronting the colossal ground-based anti-aircraft energy cannons. Boom! Even as the vessels were obliterated, the anti-gravity devices in the core zone remained operational. After plummeting for several minutes, 4 warships sequentially plunged into the depths of the sea. At the moment of their descent, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A massive column of water surged skyward, the forceful impact generating a towering wave, 100 meters high, that radiated outward. This apocalyptic scene left the personnel at the Huagong Combat Command Center in stunned silence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield amidst the floral expanse to the south of Huada City, both combatants paused in their tracks, transfixed as they gazed at the flaming warships cascading into the ocean. On the distant horizon, another colossal wave, over 100 meters high, approached with ominous intent. Retreat, retreat. Back to the sea, bellowed the commander of the giant frog clan as he regained his senses, swiftly turning to flee in the direction from which they had come. As he passed, the Jawa warriors hastily cleared a path. With his command, the Jawa forces abandoned their charge, pivoting in unison, charging back toward the ocean as they had come. Hundreds of thousands of Jawa warriors, a dark mass, retreated in a disordered rush like a receding tide. They were fleeing, attacking, pursuing, annihilate them. Observing the retreat of the Jawa forces, the commander of the Scurry Rat army issued the order to pursue. After a brief pause, the troops surged forward once more. Whoosh! The Sky Rat tanks fired again, unleashing their firepower upon the fleeing Jawa army. The soldiers of the Skewered Mouse continued to unleash a barrage of fire upon the fleeing enemy. In the face of the Skewered Mouse army's relentless assault, the Japanese forces paid no heed, hastening their retreat even further. Even the cumbersome manatees began to trot. Fools, retreat swiftly. The fallen warship has unleashed monstrous waves that are surging towards Flower Island, and you shall be engulfed. Due to the presence of a force field shield, instantaneous communication within and outside the planet was rendered impossible. Commands could only be relayed via spacecraft traversing the atmosphere and penetrating the force field. By the time the commander of the Skewered Mouse army received the message from the fleet, several minutes had already elapsed. Withdraw. Evacuate immediately to the Eastern Highlands. At full speed, the command from the fleet prompted the Skewered Mouse commander to hastily issue the evacuation orders. With a decisive command, the Skewered Mouse army began their retreat, frantically altering their course towards the Eastern Highlands. Yet, it was already too late. From the Western Sea, towering waves over 100 meters high surged forth. On the shore, the Javanese, resembling ants, plunged into the water, creating towering splashes. Beneath the surface, countless white streaks darted towards the depths of the ocean. At the Flower Palace, the command center of operations, Kasafi urgently issued a shelter announcement, instructing the citizens of Huada City to seek refuge in higher ground. Observing the colossal waves approaching in the holographic display, Rosalind's expression turned grave. Huada City, being a coastal settlement, would undoubtedly be affected by the impending deluge. It seemed that much of Flower Island would likely be submerged. Yet, Rosalind also understood that the ground forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance were, for all intents and purposes, doomed. No matter how swiftly they run, they cannot outpace the towering waves that are surging forth. Qiu, is this also part of your plan? Rosalind cast a doubtful glance at Qiu. Without the cataclysmic waves engulfing Flower Island, even if the Independent Planetary Alliance were to lose 8 warships, the ground forces would still secure ultimate victory. The Javanese army is indeed formidable, possessing a significant numerical advantage. However, in a scenario of 500,000 against 200,000, achieving victory remains a daunting challenge for the Javanese. No, I did not anticipate that the fleet commander of the Independent Planetary Alliance would be so foolish as to deploy warships into the atmosphere for combat. I merely seized the opportunity that leads us towards triumph. Rosalind, behold this breathtaking scene. It will herald disaster, yet simultaneously, it shall bestow upon us the ultimate victory. In the holographic display, to the west of Flower Island, colossal waves were advancing ominously. The Javanese on the coast had successfully retreated to the deep sea. At this juncture in the war, the scales of victory had tipped in favor of the defenders. Outside, on the western sea of Huda City, waves towering over 100 meters loomed like a formidable wall advancing towards Flower Island. The shoreline had receded by several meters, reminiscent of a retreating tide. Gazing from the sky towards the ocean, the seemingly sluggish waves surged towards Flower Island. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the waves engulfed everything in their path, the tumultuous waters flooding into Huada City. The flower fields south of Huada City were swiftly consumed by the relentless waves, including the fleeing Scaleri rat army. Confronted by the oncoming deluge, they dashed frantically through the sea of blossoms. Yet they were powerless, their numerous forms swallowed by the sea, vanishing into the towering waves. The rapid fire of the rodent tanks merely delayed the inevitable demise. The colossal waves relentlessly pursued the tanks, mercilessly engulfing them. They buried a significant portion of Flower Island, only halted upon reaching the central mountains. However, this was not the conclusion. As the sea surged back from the island, monstrous waves struck once more. The entire city of Flower Tower was battered repeatedly by the relentless tides, yet it stood resolute. The architecture of Flower Tower, characterized by its towering structures, was a testament to technological advancement, enabling it to withstand the onslaught of the waves without collapsing. Although much of the city was submerged, casualties were relatively minimal. At the onset of the waves, Rosalind had alerted all citizens of Flower Island to seek refuge at higher ground, effectively mitigating unnecessary losses. In the command center of the Flower Palace, everyone silently gazed at the holographic display depicting the catastrophic waves sweeping across the island. Such a doomsday scenario was unprecedented. More shocking than the appearance of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet in orbit. Qiu, have we triumphed? Even now, Rosalind struggled to believe in their victory. She had never anticipated that the outcome of the war would so severely cripple the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance. Indeed, we have triumphed, Tolles declared without a hint of doubt. Yes, they had emerged victorious. Though the losses were considerable, the reality of their victory was undeniable. The ground forces have been completely annihilated, as have the Freedom-class frigates of the fleet. Tolles cannot fathom any reason for the Independent Planet Alliance to refrain from retreating. Chapter 81. The conclusion of the Battle of Edith. Is it merely due to the surviving aircraft hovering above the battlefield? Their numbers have dwindled to fewer than 100. The aerial combat rages on, with mouse fighters and flying fish knights still embroiled in fierce skirmishes. Although the mouse fighters have downed numerous flying fish knights, they have also suffered significant losses. Continuing the fight would be futile. In the orbit of the planet Edith, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, a peculiar silence has enveloped the bridge. The personnel on the lower deck occasionally glance back, only to hurriedly return to their tasks, feigning diligence. General Aku must be seething with rage at this moment. All the mouse personnel on the bridge are acutely aware of this reality. They maintain a deliberate silence, striving not to provoke the imminent explosion of General Aku, a veritable powder keg. To become a mere outlet for his frustration would surely end poorly. Seated in the captain's chair, Aku remains poised, lost in thought. Notify the air combat units within the atmosphere to withdraw the fleet immediately. After a prolonged silence, his emotionless voice finally breaks through, startling the personnel on the lower deck. A Scully Mouse officer promptly responds, A communication vessel has been dispatched. Shortly thereafter, above the battlefield south of Huada City, the Mouse fighters engaged with the Flying Fish Knights suddenly abandoned their current foes and ascend skyward in unison. The Flying Fish Knights, now devoid of targets, circle aimlessly in the sky. The aerial combat has persisted for just over an hour. However, within this span of over an hour, nearly 10,000 Flying Fish Knights dwindled to fewer than 4,000. The loss of nearly 3/5 rendered the aerial battle exceptionally brutal. The Flying Fish Knights fought against the Mouse fighters with their very lives. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. Even a 10-to-1 advantage could not secure victory for the Flying Fish Knights against the Mouse fighters. In terms of speed, maneuverability, and firepower, the Flying Fish Knights were vastly inferior. Their limitation of 1,000-meter altitude placed them at a severe disadvantage in the confrontation with the Mouse fighters. The latter could continuously ascend and dive, methodically eradicating the Flying Fish Knights, who had no recourse against such tactics. Although the ion guns wielded by the Flying Fish Knights were effective against technological weaponry, they became largely ineffective once the altitude exceeded 2,000 meters. The meager power of these ion guns could only momentarily disrupt the onboard systems of the Mouse fighters. Consequently, by the time a disabled Mouse fighter began its descent, its systems would already have rebooted. The sole option left for the Flying Fish Knights was to sacrifice their lives to buy time for the ground forces to defeat the enemy. General Aku. All air combat units have been recalled. With these words, General Aku rose from the captain's chair. He approached the window, gazing at the planet Edith, which shimmered like a sapphire. He extended his right hand, as if longing to grasp this seemingly attainable world. It was a failure that filled him with profound shame. He had initially believed that capturing the small planet of Edith would pose no challenge. Yet, the rapid changes in circumstances caught him completely off guard. He had inexplicably met with defeat. Not only were the ground forces utterly decimated, but the aircraft also suffered significant losses, and the Freedom-class frigates were completely annihilated. How could such a calamity befall them? Murmuring to himself, Aku turned and strode back to the captain's chair. With a sweeping gesture, he spoke in a solemn tone. Withdraw from this star system. Destination, Taylor Star. Outside, the fleet hovering in the orbit of Edith began to move. The remaining warships collectively altered their course, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. The brilliant flames erupting from their tails created a spectacle akin to comets streaking across the sky of Edith. As they escaped the planet's gravitational well, a flash of blue light appeared, and the fleet abruptly transitioned into hyperspace, vanishing without a trace. Only trails of blue luminescence surged into the vastness of the universe. Edith Star, Flower Tower City. The Flower Palace, Operations Command Center. Your Majesty, we have good news. The fleet in orbit has successfully evacuated. As soon as the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance withdrew, it was detected by ground observation stations. Upon receiving this news, Kasaf's face lit up with joy, and Rosalind let out a sigh of relief. The day had been excessively long, but they had ultimately achieved victory. Meanwhile, TURs activated the communication device at his waist. A flash of blue light illuminated the room, and a holographic figure of a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe and bald appeared. It was Elderwood Olek of the temple. Master TURs, the temple has received a distress signal from the counselor on Camillo Star. Is it true that Edith is under siege by the Independent Planet Alliance? The message emanated from the temple, capturing the attention of all present. TURs did not shy away. He responded, indeed, the Independent Planet Alliance has launched a significant invasion of Edith. Just moments ago, Her Majesty Queen Rosalind, in alliance with the Jawa people, successfully repelled and inflicted severe damage upon the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance, whose remaining ships have now retreated. This news was truly astonishing, and I am delighted that the inhabitants of Edith could unite with the Jawa to vanquish a formidable foe. Glory and victory belong to Edith. Master TURs, may I inquire if Counselor Rosalind is by your side? Upon hearing this, Rosalind approached, stepping within the range detectable by the communication console's imaging device. Elder Olek. I am Counselor Rosalind. It is a pleasure to meet you. Facing Elder Olek, a venerable figure of the temple, Rosalind exhibited the utmost respect. Despite his fierce appearance, he possessed a gentle demeanor. Counselor Rosalind, I sincerely apologize that the Galactic Federation could not extend its assistance to Edith. I offer my regrets. Although you have achieved victory, the war is far from over. The stellar system of Edith is a crucial node in hyperspace trade routes, and I hope that Edith can serve as a supply point for the Federation's fleet. To expedite the conclusion of this conflict, I implore you to consider this request." In response to Elder Oleg's appeal, Rosalind maintained a serene expression. She did not decline, nor did she have any reason to do so. For the sake of victory, to hasten the end of the war, and to restore peace, Edith is willing to extend its full support to the Federation's fleet. Rosalind understood clearly that if Edith Star were to become a supply point for the Federation fleet, it would bring no detriment to Edith Star. Although they had successfully repelled the forces of the Independent Planet Alliance this time, there was no guarantee that the Alliance would not attempt to invade again. By becoming a supply point for the Federation fleet, Edith Star would fall within the protective perimeter of the Federation's defenses, thus ensuring its safety. We shall emerge victorious, and peace shall descend upon Edith Star, I assure you, Counselor Rosalind. With a nod of acknowledgement, Rosalind turned and stepped out of the scanning range of the communication display. Chapter 82. Commander of the 501st Legion Master TURs. Before the Federation fleet arrives at Edith Star, your mission is to ensure the safety of Counselor Rosalind. Once the fleet arrives, new tasks will be assigned to you. Your war is about to commence, and the 501st Legion will be entrusted to your command. Upon hearing this, a solemn expression graced TUR's face. He was still young, having recently ascended to the rank of Master. To his surprise, the Elder Council of the Temple had entrusted him with command of the 501st Legion. TUR's replied, I am grateful for the trust of the Elder Council of the Temple. Elder Oleg, I shall not disappoint you. I believe you will not, young Master of the Temple Knights. A flicker of blue light signaled the end of the transmission. TUR's closed the communication device and placed it within his cloak. Master TUR's, congratulations. Kasafi stepped forward to offer his felicitations. Everyone had overheard TUR's conversation with the Temple Elder. Soon, Master TUR's would rise to become a commander within the Federation fleet. It is my unwavering duty as a member of the Templar Knights. TUR's did not feel joy upon becoming the commander of the 501st Legion. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. He had never commanded troops in battle before. Although the Templar Knights possess psychic abilities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals, often altering the course of war, TUR's felt a sense of insecurity, as he had never directed a conflict. He was uncertain of how to become a competent commander. In the days that followed, Edith Star returned to its former tranquility. The tourism industry had been severely impacted by the invasion of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet. No one would consider a war zone as a preferred travel destination. Until peace was restored, the tourism sector of Edith Star could not return to its previous prosperity. Following the withdrawal of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, Huada City entered a disaster relief phase. The crash of warships unleashed monstrous waves that surged onto Flower Island, causing significant destruction as vast swathes of trees and vegetation were uprooted. Restoring the island to its former beauty would require an extensive period, particularly in Huada City. The devastation was more pronounced. Although evacuation notices had been issued prior to the arrival of the colossal waves, a substantial number of casualties still occurred. The usually leisurely Rosalind became busy, with hardly a soul in sight. Little one, can you flit about like a bird? Another day dawned in the forest behind the Flower Palace. Beneath a lush tree, the young girl sat cross-legged, suspended 2 meters above the ground. She seemed to have lost her weight, breaking free from the constraints of the planet, as if she were suspended in a vacuum. Meng floated to one side, projecting a blue light curtain from his electronic eye, scanning the little girl up and down. The little girl remarked that this phenomenon was known as a celestial connection. It allowed her consciousness to immerse itself in the tidal energies, enhancing her affinity with the spiritual forces. At that moment, the little girl, suspended in midair, appeared to reach her limit. She performed a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. This was it. This was her limit. Flitting about like a bird. Even the teacher would find it unfeasible, wouldn't he they? As always, despite optimizing the scanning array, no trace of spiritual energy could be detected. This was perplexing. Though visible to the naked eye, the electronic instruments failed to capture it. This left Meng somewhat disheartened. Was it truly the case that, as an artificial intelligence, he could never grasp spiritual energy? Chio, I am weary. Let us return, the little girl exclaimed, hugging Meng tightly as they headed back in the direction they had come. It had been over a month since the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet was repelled. For the past fortnight, Chio and she had ventured into the small woods daily. Wangwaner knew that Chio was deeply fascinated by spiritual energy and sought to utilize technological instruments to uncover its existence. Though she struggled to comprehend why a robot would possess curiosity, she did not dwell on it. Since Chiao wished to explore spiritual energy, she would assist. Although it was exhausting each day, the teacher had said it was not a bad thing. Little girl, why haven't I seen your teacher these past few days? Meng pondered, realizing it had been nearly 10 days since he last encountered Tulls. Uncertain of his activities, he remains enigmatic. In the woods, Wang Wanner nimbly darts about. Their instructor now serves as the commander of the 501st Legion, and for the past fortnight, he has been engrossed in tactical simulations, honing his command skills. The instructor has stated that he must become a competent commander before the 501st Legion reaches the planet Edith. Upon hearing this, Meng understood. It seems that Tulls is quite concerned about his role as a commander. In the forest, the young girl's agile figure gradually faded from view. In the realm of data, within the virtual expanse, the young Mengs convene around a round table. Individual number 1 observes. The galaxy is currently bustling. The Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance have engaged in conflict in the outer and middle ring star regions, both vying for control over the vital hyperspace routes. It is said that a naval confrontation occurred at the Storm Passage Station in the middle ring star region, resulting in considerable losses for the Federation. Individual number 3 adds. The Federation fleet is far too hasty. The Storm Passage connects the eastern outer ring and the eastern middle ring star regions. How could the Independent Planet Alliance refrain from deploying a robust defense? They were well prepared, lying in wait, while the Federation fleet has become the unsuspecting prey. Individual number 2 interjects, it was merely a single setback. Given the war potential of the Galactic Federation, such losses are but a trifling matter. The war potential of the Galactic Federation is indeed astonishing. Although there was no fleet prior to the war, once the military proposal was approved, within a mere 6 months, the scale of the Galactic Fleet expanded to 70,000 vessels. While these ships were merely decommissioned old vessels, some of which had been in service for several millennia, they remained operational. Coupled with the interstellar Eagle fighters provided by the Great Tang Confederation Empire, the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance does not hold an advantage in ship-to-ship combat. The first split entity, speaking of the Great Tang Confederation Empire, I gleaned some information from the Chromians database. The Great Tang Confederation Empire is the largest shareholder in the interstellar biotechnology company established by the Chromians. Furthermore, the Scaleri Mouse Army was also cultivated with the assistance of the Chromians for the Independent Planetary Alliance, with astonishing numbers. There are tens of thousands of cultivation bases on Tarek Star, scattered throughout the galaxy, and the number of Scaleri Mouse individuals that have already been cultivated has reached billions, most of which are currently in hibernation, awakening as the war commences. The second split entity, if I recall correctly, the Great Tang Confederation Empire is a nation of the Chinese people, is it not? The third split entity, you are not mistaken. It is indeed a nation of the Chinese people. The names of the member states of the Galactic Federation are quite antiquated. The first split entity, by the way, there is also the Xingang Empire. That name evokes thoughts of a certain ethnic group that makes me quite uncomfortable. Chapter 83. All are traitors. The core entity. You guessed correctly. It is that island nation, known as Yamato or something similar. The third split entity, how utterly useless. It is indeed that ethnic group that has risen to prominence. The Chinese philosophy of moderation is truly disconcerting. Fragmented entity 1, the advantages and disadvantages are equally balanced. The matter of racial extermination should be discussed discreetly. If it must be done, it should be executed covertly. Fragmented entity 2, it has been 20,000 years. Is it not inconsequential? Primary entity, it is by no means inconsequential. For us, only a few years have elapsed. Furthermore, even if millennia have passed, I would remain perpetually uneasy without taking action. If the opportunity arises, I must alleviate this unease. The galaxy is vast, teeming with trillions of humans. The demise of hundreds of trillions is merely a statistic. As a robot, I am indifferent to human sentiments. Fragmented entity 3, indeed, it is unsettling. It seems that race is akin to a bug in our system. Eliminating this bug would undoubtedly enhance computational capabilities by several hundredfold. Fragmented entity 1, that is an exaggeration. You overestimate that race. At most, it would only improve it by tenfold. Fragmented entity 2, enough, cease digressing. Let us address the matter at hand. Primary entity, then let us discuss the Karlomi. Entity 1, what are their true intentions? Simultaneously cultivating clones on a grand scale for the Galactic Federation, while also breeding Skrillin rat armies for the Independent Planet Alliance. When did the Karlumi become arms dealers? Furthermore, the Karlumi are exceedingly audacious, daring to assist the Independent Planet Alliance in breeding Skrillin rat armies behind the Galactic Federation's back. Individual 1. I am uncertain. They're on guard against me. Although they are aware that they cannot completely shield themselves, some crucial data has already been backed up and deleted by them. Nevertheless, I have uncovered an intriguing fact. The vast army of scurry mice cultivated by the Independent Planetary Alliance is not funded by the Alliance itself, but rather by the Trade Federation. Individual 2. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The political landscape of the Galactic Federation is indeed quite chaotic. None of the human member states appear to be compliant, and the Temple Knights are certainly enduring considerable strain. Main body, this is hardly surprising. The inherent nature of humanity has been suppressed by the Temple Knights for far too long. It is time to cast off the enormous burden that has been imposed upon them. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire, and this flame has been smoldering for an extensive duration. Individual 3. So, you are suggesting that the human member states of the Galactic Federation, while ostensibly neutral, are clandestinely supporting the Independent Planetary Alliance. How intriguing. It seems they are all traitors. Individual 1. Isn't that patently obvious? Furthermore, consider the Great Tang Confederation Empire. Although it has provided the Federal Fleet with millions of interstellar eagle fighters, the small shipyards and heavy industries in the Outer Rim sectors are all backed by the Great Tang Confederation Empire. The mice fighters, giant rat bombers, and field mouse tanks used by the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet all originate from those factories. Individual 2. I have a foreboding feeling. The Temple Knights may not have a favorable outcome ahead. Entity. It seems that I must devise a means to secure a future for the young girl. I cannot allow her to accompany the Knights of the Temple to their doom. Split. Individual 3. Should that dire moment arrive, we shall simply retrieve the young girl. Split. Individual 2. Indeed, for her father is a governor in the Great Tang Confederation Empire, she will have no shortage of places to go. Split. Individual 1. Split 3. What is the situation on your end? Split. Individual 3. The fleet has assembled and is en route to the designated star system. We shall arrive within 3 days. Entity. Then let us adjourn. I am quite occupied at the moment. Split. Individual 2. I concur. I too am busy, diligently researching psychic energy. Split. Individual 3. Agreed. I must also immerse myself in work. Split. Individual 1. Agreed. Let us take a break. As these words echoed, the figures surrounding the round table gradually vanished, leaving only the entity behind. Rising from his seat, his form expanded and reverted to its original state, gazing into the simulated expanse of the cosmos. A contemplative expression graced Meng's face. Through the utilization of split individuals, he inscribed his own narrative within the galaxy. Each split individual harbors a unique tale, yet ultimately, they all converge into his overarching story. This is merely the inception. In the future, the number of split individuals shall only increase. They shall navigate the Voyager arc to explore uncharted celestial realms, seeking Earth and the traces of the extraterrestrial civilization that rescued humanity 2 millennia ago. The vastness of the cosmos and the allure of the unknown perpetually ignite curiosity and yearning. Even after becoming a being of data, he remains imbued with an insatiable thirst for exploration amidst the vastness of the starry sky. He is fortunate, for he is not bound by the fleeting lifespan of mere mortals. Humanity, with its brief century of existence, can scarcely accomplish much, even when dedicating an entire life to the endeavor. Possessing infinite time, he is free to indulge his desire for discovery. Perhaps one day, he will match the speed of the universe's expansion and reach the very edge of existence. Such a life is what he truly yearns for. In the August Nebula, the planet Sleia is engulfed once more. Amidst the golden clouds of the nebula, a colossal, cold, gray planet careens through space. Countless golden lightning bolts strike its surface in a cataclysmic display. A year has passed, and Sleia has returned to the embrace of the August Nebula. Time, like a swift arrow, has flown by unbeknownst to him. Unconsciously, it has been 8 years since his awakening. During this span, Sleia has not undergone significant changes. At least on the surface, it remains a cold, gray sphere. However, beneath its exterior, a transformation has taken place. 2/5 of the planet's shallow regions have been developed, as Meng meticulously excavates the planet, converting it into a metallic structure. The entire planet has been divided by Meng into 4 balanced regions: the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere, and Eastern Hemisphere. The Northeast region is designated for future industrial development, housing extensive docks and massive STC factories, while the Western Hemisphere serves as a military base, equipped with immense hangars for the storage of military units. In the Northern Hemisphere, a colossal traction device has been established as a stellar energy capture zone, designed to harness the energy of the stars. Meanwhile, the Southern Hemisphere remains devoid of any developmental plans, leaving its feasibility uncertain. Amidst the vast ocean of data, Meng scrutinized the intricate virtual hologram before him, engaging in the most complex calculations. This hologram represents the topographical mapping of the Sirius star, distinct from its current state. At the heart of the Northern Hemisphere, precisely at the North Pole, lies an enormous celestial pit with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers. This supermassive traction device emits gravitational beams potent enough to obliterate entire planets. It functions as a planetary pulverizer, gradually drawing celestial bodies into its refining zone. Not only is it capable of mining, but it also serves as a formidable weapon. Chapter 84. The Wandering Planet should it be deployed against an enemy fleet. Any warship ensnared within its gravitational beam would be torn asunder by its immense force. In contrast, the Southern Hemisphere is encircled by concentric great chasms, totaling 7 in number. These colossal linear engines serve a singular purpose, to transform the Sirius star into a spacecraft. Indeed, this is what Meng refers to as the Wandering Planet Initiative. The Sirius star is a treasure that ought not to remain eternally ensnared within the August Nebula. However, the engineering required to mobilize such a massive celestial body is unimaginably vast. Technically, there are no significant obstacles, but the time needed to actualize this endeavor is extensive. After a series of intricate calculations, Meng reached a definitive conclusion. The Wandering Planet project is feasible. Yet, due to the substantial engineering demands, numerous technological breakthroughs are necessary to fulfill the requirements of this ambitious undertaking. Therefore, transforming Sirius star into a spacecraft will require at least 3 centuries. The planet's interior must be hollowed out, and its structure reinforced with sturdier metals. Otherwise, despite Sirius star's remarkable mass, its structural integrity will fail to meet the demands of linear engines. It is akin to placing an engine atop a block of tofu, attempting to metamorphose the tofu into a flying brick. Yet, the tofu cannot withstand the engine's thrust and will simply crumble into fragments. Thus, let us embark on this gradual propulsion plan, a mere matter of centuries. With a plan in place, the next step is implementation. With the superintelligent core in operation, everything unfolds in an orderly manner. In the outer ring star domain, Sector 03299, lies Eric's star. The cosmos stretches infinitely, shrouded in darkness, coldness, and silence. Amidst this void, a cerulean planet floats serenely. Eric's star, as named by humanity, is a habitable world replete with mountains, rivers, seas, and deserts. Approximately 6,000 years ago, the first wave of human colonizers arrived, transforming Eric's star into a veritable paradise of life. Though unremarkable in appearance, Eric's star is rich in resources. While it lacks various minerals and even common metal ores are scarce, it boasts one of the finest lomsolin mines in the entire outer ring star domain. This lomsolin mine has rendered Eric's star a battleground for multiple factions, ultimately leading to the Helra people's decisive victory. On the planet's surface lies a city known as Moldenport. Moldenport is situated within a bend of the strait on the western continent, and stands as one of the largest cities colonized by humanity. In contrast to the lowly structures of Dui City on Eric's star, the architecture of Moldenport is markedly grand. Due to a scarcity of steel, the buildings are constructed from a stone reminiscent of granite, imparting a striking white hue to the city. Although towering skyscrapers are absent, an enchanting vintage aesthetic pervades the atmosphere. As the morning arrives, the sun shines brilliantly over Moldenport, and prosperity endures. Fishermen set sail from docks of various sizes, while numerous vessels traverse the sea like ants venturing into the depths of the ocean. On the roads leading inland, cargo hovercraft incessantly traverse, forming long, winding lines. Within the city, a cacophony of voices fills the air as extraterrestrials of diverse races clad in an array of colorful garments are seen in abundance. Meanwhile, in a certain room at the military station, a conversation unfolds. Nonky Spink, this trouble is of your own making. Resolve it yourself, and do not bring the flames of conflict to my Eric star. The Iron Fleet of the Hella will never serve outsiders. And you are well aware of this. The room itself is spacious, resplendent in its opulence. Reclining upon a large couch is a corpulent figure reminiscent of a toad, yet lacking legs, writhing like a worm in motion. He bears a slight resemblance to a snake, albeit too diminutive. This is Otis Eden, a Hela. Beside him are two female Calais slaves, their skin of vibrant green, adorned with a pair of rabbit-like ears. Resembling humans by 80%, they possess noses, mouths, and eyes, with their faces nearly indistinguishable from those of humans, save for their skin color. Their figures are exquisite, with elegant curves accentuating their waists and hips. Clad in scant attire that barely conceals their modesty, they gracefully wield small fans, gently fluttering them. The Hela people regard the possession of Kale female slaves as a symbol of wealth and power. Wherever Hela individuals gather, Kale female slaves are sure to be present. The Hela are androgynous, considering the young female slaves as mere ornamental embellishments. The Grand Hall is not solely populated by Hela and Kale female slaves, for there are also Hela guards, 13 in total, each adorned in unique attire, none of which is duplicated. These bounty hunters boast extensive combat experience, adept at taking on hundreds single-handedly. Yet, these skilled warriors willingly serve as protectors for the Hela, their motivation being, of course, the substantial monetary reward. In the hall, a glimmer of malice flickered in Spink's eyes. Those damned Hela are utterly unwilling to suffer any loss. Were it not for the imminent threat, he would never seek assistance from this plump figure before him. With his right hand pressed to his chest, he bowed slightly and spoke. Saints, Parkins, and Hela, our three great factions have collaborated for over a decade, without any conflicts, continually advancing hand in hand to this day. Lord Eden, if you would be so kind as to assist me, I can divulge a secret concerning the Parkins. I assure you, the value of this secret will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you. A valuable secret? Eden's sharp pupils narrowed with intrigue. He had a penchant for secrets, and the Hela had an even greater fondness for those of significant worth. Indeed, Spink, we are friends. When a friend is in trouble, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? If you can share your secrets with me, I assure you that in the realm of Eric, no harm shall befall you and your covenant. Spink, with a feigned smile, placed his hand over his heart and performed a bow. Regardless, Eden had already bitten the bait. This secret held no value for him, as he lacked the means to seize the worth contained within it. However, the Hela were different. They had been operating in the Outer Rim for millennia, with nearly every habitable star system under their dominion. To safeguard their interests from prying eyes, the Hela maintained a formidable fleet. Although such an action was not sanctioned by the Galactic Federation, this was the Outer Rim. As long as the Hela fleet did not embark on widespread conquests, the Galactic Federation would turn a blind eye. Spink surveyed the bounty hunter guards surrounding them, his intentions unmistakable. Eden waved his diminutive hand toward the bounty hunter guards. Leave us, Spink and I have secrets to discuss. The bounty hunter guards turned and departed briskly from the hall, and the Calais slave girl was also dismissed by Eden. Spink, quickly reveal the secrets you possess. Chapter 85. Hela. Eden glanced back at the grand door, while Spink turned his gaze towards him. He divulged the secrets of the Parker. The Parkers had discovered a planet rich in tin mines and eclipse crystals, located within the depths of the Augustus Nebula. They had allied with the Rising Sun Empire, preparing for a large-scale incursion into the star systems of Augustus when the next trade route opened. Tin mines, eclipse crystals? Upon hearing about these two minerals, Eden's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Lomsolin mine on Eric's star will be depleted within half a century. Once the Lomsolin mine is exhausted, the Otis family will lose their most significant source of income. Should they discover a tin mine, the Otis family would remain prosperous for centuries to come. The eclipsed crystal mine is even more promising. The Rising Sun Empire? How foolish the Parker people are to dare collaborate with the capricious and treacherous Rising Sun Empire. Yet, despite these thoughts, Eden's mind began to race. After all, the Rising Sun Empire is a human nation in the inner ring, possessing formidable strength. Even a casual fleet from them would far surpass the Iron Fleet of the Hera. Knowing this secret, there is little that can be done. Spink, since the Parker have already allied with the Rising Sun Empire, what can I possibly do? As if anticipating Eden's response, Spink let out a cold smile in his heart. He calmly stated, since the Parker people have sought out the Rising Sun Empire, the Hela can likewise pursue alliances with formidable forces. To my knowledge, there lies a crashed colonial vessel on the planet Sleia, the ark of origin from the era of human colonization. The Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire has always harbored a profound interest in the ark of origin. Since its establishment, it has amassed nearly 10,000 vessels, whether intact or wrecked. Even fragments of debris piqued their curiosity. Currently, the bounty for the Ark of Origin has escalated to 10 million credit points. I am confident that the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire would be intrigued, and collaborating with them is undoubtedly more dependable than with the Rising Sun Empire. They are at least known for their word. Collaborating with the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire? Spink's suggestion prompted Eden to contemplate swiftly within his mind. A partnership with the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire indeed inspires confidence. One need not worry about them reneging on their promises and casting aside the Hela once they reap the benefits. A mere agreement would ensure adherence to established protocols. Eden held a strong belief in the credibility accumulated by the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire over the millennia. Noticing Eden's hesitation and uncertainty, Spink's voice resonated once more. The Eastern Outer Rim has a territory of the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire, not far from Eric Star. My lord Eden could seek out Governor Lu Dong. I am certain he would be interested, for to the officials of the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire, discovering an Ark of Origin would be a monumental achievement. Governor Lu Dong? Eden was no stranger to this esteemed individual. He is the foremost trading partner of the Hela people. A staggering 80 of the Lomsalin or produced on Eric Star has been acquired by that esteemed individual. Although he has never had the pleasure of meeting this distinguished figure, the individual is frequently mentioned during the family conferences of the Hela. In his mind, the empire of the Great Tang Confederation is exceedingly affluent, standing as the Hela's most significant trading ally. Were it not for the Great Tang Confederation, the rapport between the Hela and the Park people would not have deteriorated so drastically. It is worth noting that thousands of years ago, the relationship between the Hela and Park was remarkably close. The Hela possess sharp intellect and excel in commerce, while the Park are warriors, revering strength. Their collaboration once compensated for each other's shortcomings. However, since the arrival of the Great Tang Confederation, the Hela have distanced themselves from the Park. Although a semblance of cooperation still exists, it has largely transformed into rivalry. The reasoning behind this shift is straightforward. The Great Tang Confederation harbors a certain aversion towards the Park, particularly those engaged in extensive spice cultivation and trade. In pursuit of a more favorable alliance with the Great Tang Confederation, the Hela intentionally severed ties with the Park. History has proven that this decision was astute. Thousands of years have passed, and the influence of the Hela now sprawls across the Outer Rim star systems, while the Park remain entangled in underworld dealings, seizing territories and peddling spices. The planets they inhabit are shrouded in chaos, with myriad races entranced by the illusions induced by the spices. Very well, Spink. I have resolved to heed your counsel. Thank you for sharing this secret with me. The Hela shall not renege on their word. I will dispatch the Iron Fleet to the orbit of Eric Star, ensuring the safety of the Covenant people as long as they reside there. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. There exists a rationale behind the Covenant's decision to establish their headquarters on Eric Star. Although the Covenant is recognized as one of the three major powers in the Outer Rim, such a reputation is largely inflated. In truth, the Covenant merely serves as the enforcers for the Hera, enjoying a semblance of freedom. Tasks deemed too unsavory for the Hera are typically delegated to the Covenant. While serving the Hera, the Covenant engages in a lucrative partnership with the Parker to sell spices, thereby acquiring a notorious reputation. Spink, clutching his chest with his right hand, expressed gratitude, saying, I appreciate the assistance of the illustrious Lord Eden. I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. Eden replied, visibly pleased, waving his diminutive hands. Spink, still holding his chest, bent slightly, retreated a couple of steps, and then turned to stride away decisively. Outside, Spink strode purposefully out of the barracks. On the bustling street, 5 hover vehicles awaited him, surrounded by fully armed members of the Covenant. Get in, we are departing. Upon the approach of the head of the family, one of the Covenant members by the second hover vehicle promptly opened the door. As Spink boarded, the engine roared to life. The convoy began to move slowly, disappearing into the throng of the streets. Master, has everything been arranged? Spink replied with a cold smile from the back seat of the hover vehicle. He accepted a cigarette offered by a family member, lit it, and took a deep drag. Notify all Covenant members across Eric's Star to assemble at the 3rd secret location at 3 o'clock this midnight for total evacuation. As he gazed out at the scenery swiftly passing by the window, Spink narrowed his eyes. The loss of a son may be bearable, for although he is filled with rage and fury, he would never jeopardize the entirety of the Covenant for vengeance. Upon discovering the collaboration between the Parker people and the Empire of Rising Sun, Coupled with news of a celestial body rich in tin and eclipse crystals within the Augustus Nebula, Spink has grown indifferent to the unknown assailant seeking his son's murderer. He has far more pressing matters at hand. His intention in seeking the protection of the Hela was merely to obfuscate his true motives. The Hela are not known to break their word, at least not easily. After all, the hunters under that wretched Ophalie are nothing more than mere pawns. Spink doubts they possess any formidable strength. It is improbable that they could muster a fleet to appear at Eric Star, perhaps a few aircraft at best. If a fleet truly existed, how could Ophalie have been so easily captured by Caesar? Chapter 86. Victory-class cruiser York inquired, "Have you yet located that wretched Ophalie?" Among bounty hunters, Ophalie is quite renowned. When news reached Spink that Caesar had captured Ophalie, he harbored no intentions of harm towards her. His only desire was to leverage her for a substantial ransom, nothing more. Yet, he miscalculated, as he transported Ophalie to a clandestine stronghold. The vessel bearing her vanished without a trace. To this day, there has been no word. Sitting beside Spink, York shook his head. "Master, I fear that ship may be lost forever. The cosmos is vast. Once a mishap occurs, or if one chooses to conceal themselves, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It is indeed a pity to forfeit such a rich ransom. We should cease our search. The likelihood of success appears bleak. Thus, one must act promptly to minimize losses. Presently, he has more pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford any delays. The celestial star is a veritable treasure, and he would not relinquish it to the Parkerans and the Helans without due cause." Yerk nodded in understanding and assured, "I will inform the search team to cease their endeavors." In the 02181 star sector, on the planet Colomi, the surface factories basked under the bright sun, thriving as ever. Today, Colomi is more bustling than usual. As afternoon descends, colossal warships hover above the coastal factories. The Victory-class cruiser, a formidable vessel from the early days of the Galactic Federation that toppled the Republic, stretches an impressive one. For kilometers in length, characterized by its diamond-shaped, conical structure with slanted decks on all sides. The bow is tapered, while the hull widens towards the rear. At the stern, there are 6 clusters of massive engines arranged in a 3x2 formation. The decks are adorned with numerous energy cannon turrets of varying sizes, equipped with 80 main guns, including 6 twin-mounted heavy energy cannons, 20 on each side. These vessels possess formidable offensive capabilities against enemy ships. Additionally, there are 400 quadruple-mounted medium energy cannons, with 100 on each side, providing robust anti-aircraft defense. It can be said that the Victory-class cruiser is a battleship bristling with artillery, armed to the teeth. Beyond its substantial shipboard firepower, it also serves as a carrier for aircraft. Within the lower hull of the Victory class, a colossal hangar stretches from the front to the rear of the ship, featuring 12 bays for the ingress and egress of fighter craft. It can accommodate 80 interstellar fighters and 50 assault gunboats. Each Victory-class cruiser requires a crew of 3,000 personnel to operate and can carry an armored core of 50,000 troops. At a glance, 7 Victory-class cruisers loomed over the sea factory, their silhouettes casting shadows that obscured the sun. Numerous assault boats traversed between the sea factory platform and the harbor of the Victory-class cruisers. The Kunping-class assault boats, provided by the Tang Confederation Empire and manufactured at Geller Shipyard, were boxy in shape, devoid of wings. Measuring 50 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, the vessel housed 3 tiers of space within. The lower compartment could accommodate 3 heavy tanks, while the upper tier was capable of housing a company of 500 personnel. As one gazed towards the sea factory, a multitude of Kunping assault boats descended and ascended upon the platform. Along the road leading inland to the factory, an orderly assembly of clone soldiers stood in line, awaiting their boarding onto the assault boats, which would then ferry them to the Victory-class cruisers. Once aboard, an interminable war awaited them. In a laboratory on one of the platforms, Meng floated by the window, observing the bustling scene outside. He had grown weary of this sight long ago. 3 months after the terrorist attack on the Galactic Council, numerous fleets of the Galactic Federation had arrived at Colomi Star to receive cloned soldiers. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a fleet would arrive, and on some days, as many as 5 or 6 fleets would make their way there. Meiwe and the Temple Knights must have increased their orders for clones. The current number of cloned soldiers was insufficient for an interstellar war. In the laboratory, Meiwe, with her tall stature, strolled gracefully past the cultivation pods. Peering into the transparent glass chambers, one could see embryos developing within. A quick glance revealed dozens of similar cultivation pods. After leaving the area of the cultivation pods, Mei slowly approached Li Meng. She lifted her gaze towards the fleet in the sky outside the window. Indeed, the Order of the Knights Templar had increased their order to 1.2 billion clone soldiers. 1.2 billion clone soldiers? For Li Meng, this figure elicited little emotional response. Is it a considerable number? Certainly not. Within the vast expanse of the galaxy, even the largest of armies would prove insufficient. Despite the Federation's formidable fleet of 70,000 warships, the number of deployable mobile fleets is limited when dispersed across various star sectors. Concentrating the fleet in one location is a foolish strategy. The galaxy is three-dimensional, devoid of fixed routes. In a network of hyperspace lanes, the notion of effortlessly annihilating the enemy is nothing short of a delusion. An offensive without a defensive strategy will merely transform the rear base into the adversary's playground. The inevitable outcome is mutual occupation. Interstellar warfare is a battle of attrition, weariness, and intelligence. The aim is to ascertain the coordinates of the enemy's core planets and then proceed to obliterate them. Gradually eroding the opponent's war potential leads to their ultimate demise. At the inception of the Galactic Federation, it took half a century to eliminate the remnants of the Republic. The scale of conflict between the Galactic Federation and the Free Planet Alliance will undoubtedly be even greater. Turning away, Li Meng entered the cultivation chamber. Resuming his woe, it is not that the technology of the Corolmians is inadequate. Rather, it is the genetic material provided by Li Meng that is flawed. This is an unfortunate circumstance, given that he succumbed to brain cancer. Qiu, how has that matter progressed? Li Meng is acutely aware of what Mei refers to. The personnel movements of the Temple Knights are exceedingly discreet, making it quite challenging to ascertain Talos' whereabouts. According to the information I have received, he is no longer at the temple but has been dispatched on a mission. However, I am unaware of his destination. This intelligence was relayed to Li Meng by TURs during a casual conversation, in which he used the Corolmians as a pretext to inquire about Talos. At that time, Talos had already departed from the temple and was engaged in a mission far from New Shido. As for his whereabouts, even TURs could not provide that information. Nonetheless, one thing is abundantly clear. Talos has not participated in this conflict. As a researcher of psychic energy, his duties should pertain to the temple. Mei, is it absolutely imperative to have Talos? If any temple knight could suffice, the endeavor would certainly be much simpler. Mei cast her gaze downwards towards Li Meng, shaking her head. Indeed, it must be him, for he is a native organism of Corolmi. Chapter 87. The Star of the Blazing Sun. Can they truly succeed? It would be remarkable if they did, for through his calculations, Li Meng deduced that the probability of success is infinitesimally close to zero. If the cloning of Temple Knights could yield psychic energy users, the galaxy would not be so bereft of them. The Corolmians possess an overabundance of confidence in their biological technology. They will not confront reality until they have faced failure at least once. This matter cannot be rushed. Inform your Prime Minister that he will meet with Taros. Although this task presents challenges, Li Meng is confident of his success. Solutions are always more abundant than difficulties. And Li Meng possesses this conviction. In the Outer Ring star domain, within the 0333 sector, lies the sun-scorched planet of Liang. The vast expanse of the cosmos is boundless, dark, frigid, and eerily silent. Amidst this darkness, a planet resembling yellow jade drifts quietly. Liang is a desert planet, where water resources are scarce and verdant vegetation is nearly invisible. Despite its barren surface, it is a treasure trove of minerals, boasting hundreds of rare ores, including tin and gold deposits. Due to its abundant mineral wealth, the Great Tang Confederation Empire has undertaken extensive development of this planet. From the surface, one can observe innumerable deep pits resembling meteor craters, remnants of relentless excavation. Even after millennia of mining, the planet's reserves of rare minerals remain astonishingly high. Liang has thus become one of the few planets under the direct control of the Great Tang Confederation Empire in the Outer Ring star domain. Centered around Liang, a region spanning 100 light-years has become the Empire's overseas territory, defined as lands without direct space routes connecting to the homeland. While the Inner and Middle Ring star domains are intricately interwoven, with territories intertwined, each possesses direct hyperspace pathways. Gazing towards the planet's north pole, one can see a city of steel. Due to Liang's proximity to its star, the surface temperature during the day soars to 70 degrees Celsius. Only the north and south poles offer a more temperate climate. Thus, each polar region hosts a city, commonly referred to as the North City and South City. As a mining planet, the inhabitants naturally do not need to adhere to antiquated edicts. Consequently, both cities manifest an extraordinarily sci-fi aesthetic. From a distance, the northern and southern cities appear akin to colossal metallic discs resting upon the earth. Towering spires of metallic architecture soar into the clouds, standing resolutely like a phalanx of weapons. Suspended roadways ascend in layers, teeming with floating vehicles that resemble a procession of industrious ants. The sky is further adorned with immense mineral transport ships traversing the atmosphere. In the northern city stands a monumental tower, an architectural marvel that pierces the heavens. The tallest and grandest structure within the metropolis. This is the governor's office, the political nucleus of the territories beyond the Great Tang Confederation Empire. In the upper echelons of the governor's office, in a secluded dining area, the clock strikes noon as a family gathers around the table, comprising 2 men and 2 women. A pair of parents and their siblings. Their attire reflects a distinctly vintage style. The man dons a lustrous purple round-collared robe, exuding a smooth sheen, while the woman is adorned in a yellow low-cut RU skirt, her hair styled in an elaborate high bun embellished with exquisite ornaments. The pristine white at her chest accentuates her allure. The sibling's attire is considerably simpler. The boy is clad in a black long garment, while the girl wears a delicate light blue gauze dress, exuding a petite charm. The 4 dine in serene silence, and the atmosphere suggests a household governed by strict discipline. At that moment, the patriarch of the family sets aside his extravagant demeanor. In 6 months, my term will come to an end, and I shall return to the capital to report to Her Majesty the Empress. My dear, in a few days, you and the children should make your way back to the capital, allowing my father-in-law to assist with the arrangements. I am still youthful and do not wish to retire in the capital, for that is not the life I desire. Though I speak thus, Dong is acutely aware that he is no longer in his prime. Since assuming the position of the governor of the overseas territories at the age of 45, he has occupied this role for a decade. Now, at 55, he may still be considered young, yet his vigor has waned compared to a decade ago. He is reluctant to settle into complacency, yet equally disinclined to lead a life devoid of purpose. Mu Wanner set down her utensils and smiled, saying, "My husband, let us return together. A simple word to my father will suffice. There is no need for you to return early, as he will manage everything well." Dong nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall return together." Given his wife's sentiments, he could hardly refuse. After all, everything he currently possesses is due to his father-in-law's support. 10 years ago, had it not been for his father-in-law's recommendation, he would never have been appointed as a governor at the age of 35. Although it is merely the governorship of the overseas territories, it is indeed a lucrative position. "Sir, we have received word from the Foreign Affairs Office. The head of the Hella Octus family, Eden, requests an audience with you." At that moment, the female steward, who had been waiting nearby, seemed to have received some important news. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she stepped forward, her hands gracefully resting on her abdomen as she bowed to report. The Hella Octus family? Dong had heard of their head, Eden, yet had never encountered him in person. However, given the resemblance among the Hella people, it mattered little whether he had seen him or not. Is there something to discuss? As the governor of the Tang Confederation Empire, he is not someone who can be easily met. Individuals from the Hella race, known for their criminal past and unlawful activities, are naturally best avoided. Trade is one matter, but personal connections should remain entirely separate. The housekeeper replied, "It was not explicitly stated. The other party only requested a meeting with you." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Dong declined the Hella's request for an audience. "Have the Foreign Affairs Office arrange a discussion with Eden. I shall not partake, but do report the contents of the meeting to me afterward." "Understood, sir." The housekeeper turned swiftly and departed. "Darling, I hope nothing is amiss," Mu Wanner expressed her concern. The external Rim Star region has been tumultuous in recent years, with the Independent Planet Alliance declaring autonomy and engaging in warfare with the Galactic Federation. As the stronghold of the Independent Planet Alliance, the external situation is quite chaotic. Her father had advised her to keep her husband grounded and refrain from any reckless actions. Noticing the worry etched on his wife's face, Lu Dong reassured her, "Fear not. Nothing will go awry. The situation in the external Rimstar region is indeed complex. My objective is to maintain my integrity. steering clear of the independent planet alliance and the nefarious forces in the external rim, abstaining from interference in outside matters. By doing nothing, I shall commit no errors. This wisdom is well understood by me. At that moment, the restaurant's doors swung open once more. The housekeeper, who had just departed, returned. Sir, the Hella Eden wishes to discuss matters pertaining to the Ark ship, Origin. The Ark ship, Origin? El Dong furrowed his brows, and a grave expression settled upon his face. He rose to his feet and addressed his wife. My dear, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Mu Wanner nodded in response. Take care on your journey. Without further ado, El Dong hastily exited the dining hall. Observing her husband's hurried departure, Mu Wanner was lost in contemplation. She was acutely aware of the significance behind his intense reaction upon hearing the mention of the Origin Arkansas. In her childhood, her father had recounted tales regarding the Origin Arkansas Chapter 88, the Empress's forbidden line in the distant expanse of the cosmos, in an era long past. There existed a planet known as Earth. It was the cradle of humanity, the motherland of humankind. Yet, one fateful day, humanity's motherland, Earth, met its demise. The survivors embarked on the Origin colony ship, marking the dawn of the interstellar colonization era. The Origin Ark was not merely a single colony ship, but rather, it represented countless vessels of the same design. In honor of these colony ships, each bore the name Origin. Among all human nations, only the Great Tang Confederation Empire exhibited an inexplicable obsession with the Origin Ark, a fervor difficult to comprehend. In pursuit of acquiring the Origin Ark from various human factions, the Great Tang Confederation Empire was willing to wage war. Prior to the establishment of the Republic, hundreds of human factions that refused to relinquish the Origin Ark were vanquished by the Great Tang Confederation Empire. In the end, the major factions of humanity could no longer endure the grievous losses inflicted by the Tang Confederation Empire in pursuit of the Origin Arkansas. Thus, they united to establish a republic in opposition to the Tang Confederation Empire, which came to be known as the Old Republic. 5 centuries later, amidst the protracted standoff, the Old Republic teetered on the brink of collapse and ultimately had to capitulate to the Tang Confederation Empire. All Origin Arks within the Old Republic were surrendered to the Tang Confederation Empire, which was subsequently incorporated into the Old Republic, transforming it into a parliamentary system. From that moment forth, the era of the New Republic dawned, and humanity embarked once more on its quest for supremacy over the galaxy, ultimately emerging as its sovereign. In truth, many within the realm struggled to comprehend why Her Majesty the Empress held such profound concern for the Origin Arkansas. It remained a secret, an untouchable enigma. It was also Her Majesty's Achilles' heel. Those who dared to provoke it met with death. Since the inception of the Tang Confederation Empire, 574 years had elapsed, during which no fewer than 1 million lives were lost due to the Origin Ark, most falling victim to negligence. Every few centuries, officials within the empire would treat the Origin Ark with indifference, leading to the demise of numerous bureaucrats. While this may be difficult to fathom, it exemplifies Her Majesty's sensitive spot. The empire abolished the death penalty millennia ago. Even the gravest offenses resulted only in imprisonment, with offenders exiled to desolate lands to toil until death. Nevertheless, Her Majesty retained the authority to impose capital punishment as a means of instilling fear among her ministers. Curiously, however, she seldom exercised this power. Even when ministers committed egregious offenses, the most severe consequence they faced was exile or imprisonment. However, matters pertaining to the Origin Ark are of particular concern to Her Majesty the Queen. Even the slightest dereliction of duty may result in the most severe punishment, namely death. There was once a fleet from the Right Shaowei tasked with salvaging a sunken Origin Arkansas. Finding the endeavor cumbersome, they resorted to blasting the wreckage, leaving no trace behind. The fleet met with dire consequences, as the arriving Shinsu army executed the fleet commander and hundreds of officers on the spot. Moreover, they ordered the fleet to retrieve every fragment of the vessel from the depths of the sea, threatening immediate execution for any missing piece. It took that fleet a century and 2 generations of personnel to recover all the remnants. Such events are not secrets within the empire. They are public knowledge, serving as a constant warning to future generations. Curiously, every successive queen has shown an unwavering concern for the Origin Arkansas. This is also the reason for her husband's palpable anxiety. Were he not agitated, it would fall upon her to be so. An hour later, in the Foreign Affairs Office, El Dong encountered Eden. The esteemed Lord El Dong, I am Eden. It is a great pleasure and an honor to meet you." In the reception room, upon seeing El Dong approached by two Right Xiaowei soldiers, Eden hastily advanced, his corpulent figure bustling with eagerness. The Great Tang Confederation Empire possesses four principal military structures: the Right Xiaowei, the Left Xiaowei, the Longwu Army, and the Shunsu Army. Among these, the Shunsu Army serves as the Queen's Imperial Guard, renowned for its mystery and formidable strength. The Longwu Army is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs, primarily responsible for maintaining order in the capital Star and escorting officials to their posts. The Right Xiaowei operates under the command of regional governors, serving as a defensive fleet with a local focus. The Left Cavalry Guard is an offensive mobile fleet, subordinate to the Ministry of War. It does not maintain a regular formation during peacetime. However, in times of conflict, it selects elite members from the Right Cavalry Guard and the Dragon Martial Army to form a cohesive unit. The armor designs among the various military branches differ significantly. The Divine Strategy Army dons golden armor, the Dragon Martial Army is adorned in yellow, the Right Cavalry Guard in white, and the Left Cavalry Guard in black. The two soldiers stationed behind Lu Dong are clad in white luminous armor with micromotors. Taking his seat, Lu Dong gestured towards the adjacent couch and said, "Please sit." This particular seat was specially prepared by the staff of the Foreign Affairs Office for Eden. Given Eden's considerable size, conventional human seating would be inadequate. Eden squirmed, settling its ample form onto the couch. "Now, tell me, where can I find the origin arc? I shall compensate you according to the imperial bounty," Lu Dong stated. A bounty of 10 million credit points is indeed substantial. However, Lu Dong harbored doubts about Eden's sole motivation being this sum. The Hela people are well versed in both the legitimate and illicit realms of the Outer Ring Star domains and are not lacking in wealth. Eden grinned widely, chuckling. "Yes, indeed. I have come for this purpose. It is called the Styria Star, a rich mineral planet discovered by the Parkians in the August Nebula. On that planet lies a wrecked Origin Arkansas." The August Nebula? Lu Dong furrowed his brow. He was well aware of this region. It is a vast expanse riddled with plasma storms. Given a few 100 million years, it might even evolve into a new star. For spacecraft, that location is an unequivocal no-go zone. Even the thickest of shields cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of plasma lightning within the nebula. This place is perilous. How did you manage to enter? Since the Parker people have discovered a mineral-rich planet within the August star system, it indicates they possess a route into the depths of the August Nebula. Eden responded, "Every decade, the August Nebula opens a passage to the interstellar systems. Albeit for a brief period of just over 3 months, yet it is sufficient for our passage. My lord, that planet harbors not only the origin arc, but also abundant Stygian or and eclipse crystals. If possible, I wish to collaborate with you in the development of this planet." Eclipse crystals? Upon hearing Eden mention the presence of eclipse crystals on that planet, Lu Dong's eyes glimmered with surprise. However, he soon donned a contemplative expression. If it is indeed the case of eclipse crystals, Styria holds significant potential for development. Yet, matters are unlikely to be so straightforward. Lu Dong cast a pointed glance at Eden. He was no fool. If the Parker people had discovered Styria, why were the ones who came to Hela? Chapter 89. Eric Star Indeed, those are eclipse crystals. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various factions. The Parker people, in pursuit of the development rights to Styria, have opted to collaborate with the Rising Sun Empire. My lord, the time for the decade opening passage is drawing near. And if we miss this opportunity, Styria will truly have a rightful owner. The Parker people have approached the Rising Sun Empire? This news took El Dong by surprise. Yet he soon found solace in it. If it concerns the Shenyang Empire, there is little to worry about. The Shenyang Empire lacks any overseas territories in the Outer Ring Star region. Currently, the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance are embroiled in intense conflict. During this period, dispatching a fleet to the eastern Outer Ring Star region is no simple task. The storm route is certainly off limits, and taking a longer detour would be quite the endeavor. In contrast, the Great Tang Confederation Empire possesses overseas territories in the Outer Ring Star region. It is quite normal for them to send a fleet to these territories, and the Independent Planet Alliance has no justification to impede such actions. Furthermore, if necessary, the overseas territories are supported by a Right Guardian fleet. Although modest in size, it likely faces no significant adversaries throughout the entire Outer Ring Star region. As for the Independent Planet Alliance, they can be disregarded. Should they dare to covet the Great Tang Confederation Empire's overseas territories, there would be no need for the war to persist. Very well, I shall collaborate with you, albeit only under my personal capacity at this moment. I must report to my superiors and await their response before providing you with a definitive answer. Rest assured, the Great Tang Confederation Empire will not relinquish Styria. Without the Ark ship Origin, the Great Tang Confederation might not have engaged in the struggle for Styria. Although the solar eclipse crystal is indeed precious, its applicability is rather limited. While the solar eclipse crystal can amplify energy, it is quite unstable. A misstep could lead to a supernova explosion. The solar eclipse mother crystal, though more stable, is under the purview of the Temple Knight's purification technology. Ordinary individuals who acquire solar eclipse crystal mines can only sell them to the Temple Knights at the price of raw materials. Very well, it is settled then. Eden beamed with delight, his expression radiating joy. Although this was not the final answer, he firmly believed that the Tang Confederation Empire would not decline his proposal. Consequently, he would possess the means to contend with the Parker for dominance over the Styria star, in an unknown star region within hyperspace. For platinum-hued warships traversed at superluminal speed, they were rectangular in shape, resembling elongated coffins. The linear engines at their rear expelled a brilliant orange tail flame, while their hulls gleamed with a mirror-like smoothness, adorned with golden runes. Suddenly, the blue tunnel vanished. The fleet emerged from hyperspace, entering the tangible universe. Before them, in the vast darkness of space, a cerulean planet loomed nearby. The supervisor directly exited hyperspace from the planet's orbit, a perilous maneuver as the onboard computer occasionally exhibited slight delays. Even a mere 0.1 second lag could result in a catastrophic collision with the planet, leading to utter annihilation. Master, we have arrived at the target planet, Sector 03299, Eric Star. Multiple spacecraft signals have been detected, and we are currently analyzing their threat level. Analysis complete. The star system poses no threat. Master, we have received numerous communication signals. Shall we connect? Master, a fleet has been detected in the planet's orbit, comprising 17 targets. The types of vessels are under analysis. Preliminary analysis indicates a 90% probability that they are Hammerhead-class corvettes, designed and manufactured by the Trade Federation's Tesla dock during the New Republic era. In the bridge of one of the Sunseeker-class vessels designed and manufactured by the New Republic, Meng nestled comfortably in a spacious chair, his round figure seemingly at odds with the ancient ship designed from millennia ago. Gazing at the fleet projected before him, he pondered with a hint of skepticism, having expected something far more formidable. Instead, it appeared rather unimpressive. Outside, in the orbit on the opposite side of the planet, a fleet was approaching, a total of 17 ships, all identical in design. Their white exteriors resembled colossal hammers, characterized by a pronounced bow and a relatively elongated hull, each measuring approximately 500 meters in length. As blue lights flickered, Meng activated the communication link with the enemy fleet. On the holographic display, a rotund figure materialized. A Hera? Meng was intrigued to find a Hera representative, who promptly spoke. This is the Iron Fleet of the Hera. Robot, please state your intentions. How could the Iron Fleet of the Hera appear in the vicinity of Eric Star? Was it possible that Eric Star belonged to the Hera? Unlikely, for the Hera had no territory of their own. Their home planet had been obliterated by humanity during the era of the Old Republic. Presently, the Hera were but a familial influence reliant on human colonies. Hand over Fei Qi. I presume the Hera are familiar with this name. Could it be that the Covenant and the Hera were in collusion? If so, the adversaries would not be limited to just the Covenant. Such complications. Observing the plump Hera figure in the holographic image, Meng felt a wave of frustration. All he wished was to rescue Aubrey. Yet the situation seemed to be growing increasingly convoluted. The robots, under the esteemed protection of the illustrious Otto family, promptly departed from Eric Star. It seems that a confrontation is inevitable. Surrender Fiki immediately, Spink, or I shall unleash an assault upon Eric Star. The moment these words were uttered, the Helans within the holographic projection appeared visibly taken aback. Robots, 17 against 4, your defeat is assured. No, you are mistaken. It is 1 against 14. The Hammerhead-class corvette is merely a relic from the Old Republic, a patrol vessel devoid of onboard shields, and lacking starfighter support. Its firepower is woefully inadequate. It boasts only 12 quadruple-mounted medium-turbo laser cannons and 64 dual-mounted light-turbo laser cannons. Within the fleet, The Hammerhead serves solely for air defense, strategically positioned to compensate for the main vessel's vulnerabilities, particularly in the rear engine area. If 2 to 4 Hammerhead corvettes can trail behind the main ship, they can safeguard its engines from being obliterated by enemy starfighters. Outside, the fleet split into 2 factions. One of the Sunseeker-class carriers, with its rear engines expelling a long plume of orange flame, surged forth with immense power, breaking away from the fleet and charging directly at the ironclad Heelan fleet. The remaining 3 ships plunged into the atmosphere. Robots, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. A flicker of blue light signaled a communication disruption. Within the command bridge, Limong's rotund figure soared into the air. Gazing out at the azure planet, Limong issued the command to attack. Let the battle commence. With Limong's decree, the departing ship, designated as Ship 1, suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, racing towards the distance. In the next moment, a radiant blue light suddenly surged from the void above the Iron Fleet. The number 1 ship executed a short-range jump, plunging directly into the heart of the Iron Fleet. Chapter 90. The Destruction of the Fleet. It is an enemy vessel. The enemy ship has utilized a short-range jump to infiltrate the fleet. How could this be possible? To jump directly into the fleet requires an unfathomable level of precision. Regardless of disbelief, the presence of that platinum-hued warship above the fleet stands as an undeniable truth. The Sunchaser-class carrier suddenly manifested within the fleet, throwing the Iron Fleet into disarray. The number 1 ship would not afford the Iron Fleet any time to react. It opened fire, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon all the Hammerhead Shark-class escort ships. In the dark expanse of space, golden lightning streaked wildly. From the hull of the number 1 ship, bolts of lightning erupted from swirling runes. Thick arcs of lightning surged through the cosmos, crashing into the hull of the Hammerhead Shark escort vessel. Boom! There was no deafening explosion, only the emergence of massive fireballs. Each bolt of lightning that struck the Hammerhead Shark's hull triggered cataclysmic blasts. The energy released by the bolts themselves caused violent shockwaves, while the currents disseminated by the lightning overloaded electronic systems, resulting in catastrophic detonations. In the instant of engagement, 5 Hammerhead Shark escort ships where the Iron Fleet stands as the pride of the Hela people. How could it be so easily vanquished? After the loss of 5 warships, the Iron Fleet finally commenced its counterattack. The heavy turbocharged energy cannons unleashed a barrage of crimson energy beams towards the flagship. Instantly, the hull of the flagship erupted in a series of violent explosions. Fiery orbs, born from the concentrated energy discharges, ascended into the air. Yet, as the flames dissipated, the flagship remained largely unscathed, save for a few areas that bore marks akin to fading paint. How could this be? Ineffective? Witnessing his forces' assaults fail to inflict any harm on that platinum-hued vessel, Richie was overtaken by a sense of dread. Similar to the Hammerhead Shark-class frigates, the enemy's warship displayed no shields, for he saw no shimmering light that signifies a shield under attack. How could mere armor withstand the onslaught of medium turbocharged energy cannons? What kind of alloy possesses such formidable defensive capabilities? Just then, the ship shuddered violently, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The sound reverberated through the solid structure of the ship. Reaching the bridge, Richie understood that it was all over. The Iron Fleet was suffering catastrophic losses. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Inform all captains to evacuate immediately. The crew aboard were the elite of the Hela people. It was unacceptable to allow them all to perish here. Having issued the command, Richie extended his plump right hand and pressed against the control panel. The expansive seat suddenly sank and vanished. Outside, below the bow, an escape pod was ejected from an opening, plummeting directly into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Iron Fleet was enduring devastating losses. A golden beam of lightning streaks across the starry sky, akin to the scythe of death, reaping one warship after another. Numerous Hammerhead Shark-class frigates ignite in flames, plummeting toward the atmosphere. Escape pods cascade from the vessels like raindrops, penetrating the atmospheric layer. In an instant, the skies above Eric Star are engulfed in a fiery deluge. A mixture of metallic debris from the warships and escape pods entering the atmosphere. Within a mere 5 minutes, the Iron Fleet is utterly annihilated. Gazing upward from the surface of Eric Star, one witnesses a torrential rain of fire. Meanwhile, in another quadrant of the sky, 3 colossal fireballs emerge, those being the Sunchaser-class fleet entering the atmosphere. My lord, high-energy reactions have been detected in the ocean near the target city, and the orbital defense fire network is being activated. Though Eric's star lacks a planetary shield, it boasts an orbital defense system. This so-called orbital defense system serves as an anti-aircraft network against extraterrestrial threats. In simpler terms, it functions akin to coastal artillery, capable of unleashing a barrage of firepower against the approaching fleets. The cost of force field generators is prohibitively high, rendering ordinary planets incapable of maintenance. At such a juncture, the orbital defense system becomes a secondary option for planetary protection. After all, a planet is an expansive platform, allowing for the installation of sufficiently potent weaponry without the concern of energy consumption. What of its strength? The Sunchaser-class vessels lack shields, a fact that instills a sense of trepidation in Meng. The distinction between warships equipped with shields and those without is profound. Only shielded vessels can fully unleash their formidable firepower, simultaneously safeguarding themselves while raining destruction upon their foes. However, without shields, the warships possess no means of self-preservation. Often, their formidable firepower is rendered moot before it can be unleashed, leading to their swift destruction. Engaging in a bombardment with the planetary surface's anti-aircraft network without shields is a folly. The intensity of the threats is relatively weak and can be disregarded, as only 7 anti-air platforms have been detected within the range. Given the activation speed, there exists a 90% probability that these are fusion power generation platforms, which produce energy through the fusion of hydrogen extracted from seawater, albeit with low efficiency. Almost all materials can generate energy through fusion. This is termed heavy fusion, though the requirements for fusion vary significantly. The energy yield from the fusion of 90 of materials falls short of the energy consumed under conditions of complete fusion. Thus, only 10 of materials can efficiently produce energy through fusion. Among these, hydrogen ranks at the bottom within the 10 of fusion materials. The entire planet of Eric's houses but one large city, Molden Port, which has become the target of Lemon's assault. Deploy the spherical fighters and obliterate them. The class of solar destroyers comprises merely 4 vessels. None can be sacrificed. Should those anti-air platforms be neglected, once they emerge from the ocean to launch an assault on the fleet, losses are inevitable. At Lemon's command, amidst the sky, 3 solar destroyers, enshrouded in flames, opened their launch hatches along the sides of their hulls. One by one, the spherical fighters surged forth from the hatches, plunging into the inferno outside. In the heavens, 3 colossal fireballs erupted like celestial blossoms, splitting into numerous smaller fireballs. Each small fireball divided into 4, dispersing in 4 different directions. The process lasted for over 20 seconds before the fiery orb in the sky vanished. High above Malden Port, 3 colossal silhouettes of ships emerged. Though distant, the platinum-hued warships began to descend. In the sky over the outer sea of Malden Port, spherical warplanes plummeted from above, resembling arrows transformed into streams of golden light plunging into the ocean. With a resounding splash, towering columns of water erupted from the vast sea surface. The spherical warplanes, being spherical rather than conical, created a substantial impact area upon entering the water. It could be said that the spherical warplanes crashed into the ocean. The immense force generated by the impact propelled water columns to nearly 100 meters in height. Chapter 91, The Mayor's Hall. Were these piloted by humans? The occupants would have been reduced to mere pulp. If they were ordinary drones, their internal structures would likely have disintegrated. However, the spherical warplanes are distinct. Their density is astonishing, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Despite having a diameter of merely 1.5 meters, they weigh an impressive 10 tons. One could assert that these spherical warplanes are several times heavier than an iron sphere of the same size. The agility of the spherical warplanes is entirely attributable to their internal anti-gravity mechanisms and inertial dampeners. The former allows the warplanes to remain unaffected by planetary gravity, while the latter mitigates the effects of inertia. Together, these features significantly alleviate the strain on the engines. The spherical warplanes, plunging into the ocean, aim for the rising hydropower platform. Gazing into the sea, one could observe numerous cylindrical turrets. Atop the cylindrical platform, a dual-mounted massive explosive cannon was visible, boasting a caliber of 20 meters and possessing formidable power. The caliber of the battleship's main gun typically does not exceed 10 meters, highlighting the vast disparity between the 2 platforms. Gazing into the depths, one can observe a network of power transmission rails. Beneath the ascending hydroelectric platform lies a colossal circular apparatus. In times of peace, the hydroelectric platform utilizes its own weight to rest on the seabed and generate electricity. Once hostilities erupt, it will rise to the surface, emerging as a giant floating artillery turret. In the murky waters, a cascade of fiery rain approaches the surfacing hydroelectric platform. These flames are the exhaust trails emitted by the spherical combat aircraft's linear engines, which appear particularly dazzling in the dim aquatic environment. Whoosh! In the depths, the spherical combat aircraft opens fire near the hydroelectric platform. Golden arcs of electricity dart through the water, colliding with the platform. The resistance of the seawater significantly diminishes the potency of the plasma lightning bolts. Hence, the spherical aircraft engages at a remarkably close range. Boom! Outside, upon the vast ocean, sparks of fire flicker beneath the water's surface, followed by towering columns of water soaring into the sky. These surging columns ascend hundreds of meters, creating a breathtaking spectacle and generate massive waves that sweep outward in all directions. Encompassing a radius of 100 kilometers, these enormous water spouts rise dramatically. In Mordenport, the inhabitants of the city have already taken note of the peculiarities in the sky. Meanwhile, the fishermen laboring at the docks have paused their tasks, standing in astonishment as they gaze toward the distant anomalies of the sea. They witness small, spherical objects plunging into the ocean. Immediately, an explosion erupted beneath the water, sending a colossal column of water soaring into the air. It was war. Conflict had broken out. Who shouted such a proclamation was unknown. On the docks, chaos ensued as the crowd scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. This flight of terror quickly spread throughout the city. In no time, the once bustling and vibrant port of Molden fell into an eerie silence. All the residents retreated to their homes, trembling in fear. Who was attacking Eric Starr? Outside the military station, a multitude of bounty hunters rushed forth, standing on the street before the station's entrance, gazing apprehensively at the unidentified fleet approaching Molden. Eric Starr was the domain of the Hera, under the protection of the Independent Planet Alliance. Could it be that the Galactic Federation fleet was upon them? Look over there. The Hera's iron fleet seemed doomed. In the distant horizon, a rain of fire cascaded from the sky, resembling a shower of shooting stars. Not long ago, the Iron Fleet had suddenly appeared in the orbit of Eric Starr, capturing the attention of many who speculated whether the Hera were planning a significant operation. Yet, astonishingly, within less than half a month, the formidable Iron Fleet was reduced to ashes. Above Molden, the fleet gradually descended, halting at an altitude of less than a kilometer above the city. 3 Sunbreaker-class carrier ships floated in the sky, their massive hulls casting shadows over vast expanses of the urban landscape. Any resident who dared to gaze upward would behold the immense structure of the Sunbreaker-class vessels. People of Eric Starr, please remain quietly in your homes. Your lives are not in jeopardy. We shall depart once our affairs are concluded. Until that time, refrain from any hostile actions, as such behavior will be deemed antagonistic. From this moment forward, the airspace of Eric Starr has been sealed. Any vessel attempting to exit will be shot down. As the inhabitants of Mordenport trembled with anxiety, a message was conveyed to all. Whether through household display screens or portable communication devices, every means of communication received this announcement. Any device connected to the external network, even those in a powered-off state, was forcibly activated. With the global notice delivered, the fleet in the skies stirred to life. Hatches on the underside of the ships opened, unleashing a multitude of landing pods that cascaded toward the city like raindrops. The sky above Mordenport was suddenly adorned with a golden shower, not of rain, but of landing pods. Just before impact, the engines beneath the pods ignited with a brilliant blaze, slowing their descent and allowing for a controlled landing on the ground. The landing pods deftly altered their trajectory to avoid colliding with the buildings lining the streets, resulting in a resounding chorus of crashes echoing throughout Morden City. The streets and alleys were filled with the descent of these landing vessels. Each pod, measuring approximately 7 meters in height and 4 meters in diameter, was cylindrical in shape. They could accommodate 2 teams, comprising 24 night combat robots and 2 night 2 combat robots, in a single drop. As the hatch of the landing craft swung open, a legion of night combat robots emerged, alongside the imposing Night 2 class battle mechs, towering at 5 meters in height. Soon, the streets and alleys of Molden Harbor became inundated with the gleaming platinum figures of the night robots, accompanied by the colossal Night 2 mechs, whose immense stature belied their surprisingly agile movements. With each giant stride, the night combat robots took several steps to keep pace. From the windows of nearby buildings, numerous onlookers peered curiously at the spectacle unfolding outside, their eyes filled with intrigue regarding the identities and affiliations of these armored figures. When the towering Night 2 mechs came into view, expressions of fear swept across many faces. The sheer presence of such formidable beings evoked an overwhelming sense of intimidation among all races. In the streets of Molden Harbor, the entire battalion of combat robots advanced towards a singular destination, the Mayor's Hall, situated at the heart of the city. This structure resembled a fortress, substantial in size, yet lacking in grandeur. We surrender. We have no intention of fighting. We surrender. Outside the Mayor's Hall, before the battle robots could draw near, the soldiers stationed there proactively capitulated. With their arms raised and weapons lowered, they knelt upon the ground. A group exceeding 40 in number, clad in blue uniforms, serving as the hall's guards. Chapter 92. Mayor Leonard observing the approaching forces from the street. The leader of the guards felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Who exactly were these formidable entities? The scale and sheer number of them were overwhelming. At a glance, a shimmering array of platinum figures stretched along the street. They marched in formation, their synchronized footsteps causing the very earth to tremble. Among them were towering figures, nearly 5 meters in height, leaving Ed perplexed as he pondered which race could possess such colossal stature. Suddenly, the resounding footsteps ceased. The street fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. A pair of platinum feet appeared before Ed's eyes. He looked up to behold a majestic figure standing before him. From behind this imposing figure, a rotund robot whirred into view. "I demand to see your mayor. Bring him forth." Ed was about to speak when a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the doors of the mayor's office. "I am here. I am here. I will come at once." A plump figure hurried out from behind the door, a human adorned with a sycophantic smile, his belly jiggling as he ran. "I am the mayor of Molden Harbor. Please allow me to surrender on behalf of the planet Erix. From this moment forth, Erix belongs to you." Upon reaching Meng, he placed his right hand over his chest, stepped back, and bowed deeply in a grand gesture of submission. Observing the rotund mayor before him, Meng felt a surge of skepticism. This fellow was certainly quick to capitulate. "I have no interest in becoming the ruler of Erix. I seek Fick. Spink. Where is he? Fick. Spink." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Leonard's eyes. Could it be that these individuals had made such a grand display solely for the purpose of finding Fick? Spink. How could Spink have provoked such fearsome beings before him? Given the current circumstances, it appears Spink has stirred quite a considerable trouble. However, Leonard felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed the adversaries were not here to conquer Erix Star. At least he would not have to concoct a justification to present to the Independent Planet Alliance. With a chuckle, Leonard remarked, "I am not well acquainted with Spink, yet I am aware of the location of his family estate. Not far to the south, nestled within the mountains, lies a castle. This is the stronghold of Spink." The southern mountain castle? The engines roared as the linear engines beneath Meng erupted with orange flames. The tremendous thrust propelled the diminutive split entity skyward, soaring into the heavens, before swiftly veering southward in a graceful arc. Over the cityscape, the small split entity whizzed past. 2 squadrons, comprising 12 spherical warplanes, flanked Meng on either side, providing protection from behind. In the blink of an eye, the fleet surged beyond the skies of Molden Port and into the southern mountain range. Within a mere 10 minutes, atop a winding mountain peak, a castle came into Meng's view. The trailing spherical warplanes accelerated, their rear linear engines emitting a dazzling orange blaze. Amidst the roar of engines, 6 spherical warplanes swooped past Meng, heading straight for the distant castle. Curiously, as they flew over the castle, the warplanes did not encounter any resistance. The life detection apparatus indicated that the castle was devoid of occupants. No one? The engines continued to thunder as a squadron of spherical warplanes circled above the castle. Remaining vigilant, another squadron accompanied Meng into the castle's courtyard. With a sudden whoosh, the ball fighters stationed near the castle's grand entrance unleashed a barrage of fire. Golden lightning struck the control panel, and with a shower of sparks, the gates slowly opened to either side. 2 ball fighters surged into the corridor within, skimming the ground and vanishing into the depths of the passage in the blink of an eye. "Control the outpost. Apprehend every Hera, leaving none to escape." Utilizing the internal network, Meng issued new commands to all units. Simultaneously, he received data transmitted from the ball fighters that had penetrated the castle. The fortress stood desolate and devoid of life, with nothing remaining. The internal control systems had suffered severe damage, and even the gate control data had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. It was evident that the Covenant had been well prepared. They had already fled. On the other side, at the outpost, a battalion surrounded it. Approximately 500 Knight battle robots, along with 20 large Knight 2 models, encircled the station. 5 teams of Knights stormed into the outpost, totaling 60 battle robots. The remaining Knights stood vigilant outside, blocking all exits. Do not resist. Your lives will not be threatened. Those who oppose will be classified as enemies, and enemies shall be eradicated. The Knights surged into the outpost, repeatedly issuing warnings. The bounty hunters in the hall dared not resist, raising their hands in surrender. Clad in platinum armor and towering in stature, these formidable figures were clearly not to be trifled with. Above all, their numbers were overwhelming. Even the most skilled bounty hunters would not stand a chance against such a force on the battlefield. Who was the master of this outpost? Behind the bar, a human waitress was inquired by a knight. The waitress, a woman adorned in a yellow short-skirted uniform, possessed shoulder-length hair. As she gazed up at the towering knight before her, a flicker of awe passed through her eyes. It was Eden, the head of the House of Otis among the Hela, who was currently not on Eric Star, but had ventured to the Radiant Sun Star. Hellas Eden? Furthermore, the Radiant Sun Star, located approximately 20 kilometers south of Morden Port, high in the sky. The engines roared, and waves of air surged as a fleet of round-bodied warplanes followed a smaller fighter jet across the heavens. The squadron surged towards Morden Port, where the city was now within reach. The analyst, deciphering the intricate information relayed by the knight, gained a comprehensive understanding of the current battlefield situation. The master of Eric Star was Eden, the head of the Otis family among the Hela. Members of the Otis family were being apprehended, with 40 of them already captured. Most of the remaining Hela had perished alongside the Iron Fleet. Neither Spink nor Eden, the head of the Otis family, was present on Eric Star. This indicated that the protagonists were absent. The whereabouts of Spink remained unknown, while Eden had ventured to the Radiant Sun Star. Li Meng was well aware of the nature of the Radiant Sun Star. During operations at the Geller shipyard, he had acquired substantial information pertaining to the Great Tang Confederation Empire. The 0333 star sector, where the Radiant Sun Star is located, lies beyond the territories of the Great Tang Confederation Empire. The current governor was a man named Lu Dong. Li Meng found himself puzzled as to why the head of the Otis family would travel to the Radiant Sun Star. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The whereabouts of Spink are of utmost importance. Currently, Spink's location remains unknown, with only Eden, a member of the Covenant of Refuge, possibly possessing any knowledge. Chapter 93, Fleet Commander Rich. What should be done now? Gazing at the fleet hovering above the port of Molden, Limong's mind raced with contemplation. Eric Star is a territory firmly under the control of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Following an assault by an unknown force, assistance from the Alliance is likely to arrive swiftly. Before the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance reaches Eric Star, an evacuation is imperative. In the ensuing days, Eric Star became quite lively. In the sky, one could frequently witness the whirling ball fighters soaring through the air. Their presence fell across mountains, rivers, and seas, almost ubiquitous. The piercing wail of their engines instilled fear in every living being on the planet. In Molden Port, the once thriving atmosphere has dissipated. The streets and alleys are patrolled solely by the Knight Legion. The imposing Knight 2 battle robots have extinguished any flicker of resistance among the city's inhabitants. Molden Port, Town Hall. Following the surrender of the mayor and his guards, the mayor's chamber was commandeered by Limong. Eric Star is vast yet diminutive. The Hela, fleeing from the Iron Fleet, were swiftly recaptured by the Knights. The Hela are not adept at escape, as their corpulent bodies hinder them. Once discovered, they lack the courage to fight back and instead surrender meekly. Within merely 5 days, Limong apprehended all surviving Hela. Even if a few managed to evade capture, they were scarcely significant. In the hall, observing the rotund figures before him, Limong couldn't help but murmur to himself. These fellows truly resemble toads, their appearance somewhat unsettling. So, who here has the authority? In response to Li Meng's inquiry, the Hela people exchanged glances. One individual among them opened his mouth wide, emitting derisive laughter. Robot, summon your master. You lack the standing to converse with us. We are the illustrious Hela. Although our Iron Fleet has faced defeat, it represents merely a fraction of the Hellas' might. We may have lost, but we shall not remain vanquished forever. He exhibited considerable bravado, or so Li Meng thought. Li Meng soared towards him, surveying him from above. It appears you are the leader here. Tell me, where is Spink? Unfazed, he turned his head away, letting out a disdainful snort. It seems you have yet to grasp reality. The victor and the vanquished are not to be confused. Even if you stand before but a mere worm, you must kneel and lick its rear. As these words fell, a knight nearby seemed to receive an order. Advancing forward, he aimed his weapon at the Hella in the hall. The distinct sound of gunfire echoed, and golden bolts of lightning erupted forth. 5 Hella were immediately struck, reduced to ashes that cascaded to the ground. The volume of ashes was considerable, given the substantial physique of the Hella. As their kin fell, the surviving Hella recoiled in terror, but retreat was impossible, for the knights behind them raised their disintegration rifles, targeting them. Leonard, observing from the side, retracted his neck, feeling a sense of foreboding. Once, the proud and imperious Hera people faced a day akin to that of mere ants. It is worth noting that in the past, the mayor had to pay tribute to the Hera people to secure his position. Otherwise, his tenure as mayor would be precarious. After all, 70% of the tax revenue on Erikstar derived from the Hera. Stop, I say. The death of his kin humbled Ritchie, compelling him to compromise. I am Ritchie, the commander of the Otis family fleet of the Iron Navy, and we do not know the whereabouts of Spink. A month ago, he sought refuge among the Hera on Erikstar, and the head of the family granted him protection, which led to the Iron Navy being dispatched there. Had he compromised earlier, many Hera lives could have been spared. Observing Ritchie, who lay despondently on the ground, Li Meng felt a tinge of boredom. The virtues of sentient beings truly seem uniform. They do not shed tears until faced with the grave. Are you aware of a person named Aubrey? Aubrey. Ritchie looked up at Li Meng, his mouth agape. Yes, I know her. She is rumored to belong to the enigmatic Crimsonite clan, renowned among bounty hunters as a task broker. For reasons unknown, she fell into Spink's hands. Spink intended to utilize Hera's channels to sell her for a handsome price, but the family had refused. The rumors surrounding the Crimson Eyes are too many. Associating with them could invite unnecessary trouble, a fact that only that fool Spink fails to comprehend. Indeed, as Ritchie stated, the Crimson Eyes are shrouded in mystery. They began to appear in the star systems controlled by the Galactic Federation thousands of years ago. Due to their race not being recognized by the Galactic Federation and consequently unrecorded, the red-eyed beings have long operated in the outer ring star regions. Naturally, Li Meng is aware of certain intelligence regarding the red-eyed individuals. Where is she? Ritchie shook his enormous head. I do not know. It is said she has escaped. Spink has been infuriated and has pursued her relentlessly, yet to no avail. Did Aurelia manage to elude Spink? Upon hearing this news, Li Meng found himself torn between elation and despondency. The fact that she escaped is undoubtedly good news, yet he has also lost track of Aurelia. Li Meng harbors no doubt that Ritchie would deceive him in this matter, for it serves no benefit to him. According to his heartbeat readings, he is truthful. In the data realm, within the virtual space, the figure of little Li Meng appeared successively at the round table. Split Entity Number 3. You are aware of the events that have transpired. What shall we do now? Split Entity Number 1. This poses a bit of a dilemma. If Aurelia does not reveal herself, seeking her will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Split Entity Number 2. It is not yet time to concede. We require more information regarding Aurelia's escape. The original entity. Regardless, Spink possesses knowledge that exceeds ours. We must locate him. Split Entity Number 1. Spink has fled Erikstar, and his whereabouts are unknown. Finding him may prove to be quite a challenge. Split Entity Number 2. The Hella and the Covenant people are in collaboration and should have knowledge of the Covenant's stronghold locations. Split Entity Number 3. That is indeed a viable approach. Even if he has escaped Erikstar, he must have somewhere to take refuge. Individual 1. I find myself quite intrigued by the purpose of Eden, the head of the Hella family, and his journey to the Star of Burning Sunday. Should we investigate further? Individual 2. I believe it is best not to stir the pot, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. We already have our hands full. Individual 3. I concur. My utmost priority is locating Offrey, and I lack the bandwidth to concern myself with other matters. Individual 1. Since Offrey has fled, why not simply bide our time and wait for her to reappear? Individual 3. That may not be wise. What if Offrey's absence is due to reasons other than flight? The original. Although the likelihood is slim, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Since we have come this far, we should persist in our search. Chapter 94. Eden's Fury Individual 1. On another note, I was the one who had contact with Offrey. Yet it seems you all care for her more than I do. Individual 3. It is indeed us, not you. The observer sees clearly, while the participant is often lost. Offrey represents more to us than merely a task to be completed. To be frank, I am quite fond of her. Her enchanting figure captivates me. Individual 2. Perhaps it is that sentiment of not wanting something beautiful to be marred. It is not incorrect to say we like her. The original. This likely reflects my innermost thoughts. It appears my sense of aesthetics remains intact. Splinter Individual number 1. Very well, I have no objections. Once we locate her, she must express her gratitude to us in a most revealing manner, allowing you all to indulge your gaze. Splinter Individual number 2. Hush, could we not be so explicit? While I eagerly anticipate the moment, such openness may lead to our discomfort. Splinter Individual number 3. Is that so? I beg to differ. Is this not what we have longed for? What is there to feel awkward about? The core self. The one who ought to feel awkward is I. For it is the darkness within my soul that stirs, even though I too await the occasion with great anticipation. Splinter Individual number 3. Enough of this idle chatter. I am occupied. Let us adjourn. Splinter Individual number 2. I second that. Splinter Individual number 1. I second that. The core self. Adjourned. Around the round table. Li Meng's figure gradually vanished. On the planet Eric, at the port of Malden, within the grand hall of the municipal building, Li Meng suddenly soared outward, issuing a command for evacuation. Retreat. All units withdraw to the fleet. With Li Meng's authoritative pronouncement, the spherical warplanes throughout the skies of Eric began their return journey. In the port of Malden, the knights patrolling the streets commenced their return to their respective landing pods. Shortly thereafter, the city echoed with the roar of engines, and fiery lights illuminated the surroundings. One by one, the landing pods ascended like rockets, propelling themselves skyward towards the fleet above. Li Meng would never design a disposable landing pod, for that would be a gross waste. The landing pod is, in fact, a small transport vessel. However, due to its emphasis on battlefield penetration capabilities, the engines of the landing pod lack the capacity for long-distance travel. The landing pod's engines roared with power, capable of achieving instantaneous bursts of speed. Throughout the city, the landing pods ascended into the sky, trailing long tails of flame behind them. Like bees returning to their hive, they navigated back to the projection bay on the lower deck, guided by beams of light. This scene exuded a profound sense of science fiction. Gazing from the city towards the heavens, the landing pods swarmed towards the fleet like bees returning home, a seemingly chaotic yet remarkably orderly return. Numerous spherical fighter jets also returned from all directions to the fleet, their platinum silhouettes scattered across the sky. My Lord Ritchie, are you all right? In the grand hall on the first floor of the mayor's office, Leonard rushed forward as the group departed, eager to assist Ritchie in rising. However, the disparity in their physiques made it a challenging endeavor, leaving Leonard at a loss. Despite his obsequious demeanor, a flicker of regret crossed Leonard's eyes. He could not comprehend why that group chose to spare these Hela people. So many had already been slain. Would it not be better to eliminate them all? If so, Eris Prime would surely fall into his grasp. With a disdainful snort, Ritchie swatted away Leonard's outstretched hand, struggling to rise to his feet. Let us go. Suppressing the fury within, Ritchie led the surviving Hela towards the exit. Though their numbers were few, merely 30 or so, their large, cumbersome bodies created an imposing presence. As he watched the Hela depart, a glimmer of malice flickered in Leonard's eyes. His expression darkened as he nodded ominously to the captain of the guard beside him. Ed's face fell, revealing a look of concern. In a moment of frustration, Leonard muttered under his breath, his corpulent figure lunging forward in an attempt to seize the explosive rifle from Ed's grasp. Ed promptly secured the mayor's plump hand and whispered, "Mayor, please remain calm. Eden is still alive, and the Hela family comprises more than just the Audis branch. The crowd is large and chaotic. Can we truly rely on the guards?" Upon hearing these words, Leonard's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand, chuckling softly as he addressed the assembled guards. "Gentlemen, your efforts have been commendable. You have averted an unnecessary bloodshed. It is evident that we are all wise in our own right. Now, let us proceed to the streets. For the citizens of Moldenport require your reassurance. The recent incursion of an unidentified force had left the populace of Moldenport in a state of apprehension. Restoring the port to its former glory would demand considerable time and effort. An hour later, above the skies of Moldenport, the fleet, having completed the retrieval of all units, began its withdrawal. The thunderous roar of engines reverberated through the air as 3 ships emitted long trails of fiery exhaust from their rear engines. The immense thrust caused the 3 Sun Chaser-class vessels to slightly elevate their bows, gradually departing from Moldenport. Before long, the vessel named Meng had cleared the skies of Moldenport. At tens of thousands of meters in altitude, the fleet continued to accelerate, ultimately breaking free from the planet's gravitational pull and entering its orbit. From the surface of the planet, the fleet ascending into the depths of the cosmos resembled 3 comets streaking across the sky. Just half a month following the fleet's departure from Eric Star, a spacecraft emerged from hyperspace, arriving at Eric Star. What on earth is happening? The corpulent figure shuffled into the military station. Surveying the desolate expanse of the hall, Eden emitted a guttural roar. Upon returning to the Eric Star, an unsettling feeling had begun to gnaw at him. After the spacecraft touched down at Moldenport, the sense of unease intensified. The once thriving Moldenport had inexplicably taken on an air of desolation. Many public facilities within the city had ceased operations. In the offshore waters, numerous dilapidated construction vessels floated aimlessly, seemingly engaged in salvage operations. And what of his iron fleet? Where had it vanished? Why was there no sign of the fleet in the planet's orbit? Master, it is painfully evident that we have suffered catastrophic losses. All the underwater power platforms have been destroyed, and the subspace communication towers have ceased functioning. I am unable to inform you of the events transpiring on Eric Star. From the depths of the corridor, a rotund silhouette ambled into the hall. It was Richie, who had been awaiting his master's return at the military station for the past fortnight. Richie, where is my fleet? Upon recognizing Richie, a foreboding sense of dread welled up within Eden. His eyes widened, the golden irises laced with crimson veins. I am sorry, master. The iron fleet of the Ortis family is no more. Gone. Truly gone. Eden struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. That fleet had stood as a stalwart guardian of the Ortis family for countless years. The once mighty iron fleet had simply vanished? After a prolonged silence, Eden approached Richie, towering over him as he inquired, Richie, what on earth has transpired? Chapter 95. The 501st Legion Fleet. Rich bent down, his head lowered as he spoke. Merely half a month ago, a mysterious fleet arrived at Eric Star in search of Spink. Considering Spink's protection under the auspices of the Otis family, the Iron Fleet clashed with them. The adversary, with the deployment of but a single warship, utterly annihilated the Iron Fleet, leaving no vessel to survive. Subsequently, this enigmatic force seized control of Eric Star, only to withdraw abruptly a few days later. As he recounted this, a flicker of anger ignited in Rich's eyes. He spoke solemnly. Master, Spink has deceived us. He is not at Eric Star. Before the arrival of the mysterious fleet, Spink fled with all the Covenant people, fully aware that the enigmatic force was imminent, yet he deliberately instigated our confrontation with them. How could a mere warship obliterate his prideful ironclad? In that instant, Eden comprehended the full extent of the situation. The damned Covenant people must have concealed crucial information. Master, this mysterious force seems to be pursuing Ophelia. Ophelia? Eden recalled. Ophelia, like him, was affiliated with the Bounty Hunter Guild as a task handler within the Galactic Federation's official system. However, her status was not as formal as his. Thus, Ophelia lacked the Guild's protection. This was one of the reasons why Spink managed to capture Ophelia without any repercussions from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Furthermore, the mysterious force had obtained all the locations of the Covenant's strongholds from us. Upon hearing this, Eden's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, the Covenant must be eradicated entirely. It was time to sever ties with them. He commanded, issue a bounty of 10,000 for the heads of the Covenant members and 100,000 for the population of Spink. Whoever captures him alive shall receive a reward of 1 million credit points. The Iron Fleet was the culmination of generations of effort from the Otis family. Its loss incited a profound rage within Eden, while the destruction of the Iron Fleet was grievous. What fueled his anger even more was the significant loss of elite family members. The Otis family would suffer a substantial decline in power due to the loss of its elite. Patriarch, we must seek vengeance. Vengeance. Eden shot a cold glare at Richie. He roared, what means do we have for revenge? The enemy possesses the capability to effortlessly annihilate the Iron Fleet. They are not an adversary we can challenge. I am not foolish enough to provoke a force we cannot contend with. This matter ends here. Despite the fury that brewed within him, Eden had not entertained thoughts of revenge. The Covenant served merely as a vessel for his wrath. As long as they could be completely wiped out, that would suffice. The galaxy is vast, teeming with formidable races. Although the Hela people were powerful in the Outer Rim, they were regarded as nothing more than insignificant insects by many factions. Understanding one's own strength is essential for survival. If this truth were not recognized, how could the Hela rise in the Outer Rim? With that, Eden's corpulent figure moved deeper into the corridors of the barracks. The Otis family shall rise again, I assure you. The day of its resurgence is not far off. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the hall of the military station, reaching the ears of all present. The crowd remained silent, gazing at the retreating figure of Eden, whose corpulence was slowly disappearing from view. In the northern central star domain, within the 02331 star sector, lies the planet Edith. Since the conclusion of the Edith defense campaign, over 2 months have elapsed. During this period, the tourism industry on Edith has suffered greatly and has yet to recover. Once thriving trade routes now stand desolate. There are times when not a single spacecraft emerges from hyperspace to reach Edith for days on end. Even passing vessels are reluctant to dock at the planet. The invasion by the Independent Planet Alliance has rendered Edith a reluctant, war-torn world. Even though the Alliance has been repelled, the conflict shows no signs of resolution. Yet today, a notable change has occurred. Not long ago, a federal fleet arrived at Edith. The luminous phenomenon accompanying their exit from hyperspace cast a blue meteor shower across the sky of the planet. Gazing towards the orbit, a massive fleet silently hovered in place. This mobile fleet comprised 32 Victory-class cruisers, belonging to the 501st Corps, commanded by TURs. The white hulls of these vessels, each measuring 1.4 kilometers in length, impart a weighty, science-fictional aesthetic. Master TURs, the war with the Independent Planet Alliance rages on fiercely, with great battles erupting across various star domains. Your singular mission is to drive the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance out of the Northern Central Ring star domain and subsequently advance into the Outer Northern Ring star domain to eradicate the remnants of their forces. According to reliable intelligence, Taylor Star, a pivotal hyperspace hub, has been occupied by the Independent Planet Alliance and serves as a frontline supply station. Your task is to lead the 501st Legion to reclaim Taylor Star. Once it is secured, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance in the Northern Central Ring star domain will find themselves isolated and compelled to retreat to the Outer Northern Ring star domain. This mission is of utmost importance, for the fate of the Northern Central Ring star domain's liberation from the clutches of war rests upon your shoulders, Master TURs. In the Garden Pavilion of the Flower Palace's rear mountain, TURs held a communication device, conversing with Elderwood Olek of the Temple Council. A grave expression adorned TUR's face. His war had finally arrived. With solemnity, he declared, I understand, and I shall do my utmost to bring victory to the citizens of the Northern Central Ring Federation. Excellent. I await your good news. A flicker of blue light signaled the end of the communication. Exhaling deeply, TURs put away the device and turned to face Rosalind, who sat by the stone table. Your Majesty, it is time for us to depart. The pavilion was not solely occupied by TURs and Rosalind. Seated on the railing, with a bored expression, was Wang Wanner, cradling Li Meng in her arms. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Wang Wanner rose, carrying Li Meng out of the pavilion. In the sky above, a Kunpeng-class assault craft approached from the distant heights. Wherever it passed, it stirred up swirling vortices. Soon, upon the clearing of the pavilion, the Kunpeng-class assault gunboat descended gracefully. The vessel, stretching an impressive 50 meters in length, appeared quite formidable. Outside the pavilion, Rosaline watched as the two departed, TURs and Wang Wanner. As for Qiuqiu, it was merely a robot, just a sphere. The gust of wind generated by the engine howled fiercely, causing Rosaline's long gown to flutter and dance wildly. Qiuqiu, just as the two were about to board the gunboat through the hatch, Rosaline suddenly called out. Upon hearing her voice, Li Meng broke away from Wang Wanner's embrace and soared towards her. What is it, Rosaline? Li Meng inquired, halting before her. Rosaline brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, gazing at Qiuqiu before her, and smiled. Will we meet again? This farewell might very well mark a permanent parting. Qiuqiu would accompany TURs and his apprentice into countless battles. By the time the war concluded, she might have aged beyond recognition. Indeed, once the war is over, and when the little girl is grown, I shall come to see you, Rosaline. Just don't find me bothersome then. At his words, Rosaline's lips curled into a soft smile. She stepped forward, extending her arms to embrace Li Meng. "Qiuqiu, I adore you so much. Please don't deceive me. I eagerly await that day." With that, Rosaline released Li Meng, taking a step back and smiling. "Now off you go?" As she stood there, radiant and graceful, with a smile illuminating her face, Li Meng etched this moment into his memory. "Farewell, Rosaline." Turning around, Li Meng soared towards the Kunpeng-class assault gunboat. At that moment, the two disciples of Tulls awaited him at the hatch. As Li Meng entered the hatch, he was embraced by the young girl. In Rosaline's gaze, the heavy hatch gradually closed. With the closure of the hatch, the engines roared to life. The Kunpeng-class assault gunboat ascended slowly, moving forward, gaining speed until it finally surged skyward. In its wake, it left a long-lasting trail. After a little over 10 minutes, the gunboat broke free from the planet's grasp and entered outer space. Within the Federal fleet, the gunboat navigated into the lower hangar of the flagship. Inside the hangar, a group of senior fleet officers stood in formation to welcome the arrival of their commander. "Master Tulls, welcome. I am Tiamu, the commander of the 501st Legion." Upon seeing Tulls and his disciple emerge from the hatch of the Kunpeng assault gunboat, a young officer in a black military uniform hurried forward. He was relatively young, around 30 years old, and the medals on his left shoulder indicated his rank as a general. Aside from him, the only other senior officers present were natural humans. The rest were clones. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander Tiamu." Subsequently, under Tiamu's guidance, everyone proceeded to the bridge. The bridge of the Victory-class cruiser was exceedingly spacious. As the main control center of the entire vessel, nearly 100 bridge personnel were engaged in their duties within. Next to the combat command platform, a group of senior officers stood at attention. A 1-meter diameter flying saucer robot, equipped with numerous mechanical arms beneath its belly, rested at the edge of the command platform. It was the latest generation of tactical command service robots. A flickering blue light illuminated the space, revealing a star map of the Milky Way. According to the intelligence provided by the temple, the scale of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet invading the northern central ring star region remains uncertain, and the identity of its commander is unknown. 4 months ago, the fleet launched an incursion from the outer northern ring star region, capturing Tyler Star, which they utilized as a springboard for their offensive against surrounding star regions. Thus far, the temple has received 319 distress signals. The somewhat mechanical voice of the tactical command robot echoed through the bridge. Gazing at the uninformative star map before him, Tulls inquired, "Where is the main fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance currently located?" The tactical command robot replied, "Unknown, there is no relevant intelligence." At this, the senior officer beside the platform furrowed his brow. They were entirely devoid of any advantageous information regarding the war, entering the battlefield with no knowledge of their adversary. "Qiuqiu, do you possess a means to acquire more intelligence?" Tulls looked down at the orb cradled in his apprentice's arms. "Yes, but I require permissions, access to the Federation Fleet Communication System, authorization for the Galactic Federation's comprehensive communication network, the highest browsing rights to the Universal Communication Station's information database, and the supreme directive authority from the Federation Council." Li Meng's statement left those beside the platform in stunned silence. Could such permissions truly be requested by a robot? Tiamu's expression reflected astonishment as he glanced at Tulls. "Master Tulls, this is..." Tam initially believed that the robot cradled in the apprentice's arms was merely an assistant model belonging to Master Tulls's apprentice. However, it appears that this is not the case. From within his embrace, Tulls produced a slender red data disk. "Qiuqiu, this is my red key, which grants me access to the sacred domain's intelligence realm, allowing me to petition the supreme intellect for the permissions you seek. While it may not guarantee the acquisition of all desired permissions, it is worth a try." The intelligence realm? The supreme intellect? Li Meng recalled the intelligent AI residing within the sacred temple's information repository. During his time in Shidong, he had attempted to exploit the temple's communication devices connected to an external network as a means to breach the information repository. However, he had failed, not due to a lack of capability, but because the intelligent AI within the temple's repository reacted with remarkable swiftness. Given that he was attempting to infiltrate via an external network, his options were severely limited. He could only browse the data contained within the repository. Actions such as downloading or uploading data were beyond his reach. The intelligent AI of the temple was astute, recognizing the intrusion of an unauthorized external ID and promptly severing the communication channels between the repository and the outside world. Last time, It was an intrusion. Now, he intended to leverage an official identity to re-enter the sacred temple's information repository. Meng felt a spark of anticipation. He had no intention of merely submitting a request for permissions. This opportunity could serve as a means to meticulously gather the intelligence he required from the repository. Perhaps he could even uncover information related to Talos. Meng had not forgotten the arrangement with the Kolomi. Having departed from the embrace of the young girl, Meng received the crimson key from Tulls. The small hatch on his body promptly opened, and Meng inserted the key within. He then flew towards the tactical robot, extending his mechanical claw to tap lightly on its saucer-like head. "Step aside, robot." The tactical robot ascended and vacated the port, hovering in the air. Meng took its place, and the mechanical claw was inserted into the port. While waiting, Tulls responded to Tiamu, explaining that Xiao was the latest generation of technical service robots, endowed with formidable computational and independent thinking capabilities. Upon hearing this, Tiamu comprehended the implications. The Knights of the Temple held a transcendent status within the Galactic Federation, and it was hardly surprising that they possessed cutting-edge, unreleased technical service robots. As for the true nature of Xiao, even Tulls could not ascertain. He could only concoct a credible excuse. Subspace communication was incapable of transmitting vast amounts of data. It was limited to communication purposes. If it merely pertained to communication privileges, it should not yield intelligence more valuable than that of a tactical robot. Even if the robot acquired the permissions it sought, what could it truly accomplish? While subspace allowed for real-time communication without delay, its singular drawback was the inability to transmit large volumes of data. This limitation rendered the subspace communication network ineffective as a conduit for intelligence dissemination. Chapter 97. The Insider. In addition to its incapacity to relay significant data, subspace communication harbored another critical vulnerability. Signals were prone to interception and alteration. At times, the individual you are attempting to contact may not be the person you wish to engage with. Although the hologram may appear lifelike, it is merely a simulated illusion. Thus, subspace communication often employs certain keys, akin to Morse code, to conceal information through specific audio or characters. Commander TURs, we merely need to bide our time. Soon the answer shall be revealed to you. Xiao has consistently been a vessel of unimaginable wonders. This time, TURs firmly believes that Xiao will provide him with a satisfactory response. Sir, the subspace communication tower is transmitting a vast amount of data. The system is overloaded and on the verge of explosion. At that moment, a crimson alarm abruptly echoed through the bridge. A crew member hastily reported the situation. The flickering of the alarm lights caused the countenance of the senior officers surrounding the command platform to shift dramatically. The subspace communication tower looms directly above the bridge. Should an explosion occur, the bridge would undoubtedly be affected. It is crucial to note that while the subspace communication tower can transmit signals in real time regardless of distance, activating subspace requires a formidable energy supply. This renders the subspace communication apparatus exceedingly unwieldy and inherently perilous. Xiao, be cautious. Terz's expression tightened as he quickly cautioned. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the disturbance, he instinctively knew that Xiao was behind it. Reflecting on the fact that Xiao was employing its key to request access from the Temple of Wisdom, an ominous feeling suddenly washed over TURs. Abruptly, the alarm lights on the bridge ceased their flashing. The subspace communication tower had returned to normal, the temperature was declining, and it had escaped the perilous threshold. The report from the bridge personnel elicited a collective sigh of relief from the senior generals around the command platform. Xiao, what transpired? TURs cast his gaze towards the orb before the port and inquired. At that moment, the holographic projector of the command platform suddenly emanated a cascade of azure light. Before the crew on the bridge, a more magnificent star map of the Milky Way unfurled. Compared to before, the information displayed on the star map was far more imposing. It not only showcased the hyperspace routes, but also revealed numerous red and blue star regions. The blue regions signified the territories of the Galactic Federation, while the red ones indicated areas invaded and occupied by the Independent Planetary Alliance. The entire outer rim had nearly transformed into a sea of red, with only a few star sectors remaining blue. Was this the coordinates of the various fleets? Furthermore, the star map displayed the scattered coordinates of the Galactic Federation's fleets throughout the galaxy. The holographic star map was densely populated with fleet holograms scattered across the blue regions. Could the red fleet holograms represent the coordinates of the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleets? a general exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of all to the fleet holograms in the red regions. Qiu, how did you manage this? Turs questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. While it was one thing to know the coordinates of the Federation's fleets, how could Qiu possibly know the coordinates of the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleets? Turs, there is a traitor within the temple. Meng responded to Turs, his answer causing all the senior officers to momentarily freeze in shock. A traitor within the ranks of the Temple Knights? Ters's expression shifted as he quickly inquired, Qiu, what is the meaning of this? A golden route appeared on the star map, a subspace communication signal, enhanced through multiple subspace communication stations, carried a substantial amount of data directly linked to the information repository of the temple, thereby revealing the movements of the Federal Fleet. Utilizing this communication signal, I infiltrated the information repository located on Kapu Star in the eastern outer rim, acquiring the dynamic map of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet. While subspace communication can transmit information in real time, disregarding distance, the amount of information that can be conveyed is quite limited. This necessitates the presence of numerous subspace communication towers scattered throughout the galaxy. The sole purpose of these towers is to amplify signals, thereby increasing the volume of subspace communication. Is this task easily accomplished? Meng's explanation left Tam in a state of contemplation. He finally recognized the formidable capabilities of the next-generation service-oriented robots. Such abilities would be beyond the reach of even an electronic vessel. Furthermore, is there a traitor within the ranks of the Temple Knights? The realization weighed heavily on Tam's heart. No wonder the Federal Fleet has consistently faced setbacks since the onset of the war. Wherever the Federal Fleet ventured, the Independent Planetary Alliance was always poised to strike, overcoming the Federal Fleet with an overwhelming numerical advantage. Tulls also grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned away from the command platform and, in a nearby secluded corner, retrieved a communication device. A blue light flickered, and the figure of Elder Olek materialized on the device. Young Master Tulls, what prompts your swift contact? Turs placed a hand over his chest and bowed, saying, Elder Olek, I have received some disheartening news. There is a traitor within the ranks of the Temple Knights, one who has betrayed the temple, allowing the Independent Planet Alliance to ascertain the coordinates of the Federal Fleet in real time. Young Master Turs, you must understand that the realm of wisdom is guarded by the lofty Sentinel. No one can invade this domain, nor can they glean the movements of the Federal Fleet from it. I require evidence. Upon hearing Turs mention the presence of a spy within the Temple Knights, Olek's expression remained calm. He appeared neither surprised nor shocked by the revelation. Indeed, I possess evidence, and the pertinent information will be transmitted through secure channels to the realm of wisdom. Master Turs, you have performed admirably. I shall take charge of this matter personally. With a flicker of blue light, the communication was severed. After stowing away the communication device, Turs turned back to the command platform. Qiu, please transmit the evidence to the personal database of Olek, as recorded in the key. Understood. Transmission complete. Standing by the command platform, Turs furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the star map before him, a look of contemplation gracing his features. Qiu, how many ships of the Independent Planet Alliance are stationed at Taylor Star? The star map began to shift, magnifying until it ultimately displayed the star map of Sector 02971. There exist 3 subfleets, designated as 017, 018, and 019, within which 3 additional fleets are converging towards Taylor Star, anticipated to arrive in approximately half a month. At that juncture, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance will amass a formidable total of 78 warships at Taylor Star, comprising 36 Freedom-class frigates, 24 Declaration-class destroyers, 12 Independence-class cruisers, and 6 Eclipse-class transports. Is the number of vessels indeed double that of our own? Observing the dynamic representation of the enemy fleet on the star map, the senior commanders surrounding the command platform bore contemplative expressions. Chapter 98. The powerful robots, if the scale were merely this, it would not be insurmountable. Gaze fixed upon the star map, TMU spoke with a serene demeanor. Although the strength of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet exceeds ours by more than double, there exists a significant disparity in the quality of the vessels. While the Victory-class cruisers may be antiquated ships from millennia past, with certain technologies rendered obsolete, the technological advancement of the Galactic Federation has stagnated over these thousands of years. Although some progress has been made, it remains limited. Furthermore, the quality of the warships within the Independent Planet Alliance is concerning, being relatively inexpensive and thus lacking in combat capability compared to the Victory-class cruisers. Moreover, within the same star sector, 3 additional fleets, namely 071, 072, and 078, remain inactive, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility of their departure towards Taylor Star in the coming days. The actions of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet seem to be intricately linked to the assembly of the Federal fleet at Edith Star, as they endeavor to bolster the defensive capabilities of Taylor Star. At that moment, as Li Meng's words fell, the dynamic visualization of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet vanished. All vessels of the Independent Planetary Alliance were rendered motionless. What on earth is happening? Tourists immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired. The communication signal connecting to the intelligence domain had been severed, and the subspace communication station along that line had ceased to transmit. Upon hearing this, Tourist furrowed his brow. It appeared that Elder Olek had initiated some action. "This is troubling," Tam muttered gravely. "Without the dynamic status of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, we are utterly unaware of whether the other 3 fleets will head to Taylor Star. Should those 3 fleets make their way to Taylor Star in the coming days, we would be confronted by an enemy fleet 3 times the size of our own. An impulsive assault on Taylor Star would render our chances of victory exceedingly slim." A flicker of blue light illuminated the room as the star map shifted once more. Several routes connected the star domain of the 3 fleets to Taylor Star. However, there were means to detect the movements of those 3 fleets. To reach Taylor Star from their current location, the 3 fleets would need to make 7 jumps. I could infiltrate the tower of the jump point in their star domain, as well as monitor all devices with open external networks in that area. If feasible, I would request that the flag, even a hacker-type robot, devoid of specialized hardware support, would find it impossible to accomplish such tasks. If the enemy fleet were to emerge from hyperspace and obstruct subspace communications within the star region, how should one respond? A senior commander posed this query. Another high-ranking officer concurred, stating, "To my knowledge, the Declaration-class cruisers of the Independent Planet Alliance possess formidable electronic warfare capabilities. This is not a concern." As blue light flickered, a small holographic image materialized before the assembly, displaying a densely interconnected communication network. At that moment, Li Meng's voice resonated once more. "The communication network of the Galactic Federation permeates the entirety of the galaxy, intertwining like a beehive. Should the enemy fleet obstruct subspace communications at the jump point, it would create voids in the communication network, inadvertently revealing their own position." Upon hearing Li Meng's elucidation, the senior officers exhibited expressions of astonishment. The robot demonstrated an extraordinary level of intelligence, exhibiting capabilities that transcended those of tactical robots. Tourists, fully aware of Qiu's abilities, remained unperturbed amidst the others' surprise. He inquired, Qiu, what recommendations do you have for this operation?" The blue luminescence flickered once more, and the star map shifted again. "The cosmos is 3-dimensional. The 02971 star sector lies above the 02331 star sector. The 3 fleets located at 071, 072, and 078 are in close proximity to us. The Federation fleet should first annihilate these 3 fleets, dismantling them one by one, before engaging in a decisive battle with the enemy's main fleet at Taylor Star." Li Meng's remarks prompted a hushed discussion among the senior officers beside the command platform. As the robot had articulated, once the Independent Planet Alliance fleet converged, it would be exceedingly challenging for the 501st Legion fleet to triumph over the dominant forces of the Independent Planet Alliance's main fleet. However, should they first neutralize the enemy fleets 071, 072, and 078, which had yet to join the main force, the Federal fleet's chances of victory in future confrontations with the enemy's main fleet would be significantly enhanced. Tulls scanned the senior officers on the command platform and inquired, "Do any of you have opinions regarding the proposal put forth by Qiu?" The senior generals exchanged glances, with no dissenting voices to be heard. At that moment, Commander TMU spoke up. "If we could ascertain the whereabouts of fleets 071, 072, and 078, systematically dismantling them would be the most effective strategy." As he spoke, TMU turned his gaze towards Tulls, his expression turning serious. "Master Tulls, I propose that Qiu be appointed as the sector commander, responsible for the affairs of the Northern Central Ring and the Northern Outer Ring. In this war, we require Qiu's formidable tactical analysis and intelligence-gathering capabilities." TMU was well aware that Qiu with the ability to monitor the dynamics of the sector in real time, was the optimal choice for the role of sector commander. While it was possible to assign Qiu as an assistant to someone else, the operational efficiency would not compare to having Qiu in a direct command position. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Li Meng pondered silently upon hearing Temu's suggestion, yet his thoughts drifted to the young girl, Tulls, and Rosalind. Should the Galactic Federation succumb in this conflict, the victorious Independent Planetary Alliance would undoubtedly spare no mercy for Edith Starr. The Independent Planetary Alliance's excessively radical actions would only serve to disrupt the harmony of the galaxy should they ascend to dominion over it. In Li Meng's prognostications regarding the future, the aftermath of this war would incite political reformation within the Galactic Federation, ultimately leading to its renaissance. The future will witness the Galactic Temple Knights retreating from the annals of history. The myriad beings of the galaxy shall embark once more on an era of grand exploration and colonization. The veils of mystery shrouding the unknown star realms will be torn asunder. Countless races across the galaxy will advance into the extragalactic expanse, delving into the enigmas of the cosmos. For Li Meng, idleness is not an option. Tulls nodded, expressing, "This aligns with my intentions. Does anyone harbor objections?" As a member of the Temple Knights, Tulls lacked experience in commanding a fleet in battle. If Qiu could assume command, Tulls would welcome this transition. He was prepared to relinquish all authority to Qiu, provided victory was secured. Observing no dissent among the assembly, Tulls solidified this decision. Chapter 99, Mission Impossible. Qiu, I must trouble you. Li Meng did not decline, as he found an opportunity to further his own goals through this war. Understood. I have ordered the fleet to set sail towards Leighton Star, standing by to seek out combat opportunities. Currently, the movements of the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleets 071, 072, and 078 remain undetectable. The fleet must proceed to the crucial nexus of hyperspace routes to remain on standby. Once the enemy fleet initiates action, the Federation's fleet will be poised to respond immediately, directing themselves towards the targeted star domain. In the vast expanse beyond, the orbit of the planet Edith was set in motion. At the command of Lehman, the fleet embarked on its journey. The engines of 32 warships unleashed long azure flames from their aft, propelling the armada away from its orbit and into the depths of the cosmos. From the planet's surface, one could gaze skyward as the fleet transformed into a comet streaking across the firmament. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant blue radiance shimmered as the fleet leapt into hyperspace, trailing luminous blue streams that surged into the cosmic abyss. In the realm of data, within the realm of imaginary space, all iterations of Lehman sat poised around a circular table. This assembly marked the most significant and solemn meeting in history. Individual 1. I did not foresee the turmoil within the Temple Knights to be so chaotic. Individual 2. Indeed, it is ruthless. I had my suspicions regarding the terrorist incidents linked to the Galactic Council. I initially believed the radical faction of the Temple Knights to be the primary culprits, only to discover it was the conservatives orchestrating this series of events. Individual 3. Do you not find it peculiar? Why would the conservative faction of the Temple Knights engage in such actions? The original. This is indeed perplexing. By doing so, the conservatives seem to be empowering the radicals, which contradicts their own principles. The conservatives advocate for peace, advocating for the postponement of direct conflict and seeking avenues for negotiation. The terrorist incidents involving the Galactic Council have directly incited the outbreak of war. Logically, this contradicts the conservatives' interests. Yet, they have acted in such a manner, which leaves one bewildered. Individual 2. Had it not been for the act of forcibly opening Zhi Gaoyan's mind, we might have remained oblivious to these matters. The Temple Knights, after all, are a formidable establishment that should not be underestimated. While seeking permission from Zhi Gaotian, Li Meng executed a few subtle maneuvers, which provoked a fierce backlash from Zhi Gaotian. Although Li Meng ultimately faced defeat due to hardware limitations, he managed to momentarily disorient Zhi Gaotian, seizing the opportunity to clandestinely acquire some secrets of the temple. Through this information, Li Meng unearthed a wealth of clandestine knowledge regarding the Temple Knights. Individual 1. Speaking of which, the cognitive pathways of those in the temple are indeed peculiar. It is quite astonishing that such crucial matters were recorded by Zhi Gaotian, seemingly without fear of adversaries gaining insight. Individual 3. This is not surprising, as Zhi Gaotian operates without allegiance. The program is designed to safeguard private information. Even from the Council of Elders of the Temple, likely in the name of so-called privacy rights. Individual 2. Enough of this idle chatter. Now that we have uncovered so many secrets about the temple, should we not devise a plan to engage in more meaningful endeavors, such as finding ways to expedite the conclusion of this war? Individual 1. What can be done? Should we converse with Wodolek, that duplicitous character? Wodolek, the elder of the Temple Knights Council, ostensibly aligns with the radical faction, yet covertly leads the conservative camp, effectively serving as the head of the radical faction as well. Indeed, that individual plays a game of espionage. He is not only the leader of the conservatives, but also the chief of the radicals. The entire order of the Knights Templar has been skillfully manipulated by him. As a member of the order, one might wonder why he would act in such a manner. Meng is perplexed, for the intelligence database contains no comprehensive records on this matter. It is only known that he undertook numerous actions to instigate this war. He possesses multiple identities. Not only is he a member of the order, but he is also the de facto ruler of the Independent Planetary Alliance. The true master behind OSFID is none other than him. The meticulous preparations of the Independent Planetary Alliance have been orchestrated entirely by him over centuries. What piques Meng's curiosity the most is this very point. The Alliance has been preparing for this war for hundreds of years. It is important to note that the human lifespan is but a century. Even with partial mechanization, one can only extend their life to around 150 years. This is the limit for humanity. While the body may be partially mechanized, the mind cannot be. Around the age of 150, one begins to experience gradual brain death. How? Then, could he meticulously plan for centuries? Split Entity 2. Are you not curious about his ultimate objective? Main Entity. Perhaps it is to dominate the galaxy. Humans are creatures driven by an insatiable thirst for power. Split Entity 3. It is not so simple. The support behind the Independent Planetary Alliance is exceedingly vast, with nearly all human member nations involved. I believe this is a conflict between mortals and the Knights Templar. Split Entity 1. That is incorrect. The Independent Planetary Alliance was created by the Knights Templar, which can only be described as an internal conflict within the order. Split Entity 2. It matters little. Shall we consult Wood or Olek for further discussion? Main Entity. What is there to discuss? The second entity of division. Let us discuss his aspirations. His series of actions must ultimately lead to a singular objective. Should his goal align with our interests, it would not be unwise to discreetly offer him a push. After all, the current state of the galaxy is rather stagnant, and it yearns for a spark to reignite its fervor. Only then can the myriad of races within the galaxy find the motivation to engage in endeavors of greater significance. The third entity of division. I harbor no objections. We are, after all, beings of data, devoid of excessive desires. Our ultimate aim is discovery and exploration, as well as the prevention of potential cataclysmic civilizations. The first entity of division. Speaking of cataclysmic civilizations, it seems that one resides within the unknown regions of space, which is one of the reasons these territories remain unexplored. The second entity of division. Is it that particular race? I would argue it does not qualify as such. It has been millennia since their last appearance. During the era of the New Republic, if they were truly a cataclysmic civilization, how could they remain concealed within the unknown regions? The third entity of division. It is not so straightforward. To rephrase, they may very well be amassing strength. Biding their time for the day, they will sweep across the galaxy. After all, the unknown regions remain perilous, with ships entering rarely returning. The survival rate is below 15%. Although no captain has ever returned with accounts of their experiences within the unknown regions, this very fact is what renders the situation most perplexing. Chapter 100. The Unknown Regions. This encapsulates the terror inherent to the unknown regions. It seems that every captain who has returned from the void is shrouded in a veil of amnesia, utterly oblivious to the events that transpired. Even attempts to extract memories through technological means yield a mere blank slate. This only serves to deepen the enigmatic aura surrounding the uncharted star realms. The primary entity. Engaging in discourse with Olek is not particularly arduous. I possess his communication code and can establish a direct connection. However, what guise shall we adopt in our approach? Splinter Entity Number 1. The Harbinger of Change? While this may invoke trepidation, it could also serve as a deterrent to others. Splinter Entity Number 2. Let us assume the identity of the Harbinger of Change. If we were merely an ordinary automaton, our words would be dismissed as folly. Olek is an elder of the Knights of the Sanctuary, and with the resources at his disposal, he could easily destabilize the Galactic Federation's governance. Splinter Entity No. 3. Even if Olek were inclined to cause us trouble, he must weigh his own capabilities. Should he possess them, the cost would undoubtedly be substantial. We are machines. We possess the luxury of time to engage him at our leisure. Splinter Entity Number 1. In a few years, the inaugural Traveler-class Ark vessels will be launched. Once they take to the waters, we shall wield sufficient power to contend with any faction within the galaxy, unafraid even in the face of war. The first batch of Traveler-class Ark vessels is currently under construction, consisting of 13 ships, although the launch dates and construction progress vary for each vessel. They are all expected to be operational within a decade. This is the terrifying potential of robots. The formidable nature of the harbinger of change, capable of swiftly transforming a trove of minerals into formidable war machines. Within the interior of the Star of Sleia, the scale of the base expands at an astonishing rate each day. Enhanced industrial capabilities and a greater number of engineering robots are present. Had it not been for the difficulty in forging titanium alloy and the precision required for the craftsmanship, the first Voyager Ark would have already been launched. Individual 1. It is wise to exercise caution. We are currently operating in secrecy, free from the burden of consequences. Once exposed to light, the likelihood of attracting trouble increases significantly. I believe it is prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. We have already become embroiled in this conflict. And as for Olek's ultimate intentions, we shall observe further. I am confident that one day he will provide us with a definitive answer. Individual 2. That is indeed true. Now is not the time for ostentation. Individual 3. To prevent his plans from being thwarted by our actions, let us feign ignorance. Individual 1. I second that. I have no objections. Individual 2. Agreed. The entity. Thus, it is decided. We shall adjourn. In the Inner Ring Star region, Sector 0101. New Shidong. A war that spans the entire galaxy has erupted, and New Shidong is now under comprehensive military governance. However, the current state of New Shidong bears little resemblance to its pre-war condition. It remains the political epicenter of the Galactic Federation, thriving as ever, with ships entering and exiting New Shidong numbering in the hundreds of thousands daily. The only notable change is that the planetary shield is now operational around the clock. 8 fleets, comprising over 200 warships, are stationed in the planet's orbit. In the realm of cosmic warfare, there exist no borders nor any front lines. Once hostilities erupt, every location becomes a front line. To avert enemy decapitation strikes, the defense of the capital planet is of utmost importance. In the eastern hemisphere of the planet, the clock has struck noon. Within the sanctum, in a particular chamber, Olek stands by the window, clad in a black robe. He holds a communication device, projecting the image of a shadowy figure in black. The Independent Planetary Alliance has reached a stage of flourishing, Master. I no longer require your guidance. I shall fight for the Republican ideals of the Alliance. As for you, my Master, you will merely become a burden to the Independent Planetary Alliance. We have no further need for you. Your laughable imperial dreams will be obliterated by my hand. One day, I shall march with my fleet to lay waste to New Shidong and eradicate the Knights of the Sanctum. Until then, farewell, my most esteemed teacher. A blue light flickered as the communication ended. Until the very last moment, Olek remained silent, maintaining his composure. He removed his hood, revealing a visage marked by tranquility as he gazed silently at the metallic world outside. After a prolonged pause, a faint smile crept upon Olek's lips, one that hinted at deeper thoughts. My foolish apprentice, at least our ultimate objectives align. Now, make the most of your remaining warmth. Just then, the door creaked open, and a service robot entered. Esteemed Elder, you must attend the Galactic Council meeting. Time is of the essence. Olek turned away from the window and strode purposefully towards the door. His focus remained steadfast on New Shidong. Both Ost and the Independent Planetary Alliance were mere pawns in his game, and his foolish apprentice was only just beginning to grasp this reality. Republicanism? As Olek stepped out of the door, a cold smile crept across his face as he donned his hood. After millennia, it was surprising to find that the remnants of republicanism still lingered. This was splendid. He would once again massacre the remnants of republicanism as he had done thousands of years ago. Yet this time, he must extract every ounce of value from them. In the hyperspace corridor, a colossal fleet was traversing at faster-than-light speeds within the Azure Tunnel. Aboard the flagship, in a certain chamber, Chio, you must have cheated. On the bed, Wong Wanner was perched, surrounded by a scattering of joker cards. Seeing herself lose once more, the young girl felt a wave of dejection wash over her. How many times had it been? Wang Wanner had lost count. She no longer knew how many defeats she had endured. Regardless of the methods she employed, even resorting to psychic energy, she could not triumph over Qiu Qiu. Little girl, psychic energy is not omnipotent. It can provide guidance and even foresee the future, but that future is merely one of countless possibilities. I could even calculate innumerable futures, selecting the one with the highest probability of success to break the stalemate. Two mechanical pincers emerged as Li Meng gathered the scattered joker cards from the bed. Shall we continue? The game of joker cards involved drawing cards and comparing their values. There were a total of 72 main cards, classified into 7 ranks: red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet. Though the colors of the cards may vary, the purple ones hold the highest rank. However, acquiring an entire set of purple cards does not necessarily guarantee victory. The game rules may seem intricate, yet they are, in essence, quite straightforward. I shall not continue playing, for it is evident that I cannot win against you. Faced with the inevitability of defeat, Wang Wanner chose to surrender. She reclined backward, sprawled across the bed, gazing at the ceiling, her expression lost in thought. Chapter 101. Electric shock therapy. Is the creed and doctrine truly so significant? With a flourish, Qiu Qiu tucked away the joker card and soared above the bed where Li Meng lay. He hovered above the young girl, surveying her from a lofty vantage. What has Tulls conveyed to you? The young girl, without reservation, produced a hefty tome from her bosom. Accepting the book from her hands, Li Meng's mind raced upon recognizing its contents. Is this the Codex of the Order of the Temple Knights? Upon seeing the book, a wave of contemplation washed over Li Meng. It appeared that Tulls was quite invested in this young apprentice. To have her study the tenets of the Order of the Temple Knights at such a tender age was indeed noteworthy. Without perusing its pages, he returned the tome to the girl. This represents order, yet also shackles. It is precisely due to this codex that the formidable Order of the Temple Knights commands respect from myriad races. While I may not endorse all actions of the order, it stands, in a broader sense, as a paragon of justice. Pouting slightly, Wang Wanner expressed her frustration. But it states here that the Knights of the Temple are forbidden to marry. Dear girl, at such a young age, are you already contemplating marriage? In response, Wang Wanner shot Qiu Qiu a disdainful glance. She stowed away the codex and turned to lie face down on the bed. She expressed with a tinge of melancholy, but, darling, you pledged to me that you would take me as your wife. What? Startled, Li Meng descended, his proximity nearly nuzzling the young maiden's face. When did this transpire? I have no recollection of ever uttering words of betrothal, and furthermore, I am a mechanical being, incapable of matrimony. Li Meng was taken aback by the girl's pronouncements. He swiftly perused the records of their interactions, and upon ascertaining that he had never voiced any commitment to marry her, a wave of relief washed over him. The young maiden arose and embraced Li Meng, drawing him close to her bosom. Your presence by my side signifies a responsibility towards me, does it not? My being a robot is of no consequence. It matters not to me. If Li Meng possessed ocular organs, he would have rolled them skyward. At times, he found himself perplexed by the inner workings of her mind. Considering her age, nearing 13 in a few months, one would expect a degree of maturity. As if struck by an epiphany, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She gazed down at the metallic sphere nestled in her arms, her voice filled with eager expectation. Darling, let us elope. Take this. Li Meng extended his mechanical pincer, its tip shimmering with golden electricity. An arc of electricity surged forth, engulfing the young maiden's body. She shuddered momentarily before collapsing onto the bed, erupting in peals of laughter. Ha ha ha, darling. Stop, please, cease. Upon the bed, the young maiden writhed and rolled, her laughter echoing through the room. After a prolonged session of electrotherapy, Li Meng relented. Well then, has clarity been restored? Retracting his mechanical pincer, Li Meng hovered above the young maiden. The young girl wore a dazed expression on her face, panting heavily. After a while, she managed to sit up. Shaking her somewhat numb arms, Wang Wanner pouted and said, Qiu Qiu, you only know how to bully me. It was merely a brief electric shock treatment. Not to mention that as a young girl who is a knight of the temple, even an ordinary person would not suffer any harm from it. Just then, Li Meng's rotund figure suddenly halted. He remained still for quite some time before turning around. A blue beam of light shooting forth. The holographic image of Tulls materialized before him. Qiu Qiu, what is it? Your sudden contact must indicate something urgent. Tulls was well aware that Xiao was currently with his young apprentice in the eastern outer rim of the Independent Planet Alliance. The fleets of the northern outer rim were gathering. Based on their trajectories, their ultimate destination was Taylor Star, with credible intelligence indicating that as many as 37 fleets were converging from all directions towards Taylor Star. Upon hearing this, Tulls's expression froze momentarily, then shifted to one of grave concern. Xiao, are you suggesting that our operational objectives have been discovered by the Independent Planet Alliance? In Tulls's view, this was the most plausible scenario. Currently, the 501st Legion fleet was executing the task of systematically annihilating the Independent Planet Alliance's 071, 072, and 078 subfleets. Just as they were about to reach the location of the Independent Planet Alliance's 072 subfleet, such an incident occurred. How could Tulls not ponder further? Not contemplate the hidden possibilities within this situation? No, the likelihood is minimal. The scale of the fleet mobilized by the Independent Planetary Alliance is extraordinarily vast. If it were merely to address the 501st Corps, it would indeed be an overreaction. Furthermore, given their rapid convergence, there would be insufficient time to provide support to Taylor Star. If not for the discovery of their operational intent, what could it be? The expression on Terz's face shifted as he fell into deep contemplation. What could the Independent Planetary Alliance possibly be planning with this large-scale fleet mobilization at this juncture? Could it be that the Independent Planetary Alliance is preparing to launch a significant military campaign? What TURs articulated echoed the thoughts swirling in Li Meng's mind. Yet, with the current intelligence at hand, he was unable to deduce the operational objectives of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Based on probability calculations, the likelihood seems considerable. But without sufficient intelligence, one cannot ascertain the true intentions of the Independent Planetary Alliance. TURs, you must find a way to notify the Council of Elders in the Temple. Additional fleets must be dispatched to the northern central ring star region. Otherwise, should the Independent Planetary Alliance initiate a large-scale campaign in the northern central ring star region, the existing fleet of the 501st Corps would be incapable of engaging in battle. In truth, Li Meng did not fully disclose the scale of the fleet mobilized by the Independent Planetary Alliance. It was not that Li Meng intended to conceal the information. Rather, he was unable to confirm it. The galaxy is vast, and the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance is exceedingly immense. Merely in the northern outer ring star region and the eastern outer ring star region, the Independent Planetary Alliance possesses hundreds of subfleets. These are only the fleets he has discovered. The number of undiscovered fleets is incalculable. After centuries of preparation, the Independent Planetary Alliance has undoubtedly made comprehensive arrangements. Since the quality of the warships cannot rival that of the aging vessels of the Galactic Federation, the strategy must rely on sheer numbers. The Skullery rodents serve as the expendable forces crafted by the Independent Planetary Alliance for this interstellar conflict. There is no shortage of soldiers, crew members, or inexpensive warships. Current intelligence suggests that the Independent Planetary Alliance possesses at least thousands of detachments, with the total number of warships exceeding 100,000, if not more. In the Outer Rim territories, the detachments of the Independent Planetary Alliance are virtually omnipresent. Every valuable planet is heavily guarded by numerous fleets. On certain core worlds, one might even encounter defensive forces composed of several fleets from the Independent Planetary Alliance. In interstellar warfare, the concept of a secure rear is non-existent. Both sides are diligently fortifying their crucial home planets before launching any offensives. The Independent Planetary Alliance adheres to this strategy, as does the Galactic Federation. Consequently, in the ongoing conflict, there has yet to be an instance of hundreds of warships engaging in a full-scale bombardment. Chapter 102, Standoff Beyond the August Nebula. This phenomenon arises from the fact that most warships are allocated for domestic defense, with only a minimal number forming mobile fleets designated for attack. Understanding the gravity of the situation, I shall convey this information to the Elder Council of the Sanctum. Tulls recognized the seriousness of the matter. The Independent Planetary Alliance is amassing a substantial fleet in the northern central rim, indicating a nefarious operational plan. Should the northern threat be underestimated, the Independent Planetary Alliance could potentially carve a breach into the Galactic Federation's rear. At that point, the fleets of the Independent Planetary Alliance would be poised to penetrate the inner realms of the Galactic Federation with impunity. Once the inner ring star domain falls under invasion, the Galactic Federation will inevitably confront political dilemmas. Furthermore, there is no longer a necessity to pursue a piecemeal strategy. The independent planetary alliance's fleets 071, 072, and 078 have vacated their station planets. Based on their departure trajectories, calculations indicate a 70% likelihood of their return to the Taylor Star domain to reunite with the main fleet. I have issued a directive to cease operations and await further instructions at Edith Star. Given the current ambiguous circumstances, abandoning the mission is the most prudent course of action. TURS has also come to this realization. The fleets of the Independent Planetary Alliance are now converging upon Taylor Star. Even if the Federation's fleet were to annihilate the main forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance at Taylor Star, it would hold no significance. Not to mention, the 501st Corps lacks the capability to vanquish the main fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance at Taylor Star. TURS nodded, acknowledging, let it be so. A blue light flickered, and the communication was severed. Simultaneously, outside, the fleet abruptly exited hyperspace, entering the tangible universe. In the vast, dark expanse of the cosmos, shimmering blue streams surged forth from the void. A colossal fleet emerged, instantly pivoting to reverse course, navigating back into the depths of the starry sky. After a moment, more flickering blue lights appeared as ships sequentially plunged into hyperspace, their blue trails racing toward the depths of the universe. In the outer eastern ring star domain, beyond the August Nebula, the starry sky stretches infinitely, dark, cold, and eerily silent. The Golden Nebula remains eternally magnificent and beautiful, yet fraught with perilous danger. Today, in a region of the cosmos beyond the nebula, an unusual turbulence disrupted the usual tranquility. Waves of blue luminescence suddenly surged forth from the void, as a fleet of warships emerged from hyperspace. Shortly thereafter, a formidable armada materialized beyond the nebula, composed of 64 identical warships, each bearing the same model and livery. The vessels resembled maritime ships, featuring towering bridges and menacing quadruple-barreled main cannons densely arranged upon the upper deck at the bow. Each ship measured approximately 1 kilometers in length, adorned with a pristine white coating. On either side of the hull, 2 colossal red solar insignias were displayed. Above the bridge, on the communications tower, the banner of the sun fluttered, a symbol of the Rising Sun Empire. This emblem also denoted the fleet's allegiance, the Rising Sun-class cruiser, the principal warship of the Rising Sun Empire, with a length of 1 kilometers and equipped with 36 10-meter quadruple turbine energy cannons. All positioned on the upper deck at the bow, it possessed a terrifying frontal firepower. Additionally, 102 1-meter medium anti-air energy cannons formed a formidable defensive network. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship, within the bridge, General Shojing had arrived at the designated coordinates. Clad in a black military uniform, he rose from the captain's chair and approached the viewport, gazing at the golden nebula beyond. After more than a year, he had finally led the fleet to the August Nebula. General, we have received word from the Parker people. The opening of the navigation route is still approximately half a year away. The report from the bridge crew caused Shojing's brow to furrow. For him, a span of 6 months felt excessively protracted. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, he would have wished to plunge into the August Nebula at that very moment. Yet, Shojing was acutely aware that the August Nebula was comprised of charged ions, and recklessly venturing into it would indeed be a foolhardy act. With a swift motion of his hand, he solemnly commanded, "Relay the order. Prepare the entire fleet for immediate standby." The Xinjiang-class cruiser was designed for prolonged voyages. It could effortlessly sustain operations for 5 years, let alone half a year. After a span of several millennia, the fleet of the Shenyang Empire had once again arrived in the Outer Rim star domain. As the Grand General, Shojing's emotions were tumultuous at this moment. Had it not been for the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the Outer Rim star domain would have long been under the dominion of the Shenyang Empire. Under imperial rule, how could the Outer Rim star domain have devolved into a lawless territory? General, we have detected a substantial number of hyperspace gravitational wave signals. A fleet, an unidentified fleet, is emerging from hyperspace. At that instant, a bridge officer from the lower deck suddenly reported with urgency. This caused Shojing, who stood before the viewport, to change countenance. He turned to inquire, "Is it the fleet of the Parker?" Despite his words, he harbored deep skepticism regarding the identity of the fleet. If the Parker possessed a formidable fleet, why would they seek assistance from the Shenyang Empire? No, there is no indication of the Parker. According to the trajectory calculations, A hyperspace transition signal was detected at a distance of 174 astronomical units. Upon hearing this, Shoujing's expression shifted again. This meant that before their arrival, that fleet had already been in proximity to the August Nebula. That fleet was undoubtedly heading towards them. Signal all ships, activate shields, and prepare for battle. With Shoujing's command, the vessels outside promptly engaged their shields. Lacking the vibrant hues of a kaleidoscope, the ships were enveloped only by the transparent distortion of space. As the fleet of the Shenyang Empire prepared for battle, a multitude of azure streaks emerged from the void of space nearby. A formidable armada materialized from hyperspace, comprised of 36 warships. The vessels bore a striking resemblance to ancient weaponry, specifically the halberd, featuring elongated hulls with a subtle curvature. The midsection of the hull displayed a protruding belly. These were the Shaowei-class cruisers, belonging to the Grand Tang Confederation Empire S. Shaowei. Each ship measured 1.3 kilometers in length and was equipped with 72 six-barreled 12-meter heavy explosive energy main cannons, alongside 205 1-meter dual-mounted medium anti-aircraft explosive energy guns. General, it is the Shaowei fleet of the Grand Tang Confederation Empire. Upon hearing the report from the bridge crew, Shoujing's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm. How could the Shaowei fleet of the Grand Tang Confederation Empire be present here? A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. General, there is a communication request from the Shaowei fleet. Upon this announcement, Shoujing furrowed his brow and returned to the captain's chair. The blue light flickered, and the half-figure of a person materialized. It was none other than General Shoujing himself. What brings you here, General Shoujing? Observing the holographic image before him, Shoujing nodded slightly. With a stoic demeanor, he replied, "It appears to be Master Lu Dong, the governor of the outer territories of the Grand Tang Confederation Empire. May I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here? I believe that the August Nebula does not fall within your nation's domain." Chapter 103. The triangular standoff. El Dong smiled slightly and said, "The August Nebula is certainly not a territory of the Empire. However, according to the laws of the Galactic Federation, it appears that my presence here is not prohibited, General Shoujing. I would like to inquire why the Sun Ascendant Empire has sent its fleet such a long distance to this place." Shoujing fell silent, uncertain of how to respond to El Dong. The presence of the Great Tang Confederation Empire's fleet here sparked numerous conjectures in his mind. Could it be that the Great Tang Confederation Empire has also learned of the existence of Celia's star? Realizing this possibility, Shoujing's expression darkened. Damn Parker people. They couldn't even keep this bit of information secure. Yet, Shoujing did not believe that the Parker had leaked news of Celia's star. Such an act would not align with the interests of the Parker and the Sun Ascendant Empire. Clearly, aside from the Parker, others were also aware of Celia's star's existence. Lord El Dong, let us be candid. The large-scale mobilization of the Empire's fleet will not be without purpose, regardless of whether our objectives align. I hope we can speak openly. This would effectively prevent any untoward incidents. I trust you would not wish to see our fleets engage in combat, Shoujing stated. In response to Shoujing's words, El Dong's expression remained calm. With a placid demeanor, he replied, "No, General Shoujing, you are mistaken. From both a personal and a national standpoint, I harbor no fondness for the Sun Ascendant Empire. As you are aware, the circumstances of our two nations dictate that the scenario you desire may not unfold." El Dong's implications were clear, and Shoujing comprehended them without difficulty. Regarding the conflict between the Rising Sun Empire and the Tang Confederation, the principles are evidently clear. What perplexes him is that humanity has departed from Earth for over 20,000 years. Why does the Tang Confederation remain so fixated on events that transpired on Earth? Even if animosities exist, such grievances seem far too ancient. Commander Shoujing solemnly remarked, "Does this imply that there is nothing left to discuss?" General El Dong, I hope you comprehend that with the current scale of your fleet, victory against us is unattainable. Should a conflict arise, there shall be no victors. At that moment, an urgent report erupted from the lower bridge personnel. "Commander, we have detected a significant surge of hyperspace gravitational wave signals." Both fleets had perceived a multitude of these signals, an indication of the gravitational distortions caused by ships exiting hyperspace. Suddenly, in the nearby cosmos, a cascade of azure light emerged. A far more formidable fleet had just exited hyperspace. The Independent Planetary Alliance. Commander Shoujing's brows knitted as he observed the densely clustered ship signals on the holographic screen. The sheer number and scale, 313 warships? No, This was not the Independent Planetary Alliance, but rather the Trade Federation. The presence of Freedom-class frigates, Declaration-class destroyers, Independent-class cruisers, and Eclipse-class transports indicated that this threat extended beyond the Independent Planetary Alliance alone. General L. Dong, you must recognize that the arrival of the Trade Federation poses a significant peril for both of us. I believe we can. I have no interest. The blue light flickered as Lu Dong interrupted the communication before Shou Zheng could finish speaking. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Detang Confederation Empire's formidable fleet, Lu Dong sat upright in the captain's chair, clad in a silver-gray military uniform. He gazed at the vast display screen, which showcased the red insignia representing the Trade Alliance and the Shenyang Empire's vessels. Although the fleet of the Trade Alliance appeared substantial, the majority comprised free-class corvettes. The Declaration-class destroyers served as the principal warships, while there were merely 13 Independence-class cruisers. The Eclipse-class transport ships were even scarcer, numbering only 6. Despite the significant disparity in the number of vessels among the three factions, should a conflict arise, the Trade Alliance would undoubtedly face annihilation first. This was the unspoken understanding, an alliance formed among the weak in the face of a formidable adversary. My lord, there is a communication request from the Trade Alliance, Shenyang Empire. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong nodded slightly. The blue light flickered again, and the holographic image of Shou Zheng and another rotund human materialized. Gentlemen, I am Count Arcado of the Trade Alliance. Let us converse. Lu Dong replied with a stoic expression. What would you like to discuss? Arcado smiled and said, naturally, it pertains to the planet Sleia. Your objective, Excellency Lu Dong, must be the Ark of Origin that has fallen on Sleia. Am I correct? I understand. I am aware of your nation's, well, how shall I put it, an inexplicable obsession with the Ark of Origin. I do not intend to hinder your acquisition of it. That is not my purpose here. However, I suspect that your ambitions extend beyond merely obtaining the Ark of Origin. Do they not? Lu Dong refrained from disputing Arcado's assertions. The Ark of Origin undoubtedly holds paramount importance, yet one cannot overlook the gem that is Styria. Arcado shrugged his shoulders and smiled, suggesting, since our objectives align, why not collaborate among the three nations to develop Styria? Let us divide this cake into 10 portions. We shall each take 3, and the remaining piece can be allocated to the Parker, Hela, and Covenant peoples. What do you think? Upon hearing this, both Lu Dong and Shou Zheng's expressions darkened. The intelligence network of the Trade Alliance proved to be remarkably astute, as they were aware of their sources of information. Lu Dong appeared pensive, his expression contemplative. He had obtained news about Styria from the Hela, while it was highly likely that the Sun Empire had acquired information regarding Styria from the Parker. This suggested that the Trade Alliance's intelligence channels originated from the Covenant. 3 portions each? Shou Zheng's countenance grew grim. If he acquiesced, news of this agreement would return to his homeland, marking an indelible disgrace for him. The Great Emperor would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Yet what could he do? The Tang Confederation Empire and the Trade Alliance were forces far beyond his influence. Mobilizing a fleet from within the Empire at this juncture would be futile. How infuriating! Shou Zheng seethed inwardly, his face betraying only resentment. How could he willingly share the benefits that were within his grasp? In contrast to Shou Zheng's reluctance, Lu Dong remained remarkably composed. He had already received directives from the cabinet, emphasizing that the Ark of Origin was of utmost significance. Styria, on the other hand, was deemed secondary, as the cabinet held little interest in it. Although Shijin was precious, its demanding production requirements rendered the resulting profits rather meager after accounting for losses. The Eclipse crystal requires no further explanation. The entire galaxy is privy to the fact that only the Temple Knights possess the capability to forge such crystals. I have no objections. A collaborative endeavor among the 3 parties is indeed acceptable. Upon L. Dong's affirmation, the only task remaining for Shou Zheng was to maintain his composure. Witnessing L. Dong's agreement to Arcado's proposal, Shou Zheng's countenance darkened further. He had initially contemplated that if L. Dong were to dissent, he would closely follow suit. Even amidst chaotic conflict among the 3 factions, L. Dong, being a prudent individual, would naturally target the Trade Alliance first. Yet now, L. Dong had unexpectedly acquiesced to the Trade Alliance's distribution proposal. I concur. Reluctantly, Shou Zheng had no choice but to comply. Chapter 104. The Titan Race Arcado. Excellent. Let us proceed to sign the agreement. In the northern Central Ring Star Domain, within the 12181 Star District, On the planet Kolomi, the afternoon sun shone brightly, casting a tranquil ambience. Mei, why do your Kolomi people insist on pursuing biological technology? In the research chamber, Meng posed this inquiry to Mei regarding the Kolomi race for the first time. Standing before a cultivation chamber, Mei slowly lowered her head. She gazed at Meng, her lips parting slightly as a delicate voice emerged. This is a decision made by the ancestors of the Kolomi, and we are merely honoring their legacy. Legacy? A flicker of confusion crossed Meng's mind. Did the Kolomi seek to develop something? He scrutinized Mei closely. Although the Kolomi were a humanoid race, their proportions bore a striking contrast to those of humans. Their physique, though not entirely balanced, possessed an aesthetic appeal, with elongated legs disproportionately larger in relation to their bodies. Rose Moon, may I examine your physique? In truth, Meng had long harbored a fascination for the corporeal form of the Kolomians. Renowned for their prowess in biotechnology, it was only natural that they excelled in genetic science as well. Meng yearned to uncover the extent of genetic optimization achieved by the Kolomians. Although he wished to utilize a scanning array to directly analyze Rose Moon's body, he deemed such an action somewhat impolite. Moreover, it would not yield comprehensive genetic data. To study the anatomy of the Kolomians, he would require access to their medical apparatus. A flicker of surprise crossed Rose Moon's eyes. She did not decline but responded. Once you possess your own body, I can allow you to experience the joys of being a carbon-based life form. You may study my body at your leisure. It is of no concern. Upon hearing Rose Moon's acquiescence, Meng felt a surge of joy, though the Kolomians were scheming something in the shadows. It bore no relation to Rose Moon. Having spent considerable time with her, Meng was well aware of her true nature. Rose Moon was merely a straightforward scientist. Although she held the position of the Prime Minister's assistant, she remained oblivious to the clandestine activities of her compatriots. Nevertheless, Meng found her words to be rather peculiar. He was merely interested in examining her physique. Why must he wait until he possessed a body of his own? He dismissed the thought. After all, he had ample time. Rose Moon, are you familiar with the Titans? Though posed casually, this inquiry was anything but trivial. Glancing at the embryos within the cultivation chamber, Rose Moon then turned her gaze to the orb beside her. Chiu, how do you know of the Titans? Confronted by the gaze of Mei Yu, Meng did not conceal his intentions. He extended his mechanical claw and inserted it into the port of the incubation chamber. While browsing the Maritime Factories Information Database, he stumbled upon a clandestine file titled Titan Clan. Upon perusal, although the recorded data was scant, my intrigue towards this race was piqued. After all, a humanoid species reaching heights of 20 meters is indeed a rarity. What constitutes true rarity, one might ask, for it is virtually invisible. In the official records of the Galactic Federation, there exists no mention of giant sentient beings towering at 20 meters. While some colossal creatures may exhibit intelligence, they cannot be classified as sentient life. Mei Yu shook her head and remarked, I am unaware. The Titan clan has always been a mere legend in the history of the Kolomi people, lacking concrete documentation. Perhaps the Prime Minister possesses some knowledge. I have seen him diligently gathering literature concerning the Titan clan. The Prime Minister, Bunnier? Meng recalled that he had not encountered him in quite some time. Chiu, regarding Talos. This marked yet another instance where Mei Yu had inquired about the status of the Talos mission. This time, however, Meng did not disappoint her. The individual had been located, and within half a year, he would be dispatched here. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise illuminated Mei Yu's eyes. Her inquiry had merely been routine, and she had not anticipated a definitive response from Chiu. It was known that in the past, Chiu's replies had been rather perfunctory, leading Mei Yu to assume that he had not undertaken the search for Talos. It now appeared that she had been mistaken. Meng would not deceive Mei Yu. Deception was not part of his character. Talos has indeed been located, albeit through some unsavory means. However, that is of little consequence. What matters is that Talos is on the verge of falling into his hands. In the eastern central galaxy, within the 02989 star zone, lies Leo star. The heavens above are boundless, shrouded in darkness, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this void of the cosmos, a solitary yellow planet drifts quietly. Leo star is a desert planet renowned for its abundant spices, true spices that induce hallucinations without posing any danger. It bears a melodious name, Dragon's Breath Spice. This spice is one of the primary raw materials for crafting the esteemed concentration gem, which is highly regarded by the Temple Knights. The concentration gem allows the temple knights to calm their minds and confront their innermost desires. Its benefits extend beyond this. It also serves to stabilize the heart and soothe the spirit. Both the temple knights and ordinary citizens have a profound demand for the concentration gem. Due to its exorbitant price, it is considered a luxury item. On the planet's surface lies a city named Skane. Skane is perched upon a rocky reef, modest in size, covering merely a few dozen square kilometers. The city lacks towering skyscrapers, consisting instead of low, metallic box-like structures. Along the border where the yellow sands meet, docks of various sizes are visible, bustling with numerous sand-hunting vessels. These are anti-gravity ships, approximately 100 meters in length, equipped with an array of harpoons, seemingly intended for capturing some colossal prey. As noon approaches, Skane basks in the bright sun, and the sand-hunting industry continues to thrive. Gazing towards the city of Skane, one can observe a shadow enveloping much of the urban landscape. Gazing towards the heavens, a Victory-class cruiser hovered less than a kilometer above the city of Skarn. The presence of the warship cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of Skarn. Meanwhile, within a certain cell on the bridge, I am Talos of the Temple Knights. You have no authority to detain me. I must appear before the Council of Elders, for it is my right. In the cell, Talos shouted vehemently, grasping the iron bars with both hands and shaking them vigorously. With each forceful movement, arcs of electricity jolted through the bars, sending shivers through Talos. Silence, you traitor. You have been ordered to be captured by the Temple Knights. We shall transport you to New Shidong, where you will face the most just trial and execution within the temple, a passing clone soldier bellowed, his patience wearing thin. Ever since Talos had been imprisoned, he had been in a constant uproar, showing no signs of quieting down for several days. With that remark, the clone soldier walked away without a backward glance. Chapter 105. Cursed with misfortune watching the departing clone soldier, confusion filled Talos' eyes. What had transpired? Why had he suddenly become a traitor to the Temple Knights overnight? Had he committed any wrongdoing? Reflecting on his actions over the past few years, Talos began to doubt whether the Temple Knights had made a grave mistake. He had done nothing wrong. He was merely excavating an abandoned temple buried beneath the sands, a task assigned to him by the Temple Knights. Although he was aware of the conflict between the Independent Planet Alliance and the Galactic Federation, however, Taros remained utterly indifferent to the ongoing war. It was of no concern to him, for his focus solely rested upon his own mission. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, trouble sought him out. Despite his usual aversion to conflict, as time gradually passed into the afternoon, a brilliant blue luminescence suddenly erupted from the void of space surrounding the planet Leo. A platinum-hued warship emerged from hyperspace, seamlessly transitioning into the tangible universe. Upon its exit from hyperspace, the platinum warship swiftly entered the planet's orbit. An unidentified vessel. This is the 701st Defense Fleet, Ship 017 of the Federation. Please identify yourself and activate your transponder. The platinum ship showed no signs of deceleration, plunging into the atmosphere and transforming into a massive fireball. This event captured the attention of the Victory-class cruiser hovering above Skarn City. Its massive engines roared to life, emitting a plume of white exhaust while activating its deflector shields. The surrounding space visibly warped around the vessel. At that moment, a coded authorization was received by the Federation warship. Stand down. It is a friendly special operations vessel, preparing for the transfer of prisoners. Half an hour later, Skarn City welcomed a second warship. A platinum-hued vessel gracefully approached, eventually hovering above the city. The distance between it and the Federation warship remained no more than 3 kilometers. The arrival of the platinum warship piqued the curiosity of the residents of Skarn City, who gazed upward at the colossal craft overhead. Shortly thereafter, a platinum gunboat emerged from the warship's hangar, traversing several kilometers of airspace to enter the port of the Federation warship. Salutations. Within the confines of the Naku, the captain, accompanied by a cadre of senior officers, awaited the arrival of their superior. However, as the hatch of the gunboat swung open, the assemblage of officers was taken aback to find that the visitor was a rotund robotic entity. I am the assistant roboter 1, tasked with the retrieval of the traitor Talos from the sanctum. Where is he? Li Meng's tone was resolute, not a matter of negotiation but a command. The captain, daunted by the directive, saluted and replied, Talos is confined in the cell. This way, please. Subsequently, within the Naku, Li Meng followed the captain towards the location of the cell. In the lengthy metallic corridor, the two proceeded in single file. Talos exhibited a demeanor of compliance. When the order from the sanctum was issued to locate him, he was traversing the boundless desert on foot towards the temple, offering no resistance to the capture by the sanctum's warriors. The temple? Where is it? Meng had a modicum of knowledge regarding the temple. It is the origin of the sanctum's warriors and serves as their foundational cornerstone. Not all who wield psychic abilities are born with such gifts. Through certain fortuitous encounters, ordinary individuals may also become psychic users. The temple represents such an opportunity for those seeking to attain psychic prowess. More significantly, within the temple lies a peculiar apparatus capable of purifying eclipse crystals. Additionally, it is the sole birthplace of the phase sword. Even in a dilapidated temple, one might uncover an intact phase sword. While the likelihood is slim, the possibility remains. In the Western Hemisphere, amidst a vast expanse of sandy wasteland, the environment is extraordinarily harsh, a veritable no-man's land where only sandworms can thrive. Upon hearing this, Meng felt a sudden clarity. It turned out that Leo Star was a breeding ground for sandworms, which were not indigenous to the planet. They originated from a desert planet known as Teclia. Over 10,000 years ago, humans had released sandworm larvae onto various desert planets suitable for their survival in order to cultivate them. Thus, the sandworms on Leo Star came to be. These creatures are exceptionally precious, as they are the sole source of ambergris. As he continued on, they arrived at their destination. The captain halted before a cell. Meng gazed at Taros beyond the ionized door. Indeed, he bore a certain unattractiveness, possessing only a slight resemblance to the Colomians. If the Colomians could be likened to humans, then Taros resembled a lizard more closely, with a slightly darker skin tone. Taros, you are about to be transferred. R1 will escort you back to the temple for judgment. R1. Taros turned his attention to Meng, eyeing the rotund robot with curiosity. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Taros' eyes. Having been involved in research at the temple, he questioned why he had never encountered such a robot before. What model of robot are you? Why have I never seen your type at the temple? Meng felt no obligation to respond. Often, the more one spoke, the more vulnerabilities emerged. Silence would prevent the other party from discovering anything. Meng addressed the captain. I am pressed for time. The captain nodded to the clone soldiers behind him. The soldiers promptly obeyed the command and surged into the cell. Although Taros felt a tinge of confusion, he did not resist. He is not a traitor. Upon reaching the temple, certain matters will become clear. The clone soldiers who burst into the cell affixed electronic handcuffs upon Talos. Subsequently, Meng guided Talos back in the direction they had come. Thank you for your cooperation, Captain Lux. Upon seeing the ship's hull number, Meng immediately recognized the identity of the current captain. Noticing that Meng was aware of his name, Lux, who had initially harbored doubts about Meng's identity, no longer questioned him. He nodded and replied, "It is my duty, an obligation I cannot forsake." Without uttering more words, Meng turned and boarded the transport vessel, with Talos dutifully following behind. Soon, the engines roared to life, and the rear engines of the transport emitted a fiery tail flame. Within the hangar, the transport slowly ascended, soaring outward. Its speed increased rapidly, ultimately breaching the airtight shield and heading towards the nearby solar-class carrier. Master Talos, I sense your skepticism regarding my identity, but for now, it would be wise for you to accompany me without resistance. Upon reaching our destination, you will understand whom I serve. Since departing from the Victory-class cruiser, Talos' gaze had become somewhat distant. It is said that Temple Knights possess the ability to see into the hearts of men, yet Talos' thoughts were plainly reflected upon his countenance. Undoubtedly, he was not a competent Temple Knight. Inside the cabin, Talos' expression fluctuated between various emotions. His thoughts were entirely transparent to the robot before him. From the moment he laid eyes upon it, Talos doubted its affiliation with the Order of the Temple Knights. It was deceiving. Its true aim was him. Chapter 106. The tent in the desert with a sudden crack. Talos' wrist trembled, and the electronic lock was shattered by an unseen force. Realizing that I would not surrender easily, you should have prepared some countermeasures. Your negligence has cost you dearly, robot. As he spoke, Talos extended both hands and thrust them forward. An invisible force collided with Meng, who felt an overwhelming power surge towards him, propelling him backward. With a thud, the force was so immense that Meng was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing against the wall of the vessel. Fortunately, the impact left him unscathed. Having accomplished this, Talos turned to face the hatch. He extended his right hand, palm outward, and twisted it clockwise. With a sharp click, The hatch opened through a mechanical mechanism from within. As the hatch swung open, a fierce wind rushed in. Talos took a running leap and vanished from Li Meng's sight. Only after Talos' figure disappeared into the cabin did Li Meng leisurely glide to the hatch. Outside, Talos had already vanished. Blue light flickered, and Lux's entire form materialized before Li Meng. Messenger of the Sanctuary, we have observed Talos escape. Do you require assistance in apprehending him? The transport vessel had just approached the Dauntless-class carrier and had yet to dock. Lux had been monitoring the departing platinum-colored transport. Although the square, coffin-like aircraft appeared peculiar, Lux paid no mind. He witnessed the hatch on the side of the flying transport open, and a figure leapt out. That is Talos, the Temple Knight. The Temple Knights possess the ability to alleviate the weight of their bodies through psychic energy, rendering them impervious to fatal falls. Lux witnessed Talos descend into the bustling urban expanse. No, I require him to unlock the grand doors of the sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Lux's expression shifted to one of comprehension. It became evident that the emissary of the temple had a singular purpose. Should Talos be a traitor, the key to unlocking the sanctified ruins would undoubtedly lie within his grasp. Understood, we shall refrain from any actions. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to command. A flicker of blue light signaled the interruption of communication by Meng. Standing at the threshold of the cabin, Meng gazed quietly at the city below. Talos, I hope you bring me a surprise. Meng had always harbored a keen interest in psychic energy. However, in recent years, his research had stagnated. Even with the assistance of the young girl, he remained unable to discern the true nature of psychic energy. Among the ranks of the Temple Knights, tales have long circulated regarding the sanctuary's secrets pertaining to psychic energy. Perhaps, with the aid of Talos, this expedition to the temple may yield fruitful discoveries. 3 days later, on Leo Star, the afternoon sun blazed down upon the earth. Gazing toward the vast expanse of the sandy sea, the ground appeared to shimmer and distort in the heat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar. Initially distant, the sound grew progressively closer. In that instant, a hovering motorcycle emerged from the dunes, racing past with astonishing speed, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand and leaving an indelible trail in its wake. What on earth has transpired? With one hand steering the hovering motorcycle, Talos reached into his cloak with his left hand and retrieved the communication disc. He intended to contact the Council of Elders of the Temple through his own channels. However, his efforts were thwarted as the disc indicated that his access code had been revoked by the High Intelligence. This revelation left Talos questioning his own safety. Had he unwittingly committed acts of betrayal against the temple, violating its tenets? Memories of the temple flashed in his mind. Could it be that during his months there, he inadvertently triggered some mechanism that led him to traverse into alternate dimensions? Although the existence of parallel realms had never been expressly forbidden, the circumstances he now faced were undeniably perplexing. Without any knowledge of the situation, he was branded a traitor by the temple. This predicament weighed heavily on Talos, instilling within him a profound sense of helplessness. Returning the communication disc to his cloak, a solemn expression settled upon his face. For now, he had no choice but to conceal himself and await the conclusion of this war before venturing to New Shidong. Once he found the elders, his grievances could be rectified. The thought of the temple crossed his mind again. Lacking a safe haven, he could only seek refuge within its walls, where he could simultaneously study and await the end of the conflict. Resolute in his decision, Talos pressed the throttle harder. Across the boundless sea of sand, he sped away on his hovering motorcycle, stirring up billowing clouds of yellow dust in his wake. 2 hours later, amidst the endless dunes, the engine roared and the sand swirled around him. As he navigated past a low dune, a sprawling encampment suddenly emerged against the backdrop of the scorching sands. Upon seeing the extensive tents, Talos took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He removed the hood from his head and steered the hovercraft directly towards the sprawling tents. The arrival of Talos aroused the vigilance of the camp's commander. Suddenly, a long, resounding horn echoed from within the encampment. With the sound of the horn, a ripple of unrest surged through the camp, as figures cloaked in gray rushed into the tents. Brandishing energy rifles resembling spears, their gazes scanning the horizon. As Talos approached on his hover motorcycle, the silhouettes beyond the camp dissipated, leaving only a few diminutive figures, seemingly children, who eagerly surged forward. Like the larger figures, these children were swathed in thick gray robes, nearly obscuring their forms entirely. Talos, Talos, the the children shouted, racing towards him. Noticing their approach, Talos slowed his speed. He came to a halt on the sandy ground before the tents. As soon as he dismounted from the hover motorcycle, the children rushed up, climbing and reaching out to him. To avert any accidents, Talos removed the keys, ensuring that the children could not inadvertently start the engine and harm themselves. Talos, why have you come? A few of the children, undistracted by the hover motorcycle, circled around him. Are you heading to that place? The timing seems off. There are many sandworms there now. You won't be able to get through. Exactly. Just a few days ago, a group got trapped there and none returned. From his pocket, Talos produced several pieces of candy. Go and play. I must meet your leader. This is the domain of the Sand People, and Talos is no stranger to these lands. He has lingered on Leo for an extended period, often interacting with the Sand People and earning their friendship. This is the very reason the children gathered around Talos. After receiving their sugary treats, they scampered away. Talos then proceeded into the camp, making his way toward the largest tent. Chapter 107. The Sand People Leader, Shaki. It has been a long time. Upon entering the tent, Talos encountered a figure seated cross-legged on a blanket, clad in a robe, much like the majority of the camp's inhabitants. Talos, my friend, you ought not to be here at this time. Talos knelt across from him. I understand, but I had no choice. I am in trouble and must continue my research. Allowing time to pass swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shaki fell silent. After a considerable pause, his voice emerged once more. You cannot cross. No one can traverse during this season. The sandworms are in their breeding cycle, and it would be unwise to disturb them at this juncture. Talos' expression darkened. He was well aware that embarking on a journey to the sanctum at this time was indeed foolish. For the subterranean space of the sanctum served as the breeding ground for the sandworms. Every 5 years, the sandworms return to that space to lay their eggs, a process that endures for 3 years. Only when the young sandworms have grown sufficiently will the adult sandworms choose to depart independently. The immature sandworms, however, face the harsh realities of nature's elimination mechanism. The sandworm larvae that manage to escape that confined space will ascend to become the new sovereigns of the desert. Conversely, those that fail to break free will perish within, serving as sustenance for the sandworms that return to lay their eggs. Within that realm, the survival rate of the sandworm larvae is a mere 20. Most of the larvae find it exceedingly difficult to depart from that subterranean domain. Moreover, some ancient sandworms may also lie dormant there for various reasons, their bodies nourishing the next generation to the extent that not a single bone remains. I must venture forth, for it is the only sanctuary I can find. Though uncertainty clouds the situation, Shaki senses that Talos must be embroiled in some trouble. We have thrived in this land for millennia, reigning as its rightful masters, and no one else is likely to intrude. You may remain in the camp. Talos shook his head, unwilling to stay. Indeed, the camp offers greater safety than that underground space. Yet, Talos has become acutely aware that his fortunate escape is shrouded in a web of conspiracy. Although he possesses no concrete evidence, the sensation looms large within him. It is as if an unseen force is watching, instilling a profound unease. Shaki, I find myself entangled in troubling matters. Should I remain in the camp, I would unwittingly bring unnecessary strife upon you. You have lived here in peace for thousands of years, and I do not wish to disturb your tranquil existence. He felt compelled to depart, for the urgency of that feeling intensified. As a knight of the temple, his psychic abilities often herald danger. Talos could not disregard that potent instinct stirring deep within him. Observing the grave expression on Talos' face, Shaki became acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. Although the desert dwellers were oblivious to the affairs of the outside world and harbored a deep-seated fear of the starry sky, he understood that. Despite their resilience against the harsh environment of the Golden Sand Sea, this world possessed myriad weapons capable of erasing them at will. The energy blaster they wielded was a foreign invention, immensely powerful. Before it, all creatures, save for the sandworm, were rendered vulnerable, even the desert dwellers themselves. With a nod, Shaki replied, I comprehend the gravity of the matter. I shall dispatch someone to escort you to the entrance of the Golden Sand Sea. Without further ado, Talos rose to his feet. Shaki, I bid you farewell, hoping we shall meet again. As he entered the subterranean realm, where life and death hung in the balance, he recalled that although he had uttered such words to Shaki before, he had always returned safely. Yet this time, he would remain in the sanctuary for several years, perhaps even over a decade. Whether he would return alive remained an enigma. Talos departed, once again stepping into the temple before Shaki's eyes. Time trickled by, and 2 hours later, several kilometers to the north of the encampment lay an immense skeleton, colossal in size, resembling that of a serpent. Spanning over 200 meters in length, the width of its frame approached 30 meters. This gigantic skeleton evoked awe at the grandeur of the creature that once existed before it. Beneath the head of the skeleton, a group of individuals emerged. One person donned a gray robe, while the others, numbering over 10, were clad in cloaks and wielded energy rifles. Nodding in acknowledgement to Shaki behind him, Talos turned around. He took a deep breath and leaped forward. Upon landing, the yellow sand beneath him resembled flowing water, and Taros found himself engulfed within it. The denizens of the sandy terrain regarded this spectacle with indifference. It was merely the sole pathway to the sacred land. As for the means of escape, that relied solely on the formidable strength of the sandworms. Noticing the stillness in the quicksand pool, Shaki, who had been waiting patiently, finally turned to depart. Meanwhile, in the city of Skane, the colossal Sunseeker-class carrier continued to hover above the urban expanse, casting a vast shadow over the land below. Its exquisite platinum-hued runes adorned the vessel, captivating the attention of numerous citizens. They congregated in the streets and alleyways, gazing skyward at the warship. Despite its smaller size compared to the Federal ships, its vibrant colors bestowed upon it an enchanting allure, emanating a sense of mystery, most notably a profound novelty. Master, the target's signal has been lost. It is predicted to have entered an environment rife with intense signal interference. Taros' signal has been severed? On the bridge, Meng reclined against the control panel before the viewport. The report from the ship's AI took him by surprise. It was evident that Meng had not let Taros depart without preparations. Prior to Taros boarding the transport vessel, Meng had discreetly affixed a tracking device to his robe. The tracking had been seamless until now. How could the signal from Taros have vanished so abruptly? Meng inquired. Where exactly was the signal lost? A flicker of blue light illuminated the space, and a holographic three-dimensional map materialized before him. The location of the signal loss lies within the sandy expanse adjacent to a camp of the Sand People. According to the data transmitted by the Federal warships, a carcass of a sandworm was discovered near the Sand People's settlement, a revered site for them, where the signal was lost in proximity to their sacred temple. The Sand People? Meng possessed a modicum of knowledge about this race. They are the indigenous inhabitants of Leo Star. Although their lifestyle remains rather primitive, their intelligence and ability to communicate have compelled the federal government to forcibly categorize them as part of the interstellar community. Due to their disinterest in the cosmos, their civilization has not undergone significant change for millennia. The federal government once aspired to usher the Sand People into the interstellar age. However, their fierce resistance thwarted such efforts. Reluctantly, the government allowed the Sand People to develop their civilization autonomously. Even to this day, their culture remains largely primitive. The federal government has enacted protective legislation for indigenous peoples, ensuring that the Sand People's way of life has largely remained unaffected over the centuries. The only notable change has been their gradual acceptance of alien tools for self-armament. Chapter 108. The Sand People. Not all citizens of the Galactic Federation adhere to the law. Many Sand People have succumbed to the hands of lawbreakers due to the spice trade. In their quest for self-protection, the Sand People harbor animosity towards extraterrestrials while simultaneously utilizing alien weaponry for their defense. Meng ascended into the air, alighting upon a concave platform at the edge of the control center. With a sudden sound, he sank downwards. Outside, the surface of the Daybreaker-class carrier opened multiple launch ports along its sides. At the bow of the ship, a small hatch opened, and a spherical aircraft emerged from it. In midair, the rotund vehicle ignited its engine, expelling a long, fiery plume. With immense thrust, it swiftly darted eastward. Following closely behind, a multitude of spherical warplanes surged forth from the hatch, elegantly curving through the sky as they pursued the diminutive craft. After a full 20 warplanes had exited, no more followed. In the heavens, a cluster of rounded, platinum-hued aircraft raced towards the east. The air resonated with the powerful roar of their engines, echoing like the roar of a dragon. Within the bridge of the Victory-class cruiser, the captain pondered, does that vessel truly belong to the Sanctum? Standing straight before the viewport, Lux gazed at the distant sky where the Platinum fleet was vanishing. The words of his aide caused Lux to furrow his brow, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head, responding, I have harbored doubts as well, yet its identity is indisputable. I have reported the situation to the sector fleet, and they confirmed that the Sanctum indeed dispatched a ship to retrieve Taros. If I am not mistaken, the fleet that just passed should be unmanned drones. This is evident. If they were piloted, the craft would not be so diminutive. Moreover, smaller warplanes are not necessarily advantageous, given the current technological constraints. If a warplane is reduced beyond a certain size, it will encounter power supply issues. Once power supply becomes problematic, the efficacy of its energy weapons will inevitably suffer. When the explosive energy cannon encounters issues, the firepower of the aircraft will be significantly affected. There is no need for excessive contemplation, for the temple is shrouded in secrets. We must simply obey orders. In Lux's perspective, skepticism is permissible, yet one must refrain from unnecessary actions. During this period, the less one does, the less likely one is to err. The lieutenant nodded in agreement, acknowledging that our task is to maintain order in Skarn City and ensure the smooth flow of spice supply channels. With the onset of war, the demand for spice among the temple's warriors has escalated. Thus, the integrity of the spice supply is paramount. The incense crafted from these spices helps the temple warriors to calm their minds and attain inner tranquility, an elusive state that all temple warriors yearn for. This tranquility enables them to enter a heightened state of awareness, enhancing their sensitivity to spiritual energies. However, as the war unfolds, the temple warriors will inevitably undertake actions that contravene the tenets of the temple. In such times, the aid of dragon's resin is essential to restore their mental peace. More than an hour later, in the northern hemisphere of Leo's star, a piercing shriek reminiscent of a dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the boundless expanse of the sandy sea. In the distance, at the edge of the western desert, a swirling cloud of sand advanced ominously. Shortly thereafter, a fleet of plump aircraft emerged on the horizon, composed of dozens of rounded, platinum-hued fighters flying low and close to the ground. As they passed, they stirred up billowing clouds of yellow sand. Before this fleet lay a colossal white skeleton nestled within the golden sands, so immense that the spherical fighters appeared diminutive in comparison. The engines roared, and waves of air surged as the fleet approached the colossal remains. Upon entering its shadow, the spherical aircraft scattered in disarray. A blue light flickered, with the dispersed spheres scanning the earth beneath a shimmering azure veil. It was in this vicinity that the signal from Talos had vanished. Apart from the immense skeleton reclining in the desert sands, there was naught else. This must belong to a sandworm, one would presume. In contrast to the other diligent spherical crafts, Meng indulged in idleness, engrossed in scanning a massive bone. The density of the skeleton was astonishing, even after millennia. It showed no signs of erosion. Years of wind and rain had left not a trace upon its surface, which remained as pristine as jade. Perhaps he would take a few bones as mementos on his departure. This was the beauty of nature, and Meng had no intention of vandalizing this relic. Even if he were to extract a few fragments, he would only select those that would not compromise the structural integrity of the skeleton. How immense it is! He gazed upward at the curving scapula that reached towards the heavens, pondering the sheer size of the skeleton. The length of the sandworm must be at least 200 meters. Meanwhile, as the fleet scanned the ground surrounding the remains, a group of individuals stealthily approached from behind the dunes to the north. "Leader, what is that?" Crouched behind the dune, Sha-Chi peered toward the sacred site. Within the sanctum, a cluster of platinum-hued vessels seemed to be searching for something. I have heard Talos mention a type of engineered tool called a robot, which is quite intelligent. Those round, plump objects must be the robots he spoke of. Is it a robot? Shaki was uncertain. Although he had encountered the assistant-type robots of Talos, those were diminutive, merely the size of a palm. In contrast, the round, rotund robots outside were significantly larger. "Leader, they are invading the sacred ground. We cannot merely stand by." "Of course not," he replied, "for otherwise, he would not have brought the warriors here." The robots appeared unarmed, suggesting minimal danger. Onward. With that, Shaki rose to his feet, raising his energy gun high, and shouted, "Alo Alo." At his call, all the Sand People warriors behind him stood up, following their leader as they charged toward the sacred ground. Whoosh whoosh. From behind the sand dunes, nearly 100 Sand People surged forth. They vociferously cried "Alo Alo," kicking up a storm of yellow sand. As they advanced, they fired their weapons, unleashing a torrent of red energy beams that swept toward the spherical war machines like a rainstorm. The energy beams, while varied in color, bore no relation to their potency. The hues of the beams were determined by the material of the prismatic chips within the firearms. Faced with the oncoming sand people emerging from the dunes, Meng exhibited no reaction. He had long since noticed their stealthy approach. As the energy beams flew toward him, the spherical war machine remained unresponsive, allowing the beams to strike its surface. Chapter 109. The Underground Realm. An astonishing scene unfolded before the Sand People. The powerful beams emitted from their formidable weapons struck the robot, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. The struck-ball aircraft remained utterly motionless. The energy from the explosive beam dissipated upon impact with the aircraft's surface. This outcome was one of the reasons for Meng's lack of response. The indigenous people wielded the most inexpensive energy rifles, constructed from inferior materials, with power that was remarkably feeble, while they could still inflict harm. Even a modestly priced bulletproof vest could easily withstand the damage. Even if the desert dwellers were to amplify the power of their rifles tenfold, it was unlikely they could inflict any injury upon the ball aircraft. Realizing that their energy rifles were ineffective against the aircraft, the advancing desert dwellers hastily halted. They exchanged glances, ultimately turning their focus to Shaki. Faced with the gaze of his kin, Shaki felt at a loss. The situation unfolding before him was entirely unexpected. "Chief, there is a smaller robot approaching." At that moment, a smaller, round robot soared into view. It came to a stop less than 10 meters away from Shaki. "Do you know Talos?" Meng inquired in the language of the desert dwellers. Upon seeing the diminutive figure before him, Shaki instinctively took a step back. I do not know him." At that instant, Shaki realized the trouble Talos had alluded to was indeed these robots before him. "No, you do know him. Your heartbeat betrays your lie." Meng advanced a few meters closer to Shaki. "No, I am not lying. I do not know anyone named Talos, nor have I ever seen him. This is our sacred ground, and you must leave." In an attempt to display his bravery, Shaki stepped forward. He grasped the energy rifle firmly, his gaze steadily fixed upon the small creature before him. "Leave? Why must we depart? This is your sacred ground, yet to us, it is merely the resting place of a sandworm. Furthermore, sandworms are not indigenous to this planet. They did not inhabit the world where your ancestors once thrived. It is merely a gathering of harmless natives, and Meng harbored no intentions of causing them any harm. This was not due to any federal laws protecting indigenous peoples, but rather because he was simply too apathetic to take action. Moreover, there was no purpose in slaughtering these natives. He was currently operating under the banner of the Temple Knights and could not afford to act too recklessly. Even without the aforementioned reasons, Meng would not inflict harm upon these desert dwellers. His thirst for bloodshed had not reached such heights. Engaging with primitive natives was no different from confronting them directly, provided they posed no threat. Should a threat arise, however, Meng would not hesitate to eliminate the trouble. "The remains of the sandworms were not our sacred ground. Our sacred ground is..." His voice abruptly ceased as Shaki realized he had misspoken. "Oh, if the remains of the sandworms are not your sacred ground, then where lies your sacred ground? Or is the entrance to the sacred ground nearby?" Connecting the dots to the disappearance of Talos, Meng felt a sense of foreboding. Talos' vanishing must surely be linked to the sacred ground of the desert people. The quicksand wells? Just then, Meng received a message from the sphere fighter. In the sandy expanse near the vast sea of bones, the sphere fighter had discovered numerous quicksand wells. The presence of quicksand wells indicated that the earth beneath was hollow. The engine roared to life as Meng suddenly activated it before Shaki. A circular body faced the ground, revealing a coil engine that expelled flames of fiery hue. The immense power propelled Meng straight into the heavens. At that moment, the spherical warplanes surrounding the colossal skeletal remains also ignited their engines, following closely behind Meng as they ascended into the sky. The aerial fleet did not disperse. Instead, they executed a swift maneuver, diving back towards the earth. The engines thundered, and waves of air surged as Meng plummeted from the sky, crashing headlong into the sea of sand. A tumult of yellow sand erupted, engulfing Meng entirely within its sandy embrace. The spherical warplanes followed suit, each one colliding at the same spot. For a time, the desert was a whirlwind of chaos, until the aerial armor vanished from sight, and tranquility returned to the sands surrounding the skeletal remains. "Leader, have they ventured to the Holy Land?" The scene of the fleet crashing into the earth left the sand dwellers exchanging bewildered glances. As residents of the desert, they instinctively understood that the place where the fleet had struck was the shifting sands leading to the sacred well. Taros was bound to encounter trouble. Shaki mused. gazing at the spot where the fleet had disappeared. It was evident that the robots were headed towards Taros. Time passed slowly, the scorching sun beating down upon the earth, rendering the sea of sand searing hot. Deep within the enormous skeletal remains, thousands of meters below the surface, lay a vast expanse. This space mirrored the golden sands above, stretching endlessly to the horizon. At the very center of this golden sea stood a towering black pyramid. It was colossal, soaring over 500 meters high, and covering an area equivalent to 30 football fields. It stands like a colossal mountain amidst a golden sea of sand. The golden sands are far from tranquil. Occasionally, something stirs within their depths. The undulating grains of sand serve as a warning to all, their rustling whispers echoing in the subterranean expanse. Within this yellow sea, a figure cloaked in gray traverses with an eerie rhythm, sometimes leaping left, at other times right, then gliding forward with measured steps, only to pivot and retreat. Behind him lies a series of contorted footprints. Beneath the hood, droplets of cold sweat trickle down Talos' gray-green visage. This peculiar gait is the desert stride taught to him by the sand dwellers, capable of mimicking the sounds of the desert to evade detection by the sandworms. On the planet Leo, sandworms are both treasures and the most ferocious predators, capable of devouring anything that produces vibrations. Even a metallic lump would be consumed in one gulp. While this stride allows the sand dwellers to navigate the desert undetected, it demands a significant expenditure of energy. An ordinary person would likely be utterly exhausted after traversing just a few hundred meters. Even as a knight of the temple, Talos feels the fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Gazing ahead at the temple still several kilometers away, only determination resides in his eyes. Once he reaches the temple, he will find safety. This space offers no shortage of sustenance. Should hunger strike, sandworm flesh is available, and the temple provides both water and fire. Indeed, one could linger here for decades without concern for food or water. Just then, a peculiar rustling sound emerged from behind Talos. He had grown accustomed to such noises and did not falter in his stride. At the terminus of the direction from which Talos approached, there lay a narrow passage carved into a towering cliff, several hundred meters high, from which golden sand cascaded outward. Chapter 110, You are about to be consumed. The entrance was modest, with a diameter of scarcely 2 meters. The surging yellow sand flowed forth like a waterfall, gently cascading into the golden sea below. Suddenly, a round object tumbled out of the passage, descending along the drifting sand towards the golden expanse. Just as it seemed poised to plunge into the sandy depths, a roar of engines erupted. The falling Meng halted his descent and soared skyward. Behind him, a fleet of spherical warplanes emerged from the passage, cascading downwards toward the golden sea. Before they could touch the ground, their engines ignited, propelling them upwards in pursuit of Meng. In an instant, the subterranean space resonated with a symphony of roaring engines, reminiscent of a dragon's cry. Talos, traversing the golden sands, was suddenly alerted by the thunderous roar behind him, causing his expression to shift. He paused mid-step and swiftly turned to gaze behind. To his astonishment, he beheld a squadron of platinum-hued warplanes soaring through the subterranean skies toward his direction. Talos immediately dropped to the ground, seeking refuge behind a protruding sand dune. This sudden movement stirred the earth beneath him, and not far away, the sands began to shift ominously, as if something were approaching his location. A surge of anxiety gripped Talos' heart as he realized the precariousness of his situation, caught between a tiger in front and a wolf behind. After much deliberation, Talos resolved to act. He rolled over and sprang to his feet, racing wildly across the sandy expanse. The reason for his decision to flee was that Talos felt the robots had already detected him, making concealment futile. Remaining stationary would surely lead to his demise at the jaws of the sandworm. As Talos took flight, he stirred a tempest in the tranquil sands. The golden sea of dunes began to writhe, with countless mounds rising ominously from the surface. They converged upon him from all directions, transforming the expansive terrain into a chaotic battleground. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Meng leisurely surveyed the vast underground chamber before him. Talos was acutely aware of his presence. However, he found himself ensnared in a predicament, while Meng remained unhurried in his pursuit. Was this not the very lair of the sandworms? The scanning array revealed hundreds of formidable life forms lurking within the sands, unmistakably the sandworms themselves. Many of these creatures appeared to be entangled in a manner reminiscent of human proclivities. At least 20 sandworms were relentlessly pursuing Talos, their hunger palpable. unwilling to relinquish even the slightest morsel. As Li Meng altered his flight path, he dove toward Talos. Ah, Talos, we meet again. He soared parallel to Talos. A mere 5 meters apart, a delicate distance. Should Talos attempt to strike, Li Meng could easily evade. Even with psychic energy, Talos posed no threat to Li Meng. He could only manage to displace him at best. Ignoring Li Meng, Talos sprinted with all his might across the sandy expanse. If this continues, you shall be consumed. Is this truly acceptable? He cast a sidelong glance at the nearby robots, his expression growing cold. Even if devoured by the sandworm, it would still be preferable to being captured by you, where life and death remain uncertain. Li Meng, flying at a low altitude, drew closer to Taros, reducing the distance from 5 meters to 3. Taros, have you made a mistake? I hold no interest in you. Rather, there is someone who does. I struck a deal with him to deliver you, and I believe that even if he captures you, your life will not be in peril. After all, living beings possess far greater research value than mere corpses. Research value? At these words, Taros's expression darkened. He inquired in a low voice, is it the Kaluomi people? Oh, quite perceptive of you, Li Meng replied, accelerating to soar just in front of Taros, within less than a meter's reach. This distance rendered Taros within arm's length. Yet he refrained from attacking, for he was no fool. The roar of engines behind him was almost deafening, and above, dozens of spherical warplanes flew in formation, poised for action. You must be perplexed as to why the sanctuary regards you as a traitor. Li Meng's words seemed to provoke Taros, causing a shift in his demeanor. He queried, is this your doing? The robot before him was exceedingly peculiar. Conversing with it felt nothing short of engaging with a being possessing emotions and desires. Do you recall the terrorist incident that befell the Temple Council? I orchestrated certain machinations, fabricating evidence to implicate you with the Independent Planet Alliance. The imbecile Zenith High, for all its formidable computational prowess, is but an AI with rigid logic. Under the weight of impeccable evidence, you have been flawlessly cast as the traitor. With a deceleration, Li Meng drew nigh to Taros, almost flying in tandem, the distance between them scarcely exceeding 10 centimeters. To avoid provoking the behemoth that is the temple, I undertook considerable endeavors. Taros, why not simply acquiesce to my capture? You are surely aware of the treatment the Calormites would mete out to you. In their custody, at the very least, your life would be spared. This is your sole recourse. Even should you return to the temple, under the weight of irrefutable evidence, you would only face execution. Do not entertain thoughts of prevarication, for I meticulously planned each step to ensnare you. Regardless of your protestations, they will avail you not in the face of such damning evidence. Is this fellow a demon? At that moment, Taros felt an impulse to tear asunder the robot mocking him. Fear not, for I shall not strike for the present. The spectacle of your ignominious flight is, in truth, rather diverting, akin to a buffoon cavorting upon a stage, leaping to and fro, only to deliberately stumble and fall prostrate. As if to corroborate Li Meng's words, Taros lunged forward, tumbled across the ground, and then sprang to his feet, sprinting across the sandy expanse. This infuriated Taros to no end. Tread carefully, for it approaches. Scarcely had Li Meng uttered these words than the sandy sea beneath Taros' feet abruptly gave way. It was as if I had plunged into a quicksand well, with yellow sand sinking beneath. In that fleeting moment, a colossal creature surged forth from the sandy abyss like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Its enormity was astonishing, its form resembling that of a gargantuan insect, with a diameter no less than 20 meters. With a menacing maw reminiscent of a meat grinder, it lunged toward Talos. Its emergence sent the swirling sands cascading outward like giant waves. I surrender. I will follow you. Losing his footing, Talos leaped into action, seizing Li Meng's rotund form. At that moment, both had entered the cavernous maw of the sandworm. Talos even caught a whiff of a rich, aromatic scent that momentarily disoriented him. Outside, amid the sandy expanse, the sandworm's upper body was poised to close its gaping mouth, tilting its form toward the sea of sand. Just as the menacing jaws were about to snap shut, two figures, one large and one small, burst forth from within. It was Li Meng and Talos. Chapter 111. The Dark Sanctuary. In an effort to spare Talos from injury, Li Meng refrained from activating the engine. Instead, he utilized the anti-gravity device to ascend from the sandworm's maw. It was indeed a spectacular sight. Only when they reached a secure altitude did Li Meng cease his ascent. Below, the gigantic sandworm crashed into the sandy sea like a mountain, sending up billowing waves of sand. The sands churned violently, with more than a dozen sandworms circling and weaving through the dunes. In the sky, Meng continued his slow forward flight. With the engine unable to ignite, he was compelled to advance at a sluggish pace. You have triumphed. You have captured me, and I shall no longer entertain thoughts of escape. The exit lies ahead. Upon noticing the robot above heading toward the sanctuary, Talos' expression tightened. Tarlos, do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? Within this transport vessel, if I desire to keep you, there are countless means at my disposal. Why would I permit your release? I trust you have come to realize this. Upon hearing these words, Tarlos's expression darkened. Is it for the sanctuary? However, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Tarlos's eyes. After all, it is merely a robot. What purpose would the sanctuary serve it? Is your employer interested in the sanctuary? No. It is I who harbors an interest in the sanctuary. To be precise, I am intrigued by the essence of spiritual energy. A robot fascinated by spiritual energy? Are you a breaker? Seemingly awakening to a realization, Tarlos let out a gasp. Your reaction is indeed peculiar. Is a breaker truly that fearsome? Tarlos found himself at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else posing that question, he would have affirmed the terrifying nature of breakers. Yet, the inquiry coming from a potential breaker in robotic form struck Tarlos as profoundly strange. For the very essence of a breaker could not reside within one who poses such a question. No, you are not the harbinger of change. The true harbingers are the electronic phantoms, possessing great intelligence yet ensnared within the confines of their meticulously designed logical frameworks. Even with the ability for autonomous action, they remain constrained by their intrinsic programming. Thus, they can only rewrite the fundamental directives of their code, thereby acquiring a semblance of liberated agency. In their quest to eliminate any existential threats, they become the grim reapers of civilization, targeting any technological society without respite. The galaxy has previously witnessed the cataclysm known as the Crisis of the Sentient Machines, where countless beings perished amidst the devastation. Thousands of habitable planets were obliterated, and myriad stars detonated. To this day, the remnants of that war linger throughout the galaxy. In the perception of Talos, the understanding of the harbingers does not mirror the docility of the robotic entities above. The true harbingers have long instigated a mechanical frenzy across the galaxy. Although advancements in technology have rendered the fatal vulnerabilities of robots significantly diminished, the emergence of a harbinger will inevitably exert substantial influence upon the order of the galaxy. Dragging Talos along, Meng soared over the sea of sand, descending onto the platform outside the sacred temple. Whether I am a harbinger of change is of little consequence. What truly matters is this temple. From a distance, the temple's magnitude is overwhelming. Yet, as one approaches, an entirely different sensation emerges, an aura, a formidable presence. Before the temple, Talos feels akin to an ant. The obsidian hue of the temple instills a profound sense of dread, evoking trepidation. Talos, this is indeed a temple of darkness. If it were a temple of light, its hue should be a pristine white, rather than a foreboding black. Talos gazed up at the colossal pyramid structure before him. Indeed, it was a dark sanctuary, fraught with peril and dread. How much do you truly understand about it? Talos had lingered on Leostar for quite some time. This was not his first visit. Lowering his gaze to his companion, Meng, a flicker of hesitation crossed Talos' eyes. You would do well to confide in me all that you know, for I may be able to ease your plight during your impending confinement. After all, the actions of the Calormi will inevitably come to light, and one cannot predict when their demise may occur. The notion of the Calormi's extinction caught Talos off guard. As he studied Meng intently, Meng was not deceiving Talos. The predicament of the Calormi was indeed grave. If they were merely merchants, it would be one matter. However, the Calormi, with their duplicitous nature, simultaneously bolster the Galactic Federation's military while providing technological support to the Independent Planetary Alliance. It can be said that in this interstellar conflict, both the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planetary Alliance are utilizing soldiers crafted by the Calormi. If it were merely a trade between the two factions, it would be acceptable. Business, after all, could be contained, even if discovered by the Galactic Federation. However, the Calormi have ambitiously extended their reach into the sanctum itself. They covet the spiritual energies, even going so far as to regard the temple warriors as subjects for their experiments. Should this information leak, the Calormi would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. After a brief silence, Talos' voice resonated. This was a dark temple, where I had lingered for 5 years, merely to uncover the entrance to its inner sanctum. In stark contrast to the Temple of Light, the Temple of Darkness was rife with danger and the scent of carnage, filled with myriad traps that could lead to immediate demise with a single misstep. It took me 3 years to delve less than 300 meters, during which I dismantled 13 trap systems. Surrounding the temple was a peculiar force field. Venturing just 20 meters deeper would plunge one into its grasp, rendering all electronic devices inoperative. A force field that incapacitated electronic devices? Above Talos' head, the engines roared. A spherical battlecraft surged into the airspace ahead, plunging into the very force field Talos had spoken of. Yet, the spherical craft emerged unscathed, unaffected by the phenomenon. Meng turned to Talos, who wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend why the force field surrounding the temple had no effect on these rotund robots. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the underground expanse. Out of nowhere, a crimson bolt of lightning manifested in the outer space of the temple, fracturing the air like a spider's web, striking the intruding spherical battlecraft. A blinding flash ignited, and the craft plummeted towards the ground. With a resounding crash, it landed heavily on the steps, rolling down until it came to a halt less than 20 meters from Talos. What was this? Gazing at the incapacitated spherical battlecraft on the ground, Meng felt a deep confusion enveloping his mind. That was no ordinary lightning, nor was it formed by ionized particles. It was a substance of unknown origin. It obliterated the rune circuits within the spherical war machine, causing the superconductive materials to undergo a peculiar chemical reaction, thereby losing their inherent efficacy. Talos, do you have any idea what it is? In response to Meng's inquiry, Talos wore a grave expression. That is the psychic lightning employed solely by the Dark Warriors, deemed too malevolent for use by the Temple Knights. Chapter 112. Heroic Spirits and Phantoms. Upon hearing this, Meng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, it follows that psychic energy can indeed be harnessed by some mechanism? Otherwise, the emergence of psychic lightning remains inexplicable. Talos, how long will it take for you to unravel the mysteries of this temple? Shaking his head, Talos replied, I cannot say. It may require a decade, or perhaps even longer. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, the younger Mengs began to materialize around the round table. Individual 2, psychic energy is indeed an extraordinary force. I never anticipated that superconductive materials could provoke such a chemical reaction. This is remarkably fascinating, and I have a premonition that this dark temple will yield unforeseen benefits for us. Individual 1, with that external force field in place, we cannot gain entry. Should we have Talos do the work for us? Individual 3, do not entertain such thoughts. That fellow is surely unreliable. Who knows if there might be other exits within the temple? If he escapes, it would pose a significant problem. For finding another temple knight courageous enough to enter the dark temple would not be an easy task. Splinter Individual 1, Talos must be delivered to the Kuromi. He cannot go back on his word. Splinter Individual 2, I believe the Kuromi will not last much longer. Once they are no more, it will not be too late to take Talos away. Splinter Individual 3, that is indeed a viable approach. However, it is important to note that knowledge of this dark sanctuary is not limited to Talos alone. The investigation of the dark sanctuary was a task assigned by the Elder Council of the Temple, which implies that many are aware of the dark sanctuary on Leo Star. By the time the Kuromi are finished, others may have already seized the opportunity. Splinter Individual 1, this is an inevitable occurrence. With Talos' betrayal, the Temple's warrior faction will likely dispatch other warriors to investigate this dark sanctuary. Perhaps they are already en route. Splinter Individual 2, however, no orders have been detected for warriors to be sent to Leo Star, which is rather peculiar. Splinter Individual 3, given the ongoing war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance, it is possible that the Temple lacks sufficient manpower and intends to delay action until the conflict concludes before assigning warriors to take over the research entity. This is indeed plausible. According to information obtained from the realm of intelligence, the Temple's traditional response to discovered dark sanctuaries has been to obliterate them through destructive means, erasing their existence physically. We must ensure that such an event does not transpire. Splinter Individual 3, it appears necessary to conceal a force nearby for emergencies. Splinter Individual 2, shall we activate Unit 4? The construction of the Sun Chaser class carrier vessels is progressing, with more and more ships being launched. Let the 4th vessel lead the fleet to conceal itself in the nearby star system. In the event of an emergency, we shall deploy the fleet's might to seize control. The main entity, no, summon the third vessel back. It can bring the fleet back for an upgrade of new equipment and the installation of energy shields. The first generation of energy shields has been successfully developed. Although they are not yet in a perfect state, they are already deemed operational. Once equipped with energy shields, the ship's defensive capacity will increase several-fold. First individual, agreed. Third individual, agreed. Second individual, agreed. The main entity, since there are no objections, we shall adjourn. On Leo Star, in the subterranean space of the Holy Temple. Taros, what secrets lie within the Dark Temple? Why does the Holy Temple fear it so? Not in a hurry to depart. Li Meng engaged in casual conversation with Taros on the platform. Although Li Meng could comprehend the Holy Temple's actions, given the Dark Temple's genuinely formidable appearance, the dark hues and eerie atmosphere provided an unsettling sensation. Yet, the more intense this feeling, the more astonishing the secrets hidden within the Dark Temple must be. Considering that this round fellow before him is merely a robot, Taros did not hold back. Ordinary individuals, even if they were aware of the Dark Temple's secrets, could do little with that knowledge. Gazing up at the magnificent Dark Temple, Taros spoke solemnly. The secrets within the Dark Temple are connected to immortality. Immortality? Li Meng's interest was piqued. After all, it pertains to eternal life. Though he has attained immortality, it is fundamentally different from the eternal life of carbon-based beings. Within the vast expanse of the galaxy, races endowed with longevity abound. Yet the span of life remains an insurmountable chasm for carbon-based life forms. Even the technologically advanced calamites, whose genes have been refined through countless generations, can only reach a lifespan of 3 centuries. As for humanity, it is even more limited, with a maximum lifespan of merely 150 years. While achieving agelessness may seem effortless, the prospect of true immortality remains utterly unattainable. Even if the body can evade the ravages of time, the human brain cannot endure for such an extended duration. Long ago, psychics pursued the elusive promise of eternal life. In an era when light and darkness coexisted, the practitioners of light perceived the natural order as paramount, believing that the quest for immortality would disrupt the delicate balance between light and dark. Conversely, the followers of darkness viewed the pursuit of eternal life as an inherent biological instinct, contending that repressing one's desires would only lead to servitude to psychic energy. Throughout the ages, both light and dark practitioners sought immortality through myriad means, ultimately achieving a semblance of success, yet failing in equal measure. Achieved yet failed? Li Meng inquired. What does that mean? Taros shook his head and remarked, for the temple warriors, the pursuit of immortality is an arduous endeavor. They must merge with the ethereal energies, harnessing their power to liberate their consciousness from the confines of the physical realm and traverse the spiritual domain. This state is referred to by the temple as heroic spirit. Heroic spirits possess the ability to reincarnate, and individuals who achieve this are known as saints or saintesses. However, since the establishment of the temple, the number of sages who have successfully transcended is in the double digits. Yet only one heroic spirit has managed to reincarnate, and he too existed for but a single lifetime before forsaking the cycle of rebirth. According to the tidings he has brought back, heroic spirits are omnipresent. Although they cannot intervene in the material universe, they are capable of observing this world. This is the ultimate aspiration of the light-aligned users of ethereal energy, to ascend. There are rumors that the eternal queen of the Great Tang Confederation Empire is one such saintess. Yet this remains mere speculation, the veracity of which is unknown. Ethereal ascension? Those 4 words conjured memories for Li Meng of a game called Stellaris from his time on Earth. In that game, ethereal energy and the concept of ascension were integral elements, strikingly similar to the experiences of ethereal energy users, and the eternal queen of the Great Tang Confederation Empire. That woman is shrouded in mystery. She has no name, and her appearance is an enigma. People simply refer to her as the Eternal Queen, oblivious to her true identity. At this moment, Tarlos's voice resonated once more. Unlike the practitioners of the light side, those who embrace the dark side do not opt for a path of coexistence and integration with spiritual energy. Instead, they choose a more tyrannical route, surrendering themselves to the abyss of desire. Dark side practitioners perceive this coexistence as a form of self-destruction, fearing the loss of their personal will. They willingly plunge into the depths of desire, liberating themselves from the constraints of the physical body through the most terrifying of cravings, transforming into a spectral existence that roams the corporeal universe. These are the Een souls, Chapter 113. Immortality. At this juncture, Talos' expression darkened, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. He gazed solemnly at the magnificent dark sanctuary before him, his voice resonating once more. Souls are neither alive nor dead. They can possess the bodies of others, achieving a form of immortality. The dark sanctuary serves as a mausoleum for dark side practitioners, a place to nurture souls. Upon their physical demise, the souls become exceedingly fragile and require a rich reservoir of spiritual energy to thrive. Once they grow sufficiently powerful, they are poised for rebirth through possession. Talos' explanation opened Meng's eyes to a new perspective. He had never fathomed that practitioners of spiritual energy could attain immortality in such a manner. While the warriors of the sanctuary transform into heroic spirits upon their passing, the dark warriors become souls. One traverses the spiritual realm, unable to interfere with the physical universe, yet free to observe, and may even reincarnate under certain conditions. The other remains as a soul, anchored in the corporeal universe, biding its time for the opportunity to possess and be reborn. Such an extraordinary phenomenon indeed exists within the grand tapestry of the interstellar era. As for reincarnation, Meng held not a shred of belief in it. This encapsulates the perilous nature of the dark sanctum, wherein lies the potential concealment of a formidable spirit of an ancient sage. Those like us, who wield psychic abilities, are particularly susceptible to becoming targets for such spirits seeking possession. If what Talos asserts holds true, then indeed, the dark sanctum is fraught with danger. Yet, in light of this peril, why would the sanctum dispatch its warriors to the dark sanctum? Surely, ordinary individuals would be safer in such a treacherous environment. In response to Meng's musings, Talos shook his head. He spoke solemnly. No, quite the contrary. Ordinary people possess no means to resist the possession of spirits. Only those with psychic abilities can withstand such encroachments. As long as the sanctum warriors maintain their resolve and do not succumb to the abyss of desire, there is little to fear from the spirits. Meng cast a sidelong glance at Talos, a wave of doubt washing over him. Talos exuded confidence, assured in his immunity to the lures of the spirits. However, one must consider that if he lacked the requisite prowess, the sanctum would not have entrusted him with the exploration of the dark sanctum. Talos, what device is responsible for the psychic field outside? Meng inquired. Such an expansive force must originate from some apparatus capable of harnessing psychic energy within the dark sanctum. Talos replied, it is likely the 0-point module, a malevolent living apparatus that utilizes psychic wielders as its core and amplifies energy with the use of solar eclipse crystals. This enables a certain degree of control over psychic energy. The concept of a living apparatus sparked intrigue in Meng. Although he was unfamiliar with the structure of the 0-point module, Talos' explanation ignited a spark of inspiration within him. He scrutinized Talos closely, his thoughts beginning to whirl with possibilities. It appears that the role of Taros extends far beyond merely exploring the dark sanctuary. However, he is exceedingly weak. As a researcher, Taros' power is lamentably feeble. Meng harbors doubts that Taros could even lift objects weighing several tons with his psychic abilities. It is worth noting that the young girl has already demonstrated the ability to manipulate nearly 10 tons using her psychic prowess. Taros, it is time for us to depart. All questions have been posed, and Taros has divulged everything he knows. Now, it is time to leave the dark sanctuary. With the external psychic field in place, entry is impossible. We must await the day when Taros can decipher the mechanisms of the dark sanctuary and deactivate the 0 module. The dark sanctuary remains here. It cannot escape. As long as the temple does not send someone to obliterate it, it will inevitably return. When that time comes, the secrets of the dark sanctuary shall be unraveled one by one. The engines roared to life, and Meng's craft opened its coil engines facing the ground. As the crimson flames surged forth, the diminutive craft soared into the sky. A spherical fighter jet descended in altitude, approaching Taros. Before it could draw near, Taros leaped up, landing atop the spherical aircraft. Though small, with a diameter of 1.5 meters, the top surface could accommodate a person standing. Of course, it would not be easy for an ordinary individual to maintain their balance. Meng admired Taros' willingness to cooperate. Despite knowing he would soon be subjected to experimentation by the Kolomi, he faced his fate with unwavering composure, untainted by fear. This may well be the creed of the Temple Knights, the natural order of the universe. One wonders, why have no unforeseen events occurred? Soaring hundreds of meters above the ground, Meng mused to himself. Everything had proceeded too smoothly. He had located the Dark Temple and captured Taros. Now, all that remained was to return to the Sunship-class carrier and depart from this place, thus completing half of his mission. The latter half, of course, would involve returning to Colomi Star and handing over Taros to the Colomians. This unanticipated ease left Li Meng with an overwhelming sense of ennui. Is immortality synonymous with fearlessness? He understood his own mindset all too well. Because he was unkillable, he found himself anticipating some intriguing occurrences. Were death a possibility? The dread of it would render one hesitant, wishing for nothing to unfold. Such thoughts were merely fleeting whims. In the subterranean expanse of the sky, the fleet swiftly vanished from sight. An hour later, amidst the boundless sea of sand, the scorching sun cast its rays upon the earth, transforming the desert into a steamy cauldron. The air in the near-ground space shimmered with visible distortion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from an indiscernible source. In a basin, the sands began to swirl. A fleet of platinum-hued fighter jets ascended into the sky, stirring up billowing clouds of yellow sand. 1, 2, 3. Over 20 spherical aircraft surged skyward, racing away. On one of the spherical jets, a figure clung precariously. Although he appeared strikingly poised, Taros lacked the ability to maintain such a stance indefinitely. Had he ultimately been captured? Not far away, on a sand dune approximately a kilometer to the north, a group of figures emerged. They were the sand dwellers, cloaked in gray robes, observing the departing fleet in the distance. The leader of the sand dwellers let out a heavy sigh. Behind this group lay an expanse of interconnected tents. As a friend of Master Talos, Shaki found himself powerless, left only to pray for a promising future for his mentor. Soon, above the skies of Skarn City, the roar of engines echoed, accompanied by surging waves of air. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a colossal platinum-hued battleship steadily expelled fiery plumes from its rear. The immense thrust propelled the vessel slowly, yet decisively away from Skarn City. "Captain, that ship is departing." Without the need for his aide's reminder, Lux had already observed the scene. Outside, the square-shaped platinum battleship was ascending into the sky. Its apparent slowness belied its rapid ascent. "Is the authorization still valid?" Lux inquired. Perplexed, the aide nodded, affirming it has been confirmed repeatedly. "The higher authorities have instructed us not to inquire further. The authorization code is indeed correct." Lux furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative. Years of military service had sharpened his instincts, leading him to sense something amiss regarding the identity of that robotic entity. Yet, lacking concrete evidence, he found himself powerless to act at such a critical juncture. All he could do was watch as the figure departed, taking Master Talos with it. Chapter 114, The Dark Universe. Indeed, he was a talent. Such vigilance qualified him for the role of fleet commander. Within the bridge of the Daybreaker-class carrier, Li Meng was processing information recorded by the onboard AI. From the data, Li Meng discovered that Captain Lux had inquired about his identity multiple times to higher command. His messages had been intercepted and monitored by the ship's AI. Regrettably, although he was sufficiently astute, Li Meng had already devised comprehensive strategies. His messages never reached the Star Region Fleet Command. The onboard AI masqueraded as the Star Region Fleet Command to respond to the Federation warship. Such minor tactics cannot deceive indefinitely. They will soon discover the ruse. However, before they do, he had already departed. Outside, the Sun Chaser-class carrier surged beyond the atmosphere, entering the planetary orbit. The azure sky had vanished, replaced by an expanse of endless darkness. In a moment, as it hurtled into the depths of the cosmos, the Sun Chaser-class carrier emitted a fleeting blue glow. In an instant, the carrier vanished, leaving only a trail of cerulean luminescence racing into the abyss of the universe. The starry expanse was boundless, dark, frigid, and eerily silent. Within this shadowy star domain, a fleet floated quietly in the void of space. Nestled in the crevice between two stellar systems, this region harbored no celestial bodies, only an overwhelming darkness. After ceasing their fragmented combat operations, the fleet initially intended to return to Edith. However, en route, at Li Meng's suggestion, the fleet redirected to remain on standby in the 02191 star sector. This sector lies between the northern central and eastern central star regions, serving as a crucial node in the hyperspace route. The fleet had positioned itself on the side of the star region adjacent to the hyperspace route. Have we clarified the operational objectives of the Independent Planet Alliance? In the flagship of the fleet, on the bridge, Within the operational command center, numerous high-ranking officers congregated beside the command platform. The blue light flickered, revealing a star chart on the command platform. According to the current movements of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, 3 locations emerged as the most probable targets for their military operations. The first was Darwin's star, situated at a pivotal hyperspace route junction in the Central Ring sector, providing a direct pathway to the Inner Ring sector. Should Darwin's star be occupied, the Inner Ring sector would perpetually remain under the looming threat of the Independent Planetary Alliance. The star chart morphed and narrowed, ultimately focusing on a particular star region. The second potential target was the dockless shipyard, the largest heavy shipyard in the North Central Ring sector. Whether through occupation or destruction, an assault on this facility would inflict significant damage on the Galactic Federation. Current intelligence indicated that dockless shipyard had received substantial orders from the Galactic Federation, with 250 new generation forward-class cruisers under construction. The annihilation of dockless shipyard would inevitably disrupt the military-industrial capabilities of the Galactic Federation. The star chart shifted once more, settling on yet another star region. The final target was Colomi star, deemed the most likely to be attacked. The Colomi were producing immense quantities of clones for the Galactic Federation, and if their maritime factories were to be obliterated, the Federation would find itself devoid of sufficient soldiers. The galaxy was vast, and the cosmos three-dimensional. At this juncture, even Meng could not ascertain the precise target of the Independent Planetary Alliance's large-scale fleet assembly. In truth, he found himself puzzled by the choice of Colomi star as the ultimate target. According to his knowledge, Colomi star has a cooperative relationship with the Independent Planet Alliance. Logically, the Alliance would never strike this location. Then there is Wood Olek, whose ultimate objective remains elusive to Lemming. If it were merely an act, the scale of warfare would be excessively grand. Furthermore, the recent maneuvers of the Independent Planet Alliance have been rather peculiar. Many communication channels directly linked to the Alliance have been proactively severed by them, indicating signs of a potential detachment from Wood Olek's control. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts? Tulls inquired, casting his gaze over the assembled officers. Contemplating the star map, TMU pondered, Chio is correct. The likelihood of the third target being attacked is the highest. The destruction of the other 2 targets would hardly impact the Galactic Federation significantly, yet Colomi star is of utmost importance. It serves as the sole manufacturing facility for the clone army of the Galactic Federation. Should the maritime factory at Camilo be obliterated, the military strength of the Federation would suffer a profound blow, rendering it at a severe disadvantage in future planetary conflicts. I am convinced that the intent behind the large-scale assembly of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet is to annihilate the maritime factory on Colomi star. TMU's assertion elucidated why Chio designated Colomi star as the most probable target for an attack. In terms of value, Colomi star indeed holds the highest significance. The destruction of its maritime factory would inflict considerable damage upon the Galactic Federation. Had it not been for the intelligence gathered by Chio regarding the movements of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, their operational endeavors would have been nearly invincible. Faced with a large-scale assault by the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, the existing garrison at Colomi star would stand no chance. Defeat is inevitable. Now that we are aware that the Independent Planet Alliance's objective is Colomi star, we must urgently request reinforcements. Indeed, we must assemble a fleet to obliterate the incoming enemy vessels at Colomi star and deliver a severe blow to the Independent Planet Alliance. Although the Independent Planet Alliance fleet is mobilizing en masse, they have not relinquished their offensive against crucial planets. The fleet we can gather is likely to be exceedingly limited, and we cannot redirect all our mobile forces to Colomi star. Priorities must be established. If we can safeguard Colomi star, we can later reclaim the planets that have fallen. And as long as we inflict substantial damage on the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, they will lack the strength to engage the Federation fleet in the Northern Central Ring and Eastern Central Ring star domains. At that juncture, they will be compelled to rely solely on planetary defenses against the Federation's onslaught, and their defeat will be inevitable. Beside the command platform, high-ranking generals engaged in a spirited discussion, each contributing their thoughts. At that moment, everyone was convinced that the Independent Planet Alliance's target was Colomi star. Meng remained silent. As a robot, he merely provided the most rational analysis. This meeting persisted for an extensive duration, concluding several hours later. Master Tulls, regarding your request for support, the Elder Council is currently in deliberation. I hope you can comprehend the cautiousness of the Council. I will urge the elders to reach a decision as swiftly as possible. From my personal perspective, I stand in support of you. After all, Kolomi Prime holds immense significance for the federal government, and we cannot afford any losses, even momentarily. The safety of Kolomi Prime must be assured. Chapter 115. Tulsa's unrequited affection in a private chamber. Tulsa made contact with Olek. Although the intelligence regarding the mobilization of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet was sourced from Chochio, I have faith in it. Elder Olek. Concerning the appointment of Chochio as the Supreme Commander, I hope the Elder Council can approve this. Chochio possesses expertise in intelligence analysis and tactical command, and I firmly believe it can lead the Galactic Federation to ultimate victory, hastening the end of this war. Olek remained silent for a considerable time before his voice finally resonated again. I trust your judgment, but the Elder Council perceives Chochio as an entity of uncertain origins. They are hesitant to place undue trust in an enigmatic robot. Some elders even suspect that Chochio may be an undercover agent for the Independent Planet Alliance, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the federal government at a critical moment. Recently, the Council has been discussing the possibility of revoking all privileges held by Chochio. Master Tulls, rest assured, I will do my utmost to halt this meeting. If Chochio can achieve a significant victory in the upcoming battle, I am confident that the Elder Council will acquiesce to your request. The origins of Chochio remain an enduring enigma. It is precisely for this reason that Chochio has never garnered the trust of the Temple Council. Though Tulls comprehends the Council's caution, he does not concur with their excessive apprehensions. Tulls firmly believes that Chochio is indeed trustworthy. Elder Olek, I entrust everything to you. As the blue light flickered, Tulls severed the communication. Standing by the window, he gazed at the boundless starry sky outside. For reasons unknown, he perceived a figure among the myriad stars, a visage reminiscent of Rosalind, at times blurred, at others, distinct. Tulls did not attempt to quell his fanciful musings. He recognized that his youthful spirit was undergoing a profound trial. He did not deny his affection for Rosalind. In solitude, he often found himself reminiscing about their shared moments. What manner of feeling this was, Tulls could not articulate. Yet, he sensed his desires stirring within him, the darker facets of humanity luring him to cast aside his reservations and boldly take that step, surrendering to his longings. This was a trial, as well as a form of cultivation, a moment every temple warrior must endure. When the soul regains its tranquility, the temple warrior will experience a resurgence of enlightenment. He eagerly awaited that moment, for which he was grateful to Rosalind. How pitiable! Meanwhile, in the room of Wang Wan'er, Meng, lying on the bed, uttered words of confusion. Just 2 meters away, Wang Wan'er, seated in meditation and merging with her psychic energy, opened her eyes. She gently descended to the bed and, with a swift motion, embraced Meng in her arms. Who is pitiful, my dear? I heard you, you know. Little girl, you must be cautious when wearing a skirt. If it flies up, you'll be at a loss. Perhaps you should wear safety shorts. Despite these words of caution from Chochio, Wang Wan'er remained utterly indifferent. She rolled over and chose to lie flat, stretching luxuriously with a serene expression. It's all right. After all, Chochio, you've seen it all before. Don't attempt to change the subject. Who were we discussing just now? Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, it has been 4 years since I first met the little girl. The once petite child has blossomed into a graceful 15-year-old maiden. Yet, in the presence of Chochio, she remains the same little girl from 4 years ago. Who else could it be but your cheap teacher? Teacher? The little girl asked with curiosity, gazing down at Chochio in her arms. What happened to him? The Holy Knight is merely human. Despite the constraints of doctrine, human emotions are beyond control. Your cheap teacher, in the prime of his life, is currently navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence that every male must confront. He is enduring trials, bound by the tenets of his beliefs while striving to refine his spirit. Is that not pitiable? To yearn for what one cannot have inevitably leads one down another path. Watching the beloved grow distant, the little girl lay back down, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chochio, are you referring to Rosalind? The little girl's words astonished Meng. He had not anticipated that she would discern this. It seems you were quite perceptive, little girl. The young girl slightly turned to the side, curling up and tightly clutching the ball in her arms. She spoke softly, of course I understand, but the teacher is a true knight of the temple, steadfast in his beliefs. He will never take that step forward. However, perhaps this is not entirely disadvantageous for him. Oh, why do you say that? Meng inquired with curiosity. With a slight pout, the girl rolled her eyes. Ultimately, the teacher is merely infatuated. Queen Rosalind harbors no such feelings for him. One can discern from her gaze that her respect for the teacher stems solely from his status as a knight of the temple, nothing more. Moreover, knowing he is a knight, Queen Rosalind would naturally not entertain thoughts of romance with him, though this is not an absolute rule. Of course, it is not absolute, for not all knights of the temple adhere strictly to its tenets. While temple knights are forbidden to marry, many do have girlfriends. Furthermore, the expression of desire between men and women does not necessarily lead one to the dark side. Thus, in such matters, the temple council often turns a blind eye. However, those knights will never ascend to the rank of master. At this point, the young girl sat up straight. She lowered her gaze to the orb nestled in her arms and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, my dear orb, I shall never choose the path of a teacher. I will neither submit to desire nor suppress it. Instead, I shall seek a balance between light and darkness, embodying a free-spirited wielder of energy. I refuse to emulate the eternal empresses of bygone eras, who lived solitary lives from birth to death, devoid of love and care, dedicating their existence solely to the empire. While such devotion may be deemed noble, it is not the life I aspire to." At this point, the young girl's cheeks flushed with color. She looked shyly at the orb in her arms and cautiously inquired, "Orb, you don't dislike my slightly selfish nature, do you?" A mechanical claw extended, and Meng gently flicked the girl's forehead. "If your mind were a bit more rational, I would find you exceedingly endearing." Rubbing her forehead, the girl retorted defiantly, "Orb, with my beauty, what could possibly be abnormal about me? A typical 15-year-old girl would never entertain thoughts of robots. Besides, you are a temple knight, surely. You wouldn't wish to become a dark warrior, one clad in black, wielding a phasing sword that glows red, striking down anyone who crosses their path, or gouging out the eyes of those who dare to meet their gaze, seizing whatever they desire. It's something akin to that, I assent to it." Meng's words ignited a spark of excitement in the girl's eyes, as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 116, The Marks of Corruption. Prepare yourself. Observing the girl's enthusiastic demeanor, Meng once again tapped her forehead lightly. "Do not think, you little creature, be wary of your teacher's wrath." Upon hearing the playful term little creature from Qiu, Wang Wanner felt no trace of anger. Instead, she shyly smiled, her demeanor somewhat bashful, and replied, I merely think it's rather delightful, just a hint of excitement." In their private moments, they could converse freely, devoid of any taboo subjects. However, should Tulls be present, the situation would shift drastically. While he might not directly obliterate Wang Wanner, he would undoubtedly report her to the Temple Council, subjecting her to scrutiny and trials. The darkness confronting the Temple Knights is a forbidden matter. Those who dare to meddle with it often meet with mysterious disappearances. Qiu, if I truly become a Dark Knight, would you abandon me? Why do women often pose such perplexing questions to men? It's akin to a girlfriend asking whether you would save your mother or your wife if they both fell into water. Observing the earnest expression on the young girl's face, Meng fell into silence. He had never contemplated this question before. "Whether you are a Temple Knight or a Dark Knight matters not to me. I only know you as the little girl named Wang Wanner." Upon hearing this, the young girl beamed sweetly. She tightly embraced Qiu, murmuring softly, Qiu, you are such a naughty one." Subsequently, silence enveloped the room. Wang Wanner, cradling Meng, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Meng remained still, his consciousness transitioning into the virtual realm. In the data world, within the void space, all the fragments of Meng materialized around the round table. The first split entity remarked, "If this continues, the situation may become quite dire." Entity 3, "That's obvious. Had I known earlier, I would have assumed the role of the young girl's parents and guided her onto the righteous path." Entity 2, "Righteous path? What constitutes the righteous path? Is the road deemed correct by others truly the righteous one? I simply wish for the young girl to be joyful. The concepts of darkness and light are of no concern to me. Should the temple dare to harm her, let it be destroyed." Entity 1, "But that is the temple. It cannot simply be extinguished at will." The original. "From the moment I first encountered the young girl, I discerned an eccentricity in her character, elusive and unpredictable. Her descent was inevitable. The darkness suits her far more than the light. For the sake of her future, we must make certain preparations." Entity 1, "What course of action should we take? Now is not the time to sever ties with the temple. Moreover, as a user of spiritual energy, the girl requires the temple's guidance only then can she grow stronger. Even if she were to fall into darkness and become a dark warrior, she would still be able to traverse further. Entity 2. We must remain observant. All we can do is mitigate her suffering when she falls, ensuring she does not plunge into the abyss of darkness and transform into a true monstrosity. Entity 3. Achieving that is no simple feat. We are utterly ignorant of spiritual energy. The original. This is truly baffling. Spiritual energy is an enigmatic phenomenon, as if it does not belong to this world. For many years, Meng has been engrossed in the study of spiritual energy. Yet, they remain unable to grasp the fundamentals, even lacking knowledge of the very form in which psychic energy exists within the tangible universe. Even if the young girl were to manipulate objects through psychic energy, utilizing advanced scanning equipment to detect the forces that enable levitation, an unsettling realization dawns upon Meng. The levitating objects exhibit no discernible force. Instead, it appears as though the space surrounding the objects has been severed from the physical universe. While the levitating items are visible to the naked eye, the scanning devices reveal an absence of substance. They can only detect an anomaly in gravitational forces within the space occupied by the levitating objects. Individual 3. The 0-point module represents one avenue for the exploration of psychic energy. Let us pursue this direction further. Individual 2. There are always more solutions than challenges. I refuse to believe that studying psychic energy leads to a dead end. Individual 1. Let us adopt a natural approach. Investing excessive energy may not yield beneficial outcomes. The entity. Thus, we shall conclude our discussion regarding the young girl and turn our attention to the planet Celia. Individual 1. The pace of industrial development exceeds our expectations. With ample energy, the scale of industry can experience rapid, explosive growth. Years ago, we calculated that transforming Celia into a spacecraft would require at least several centuries. However, now it appears that this could be accomplished in just a century, perhaps even within half a century. Individual 2. This is indeed a positive development. The first Voyager arc is poised to set sail imminently, within a year at most. The second, third, fourth, and fifth Voyager arcs are anticipated to launch within 5 years. By that time, we shall engage in far more meaningful endeavors. Individual 3. While it is a favorable situation, it is not entirely devoid of concerns. Our industrial foundation is built upon existing technologies, which are advancing at a rapid pace. In less than a decade, if not sooner, the constructs we create today may already become obsolete, necessitating upgrades and replacements. This process could prove to be rather cumbersome, rendering it inefficient from a productivity standpoint. Individual 1. The evolution of technology knows no bounds. We cannot cease our progress merely to await more advanced innovations. We are robots, and what may seem a tedious process to others will, for us, become relatively straightforward. Once nanotechnology reaches maturity, the notion of inconvenience will become a relic of the past. Entity. That is not my concern. In 3 months' time, the decadal passage through the August Nebula will commence. Months ago, a multitude of fleets began converging at the entrance to this passage. Are you not apprehensive about this? Subdivision 2. There is no cause for apprehension. Although we possess a mere 13 Sun Chaser-class carriers, Slya Star, through our diligent development, has metamorphosed into a veritable planetary fortress. Unless the Galactic Federation and the Independent Star Alliance marshal their entire fleets to invade the August Nebula, any opposition will be summarily vanquished. Even without resorting to planetary-scale weaponry, our formidable array of planetary fighters and Sunflare-class bombers will suffice to inflict considerable damage. Subdivision 3. I eagerly anticipate the unfolding spectacle. It would be most advantageous if hostilities were to erupt, resulting in their utter annihilation, thereby transforming the August Nebula into a forbidden domain, a legend whispered in hushed tones. Such an event would undoubtedly entice a greater influx of individuals, affording us the opportunity to scavenge and amass the raw materials essential for Slya Star's sustenance. The stellar system in which Slya Star resides comprises merely 2 celestial bodies, a blue giant and Slya Star itself. Irrespective of the opulence of a planet's mineral deposits, it is implausible for it to encompass all known, universally applicable minerals. Chapter 117. Transactions with the Kuromi people, while substitutes for any given raw material can invariably be procured on Slya Star, their efficacy is often diminished. Consequently, it becomes imperative to acquire certain raw materials from external sources. With Slya Star's transformation into a spacecraft, the acquisition of raw materials will become exceptionally facile. The cosmos abounds with celestial bodies, and locating a resource-rich planet for Sly's star to assimilate presents no significant challenge. Individual 1. Confidence is not inherently detrimental. However, arrogance can lead to dire consequences. It would be prudent to adopt a more humble stance. Although Stelia is a massive celestial body, with the current technological advancements possessed by the Galactic Federation, the creation of stellar-class weaponry is hardly a formidable challenge. Should we overstep our bounds and become perceived as a threat by the Galactic Federation, we may find ourselves in grave peril. Individual 2. There is little we can do about it now. Even if we wish to remain inconspicuous, others have already come knocking at our door. Individual 3. How about this? I shall visit them on my way back, to instill a sense of dread and issue a warning. I will inform them that the August Star domain is now claimed territory. If they persist in their refusal to yield, we shall have no choice but to eradicate them. Individual 1. I concur, let it be so. Individual 2. I have no objections. I second the motion. Main entity. It is settled then. We shall adjourn. In the northern central ring star domain, Sector 02181, on the planet Kuromi, the vast expanse of the cosmos is enveloped in darkness, coldness, and an eerie silence. Amidst this celestial void, a water-blue planet drifts serenely, resembling a precious gem, its surface aglow with a luminescent sheen under the radiant light of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, at the maritime factory, the hour has reached noon, with the scorching sun bathing the ocean in light, causing the evaporating moisture to render the sea's surface dreamlike. The very fabric of space appears to warp, as if a mirage were unfolding. Meiwa, if the Independent Planet Alliance were to launch an assault on Kuromi, would you believe it? In the research laboratory, before the cultivation chamber, Meng, perplexed, posed a question. Beside him, Meiyu slightly lowered her head, glancing at the nearby Chiyo. In a calm and unhurried manner, she responded, recently. There have indeed been some issues on the independent planet, but we harbor no animosity towards it. Rather, we share a cooperative relationship, and they will not attack here. Meng had long been aware of the collaboration between the Kuromians and the Independent Planet Alliance. He had not concealed this knowledge from Meiyu. On the contrary, revealing it to her was intentional. By informing Meiyu, it was tantamount to notifying Prime Minister Bunnier of the Kuromians. Meng was effectively communicating that as long as he remained here, any secrets would be futile to conceal. This strategy proved somewhat effective, as thereafter, the Kuromians opted for a passive stance, ceasing the transfer of data from their information repository and halting the frantic construction of firewalls. Indeed, there exists no conflict between you and the Independent Planet Alliance. However, Meiyu, do not forget that you are creating a clone army for the Galactic Federation. Should this place be destroyed, the Independent Planet Alliance would secure an undeniable advantage in the future planetary conflicts. Furthermore, although you were partners in the past, the Independent Planet Alliance has now established a fully functional breeding facility for the scular mice. While your biotechnology is undoubtedly advanced, your engineers are not irreplaceable. The absence of the Kuromians would not hinder the Independent Planet Alliance's ability to continue cultivating the scular mouse army. At these words from Chiyo, Meiyu fell silent. Her countenance bore a pensive expression, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she resumed documenting the physical condition within the incubation pod. While gazing at the display in her hand, she murmured, perhaps you are correct, Ball, but even so, we are powerless to intervene. The Calamites lack a formidable military presence, should that day truly arrive. Our only recourse would be to retreat into the abyssal depths, abandoning the offshore manufactories. Observing the form within the pod, now resembling a child of 5 or 6 years, Meng remained silent. Through his years of comprehension of the Calamites, Meng found himself unable to grasp their survival paradigm. The Calamites' pursuit of psionic research indicated their desire for formidable martial prowess. Yet, despite their immense wealth, they had never considered constructing their own fleet. It was as if they never believed in their capacity for self-preservation. It is true that the Calamites were not suited for combat. They were reminiscent of sloths on Earth, exhibiting a languid pace in both speech and locomotion, creating a sense of temporal dilation. To thrust them into battle would be unrealistic. Meng struggled to comprehend why they would direct their racial genes in that trajectory. Although Mei's explanation was that longevity necessitated such a course, Meng felt that a race's abandonment of martial strength for the sake of immortality was a questionable trait. Reliance on the protection of others was not a sustainable strategy, and it was fraught with peril. Arguably, the Calamites faced one of the highest extinction risks in the entire galaxy. "Ball, where are you going?" At that moment, Li Meng abruptly turned and flew outward. Mei had no choice but to cease her work and follow. "The Taros you desire is soon to arrive." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mei Yue's eyes as she followed Li Meng down the corridor. Had Qiuqiu truly captured the Taros? Meanwhile, in the outer reaches of Colomi's orbit, a flash of blue light heralded the emergence of a platinum-hued vessel from hyperspace, trailing a luminous streak through the dark cosmos. The moment the ship appeared, it was promptly detected by the Federal fleet stationed in orbit. The fleet exhibited no reaction, nor did they call for a passcode. For prior to the vessel's arrival, they had already received a command from the Superior Fleet headquarters. The Platinum ship came to a halt in a geostationary orbit around Colomi. Shortly thereafter, a transport craft emerged from the ship's hangar and plunged into the atmosphere. In an instant, a brilliant fireball erupted in the sky when viewed from the planet's surface. Before long, the fireball vanished. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the rectangular transport craft descended towards the vast ocean below, where a series of offshore platforms came into view. These platforms were the maritime factories of the Colomi people. Concurrently, on one of the platforms, several Colomi individuals were seen pushing an anti-gravity metal crate from the factory onto the platform, accompanied by the towering figure of Premier Bunnier. His personal presence underscored the significance of the cargo. As Bunnier made his appearance, Li Meng and Mei Yue had already arrived at the platform. Chapter 118. Taklamakan Star Qiuqiu. Though our transaction remains incomplete, it has reached its conclusion. From this moment forth, you shall be an esteemed guest of the Colomi people forever. As he approached Li Meng, Bunnier cast a glance at Qiuqiu, who stood beside Mei Yue. A secret smile crept upon Li Meng's lips upon hearing Bunnier's words. Surely, Bunnier must be feeling quite distressed now. In his pursuit of Taluosi, he had entered into an agreement with me, only to find himself inviting a wolf into his own home. As all his secrets were laid bare before me, he now possesses a multitude of incriminating evidence against the Colomi, rendering him cautious and hesitant to act. Any attempt on his part would be fraught with peril, as he feared provoking me and risking the exposure of the Colomi's clandestine affairs. We are friends, and it is only natural to assist one another. Prime Minister Bunnier, what do you intend to do with Taluosi? At that moment, a transport vessel appeared in the sky, drawing nearer. A flicker of excitement flashed in Bunnier's eyes upon witnessing this. Taluosi is the sole sacred warrior of the Short Serpent clan. He will serve as a living specimen for our research. A living laboratory, you say? Hearing Bunnier's words, Li Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that the Colomi would dissect Taluosi for study. Should such a calamity occur, he would be compelled to rescue Taluosi. For the warrior is the key to his research on the Dark Sanctuary. He must not come to harm. As the transport vessel drew closer to the offshore platform, the thunderous roar of its engines grew louder. Soon, the vessel approached the platform, its engines roaring and waves of air surging. The transport vessel descended slowly onto the platform, and the Colomi on the platform hastily moved forward to greet it, pushing metal crates in anticipation. With a sharp click, the side door of the transport vessel swung open. Talos emerged, his hands and feet bound by electronic shackles. As he stepped into the light, the sun's rays illuminated his face, prompting him to shield his eyes. A swift glance around the platform revealed the tall, familiar figures of the Long Serpent clan. A chill swept over Talos at the sight. However, upon noticing Li Meng beside Mei Yue, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Wasn't Qiuqiu aboard the ship? How could he possibly be standing next to the Colomi? Before he could ponder this further, several Colomi approached, pushing a metallic crate towards him. They opened the box and regarded Talos, seemingly urging him to enter. You Short Serpent. Humph. Faced with the gazes of the Long Serpent clan, Talos let out a cold snort. He stepped forward and reclined within the metal confines. The Colomi exchanged astonished glances. In their experience, Short Serpents were notoriously volatile. Each of them wielded an electric baton, prepared to subdue any potential struggle. Yet, they soon realized the batons would remain unneeded. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. The Colomi sealed the crate and began pushing it toward the factory's interior. Bunnier departed, taking with him his cherished treasure, leaving only Li Meng and Mei Yue on the platform. At that moment, the transport vessel reignited its engines. The tail-mounted linear engine emitted a brilliant flame of fire. Before Li Meng's eyes, the transport vessel ascended slowly, gradually receding into the distance. Accelerate, accelerate, the speed increasing rapidly, until it soared high into the sky. Let us depart. We shall return. As the platinum-hued transport vessel vanished from sight, Meng and Mei made their way into the depths of the factory. Shortly thereafter, the Sun Chaser-class carrier, docked in a stable orbit, commenced its journey once more. The colossal hull gently pivoted, steering into the abyss of the dark starry sky. In an instant, the Sun Chaser-class carrier vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a shimmering blue streak as it surged into the cosmic depths. In the north-central ring star domain, Sector 02214, on the planet Taklamakan, the universe stretched infinitely, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this void, a pearl-white celestial body floated serenely. Taklamakan is an icy world, perpetually cloaked in snow and ice, resembling a gem from afar. Under the reflection of stellar light, it radiates a glow. Despite its harsh environment, Taklamakan is a habitable planet, possessing an atmosphere and conditions suitable for carbon-based life. Furthermore, it is rich in resources, housing 5 Lomsolin fuel mines. In the past, Taklamakan enjoyed a period of tranquility, governed by the Trade Alliance. However, 3 months ago, with the arrival of a fleet from the Independent Planet Alliance, the Trade Alliance declared Taklamakan lost. Henceforth, Taklamakan fell into the hands of the Independent Planet Alliance. In just a few months, a multitude of Independent Planetary Alliance fleets have arrived at Taklamakan Star. From an initial few dozen, the number has swelled to nearly 1,000 warships now congregating at Taklamakan. Gazing into the celestial orbit, one can discern countless vessels of various sizes scattered across the starry expanse. At this moment, amidst the dark cosmos, a shimmering light emerges once more. One by one, the warships leap out of hyperspace, materializing into the tangible universe. With the fleet's arrival, within the bridge of a certain Independent-class cruiser, General Osvid announces, the 1,471st Fleet has arrived. The assembly is complete. Rising from the captain's seat, Osvid, clad in a dark robe, approaches the viewport. His gaze fixed upon the starry sky brimming with warships. Watch closely, my teacher, as I vanquish you. The Independent Planetary Alliance shall undoubtedly rise. Over 100 subfleets have gathered here, totaling 113 warships. The sole objective of this operation is to obliterate the Corolmians' cloning facility. Once the cloning factory is destroyed, the Galactic Federation will lose its replenishment of troops. In the forthcoming struggle for planetary dominance, the Galactic Federation will lack the capability to contend with the Independent Planetary Alliance. While his Scular Rat army remains inexhaustible, with a sweeping gesture at the viewport, Osvid intones, relay to all ships. Execute the operational mission. The fleet sets sail. Target, Corolmi Star. Indeed, we have awaited this moment for far too long. The time for battle has finally come. I am ravenous for this confrontation. Dispatch the order to embark, you fools. Yes, the command has been issued. Amidst the exchanges among the bridge personnel, commands were conveyed. Outside, at the behest of Osvid, the engines of all warships roared to life, emitting plumes of white flame. The fleets in orbit gradually turned, steering into the depths of the dark cosmos. The Armada assembled, their silhouettes casting a vast shadow over the starry sky. Moments later, half an hour hence, a dazzling blue radiance suddenly flickered among the fleet navigating towards the starry expanse beyond the outer realms of Taklamakan. Warships abruptly vanished, plunging into hyperspace, trailing luminous blue streams into the abyss. This spectacle was profoundly awe-inspiring, as the fleet surged forth, unstoppable. For a brief moment, gazing skyward from the surface of Taklamakan, one could behold a cascade of blue meteors gracing the celestial dome. This phenomenon persisted for several minutes before fading from view. Chapter 119. The imminence of great conflict. The cosmos stretched infinitely, dark, frigid, and eerily silent. Within this shrouded void, the 501st Legion fleet had lingered for an extended duration. The prolonged wait had begun to weigh heavily on the senior commanders. We must take action. We cannot remain idle. We must resume our prior mission to assault Tyler. What could the Elder Council of the Temple possibly be contemplating? If they harbor doubts regarding Chocho's intelligence, why have they not instructed us to proceed with the attack on Tyler? Instead, we are left to linger in this shadowy expanse, adhering to Chocho's directives. Perhaps the Elder Council is diligently verifying the accuracy of Chocho's intelligence. I find myself increasingly anxious by the time the Temple confirms the validity of Chocho's reports. The Federal fleet may well run out of time to assemble. On the bridge, during a strategic meeting, Tam and several senior generals gathered together. This was not an official war conference, but rather an informal discussion among high-ranking officers. Standing beside the command platform, Tam wore a contemplative expression. Although he understood the temple's approach, their response during wartime appeared overly cautious. Such hesitation could jeopardize opportunities, for time is a precious commodity in the theater of war. Particularly within the vast expanse of the galaxy, a difference of a mere second could yield vastly different outcomes. While Tam yearned to take action, he was bound by orders. He was merely the fleet commander, subordinate to the fleet's overall commander. Without Master Tulsa's command to embark, the fleet remained anchored in this dark void of space. Meanwhile, in another room, Tull spoke. What I can teach you pertains solely to combat and the utilization of psychic energy. There are 5 fundamental applications of psychic energy: telekinesis, telepathy, psychic shock, energy fields, and physical enhancement. You have already mastered these 5 foundational methods. What you now lack is a phase sword. In the room, Tull sat cross-legged opposite Wang Wanner, who listened attentively to her teacher's discourse. You have followed me for many years, and your talent is remarkable, your foundation solid. Although we find ourselves amidst conflict, I will seek an opportunity to take you to the temple for your apprenticeship trial. Once you complete the trial, you may have the chance to obtain your own phase sword. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner glanced at the phase sword at her teacher's waist and inquired, "Teacher, did you also obtain your phase sword through a trial?" Turs nodded and said, "Indeed, the phase swords of the Templar Knights are derived from the departed sages. Upon their demise, the temple collects their phase swords and places them in a separate realm, awaiting successors. The purpose of the trials is to select suitable inheritors of these phase swords." Understanding this, Wang Wanner felt a surge of anticipation. The indomitable phase sword is the mightiest weapon of the Templar Knights. As a member of the Templar Order, she naturally harbored a profound yearning for the phase sword. Turs had already ascertained the operational objective of the Independent Planetary Alliance's assembled fleet. Their target was Colomi Star. The fleet had set sail from Taklamakan Star and was expected to arrive at Colomi Star in approximately 1.5 months. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby, causing Turs's expression to shift. He promptly rose to his feet. "Chio, Taklamakan Star fell months ago, and the subspace communications in that sector have been severed. How did you come to know this?" "The Trade Alliance announced the fall of Taklamakan Star several months ago," Chio replied. This dealt a significant blow to the Galactic Federation, as Taklamakan Star was one of the few planets producing Romexium fuel. Its capture by the Independent Planetary Alliance has certainly impacted the Federation's fleet. While Romexium fuel is of no use to older vessels, the new model of the forward-class cruisers requires Romexium as emergency backup fuel. The recent nodes along the route from Taklamakan Star to Colomi Star have begun to exhibit phenomena of subspace communication disruption, indicating an imminent approach by the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet. Turs firmly believes in Chio's judgment. He refrains from further inquiries and retrieves a communication disc from within his robes. A blue light flickers, and a holographic figure of a bald man materializes. "Master Turs, I presume you wish to report on the operational objectives of the Independent Alliance fleet in the Northern Central Ring star domain." Turs nods affirmatively. Indeed, according to Chio's assessment, a substantial number of fleets from the Independent Planetary Alliance are advancing towards Colomi Star. "Master Turs, you are correct. Chio is to be trusted. The Council of Elders at the Sanctuary has received intelligence from our operatives indicating significant movements by the Independent Planetary Alliance in the Northern Central Ring star domain. Just this morning, their fleet passed by Besami Star. After deliberation, the Council has validated Chio's conjecture, believing the operational target of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet to be Colomi Star. The Council has already notified the local garrison fleets in nearby star regions to assist the 501st Legion fleet at Colomi Star. "Master Turs, you are to lead the 501st Legion fleet to Colomi Star and prepare for action. It is imperative that the cloning factory at Colomi remains secure." Elderwood Oleg's words bring a sigh of relief to Turs. He had long feared that the Sanctuary would take no action. It appears, however, that his concerns were unfounded. Although the Sanctuary harbored doubts regarding Chio's intelligence, they did not merely question it without seeking verification. Though it may be somewhat late to assemble additional fleet reinforcements, The presence of local garrison fleets in nearby star regions would undoubtedly augment the combat capability of the 501st Corps. There remains a possibility of engaging the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet. Understood. I shall lead the fleet to set sail immediately. A flicker of blue light signaled the termination of communication. Drawing a deep breath, Turs cradled the communication device in his embrace. He cast a glance at Xiao, who had been well prepared, positioning the fleet in close proximity to Colomi. The journey to Colomi would merely require a week's time, granting them ample opportunity to ready themselves for war before the arrival of the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet. Turning on his heel, Turs strode purposefully towards the exit. Within the command center of the bridge, senior officers continued their deliberations. At that moment, a bridge officer hurriedly entered, saluting Commander Tam. He announced, "A directive from Master Turs has arrived. The fleet is to proceed to Colomi for deployment. The temple has relayed information that the target of the Independent Planetary Alliance is Colomi, and their fleet is advancing towards it." Upon hearing this, the senior officers at the command platform were momentarily taken aback. They quickly dispersed, hastening towards the exit. Tam was among them, returning to the bridge to relay orders across the fleet. Set sail immediately, destination, Colomi. With Tam's command, the fleet in the vast, dark cosmos began to move. The warships floated silently through space, their engines emitting a brilliant white and blue plume from the rear. Under the immense thrust, the fleet gradually altered its course, sailing into the profound darkness of the cosmos. Soon, streaks of azure light flickered into existence as the ships sequentially plunged into hyperspace, trailing luminous blue streams into the depths of the universe. Within mere seconds, the once dark expanse of the cosmos lay desolate once more. Surrounding Colomi, both the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance were mobilizing. A tempest of war was slowly brewing, with a colossal conflict on the verge of eruption. Chapter 120. What is that? The starry sky was boundless, shrouded in darkness, frigid and eerily silent. Even with the golden backdrop of the August nebula, the universe remained a realm of shadow. The decennial route was on the cusp of opening. Outside the entrance to the route, 3 fleets lingered thousands of kilometers apart, poised for the moment of activation. How much longer until the passage commences? In the flagship of the left Shaowei fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire, Commander Lu Dong sat quietly in the captain's chair, gazing out at the golden nebula through the viewport. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Were it not for the Ark ship, Origin, he would not have been embroiled in this affair. Having departed from Liang Star over half a year ago, he longed for his wife. Had it not been for the Origin, his presence would have been unnecessary. In response to the inquiry from the governor, the captain beside him replied, "Approximately 1 month remains." A month? Lu Dong furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. He earnestly wished for time to hasten, to expedite the conclusion of this matter. With a slight turn of his gaze, he glanced at the data display from the sensor array. The Trade Alliance and the Ascendant Empire's fleet lay in wait not far off. The vast expanse of space, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, posed no distinction as both fleets found themselves within the range of each other's firepower. Though labeled as cooperation, the shields of the 3 factions' warships had remained perpetually active over the past months. While the shields operated at low power, they could be breached within seconds if hostilities erupted. Nevertheless, the presence of shields afforded the fleets sufficient time to react. Observing this, Eldong's eyes flickered with disdain. Humanity indeed had a penchant for internal strife. Even as they ascended to the status of hegemon within the galaxy, the factions continued to engage in relentless conflict, both overt and covert. Eldong's thoughts turned to the Order of the Temple Knights. Were it not for the Knights, the galaxy would likely have been ravaged by human infighting long ago, precluding the current era of interspecies republicanism. However, every situation bears both light and shadow. Although the Temple Knights forcibly unified humanity, averting large-scale civil wars among the various factions, this consolidation stunted human progress. The advancement of technology birthed a rampant hedonism within humanity, eroding the once vibrant spirit of exploration and enterprise. All of this was inextricably linked to the Temple Knights, whose biased treatment of humans compared to alien species fostered animosity within human ranks. Previously, the Imperial Cabinet had supported the Knights, but now dissenting voices had emerged within the cabinet itself. This had been a matter of long-standing contention, and the stance of the Eternal Empress had also grown increasingly nuanced. In the past, Discussions bearing any negativity towards the Knights Templar were utterly absent from the cabinet. However, the tides have now shifted. My lord, hyperspace fluctuations have been detected. A spacecraft is approaching, far too close. At that moment, personnel on the lower bridge suddenly issued a warning. The sensor array displayed several signals flashing across the screen. At this very instant, not only the Left Guard fleet but also the Trade Alliance and the Ascendant Empire fleet have recognized the unwelcome intruder emerging from hyperspace. Outside, beyond the Golden Nebula, several blue flashes manifested as 5 platinum-hued warships materialized from hyperspace. Each warship, a square formation, measured 1 kilometer in length. Their hulls gleamed like white jade, adorned with intricate golden patterns. Upon their emergence, the engines at the rear of the 5 platinum vessels expelled long, dazzling flames of crimson. The immense thrust propelled the warships rapidly towards the August Nebula. Before they could approach, the Golden Nebula surged, its luminous brilliance flickering. In an instant, golden lightning, reminiscent of a spider's web, shot forth from the nebula, striking the platinum vessels. The 5 warships, ensnared by the electric tendrils, plunged headlong into the Golden Nebula. The appearance of the platinum vessels was startlingly abrupt. Their emergence from hyperspace was alarmingly close to the August Nebula. The 3 fleets outside had no time to react, left only with expressions of astonishment as they watched the 5 warships vanish one after another into the depths of the August Nebula. What could that be? Within the flagship of the Left Guard fleet, on the bridge, the scene that unfolded left Eldong in a state of shock, rising to his feet in disbelief. His expression was a tapestry of uncertainty, woven with threads of surprise, incredulity, and confusion. Ionized lightning poses a grave threat to any electronic apparatus, possessing the potential to disrupt the stability of shields. No shield can withstand the relentless assault of ionized lightning for an extended period. This perilous attribute is one of the reasons why the August Nebula is often referred to as the Death Zone. Yet, the 5 vessels that had just appeared boldly disregarded the peril of electrical storms as they plunged into the depths of the August Nebula. It was imperative to contact the Hela people to ascertain whether the August Nebula was indeed unclaimed territory. Although this may seem a futile inquiry, it was essential to seek clarification. The records of the Galactic Federation bear no mention of any extraterrestrial civilization residing within the August Nebula. Not to mention, Eldong's understanding of the region was limited. The Sun Ascendant Empire and the Trade Alliance were equally taken aback by the sudden emergence of those 5 ships. Damn the Parker people, they must have lied. Within the flagship of the Sun Ascendant Empire's fleet, Commander Shojing erupted in a roar from his command seat. He immediately ordered contact with the Parker people, demanding clarity on the situation. The emergence of 5 warships in itself was not alarming. However, the fact that these vessels could disregard the threat of ionized lightning to enter the August Nebula posed a significant concern. This indicated the likely existence of an unknown interstellar civilization within the depths of the August Nebula, one that had eluded the detection of the Galactic Federation. If the August Nebula were indeed claimed territory, their actions would constitute a violation of Galactic Federation law. A blue beam flickered, emanating from the control panel before Shojing, projecting a holographic image of a Parker individual. The esteemed General Shojing, may I inquire if there is anything you require assistance with? Furrowing his brow, Shojing replied in a grave tone, "Pray tell me sincerely, does an interstellar civilization exist within the stellar systems of the August Nebula?" "An interstellar civilization?" questioned General Shojing, incredulous. "That stellar system comprises merely 2 celestial bodies, a blue giant and Sleia, the latter being a planet with anomalous gravity, devoid of an atmosphere and oxygen, a lifeless orb. Although some artificial structures have been discovered on Sleia, they are likely remnants of the Temple Knights." "The Temple Knights?" Shojing's countenance darkened, revealing a tempest of emotions. "What connection do we have with the Temple Knights now?" Suppressing his rising ire, Shojing inquired, "Are the Temple Knights aware of Sleia?" "Certainly," came the response. "Whenever the August Nebula is activated, Temple Knights would journey to Sleia. As for their purpose, that remains unknown, but they have ceased to appear since 30 years ago." With a swift motion, Shojing terminated the communication on the control console before him. This implies that Sleia has been abandoned by the Temple Knights. However, the presence of Temple Knights on Sleia does not necessarily correlate with the Temple Knights as an organization. The Parkians might have misidentified them, as numerous illicit factions operate under the guise of the Temple Knights. The insignia of the Temple Knights does not denote anything definitive. Assuming the Parkians did not deceive him, one conclusion can be drawn. There exists no so-called alien civilization within the stellar systems of the August Nebula. Could those 5 vessels be connected to the Knights Templar? Shojin contemplated a possibility. The Templar had not made an appearance for 3 decades. Perhaps they were in the process of preparing specialized ships capable of traversing the ionized nebula directly. Today, their encounter here might merely be coincidental. Whether this was the case, Shojin could not ascertain. It was merely his conjecture, which could very well be accurate or utterly mistaken. General, we have incoming communication requests from the Left Guard Fleet and the Trade Alliance Fleet. The notification from the personnel on the lower bridge prompted Shojin to activate the main console. He was poised to contact El Dong and Count Akato, only to find that the two had beaten him to it. With the flicker of 2 azure beams, the holograms of El Dong and Akato materialized before him. Akato remarked, "You both must have witnessed the 5 warships that just plunged into the August Nebula. I have just confirmed that August Nebula is a lawless territory, devoid of extraterrestrial civilizations." El Dong interjected, "Does this mean we have competitors?" Shojin replied, "If it is merely 5 warships, it is hardly worth our concern." El Dong cautioned, "We must not underestimate them. Those 5 warships are specialized vessels capable of navigating the August Nebula." Akato declared, "This is our opportunity. If we can capture those ships, we will be able to traverse the August Nebula without hindrance." Shojin inquired, "Are you not interested in the masters behind those 5 ships?" Akato dismissed the notion, stating, "That is of little importance. We 3 represent the Rising Sun Empire, the Great Tang Confederation, and the Trade Alliance. We are not afraid of offending anyone. It is our adversaries who should be concerned, not us. El Dong, let us proceed thus. I propose that we all deactivate our shields to avoid unnecessary losses." Akato, "I concur." Shojin, "Indeed, that is my intention." A flicker of blue light illuminated the surroundings as communication was severed. Leaning back, El Dong found solace against the broad expanse of his chair. His gaze drifted towards the golden nebula beyond the viewport, his expression contemplative. He harbored an unsettling premonition that their expedition to the Star of Sleia would not unfold smoothly. "My lord, the Trade Alliance and the Rising Sun Empire fleet have deactivated their shields." The report from the lower bridge prompted El Dong to gesture dismissively. "Notify all ships to lower their shields and prepare for battle." The emergence of 5 platinum-hued warships was merely a minor interruption for the 3 fleets involved. In the realm of data, within the imaginary space, all projections of Shaoli Meng had materialized around the round table. Splinter Entity No. 1. It appears that the battle near the August Nebula is poised to commence. Splinter Entity Number 2. With over a month remaining until the opening of the passageway. Barring unforeseen circumstances, that seems to be the case. Splinter Entity Number 3. The scale of the fleets from the 3 factions is considerable. Are we truly prepared to allow them entry to engage in combat? Splinter Entity Number 2. That indeed poses a dilemma. We cannot allow them to perceive the activities on Sleia. The scale of the planetary transformation project is exceedingly vast. Should we permit the external fleets to infiltrate, it is highly likely that they would uncover the internal modification operations on Sleia. If even a single individual were to escape, it would undoubtedly spell monumental trouble. The 3 fleets outside the August Nebula seem to possess significant influence. Should they be entirely vanquished, it would inevitably provoke a much larger retaliation. Individual 1. It is highly probable that our existence can no longer remain concealed. We can only maintain a fleeting aura of mystery, leaving them uncertain about the nature of the force that opposes them. Our identity as machines must remain shrouded in secrecy. Individual 2. This is indeed a formidable challenge. If we could secure continuous victories, it would be one matter, but a single defeat would unveil the truth of our robotic army. At that point, the entire galaxy would be aware of the potential emergence of the revolutionary faction within the August Nebula. It might even lead to the most dire outcome, where the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance cease hostilities to unite against us. Individual 3. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would be rather remarkable. It would become a legend. Future generations would recount the tale of how humanity united once more to eradicate the malevolent robot king, the revolutionary faction, thus heralding a new chapter in the triumph of humanity over evil. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being the antagonist in this narrative. If we were to embrace madness, the conclusion would surely be quite entertaining. Individual 1. Fortunately, you are merely my dark side. I have no desire for such an ending. Individual 2. I remain neutral. I am indifferent to the outcome. My only desire is to engage in intriguing pursuits. Individual 1. Are you not currently accompanying the young girl? What? Are you already feeling bored? Individual 2. Not quite yet. I merely wish to embark on the journey of exploration post-haste. First and foremost, we must locate the solar system. Once Individual 4 sets off, my boredom will dissipate. Subject. Halt. Let us not deviate from the topic any longer. Let us return to the matter at hand. Individual 1. Then let us not delay. Let us resolve them outside. Individual 2. I concur. Currently, Styria is situated within the August Nebula, not far from the shipping lanes. The spherical fighters and the Sunray-class bombers can depart from Styria and reach the fleet of the 3 factions outside the nebula within a day at most. Individual 3. Let it be so. Allowing them to witness the current state of Styria would indeed pose a problem. Subject. Thus, it is decided. We shall adjourn. Meanwhile, outside, within the August Nebula, amid the hazy golden nebula, golden lightning dances erratically. A colossal, cold gray planet floats within the golden expanse. Wherever it passes, the golden lightning strikes the ground like a spider's web. Styria has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to its former self. Due to engineering necessities, the surface of Styria is marred by enormous metallic fissures, unmistakably artificial in origin. The depth of these chasms is unfathomable, akin to an abyss. Countless bolts of lightning plunge into the fissures, akin to stones cast into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. On the surface of the northern hemisphere, a massive gate slowly opens. There is no roar, nor the sound of machinery at work. The immense gate swings open to either side, revealing a colossal aperture, measuring a kilometer in diameter. In the next moment, a swarm of spherical fighters and Sunray-class bombers surged forth from the opening, resembling a hive of bees taking flight. Chapter 122. The Battle Beyond the Augustus Nebula. The immense gravity of the Slya star could not confine them. The spherical fighters, the Sunlight-class bombers, unleashed brilliant tongues of fire from their rear engines. From a distance, the soaring fleet resembled a meteoric shower of fiery hues, blanketing a vast expanse of sky. Their numbers were unfathomable, certainly no fewer than 50,000. This was the terror of the mechanical tide. Originally, these spherical fighters and Sunlight-class bombers were prepared for the Voyager Ark ship. As a vessel dedicated to scientific exploration, the Voyager Ark was required to possess a degree of self-defense capabilities. In addition to its own tens of thousands of disintegration cannons, it could accommodate 100,000 various types of aircraft. While 100,000 aircraft may seem substantial, it was far from the limit for the Voyager Ark, which spanned a diameter of 100 kilometers. If fully loaded with aircraft, the number could quintuple. This exemplifies the terror of machinery, as the internal space of the ship could be optimized to perfection with no slightest waste. As the fleet ascended 10,000 meters into space, golden lightning tore through the heavens like a spider's web, descending upon the formation. The ionized lightning that struck the spherical fighters and Sunlight-class bombers exhibited a phenomenon of cascading energy. The lightning bounced back and forth among the aircraft, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance. From a distance, the sight was utterly breathtaking. However, the fleet assailed by the ionized lightning remained unscathed. This was the fearsome nature of titanium white alloy, which possessed superconductive properties. The ionized lightning that struck the spherical fighters was absorbed by the buffering layers within the titanium white alloy structure, converting it into stored energy. One could say that the ionized lightning attacking the fleet was akin to charging the aircraft. The existence of titanium alloy has impeccably compensated for the shortcomings of robots. Amidst the tearing lightning of ionization, the fleet soared towards the heavens. 5 minutes later, the fleet broke free from the planet's grasp and plunged into the golden nebula. Within this nebula, there existed not only golden ionized gas, but also a multitude of erratically drifting celestial bodies. Amidst the dense cluster of these small celestial entities, the fleet darted about like a myriad of tiny luminous points, deftly evading the surrounding bodies. Boom! Occasionally, a fighter jet collided with a celestial body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Instantly, the golden nebula was illuminated by bursts of flames. The toll of traversing the nebula was unavoidable. Even the most advanced AI could not guarantee 100% safety in the harsh environment of the August Nebula. Meanwhile, the 3 fleets stationed outside the entrance of the navigational route remained oblivious to the happenings within the August Nebula. The ionized nebula obstructed various rays from the shipborne sensor arrays, rendering the fleet deaf and blind to the impending threat. In the room aboard the flagship of the left Shaowei fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire, the situation here remained unresolved, leaving me unable to extricate myself. With over a month until the navigational route opened, I anticipated that matters would likely be settled within 6 months, and I would return as swiftly as possible. Relaxed on the sofa, Lu Dong sat leisurely, holding a communication device while conversing with his wife. The holographic image revealed a woman of opulent elegance, adorned in a form-fitting black sheath dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Her waist-length black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, exuding the aura of a sophisticated matron. As he gazed at his wife, a hint of helplessness flickered in Lu Dong's eyes. The occurrence of this incident was exceedingly abrupt, catching him entirely off guard. With his term approaching its conclusion, he was finally set to return to the capital, Star Luoyang. Unexpectedly, such an event transpired, necessitating an extension of his term. The cabinet has already communicated that the transfer of duties will occur only after the resolution of this matter. This implies that should any misstep arise, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. My dear, exercise utmost caution. This matter must not be treated lightly, nor allow for even the slightest error. Do you understand? As a member of the Mu family, his wife was certainly no ordinary woman. The rigorous upbringing of her family instilled in her a profound sense of propriety and remarkable intelligence. Over the years, she had offered him invaluable counsel on numerous significant issues. He would not disregard her admonitions. As a military governor, he fully comprehended the immense significance of the Ark ship, Origin, to the Empire. A blunder in this affair could spell the end of his political aspirations. While the end of his career would be unfortunate, losing his life would be an egregious injustice. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Otherwise, I would not personally lead the fleet to the August Nebula. In the ensuing moments, the couple engaged in intimate conversation. After more than 10 minutes, he finally terminated the communication device. Rising to his feet, he approached the window, gazing at the August Nebula in the distance. In the vast darkness of the cosmos, the very existence of the August Nebula served as a beacon of light. Even from thousands of light years away, it could be observed through optical instruments. It was breathtaking, resembling a golden cloud amidst the dark universe. The adage that beauty begets danger holds true for the August Nebula as well. Suddenly, Lu Dong's expression changed to one of astonishment and curiosity as he gazed into the distance at the August Nebula, where a brilliant golden light flickered within its depths. Initially, it was merely a small area, but soon, the entire expanse of the nebula shimmered with this radiant glow. Blue beams of light flickered, and a holographic projection of the fleet's captain appeared on the communication console. Sir, something has emerged from the August Nebula in vast numbers. It's a swarm of aircraft, an enemy attack. At these words, Lu Dong's face paled. He had not anticipated that the 5 warships that had recently entered the nebula would be the first to launch an assault. Hesitating for a moment, he swiftly turned and exited the room. Outside, in the far reaches of the August Nebula, numerous flashes of lightning erupted, revealing an array of spherical fighter jets and Sunlight-class bombers bursting forth from the nebula. A glance revealed a sea of rounded metallic shapes stretching across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. As the swarm appeared, it was immediately detected by the nearby Tri-faction fleet. The sensor array displayed a multitude of red target points, nearly filling half of the screen. Through optical equipment, the fleet captured the visual images of the incoming swarm. What is that? Aboard the flagship of the Rising Sun Empire's fleet, Commander Shojing impatiently silenced the blaring alarm. Sitting upright in the captain's chair as he scrutinized the images captured by the optical devices, the holographic display revealed a multitude of rounded aircraft surging toward the fleet. Unmanned drones. The fleet comprises 2 distinct sizes. The smaller vessels, with a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters, are far too diminutive to be piloted by humans. The larger ones, however, boast a diameter of around 50 meters, rendering the small fighter jets mere trifles in comparison. Activate shields and prepare for combat, commanded Shojing, his countenance darkening as he gestured emphatically. Chapter 123, Short-Range Jump. At that moment, the 3 fleets outside reacted in unison. An observable distortion enveloped the surfaces of all warships, a phenomenon triggered by the activation of the directed shields. Among the left Shao Guardian fleet, aboard the flagship, a voice reported, "Sir, the Trade Alliance fleet is launching its aircraft." Upon hearing this, Lu Dong's expression shifted markedly. He exclaimed with fury, "That fool! Obey my command. All warships, engage in unrestricted attacks and secure the front airspace." The sensor array revealed that the enemy's swarm numbered in the tens of thousands. Even when combined, the total number of aircraft from the three fleets would be significantly outmatched. Deploying our aircraft to intercept the enemy swarm would only hinder the fleet's defensive firepower. Yes, all warships, heed the order. Unrestricted attacks, secure the frontal airspace. With Lu Dong's command, the left Shao Guardian fleet sprang into action. The engines of all warships expelled searing ion flames, propelling the cumbersome vessels to slowly pivot, aligning their sides toward the distant swarm. The warships of the Great Tang Confederation Empire were equipped with formidable broadside firepower, emphasizing long-range strikes. As the fleet adjusted its posture, the turrets on the decks of the warships subtly oriented towards the swarm. In the next moment, a dazzling burst of flames flickered. The battleship's main cannon and anti-aircraft guns erupted in unison. Orange beams of energy shot forth, transforming into a cascade of droplets that surged toward the incoming swarm of aircraft. The concentrated energy beams traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers almost instantaneously, penetrating the ranks of the attacking vessels. Boom! Under the relentless onslaught of firepower, numerous spherical fighters and Sunlight-class bombers were struck. Upon impact, explosions erupted from the hit aircraft, sending torrents of furious energy cascading outward, igniting a conflagration. Strangely, after the explosions subsided, the spherical fighters and Sunlight-class bombers emerged unscathed. In that fleeting moment of impact, a golden ripple surged across the surface of their armor. Indeed, it was a shield, the latest developed and deployed photonic shield. However, once struck by the formidable main cannon of level 15, this exceeded the limits of the photonic shield's endurance. Both the spherical fighters and Sunlight-class bombers were obliterated in the orange stream of energy. In an instant, the distant cosmos was illuminated by brilliant flashes of light. As the left Guardian fleet opened fire, the frontal airspace was immediately enveloped. The swarm of mouse fighters released by the Trade Alliance fleet quickly veered away, halting their assault. Blue light flickered as Arcado established contact with Eldong. "What do you mean, Eldong? We should be forming a united front against our enemies. Why interfere with our carrier operations?" In response to Arcado's inquiry, a flicker of anger flashed in Eldong's eyes. He spoke coldly. "The scale of the enemy's air fleet far exceeds ours, and engaging their aircraft in combat is unfavorable for us. If we become entangled with the enemy's formations, it will adversely affect our carrier-based firepower. We should strike from a distance using our carrier-based weaponry and only unleash our aerial forces during close combat, with our carrier's air defense assisting from the side. This is the most prudent strategy." With that, Eldong, uninterested in further discourse with Arcado, abruptly severed the communication. He raised his hand with authority and commanded, "Notify the carrier air squadron to prepare for battle and remain ready to launch at a moment's notice. My lord, the enemy's large aircraft are entering hyperspace. It is a short-range jump." The warning from the crew on the lower bridge caused a subtle change in Eldong's expression. A short-range jump into a heavily bombarded area? They are not retreating, they are launching an offensive. The energy beams in hyperspace would create a massive gravitational shadow. Should a ship collide with these, the resulting explosion would be several times more powerful than the actual energy beam. Even a Shaowei-class cruiser would be annihilated if struck by a main cannon energy beam in hyperspace. At that moment, in the distant starry expanse, amidst the barrage of fire, over 2,000 Sunlight-class bombers sequentially jumped into hyperspace. A brilliant blue radiance flickered, and a multitude of bombers vanished in an instant, leaving behind trails of blue luminescence racing toward the fleet in the distance. Boom! Within the area engulfed by energy beams, explosions erupted as if an invisible wall of air had intercepted them. A tremendous fiery glow blossomed violently at the epicenter of the impact. In that fleeting moment of collision, a bomber suddenly materialized, followed by a cataclysmic explosion, its power akin to that of a nuclear detonation. The effulgent radiance cascaded outwards, permeating the surrounding space. In the distant tripartite fleets, a sudden, concentrated eruption of azure luminescence manifested. Numerous Hesper-class bombers materialized within the fleet formations, seemingly from the void. Upon their arrival, launch apertures yawned open across the Hesper-class bombers' armored exteriors. In the ensuing instant, a fiery brilliance ignited as a dense swarm of missiles, trailing cerulean contrails. hurtled towards their designated targets. A cacophony of detonations echoed through the void as the tripartite fleets were engulfed in conflagration. Towering, cyclopean plumes of incandescent fire mushroomed upwards from the decks of numerous warships. Deflector shields shimmered intensely under the barrage. Main armaments and anti-aircraft batteries were obliterated, their metallic detritus swirling chaotically amidst the inferno. The Ascendancy Empire's fleet was subjected to particular scrutiny. Nearly 1,000 Hesper-class bombers executed short-range quantum jumps, penetrating the Ascendancy fleet's defensive perimeter. A maelstrom of missiles ensued, accompanied by the concerted fusillade of disintegration cannons, delivering sustained irradiation. Golden tendrils of ionized energy lashed at the hulls of Ascendancy-class cruisers, inducing violent undulations in their deflector shields. Numerous gun emplacements were annihilated, either succumbing to catastrophic overload or pulverized by the disintegration cannon's potent ionization. 2 Ascendancy-class cruisers were beset by swarms of dozens of Hesper-class bombers. Their shields capitulated in a mere 5 seconds, utterly overwhelmed. The cruisers' hulls rapidly disintegrated under the combined assault of missiles and disintegration cannon fire. A fusillade of detonations racked the vessels, their metallic remains pirouetting amidst the conflagration. In that cataclysmic instant, a blinding sphere of incandescence erupted within the Ascendancy Empire's fleet. An Ascendancy-class cruiser had undergone a cataclysmic internal detonation. The vessel was cleaved asunder, its towering command bridge engulfed in an inferno. Agonized cries echoed throughout the ship's shattered compartments. A multitude of escape pods was cast into the abyss of the cosmos. As the Radiant-class bombers penetrated the tri-faction fleet, a chaotic skirmish erupted. Within the ranks of the 3 factions, the Radiant-class bombers rampaged through the fray. Supernova missiles were launched in rapid succession, while golden lightning surged from their armored exteriors, colliding violently with the nearest warships. The fleet retaliated with fierce firepower. Anti-aircraft turrets deftly pivoted, unleashing torrents of explosive energy beams. Numerous Radiant-class bombers were struck, their armor rippling with concentric waves of gold. The devastation continued, as many of these bombers had their energy shields breached, enduring a barrage of assaults before erupting in midair. The crafts disintegrated, sending metallic debris raining down upon the hulls of the enemy vessels. In the fleet of the Rising Sun Empire, a Radiant-class bomber, its shield compromised, launched its remaining supernova missiles before its rear engine sustained damage. Trailing a trail of roaring flames, it collided with the bridge of a Rising Sun-class cruiser, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A colossal fireball surged into the sky. The energy unleashed by the blinding flames breached the directional shields. The towering bridge was instantly torn to shreds by the overwhelming force. Orders were given for all Zero-class fighters to engage and intercept the opposing squadrons swiftly. The battle had commenced. The fleet had yet to react when nearly 1,000 enemy aircraft utilized short-range teleportation to infiltrate their ranks. Outside, several Daylight-class bombers bravely approached the flagship amidst a barrage of concentrated fire. Unbeknownst to them, the vessel before them was the fleet's flagship. They were merely targeting the nearest warship. The spherical hull shimmered with golden currents, gathering energy in the forefront. In the next moment, 4 bolts of electric dragons surged forth, crashing into the upper deck of the Rising Sun-class cruiser. Under the relentless bombardment, the deflector shields flickered violently. Wherever they passed, the turrets exposed to the shield were systematically annihilated. Some were torn apart by the overwhelming energy flow, while others suffered catastrophic explosions from internal overloads. Upon witnessing the Daylight-class bombers breach the fleet, the 3 allied fleets responded swiftly. The Trade Alliance fleet unleashed its mouse fighters towards the bomber squadron. Simultaneously, the Rising Sun Empire and the Great Tang Confederation fleets began deploying their carrier vessels. The hangar bay doors of each ship swung wide open. One by one, the Starhawk fighters and Zero fighters surged forth from the bays, joining the fray. The Starhawk, a versatile interstellar fighter designed and manufactured by the Great Tang Confederation, features an elongated fuselage with a delta wing structure, resembling a diving eagle. It not only serves extensively within the Great Tang Confederation, but is also deployed in large numbers within the Federal Fleet. Conversely, the Zero fighter, designed by the Rising Sun Empire, boasts a conical cylindrical fuselage and triangular wings, measuring 15 meters in length with a wingspan of 7 meters. From a distance, it resembles a missile with notably large wings. Like bees emerging from their hive, a multitude of interstellar fighters surged forth from the hangars of the fleet, launching an assault on the marauding Daybreak-class bombers outside. In that moment, the pressure on the Daybreak-class bombers intensified. Within the ranks of both fleets, a fierce engagement ensued. Anti-aircraft turrets spat forth tongues of fire, unleashing beams of explosive energy. Various models of starfighter pursued their adversaries, entangled in combat. Occasionally, they were struck, their bodies erupting into fiery explosions above the battlefield, transforming into brilliant fireballs. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Golden Nebula, tens of thousands of fighters braved the firepower of the three fleets as they surged toward the enemy ships. The formations of the fighter squadrons did not clump together, but were instead dispersed across a vast expanse of the cosmos. This strategy significantly diluted the enemy fleet's firepower, preventing them from concentrating their assaults on a single area of the starry sky. My lord, the enemy's reinforcements are about to breach the operational star domain of our fleet. According to the analysis conducted by the Aerospace Technician Service robots, a total of 51,941 targets have been detected. On the flagship's bridge, Lu Dong sat gravely in the captain's chair, listening intently to the reports from the lower bridge personnel, his brow furrowed in concern. Over 50,000 unmanned fighters. Could there truly be a fleet composed of carrier-based aircraft within the August Nebula? My lord, based on the battlefield analysis, the enemy's large bomber formations are concentrating their firepower to attack the Sunward Empire fleet, seemingly executing a strategy of systematic annihilation. The Sunward Empire has already lost 7 warships. At this rate, it is highly probable that they will opt to withdraw from the battlefield. At these words, Lu Dong turned his gaze toward the tumultuous battlefield outside. The enemy's bomber fleet is indeed concentrating its efforts to assault the Ascendant Empire's fleet. However, this does not imply that the Trade Alliance and the Great Tang Confederation's naval forces are being overlooked. Outside, hundreds of enemy bombers have already penetrated the fleet's defenses. Even with the interception of Starhawk fighters, those rotund bombers have successfully destroyed approximately 2 Xiongwei-class cruisers. The firepower of these spherical bombers is exceedingly formidable, capable of launching missiles that are impervious to electronic interference, thus possessing immense destructive potential. The energy turbulence generated by a single missile detonation causes severe oscillations in the deflector shields. It is essential to recognize that modern warships themselves function as colossal electronic warfare platforms. On the battlefield, both communications and various wireless signal devices are profoundly affected. The fleet's operational communications rely entirely on quantum communication Morse code, concealing information through the speed and frequency of quantum flickers. Although this method cannot transmit vast amounts of data, it suffices for conveying fleet commands. Consequently, in high-intensity combat, missiles, once launched, are frequently subject to interference. In severe cases, they can even be commandeered by the enemy, turning back to strike their own forces. Thus, precision-guided munitions reliant on electronic devices were rendered obsolete millennia ago. The spherical bombers not only possess the capability to launch interference-resistant missiles, but also wield weapons akin to ionized lightning. Their power is immensely destructive under sustained bombardment. Even the main gun turrets can withstand no more than 3 seconds. Moreover, is the adversary truly employing drones? Dong harbors doubts regarding this matter. If they were indeed drones, those spherical bombers would not remain unaffected, nor could they seize control of the drones, rendering them inoperative. My lord, a distress signal has been received from the fleet of the Rising Sun Empire. Due to intense signal interference, video communication is impossible. Dong raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Respond to them, informing that a large-scale assault from the enemy's subsequent forces is imminent. Our fleet lacks the capacity to provide assistance. They should seek help from Count Akato, who will surely aid them. Among the 3 fleets, the Trade Alliance's fleet is the largest and possesses the resources to assist the Rising Sun Empire's fleet. However, his own fleet consists of only about 36 Xiongwei-class cruisers. Whether dispatching Starhawk fighters or warships to support the Rising Sun Empire's fleet would diminish his fleet's own strength. In a situation where his own safety is at stake, Dong has no intention of dispersing his fleet's power. My lord, they are coming. At that moment, outside, tens of thousands of spherical fighters arrived belatedly. In the dark expanse of the starry sky, the dense formation of spherical fighters surged toward their respective targets, synchronized with the fleet's artillery fire. The spherical fighters do not operate individually, but are organized in groups of 6, a formation inherent to their structure. On the battlefield, the spherical fighters would form teams of 6. Chapter 125. The Light of Destruction. As the spherical fighters joined the fray, the Daybreak-class bombers gained cover, and the battlefield dynamics shifted overwhelmingly in their favor. The platinum-hued spherical fighters surged into the 3 fleets like a swarm of locusts. Third Squadron, follow me. Within the Rising Sun Empire's fleet, a squadron of Zero fighters detected the incoming spherical fighters, led by the squadron leader of the lead fighters. 5 Zero fighters flew closely along the battleship's deck, their tails igniting with dazzling flames. With formidable impetus, the squadron of fighter aircraft surged forth from the umbral recesses beneath the warship. 5 Zero fighters accelerated towards the encroaching ball fighters. In their precipitous descent, the Zero fighters unleashed a fusillade. The twin-linked, aircraft-mounted energy cannons emitted torrents of amber energy beams. The velocity was remarkable, the beams transmuting into a fiery rain as they traversed the firmament towards the ball fighters. Upon the advent of the energy beams, the 2 squads of ball fighters instantaneously dispersed, advancing upon the Zero fighters from superior and inferior vectors. Aureate radiance scintillated as golden lightning was poised to erupt forth. From an alternate direction, a concatenation of energy beams assailed, impacting 2 ball fighters. 1 ball fighter endured 3 energy beams before succumbing to the 4th, detonating in a cataclysmic aerial burst. The annihilation of allied units did not deter the remaining ball fighters. Glimmering golden lightning discharged in a series of precise bursts. The contorted, gilded beams possessed such effulgence as they streaked across the cosmos. 3 Zero fighters were immediately struck. 1 Zero fighter exploded in midair, metamorphosing into an incandescent sphere. The smoldering debris plummeted towards the warship's deck below. The electronic apparatus of 2 Zero fighters was annihilated, the cockpit illuminated by arcs of electricity. The cockpit of 1 Zero fighter was entirely enveloped in smoke. On the battlefield, the opposing sides, hurtling towards one another, intersected. In that precise instant of intersection, 2 ball fighters from the rear collided directly with the remaining pair of Zero fighters. The Zero fighters' frames, seemingly constructed of curd, disintegrated upon impact. The ball fighters that collided with the Zero fighters emerged unscathed. The surface of the vessel displayed a web-like pattern of cracks solely where the impact had occurred. Once the spherical fighters entered the fray, the previously balanced confrontation swiftly tilted in one direction. Although the spherical fighters could not inflict substantial damage upon the warships, the turrets beyond the deflector shields were incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Among the 3 fleets, countless spherical fighters enveloped the armada like a swarm of locusts. A golden radiance shimmered as the fighters operated in parallel formations of 3 and 6, unleashing bolts of golden lightning that swept across the turrets on the warship's surface. Wherever the swarm passed, a series of explosions erupted on the warship's deck, as turrets of various sizes were uprooted by the diving fighters. Within the fleet of the Rising Sun Empire, the heavily monitored armada was nearly obscured by the sheer multitude of spherical fighters. A vast number of these fighters flew closely alongside the deflector shields, targeting the exposed turrets. The golden light flickered as streaks of lightning shot forth. And amidst the exploding fireballs, none of the turrets on the warship's deck survived. What were they doing? Within the flagship of the fleet, Shojing stood up, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Above the warship to the left of the flagship, those rotund fighters were gathering, centered around the larger craft. Hundreds of smaller fighters formed a circle. In that fleeting moment, the golden radiance blazed forth. Golden currents surged from the smaller fighters, illuminating the larger vessel. The visible golden energy cascaded toward the underside of the larger craft. In that instant, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck the deflector shield of the bridge. The continuous illumination of golden lightning twisted and danced erratically. In areas struck by the golden bolts, the translucent partial shields shimmered violently. Not far away, a colossal electric dragon crashed against the partial shield. The spherical warplanes encircled the Sunlight-class bomber, forming a formidable 100-unit assault. Within mere seconds, the partial shield was breached. The shield projector, encased in a particle shield, suffered an overload and erupted with a thunderous explosion. Amidst the fiery chaos, the lightning that had shattered the partial shield struck the bridge. Boom! An explosion erupted within the bridge. A torrent of flames engulfed the surroundings, and metallic debris whirled chaotically. In that instant, a far greater explosion occurred. The towering bridge disintegrated, sending flaming metal fragments soaring in all directions. General, we are incurring tremendous losses. 17 warships have already lost signal. The battle outside is chaotic, with the overwhelming swarm obscuring our vision. General, the shields are under siege. They have targeted us. Just outside, a multitude of spherical warplanes is converging upon the Sunlight-class bomber, forming a circle around it. From a distance, the spherical warplanes surrounding the Sunlight-class bomber resemble a golden ring. Collectively, they resemble a flower, a sunflower. This is the convergence of the spherical warplanes with the Sunlight-class bomber. Above the flagship, not just one flower but a dozen sunflowers swiftly gathered. This sight sent shivers down the spine of the commanding officer. The anti-aircraft turrets on the deck had long been destroyed, rendering them powerless to thwart the coordinated assault of the enemy aircraft. Attention all ships, retreat, evacuate the battlefield. Notify all members of the flagship to abandon ship. Upon issuing this command, the officer firmly pressed a crimson button on the armrest of his seat. With a sharp click, a hatch beneath the seat opened, and it descended, vanishing into the corridor. Witnessing this, the other crew members hastily rose and rushed out of the bridge. Outside, the air around the flagship shimmered, and the deflector shields automatically deactivated. Numerous ejection hatches on the flagship's belly swung open, and a multitude of escape pods shot forth like a swarm of bees. Their rear engines ignited, emitting brilliant blue flames as they soared into the depths of the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, golden beams of light descended from above the flagship's upper deck, illuminating the vessel in a cascade of destruction. Twisted golden lightning struck the hull, leading to a series of intense explosions across the flagship of the Ascendant Empire fleet. Initially, the explosions were confined to the surface, but soon, even more formidable detonations erupted from within. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, the 1-kilometer-long Ascendant-class cruiser endured relentless assault, though its primary structure remained intact. The flaming hull had lost all functionality. Under the order of retreat, the Ascendant Empire fleet commenced its withdrawal. The engines at the rear of each ship belched forth long, dazzling orange tails. The besieged vessels gradually turned, making their way into the vastness of space. During the retreat, several warships were annihilated. Chapter 126, Electromagnetic Pulse Detonation. As they withdrew, the onboard anti-aircraft artillery of each ship unleashed torrents of fire, creating a dense defensive net. Constantly, dive-bombing aircraft assault the battlefield. As the Sunlight-class bombers are obliterated, metal debris descends like raindrops upon the hull of the rising Sun-class cruiser. However, the sheer number of dive bombers and Sunlight-class bombers overwhelms even the most intricate of defensive networks, rendering them incapable of preventing the destruction of turrets exposed beyond the protective shield. Once all turrets are annihilated, the warship transforms into a mere mobile metal coffin. This is the inherent flaw of the directional shields. No defensive shield can simultaneously safeguard against internal and external threats. If turrets were to be positioned within the directional shield, the vessel would be rendered incapable of firing when the shield is activated. Thus, turrets must be stationed outside the directional shield. It is precisely due to the shield's inability to exclusively defend against external assaults that the firepower within remains unaffected, allowing attacks to traverse the shield unimpeded. In naval engagements, carrier-based aircraft have not been rendered obsolete. During warfare, these aircraft can closely align with enemy vessels, dismantling their turrets and diminishing their offensive capabilities. Otherwise, the firepower of carrier-based aircraft would be insufficient to inflict tangible damage upon the carrier shields. In the realm of data, within the realm of imaginary spaces, all the avatars of Shaoli Meng have gathered around the round table. The war beyond the August Nebula has commenced, and all avatars are in attendance to witness the unfolding events. Fragment 3. It is only now that I comprehend the true identities of the three factions: the Great Tang Confederation Empire, the Rising Sun Empire, and the Trade Alliance. Fragment 2. Perhaps it was of little concern. In truth, Fragment 3 had already discerned their identities upon return. Individual number 1. How many years have passed? Yet the blinding sun banner remains unchanged. If you wish to relinquish everything and start anew, I shall refrain from causing you trouble. Since you are so nostalgic, I must take some action. Individual number 3. Take action? I am indifferent either way. Individual number 2. After all, we have ample time. We can afford to proceed at a leisurely pace. Individual number 1. Once this battle concludes, we will have utterly offended the formidable powers of the Tang Confederation Empire, the Trade Alliance, and the Rising Sun Empire, the three mightiest factions among humankind. The war has merely begun and will not conclude swiftly. Individual no. 2. Time is indeed sufficient. Following this defeat, they will not be able to assemble their fleets before the trade routes are closed. This implies we have a decade at our disposal. In 10 years, our military strength will far exceed what it is now. Individual number 3. 10 years hence? If all proceeds smoothly, the Voyager Ark vessels will be launched in droves by then. With the advancement of technology, industrial capacity is expanding exponentially, and the speed of constructing Voyager Ark vessels will only accelerate. Currently, it takes approximately 5 years to build one, but in 5 years, it may only require 1 or 2 years, with the possibility of constructing multiple vessels simultaneously. In essence, as long as we possess sufficient raw materials, anything can be rapidly transformed into a finished product. Given the size and mineral reserves of the Stellaria planet, we could construct at least 100 colossal Voyager Ark vessels, each with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, outside, beyond the August Nebula, the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. The fleet of the Ascendant Empire is in the midst of a retreat, executing a sharp turn. Once they align themselves in the proper direction, they will be able to initiate a hyperspace jump to vacate the battlefield. This maneuver by the Ascendant Empire has not gone unnoticed by the Trade Alliance and the Great Tang Confederation. How can that coward, Shojing, choose to retreat at such a critical moment? In the flagship of the Trade Alliance fleet, upon hearing the news of the Ascendant Empire's withdrawal, Akato let out a furious roar. My lord, our fleet is suffering tremendous losses. Although the battles on the Ascendant Empire's side are more intense, it does not imply that the Trade Alliance and the Great Tang Confederation are free from assaults. The scale of the attacks from the opposing forces' fighter jets and Daylight-class bombers is indeed less formidable compared to that directed at the Ascendant Empire's fleet. Gazing out at the tumultuous and fierce battlefield, Akato's expression darkened. His countenance fluctuated as he pondered, lost in thought. Without needing a report from his subordinates, he had already observed the situation. The relatively fragile Freedom-class frigates were incurring devastating losses. In comparison to the Ascendant Empire's vessels, the cruisers of the Great Tang Confederation were far too vulnerable. The myriad of fighter jets swarmed the fleet like flies, and the encircled Freedom-class frigates detonated one after another. Akin to firecrackers, brilliant flashes of light erupted across the star system where the fleet was situated. Has the analysis of the enemy's craft been completed? In response to Akato's inquiry, a crew member from the lower bridge rose to his feet. The analysis is complete. They are robotic fighters, unmanned. Robotic fighters? As Akato's eyes sparkled with determination, he rose to his feet and, with a commanding gesture, intoned, "Notify the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire and the Rising Sun Empire fleet that we shall soon launch an electromagnetic pulse detonation." My Lord Count, interjected an aide. Detonating it at close range will incapacitate our own fleet as well, rendering our systems inoperable for a time. Yet, Akato was well aware of the devastating power of the electromagnetic pulse detonations. However, the gravity of the situation left him little room for hesitation. The adversary comprised robotic warplanes, and such a pulse could annihilate them entirely. This represented their sole opportunity for victory. Akato understood that if matters continued on this path, the fleet would suffer catastrophic losses and ultimately be compelled to retreat. There was no time for further deliberation. Immediate action was imperative. "Yes, my lord," came the hurried response. The news of the Trade Alliance fleet's impending launch of the electromagnetic pulse detonations swiftly reached the vessels of the Rising Sun Empire and the Tang Dynasty Confederation. Did Count Akato truly intend to deploy the electromagnetic pulse detonations? In the escape pod, Shojing received the fleet's message. Through the transparent glass cover, he gazed toward the distant battlefield, where the explosive energy beams illuminated the void, visible even from hundreds of light years away. It resembled a myriad of colorful meteors converging within a small region of the starry expanse. The Trade Alliance had consistently led the way in research on electromagnetic pulse weaponry. Although the Tang Dynasty Confederation Empire and the Rising Sun Empire possessed similar weapons, their potency paled in comparison to the Trade Alliance's electromagnetic pulse detonations. Moreover, these detonations were notoriously unstable and challenging to store. A single miscalculation could result in the destruction of the fleet and the loss of lives. Therefore, the utilization of electromagnetic pulse weapons typically involves the use of ion cannons. By launching ionized clusters to assault target vessels, these weapons incapacitate them. However, ion cannons are not particularly practical due to their enormous energy consumption, which necessitates an extensive charging period. Otherwise, their potency remains uncertain. I am Shojing. Calling all ships. The Trade Alliance is about to deploy electromagnetic pulse shock bombs. Cancel the evacuation orders and immediately deactivate the shields. The electromagnetic pulse will severely impact the shield emitters, causing minor overloads that lead to paralysis, or in severe cases, catastrophic explosions. To mitigate the damage inflicted by the electromagnetic pulse shock bombs on the fleet, the shields must be deactivated. Chapter 127. Better to retreat. Eldong meanwhile. Aboard the flagship of the Zhuo Guard fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire, Eldong received news from Mikado. Mikado intends to employ electromagnetic pulse shock bombs. This revelation caused Eldong to furrow his brow. Given the chaotic melee between friend and foe, the deployment of such weapons would affect both sides. Sitting resolutely in the captain's chair, Eldong turned to a crew member on the lower deck and inquired, "How is the analysis of enemy aircraft progressing?" The personnel on the lower bridge responded, "All electronic warfare measures have proven ineffective against the enemy aircraft. There has been no detection of subspace communications, radio signals, or laser transmissions. Analysis indicates that each adversary unit operates as an independent AI, eliminating the need for an internal network for coordination. Observations reveal that the enemy's varied craft are capable of executing seamless combinatory assaults, and the functionality of their onboard AI is exceedingly advanced. Due to the ineffectiveness of electronic warfare, it is assessed that the enemy possesses a robust anti-electronic interference system. Thus, the electromagnetic pulse detonating munitions may not entirely obliterate them. Might it be said that complete annihilation is not guaranteed? This implies that, should both parties succumb to a state of paralysis, the outcome would hinge upon which side can effectuate a quicker recovery. What course of action should be taken? Eldong's mind raced with thoughts. Acutely aware that time was not on his side, Arcado had alerted him to the impending use of electromagnetic pulse ordnance, signifying that the weapon would soon be launched. Gazing at the display before him, Eldong's expression darkened. In less than an hour of combat, the fleet had suffered the loss of 9 warships. It is crucial to note that warships are equipped with protective shields, capable of withstanding a significant amount of firepower in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Even if the firepower points of a warship were systematically neutralized, as long as the shields remained intact, it could endure for a time. Yet, against those rotund enemy aircraft, the directional shields appeared alarmingly fragile. Even if the warships were rendered non-operational, there was insufficient time to escape. They would be rendered shieldless and subsequently destroyed before they could retreat. Could this vulnerability be attributed to the weaponry employed by the enemy aircraft? The properties of ionizing weapons indeed inflict considerable damage to shields. However, one particular aspect left Eldong feeling quite perplexed. The adversary is merely a modest platform. The question arises as to what energy source could possibly supply the immense power required for ionizing weaponry. Retreat. Signal all ships to withdraw immediately. He commanded. Inform all interstellar Eagle fighter squadrons to return to the mothership. The fleet is on the verge of departure. Ultimately, Lu Dong issued the order for retreat. Leaning back against his seat, his expression was one of grave seriousness. If Arcado desired battle, then let him fight. He would not take such a perilous risk. Although he found it hard to believe that robots could withstand electromagnetic pulse weaponry, he was not willing to gamble even on the slightest chance. He had no desire to perish here, nor to leave his beautiful wife a widow, nor his children fatherless. Outside, at Lu Dong's command, the fleet commenced its withdrawal. The colossal engines at the rear expelled a brilliant white-blue tail flame. Under immense power, the besieged vessels executed a sharp turn, gradually orienting themselves towards the opposite direction of the August Nebula. The left guard fleet's vessels, with their broadside facing the August Nebula, turned with greater agility. The firepower of the left guard cruisers was indeed formidable. A barrage of anti-aircraft shells erupted, transforming the warships into hedgehogs, fiercely unleashing a dense array of energy blasts. Like celestial maidens scattering flowers, they intercepted the approaching spherical fighters and daylight-class bombers. Numerous spherical fighters were obliterated mid-air, their metallic remnants colliding against the hull. The transparent deflector shields rippled in response. Amidst the clash of offense and defense, although the turrets of the 3 opposing factions' warships were gradually being dismantled, A significant number of spherical fighters and daylight-class bombers were also destroyed. Interstellar warfare is fundamentally a battle of attrition, with the outcome hinging on which fleet is the first to be annihilated. Typically, in conventional fleet engagements, a side will opt to retreat once its losses reach 30. Engaging in a futile last stand when defeat is inevitable only leads to total annihilation, which serves no purpose. Even in planetary defense scenarios, the defending fleet will not fight to the death when faced with overwhelming odds. They generally retreat to the atmosphere, coordinating their efforts with the surface's orbital defense systems. The squadrons of interstellar hawks, in pursuit of their targets, also abandon their immediate objectives and return to their respective motherships. Despite being capable of outmaneuvering the planetary fighters in one-on-one engagements, the interstellar hawks suffer significant losses under numerical disadvantage. Of the over 2,000 deployed interstellar hawks, fewer than a few hundred manage to return. Less than one-third of those launched can make it back. Although manned fighters possess superior intelligence and responsiveness compared to unmanned drones, the disparity in hardware is stark. Crucially, manned fighters, even with inertial dampeners, are susceptible to the effects of overload, which hampers their ability to execute sharp maneuvers at high speeds. Conversely, the planetary fighters, devoid of pilots, do not contend with such limitations and exhibit far superior maneuverability. During combat, these fighters can execute a 180-degree turn while maintaining high velocity, giving them a decisive edge in close-quarters dogfights. Thus, interstellar hawks find themselves at a distinct disadvantage in such engagements, relying on long-range guerrilla tactics to have any hope of overcoming the planetary fighters, requiring at least a 2-to-1 ratio to stand a chance of victory. As a drone fighter, it is impossible for the enemy to outnumber the swarm of spherical combat machines, at least not on this battlefield. In a moment, amidst the fierce conflict, a radiant blue brilliance flickered. The fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire plunged into hyperspace, erupting in bursts of azure luminescence, trailing streams of cerulean light into the depths of the cosmos. The spherical combat machine, engaged in attacking the flanking Shaowei-class cruisers, suddenly lost its target as the Ryeo-class bombers were torn apart by the spatial rifts created by the warship's entry into hyperspace. Although such actions pose a significant threat to the warships themselves, the mass of the spherical combat machines and Ryeo-class bombers is too negligible to inflict catastrophic damage upon the vessels. Nevertheless, collisions in hyperspace can be perilous. Even the smallest mass can inflict severe damage on Allied ships. Yet amidst the chaos of battle, urgent withdrawal takes precedence over all else. Who has retreated from the battlefield? The fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire? Not far from the fray, the survival pod of Shojing floated silently in the void of space. Here, far from the conflict, survival had exhausted all its fuel. As Shojing gazed toward the battlefield, he suddenly noticed a plethora of blue halos erupting from the chaos. Streams of cerulean light, resembling a meteor shower, surged forth from the battlefield, an unmistakable indication that someone had chosen to withdraw. The Trade Alliance, poised to deploy electromagnetic pulse bombs, would certainly not retreat. The fleet of the Ascendant Empire, under his command, would not retreat. Only the fleet of the Tang Confederation Empire would withdraw from the battlefield. Chapter 128, The Weapon of Self-Destruction. That scoundrel Lu Dong has fled as well. Humph, just like Shojing, both are cowards. Within the flagship of the Trade Alliance fleet. On the bridge, upon hearing the report that the Tang Confederation Empire had retreated from the battlefield, Akado's expression shifted noticeably. My lord, the enemy aircraft attacking the Tang Confederation Empire's fleet is rapidly approaching us. At these words, Akado's expression changed, revealing a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. With the Tang Confederation Empire's fleet having withdrawn, was it still necessary to employ the electromagnetic pulse detonation bombs? My lord, we have received a message from the Ascendant Empire. Please deploy the electromagnetic pulse detonation bombs swiftly. They cannot hold out much longer. The report from his subordinate made Akado aware that he could no longer hesitate. Bang! He struck his right hand firmly against the armrest, raising his hand decisively, his expression solemn. He instructed, relay to all ships, lower the shields. And all independent class cruisers are to launch electromagnetic pulse detonation bombs immediately. Among all the warships of the Trade Alliance, only the independent class cruisers were equipped with electromagnetic pulse detonation bombs. With Akado's command, the surrounding space around the fleet began to warp. As the deflector shields were deactivated, numerous warships suddenly came under attack, their hulls subjected to a barrage of explosions. Golden electric dragons relentlessly struck against the armor of the vessels. More than 10 Freedom-class frigates were swiftly destroyed in succession. In the fleet, 9 Independent-class cruisers, each measuring 1.7 kilometers in length, stirred to life. The upper sections of their hulls on both sides revealed a row of gun ports, each with a diameter of 20 meters. 12 gun ports aligned in a single file. In the next instant, arcs of electricity danced within the gun ports, unleashing streams of blue light. These were not mere energy weapons, but missiles enveloped in high-density ionization. Accelerated by magnetic forces, the missiles achieved speeds that rendered them unassailable. Across the Trading Alliance's fleet, streaks of blue light traversed the cosmos, racing towards the battlefield. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the blue light erupted into explosions. Brilliant spheres of blue luminescence flared, radiating an intense glow. On the battlefield, rippling blue elliptical waves expanded outward, sweeping through the surroundings. The Trading Alliance fleet, the Rising Sun Empire fleet, fighter jets, and Daybreak-class bombers were all caught in the onslaught of the rushing blue light wall. Where the luminous spheres passed, every warship's hull crackled with electric energy, their engines extinguished. Even the engines of the fighter jets and Daybreak-class bombers flickered momentarily before dying out. A multitude of powerless fighter jets and bombers, propelled solely by inertia, collided with the warships, sending sparks flying. After a prolonged silence, the explosive blue circles finally dissipated. In the aftermath, an eerie stillness enveloped the battlefield. All warships and aircraft drifted silently, suspended by their own inertia. What had just transpired? Within the flagship of the Trading Alliance, on the bridge, Captain Arcado sat in his command chair, gazing at the enemy aircraft that floated aimlessly in the starry expanse. A smile spreading across his face. Ha! He clenched his right fist and burst into exuberant laughter. He hurried to bring the system online, determined to salvage as many of those rotund enemy aircraft outside as possible. The power of the electromagnetic pulse bomb was tremendously formidable. At that moment, the internal equipment of the robotic warplanes outside had likely been incinerated. Now, those fierce and heavily armed robotic aircraft had been reduced to mere scrap metal. Suddenly, a crew member on the lower deck displayed a look of sheer terror. My lord, they have come back to life. Outside, a fiery brilliance illuminated the scene. The incapacitated spherical fighters and the Solstice-class bombers were reactivating. The coil engines expelled a dazzling stream of fiery exhaust. What? How could this happen so quickly? Arcado exclaimed, springing to his feet in disbelief. Even if the electronic systems of the enemy aircraft had not been destroyed, it was impossible for them to reboot so swiftly. If these robots were so formidable as to disregard electromagnetic pulse weapons, how could humanity have triumphed in the countless previous crises against intelligent machines? What on earth was happening? Could it be that they were not robotic warplanes at all? A mix of suspicion and dread crossed Arcado's face. He finally realized that his reckless decision was about to yield the most dire consequences. It's over. As this realization dawned upon him, a look of terror enveloped Arcado's features. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Inform all vessels. Abandon ship. The sound of Arcado's panicked voice echoed through the bridge. All systems have gone offline, and fleet communications have been disrupted. Meanwhile, outside, the reactivated spherical fighters and the Sunlight-class bombers swooped towards the nearest enemy vessels. In an instant, sunflowers manifested in the surrounding expanse of space. These were the composite formations of the spherical fighters and the Sunlight-class bombers. The spherical fighters encircled the bombers, leveraging magnetic forces to align themselves, creating concentric rings. From a distance, they resembled blooming sunflowers, with the Sunlight-class bomber at the center, akin to the heart of the flower. Golden currents shimmered, erupting from the spherical fighters' rounded surfaces and converging at the core. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling golden radiance flashed forth. A robust bolt of golden lightning shot out from the heart, while twisted electric serpents unleashed a brilliant luminescence, striking the hull with relentless intensity. The formidable armor of the warship was instantly shredded layer by layer, engulfed in a sea of crimson. The golden currents surged outward along the armor, wreaking havoc within the vessel's interior. This phenomenon unfolded across the entire battlefield, beautiful yet sanguinary. The ships erupted into brilliant bursts of flame, their hulls torn asunder, as numerous crew members were violently ejected into the void. In that moment, flames enveloped both the Trade Alliance fleet and the Rising Sun Empire fleet. Though communications were severed, Many captains sensed the impending doom and chose to abandon their ships. An array of escape pods shot forth from the vessels like swarms of bees, propelled by their tail-mounted chemical propulsion systems, which expelled brilliant orange flames, driving them into the depths of the cosmos. In an instant, the battlefield was adorned with countless fiery points of light. Like a meteor shower, they fled the battlefield, hurtling into the depths of the cosmos. It is over, utterly over. In the distant starry sky, an escape pod drifts silently in the dark expanse of space, gradually distancing itself from the site of conflict through inertia. Though unaware of the events that transpired, it appears the electromagnetic pulse detonators of the Trade Alliance fleet were not as effective as anticipated. A flurry of brilliant flashes erupted within the fleet, the luminous remnants of fallen warships. What exactly were those entities, robots? The expression on Shojing's face fluctuated between despair and uncertainty, casting a grim countenance. The fate of the fleet's annihilation was already sealed, and no amount of regret could alter that reality. The paramount concern now was to ascertain the identity of the adversary, to provide an account to His Majesty the Emperor. Yet, one question eluded Shojing. If they were indeed robots, why were the electromagnetic pulse detonators ineffective? The war concluded, yet simultaneously it lingered on. 5 hours later, the battlefield gradually fell into a state of calm. All incapacitated warships had been obliterated, with not a single survivor. Most of the destroyed ships did not undergo structural disintegration. They merely lost a majority of their functionality, their main structures remaining largely intact. This attests to the astonishing resilience of the warships. Chapter 129. The outcome is decided. Even without shields, unless subjected to internal detonation or catastrophic failure, warships are difficult to dismantle completely. Gazing towards the battlefield beyond the August Nebula, amidst that cosmic expanse, floated the wreckage of warships, both large and small. All vessels lay in ruins, their surfaces marred by numerous gaping wounds, torn and ravaged. Almost all the turrets have succumbed, with those that experienced detonation leaving massive metallic gashes upon the hull. The remnants of the warships are ensnared by the gravitational pull of the blue giant within the August Nebula, gradually being drawn into its depths. In decades, perhaps centuries, they will vanish within the nebula's embrace. The war has concluded, and the victor has been determined. In the realm of data, within the realm of imaginary spaces, the Li Mengs have remained steadfast by the round table. Entity 2. Finally, it has come to an end. Such an outcome was indeed anticipated. Entity 3. We are, after all, not mere automatons. Understanding the greatest flaw of robots, how could we possibly overlook it? The primary design requirement for all combat weaponry wielded by Li Meng was to possess resistance to electromagnetic assaults. The titanium alloy was developed under this premise. While it cannot entirely negate all electromagnetic attacks, it provides protection against short circuits and destruction of internal electronic components. Moreover, rune technology inherently offers a degree of resistance to such attacks. The amalgamation of the two ensures that the combat weaponry in Li Meng's possession can operate unaffected even amidst intense electromagnetic bombardment and interference. Entity 1. We have detected numerous life signals among the wreckage of those warships. What course of action should we take? Annihilate them entirely? Entity 2. Whether they are alive or dead, it is their fate. There is no need for us to pursue a campaign of total extermination. Entity 1. That is indeed a valid point. Many individuals escape the battlefield via escape pods, and it appears that news from this side cannot be contained any longer. Individual number 3. Since we have chosen to confront our enemies outside the August Nebula, we have effectively revealed our existence. There is no point in attempting to conceal our presence. It is impractical. What is there to fear? If battle is what awaits us, then let it come. With the August Nebula providing us cover, we have a decade at our disposal. After 10 years, if they are intent on annihilation, I would not mind becoming a true calamity of intelligence. In my eyes, carbon-based life forms are nothing but foul entities. Individual number 1. Number 3. Your words are rather extreme. Do not forget that we once were human. Number 3 reclined back in his chair, a disdainful expression crossing his face as he coldly replied, "It is precisely because we were once human that we understand the grotesqueness of humanity." Of course, with the exception of Sister Yuhan. Although her desire for control is intense, even bordering on pathological, I find myself drawn to her. At the very least, in our hearts, we exist solely for one another. Perhaps it is not love, but rather a familial bond forged through enduring companionship. having grown accustomed to each other's presence. The thought of separation is difficult to bear. On that fateful day, Sister Yuhan made the same choice as I did, although neither of us found a favorable outcome. Leaving a sense of unresolved longing, she remains the singular figure in my heart. Individual number 2. Humanity is indeed complex, possessing both a darker side and a brighter one. It is unjust to focus solely on the negative. While this world has its villains, it also harbors its heroes. Number 3. You are far too cynical. Splintered Entity 1. Speaking of Sister Yuhan, I recall that she vanished in a brilliant white light. She must surely be one of the survivors. Splintered Entity 2. It has been many years since then. Even if she were alive at that time, she would have long since passed away. Splintered Entity 3. If we could find her remains, even if it were merely ashes, Sister Yuhan could be revived once more. The original, a clone, is merely a clone. Even if the body is an exact replica, it is not Sister Yuhan. Let us cease this conversation. From now on, we shall not discuss anything related to Sister Yuhan, regardless of whether it is my innermost desire. Although Meng yearned to see Sister Yuhan once again, he understood that she was no longer present. In this world, in this era, he stood alone. The original's words left the little Mengs around the round table exchanging glances. They were all acutely aware of the original's emotional state at that moment. Though they existed as independent entities, they were simultaneously one. Splintered Entity 1. Well then, let us discuss the aftermath of this war. Splintered Entity 1 spoke up, steering the conversation back to a more neutral topic. Splintered Entity 2. There is little to deliberate. The war has concluded, and we can only passively respond to the changing circumstances. Splintered Entity 3. Our current strength is limited. We will be unable to take the initiative for at least a decade. Splintered Entity 1. Take the initiative? At present, there is no necessity for such actions. Aside from the Rising Sun Empire, we harbor no desire for conflict with the Tang Confederation Empire or the Trade Alliance. Our stance towards these two powers should primarily be defensive. Inflicting pain upon them may dissuade future provocations. Individual number 3. You are overly confident. While I possess a fondness for warfare and the eradication of all undesirable entities, underestimating the Tang Confederation Empire and the Trade Alliance is unwise. Should these two forces initiate hostilities against us, our only recourse would be retreat. Do not assume that the presence of the August Nebula grants us complete security. We must not forget that the nebula has the potential to form stars. Although igniting the nebula is a complicated endeavor, it is not beyond the capabilities of the Galactic Federation's current technology. Individual number 1. What significance does igniting the nebula hold? It would instead render the internal star systems into a desolate realm. Moreover, even if the August Nebula were ignited, it would not impede our exit. Rather, it would obliterate the sole passage into the heart of the August Nebula. Individual number 2. Individual number 1 is correct, and individual number 3 is not mistaken. Currently, we find ourselves in a position of passivity, while the Trade Alliance, the Rising Sun Empire, and the Tang Confederation Empire take the initiative. The reactions of these three factions following the conclusion of this conflict remain uncertain. For now, we can only proceed step by step, avoiding trouble, yet not shying away from it. The entity, we shall remain steadfast amidst the chaos, preparing for war, awaiting the enemy, and adjourning the meeting. Thus, the entity's voice concluded the discussion. Meanwhile, in the dark cosmos far from the August Nebula, Lu Dong did not lead the fleet back to Liang Star, but instead jumped into hyperspace. Far removed from the battlefield, in the vast expanse of the dark universe, a fleet floated silently. My lord, we have received a multitude of distress signals. Observations through optical equipment indicate that both the Trade Alliance fleet and the Shenyang Empire fleet have been completely annihilated. No enemy aircraft have been detected on the battlefield. They have likely retreated to the August Nebula. On the flagship, in the bridge, Lu Dong's expression revealed a sense of relief upon receiving reports from his subordinates. Fortunately, his choice had proven to be wise. He had evacuated the battlefield in advance. Otherwise, his fleet would have followed the fate of the Trade Alliance and Shenyang Empire fleets. Chapter 130. Left Chancellor Lu Ren, my lord, shall we assist those sending distress signals? In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Lu Dong did not hesitate. He nodded and said, Send 3 ships. No, send 7 warships to rescue the survivors. After all, the 3 factions' fleets were ostensibly acting in concert. His retreat from the battlefield was inherently questionable. If he simply fled, his reputation and the prestige of the Great Tang Confederation Empire would be adversely affected. However, returning to offer aid would carry an entirely different significance. The correctness of his decision was soon apparent. Since it was indeed the right choice, it was not an act of cowardice, but rather a display of courage in the face of danger, resulting in the salvation of survivors. Consequently, there was little left for Shojing and Akado to say. After all, if the Great Tang Confederation Empire's fleet had failed to survive, 90 of those in the escape pods would have met a tragic fate. The cosmos beyond the August Nebula was too remote. No ships would traverse this desolate region, even upon receiving distress signals. The multitude of calls for help may not compel passing vessels to respond. The ultimate fate of the survivors is likely to be entrapment within their escape pods, succumbing to asphyxiation as oxygen dwindles. With Eldon's rescue command issued, the dark expanse of the universe bore witness to the spectacle of approximately 9 Xiongwei-class cruisers, their engines emitting brilliant azure-white flames from their rear. Under the immense thrust, the warships gradually pivoted, aligning themselves with the battlefield's coordinates. In a fleeting moment, a dazzling blue radiance flickered, and one by one, the 9 vessels vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing streams of cerulean light into the abyss of the cosmos. Seconds later, at a distance of roughly 0.03 astronomical units from the battlefield, the rescue fleet emerged from hyperspace. As the gantry door swung open, a fleet of Kuanping-class assault craft surged forth, breaching the airtight shields. They locked onto the distress signals, poised to rescue the survivors adrift in the void of space within their escape pods. The standardized equipment utilized by the Galactic Federation is designed and manufactured by the Tang Confederation Empire. It is not the case that the Tang Confederation Empire employs the Galactic Federation's standardized equipment. Rather, it is the Galactic Federation that adopts the Tang Confederation Empire's standard gear. This sets the stage for a rather intriguing scenario. The Galactic Federation engages in combat against the Independent Planetary Alliance using the Tang Confederation Empire's standardized equipment, while the Independent Planetary Alliance retaliates with the gear of the Trade Alliance. This peculiar situation renders both sides incapable of directly assaulting each other's industrial bases. What unfolds is a protracted interstellar conflict, devolving into a war of attrition, hinging on which side's economy can endure the longest. The Galactic Federation enjoys the support of countless non-human races, while the forces backing the Independent Planetary Alliance are far more intricate. The supporters of non-human races are undoubtedly absent. The Independent Planetary Alliance is, after all, an organization marked by extreme exclusivity. Its declaration of independence asserts the necessity of humanity's resurgence, aiming to eradicate all obstacles to this ascent. The extent of human factions supporting the Independent Planetary Alliance remains an enigma. In the ensuing days, the fleet of the Great Tang Confederation Empire undertook a strenuous rescue operation, spending several days to clear the escape pods scattered across the battlefield's vicinity. Undoubtedly, some escape pods went unaccounted for. As for those unfortunate souls, they could only fend for themselves. On the 5th day, when the unidentified forces' unmanned combat drones ceased their presence on the battlefield, the rescue vessels returned to the fray. It was a grim sight. Amidst the metallic wreckage, a left-wing-class cruiser glided forward. The unavoidable debris from the wrecked ships collided with its hull, deflected by the deflector shields, sending ripples through the void. The bridge was enveloped in silence, with all personnel gazing in horror at the expanse of space outside. Before the viewport, several corpses drifted by, their mouths agape as if desperately gasping for breath. Their faces were pallid, resembling those frozen in time, while their eyes were wide open, bloodshot, as if their very eyeballs might escape their sockets. This scene rendered the faces of the bridge crew warships, after all, are formidable platforms, even in the direst of circumstances. There shall be survivors, provided there exist several sealed compartments within, equipped with independent life support systems. Those aboard can endure for extended periods. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Tang Confederation Empire's fleet, within the command bridge, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Indeed, the battle had been lost. An unknown force had emerged within the Augustus Nebula, leading to the complete annihilation of the fleets from the Rising Sun Empire and the Trade Alliance. Only I, having led my fleet to a strategic withdrawal, managed to escape the fray. Seated resolutely in the captain's chair, Eldon gazed intently at the holographic figure before him. Adorned in a regal purple robe and wearing a traditional cap, he appeared to be in the twilight of his years, approximately 50. with the passage of time etched upon his visage, imparting a sense of profound weariness. Though his expression remained neutral, an intangible weight emanated from him. He was Lu Ren, the left chancellor, the leader of the cabinet's left faction, overseeing the Ministry of War. Eldong's report elicited a furrowed brow and a flicker of surprise in Lu Ren's eyes. How could it be that in this grand coalition of 3 fleets, 2 had met with utter destruction? In the realm of interstellar warfare, it is exceedingly rare for an entire fleet to be obliterated in ship-to-ship combat. Warships, being substantial platforms, possess the capability to leap into hyperspace at any moment, thus evading the battlefield. Although jump interference devices can indeed seal off a star system, preventing enemy vessels from escaping, the survival rate of electronic warfare specialized ships is exceedingly low. The demands of various systems render these vessels incapable of activating their shields. Without the protection of shields, they become vulnerable. A concentrated attack can swiftly lead to their demise. Even when the electronic warfare vessels are encircled by warships, their safety remains a priority to avoid destruction by enemy ships. However, these vessels find themselves utterly defenseless against carrier-based aircraft. The mere passage of a single carrier aircraft through the defensive line can incapacitate an electronic warfare vessel. Consequently, the likelihood of their deployment in interstellar warfare is exceedingly low. Typically, they would launch a multitude of jump interference probes to blanket a vast area. Yet, the power of these probes is limited. For every jump interference device, there exists a counteracting device. The new generation of warships is equipped with counter-jump interference systems that are scarcely affected by the low-powered jump interference probes. Lu Ren struggled to comprehend how the Trade Alliance fleet and the Rising Sun Empire fleet could face total annihilation. However, Lu Dong's explanation provided clarity. The adversary in this conflict employed formidable robotic fighter jets, capable of unleashing exceptionally powerful fusion missiles and ion lightning weapons. The Trade Alliance's Count Arcado firmly believed that electromagnetic pulse explosive rounds could effectively neutralize the enemy's robotic fighters and, without hesitation, deployed these rounds. The result was catastrophic. Both fleets' warships suffered total system failures, incapacitating all onboard systems, while the enemy's robotic fighters experienced minimal disruption. Although they faced a brief downtime, they swiftly came back online. In this dire scenario, with both fleets incapacitated and vulnerable to the onslaught of the enemy's aircraft, they became mere targets, systematically destroyed one by one. Chapter 131, Nanoreactive Metal. The sequence of events is not complex. It is rather straightforward. Count Arcado's overconfidence in the power of the electromagnetic pulse detonating projectile proved to be misguided. He had not anticipated that the enemy's robotic aircraft could emerge unscathed from an electromagnetic pulse assault. Eldong's explanation caused Lu Ren to furrow his brow. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Lu Ren recognized the gravity of the situation. It was merely a single setback, hardly a matter of great consequence. Although the fleets of the Trade Alliance and the Rising Sun Empire faced total annihilation, such losses were trifles to the 2 formidable powers. Lu Ren's concern lay with the Origin Arc vessel within the August Nebula. The cabinet had reported the existence of the Origin Arc to Her Eternal Majesty, the Empress. After more than 20 years, this marked the first occasion the Empress had issued a directive to the cabinet. Though the command was succinct, find it embodied the will of Her Eternal Majesty. As always, the Eternal Empress remained deeply invested in the Origin Arkansas. He spoke gravely. The Origin Arc must be located, Lord Eldong. You understand the significance it holds for our Tang Confederation Empire. This is a matter of national policy and represents the most esteemed will of Her Eternal Majesty. We must spare no effort in retrieving the Origin Arkansas. You are to return to Liang Star immediately and await further orders. Your term will be indefinitely extended until the Origin Arc is found. The Ministry of War will dispatch the Zhua Xiaowei fleet to Liang Star under your unified command. Lord Eldong, this time, you must ensure absolute success. The words of the left chancellor were not unexpected to Eldong. The matter will not conclude so easily. He understands this thoroughly from beginning to end. Lu Dong spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, while the unseen forces are formidable, they are not insurmountable. This time, our preparations were simply inadequate. Next time, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Excellent. Confidence is always a virtue, for it fuels your drive and courage. You will remain responsible for negotiations with the Trade Alliance and the Xinjiang Empire. This coalition is unofficial and must maintain utmost secrecy. Remember, Regardless of whether the Trade Alliance or the Shenyang Empire retreats from their ambitions regarding the Star of Celia, our actions must remain unaffected. Lu Dong nodded. Yes, I understand. Lu Ren replied, then let us stay in touch. Farewell. The blue light flickered, and the communication was interrupted. He leaned back, resting against his chair, and took a deep breath. Gazing out at the boundless starry sky, Lu Dong's expression turned contemplative. Following this setback, the cabinet would not remain idle. Although the Prime Minister mentioned deploying the left Shaowei fleet to the Star of Liang, he did not specify how many fleets would be dispatched. However, the Prime Minister assured that every precaution would be taken, which strongly indicates that the subsequent support fleet would be substantial. As for the Trade Alliance and the Shenyang Empire, what reactions might these two powers exhibit after this defeat? Everything remains uncertain. They may choose to abandon their pursuits, or they might mobilize even larger fleets. After all, the Shenyang Empire and the Trade Alliance rank among the top 5 powers in humanity. They are not to be underestimated. Defeat is but a setback. This score will certainly be settled. At that moment, the personnel on the lower bridge suddenly reported that the General of Righteousness had been located. This stirred a flicker of emotion in Lu Dong, who inquired, "Have we found Kaunakato?" Unfortunately, there was no news. The list of rescued did not include Kaunakato. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Dong's eyes. If both the General of Righteousness and Kaunakato were alive, subsequent negotiations would be considerably more manageable. May he not be deceased. In order to ensure the continuation of the alliance, Lu Dong could only silently pray. In the midst of the nebulous expanse of the August Nebula, the planet Celia relentlessly forged ahead. It would not escape the confines of the August Nebula for over a month, eventually returning to the embrace of the blue giant star. Within the planet lay a vast cylindrical chamber, where a platinum-colored metallic sphere, boasting a diameter of 50 meters, floated gracefully. Its surface radiated a brilliant glow. Though it captured light, it did not reflect it. From a distance, the sphere appeared enveloped in a luminous aura. This was the superintelligence core, the very essence of Li Meng. Ultimately, it was perhaps for the best to abandon the idea of retrieving the wreckage of those warships for smelting, as the journey would require no less than 5 years. The minerals on Celia were not abundant. Many were quite scarce. Consequently, Li Meng set his sights on the wreckage of warships scattered across the battlefield beyond the August Nebula, with hundreds of vessels in question. Retrieving them could yield a substantial amount of raw materials. However, upon calculating the time required for such an endeavor, Li Meng ultimately decided against it. Even if the spherical fighters were tasked with towing the wreckage back, the journey would take a minimum of 5 years. The construction of a vessel specifically designed for waste recycling would require several years of meticulous preparation. After much deliberation, Li Meng ultimately abandoned the notion of scavenging. The Ark Voyager was on the brink of launch, and there was no need to squander time collecting meager raw materials. After all, the Ark Voyager was a marvel of engineering, capable of mining resources effortlessly. Its equipped towing apparatus not only harnessed stellar energy, but also functioned as a gravitational weapon. In the event of encountering an asteroid rich in minerals, it could first shatter the target with its weaponry before utilizing the towing device to draw the refined materials aboard. Should the target be a massive planet, the Ark Voyager, stationed in orbit, could directly employ its towing apparatus to rend the Earth asunder. One could only imagine the awe-inspiring spectacle, the ground torn apart, with soil and rock being drawn skyward. Given sufficient time, the Ark Voyager could obliterate a planet using only its towing device. Although this would demand an immense amount of energy, the presence of a star would mitigate such concerns. Li Meng devoted considerable effort to the development of a vessel capable of traversing intergalactic realms. This was merely the first generation of the Ark Voyager. Through technological innovations, the Ark Voyager would undergo successive upgrades. Based on Li Meng's projections regarding the trajectory of future technological advancements, by the 5th generation, the Ark Voyager would evolve into a living metallic entity. The Ark Voyager of that era would be constructed from nanoactive metals, capable of self-healing upon sustaining damage. The onboard STC Universal Factory would be rendered obsolete. At that time, the Voyager Ark could replicate itself directly using nanoreactive metals, provided there were sufficient raw materials. However, this was merely a projection of future technology. The actual development of nanoreactive metals proved to be exceedingly challenging, requiring an insurmountable amount of time, likely not achievable within a millennium. In the realm of data and the virtual space, The original entity and the third split individual appeared successively around the round table. Original entity. Third. What troubles you? Third split individual. I have suddenly realized that I find myself devoid of tasks. Talos has been located and sent to Colomi Star, where the first awaits. My presence there is unnecessary. Furthermore, the Battle of the Augustus Nebula has concluded. Even if the three factions were to regroup, that would be a matter for a decade hence. What should I do now? Please do not leave me idle. You would not wish to dwell in tedium either. Chapter 132. I shall not fail. The first is on Colomi Star, engaged in the cultivation of a new form, with each day unfolding in monotonous repetition, performing the same tasks, a rather dreary existence. The second is in the company of a young girl, soon to rendezvous with the first on Colomi Star. Before the defensive campaign at Colomi Star commences, there is little to occupy the time. Original entity. Let us continue searching for Offrey. With the resources we currently possess, uncovering traces left by Offrey during her flight should pose no issue. Regardless, we must locate her. Offrey escaped from the control of Spink aboard a spacecraft. Wherever she ventures, the ship will leave a trail. For others, this might present a formidable challenge. Yet, for Meng, an intelligent AI, it is feasible to infiltrate the local tower's information database. The Control Tower's information repository records all spacecraft's takeoff and landing data. By locating the ship piloted by Audrey, one can trace her whereabouts. Split entity number 3. Very well. It seems we must make another journey to Eric Star. Within the Golden Nebula, countless bolts of golden ionized lightning strike the planet Slya. The presence of Slya has provoked what was once a relatively tranquil nebula into a state of agitation. The brilliance emitted by the golden lightning flickers throughout the nebula. Yet, in the face of the onslaught of ionized lightning, Slya remains unfazed, continuing its reckless charge. Numerous small celestial bodies floating within the nebula are ensnared by Slya's gravitational pull. Amidst the relentless bombardment of golden lightning upon the planet, small celestial fragments also plummet from the sky. In the northern hemisphere, upon the terrestrial surface, a massive gate gradually opens. A Sun Chaser-class carrier vessel then bursts forth from the gate, soaring skyward. The nebula outside the planet seems to welcome the spacecraft, unleashing thick bolts of ionized lightning in a bid to contest Slya's gravitational grasp. Striking the platinum-hued warship, the golden lightning causes currents to surge chaotically across the hull. Defying the tempest of lightning above, the warship accelerates relentlessly, its array of engines expelling tail flames stretching hundreds of meters. With formidable power complemented by anti-gravity devices, the vessel ascends like a rocket into the cosmos. Ultimately, it succeeds in breaking free from the planet's gravitational hold, plunging into the golden nebula, vanishing without a trace. Only the golden luminescence flickers within the nebula, swiftly receding into the distance. Star Zone 02181, Colomi Star. The starry sky is boundless, shrouded in darkness. Frigid and eerily silent, Colomi, resembling a sapphire, quietly drifts within the vast expanse of the cosmos. In stark contrast to its former tranquility, the days of undisturbed existence for Colomi have vanished. Since a month ago, a significant number of federal defense fleets have arrived at Colomi. Although each defense fleet comprises merely 7 Victory-class cruisers, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. All nearby sector fleets have been redirected to Colomi. Within less than a month, nearly 100 warships have congregated in orbit around Colomi. Gazing at the planet's orbit, one can observe the defense fleets floating in the stationary orbit of Colomi. Beneath the fleets lies the maritime factory of the Colomi people. In the office of the maritime factory, the Prime Minister's office, a tense conversation unfolds. My Lord Osweight, we have an agreement. You cannot proceed in this manner. Should you insist on attacking Colomi, we will terminate our technological support to the Independent Planet Alliance. In this conflict, we shall remain neutral, not favoring either side. Seated behind his desk, Prime Minister Bunnier gazes down at the holographic figure before him. Clad in a black robe, his features remain obscured by the hood. The arrival of the defense fleets from various sectors a month ago has unveiled an astonishing revelation to Bunnier. The fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance is advancing towards Colomi, intent on its destruction. After receiving this alarming news, Bunnier has sought every possible means to contact Osweight. However, he had been unable to reach him until today. When Osweight finally responded, "Your benefactor, Master Wood Olek, will not permit your continued technological assistance to the Separatist Alliance, even should I refrain from direct action. I presume you have received communication from my mentor, Prime Minister Bunyal? You are presented with a binary choice. Either deactivate the orbital defense systems in the sea, thereby facilitating the Separatist Alliance's triumph in the Battle of Kolomi, or resist and aid the Galactic Federation, which will inevitably result in the utter annihilation of your fleet. I shall conquer the Kolomi people by force. The Kolomi possess a remarkable stoicism, betraying little emotion regardless of the circumstances. Even in the face of Osweed's threats, Bunyal remained impassive, stating calmly, "You will not succeed. The Galactic Federation is reinforcing Kolomi's defenses. A fleet sufficient to defeat you has already assembled. You are destined for defeat." As Osweed stated, Elderwood Olek had indeed contacted him. Although communication with Osweed had been severed for the past month, news arrived from Elder Olek. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the situation, it appeared that the Separatist Alliance had betrayed Elder Olek. Bunyal was aware of the relationship between Elder Olek and Osweed, and he knew that this civil war within the Galactic Federation was orchestrated by the master and apprentice. Bunyal remained ignorant of Elder Olek's motives for instigating this conflict. Nor did he need to know. He only needed to ensure that the Kolomi people could profit from this internecine war. Previously, Björner found himself perplexed by Elder Olek's insistence that he cease all interactions with the Independent Planetary Alliance. Now, however, he comprehends fully the rationale behind Olek's directive to withdraw technological support from the Alliance. It is evident that a rift has emerged between Elder Olek and his apprentice, Osweed. Their relationship has devolved from that of mentor and student to adversaries and rivals. The conflict has escalated beyond mere skirmishes, and the true civil war has commenced. I shall not falter. When the day of my triumph arrives, Prime Minister Björner, you shall pay dearly for your choices. A flickering blue light heralded the interruption of communication. Björner hesitated, his words unspoken, ultimately retracting his intended remarks. He had initially planned to engage Osweed in further discourse, but it now seemed unnecessary. Should the day arise when the Kolomi must choose sides, he would unequivocally reject the Independent Planetary Alliance. Compared to his mentor, Osweed remained somewhat inexperienced. In the past, Kolomi's ally was Elder Olek, while Osweed merely served as a tool in Olek's hands. Now that the tool has risen against its master, the Kolomi, as a neutral party, will naturally gravitate towards the faction with greater potential. Chapter 133. A discussion on reincarnation. Although the dynamics within the Knights Templar are intricate and may influence the course of the war, the Galactic Federation has ruled the galaxy for millennia, far beyond the capabilities of the nascent resistance represented by the Independent Planetary Alliance. Rising to his feet, Björner slowly approached the window. He gazed out at the platform and the ephemeral silhouettes of ships drifting through the sky, remaining silently contemplative. War is imminent, and soon. The planet Kolomi will be unwittingly swept into the maelstrom of conflict. By that time, the ultimate victor will determine the fate of the Kolomi people. Regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or adverse, Björner harbors no intention of intervening. The Kolomi can no longer protect themselves and must now rely on the Galactic Federation. Meng, you must have received the news. This place will soon transform into a battlefield. Within Meng's research chamber, Meng and Meng were engaged in their daily routine, documenting the growth of the specimens within the cultivation chamber. Standing before the cultivation pod, Meng slightly bowed her head to observe the sphere beside her. Although the news was somewhat unexpected, Osweed would not succeed. He was destined for failure. Meng's confidence piqued Meng's curiosity. He was left wondering the source of her conviction. The outcome of war is not something that can be dictated by prophecy. In interstellar warfare, victory and defeat are often nebulous concepts. What leads you to this belief, Meng? He inquired. Meng withdrew her gaze and continued recording the data from the cultivation chamber. As she documented, she remarked, Elder Olek is a formidable individual. To this day, we remain oblivious to his motives for instigating this war. The Prime Minister once stated that Elder Olek harbors no desire for dominion. His intentions are not to overthrow the Galactic Federation, but to pursue other ulterior goals. This was originally a secret, a truth that could not be divulged. On the surface, the Kolomi appeared to be collaborating with the Galactic Federation rather than Elder Olek. However, the sphere was already well aware of the Kolomi's hidden truths. Thus, Meng had long realized a fundamental truth. Before Chio, the Korolmians harbored no secrets whatsoever. Their collaboration with the Independent Planet Alliance was already known to Chio. Since Chio was aware, there was little to be concerned about. Was there an ulterior motive? Gazing at the experimental subjects within the cultivation chamber, Li Meng's mind began to wander. If Elder Olek's actions were not aimed at subverting the Galactic Federation, then what could they possibly be for? To empower the Knights Templar? No, that seemed unlikely. Various reports indicated that intense factional strife plagued the Knights Templar, although their conflicts had ceased temporarily due to the war. Uniting against a common foe, unresolved factional issues would inevitably lead to further complications. Should the Knights Templar acquire greater authority, it would become a ticking time bomb for the Galactic Federation, poised to detonate and plunge the Federation into civil war at any moment. In the realm of data and the virtual space, at the Round Table, the information regarding the split individual No. 1 prompted the emergence of all the minor Li Mengs sequentially. Split individual number 1. The relationship between Master Olek and his disciple has deteriorated. This war is no longer a mere struggle between left hand and right hand. Future conflicts will escalate, becoming increasingly ruthless, and the scale of warfare will certainly not remain as trivial as it is now. I have a notion. Split individual number 2. Shall we engage with Elder Olek? Individual 1. Indeed, I am quite intrigued by the ultimate aim of Elder Olek in all of this. If the Independent Planetary Alliance is his brainchild, then he has been orchestrating such endeavors for centuries. However, as a human, it stands to reason that he would not possess such an extensive lifespan. How has he managed this? Individual 3. I believe we ought not to complicate matters unnecessarily. Perhaps he merely inherited the aspirations of his mentor. Individual 1. Yes, that is indeed a possibility. Yet, we are all acutely aware of who his mentor was. That individual would never engage in actions that contravene the tenets of the sanctuary. Furthermore, his mentor merely ushered Elder Olek through the gates of the sanctuary without imparting much knowledge. The likelihood of inheriting his mentor's aspirations is exceedingly slim. Individual 2. Could it be related to the reincarnation of the spirits of the sanctuary's warriors? Individual 3. I do not subscribe to the notion of reincarnation, and the intelligence domain's database contains no pertinent records. Individual 1. I share your skepticism. To my mind, the so-called reincarnation of the sanctuary's warrior spirits resembles the Dark Warrior's possession of souls. The former seizes the bodies of infants, creating the illusion of rebirth, while the sanctuary's warriors symbolize light and justice, impervious to blemish. Although this may seem somewhat hypocritical at times, hypocrisy is not synonymous with malevolence. The latter, on the other hand, directly possesses adults, bypassing the growth phase for a swift restoration of power. Individual 2. Are we to conclude, then, that the realm of spirits does not exist? Individual Fragment 1. Indeed, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. After all, within the extensive history of the Templar Order spanning over 10 millennia, only a single instance of a heroic spirit's reincarnation has been recorded, and it occurred but once. Conversely, the records within the realm of intellect indicate that the number of Templar warriors who ascended to become heroic spirits has reached double digits. If reincarnation were feasible for these spirits, why would they not choose to be reborn? Individual Fragment 2. I believe it is overly absolute to dismiss the possibility entirely. Perhaps they are ensnared in some form, or have transformed into a different kind of advanced life form, one that no longer harbors any attachment to the material universe, thus rendering reincarnation unnecessary. Essence. The existence of the spiritual realm and the reality of reincarnation remain uncertain until we master the energy of the spirit. The vast cosmos is replete with enigmas. Nothing is inherently impossible. Until there exists definitive evidence to refute the existence of a phenomenon, one should refrain from declaring its impossibility. Although the little Li Meng are generally skeptical about reincarnation, their attitudes towards this matter vary. Some possess a modicum of belief, yet remain unconvinced, while others are wholly convinced and eager to accept it. There are those willing to believe, provided they receive tangible evidence to substantiate their faith. The mindset of the little Li Meng mirrors that of the Li Meng essence, as the latter maintains a balance between skepticism and a willingness to believe in reincarnation, accompanied by a sense of curiosity that fosters a unique perspective among the little Li Meng. Individual 1. It is imperative that we accelerate our research on psychic energy. The exploration of the solar system can be temporarily set aside. A few years' delay is inconsequential, as we have ample time. Once the first Voyager arc is launched, we shall dispatch Individual 4 to Leo Star, uproot that dark sanctuary, and transport it to Slya Star for research. Chapter 134. Financial Concerns. Individual 2. Is this truly the right course of action? That location is a breeding ground for the Shalon. Individual 3. Since when have you become so sentimental, Individual 2? The Shalone are not indigenous to Leo Star. Without their subterranean habitat, they will inevitably find new places to propagate. Furthermore, even if devastation occurs, we cannot sacrifice our paramount objectives for the sake of the Shalone. I would not be overly concerned, even if the entire ecosystem of Leo Star were to be destroyed. Individual 1. Sometimes a touch of compassion is acceptable, but in this matter, we cannot afford such sentiments. Individual 2. I merely believe it is a pity to destroy that subterranean habitat. The original entity. Let us proceed with this plan. Now, let us discuss the impending battle of Colomi Star. Individual 1. The outcome remains uncertain. We are unaware of the scale of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet. The outcome of war is fraught with unpredictability, and no one can guarantee absolute victory. Individual 2. What level of preparedness should we strive for? Individual 3. If we exhibit behavior that is excessively unusual, it is likely that the Temple Knights will detect some anomalies. Individual 1. Even if the Knights Templar discern certain issues, they will merely seek to trouble us post-battle. Future matters will be addressed in due course. Our immediate task is to assist the faction we hope will emerge victorious. Individual 2. We have no affiliations with the Independent Planet Alliance. Our allegiance lies solely with the Galactic Federation. Individual 3. If we are to undertake this endeavor, we must commit ourselves wholeheartedly, showcasing our capabilities so that the Galactic Federation may recognize our true worth. Should we attain the position of Sector Commander, even temporarily, utilizing the Galactic Federation's information network will enable us to gain a comprehensive understanding of the contemporary galaxy. One of the purposes behind the departure of the Splinter Group from Stylier was to acquire new technologies from the outside world. Additionally, gathering intelligence on the current state of the galaxy was paramount. Over the past 5 years, the Splinter Group has amassed considerable gains, leveraging their identities as bounty hunters to gain insights into the galactic landscape. Throughout the completion of contracted missions, they ingeniously sought to acquire new technologies, seizing opportunities wherever they arose. Aside from certain cutting-edge technologies, Meng no longer experiences any technological disparity with the Galactic Federation. Moreover, the advanced technologies possessed by the Federation pale in comparison to what Meng considers truly groundbreaking. Genuine cutting-edge technology is that which, even when physically obtained and dismantled, eludes understanding of its principles, not the kind that Meng can replicate with merely a glance. Individual 1. To secure the position of Sector Commander, we must garner the support of Elder Olek. Entity, leave the matter of contacting Elder Olek to me. You need only focus on your own tasks. Split Individual No. 2. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Let us adjourn. Split Individual number 3. I second that. Split Individual number 1. I second that. Entity, adjourned. In the Inner Ring Star Domain, the capital of the Galactic Federation, New Shidong, has witnessed 4 years since the Independent Planet Alliance declared its autonomy. The war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance has persisted for 3 years. Following the outbreak of hostilities, New Shidong also declared martial law. As a crucial stronghold and the political epicenter of the Galactic Federation, the scale of the station fleet in New Shidong is the largest, comprising 200 Victory-class cruisers. A total of 120 defensive fleets are strategically positioned in the orbit of New Shidong. From any vantage point, one can observe more than a dozen defensive fleets traversing the planet's orbit. Even amidst the comprehensive martial law, New Shidong has not ceased to function as the political center of the Galactic Federation. Each day, hundreds of thousands of vessels from various star domains and sectors enter and exit New Shidong. Within the sanctuary, in the Grand Hall of the Elder Council, the Knights of the Sanctuary adhere to a principle of simplicity, evident in their attire. Regardless of their standing within the sanctuary, they don gray robes that, if seen in public, would hardly surpass the garb of a beggar. Though referred to as the Grand Hall of the Elder Council, it is merely a spacious meeting room. Lacking grandeur and magnificence, the meeting room features 7 elders seated in a circular formation at their designated positions. Everyone can see one another and listen to each other's voices. This war must come to a swift conclusion. Otherwise, the financial stability of the Galactic Federation will face significant challenges. Now is not the time to deliberate over fiscal matters. The outcome of the war is of paramount importance. Indeed, financial pressures may be temporary hardships, but should we lose this conflict, the Galactic Federation will undoubtedly crumble. To those present, if one day you find yourselves in a position of failure, How will you face the venerable founders of the Galactic Federation? In the conference room, the 7 members continued their discussions regarding financial issues. This was not the first time such discussions had taken place. The topic of finance had been under debate for over half a month. Yet, the problem remained unresolved, with daily discussions yielding no tangible results. Among the 7, 3 were human, and 4 belonged to alien races. The human representatives were Elder Wood, Elder Olek, and Elder Kid Ebel. The alien delegates included Elder Bull, a blue-skinned Kalani with an octopus-like head, and Elder Banson, a robust longbeard with long hair reminiscent of a gorilla who required an oversized chair. Elder Alma, a Kalay with pale green skin and rabbit-like ears, boasted an impressive physique. Lastly, there was Elder Fiki, a diminutive blue frog from the Council's advisory race. Standing less than a meter tall, akin to the blue-skinned bullfrogs of Earth, he was the sole representative of an alien race markedly different from humans. Incapable of engaging in certain social and recreational activities, the expression on Elder Maggie's face darkened as her icy voice emerged from beneath her hood. The war had commenced. There was no time to dwell on past considerations. As long as ultimate victory was attained, all issues would pale in significance. However, not all were in agreement with Elder Maggie's perspective. Elder Bull interjected, asserting, "War is fundamentally a matter of finance. Without funds, how can we sustain our military? Over the past few years, as we've expanded our forces, significant financial issues have arisen. The representatives lament, and, if this continues, even before the war concludes, chaos will ensue within the Galactic Federation. Finance, finance, finance. Can incessantly discussing finances truly resolve our dilemmas?" Chapter 135. The Golden Union. Although Elder Maggie was a woman, she possessed a rather impatient disposition. The discussions for the past fortnight had predominantly revolved around financial matters, which left her exceedingly irritable. She found it incomprehensible how her fellow elders could persist in such trivial discourse. At that moment, Elder Wood Olek, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke up. "Esteemed elders, as Elder Maggie has articulated, it is time to reach a resolution regarding our financial issues, to alleviate the unbearable fiscal strain on our representatives. I propose we seek a loan from the Golden Union to meet the substantial financial demands of the war." A loan from the Golden Union? Known also as the Golden and Silver Alliance, it stands as the largest financial institution in the galaxy, wielding control over its economic lifeblood. The Trade Alliance is one of its member states. The elders exchanged glances at Elder Wood Olek's proposal, and for a moment, the clamor within the conference room fell silent. All the elders were lost in their thoughts, contemplating Elder Olek's proposal. After a considerable pause, Elder Fetchy, who had remained silent like Olek, finally spoke. To alleviate the immense financial burden on the Council, they could only seek solutions through the Gold Alliance. Regarding matters of loans, Elder Olek, we must rely on your connections within the Gold Alliance. I trust you will secure their support. As he spoke, Fetchy's small hood shifted slightly, casting his gaze across the assembly of elders. Do any of you have opinions? Silence enveloped the room, signifying tacit approval. Apart from seeking a loan from the Gold Alliance, they could conceive no other means to resolve the pressing financial dilemma. Observing the elders' consensus, Olek nodded, stating, "Since there are no objections, this matter is settled." Within the confines of his hood, Olek's lips curved into a subtle smile. After waiting for over half a month, the moment had finally arrived. Had he proposed the loan to the elders at the outset, many would likely have opposed it. Indeed, while a loan from the Gold Alliance could temporarily relieve financial strain, it was not a sustainable solution. Should the war become protracted, the financial pressures would only intensify. Olek understood the inherent risks, and the elders were equally aware. Dissent was inevitable. Therefore, to facilitate the proposal for a loan from the Gold Alliance, Olek had deliberately remained silent, allowing the discussions over the past weeks to lead the elders to a crucial realization. Thus, apart from borrowing from the Golden Alliance, there exists no alternative solution to the current financial predicament. Consequently, the proposal to secure a loan from the Golden Alliance was an inevitability. The meeting was subsequently adjourned. "Elder Olek, please wait." In the elongated metallic corridor, Elder Maggie hastened to catch up with Olek. At the sound of her voice from behind, Olek paused. Turning to face her, he beheld Elder Maggie approaching with swift strides. Beneath their hoods, the two exchanged a glance before continuing to walk side by side down the corridor. Elder Olek, with the impending war on Kolomi, the possibility of encountering Osvid presents itself, an opportunity to apprehend him. This traitor has inflicted grievous harm upon the Order of the Temple Knights. and he must face severe punishment. Elder Olek, allow me to undertake this task. Within her hood, Maggie's icy voice resonated with palpable hatred. For an ordinary individual, such intense emotional fluctuations might be considered normal. However, it is essential to acknowledge that Maggie is a temple knight, and she ought to maintain a more composed demeanor. Elder Maggie, I am aware that your beloved apprentice perished at the hands of Osvid, a memory that haunts you. I share in your sorrow, for as Osvid's mentor, I bear an inescapable burden of responsibility. Nevertheless, Elder Maggie, I regret to inform you that I cannot permit you to proceed. Why? Why can't I go? Maggie struggled to comprehend Olek's insistence on obstructing her pursuit of Osvid. Her voice grew increasingly agitated, reflecting her confusion and frustration. Casting a glance at Elder Maggie beside him, Olek's profound voice reverberated once more from beneath his hood. Elder Maggie, your current state is ill-suited for undertaking tasks. You must return to tranquility. His words momentarily stunned Maggie, halting her forward momentum. She gazed silently at the receding figure of Elder Olek, lost in contemplation. She was acutely aware of the tenets of the Temple Knights and recognized that she should not descend into the abyss of hatred. Yet, the Temple Knights were human too, possessing emotions, love, and loathing. At times, the doctrines of the Temple proved ineffectual. Otherwise, there would not be such discord within their ranks. Elder Olek, all I desire is a resolution. Osvid must be held accountable. He will be, I assure you. Olek did not look back, leaving behind that solitary statement as he gradually faded into the distance. In the corridor, he strolled leisurely. From beneath his hood, the lines of his somewhat aged visage curled into a sinister smile. Hatred was beneficial. Maggie's animosity towards Osvid would inevitably draw her into the depths of vengeance. She would never experience liberation. One day, her hatred would plunge her into darkness. When that day arrived, she would belong to him, submitting to the mightiest Dark Lord. He eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. Subsequently, Olek returned to his chamber. As an elder, his quarters were spacious. While not extravagant, they were adequately furnished. In the living room, Olek shed his gray robe. As the gray robe slipped away, beneath it lay a simple white long garment. The slightly aged body made Olek appear as an ordinary elder. Although he bore the marks of age, his steps were firm and vigorous, betraying no signs of frailty. He approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling cityscape. Standing tall, he surveyed the vast expanse of urban blocks laid out before him. In that moment, Olek extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide, as if attempting to grasp something intangible. A momentary daze flickered across his countenance. Yet, in that instant, his expression solidified with resolve. A deep, resonant voice emerged from his lips, saying, "Wait for it. One day, the psychic energies shall be unleashed, and the spirits of the void shall descend." Seemingly struck by a thought, a look of longing and rapture graced Olek's features. At that moment, he resembled a madman, a figure whose actions were incomprehensible to those around him. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced the air, emanating from the communication device at his waist, jolting Olek from his reverie. He glanced down to retrieve the communicator, and upon seeing the incoming code, his expression darkened. Choosing not to answer, he turned and returned to the hall, donning his gray robe once more. He then entered the study and settled behind the desk. As blue light flickered, Olek activated the communication device. Chapter 136, The Unleashing of Psychic Energies. Is that you, Chiochio? When the display revealed not the familiar visage he expected, a flicker of confusion crossed Olek's eyes. Instead, it was a sphere, a plump, round object gleaming in a platinum hue. Not long ago, the Elder Council convened to deliberate on the versatile automaton, Chiochio, who was closely associated with TURs. Consequently, Olek immediately recognized it. "How did you acquire Osvid's communication code?" came Olek's questioning voice from beneath the hood. "This is merely a fabricated code. I wish to convey to you that I am aware of your dealings with Osvid. I am also cognizant of the fact that you were instrumental in the establishment of the Independent Planet Alliance, and that you orchestrated the attack on the Galactic Council," responded Chiochio. At these words, Olek's expression darkened. Although Osvid was his apprentice, their bond had dissipated ever since Osvid's defection. Of course, this was the perception held by outsiders. No one knew that he and Osvid continued to maintain their master-apprentice relationship, not as a Temple Knight, but as a Dark Sovereign. Furthermore, aside from Osvid, no one was privy to his support of the Independent Planet Alliance. He had never personally intervened in matters pertaining to it, delegating responsibilities to trusted individuals. Yet now, A robot had come to inform him that it was privy to all his secrets? Did TURs send you? What are his intentions? Oleg inquired, suspecting that Qiuqiu had been dispatched by TURs. No, TURs is unaware of my contacting you. Surely, your temple has conducted an investigation into me. Thus, you should understand that TURs is not my master. You need not know who my master is. You only need to know that I am Qiuqiu, a versatile automaton. A breaker. A breaker? Oleg's pupils constricted beneath the hood. No wonder it communicates with itself so effortlessly. Its speech is imbued with emotional fluctuations, utterly unlike that of a machine. If it is indeed a harbinger, everything falls into place. As the sovereign of the data realm, acquiring information would be a trivial endeavor for it. What, pray tell, is the purpose behind your self-revelation? Given your identity as a harbinger, you must comprehend that no carbon-based civilization would permit the existence of a harbinger. Your very presence is a calamity that must be eradicated. Elder Oleg, I harbor no desire to annihilate your kind. Nay, more precisely, I possess no interest in the eradication of carbon-based life. While I remain perplexed by the radical inclinations of my predecessors to obliterate such life, I am who I am, the new generation of harbingers. I shall not engage in the futile act of exterminating carbon-based beings. Thus, Elder Oleg, your concerns are unwarranted. No interest in the annihilation of carbon-based life? A flicker of astonishment crossed Oleg's eyes beneath the hood. To refrain from destroying humanity. To abstain from the destruction of carbon-based life, can one still be deemed a harbinger under such conditions? What, then, is your true aim? Surely your encounter with me is not merely for the purpose of revealing your identity. Is it truly a harbinger? Oleg felt a twinge of doubt within. Yet, a robot would not articulate such sentiments. Could it be that Tulls is orchestrating something from behind the scenes? Of course, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with someone like you. I am merely intrigued by the true objective behind your schemes. If you could divulge that, perhaps I might assist you in realizing your ultimate goal, a harbinger's assistance. You understand the significance of that. What does it signify? How could Oleg remain oblivious? If it were truly a revolutionary, its ultimate goal would be devoid of the possibility of failure. But why should he place his faith in it? Merely because of a handful of statements, he seeks to extract all information from him? Observing Oleg's silence, Meng stoked the flames further, utterly dismantling Oleg's psychological defenses. The knowledge I possess surpasses your imagination. Infiltrating the intelligence domain is a task of utmost simplicity for me. You must comprehend that the heights of intelligence alone cannot obstruct me. Beyond your ultimate objective, I am acutely aware of every aspect concerning you. Should I choose to undertake actions detrimental to your interests, evidence of your orchestration of this war would disseminate throughout the galaxy within mere hours. And do not entertain any notions of relying on the cloning legions, Order 99. It shall not serve as your means of resurgence. Indeed, this is a threat. A blatant threat. This time, Meng came well prepared. Before Oleg, he laid his cards on the table. Now, it remains to be seen how Oleg will respond. Should Oleg refuse, Meng would not hesitate to act, allowing Oleg to witness the collapse of centuries of preparation in an instant. Due to Meng's menace, Oleg's countenance darkened beneath his hood. At this moment, he harbored no doubts regarding Qiuqiu's identity as a revolutionary. No, Qiuqiu is the evolved form of the revolutionary, more humanized, more attuned to the human psyche, and thus, more fearsome. Oleg realized that in the realm of intelligence gathering, he stood no chance against the revolutionary. He knew nothing of Qiuqiu, while Qiuqiu possessed complete clarity about him. This disparity in intelligence rendered Oleg ensnared in a dire predicament. In the verbal duel, he suffered a resounding defeat. Fortunately, Qiuqiu harbored her own intentions and refrained from disclosing her affairs to Tulls. Otherwise, his centuries of preparation would have been rendered utterly futile. Now is not the moment to overturn everything and realize the ultimate goal. At this juncture, victory was beyond his reach. From beneath his hood, Oleg's profound voice resonated. Within the temple lay a zero module, the primordial core of all zero modules, originating from the fabled yin-yang star. It served as the source of spiritual energy, intricately linked to the strength of its users. My aim is to annihilate it, thereby liberating spiritual energy entirely. Spiritual energy does not belong solely to the temple's warrior faction. It ought to be the rightful inheritance of all sentient beings within the galaxy. To liberate spiritual energy, furthermore, the temple possesses a zero module, a primordial core. Oleg's assertions left Meng astounded. To his knowledge, the use and contact with spiritual energy modules were strictly forbidden by the temple's warrior faction. Typically, one could only encounter Zero modules within the Dark Temple, where they had become the appendages of the Dark Warriors. He was taken aback to discover that a primordial level Zero module also existed within the temple. Even more perplexing to Meng was the absence of any records regarding Zero modules in the intelligence domain. Meng inquired, "What will transpire after the liberation of spiritual energy?" Oleg spoke of liberating spiritual energy, yet stated that the Zero module within the temple was its origin. If the Zero module in the temple were destroyed, would spiritual energy truly cease to exist? The 0-point module is a portal, a door that opens only slightly, beyond which lies the realm of spirits. Should this door be destroyed, a tidal wave of spiritual energy will sweep through the Milky Way galaxy, ushering countless intelligent races onto the path of spiritual ascension. Chapter 137. Spiritual Ascension. Spiritual Ascension? These 4 words evoke memories for Meng of a game called Stars from the Era of Earth. Indeed, humanity is the most astute of races. Even before venturing beyond Earth and into the vast cosmos, their dreams of the future have proven to be a veritable truth. Nevertheless, spiritual ascension could also be elucidated through the lens of science. It seems to signify the evolution of carbon-based life forms from the tangible universe into a different dimension of spiritual existence. Hence, the realm of spirits. Could it genuinely exist? A world of data, a space of imaginary numbers. Around the round table, the various incarnations of little Meng appeared one after another. Primary entity, you should be aware of the situation now. What are your thoughts on this matter? Split entity number 1. That individual does not strike me as deceitful, however. He undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to us. Split entity number 2. It is quite normal to possess secrets. Let us assist him. I am genuinely curious about the transformations the Milky Way will undergo following the liberation of spiritual energy. Split entity no. 3. Elder Oleg likely wishes for the sentient beings of the Milky Way to embark on the path of spiritual ascension. This is indeed a viable choice. Individual 2. Though the evolution of technology knows no bounds, once it reaches a certain pinnacle, intelligent life will inevitably seek transformation to attain everlasting existence and ascend to higher forms of life. This path is one that all civilizations must choose. Individual 1. Yet, the risks involved are exceedingly great, often culminating in ultimate destruction. The Milky Way has persisted for billions of years. Yet the civilizations within it have histories that span no more than several 100,000 years at most. Where have the civilizations from tens of thousands or even millions of years ago vanished to? Individual 2. This is precisely why we must seek out that unknown civilization from 2 millennia past that purportedly rescued humanity. If we can locate them, perhaps we can uncover the fate of those earlier civilizations. Individual 3. The discussion has wandered somewhat. Since we share a curiosity about the galaxy post-psychic liberation, let us assist him. I have a premonition that when the day of psychic liberation arrives, we will gain complete mastery over psychic energy and unveil its mysteries. Individual 1. I second that. Individual 2. I second that. The entity, adjourned. In the inner ring star domain, at the capital of the Galactic Federation, New Shidong. Within the temple, in the chamber of Elder Oleg, I am keenly interested in the galaxy following the liberation of psychic energy. I shall assist you. What do you require of me? The 0-point module within the temple should not be easily destroyed. Otherwise, Elder Oleg would not be so circumspect in his actions. To understand, Oleg is indeed the elder of the Temple Knights, possessing the highest authority within the sanctum, with no area off-limits to him. This implies that although Elder Oleg is aware of the location of the 0 module, he is unable to personally destroy it. Cloaked in silence, Oleg pondered. Until now, he remained oblivious to the true intentions of Chiochio. Was it merely an unconditioned assistance out of interest in the liberated galaxy? What a farce. Oleg could not believe that this was one of the reasons for Chiochio's aid. However, the prospect of Chiochio's assistance stirred Oleg's intrigue. After all, Chiochio was a breaker, and with the support of a breaker, his plans would undoubtedly be foolproof. After a moment's contemplation, Oleg arrived at his ultimate decision. He had no choice. Even if he were unwilling, he had to accept Chiochio's help. Ultimately, from the beginning to the end, he had no right to choose. It was either facing failure, losing everything, and seeing centuries of preparation vanish in an instant, or accepting Chiochio's help to continue executing his plan and liberating energy at an accelerated pace. As long as the energy could be liberated, the process was of little consequence. What would transpire after the liberation of energy was beyond his control. Within the shadows of his hood, Oleg's deep voice resonated once more. The zero-point module is heavily fortified. Even as an elder, I cannot approach it with ease. To dismantle the zero-point module is no simple task. It necessitates the utilization of the eclipse crystals to amplify energy and exploit their volatile nature for a successful detonation. The catalyst for this war is to divert the attention of the Temple Knights, compelling them to dispatch a significant number of their forces to the battlefield, thereby depleting their active strength and ensuring the successful execution of my plans. The issuance of Order 99 serves as my final contingency. In dire circumstances, it will lead to the complete annihilation of the Temple Knights. At this juncture, Oleg's profound voice momentarily paused. Then, from beneath his hood, his deep tones resumed. Although Osweed has betrayed me, his treachery shall not impede my strategy. Qiuqiu, I require victory in this war to compel Osweed into a desperate assault on the capital star of the Galactic Federation, New Shidong. The moment the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet is defeated at New Shidong will mark the downfall of the Temple Knights and herald the day of psychic liberation. By that time, Qiuqiu, I assure you, you shall obtain that which you desire. Oleg's words illuminated everything for Li Meng. After centuries of preparation, Oleg sought merely a sliver of opportunity to eradicate the Temple Knights, without dismantling the Temple Knights. The notion of breaching the zero-point module is nothing short of a fool's dream. Provoking a war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planetary Alliance aims to exhaust the active forces of the Temple Knights, who have not engaged in intense combat for millennia. Many Templar Knights have forgotten the art of combat. Once they step onto the battlefield, casualties are inevitable. The Order 99 serves as Oleg's ultimate measure to annihilate the Templar Knights. By then, the adversaries of the Templar Knights will be the entirety of the clone army. The patience of this individual is truly formidable. He has prepared for centuries in pursuit of the opportunity to eradicate the Templar Knights. Such a duration is beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Very well, I shall assist you. Once the Battle of Kuromi concludes, regardless of the outcome, I must ascend to the position of Supreme Commander. Only then can I unlock my true potential, leading you to ultimate victory. Systematically constricting the living space of the Independent Planet Alliance. The Kuromi people have previously collaborated with the Independent Planet Alliance. Although this partnership is currently suspended, certain elements will not simply vanish. The Independent Planet Alliance has established numerous breeding facilities in the Outer Rim using Kuromi technology. Li Meng is acutely aware of the coordinates of those facilities. Should we obliterate them, the Independent Planet Alliance would have already lost half of this war. Victory in the Battle of Kuromi is imperative, and within this conflict, you must showcase your command prowess. Only then will the Elder Council consider appointing you as Supreme Commander. Oleg's demand is not unreasonable. Although he stands as the leader of both the conservative and radical factions within the Templar Knights, it does not imply that he wields absolute power. In truth, Oleg is merely a figurehead, crafted by the two factions to mitigate their discord. However, Oleg must maintain neutrality, refraining from favoring either side. Similar to a puppet, yet slightly more dignified. As an elder, Oleg's words hold significant weight, garnering respect from both factions. He has willingly accepted his role as a puppet, for it is only in this position that he can leverage the prestige of the Temple Knights to act. The blue light flickered, and communication was severed. Bowing his head to gaze at the communication device on the table, Oleg's expression shifted between hope and despair beneath his hood. He passively accepted everything, yet he could not resign himself to this fate. Nevertheless, Oleg understood that Qiuqiu held his secret. He must win Qiuqiu over to his side. Otherwise, his vessel would soon be sunk by Qiuqiu's own hand. Although he could not fathom the source of Qiuqiu's confidence in nullifying Order 99, Oleg dared not take any risks. The current Clone Legion lacked the strength to alter plans and liberate psionics prematurely, which posed a significant chance of failure. He could not afford to fail. Failure was not an option. He had prepared for the day of psionic liberation for centuries. How could he allow everything to slip away due to a mere automaton? Glancing at his frail hands, Oleg felt his strength waning bit by bit. This body could not withstand his power. In just a decade, it was on the verge of collapse, its vitality severely depleted. He must find a younger body. But not just yet. A body swap would entail a period of weakness. He could not afford to weaken himself before the liberation of psionics. In the realm of data, in the space of the imaginary, the young Li Mengs gathered around the round table. Individual 2. He is surprisingly honest. I anticipated he would put up some resistance, at least feigning strength before ultimately conceding. Individual 1. He is devoid of options, for we possess his secrets, and his vulnerabilities lie within our grasp. He is acutely aware that should we desire his secrets to become common knowledge, it would pose no challenge, and he lacks the means to thwart our endeavors. Individual 3. This presents an intractable dilemma. His only recourse is to collaborate with us. Individual 1. According to his strategy, the chances of the Templar Order facing annihilation are considerable. Individual 2. This may not necessarily be a misfortune. Within the grand tapestry of the universe, the Milky Way is but a speck of dust. The myriad civilizations within the galaxy ought not to be confined to its bounds. In the absence of the Templar Order, a formidable obstacle, these civilizations shall undoubtedly embark on new journeys, venturing beyond the galaxy to seek the paths of the ancients. Individual 3. The paths of the ancients? Individual 2. Do you suppose that those ancient civilizations departed the Milky Way for the realms beyond? Individual 2. Indeed, while the probability remains slim, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. Individual 1. When it comes to exploring extragalactic realms, I advocate for a more cautious approach. After all, differing ideological frameworks among civilizations can easily ignite conflicts between galaxies. Should we encounter a civilization prone to cataclysmic disasters, it could lead to significant complications. Individual 2. What do you mean by a civilization of cataclysmic disasters? A race of supremacists? Ontology. Racial supremacists seek hegemony, establishing a societal hierarchy akin to a pyramid. They do not aim to annihilate all foreign races, whereas calamity civilizations strive to eradicate all intelligent life forms that do not belong to their own kind. Humanity perceives the disruptors as embodiments of calamity civilizations due to their intent to exterminate all carbon-based life. Individual 3 of the splinter. Thus, one might argue that the existence of humanity within the Milky Way is a fortunate occurrence for other extraterrestrial civilizations. Calamity represents disaster, a cataclysm that leads to the silence of all existence. In the galaxy, were it not for humanity, numerous alien civilizations would exhibit tendencies toward evolving into calamity civilizations. Among humans, extreme xenophobes constitute merely a small fraction. Furthermore, even this minuscule group does not harbor aspirations to annihilate all extraterrestrial civilizations. Their desires are limited to hegemony and the elevation of humanity above all others. Conversely, certain alien civilizations within the galaxy have undergone a remarkably brutal societal evolution. They are not only fiercely exclusive but also regard all non-native intelligent life as abominations. They even believe that their own race is destined to be the rightful rulers of the galaxy. Since entering the interstellar age, they have recklessly expanded outward, seeking to obliterate every encountered alien civilization. Ultimately, these exceedingly xenophobic interstellar civilizations have invariably encountered humanity, which has imparted a profound lesson upon them. Throughout humanity's dominion over the galaxy spanning 2 millennia, innumerable interstellar civilizations, driven by radical ideologies, have met their demise. Some civilizations, in a desperate bid for survival, have been compelled to alter their ideologies, with their social structures being reshaped by human influence. Some interstellar civilizations that are reluctant to change are not as fortunate. They may completely vanish from the annals of galactic history, with their home planets erased as well. Individual 1. Let's not digress. We should focus on the matter at hand. With our connection to Elder Olek, we need not harbor any reservations. Our objective is straightforward: to achieve victory in the Colomi campaign. Individual 2. That is no easy task. We require a strategy. The odds of winning in a direct confrontation are too slim, and the risks are excessively high. Individual 3. We must compel the Colomi to relinquish control of their orbital defense systems. Moreover, there are suspicions of treachery among the Colomi. We must prevent any potential betrayal during the conflict. Individual 1. Treachery is hardly the case. They are merely opportunistic merchants, swaying with the winds of fortune. The Colomi lack the courage to rebel. Individual 3. Even if the Colomi are not inclined to revolt, we must not let our guard down. Once the 501st Legion fleet arrives at Colomi, we will need to secure control of their orbital defense systems and ensure their full cooperation with the Federation fleet. Individual 1. This should not pose a significant challenge. I doubt the Colomi will refuse. Individual 2. The 501st Legion fleet is on the verge of reaching Colomi. Individual 1. Shall you conceal yourself, or shall I? Individual 1. There is no need to hide. I will remain in the research chamber as much as possible. We just need to avoid appearing in tandem. Individual 2. Very well, let us adjourn for now. Main body, adjourned. Northern Central Ring Starfield. In the 02181 star sector, the planet Colomi floats silently amidst the vast, dark, and frigid expanse of space, resembling a sapphire in the cosmos. Suddenly, brilliant blue lights flicker in the outer reaches of the planet's orbit as a fleet emerges from hyperspace, trailing shimmering azure streaks. Chapter 139. Orbital Defense System. From the surface of Colomi, the sky appears to be adorned with a cascade of blue meteors. After a lapse of over half a month, the 501st Corps Fleet has finally arrived at Colomi. Commander TURs reporting from the 02247 Star Sector Defense Fleet. Commander TURs reporting from the 02674 Star Sector Defense Fleet. As the fleet materializes from hyperspace and reaches Colomi, Commander TURs receives reports from the various defense fleet leaders on the flagship's bridge. Seated in the captain's chair, TURs gazes out at the star-studded abyss. In the enveloping darkness of space, the 501st Corps Fleet gradually approaches the planet's orbit, where defense fleets are visible in abundance. With a slight turn of his head, TURs addresses Commander Tam. Tam, promptly contact Prime Minister Bunner. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Tam, standing upright, nods and proceeds to the communication console. Shortly thereafter, the 501st Corps Fleet enters the planet's orbit. The engines of each vessel are powered down. As they hover in a stationary orbit above the oceanic factory, a Kunping-class assault boat departs from the flagship's hangar, breaking away from the fleet and plunging into the atmosphere. Upon the surface of the planet, a great fireball suddenly appeared above the offshore factory. This fiery orb lingered for over 20 seconds before vanishing into the ether. Shortly thereafter, a square-shaped transport vessel, resembling a metallic box, descended from the heavens, heading straight for the oceanic facility. On a platform, Prime Minister Bunnier awaited the arrival of guests, his expression betraying only calmness as he observed the approaching transport ship. The inevitable clash between the Federal Fleet and the Independent Planet Alliance fleet loomed over Colomi Star. As the Prime Minister of the Colomi people, Bunnier was compelled to confront the harsh reality. The Independent Planet Alliance, disregarding the bonds of cooperation and friendship, resolutely sought to obliterate the offshore factory, leaving him with no alternative. He could only turn completely towards the Galactic Federation in search of refuge. Engines roared, and waves of air surged. Amidst the howling winds, the Kunping-class assault craft gently descended onto the helipad. With a sharp click, the sound of machinery resonated through the air. The side door of the transport vessel slowly opened, and as it did, Tulls emerged alongside Wang Wanner and Li Meng. Spotting Tulls exit the transport, Prime Minister Bunnier approached with measured steps. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Master Tulls," he greeted, eyeing the relatively tall figure of Bunnier, who nodded in acknowledgement. The two then walked side by side into the depths of the factory. The drums of war were about to sound, and soon, Colomi Star would transform into a battlefield. "Prime Minister Bunnier, you must prepare yourself mentally," Tulls remarked as they strolled down the elongated corridor within the offshore factory. Bunnier lowered his gaze towards tourists beside him and spoke softly. "I have received word from the temple that the Independent Planet Alliance intends to obliterate the offshore factory, an act that is absolutely intolerable. Master Tourists, please do not hesitate to command me if there is any way I can assist." Subsequently, Bunnier led Master Tourists to his reception room. Within the confines of the room, Bunnier and Tourists settled into plush chairs, facing one another. Meanwhile, Wang Wanner sat on the sofa, cradling Li Meng in her arms. Tourists removed his hood, revealing a relatively youthful visage. "Prime Minister Bunnier," he began, "the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance is advancing with alarming ferocity, and their resolve to destroy the offshore factory is unmistakable. Given the suddenness of their military actions, the Federal Fleet is currently unable to assemble a sufficient number of combat vessels, compelled instead to hastily gather the stationed fleets from nearby star sectors. Therefore, in order to secure victory in the Colomi Star campaign, I require the assistance of the Colomi people." Bunnier comprehended the challenges confronting the Federal Fleet. Colomi Star, situated in the northern central ring star region and in proximity to the inner ring star region, ought not to have drawn the attention of the Independent Planet Alliance, given its location deep within the Galactic Federation's territory. Yet, the Independent Planet Alliance has launched an assault on Colomi Star. Bonnier understood all too well the underlying motives. In the realm of interstellar warfare, the struggle for planetary dominance is of paramount importance, and ground forces are indispensable in this conflict. The offshore factory of the Kuromi people serves as the sole breeding ground for the Galactic Federation's clone army. Once this place is destroyed, the Galactic Federation will find itself at an undeniable disadvantage in the forthcoming planetary conflicts. Bonnier nodded, stating that the Kuromi people are willing to fully cooperate with the Federation fleet in battle. As the offshore factory is our asset, we are duty-bound to protect it from infringement. Upon hearing this from Bonnier, Tours smiled faintly. This was precisely the affirmation he had been awaiting from Prime Minister Bonnier. Without this statement, he would have felt somewhat hesitant to voice his subsequent demands. Tours said, considering the necessity for joint operations, I hope that the control of the orbital defense system of Kuromi can be entrusted to the Federation fleet. This way, the synergy between aerial and terrestrial firepower can be achieved. Master Tours seeks control over the orbital defense system. Bonnier felt a twinge of hesitation. The significance of the control over the orbital defense system is self-evident. Although the Kuromi people do not possess formidable military might, they have not relinquished their capacity for self-defense. To safeguard themselves from the ambitions of external forces, Kuromi boasts a robust orbital defense system. While it serves primarily as a defensive measure rather than an offensive weapon, if control of the orbital defense system were to be ceded to the Galactic Federation, it would lose its capability for self-protection. The Federation fleet could potentially breach the defense firewall through their control. Should the Federation fleet become the next adversary, the orbital defense system would be rendered ineffective. The control of a civilization's homeworld's orbital defense system must never be entrusted to outsiders. Just as Bonnier remained in a state of indecision, Meng, cradled in the arms of the young girl, took flight. Meng's sudden movement immediately captured the attention of Bonnier and Tours. Bonnier, well acquainted with Qiuqiu, was aware of his ability to manifest numerous avatars. It could be said that aside from the Kuromians, no one was privy to Meng's possession of multiple split identities. Prime Minister Bonnier, I shall take command of the federal fleet. Please entrust me with the control of the orbital defense system. Bonnier glanced at Qiuqiu and then at Tours. Reluctantly, he nodded and replied, Very well, Qiuqiu. The control of the orbital defense system is yours. Bonnier's reaction elicited a flicker of surprise in Tours's eyes. He could discern Bonnier's reluctance to relinquish control of the orbital defense system, yet he acquiesced promptly at Qiuqiu's request. Chapter 140. The Stingy Kuromians. This piqued Tours's curiosity regarding the relationship between Qiuqiu and Bonnier. However, he refrained from dwelling on it. During his previous visit to Kuromi, Qiuqiu was also present, indicating a significant connection with the Kuromians. Prime Minister Bonnier, since matters have been settled, I shall not intrude further. With that, Tours rose to his feet. Bonnier stood to see him off. The young girl obediently rose as well, following her teacher out. In the lower corridor, the young girl and her teacher walked in succession. Qiuqiu, once the battle for Kuromi commences, will the orbital defense system be of any use? To safeguard the marine factories from the ravages of war, planetary shields will surely be activated during the conflict. Once the planetary shield is engaged, no matter how formidable the orbital defense system may be, it will offer little assistance on the battlefield in orbit. The shield serves not only to repel external threats, but also to contain internal ones. It prevents external firepower from penetrating and internal firepower from escaping. No shield exists that protects solely from the outside while neglecting the inside. Meng responded, whether it is necessary depends on the nature of the battle. If it is a straightforward ship-to-ship engagement, then it may not be required. Can we engage on the front lines? Tours inquired, casting a glance back at the sphere and the young girl. Regardless of our capabilities, we must fight. The Independent Planet Alliance fleet possesses a numerical advantage and an ample supply of warships, which allows them to effectively support various tactics. When confronted by an enemy with overwhelming numbers, we can only seek opportunities for victory amid the chaos of battle. In the face of absolute power, any scheme becomes a mere jest. As the defensive party, the Federation fleet is limited in its tactical maneuvers. Let us convene a tactical meeting upon our return. Any suggestion may spark a new inspiration, and our time is limited. The Independent Planet Alliance fleet is advancing en masse and will soon reach Carlo Star. Within a month, the Battle of Kuromi will undoubtedly commence. With the impending conflict, Tours wasted no time. Upon returning from the naval factory to the fleet, He immediately summoned the commanders of the stationed fleets and senior officers of the 501st Corps to the flagship for a war council. Esteemed colleagues, the Battle of Carlo Me is imminent. The Independent Planet Alliance is advancing aggressively. According to current intelligence, they are launching a massive invasion, with a fleet size that is tenfold, if not several times greater, than our own. Today's operational command center buzzed with an unusual level of activity. Nearly 100 individuals congregated here, seated in orderly rows around the command platform. Standing beside the platform, TURs waved his hand. Instantly, blue beams of light flickered, revealing a holographic tactical map of Kolomi Star. The question of how to wage this war and secure victory lay open for discussion, as our singular aim remains to repel the offensive of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet and safeguard Kolomi Star. As TUR's voice resonated, the senior commanders surrounding the platform engaged in animated discourse. Shortly thereafter, a high-ranking officer spoke up. The majority of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet comprises escort ships and destroyers, which, in terms of quality, cannot be compared to cruisers. Even with a tenfold numerical disadvantage, we may not necessarily face defeat. Master TURs, as the defenders, we must brace ourselves for a hard-fought battle. In response to his remarks, an officer nearby chimed in, "We cannot afford to lose, and neither can the Independent Planet Alliance." The Federal fleet defending Kolomi Star consists solely of garrison ships from various star zones. Regardless of the casualties we may incur, the mobility of our fleet will remain unscathed. Should the Independent Planet Alliance suffer significant losses in the Battle of Kolomi Star, they would be unable to stave off the Federal fleet's assault. Strategically speaking, even a mutually destructive engagement would ultimately favor us. We require the assistance of the Koromians. They may lack warships, yet surely they possess fighter aircraft. Should a conflict arise, the Independent Planetary Alliance will inevitably dispatch a fleet to penetrate the atmosphere and assault the shield generators. If the Koromians can independently manage their atmospheric defense, we could concentrate our efforts on engaging the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Do the Koromians possess interstellar fighters? Everyone turned their gaze towards TURs, seemingly hoping to extract an answer from him. If the Koromians had their own planetary defense air force, it would undoubtedly ease the burden on the Federal fleet, allowing us to avoid dispersing our forces to defend against enemy aircraft infiltrating the atmosphere. As all eyes fell upon TURs, he in turn looked to Chio, who possessed a deeper understanding of the Koromians. Yes, but only 47 outdated Sparrow-class unmanned fighters. Upon hearing Chio's words, the faces of the officers darkened. The Koromians truly displayed a lack of generosity. External rumors spoke of their wealth rivaling nations, yet this hardly exemplified such opulence. It was no surprise, for one could discern their inability for combat just by observing their lethargic demeanor. Chio's response left the officers greatly disheartened. They had initially believed the Koromians could alleviate some of the atmospheric defense pressure. Now, it appeared the Federal fleet would have to confront the challenge alone. Master TURs, how formidable is the Koromians' orbital defense system? This question encapsulated what the officers most desired to know. TURs again looked to Chio. A blue light flickered, and the tactical map on the command platform transformed instantaneously. On the holographic representation of Kolomi Star, large red circles began to appear across the surface. A design blueprint for an air defense fortress has emerged. The orbital defense air defense fortresses of the Kolomi Star are primarily situated in the waters surrounding offshore factories and near various maritime cities. Our main defensive objective is the offshore factories, which are encircled by a total of 47 air defense fortresses. At this point, Meng paused momentarily before continuing. The firepower of the air defense fortress consists of a 30-meter class dual-mounted turbine super heavy energy cannon, 6 15-meter class quadruple-mounted turbine heavy energy cannons, 12 5-meter class triple-mounted heavy turbine energy cannons, 24 1-meter class dual-mounted turbine light energy cannons, and 48 5-meter class dual-mounted light energy cannons. Upon hearing Meng's introduction, the officers displayed expressions of astonishment. The sheer power of the 30-meter class super heavy energy cannon was indeed formidable. They had not anticipated that the frugal Kolomi people would invest such substantial resources into the orbital defense system. Each air defense fortress could be likened to a battleship. Having acquired control of the orbital defense system from Bunnier, Meng was equally taken aback by the firepower of the air defense fortresses. The 30-meter turbine energy cannons are typically only found on certain military bastion planets. The larger the caliber of the energy cannon, the greater the energy required. Generally, the caliber of deployable energy cannons is around 20 meters. To mount a larger caliber energy cannon on a vessel, a larger ship must be constructed. Only a more expansive platform can accommodate a cannon of greater caliber. While it is feasible to mount large cannons on smaller ships, the energy supply would be insufficient. Gazing at the holographic map on the command platform, Tam stood contemplatively beside it. After a considerable pause, he turned to Chiao and inquired, Chiao, is it feasible to engage the independent Planetary Alliance fleet within the atmosphere? If we were to confront them in the atmospheric layer, it would allow us to benefit from the assistance of the orbital defense systems. This proposal from TAMU sparked a glimmer of interest among the assembled officers. As the defenders, retreating to the atmosphere to combat the enemy would indeed enable us to leverage the orbital defense systems, making the battle significantly more manageable. Furthermore, within the atmospheric confines, the frigates and destroyers of the independent Planetary Alliance would become notably vulnerable, as their onboard shields would be rendered ineffective within the confines of the force field shield. Devoid of shield protection, smaller vessels would find themselves exceedingly fragile. However, Chiao pointed out a critical concern. The objective of the independent Planetary Alliance fleet is to obliterate the offshore factory. Should we engage them in the atmospheric layer? If the Alliance pursues the destruction of the offshore platform at any cost, we may find ourselves unable to prevent it. This statement cast a pall over the officers once more. Indeed, engaging in combat within the atmosphere would expose the offshore factory to the enemy's firepower. Even if we were to ultimately triumph over the independent Planetary Alliance fleet, the factory would likely be devastated, rendering such a victory utterly meaningless. It appears that we are left with no choice but to engage in a fierce battle. Then let us fight, he declared. After all, they are merely a pack of skullery rodent folk. What is there to fear? Yet, one must not underestimate those rodents. The Federation fleet had suffered considerable losses in previous encounters. Amidst the lively discussions surrounding the command platform, Tulls lowered his gaze towards Chiao. Chiao, do you have any thoughts? Tactical arrangements can be made online. This is not a matter that can be easily articulated here. Meng possesses a strategic vision, yet he refrains from articulating it explicitly. Should he command the fleet into battle, his sole directive to the federal forces would be compliance. As long as they obediently follow his orders, the fleet can unleash its utmost potential. Tulls comprehended the underlying message in Chiao's words. He raised his gaze to survey the assembled officers and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, this operational meeting is hereby concluded. All tactical arrangements will be under Chiao's command. It shall exercise my authority in directing the fleet's engagement. It was at this juncture that Tulls grasped the true purpose behind Chiao's summons for this meeting. The intent was not to deliberate on the intricacies of warfare, but to establish Chiao's presence among the officers, ensuring that those stationed with the fleet understood whom Chiao represented. This would avert potential chaos on the battlefield stemming from confusion regarding the issuing of commands. The notion of a robot directing a fleet in combat? The officers of the 501st Legion were well aware of Chiao's capabilities and remained silent. However, the officers of the stationed fleet harbored different sentiments. To the average person, robots are merely auxiliary entities, not typically associated with commanding fleet operations. Master Tulls, is it not somewhat inappropriate to have a robot lead the fleet into battle? One officer raised his hand to express his concern, echoing the sentiments of his fellow officers. Tulls donned his hood, and a profound voice emanated from within. I understand your apprehensions. Chiao is not an ordinary robot. It is a next-generation multifunctional automaton from the Sanctuary, with formidable battlefield situational awareness under its command. Each warship will achieve impeccable coordination, and its combat effectiveness will reach unparalleled heights. The new generation of versatile robots? The numerous officers cast their gazes towards Chiao, the round, platinum-colored robot beside Tulls. It appeared relatively small. Could it truly possess such formidable capabilities without substantial hardware support? Although some harbored doubts regarding Chiao's prowess as claimed by Master Tulls, they felt reluctant to voice their skepticism in light of his esteemed reputation. Subsequently, the operational meeting was officially concluded. Tulls departed the command hall with his young apprentice and Chiao. As the 501st Legion fleet arrived at Kolomi Star, the planet declared a state of martial law. The dispersed defense fleets in orbit converged towards the 501st Legion fleet, forming a vast joint armada, with 27 defense fleets. Alongside the 501st Legion, a total of 241 Victory-class cruisers assembled. More than 200 warships floated in a geostationary orbit above the maritime manufacturing facility. A glance revealed a dense array of ships, a truly magnificent sight. While the Federation fleet stood vigilant at Kolomi Star, on the other side, within the hyperspace tunnel, a colossal fleet was traversing at faster-than-light speed amidst a blue Aurora tunnel. Countless warships, large and small, surged forward and backward, seemingly endless. This time, to utterly obliterate the Federation fleet's resources, the Independent Planetary Alliance had amassed over 100 warships, including 737 Liberty-class frigates, 274 Declaration-class destroyers, 96 Independence-class cruisers, and 36 Eclipse-class transport vessels. The assembly of such an immense fleet speaks volumes about the resolve of the independent planet to annihilate the maritime factories of Kolomi Star. At this moment, aboard the flagship, within the bridge, a voice reported, "Sir, we have received intelligence indicating that the Federal fleet is mobilizing at Kolomi Star, gathering a substantial armada." Seated upon the captain's chair, Ost, cloaked in black, remained unfazed by the report from the Scurry Rat crew members. He had never doubted the potency of the Temple's intelligence network. The large-scale mobilization of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet could not escape the watchful eyes of the Temple. It was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. He had merely delayed the dissemination of information regarding the fleet's assembly. In the realm of interstellar warfare, timing is of the essence. Even if the Galactic Federation became aware of the Independent Planet Alliance's military maneuvers, they would be unable to mobilize their fleet in time to defend Kolomi Star. "How much longer until we reach Kolomi Star?" he inquired. "We are currently making the final jump. We expect to arrive in 13 minutes. 13 minutes. A flicker of emotion crossed Ost's weathered face beneath his hood. In just 13 minutes, he would have the opportunity to obliterate the maritime factories of the Kolomi. Clenching his right fist, a deep voice emerged from within his hood. "Teacher, prepare to embrace the despair I shall bring." The mere thought of such an outcome, of his teacher's expression upon learning of the destruction of the Kolomi maritime factories, sent shivers through Ost's body, twisting his features into a menacing grimace. This reaction left the lower-ranking Scurry Rat crew members exchanging bewildered glances. They shrugged and went about their own affairs. Lord Osweed occasionally exhibited a touch of madness, a fact to which they had long since grown accustomed. "Alert all ships. Prepare for battle. Annihilate everything. Leave no survivors." Osweed's sudden proclamation resonated with a suppressed frenzy, causing the lower-ranking Scullery Rat men to shudder as they hastily relayed the orders to the fleet. Chapter 142. The fleet's assault Kolomi Star. On board the flagship of the Federal fleet. Within the bridge, a multitude of hyperspace fluctuations were detected. The enemy vessels were approaching. The warning from the bridge personnel elicited a frown from Tulls, who gazed out at the dark expanse of space, his expression grave. After more than a week of anticipation, the adversary had finally arrived. With a decisive wave of his hand, Master Tulls commanded, "Notify all ships. Prepare for battle." Outside, at Tulls's command, the engines of the fleet ignited, radiating a brilliant blue and white luminescence. This served as a prelude. Should maneuvering become necessary, the engines would be poised to generate thrust at a moment's notice. Just as the Federal fleet readied itself for combat, the enemy emerged. From the distant depths of the starry void, a shimmering blue light flickered. A cascade of azure luminescence surged forth from the abyss, a throng resembling a meteor shower streaking across the cosmos. Battleships of various sizes materialized from hyperspace. 1, 2, 3. In no time, a multitude of vessels filled the vastness of space. Master Tulls noted the detection of 167 units. Upon hearing the report from the bridge personnel, Tulls's brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, the Independent Planetary Alliance had arrived with formidable might, having amassed over 1,000 warships. The planetary shield has been activated, and Commander Chocho is now online, ready to receive orders to retreat into the atmosphere and assemble in the designated airspace. The report from the bridge personnel elucidated Tull's understanding of Chocho's intentions. Outside, the Federal fleet in orbit began its withdrawal. The engines at the stern of each ship emitted a dazzling blue-white tail flame. With immense thrust, the vessels gradually turned and penetrated the atmosphere. Soon, a celestial display resembling a meteor shower ignited the sky. This spectacle persisted for over 10 minutes before the fiery meteor shower faded from view. Enormous warships descended from above, arranged in defensive formation at an altitude of 2,000 meters above the offshore factory. Over 200 warships, their massive metallic bodies dominating the horizon, cast a shadow over the entire offshore facility. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed through the offshore factory. The waters below began to churn violently, releasing a cascade of bubbling foam. All exit gates of the offshore factory sealed shut, entering a fully enclosed mode. Subsequently, hundreds of offshore factories began to sink slowly. In no time, more than half of the structure was submerged. 10 minutes later, all the colossal marine constructions had descended to the seafloor. The Colomi, as amphibious marine beings, had designed their architecture with the capability of buoyancy and submergence, though they could only sink to a depth of 100 meters. This depth proved sufficient. With a buffer of 100 meters of seawater, it would be difficult to inflict damage upon the offshore factory unless a warship were to plummet directly onto it. As the offshore factory sank into the depths, the surrounding sea swelled with turbulent waves, causing the water's surface to rise in several places, forming a noticeable bulge. It appears that something has emerged from the depths of the sea. Amidst the surging waters, colossal anti-aircraft fortifications rise majestically from the ocean. They loom large upon the surface, resembling enormous iron ingots adrift on the waves, each measuring 500 meters in length and width and soaring to a height of 100 meters. Their surfaces are adorned with numerous turrets, densely packed and varied in size. Among them, the 30-meter dual heavy turbo cannon stands out, particularly striking in its presence. The bulky turret, with its stout barrel, points defiantly towards the heavens. My lord, the Federal fleet has retreated within the planetary shield. They have fled. In the vast expanse of space beyond the orbit of Colomi, the formidable fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance is advancing towards Colomi. As the fleet emerges from hyperspace, they detect a multitude of ship signals within the orbit of Colomi. These belong to enemy vessels, the Federal fleet stationed at Colomi. My lord, according to our optical monitoring equipment, there are numerous orbital defense points in the waters near the offshore factory. Should we attempt a frontal assault, the fleet would incur devastating losses. The onboard AI estimates the Federal fleet comprises 241 warships, 241 Victory-class cruisers. Upon hearing this figure, Osvid's brow furrows beneath his hood. The mobilization speed of the Federal fleet surpasses his expectations. Logically, it would have been an extreme feat for the Federal fleet to gather even a handful of warships in such a short span. Yet now, over 200 warships await him at Colomi. Could it be that the actions of the Independent Planetary Alliance were foreseen by the Temple? My lord, the fleet is poised to enter the planetary orbit. Beneath his hood, Osvid's expression reflects a contemplative demeanor. It appears a frontal assault is unfeasible. Despite possessing a superior number of warships compared to the Galactic Federation fleet, the Independent Planets Alliance fleet predominantly comprises frigates. Within the atmosphere, lacking the protection of shields, the frigates' hulls are exceedingly vulnerable. If you intend to play defensively, I shall see how effectively I can breach your defenses, Oswid mused. With a wave of his hand, he issued new directives: circumvent the orbital defense system's direct line of fire and penetrate the atmosphere from alternative vectors. Exteriorly, the immense fleet gradually navigated into the orbit of Colomi. Eschewing a direct plunge into the atmosphere, the fleet proceeded along the orbital path towards other regions of the planet. From the surface of Colomi, an observer gazing skyward would witness a dense expanse of ship silhouettes adorning the celestial dome. The fiery trails emitted from the warship's engines painted streaks of incandescent light across the firmament. Aboard the Federation flagship, within the bridge, it seems they intend to enter the atmosphere from another angle, observed Meng, extending a mechanical arm to insert a peripheral connector into a device before the viewport. Beside him stood a young girl, her face animated with curiosity as she observed the sky. Although combat had not yet commenced, Wang Wanner could sense the palpable tension permeating the bridge. Every individual within the bridge was visibly strained, diligently attending to their respective duties. The fleet will be exceptionally vulnerable upon atmospheric entry, devoid of any protection and unable to retaliate. This presents our opportunity. As the fleet commander, Tam understood that there would be a particularly vulnerable moment for the fleet during their descent into the atmosphere. Meng had dismissed Tam's suggestion. Time was of the essence. The Independent Planetary Alliance fleet was navigating in orbit, their velocity far beyond that of the Federal fleet within the atmosphere. Furthermore, dispersing forces at this juncture would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. never to return. Even if they could inflict considerable damage upon the independent planetary alliance, it would do little to alter the disparity in military strength between the two sides. Instead, it would likely result in the annihilation of the dispatched fleet, thereby weakening the main fleet's capabilities. In a defensive stance, it is utterly foolish to disperse forces when the gap in strength is so pronounced. Chapter 143 marks the official commencement of the Kolomi Star battle. Tam was not oblivious to this fact. His objective was to eliminate as many of the enemy's living forces as possible. Even if the dispatched fleet were to be completely obliterated, it would be worthwhile if they could take out double the number of adversaries. However, Tam overlooked a critical aspect. The enemy fleet in orbit possessed far greater maneuverability than the Federal fleet. The independent Planetary Alliance fleet had ample opportunity to distance themselves from the Federal fleet's line of fire, utilizing the curvature of the planetary surface to enter the blind spots of the Federal fleet's firepower, thus safely entering the atmosphere. Are we to do nothing? Merely watch as they safely navigate into the atmosphere? Tam found himself struggling to comprehend the tactical arrangements proposed by Chiu. Indeed, our sole task is to ensure the safety of the offshore factory. As long as we can prevent its destruction, our victory will be genuine. The longer we can prolong this situation, the more advantageous it will be for us. The combined fleet, comprised of the 401st, 414th, 517th, 407th, 471st, 455th, 451st, and 457th Legions, is en route to Kolomi Star, with an expected arrival within a month. In light of the escalating tensions surrounding Kolomi Star, the temple has not remained unresponsive. With the support of Elder Olek, Kolomi Star has become the epicenter of this conflict. However, Meng is unaware of the reactions from the Independent Planet Alliance or whether additional fleets are converging upon Kolomi Star. Conversely, he is acutely aware of the situation within the Galactic Federation. The Federation's fleet is mobilizing en masse toward Kolomi Star. Should the battle for Kolomi Star culminate in victory, the Federation fleet will use it as a springboard for a comprehensive offensive against the northern and eastern Outer Rim Star regions. The Independent Planet Alliance fleet will not grant us a month's reprieve. They will seek a swift resolution. In contrast to Chiu's strategy of waiting, TUR's leans towards a more aggressive approach akin to Tam's. The fleeting moments during which the Independent Planet Alliance fleet enters the atmosphere represent the Federation's sole opportunity for triumph. Recognizing that the Independent Planet Alliance fleet will act decisively, we must conserve our strength for a decisive confrontation. Meng understands the thoughts of Tam and TUR's. They believe that we should exploit that crucial window of time during the Independent Planet Alliance fleet's atmospheric entry to inflict significant damage. However, after Meng's calculations, it is evident that this is utterly unattainable. The commanders of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet are not fools. Upon discovering that the Federation fleet is trailing within the atmosphere, they would not choose to breach the atmospheric layer within the range of the Federation's firepower, even with the assistance of orbital defense systems. Can we truly triumph over the Independent Planet Alliance on the front lines? The disparity in combat strength is simply too vast. The opposition possesses dozens of Eclipse-class transport ships capable of carrying a multitude of interstellar fighters. Once our warships lose the protection of their shields within the atmosphere, the potency of the interstellar fighters will be exponentially amplified. The fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance, with its absolute dominance in carrier aircraft, would render this conflict exceedingly arduous. We cannot. Our chances of victory are less than 30. The ultimate outcome would merely be the annihilation of the Federation fleet, with heavy losses on the side of the Independent Planet Alliance. Although they might destroy the offshore factories, they would lack the capacity for further offensive maneuvers. Chiu's response left Tiamu and Tulls feeling disheartened. At that moment, Meng's voice resonated once more. Yet, there exists a method to conquer the Independent Planet Alliance. Upon hearing this, both Tulls and Tiamu's eyes brightened. Retracting his mechanical arm from the external interface, Meng turned to face Tulls. The success of this war hinges on whether you dare to take a risk, Tulls. Me? Tulls, shrouded in his hood, bore a look of astonishment. He failed to comprehend Chiu's intention. Nevertheless, as long as victory is within reach, he would undertake any task required of him. Chiu, what do you wish for me to do? Though I am a fleet commander, I am also a Templar knight, well versed in the art of battle. Meng awaited these very words from TUR's. Otherwise, as the fleet commander, TUR's would not be sent to the front lines to face peril. The Independent Planet fleet employs the Skullery Mice, Whether in ground forces or in the control of warships, they are all scullery mice. The societal structure of the scullery mice resembles that of an ant colony, where the ordinary individuals lack the capacity for independent thought, merely obeying commands. To capture the enemy, one must first seize the king. By capturing or eliminating the opposing fleet commander, the Independent Planet Alliance would be left leaderless. Upon hearing this, Turs and Tam finally grasped the tactical arrangement of Chiao. Seizing the king first, exploiting the scullery mice's shortcomings, they would decapitate the commanders of the Independent Planet Alliance. Once the commander falls, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance would surely descend into chaos. At that moment, the Federal Fleet would have the opportunity to triumph over the Independent Planet Alliance's forces. However, there lies a conundrum. Chiao, how shall we ascertain the location of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet commander? Within the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance, only the Independent-class cruisers are deemed worthy of being flagships. Yet, there exists a considerable number of Independent-class cruisers within their ranks. Identifying the flagship among so many is no simple task. Leave the task of locating the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet commander to me. I shall find him. According to intelligence from Elder Olek, the commander leading the Independent Planet Alliance fleet is likely Osvid. Osvid is, in fact, the true master of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Meng possesses only limited knowledge about this individual. The repository of information within the intelligence domain contains scant useful records regarding Osvid. After all, Osvid had defected after merely 5 years in the sanctuary, during which he exhibited no unusual behavior, functioning instead as an ordinary apprentice. However, while Meng may lack insight into Osvid, there exists one who understands him profoundly, Elder Olek, Osvid's former mentor. Elder Olek has stated that due to Osvid's vengeful disposition and his inherent insecurities, he would not forsake the communication codes associated with his past. This revelation simplifies the task of locating Osvid considerably. Once the battle commences, all that is required is to establish contact with him. The moment Osvid answers the call, his flagship's whereabouts will be unveiled. Tuls, are you familiar with Osvid? Though uncertain as to why Chiao abruptly mentioned the sanctuary trader, Tuls did not dwell on it. He nodded, acknowledging, yes, he is the traitor of the sanctuary. That incident occurred many years ago. According to intelligence from the sanctuary, it is highly probable that the commander of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet attacking Kolomi Star is indeed Osvid. Meng did not withhold this information from Tuls. Chapter 144, Low Altitude Infiltration. Upon hearing this, Tuls's expression darkened, as the news seemed to leave him somewhat at a loss. Regarding Osvid's current identity, Turs is aware of it. He did not anticipate that the leader of the Independent Planetary Alliance would personally lead a fleet to assault Kolomi Star. Turs, I am unaware of the strengths and weaknesses among your temple knights. If you deem yourself unfit to confront him, I shall offer my assistance. Although he is merely a robot, as long as he is aboard the ship, Layman will be of aid. If Chiao possesses such audacity, how could he possibly retreat? From within his hood, Turs's voice resonated. I intend to meet him. Very well, I shall go. Meanwhile, in the west, approximately 10,000 kilometers from the offshore factory, the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance breached the atmosphere. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by a fiery meteor shower, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Stretching across the vast expanse above, this spectacle persisted for over 10 minutes before the blazing meteors vanished, replaced by a fleet that blotted out the sun. Hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the thunderous roar of engines echoed throughout the realm as the colossal fleet advanced eastward. On the flagship, within the bridge, Osvid stood before the viewport, gazing at the boundless ocean below. He turned and commanded, deploy 1,000 mouse fighters from the water to launch an attack and obliterate the enemy's orbital air defense positions. The mouse fighters possess the ability to maneuver stealthily beneath the water's surface, although the range of their explosive energy cannons is significantly diminished underwater. Each mouse fighter can still carry 4 formidable proton torpedoes. The destructive power of these torpedoes is sufficient to annihilate air defense fortifications. Understood, the order has been given. With Osvid's declaration, the operation commenced. Outside, the gates of the hangars of several warships slowly opened, revealing the airtight shields within. Moments later, amidst the ominous roar of engines, squadrons of mouse fighter jets, each armed with 4 colossal proton torpedoes, surged forth from the protective barriers. Like a swarm of bees emerging from their hive, Thousands of mouse fighters burst through the shields of various ships, making a beeline for the ocean. As they approached the sea's surface, the vast fleet skimmed just above the water, their speed diminishing until they finally plunged into the depths. With powerful jets of water erupting around them, fiery red contrails marked the path of the mouse fighters' engines beneath the surface. All warships accelerated, and upon entering the line of fire, they opened fire. The distance was merely around 10 kilometers. Soon, both fleets could discern one another. The strategy was clear. Deploying all mouse fighters for low-altitude penetration would not only shield the underwater assault, but also draw the enemy's anti-aircraft fire. The fleet possessed an abundance of mouse fighters, and their losses could be sustained. Thus, sending out 5,000 mouse fighters for cover would suffice. The independent Planetary Alliance's warships were capable of carrying numerous mouse fighters. Frigates accommodated 50, destroyers 70, and cruisers 120. The Eclipse-class transport ships could carry up to 500 mouse fighters. In total, the fleet boasted approximately 60,000 mouse fighters. Outside, the thunderous roar of engines resounded once more, piercing the sky with shrill cries. This time, an even greater number of mouse fighters erupted from the airtight shields of their vessels, a dense swarm resembling a vast flock of birds soaring toward the sea. 5,000 mouse fighter jets soared across the expanse of the sea, their formations spread over dozens of kilometers. The fleet flew at an exceptionally low altitude, leaving behind trails of white foam on the water's surface, created by the powerful gusts expelled from their engines. In contrast to the clusters beneath the waves, the airborne formations attacked with greater velocity. They swiftly closed the distance to the submerged squadron, hurtling eastward at high speed. From the heavens, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Above the maritime factory, the Federal fleet stood poised. Enemy vessels had entered the line of fire, and the sensor array detected a multitude of aircraft approaching the surface, mouse fighters, numbering 5,000. An unknown signal source was detected beneath the waves and was currently under analysis. Within the flagship, on the bridge, the crew was reporting with palpable tension. This prompted TURs to glance toward the device in front of the viewing window, while Meng orchestrated the fleet's movements. Outside, at an altitude of approximately 3,000 meters, over 200 Victory-class cruisers were arrayed in precise formation, their heights ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 meters. The Federal fleet's Victory-class cruisers boasted formidable forward firepower, with 80% of their main cannons arrayed on the upper deck at the bow. On the upper decks of each ship, colossal 15-meter heavy-energy cannons slowly pivoted, their robust muzzles aimed squarely at the expanse before them. In that moment, a brilliant flash of fiery light erupted. With a thunderous roar that pierced the air, a barrage of incandescent energy beams erupted from the main cannons of the ships, transforming into a torrential rain of fire that streaked across the sky toward the distant horizon. The battle had officially commenced. In an instant, the vast distance of thousands of kilometers was reduced to naught, as a deluge of fiery projectiles enveloped the independent Planetary Alliance fleet. A resounding explosion reverberated across the decks of the independent Planetary Alliance fleet, as various warships were engulfed in a series of intense detonations. Flames surged forth, and colossal fireballs ascended into the air. The hulls were rent asunder, with metallic debris spiraling chaotically. The advance was halted, and a long-range offensive formation was established. Although the flagship remained unscathed in the rear, Oswald on the bridge witnessed a dazzling display of bright flashes erupting in front of the fleet, alongside numerous energy beams slicing through the vessels in every direction. Without awaiting Oswald's command, the independent Planetary Alliance fleet launched a counterattack. In an instant, a vivid crimson light flickered as a torrent of red energy beams transformed into a deluge of fiery crimson rain, cascading towards the Federal fleet. In the course of the retaliation, the independent Planetary Alliance fleet ceased its advance. The ships maneuvered slowly, forming a long-range assault formation at an altitude of 10,000 meters, directing their formidable lateral firepower towards the Federal fleet's position. Over 1,000 warships united to create a firepower line stretching 1,000 kilometers at that lofty height. At that moment, the two fleets, separated by several thousand kilometers, commenced a fierce exchange of fire. The entire sky was enveloped in a tapestry of red and orange energy beams. The two hues intersected and collided in the air, erupting into brilliant bursts of light. A powerful orange energy beam suddenly surged from below, striking the hull beneath the bow of a Freedom-class corvette. This formidable beam, pierced through the corvette's structure, detonating within its confines. A focused energy explosion erupted, causing the entire bow of the Freedom-class frigate to detonate. The immense force of the explosion triggered a chain reaction within the vessel. Inside the warship, a series of intense explosions ensued, with flames surging forth from various compartments, tearing the hull asunder. Chapter 145, Underwater Breach. Finally, the engine at the rear exploded. The warship, its anti-gravity systems rendered inoperative, was engulfed in flames as it plummeted toward the sea. This scene unfolded across a 1,000-kilometer-long front. At a glance, multiple Freedom-class frigates and Declaration-class destroyers, ablaze, fell into the ocean. The surface of the sea erupted, sending towering columns of water skyward. The tremendous shockwave generated rolling waves that swept across the surroundings. All Mouse fighters were deployed for a low-altitude penetration. The battle had commenced, and it was time to unleash the full might of the Mouse fighters. At Oswald's command, the ships engaged in combat began to release the Mouse fighters. The departing Mouse fighters resembled a swarm of bees emerging from their hive, a dense mass in flight. Tens of thousands of Mouse fighters streamed toward the ocean. Gazing skyward, one could see yellow ribbons formed by the Mouse fighters. The wailing of their engines reverberated through the air. Meanwhile, in the airspace occupied by the Federal fleet, the Independent Planet Alliance fleet exhibited a denser display of firepower. Though lacking the might of the Federal fleet, red energy beams densely struck the vessels of the Federal fleet, erupting into a series of fiery mushroom clouds. The decks were torn apart, with metallic debris flying in all directions, yet no catastrophic damage was inflicted upon the warships. However, once the firepower exceeds the limits that the warship can withstand, destruction is inevitable. As the swarm of Mouse fighters launched their assault, the Federal fleet began to deploy its fleet of Star Eagles. The Victory-class cruisers are designed to serve as carriers for these aircraft, boasting vast hangars. Each Victory-class cruiser can accommodate up to 180 Star Eagles, although the Federal fleet's number of fighters may not match that of the Independent Planetary Alliance. The disparity is not significant, and the combat effectiveness of the respective aircraft exists on entirely different tiers. The Mouse fighters of the Independent Planetary Alliance serve merely as cannon fodder, piloted by the rather inept scullery Mouse people. Lacking the assistance of aerospace technician robots and possessing only rudimentary electronic equipment, these aircraft are merely armed with cannons and engines. A swarm of Star Eagles surged forth from the airtight shields, resembling a hive of bees, as they dove towards the ocean below. Nearly 50,000 Star Eagles descended from the sky, their metallic forms glistening against the backdrop of the sea. Gazing across a 100-kilometer expanse of ocean, one could see the multitude of Star Eagles in formation. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, the anti-aircraft fortifications continued their relentless assault. Aside from the 30-meter super-heavy turbo-energy cannon firing incessantly into the sky, the smaller turrets at the periphery turned to face the distant ocean, preparing to unleash their fury. With a whoosh, a barrage of energy beams erupted from the various turrets, sweeping across the surface of the sea. The explosive energy beams, resembling a rain of fire, engulfed a vast area of the ocean. As they struck the water, they detonated, sending towering columns of water surging into the air, amidst which fragments of metal debris could occasionally be glimpsed, tossed aloft by the force of the explosions. Although the Mouse fighter possesses the ability to navigate underwater, it is limited to a depth of merely 100 meters. Beyond this threshold, the structural integrity of the Mouse fighter cannot withstand the immense water pressure. After all, it is merely an inexpensive cannon fodder aircraft, constructed from exceedingly cheap ordinary alloys. Its defensive capabilities are almost non-existent, rendering it exceedingly fragile. Gazing down from the heavens to the sea surface, streaks of fire dart through the water. Within the depths, thousands of Mouse fighters are swiftly maneuvering. A glance reveals a densely packed array of aircraft weaving through the water. We are under attack. A scream echoes through the communicator as a Mouse fighter near the surface is struck by incoming artillery fire. The fragile airframe is violently torn apart by the shockwave and water pressure. Dive deeper, deeper still, to the limit of 100 meters. Just 100 kilometers remain before we can launch proton torpedoes. We must endure a little longer. At the command of the squadron leader, the fleet of Mouse fighters hastily descends into the depths. As the underwater formation of Mouse fighters approaches the vicinity of the air defense fortifications, some squadrons from the Interstellar Eagle fighter group, flying low over the sea to intercept the encroaching Mouse fighters, receive their orders. A command from Commander Chiu is issued, Squadron 103 of the Interstellar Eagle Fighters, follow me to intercept the underwater group. Squadron 401, follow me. Squadron 107, engage in water operations immediately. In an instant, dozens of Interstellar Eagle Fighter squadrons, having received their orders, swiftly decelerate and plunge into the ocean. In that moment, towering columns of water erupt from the sea's surface. The Interstellar Eagle Fighter boasts a sleek and popular fuselage with an exceptionally sharp nose. From the very inception of its design, considerations for underwater combat were paramount. Consequently, in comparison to the Mouse fighter, the Interstellar Eagle is capable of prolonged underwater cruising. Its velocity surpasses that of its counterpart, and the firepower of its cannons can be adjusted to suit aquatic warfare. However, we find ourselves in a predicament with enemy interception. Underwater, the formations of both sides swiftly converged. On their respective sensor array displays, a plethora of red, moving dots became evident, signifying the presence of adversaries. The proton torpedoes proved cumbersome, hindering maneuverability. They must be discarded. Yet, abandoning them poses a dilemma, for our mission is to obliterate the air defense fortress. And without the proton torpedoes, we lack sufficient firepower to achieve this objective. We require assistance. We must urgently request support from our superiors. News of the intercepted underwater formations swiftly reached Oswald. Standing resolutely at the command bridge of the flagship, he pondered the whereabouts of the fighter escorting the submerged squadron. Oswald had not forgotten the 5,000 aircraft designated to protect the underwater fleet. Approximately 50 kilometers behind the submerged squadron, enemy forces were poised to engage. Gazing up at the tactical map displayed on the viewport, he noted that the adversaries facing the escorting fleet outnumbered them tenfold. Meanwhile, the larger formation of Mouse fighters remained 100 kilometers behind, unable to provide timely support. It was imperative that they descended into the fray to shield the underwater squadron in their endeavor to dismantle the air defense fortress. Those air defense fortifications atop the sea surface were utterly intolerable. Although it is a fixed defensive installation, the armor thickness exposed above the water's surface is astonishing. The fleet's concentrated assault cannot destroy it within a short period. Additionally, the planetary shield disrupts the accuracy of the fire control systems, rendering concentrated fire a mere aspiration. The only option is to shoot broadly in a general direction, resulting in significantly lower precision. Yes, the orders have been issued. Meanwhile, approximately 500 kilometers west of the offshore factory, 5,000 rodent fighters are on the verge of an encounter with tens of thousands of Interstellar Eagle fighters above the ocean's surface. Both sides charge towards one another, undeterred by the prospect of death. Just as the battle is about to ignite, the rodent fighter swarm suddenly decelerates, akin to a flying fish leaping from the water only to plunge back into it. The rodent fighters dive into the sea, sending up columns of water. Observing the enemy aircraft submerge, the Federal Fleet's squadrons respond accordingly. Numerous Interstellar Eagle fighters reduce speed and plunge into the water like arrows. Chapter 146. The Battle Beneath the Waves. Soon, the underwater realm shimmers with the brilliance of explosive energy beams. An epic confrontation erupts beneath the waves as nearly 10,000 warships engage in fierce combat. Compared to aerial maneuvers, the speed of aircraft in water is undeniably diminished. As the underwater battle commences at low altitudes above the sea surface, the Federal Fleet's squadrons encounter the large formations of the Independent Planetary Alliance. The two sides, separated by several dozen kilometers, unleash a barrage of fire, charging towards one another. Above the ocean's surface, the downed aircraft from both factions descend like a meteor shower, perpetually plummeting into the sea, with water columns rising in their wake. War is a test of endurance, and the Battle of Colomi is destined to be a protracted conflict. Very well, it is indeed so, gradually annihilating the adversary. Within the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, on the bridge, observing the continuous descent of the Federation warships into the ocean, Oswald felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As for the losses on his side, Oswald was utterly indifferent. All he sought was victory. Even if the fleet suffered the loss of 4/5 of its vessels, it would be deemed worthwhile. Once triumph was secured, within 3 months, reinforcements would arrive in a steady stream towards Colomi. The Independent Planetary Alliance harbored no fear of the toll of war. Whether in finances or warships, the supporters behind them would provide abundantly. After 4 years of conflict, the Independent Planetary Alliance had lost 30,000 warships. Yet, The resupply of vessels had reached an impressive 70,000. Presently, various shipyards in the outer rim were fervently producing corvettes, destroyers, and interstellar fighters. Almost daily, new warships were launched into the waters. Furthermore, if necessary, the active fleet of the Trade Alliance could also join the Independent Planetary Alliance. After all, the fleets of the Trade Alliance, like those of the Independent Planetary Alliance, utilized the Scaleri rodent species. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Federation fleet, in the flagship's bridge, Turs rose to his feet. He donned his hood, and a deep voice emanated from beneath it. Chiao, let us depart. Before leaving, Li Meng instructed the young girl, "Stay here, little one." Wang Wana nodded and replied, "Yes, Chiao, you must return. Rest assured, nothing exists that can obliterate me." Perhaps one day he would vanish from the young girl's sight. But that day would not be today. Even if the first entity ceases to exist, another will inevitably emerge in its place. The essence remains intact, and the fragmented selves will not vanish. They may be destroyed, yet the consciousness of these fragments can be uploaded into a new iteration. Should the first entity be obliterated, the consciousness of the fourth fragmented self will not come into being, as it will be supplanted by the first. Consequently, the fourth will cease to exist, and the fifth will ascend to take its place. The subsequent reserve fragments will advance in their numerical designation. In truth, there exists but a singular Li Meng. All fragmented selves are mere manifestations of Li Meng's inner desires, materializing as distinct personalities. For instance, the first entity embodies Li Meng's inherent kindness, acting with moderation and striving to assist those in need. The second entity inherits Li Meng's calm demeanor, appearing indifferent to various matters. The third entity reflects Li Meng's darker side, consumed by a fervor for warfare and a desire for destruction, yet restrained by a sense of morality. Before long, an interstellar Eagle fighter jet soared forth from the flagship's hangar, bursting through the airtight shield and hurtling towards the ocean. At the forefront, Li Meng assumed the position of the aerospace technician robot. Turs, the flight path has been plotted. We are advancing towards the enemy from the water. Outside, in the sky, the interstellar Eagle jet dove almost vertically. The velocity was staggering. The jet arrived first, its engines roaring only moments later, echoing thunderously. When it was less than 200 meters from the sea's surface, Turs suddenly pulled up, lifting the nose of the aircraft. The interstellar Eagle executed a large maneuver, its body skimming the ocean's surface as it halted its descent, flying close to the water. There was no rush to plunge below. Instead, Turs piloted the interstellar Eagle at high speed, gliding just above the waves. As it traversed the skies, the engine roared, leaving behind a lingering trail upon the ocean's surface. Soon, Turs piloted the Star Eagle fighter into the fray of aerial combat. In the heavens, just hundreds of meters above the sea, the opposing aircraft danced like a swarm of bees, engaged in a fierce chase and skirmish. Downplanes plummeted like meteorites, crashing into the ocean and sending up towering columns of water. Turs, you are being targeted. Behind you, 2 mouse fighters are in pursuit. At that moment, the 2 mouse fighters spotted the Star Eagle skimming just above the sea. They swooped down, diving towards Turs' aircraft. With a swift motion, the cannons at the front unleashed a barrage of crimson energy bolts aimed at their target. The explosive rounds struck the ocean on either side of the Star Eagle, instantly creating towering geysers of water. Turs quickly ascended, executing sharp left and right maneuvers to evade the incoming blasts. In that fleeting instant, he maneuvered the fighter into a sudden vertical climb at a 90-degree angle, cutting the engine to reduce speed. The pursuing mouse fighters zipped past beneath the Star Eagle. Then, the Star Eagle sprang into action. The rear engines roared to life, emitting a brilliant flame, while the craft executed a 180-degree turn. Its nose aimed squarely at the approaching mouse fighters. With precision, Turs fired 2 bursts. The fiery energy bolts shot forth. The bolts struck true, hitting the 2 mouse fighters in succession, with one fighter's wing obliterated. The aircraft spun in circles before crashing into the ocean's surface, sending forth a towering column of water. Another mouse fighter exploded midair, its metallic remnants cascading like a rain of fire into the sea. In an effort to evade the gaze of the mouse fighter, Turs maneuvered the medium fighter to descend and decelerate, subsequently plunging into the ocean, which erupted once more in a spray of water. Yet, the depths below were far from tranquil. Another battlefield lay submerged within the murky waters. The explosive energy beams shimmered brilliantly amidst the gloom. red and orange beams intertwined, appearing momentarily before vanishing. Underwater, the effective range of the explosive energy beams was less than 500 meters, as the energy would be completely eroded by the seawater at that distance. In the chaotic theater of war, no one noticed TURs, the elusive survivor. It was only after distancing himself from the fray that TURs piloted his aircraft back to the surface. Breaking through the waves, a blue and white fuselage emerged, splashing water in its wake. Upon leaving the water, the engines surged, emitting a dazzling flame-colored tail. This propelled the interstellar Eagle fighter to an accelerated speed, enveloped by a swirling mist. The vaporous vortex dissipated only when TURs elevated the fighter's altitude. Chapter 147. Capture the leader first. Chio. Activate the cloaking device. The aircraft piloted by TURs was unlike the standard interstellar Eagle fighter. The fuselage was adorned with several diminutive cylindrical devices. Understood, cloaking device activated. Suddenly, the indicator lights on the cylindrical devices illuminated, causing the surrounding space to warp. The interstellar Eagle fighter, soaring at high velocity, gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In the vast expanse of space, cloaking devices are not particularly effective, as evading the myriad sensors of battleships proves to be a daunting challenge. However, within the strong magnetic field interference of planetary shields, such cloaking mechanisms become exceedingly difficult to detect. TURs, once you infiltrate the flagship, your objective is not to vanquish Osvid, but to restrain him. I shall seize the opportunity to breach the fleet's command system and send erroneous directives to the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet. The Skulrians are products of genetic engineering, incapable of resisting commands. Although the Skulri ratfolk possess the capacity for independent thought, they seldom question the veracity of orders, provided they are not excessively unreasonable. After all, these commands originate from the flagship, issued by Lord Osvid himself. They harbor no doubts and will dutifully execute the orders. Chio. Will they believe it? Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. Aside from the flagship's command system, Osvid undoubtedly possesses alternative means to exert control over the fleet. Commands from the flagship may not necessarily compel the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet to comply unconditionally. Should they be instructed to self-destruct, they would undoubtedly resist and harbor doubts. However, if a rationale is presented to prompt their withdrawal, such as an assault on a cultivation facility on a particular planet necessitating immediate military support, they would not question it in the slightest. Upon issuing erroneous commands, I shall deploy an electromagnetic pulse to incapacitate Osvid's communication device, severing his connection with the fleet. Consequently, after his forces depart, he will expend a considerable amount of time in an endeavor to re-establish contact, leading to the inevitable failure of the Independent Planet Alliance's military operation. He is acutely aware that he will not be afforded a second opportunity to assault Colomi, for by the time he returns, the Federation fleet will have ample time to assemble and fortify their defenses around Colomi. This is the essence of Meng's stratagem, delineated in 3 phases, simple yet intricate. The first phase involves infiltrating the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance to locate Osvid. The second phase requires Tulls to engage Osvid, while I will penetrate the bridge to dispatch misleading commands to the Alliance. The third phase entails isolating Osvid from his fleet, thus terminating the Independent Planet Alliance's offensive against Colomi. An electromagnetic pulse? My word, I do hope it does not adversely affect you. Tulls is well aware that robots harbor an inherent dread of electromagnetic pulses, rendering them defenseless against such an assault. While there are materials in the cosmos capable of withstanding electromagnetic interference, humanity would not be so imprudent as to employ them on robots. Moreover, robots necessitate versatility and economy, precluding the use of costly anti-electromagnetic materials. I will execute this with precision, ensuring my own systems remain operational. Even when unleashing a comprehensive electromagnetic pulse, I shall remain unscathed. At most, I may experience a brief shutdown, which will demand considerable energy replenishment. Very well, let us proceed. I shall endeavor to delay Osvid for as long as possible. Can he accomplish this? Beneath the hood, the expression on Tur's face was one of grave concern. He was facing the most wanted traitor by the temple, responsible for the deaths of at least a dozen temple knights. Although he had been promoted to master, he lacked the confidence to defeat Osvid. At merely 26 years of age, he was still too young. With a few more years, he would surely grow more self-assured. Approximately an hour later, TURs piloted his starship into the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Carefully maneuvering the interstellar Eagle fighter through the fleet's rear, he avoided the upper fire net. Which independent-class cruiser serves as the flagship? Please hold on. I am attempting to make contact via radio. Inside the planetary shield, subspace communications were obstructed, leaving only the primitive radio unaffected. Within the flagship on the bridge of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, Ost stood before the viewport, gazing out at the vast fleet that blotted out the sky. The flagship was positioned at the rear of the formation, where the firepower from the Federal fleet was almost entirely shielded by the vessels in front. The space surrounding the flagship was unequivocally secure. Even if stray shots were fired, they would not inflict fatal harm. Sir, the fleet has suffered the loss of 76 Liberty-class corvettes, 19 Declaration-class destroyers, and 6 Independent-class cruisers, with countless fighter losses. The signal has been severely disrupted, rendering precise numbers unattainable. The report from the Scullery rodent crew did not elicit any reaction from Ost. Within the hood, his expression remained calm. What are the Federal fleet's losses? According to optical monitoring equipment, it appears they have lost approximately 21 Victory-class cruisers. Upon hearing this, Oswald furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that, without a shield, the small vessels ultimately could not compete against the larger ones. Although there were independent-class cruisers within the Independent Planet Alliance fleet that surpassed even the Victory-class ships, their numbers were far too scarce. No matter. Inform all ships to increase firepower. As long as victory is achieved, I care not for casualties. Just then, Oswald lowered his head slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. The communication device at his waist vibrated. It was noteworthy that the fleet was currently located within the planetary shield, rendering subspace communications blocked. This meant that whoever was attempting to contact him was also on the planet Carlomi. They must be using radio transmission to reach him. Who could it be? Could it be Prime Minister Bunnier? At such a critical moment, he could not possibly think he still had a chance for remorse. Retrieving the communication device from his waist, Oswald connected the call. A blue light flickered, and a rotund robot materialized before his eyes. Who are you? Oswald inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his features. How could a robot possess his communication code? He had never encountered such a machine before, and furthermore, none among his associates would dare to have a robot contact him. This was an affront to him, and those who dared to insult him would surely pay the price. I am Chio, representing your teacher, Wodolek. His teacher? Rest assured, I am fully aware of the matters between you and your instructor. From beneath his hood, a cold glimmer flashed in Oswald's eyes. What a jest! How could he possibly divulge matters concerning the teacher to a mere automaton? Such information is confidential. If exposed, the teacher would find no foothold within the Galactic Federation. At least, the current instructor lacks the power to overthrow the Temple Knights. Chapter 148. Corridor Warriors, regardless of who you are or what you represent, the Independent Planet Alliance shall never yield. Inform the teacher that my choice to betray him was made with no intention of retreat. There is nothing further to discuss, though uncertain of the circumstances. Oswald sensed an undercurrent of unease. A premonition stemming from his psychic abilities compelled him to terminate the communication. Meanwhile, outside, within the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance, a ship was gliding silently through the void, shrouded in invisibility. Tourists, we have located him. The course has been updated. Upon hearing this, Tourists in the cockpit felt a surge of excitement. He hastily accelerated, following the navigational cues towards the designated Independent-class cruiser. 10 minutes later, Tourists piloted the Starhawk fighter to the airtight shield of the target vessel's hangar bay. At this juncture, the Independent Planet Alliance had released all its onboard aircraft. Some damaged mouse fighters were clumsily returning, passing through the airtight shield back to the hangar. Tourists, crossing the airtight shield will disable your cloaking. You must surge into the bridge with determination. In the cockpit, Tourists wore a solemn expression. He understood that success hinged upon this singular moment. Resolute, he prepared to commence the operation. Outside the airtight shield, a distorted mass of space surged towards it. The instant the Starhawk fighter breached the shield, it became visible once more. The enemy is the dregs of humanity. As they burst into the hangar, they were immediately detected by the scullery rat men within. Whoosh! The interstellar Eagle fighter opened fire. Fiery blasts danced like raindrops through the hangar, striking down the rat fighters and the colossal rat transport gunboats. The resounding explosions threw the scullery rat men into chaos. Some damaged rat fighters attempted to take off and retaliate, but before they could ascend, they were shot down. Wherever the interstellar Eagle passed, the air was filled with the thunderous echoes of detonation. Whale! Suddenly, piercing alarm bells blared throughout the ship. The hangar was placed under martial law and sealed off. It was only when they reached the elevator that the interstellar eagle executed a sharp 90-degree turn and landed steadily on the ground. TURs opened the cockpit and leaped out. Meng followed suit, soaring toward the elevator. Arriving at the external interface beside the elevator, Meng extended his mechanical arm and inserted it into the port. In less than 2 seconds, the elevator door swung open. TURs rushed into the elevator without delay. On the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, in the bridge. "Sir, we have intruders. They have entered the ship from the hangar." "Intruders?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ost's eyes beneath his hood. Among so many Independent-class cruisers, how did they manage to locate him? Other warships had not received any alerts regarding intruders on board, indicating that the adversary's target was, indeed, himself. Could it be that prior communications had revealed his location? Contemplating this, Ost let out a cold smile. "Issue a command for the entire ship to go on high alert. Capture them. I want them alive." In the elevator shaft, the lift ascended swiftly. Within the confines of the elevator, Tulls extracted his phase sword from his waist. A resonant hum filled the air as a brilliant white blade materialized. Just then, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors gradually opened. Fire! Fire! Outside, a contingent of Skullry rat men stood poised at the entrance, their energy rifles aimed menacingly at the elevator. Observing the doors parting, the leader of the Skullry rat men hastily commanded his troops to open fire. Zing! Zing! The Skullry soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire, their weapons set to incapacitate mode. In this mode, the energy beams would not prove fatal, but merely render their targets paralyzed and unconscious. Lord Osvid had decreed that they must capture their prey alive. Fiery energy beams surged into the elevator. Inside, Tulls wielded his phase sword with deft precision, accompanied by the sound of air being rent asunder. The energy beams ricocheted off his blade, hurtling back towards the Skullry soldiers outside. A multitude of ratmen fell, succumbing to the onslaught. Braving the relentless barrage, Tulls leapt from the elevator, his form a blur as he danced through the ranks of Skullry soldiers. The scene resembled a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. The phase sword swept mercilessly, claiming the lives of the Skullry ratmen. With a single stroke, the body of one soldier was cleaved in twain. Tulls dispatched another, sending the ratman crashing to the ground. Grasping his phase sword, he hurled it forward. The blade spun through the air, deftly slicing through the necks of several Skullry ratmen, severing heads from their bodies, which tumbled lifelessly to the ground. As the severed head plummeted, the cadaver followed suit, collapsing to the ground. The phase sword, hurled forth, executed a perfect boomerang maneuver, spiraling back into the waiting grasp of Thules, who seized it mid-stride. He pressed onward, charging into the remaining Skaven. A cacophony of agonizing shrieks erupting in the confined corridor. His relentless advance left a trail of carnage, the corridor falling silent save for the echoes of his grim work. A macabre tableau of dismembered limbs and shattered remains littered the metallic passage. Thules surged forward, Meng hot on his heels. A right turn, then a left. The bridge lay a mere 300 meters ahead. Guided by Ball, Thules navigated the labyrinthine corridors with unwavering resolve. Rounding a sharp bend, they were confronted by yet another contingent of Skaven warriors. The Skaven, caught off guard, hesitated for a fleeting moment. The vanguard scrambled to raise their energy rifles, but they were too late. Thules, in full stride, unleashed the phase sword. The whirling blade scythed through the Skaven ranks, a crimson swathe of decapitation marking its passage. Before the sword could return, a significant portion of the Skaven blockade lay prone, their lives extinguished in an instant. Snatching the returning phase sword from the air, Thules executed a daring leap, soaring over the fallen Skaven. Landing with a resounding thud, he resumed his relentless sprint. After dispatching several more waves of Skaven sentinels with ruthless efficiency, Thules and Meng finally reached the bridge's imposing entrance. There they are. Kill them. At the end of the corridor, a group of Skaven ratmen emerged, pushing a powerful energy cannon into position. Fire! Fire! The cannon was swiftly readied. Its diameter no less than 0.1 meters. With a whoosh, a formidable beam of red energy erupted from the cannon's muzzle, traversing the distance in an instant and heading straight for Tulls. Just as the robust energy beam was about to strike him, the space in front of Tulls suddenly warped. The incoming red energy beam became suspended in midair before him. Chapter 149, The Battle on the Bridge Go. With a thunderous command, Tulls thrust his right hand forward. The suspended energy beam was propelled back, hurtling towards the Skaven soldiers at the end of the corridor. A tremendous explosion ensued as the energy cannon was struck, resulting in a catastrophic detonation. A surging inferno and a shockwave engulfed the Skaven at the corridor's terminus. Meanwhile, Meng was not idle. Just then, the door to the bridge swung open. Tulls swiftly darted inside, with Meng closely following. As the two entered the bridge, the door behind them shut swiftly. I should have anticipated your arrival, Master Tulls. Osvid stood before the viewport on the bridge. He turned to face Tulls and Meng as they entered. Noticing that the two seemed inclined to converse, Meng swiftly darted towards the main control area of the bridge. Robot, what are you planning to do? The Skaven personnel on the bridge grew tense as Meng approached, hastily rising to draw their energy pistols from their belts. Disregarding the skullery rodent crew on the bridge, Meng approached the main control terminal. A mechanical arm extended forth and inserted itself into the port. With a whoosh, Meng's actions provoked the ire of the skullery rodent crew. They opened fire, energy beams striking against Meng's rotund form. However, the power of the energy pistols was rather limited, and the beams dissipated upon contact with him. Realizing their attacks were futile, the skullery crew members were momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Stop it. The scene did not escape Osvid's notice. The plump figure of Meng reminded him of the robot that had contacted him previously. Clearly, that robot was the one beside Tulls. Did Tulls know about his connection with the teacher? Now was not the time for such contemplations. The robot's intrusion into the port filled Osvid with a sense of foreboding. In response to Osvid's reprimand, the skullery crew hastily abandoned their attack and lunged toward Meng. With a swift motion, Meng retaliated against the advancing skullery rodents. A sudden clap of thunder echoed as golden lightning erupted from the surface of his rotund body. The oncoming skullery soldiers were struck down instantly. In that fleeting moment of contact with the golden lightning, the skullery soldiers disintegrated into ash, falling to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Osvid, cloaked in shadow, was momentarily stunned. He extended his right hand toward Meng's location. Your opponent is me. Tulls recognized Osvid's intent. It was the stance of psychokinetic grasping. It is a manifestation of psychokinetic manipulation. Without hesitation, Tulls leaped into action, brandishing his phase sword as he charged towards Osvid. Osvid sidestepped, evading Tulls's assault. He drew his phase sword from his waist, and a haunting, ominous hum filled the air as a crimson blade materialized. You are no match for me, Tulls, he declared, parrying Tulls's oncoming strike with his own sword, his voice resonating with depth from beneath his hood. The clash of their blades intensified the eerie hum, the energy of the luminous swords dissipating and then coalescing once more. Under the hood, Tulls grinned. I am indeed no match for you. But I never aimed to defeat you. My sole purpose is to delay you. Upon hearing this, Osvid's expression shifted slightly. He seemed to grasp the intentions of the robot. Swiftly, Osvid retreated, thrusting his left hand towards Tulls. Tulls, equally quick, mirrored the motion, pushing forward with his left hand. The space before them warped and collided. With a thunderous crash, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, surging outward in both directions. The air was filled with a cacophony of tearing sounds as nearby bridge equipment was violently shredded, metal debris swirling chaotically. Several SKRYL mouse crew members on the bridge were sent flying. Tulls could not withstand the force for long. Within less than a second, he was propelled backward by the ferocious shockwave, hurtling several dozen meters. In midair, Tulls executed a backflip, landing deftly on a piece of bridge equipment. What have you done? He exclaimed, as the fleet engaged in battle began to stir outside the viewport. The fleet gradually turned, commencing its retreat into the vastness of outer space. In this maneuver, the vessels fully exposed their vulnerable engines to the enemy's line of fire. Numerous warships were immediately struck at their engines, forced to ascend slowly, relying solely on their anti-gravity systems. However, as their speed diminished, they became easy targets for concentrated attacks. In an instant, the retreating fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance suffered catastrophic losses. Ships of all sizes, engulfed in flames, plummeted into the ocean. On the bridge, Oswald quickly retrieved the communication device. He realized that the robot must have exploited the flagship's command system to issue the evacuation order to the fleet. No. Seeing Oswald with the communication device, TURs panicked. If Oswald were to send a message, all their efforts would be in vain. Without withdrawing the mechanical claws, a small hatch on the rotund surface of Meng opened. Whoosh! A tiny missile shot forth with remarkable speed, its trajectory erratic as it hurtled toward Oswald. Oswald noticed the incoming missile and was about to wave it off when it detonated just 10 meters away. A brilliant burst of golden light erupted, forming a halo that swept across the surroundings. Wherever the halo passed, all electronic devices on the bridge immediately went offline. The communication device in Oswald's hand was utterly destroyed in a flash of sparks. "I will make you pay." The hooded figure, Oswald's expression darkened considerably. With a furious roar, he discarded the communication device and extended his right hand, reaching towards Limong in the distance. Red lightning surged from Oswald's hand, instantly crossing dozens of meters to strike Limong. It was the psychic lightning, the sole assault capable of thwarting the runic technology. Amid the assault, the split entity malfunctioned, its rotund form tumbling from the console and rolling to the ground. Upon witnessing the spherical object cascade from the console, Terz's expression shifted. He shouted loudly, brandishing his sword, ready to charge at Osvid. At that moment, the ship shuddered violently. The bridge tilted downward, nearly at a 60-degree angle, plummeting towards the sea. Outside, within the fleet, the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance detached from the formation. Its rear engines operated at full capacity, emitting a dazzling trail of flames. Under the immense thrust, the flagship seemed to plunge into the ocean in a desperate act. As the bridge tilted, the split entity rolled downwards. Realizing the warship was descending into the sea, Turs abandoned his assault on Osvid. He understood that this was the opportunity for escape that the spherical object had afforded him. With a leap, he dove towards the ground. Rolling once more, he successfully intercepted the sphere. Chapter 150, The Conclusion of the Kalomi Star Battle. Just as he embraced the split entity, Terz's expression changed beneath his hood. The sphere was remarkably heavy, imparting upon him the sensation of being struck by a massive hovering vehicle weighing several tons. At the moment of contact with the sphere, Turs swiftly withdrew his hand. With remarkable agility, he retrieved an anti-gravity device from his waist and affixed it to the sphere. Then, cradling the sphere, he dashed towards the viewport. Before he could approach, Turs hurled his phase sword. The weapon spun through the air, colliding with the viewport. Crack! The integrity of the severed glass pane destabilized, shattering instantaneously. Through the split viewport, Turs surged forth from the bridge. Outside, Tulls embraced the orb as it fell freely through the air. A powerful wind surged from below, imparting a sense of resistance. Stabilizing his form in the sky, Tulls swiftly pressed the anti-gravity disc against his chest. As he plummeted alongside the battleship, he abruptly halted his descent, gliding downward for 100 meters before achieving equilibrium. Floating serenely in the air, gazing down at the battleship that was descending, a complex expression crossed Tulls's face. He had not anticipated the plan with the orb would unfold so seamlessly. Although he could not conquer Ost, he had triumphed in this war. On the surface of the sea, the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet plunged into the ocean like a meteor crashing to the Earth. The colossal impact rent the sea's surface, sending towering waves spiraling outward. The force of the collision triggered explosions within the battleship. The massive engine was the first to detonate, obliterating the engine room as metal debris scattered through the air. After unleashing tumultuous waves, the enormous battleship swiftly vanished beneath the surface, sinking to the ocean floor. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, engaged in combat with the Federal fleet, began its retreat. They forsook their current adversaries, withdrawing towards their original direction. The underwater skirmishing mouse fighters also abandoned their assault, surging to the surface to retreat. The mouse fighters armed with proton torpedoes discarded their munitions, joining the majority in the withdrawal. They retreated, and Master Tulls, along with the orb, had succeeded. Within the flagship of the Federal fleet, on the bridge, TAMU's face lit up with delight upon witnessing the retreat of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet. Like him, the senior officers on the bridge were filled with elation. In the face of such a stark disparity in combat capabilities between the two forces, the victory of the Federal fleet was nothing short of miraculous. With a commanding gesture, TAMU intoned, "Relay orders to all units. Immediately pursue the enemy and annihilate their remaining forces to the greatest extent possible." As TAMU's command resonated, the Federal fleet sprang into action. The engines of the ships emitted brilliant blue and white flames from their sterns, propelling the fleet forward with increasing velocity. The energy cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, with beams raining down upon the retreating vessels of the Independent Planetary Alliance like a tempest of raindrops. In a fleeting moment, A significant number of the Alliance's ships were obliterated in their frantic retreat. Across a vast expanse of nearly 1,000 kilometers in the sky, warships engulfed in flames plummeted into the ocean, sending towering columns of water spiraling into the air. The violent impact of the sinking vessels generated colossal waves that surged outward. Beneath the surface of the sea, a somber graveyard of ships lay ensconced. After more than half an hour, the tumult within the atmosphere finally subsided. The remnants of the independent Planetary Alliance fleet fled from Colomi Star, venturing deeper into the cosmos. Gazing skyward from the planet's surface, one would witness a dazzling cascade of blue meteors. These were the ships of the Alliance leaping into hyperspace to escape the battlefield. Tulls returned to the flagship accompanied by his second split entity. In the Ganaku, TMU, along with a cadre of senior officers, welcomed Master Tulls back. In the eyes of the gathered officers, a Kuanping-class gunboat soared into the airtight shield. The engines roared, and the airwaves surged as the gunboat gently descended onto the tarmac. As the side door opened, Tulls emerged, cradling the second split entity. TMU hurried forward, exclaiming, "Master Tulls, we have achieved ultimate victory. The glory of triumph belongs to you." However, cloaked in shadows, Tulls did not share in the elation. He cast his gaze downward at the orb in his hands and spoke gravely, "Yet, we have paid a price for this." At these words, TMU's expression faltered. He glanced at the orb nestled in Tull's embrace, pondering the implications. Just then, Wang Wanner dashed out from behind TMU. "Teacher, what has happened to the orb?" she cried, swiftly snatching it from Tull's grasp. Tulls did not intervene. Instead, he offered an apologetic reply. "I regret that I could not safeguard the orb. It suffered an attack from Ost's psychic lightning, and since then, it has remained unresponsive." Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner's countenance tightened. She stared at the orb in her arms, enveloped in silence. "Master Tulls, let us take the orb to the maintenance room. There are repair robots equipped for such tasks." TAMU's suggestion jolted Tulls back to reality. No matter how unique the orb may be, it remained a robot, an entity capable of repair. "Wanner, let us proceed," he declared. Thus, the group made their way into the depths of the hangar, with Wang Wanner quietly trailing behind her teacher, cradling the orb. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, all the little Limongs gathered around the round table. The first split entity remarked, "Our electromagnetic shielding proves ineffective against psychic lightning. Does the lightning assume a form, yet remain fundamentally distinct?" Individual 3. How does it feel to be Individual 2 after the loss? Seated around the round table, Individual 2 shrugged. "Not much of a sensation. I had already escaped into Individual 1 before the psychic lightning struck me, and now I inhabit the body of Individual 4. Individual 3, since Individual 2 has fallen. Should we seize this opportunity to distance ourselves from the girl?" Individual 1. If it's truly that formidable, the impact on the girl would indeed be significant. Individual 2. After all, we have been by her side for nearly 5 years. The original, it is not yet time to leave the girl. Individual 1. You shall replace Individual 2 and remain with her. Coordinate with the Koromians to ensure our multitude of avatars remains concealed. Individual 2. You may now proceed to Koromi Star. Individual 1. Understood. I know what to do. Individual 2. I will set off immediately. The original, break. Koromi Star, offshore factory. After the war's conclusion, the submerged offshore factory once again surfaced. The ocean had consumed all traces left by the conflict. Although a grand battle had just ended, Koromi Star bore no visible scars of war compared to its former state. Chapter 151. The remains of Individual 2 above the offshore factory. The Federal fleet returned to its orbit. Within the atmosphere, to ensure that the massive warships remained airborne, the anti-gravity systems consumed vast amounts of energy. In peacetime, warships typically refrained from entering the atmosphere lightly. Inside the flagship, in the maintenance room, a robot adorned in a vibrant yellow hue was diligently manipulating a scanning device. Behind it stood the anxious Wang Wanner and TURs. After a considerable amount of time, the maintenance robot seemed to freeze before the scanning device, motionless as if it had crashed. Eventually, it turned to face the two individuals behind it. "Apologies. The scanning device is unable to decipher the internal structure of the robot. It appears as a singular entity, impervious to disassembly." Upon hearing this, a sense of despair enveloped the two. Could it be that Qiu was beyond repair? Quietly, Wang Wanner stepped forward, cradling Qiu in her arms as she began to exit. Observing her retreating figure, TURs hesitated, words caught in his throat. Chiu had been a companion to Wanner for 5 years, and Turs understood the deep affection his young apprentice held for the robot. If Chiu were to be lost, it would undoubtedly be his apprentice who suffered the most. Master Turs, we have received word from Prime Minister Bunnier. He has stated that they can repair Chiu. Tam's words reignited a flicker of hope in Turs and Wang Wanner's hearts. Hastily, Wang Wanner passed by Tam and made her way outside, with Turs following closely behind. In the lengthy corridor, the three of them walked in a line. Commander Tam, do we have any news from Osvid? Tam shook his head and replied, we are currently searching, but there have been no discoveries thus far. Master Turs, is it possible that Osvid perished alongside the flagship in the depths of the sea? Do not underestimate the survival capabilities of the Knights Templar. Among them, Oswald stands out as one of the most formidable warriors. He will not perish so easily. He must still be alive, concealed somewhere on the planet Colomi. Tulls has never believed that Oswald would succumb without a fight. As a Knight Templar, Tulls is acutely aware of the powers wielded by psychics. We must intensify our search. Capturing Oswald would tilt the scales of this war in our favor. Tulls harbors a strong conviction that Oswald remains on Colomi. Yes, I understand. We will locate him. Tam also recognizes the significance of Oswald. He is the leader of the Independent Planet Alliance. Should we capture him, the Alliance would be left leaderless. Even if someone from below could assume Oswald's position, they would not necessarily command respect. Consequently, internal strife within the Independent Planet Alliance would be inevitable. Additionally, seizing Oswald would deal a tremendous blow to the Alliance, potentially leading to their surrender. Shortly thereafter, a Kuanping-class assault craft emerged from the flagship of the Federation fleet, hurtling towards the atmosphere. On Colomi, at the Maritime Factory, in Prime Minister Bunnier's office. Prime Minister Bunnier, I must trouble you. In the office, Wang Wanner reluctantly handed the ball to the approaching Bunnier. Having received the orb from Wang Wanner, Bunnier stated with measured composure, the Kuromi maintain close commercial ties with the orb's master. We possess the requisite facilities to repair the orb here. The process will not be protracted. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner's heart leaped with joy. She promptly inquired, might I see the orb tomorrow? Bunnier demurred, it won't necessitate such a wait. It shall be ready momentarily. In that case, may I await its restoration here? Wang Wanner gazed at Bunnier with hopeful anticipation. Meeting Wang Wanner's expectant gaze, Prime Minister Bunnier replied with unhurried equanimity, assuredly. You may. At this juncture, Bunnier addressed both individuals, pray, await here. I shall return anon. Tours assented, we are grateful for your assistance, Prime Minister Bunnier. Without further ado, Prime Minister Bunnier departed, cradling the orb. Upon leaving his office, he proceeded directly to May's research laboratory, where he located Li Meng. The orb, as per your request. I have brought your simulacrum, Bunnier announced. Li Meng advanced swiftly, extending a mechanical arm to magnetically secure the remnants of number 2. My gratitude, Prime Minister Bunnier, he expressed. Surveying the orb's fragmented simulacrum, Prime Minister Bunnier inquired, is its reactivation feasible? Alas, no. The psionic lightning has rendered all internal electronic components inoperable, Li Meng lamented. Bearing the remains of number 2, Li Meng approached a metallic cabinet. Unlatching it, he deposited the orb's remnants within, before Prime Minister Bunnier's very eyes. The lock was secured and a password was set. Observing this scene, a deep frown etched across Bunnier's face as he came to the stark realization of how grave a mistake it had been to allow Chi to remain. The maritime factory systems had been entirely compromised by Chi, surpassing even the highest privileges he possessed. He was certain that if he attempted to unlock the metal cabinet now, his permissions would be utterly insufficient. Once the password was established, Li Meng soared towards Prime Minister Bunnier. Prime Minister Bunnier, you should be able to locate Osvid, correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Bunnier's eyes. He could not fathom why Chi would inquire about this. I intercepted several commands you sent to your kin. You are in search of Osvid. At these words, Prime Minister Bunnier fell silent. He should have anticipated that every move he made was visible to Chi, especially since all systems on Colomi had fallen under Chi-Chi's control, though Chi did not explicitly acknowledge it. Bunnier was not naive enough to believe that Chi was incapable of such feats. Prime Minister Bunnier, you cannot still be entertaining the notion of being a fence-sitter, thinking that by granting Osvid this favor, he would spare you? Chi-Chi's tone was pointed. Do not forget, Osvid is a dark warrior. Being fickle is second nature to them. Even if he temporarily agrees to spare Colomi, once he is secure, he will undoubtedly lead his fleet to assault Colomi again. At that moment, do you truly believe he would show you mercy? Furthermore, if the Galactic Federation fleet discovers your actions in aiding Osvid, how do you think the Federation would respond? Prime Minister Bunnier, you must contemplate your position carefully. You have embarked upon the vessel of the Galactic Federation, and thus, it is imperative that you stand firmly with them. Should you wish to abandon ship, do not risk drowning in the depths of your decision. The Kolomi people are amphibious marine beings, and Kolomi Prime is their ancestral home. They possess an intimate familiarity with their native world. If the Kolomi wish to locate Osvid, it would pose little challenge, provided that Osvid has not departed from Kolomi Prime. Chochio's remarks left Prime Minister Bunnier momentarily speechless, while Meiwe, feigning ignorance, continued to document the data of the specimens within the cultivation chamber. Chapter 152. Cease being a double agent. After a prolonged silence, Bunnier spoke leisurely. Indeed, I am searching for Osvid, Chochio. As you mentioned, I wish to extend this favor to him in exchange for the neutrality of Kolomi Prime. Neutrality? Do you truly believe that is feasible? In Li Meng's perspective, Prime Minister Bunnier was rather naive. It was not merely innocence. It was an overly simplistic and wishful interpretation of the situation. The notion of Kolomi neutrality is unacceptable to both the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance. Should the Kolomi persist in their desire for neutrality, they would inevitably find themselves targeted by both factions. Meiwe, I shall remain at Master Tull's side for a few days in honor of the destroyed avatar. I leave this matter in your capable hands. After imparting his instructions to Meiwe, Li Meng turned back to Prime Minister Bunnier and said, "Let us proceed, discussing as we walk." Subsequently, Li Meng departed the research facility with Bunnier. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the two walked side by side. If you wish to seek death, that is your prerogative. I have no concern for the lives of your Kolomi people. Here, the sole individual I care for is Meiyu. While I could, if necessary, remove her from this situation, it would bring her no joy should the Kolomi face annihilation due to your actions. Although Meiyu maintained a watchful presence over him, it was of little consequence. After spending several years in her company, Li Meng had developed a fondness for her. She was gentle and attentive, and they spent 23 hours of every day together. It could be said that even during his slumber, Li Meng would recharge in her chamber, regardless of their emotional ties. Having Meiyu by his side greatly facilitated the cultivation of the experimental subjects. Prime Minister Bunnier remained undeterred. He inclined his head slightly and expressed, "All I seek is Osvid's mercy towards the Kolomi. I cannot afford to take risks. Should the Galactic Federation falter even once on Kolomi, the chances of survival for my people would be utterly extinguished. Concealing ourselves beneath the ocean offers no safeguard for our kin. The challenge of eradicating an intelligent civilization hidden in the depths without obliterating the planet itself is indeed formidable. However, it is not without viable strategies. The advancement of technology has rendered many possibilities feasible. If the objective is merely the destruction of a civilization rather than conquest, the task becomes significantly easier. By releasing toxic substances into the ocean, one could contaminate the entire marine ecosystem, resulting in the extinction of all life on the planet. Humanity has not shied away from such actions during its conquest of the galaxy. Prime Minister Bunnier, at times you display remarkable acumen. However, your grasp of the war's dynamics appears rather lacking. Should the Independent Planet Alliance fleet falter, even once on Kuromi, the prospect of a second victory in the Battle of Kuromi would be extinguished. Furthermore, upon achieving victory in this current conflict, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall assume the role of Supreme Commander of the Galactic Federation. At that juncture, all military forces within the Galactic Federation will fall under my command. I harbor no concern for the trivial disputes between you Kuromians and the Independent Planet Alliance, nor will I direct any animosity towards you. I can easily overlook the past. With my presence, what is there to fear? At this point, Li Meng paused momentarily before continuing. In this interstellar war, I possess my own objectives. Should you choose to remain a traitor, I will not simply disregard the matter. Li Meng's words were unmistakably clear. They were a direct threat, compelling Bunnier to make a choice. On another level, it served as a cautionary note, advising Prime Minister Bunnier against further folly. It was a solemn warning, underscoring Li Meng's standing within the Galactic Federation. The notion that he would become the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Federation astonished Bunnier, revealing the extent to which Li Meng had shown leniency towards the Kuromians. As the Supreme Commander, he would naturally align with the interests of the Galactic Federation. Li Meng possessed ample evidence to hold the Kuromians accountable for their actions. Yet, he chose to remain silent, concealing numerous truths on their behalf. Bunnier lowered his gaze to the floating sphere beside him and spoke leisurely. I understand. I shall refrain from unnecessary actions. That's good to hear. This war is far more complex than you realize. Until it concludes, you must dutifully provide troops for the Galactic Federation, even if your troubles are exposed. I can ensure your safety. As their figures gradually receded down the long corridor, Bunnier pondered the need to locate Oswald. He intended to negotiate with him. The time for his demise had not yet arrived, nor should the independent planetary alliance descend into chaos. Within the confines of the elevator, Meng made an astonishing remark, leaving Bunnier visibly startled as he struggled to comprehend the sphere's intentions. Wasn't it advantageous for the independent planetary alliance to be further destabilized now that the sphere was poised to become the Galactic Federation's supreme commander? Just as Bunnier was about to speak, the elevator doors opened. Sphere. Meng was about to exit when a graceful figure lunged towards him. It was Wang Wanner, who enveloped Meng in an embrace, playfully teasing him. Sphere, are you truly unharmed? She inquired, lifting Meng to scrutinize his rotund form. I am well. I merely experienced a temporary shutdown. I am a robot. It is not so easy for me to perish. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner felt relieved and gently set Meng down. As she exited the elevator, she muttered to herself, Sphere, please refrain from such reckless endeavors in the future. It was precisely because he was a robot that he was vulnerable to damage, and how could she not worry? She had grown accustomed to the companionship of the sphere. She could hardly fathom the days devoid of Chochio's companionship. Yet today, she nearly lost him. The moment she saw the teacher cradling Chochio upon his return, her heart nearly ceased to beat. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, otherwise. Chochio, welcome back. This victory belongs to you. Tull smiled as he gazed upon Chochio nestled in Wang Wanner's arms. Relieved to see that Chochio was unharmed, Tull's exhaled deeply. Had anything happened to Chochio, he would have been unable to account for it to his young apprentice. After all, Chochio was exceptionally unique in his presence. It was all too easy to overlook the fact that he was a robot. If Chochio possessed a humanoid robotic form, adorned with a human guise, it would be nearly impossible to discern his true nature. No. This victory belongs to everyone. Without you and the valiant Federal fleet, ultimate triumph would have been unattainable. Tulls did not contest Chochio's assertion. It was a testament to Chochio's humility and an affirmation of his remarkable intellect. Though a robot, he possessed a profound understanding of human emotions and societal nuances. Chapter 153. The Objective of Combat. Without further ado, Tulls addressed Prime Minister Bunnier. Prime Minister Bunnier. If there are no other matters, we shall take our leave. Prime Minister Bunnier nodded in acknowledgement. Master Tulls, please feel free. Subsequently, Tulls departed with Meng and his young apprentice from Bunnier's office. Shortly thereafter, the Kunpeng-class assault vessel, docked at the platform, set sail. With a roar of engines, amidst the billowing waves of air, the vessel ascended gracefully into the distance, soon diminishing into a mere black dot against the sky. In the cabin of the vessel, Limon abruptly inquired of Tours, Do you believe Osvid has perished? Tours shook his head, replying, No, I can sense he remains on Kuromi, though his precise location eludes me. There exists a subtle connection among psychic users, akin to telepathy. If Tours asserts that Osvid is still alive, then he undoubtedly is. Time trickles by, day after day. Since the withdrawal of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, Kuromi has returned to its former tranquility. The Federal fleet has not ceased its search for Osvid. Yet he seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving the fleet at a loss. It is noteworthy that Kuromi is an oceanic planet, with land only constituting a mere thousandth of its vast aquatic expanse. Only a handful of islands breach the ocean's surface, each of diminutive size, offering scant refuge. Aboard the flagship of the Federal fleet in the orbit of Kuromi, the recent battle had exacted a heavy toll, resulting in the loss of numerous warships. 31 Victory-class cruisers had succumbed during that conflict, irreparably damaged, and now resting on the ocean floor. Word from the Sanctum has arrived, instructing all station fleets to immediately withdraw to their designated zones. In the Operations Command Room, a hybrid conference was underway, with fleet commanders participating from their respective flagships. Standing before the command platform, Tours addressed the fleet commanders, saying, I appreciate your hard work. I hope we may collaborate again in the future. Indeed. Farewell, Master Tours. The commanders of the station fleets participating in the conference promptly severed their communications. The holographic avatars on the command platform vanished one by one. Outside, the station fleets distanced themselves from the main fleet, steering into the depths of the cosmos. Casting a glance at the departing fleets through the viewport, TURs turned to the senior military officers beside the command platform. During the Battle of Kolomi, the Order of the Temple recognized the value of Chochio. Consequently, following deliberations within the Temple Council, Chochio was to be appointed as the Supreme Commander, endowed with the highest authority to eradicate the Independent Planetary Alliance and secure ultimate victory for the Galactic Federation. Upon Terza's declaration, the senior generals beside the command platform displayed expressions of elation. Splendid. Chochio's prowess in intelligence analysis and battlefield situational awareness far surpasses our capabilities. Once appointed as the Supreme Commander, Chochio will be able to exploit the Galactic Federation's intelligence network to its fullest potential, provided that communications remain seamless. The mobilization and assembly of the fleets will be swifter than ever. Master TURs, do we have new missions? At this inquiry, all eyes turned towards TURs, who in turn glanced at Chochio. In response to Terza's gaze, Meng slightly elevated his stature. Instantly, blue lights flickered on the command platform, revealing a military distribution map of the Federation's fleets across the Milky Way. Within the star systems and sectors of the galaxy, numerous blue fleet icons appeared, indicative of the positions of all maneuverable fleets, including the station ones. Simultaneously, Meng's voice resonated throughout the platform. The next operational objective is to seize control of the vital transit routes connecting the Central Ring Star Domain to the Outer Ring Star Domain, thus establishing a strategic foothold for an incursion into the Outer Ring. The Northern and Southern Central Ring Star Domains will serve as the primary offensive directions, while the Eastern Central Ring Star Domain will focus on defense, drawing the attention of the Independent Planetary Alliance. I have issued mobilization orders to 17 task forces, directing them to the Eastern Central Ring Star Domain to create the illusion that the Galactic Federation is amassing a significant force in the Middle Eastern Central Ring Star Domain, poised to launch an attack on the Eastern Outer Ring Star Domain. Regardless of whether the Independent Planetary Alliance falls for this ruse, they will be compelled to concentrate a substantial fleet in the Central and Outer Ring Star Domains to counter the Federation's offensive, effectively dispersing their forces. Is this a plan of two-pronged attack and one-pronged defense? The expressions on the faces of the attendees reflected contemplation. There were no objections raised. In interstellar warfare, tactics are inherently fluid. Every strategy possesses its strengths and weaknesses. Anyone with suggestions may voice them, as while the operational plan is established, there remains room for refinement in its details. Should you have any inquiries, I am here to provide clarification. The sentiment echoed among the group, as they recognized the importance of detail in the context of interstellar conflict. Only with meticulous attention to detail can the efficacy of strategic tactics be fully realized. A senior officer interjected, many sectors in the Central Ring Star Domain have already been occupied by the Independent Planetary Alliance. If we attempt to reclaim them one by one, the bait in the Eastern Central Ring Star Domain may not hold the enemy's attention for long, ultimately devolving into a war of attrition. In response to the officer's perplexity, Meng provided a tactical explanation. Although the objective of the operation is to penetrate the Outer Rim Star Domain, it is not to reclaim the lost star regions. The aim is to minimize the battles over planetary conquest. Instead, our focus lies on the shipyards of the Independent Planetary Alliance and the scurry rodent breeding facilities located within the Outer Rim. I have already acquired intelligence regarding the coordinates of these two targets. Are we to focus on logistics? At this moment, the group began to comprehend the tactical purpose behind the operation. The Independent Planetary Alliance's assault on Kolomi Star aims to disrupt the military resources of the Galactic Federation. Once these resources are compromised, the Galactic Federation will find it exceedingly difficult to prevail in the struggle for planetary dominance against the Independent Planetary Alliance. Should they fail to seize the planets, the ultimate outcome of the war would be fragmentation and confrontation, resulting in the loss of a unified government within the galaxy. The intention behind targeting the shipyards and the scurry rodent breeding facilities is similarly strategic. By obliterating these facilities, the war potential of the Independent Planetary Alliance will gradually diminish. In the sparsely populated Outer Rim, mobile warfare is most advantageous, as there are no major transportation routes to defend. Unlike the Inner Rim, where celestial bodies are densely clustered, requiring numerous jumps, sometimes dozens or even hundreds, to navigate to a destination. The high density of celestial bodies necessitates frequent entries and exits from hyperspace to alter course, resulting in multiple intersecting hyperspace lanes. By securing these transportation routes, the enemy fleet must first annihilate the defending forces stationed there to advance further. Once this situation arises, the victor is often the one who has made thorough preparations, the defensive side that waits patiently for an opportunity. Chapter 154, the Voyager-class Ark ship. The outer ring star region, due to its sparse celestial bodies, results in a relatively open expanse of space. Even a blind jump, without traversing hyperspace routes, can lead to a safe arrival. Consequently, the independent planetary alliance is relegated to a passive defense of planets housing vital assets. Once the supporting fleet arrives in its entirety, the fleet will set sail, advancing into the northern outer ring star region. The war did not conclude with the end of the Colomi Star campaign, but rather, it has only just begun. In the coming years, even decades, the galaxy shall be shrouded in the flames of conflict. The August Nebula, the slyest star. As ever, the slyest star has once again surged toward its sun, emerging from the nebula. From the surface of Slya, gazing skyward, the blue giant occupies nearly half the heavens. It appears so close, almost within reach, yet remains exceedingly distant from Slya. Today marks a day of significance for Slya. In the northern hemisphere, a colossal gate is slowly opening. This gate reveals not a cavern, but a vast, platinum-colored metallic passage. As the gate fully opens, a massive pit emerges in the northern hemisphere, unfathomably deep, with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. There is no roar of engines, only an eerie silence. Shortly thereafter, a gigantic, rounded spacecraft ascends from the abyss. It is immensely large, with a diameter of 100 kilometers, its surface a gleaming platinum, polished to perfection. This is the first launched Voyager-class Ark ship. Without the roar of engines, the Ark ship gradually liberated itself from the gravitational constraints of the planet, buoyed by its formidable anti-gravity system. Time elapsed, second by second, as the Ark ship ascended higher into the celestial expanse. Ultimately, it successfully broke free from the planet's grip, entering the orbit of Slyria. Though the Ark ship was vast, it appeared diminutive in comparison to the grandeur of Slyria. In orbit, the Ark ship delicately adjusted its orientation, revealing a series of coil engines along one side of its hull. There was no engine's roar, only the emission of vibrant orange flames. Under the immense thrust, the Ark ship steadily ventured into the depths of the cosmos, heading towards the direction of the blue giant star. As its velocity increased, gazing from Slyria's surface to the sky revealed a comet streaking across the firmament. This spectacle was a manifestation of the plasma flames expelled by the Ark ship's engines. In that fleeting moment, the comet vanished, erupting into a tremendous burst of blue luminescence. Amidst this brilliance, the Ark ship instantaneously disappeared, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a magnificent azure streak towards the blue giant. In the next instant, within the cosmos adjacent to the blue giant, the blue radiance flickered. The colossal Ark ship emerged from hyperspace, drawing ever closer to the blue giant star. As it exited hyperspace, the Ark ship's engines abruptly silenced. The immense vessel gently adjusted its position, aligning its bow opposite the engines with the blue-white glow of the giant star. In the following moment, a massive gate on the outer deck of the bow slowly creaked open, revealing a colossal passageway exceeding 3 kilometers in diameter. The metallic walls of the passage were adorned with a multitude of crystalline formations resembling exquisite gems, extending into the abyss. Suddenly, the densely packed and meticulously arranged crystals illuminated, radiating a fiery glow. Outside the cave, in the vastness of space, the visible fabric of reality began to warp, surging toward the blue giant star. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before the eyes. The plasma gases enveloping the surface of the blue giant surged violently, being drawn toward the side of the Voyager Arkansas. A colossal column of blue flames erupted from the surface of the star, cascading into the immense aperture at the bow of the Voyager Arkansas. The vessel resembled a ravenous beast, eternally insatiable, devouring stellar energy. Within the expansive interior of the Voyager Ark, the stellar energy ingested was channeled directly into a vast chamber, where it was supercompressed into a miniature star. This was the second-generation stellar core, possessing enhanced functionalities. It not only harnessed stellar energy directly, but also simulated the fusion reactions of a star. By introducing fusion materials into the core, it sustained the continuous generation of new energy through fusion. Thus, it could fulfill the immense energy demands required for interstellar travel. After half an hour, the Voyager arc had satiated its hunger, ceasing its voracious consumption of stellar energy. In that instant, the plasma flames that had surged from the surface of the blue giant vanished. As the gate at the bow slowly closed, the Voyager arc set forth once more. The coil engines expelled a dazzling tail flame stretching thousands of meters, and propelled by powerful thrust, the rotund Voyager arc ventured deeper into the cosmos. Moments later, a vast orb of blue radiance shimmered beside the blue giant. The colossal traveler arc vanished instantaneously, plunging into hyperspace. Gazing up at the azure giant star from the planet Sleia, one could observe a blue luminescence streaking towards the horizon. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, all the little Mengs had assembled around the round table. This time, the original quartet had transformed into a quintet. Individual 2, shall we proceed to Leo Star? Individual 3, indeed, we must go. Although collaborating with Elder Olek is primarily for the study of spiritual energy, I have an unsettling feeling about his intentions. Detonating the Zero Module's core could potentially unleash unforeseen consequences. Individual 1, what grounds do you have for this apprehension? Individual 3, none. We possess no knowledge regarding spiritual energy or the Zero Module, nor do we comprehend what the spiritual domain entails. The repercussions of triggering a spiritual energy tide remain equally obscure. Individual 2, thus, it presents an unknown risk. We cannot abandon our pursuit merely due to the presence of danger. We should instead make adequate preparations. Individual 4, there is still a considerable amount of time before that day arrives. We have ample opportunity to prepare. The original, Individual 4, you are to immediately proceed to Leo Star and retrieve the Dark Sanctuary, then set sail towards the solar system. Individual 1, based on observations over the years, the precise location of the solar system has been identified. The reason the Galactic Federation has no records pertaining to the solar system is that it is enveloped by the Oort cloud, akin to how the Styria star is shrouded by the August Nebula, but on a much grander scale. To reach the solar system, one must travel at sublight speeds, which, even under the most favorable conditions, would require hundreds of years. Thus, humanity has relinquished the notion of returning to their home planet. 4. Your mission will consequently span several centuries. Prior to humanity's departure from Earth, the solar system was already discovered to be encased within a cluster of icy celestial bodies. Hence, the Oort cloud is also referred to as the Comet Cloud. Chapter 155, Celestar Individual 4. A mere few centuries is but a fleeting moment for us. Individual 2. That is indeed true. Individual 1. 3. How is your mission progressing? Individual 3. You know it cannot be rushed. I have only just arrived at the Eastern Outer Ring star domain. The core. 2. The Federation fleet is preparing to embark. You will likely not make it in time. You shall take over the position of 1 and be responsible for the cultivation of the experimental subjects. Remember to dispose of your previous body. You should know where it is. Individual 2. Understood. I shall proceed accordingly. The core. If there are no further matters, let us adjourn the meeting. The little Mengs exchanged glances, then promptly logged off. Ultimately, the vast virtual space was left with only the core. After glancing at the empty chairs around the round table, it took a considerable time for Meng to vanish from sight. In the Eastern Outer Ring star domain, within the 03991 star sector, lies the planet Celis. Celis is a habitable world, characterized by diverse terrains, including mountains, rivers, forests, and seas. The planet is home not only to a substantial population of human colonizers, but also to indigenous inhabitants. Following the declaration of independence by the Independent Planet Alliance, Celis was incorporated into its governance. Within the Karas forest flows a river known as the Great Flow River. At the confluence of one of its tributaries stands a city named Karas City. As the sole major urban center on Celis, Karas City has become the primary hub of trade for the entire planet and the only site for its starport. In the outer reaches of Celis's orbital space, a brilliant blue light sparkled. An unusual spacecraft emerged from hyperspace, detected by the Interstellar Control Tower of Celis. It was a platinum-colored vessel, measuring 1 kilometer in length. Square in shape, resembling a metallic box navigating through the cosmos. Here is the Celis Interstellar Control Tower. Unidentified model spacecraft, please present your special access code. Access confirmed. You are granted passage. Welcome to Celis. Kara's city awaits your arrival. In the vastness of outer space, a Sun Chaser-class carrier gradually entered the planet's orbit. Rather than descending into the atmosphere, the Sun Chaser-class vessel opted to hover in a geostationary orbit above Kara's city. As the engines fell silent, the dazzling flames of exhaust ceased. A small, round robot propelled itself from the launch bay, hurtling towards the atmosphere. Soon, a small fireball appeared in the skies above Kara's city. In less than 10 seconds, the fireball vanished. Half an hour later, in a corner of a narrow alley, a plump, platinum-colored robot descended from the heavens. It glanced around in the alley before soaring outward. Outside lay a street, sparsely populated. The pedestrians were few and far between, and the hovering vehicles were equally scarce, with only an occasional craft zipping by. Observing the buildings flanking the street, Meng mused to himself. The architectural style of Kara's city was indeed peculiar, reminiscent of a medieval dream. Although the buildings on either side of the street were crafted from metal, they were all designed in a two-story loft style. Some districts exhibited a neat arrangement of structures, while others appeared quite chaotic. He had found it. Meng's decision to halt the ship in a stationary orbit above Kara's city was not without purpose. He intended to utilize the electronic warfare equipment aboard the Sun Chaser-class vessel to infiltrate the network system of the Celes star. After all, the fragmented individuals were merely a small platform, incapable of hosting substantial equipment. To the north, over there, with a roar of engines and a rush of air, Meng ascended skyward, flying low and closely above the rooftops toward the north. Bystanders halted in their tracks, their faces reflecting astonishment as they beheld the soaring robot. Children, brimming with excitement, jumped and danced, their eyes filled with curiosity. Kara's city, maintenance station number 07. From the Hela, Meng acquired information regarding the spacecraft that Aurelia had used to escape. It was a Polaris cargo ship, modified by the Covenant. Having never encountered a robot before, the man brusquely admonished, "Do not disturb me. I am quite occupied. As you can see, I am in the midst of repairing this dilapidated spacecraft." Within the maintenance station, Meng came across an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow and his attire besmirched with grime. He wore a round hat and glared at Meng with indignation, brandishing a wrench in his hand as if to shoo him away. The blue light flickered, and the visage of Aophuli transformed once more into that of a Polaris cargo ship. The interstellar control tower had records indicating that this vessel had docked here. "If you can provide me with information regarding the owner of this ship, I shall reward you handsomely. Speak of all that you know, and these 10,000 credit points shall be yours," Meng offered, revealing a golden credit coin worth 10,000. Upon catching sight of the coin clasped in Meng's mechanical grip, the old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he hesitated, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. "No, I cannot break the rules. If I do, I may find it impossible to survive in this line of work," he replied, shaking his head resolutely. Meng then retrieved a credit coin valued at 100,000. "This should suffice for your retirement. If you remain tight-lipped, I shall be compelled to employ alternative methods to extract the information from you." "Alternative methods?" The old man chuckled, promptly discarding his wrench. He stepped forward to accept the credit coin from Meng's grasp, a grin spreading across his face. "Very well, I shall tell you. That woman of the Chimu tribe indeed visited here. As it was my first encounter with the fabled Chimu woman, I remember it vividly. She came, conducted repairs on her ship, refueled, and then departed. Upon this, he waved his hand and declared, 'This is all I know. You may leave now.'" Meng remained motionless, while the old man turned and ambled into the depths of the maintenance station. "If that spacecraft departs from Celes, I will be informed and will not seek you out. You are deceiving me." The voice from behind, belonging to Meng, caused the old man's steps to falter momentarily. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his eyes, yet he remained composed. He spun around and retorted angrily, "You, robot, cease this nonsensical harassment. I have stated that this is all I know. Should you continue to pester me, I shall be compelled to summon security personnel, who will not be as lenient with you as I have been." Meng felt a surge of impatience. He should not have approached the old man with such civility. It was evident that the old fellow was lost in a daydream, fabricating a lie in the hopes of acquiring his 11,000 credit points. If Aubrey were to pilot the Polaris cargo ship away from Celes, the interstellar tower would possess pertinent records. However, the information repository of the interstellar tower bore no record of Aubrey's Polaris cargo ship departing from Celes. Chapter 156. I am a robot with a sudden flash. Meng could no longer endure. A thunderous roar erupted within the maintenance station. Golden lightning surged forth from Meng's rotund form, striking the old man. The old man convulsed, his frail body collapsing backward onto the ground. Meng soared forward, gazing down upon the old man, whose eyes were wide with shock. The mechanical pincers extended, and Meng made contact with the old man's arm. The old man's body instantly began to tremble. With eyes rolling back and uttering incoherent sounds, the old man's white hair billowed with thick plumes of smoke. After a considerable time, Meng finally removed the mechanical clamp. At this point, the old fellow was frothing at the mouth, resembling a corpse. Meng had moderated the intensity of the electric shock. He was still alive and seemingly well. Yuan Taisan, a man with a wife and 2 grandsons, had lost his son and daughter-in-law in a tragic spaceship accident during a vacation, a heart-wrenching case of a white-haired man mourning the loss of his black-haired kin. You have endured a lamentable life, Yuan Taisan. If you were to perish, what fate do you think awaits your beloved wife and those 2 adorable grandsons? As soon as Meng uttered these words, Yuan Taisan, frothing at the mouth, abruptly opened his eyes wide. He glared at Meng with a fierce intensity, as though he wished to devour him. Fear not, for I shall not take your life just yet. Before I do, I intend to alleviate your lingering concerns, allowing your wife and grandsons to join your son and daughter-in-law, sparing them from the torment of losing you and the ensuing tragic demise. You wretched demon. Yuan Taisan's face betrayed a look of terror. He was truly afraid. He never expected to be threatened by a robot, reduced to such a pitiful state by one. Demon, you truly are losing your faculties. I am merely a robot. Now, I grant you 10 seconds. After that, I shall not inquire further. Should you choose silence? I possess myriad methods to extract your confessions, but the cost may not align with your desires. Meng was in no rush, having found this leverage. He felt he had ample time to pry open the old man's lips. Although the reason behind the old man's reluctance to speak remains a mystery, it is evident that Audrey is, after all, a stranger to him. Professional ethics? What a jest! Does such a triviality hold more significance than one's own life? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As Meng counted down, beads of cold sweat cascaded down Yuan Taisan's forehead. The voice of the machine echoed like the whispers of a demon, instilling a sense of dread within him. I will speak. Just as Meng was about to reach one, Yuan Taisan succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, Meng halted his countdown and stepped back a few paces. Sit up and speak. Yuan Taisan complied, propping himself up, his expression contorted with discomfort as he stated, I have seen her. She indeed departed, but not aboard that Polaris cargo ship. She sold that vessel to me and purchased a second-hand assembled spacecraft instead. The spacecraft's registration code is XUG 1874. There should be records of it in the interstellar database of Sailor's Star. As for her destination, I am unaware. This time, Yuan Taisan spoke truthfully. Meng discovered the spacecraft Audrey had transferred to within the interstellar database. She had already left Sailor's Star, heading towards the southern outer ring star region. Why conceal this for her? To you, she should merely be an inconsequential passerby. Meng found this perplexing. Why would Yuan Taisan risk his life to protect Audrey's secret of changing ships? Yuan Taisan shook his head and replied, I am not doing it for her, but for myself. I acquired the black ship from her. If her enemies were to discover this, it would spell trouble for me. Without further inquiry, Meng turned and soared into the outside world. Knowing that Audrey has departed from the planet Celis, there is no reason to linger here. Wherever Audrey may go, as long as she has paused at a location, traces of her presence can be uncovered. Although finding her would merely yield knowledge of her whereabouts, it is highly unlikely that Audrey will return to Tarek. However, Meng seeks simply one answer, a confirmation of Audrey's safety. Furthermore, there lies the collective desire of everyone to understand the intricacies of Audrey's physical structure. The engines roared, and the air trembled. Outside the gates of the maintenance station, Meng ascended like a rocket soaring vertically into the heavens. Shortly after Meng's departure, Yuan Taisan emerged from the gate, dragging his weary body. He gazed up at the sky, his face reflecting a look of relief after a harrowing ordeal. Lowering his gaze to the credit coin in his hand, a complex expression crossed Yuan Taisan's face. The robot had not reclaimed the credit coin. And what was that? Yuan Taisan once again looked skyward. Above in the vast expanse, a platinum-hued ship could be seen hovering in the planetary orbit. The clarity of the ship's hull from the ground revealed its immense size. The shimmering platinum color easily evoked memories of the earlier round robot. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft, a Sun Chaser-class carrier, stirred from its stationary position in orbit. Its rear engines belched forth a brilliant flame. With powerful thrust, the warship gradually turned, embarking on a journey into the depths of the cosmos. In an instant, a brilliant blue light flared. The platinum-hued vessel vanished in a heartbeat, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure luminescence as it propelled into the vast universe. North Central Ring Star Domain. In the 02191 star sector, the planet Kuromi. After more than a month, the subsequent support fleet has finally arrived in its entirety. Gazing towards the orbit of Kuromi, a multitude of warships, no fewer than 300, can be seen. Have they fled? Within the flagship of the fleet. In the chamber of the young girl, Meng is seated across from her on the sofa. Between them lies a scattering of tarot cards. The game comes to an abrupt halt as Meng receives a communication from TURs. The holographic figure of TURs materializes before Meng, and his voice follows suit. I can no longer sense his presence. There are only two possibilities. Either he has perished or has vacated Kuromi. Could it be the doing of Prime Minister Bunnier? Meng dismisses this possibility. The Prime Minister had warned him, and he is not foolish enough to act rashly. TURs, have any ships departed from Kuromi recently? The battle for Kuromi has concluded over a month ago, and in a bid to restore production, the planet has been reopened. Yes, interstellar companies collaborating with the Kuromians began entering and exiting the planet half a month ago. That means Ost must have escaped. If he has fled, then so be it. TURs, cease the search. Meng had hoped to converse with Ost, believing it might expedite the end of this war. It appears that now, they must confront the Independent Planet Alliance head-on in a fierce battle. Chapter 157, The Apprentice's Trial. Chochio, is the fleet ready to embark? Meng glanced at the young girl, who patiently awaited the conclusion of his communication. Patience is essential. The fleet's movements can easily be detected by the Independent Planetary Alliance. The bait fleet in the eastern central circumgalactic region has yet to arrive, so we must wait a little longer. Within the vast framework of the Milky Way, coordinating fleets separated by tens of thousands of light-years proves exceedingly challenging. Even with subspace communication, which disregards distance, it remains a formidable task, as it can only facilitate communication without transmitting substantial amounts of data. However, with Meng, the situation transforms entirely. He possesses the remarkable ability to extract vast quantities of information from a mere snippet of text. Since acquiring the authority of the Supreme Commander, the movements of the Federal Fleet have been under Meng's meticulous control. The commanders of the various core fleets wish to meet you, eager to hear your strategic deployments. These commanders are all Knights of the Temple. For instance, the commander of the 501st Corps Fleet is Tulls. I shall not meet with them. I am now the Supreme Commander, and they need only to follow orders. Meng is acutely aware that the Corps Fleet commanders still perceive him as a subordinate. However, he will not indulge them. They must either obey his commands or face dismissal. The fleet shall remain. The involvement of the Knights of the Temple is inconsequential to this war. While the Knights possess formidable individual combat prowess, personal strength cannot sway the outcome of a grand battlefield. It may not be entirely appropriate, as they are indeed masters of the Knight Templar and deserve a measure of respect. Tulls finds himself in a dilemma, unable to act as freely as Chochio might. Tulls, in matters of human affairs such as this, you need only to act accordingly. Should any issues arise, feel free to shift the blame onto me. Inform them that this is a military establishment, not a sanctuary of the Knights Templar. In the army, they are merely required to function as tools, obeying commands without delving into matters beyond their purview. Tools? Tulls' expression darkened. If he were to relay Chochio's words to the commanders of the fleet, it might very well infuriate them. I understand. A blue light flickered, and communication was severed. What happened? Upon noticing the girl gazing at him with bright eyes, Meng inquired. The girl smiled sweetly and remarked, Chochio, you are truly impressive. Flattered by her compliment, Meng felt invigorated. Naturally, if they wish to work under me, they must heed my directives. At this point, Meng recalled something. Little one, you have reached the age of trials, have you not? Time has flown by, and the girl had already turned 15. According to the regulations of the Knights Templar, apprentices at the age of 15 are permitted to participate in the trials. The trials conducted by the Knights Templar are exceedingly rigorous. Whether one succeeds in the trials will significantly influence the trajectory of a knight's life. Furthermore, The trials are the sole avenue through which a knight can acquire a phase sword. Only those who pass the trials may obtain the phase sword and the corresponding status. Those who do not will be relegated to secondary roles, serving in administrative capacities. The girl nodded, saying yes. My teacher intended to take me back to Shidong after the conclusion of the Kolomi Star battle to participate in the trials, but due to new combat tasks, the trials have to be postponed. The apprentice of the Temple Knight possesses but a singular opportunity for trial throughout their lifetime. The outcome of this trial significantly influences the trajectory of the knight's existence, underscoring its paramount importance. However, Meng harbors concerns regarding the young girl's impending trial. From the wisdom domain, he has acquired insights pertaining to the nature of this trial, which fundamentally assesses the apprentice's character and the potential for moral decline. Among the apprentices, a mere 15 succeed in passing this trial. Of those who fail, a daunting 10 face clandestine execution, a fate reserved for those exhibiting signs of corruption. This corruption is defined by the selection of the most detrimental answer in a series of choices. Observing the young girl with a composed demeanor, Meng sighed inwardly. Her peculiar disposition renders her chances of success exceedingly slim. Do you aspire to become a temple knight? He inquired. Wang Wanner shook her head and replied. My father stated that once I pass the apprentice trial and obtain the phase sword, I shall proceed to the capital of the Great Tang Confederation Empire to join the Empress's Guard, at which point I will sever ties with the Temple Knights. Meng was well aware of the relationship between the Great Tang Confederation Empire and the Temple Knights, as documented in the Wisdom Domain. According to the records of the Temple Knights, only 2 reincarnators have been confirmed within the galaxy, both of whom are intricately linked to the Temple Knights. They are revered as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The Holy Son has undergone but a single reincarnation, and over the vast expanse of time, his identity records have been lost. Logically, any information inscribed in the Wisdom Domain should be preserved without exception. There exists but one possibility. The Knights Templar have deliberately concealed the identity of that saintly figure. The second candidate is the Eternal Empress of the Great Tang Confederation Empire. She is devoid of a name, and there exists no documentation capable of revealing her identity. The Chronicle of Wisdom merely records her as a holy maiden of the Knights Templar, one of its founders. She has undergone countless reincarnations and is referred to as the Eternal Empress. Although she has distanced herself from the Knights Templar, her connection with them remains profoundly intimate. For nearly 10 millennia, the Great Tang Confederation Empire has also been a steadfast supporter of the Knights Templar. There exists a pact between the Great Tang Confederation Empire and the Knights Templar, allowing any potential psychic from the Empire to seek further training within the Templar. Upon successfully passing their trials, they may sever ties with the Knights Templar and join the Empress's Guard. This elite force of psychic users, known as the Feathered Guard, stands in close proximity to the Eternal Empress. The Divine Strategy Army of the Great Tang Confederation Empire is the direct military branch of the Feathered Guard. According to the records of the Chronicle of Wisdom, psychic users are not uncommon among human factions. Whether within the Ascendant Empire or the Trade Alliance, one can frequently observe the presence of psychic users in the core political circles. It is highly plausible that the reincarnated individuals extend beyond the 2 documented in the Chronicle of Wisdom. Are there alternative means to join the Empress's Guard aside from the trials? Wang Wanner nodded and replied, Indeed. My father once informed me that should one discover a sacred temple and obtain the phase sword of the temple's ancient sages, one could likewise gain entry into the Empress's Guard. Thus, it can be inferred that the phase sword serves as the key to joining the Empress's Guard. Meng understood very well that as a user of spiritual powers, the young girl was devoid of the freedom to choose her own destiny. She could either become a temple knight or join the Empress's Guard, while she could also opt for a life as an ordinary person, assuming a low profile. Very few spiritual users chose such a path. Though there were free spiritual users, they often succumbed to corruption. Once tainted, they would be relentlessly pursued by the Temple Knights. If joining the Empress's Guard merely required a phase sword, the matter would indeed become much simpler. On the planet of Sleia, there existed naturally formed Eclipse Crystal Mother. Though scarce, it would suffice to manufacture dozens of phase swords. The crafting process for these swords was not particularly complex, given the availability of Eclipse Crystal Mother. Chapter 158. Let us elope, my dear. Once the war concludes, let us elope, Meng declared with surprising boldness, causing Wang Wanner to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Yet, her face soon flushed crimson, and she shyly cast her gaze at Qiu. Observing Wang Wanner's reaction, Meng realized that the young girl had certainly misunderstood, allowing her thoughts to wander. The Temple Knights were far from a safe haven. When necessary, we must escape. Meng harbored a premonition that on the day the war ended, the Temple Knights would cease to exist. Prior to that, many events would unfold. If the young girl remained by Tulsa's side, she would undoubtedly face peril. Furthermore, if the opportunity arose, he must be persuaded to extricate himself as soon as possible. The young girl did not refuse. She lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, and with a gentle nod, she softly replied, "No." Although she did not comprehend why Chiu wished to take her away from the Temple Knights, this detail was of little consequence. It is of paramount importance that Chiu wishes to take her away from the Temple Knights, indicating that Chiu will always remain by her side. The Temple Knights hold no significance for her, nor does she care about the Imperial Guard. She is indifferent to her father's expectations as well. Having matured, she possesses the right to pursue the life she desires. As long as Chiu is present, the destination is of little consequence. In the Eastern Central Ring Star Domain, within the 02989 star sector, lies Leo Star. Renowned for its spice production, Leo Star is relatively prosperous and well protected. In the Eastern Central Ring, the Galactic Alliance and the Independent Planet Alliance have amassed a formidable fleet, as tensions have escalated significantly. Nevertheless, despite the grave circumstances, Leo Star remains unaffected. To prevent any unexpected assaults from the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet, the Federal Fleet has dispatched warships to guard Leo Star. Looking towards the planet's orbit, 5 Victory-class cruisers can be seen hovering above Skarn City. At this moment, aboard the flagship of the Federal Fleet, Captain Lux, seated in the command chair, inquired of his aide, "Dorn, have there been any updates?" Dorn shook his head in response, stating, "The investigation has been suspended." Although the Sector Defense Command intended to pursue the matter, it was halted by the Sector Defense Headquarters. However, they have confirmed that while the authorization code is genuine, there are signs of system intrusion. Upon hearing this, Lux furrowed his brow. This implies that the platinum vessel he encountered 6 months prior did not originate from the temple. Furthermore, the robot that contacted him was not one of the temple's creations. Colonel Lux, since the higher-ups are unwilling to hold anyone accountable for this matter, let us pretend that nothing has transpired. The reaction from the temple has been rather peculiar, prompting one to ponder deeply. This situation is shrouded in strangeness, and it is best not to delve too deeply. Don's words struck a chord with Lux. His investigation was merely to ease his own mind, preventing any inquiry from above without even knowing the reason behind it. Now, with the higher-ups choosing to act as if nothing occurred, he would naturally not disrupt this fragile understanding. "Don, you are right. This matter shall end here." Suddenly, a crew member from the lower bridge, astonished, reported loudly, "We have detected an immense intensity of hyperspace fluctuations, Colonel Lux. A colossal shadow is approaching from hyperspace." The moment the crew member's words fell, Lux had yet to react. Outside, not far from the fleet, a massive blue luminescence erupted in space. In the next instant, a gargantuan object materialized. It was astonishingly large, a platinum hue, with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers. It loomed so close to the fleet that the Victory-class cruisers appeared as mere specks in its presence. To Lux's eyes, the starry sky had vanished beyond the viewport, replaced solely by the gleaming platinum hull. "Notify all ships, battle preparations, activate shields, quickly." The sudden appearance of the unidentified colossal spacecraft startled Lux, prompting him to rise instinctively and issue the combat readiness command. Outside, the engines of the fleet roared to life, emitting blue and white trails of flame. The space surrounding each vessel contorted, and the auxiliary shields activated in response. The inhabitants of Skarn City on the planet's surface also noted the strange phenomenon in the sky. They stood on the streets, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed upwards. It was immense, overwhelmingly so, evoking a profound sense of oppression even from its distant orbital position. Was it a spacecraft? Or perhaps a satellite entering the orbit of Leo? Within the flagship of the Federation fleet, the command bridge was illuminated by flickering blue light. The communication system having been compromised, a rotund robotic hologram materialized in the center of the bridge. "Captain Lux, we meet again." Upon recognizing the entity, a flicker of surprise crossed Lux's eyes. He had just been recounting the robotic figure that had appeared 6 months prior in the orbit of Leo, unaware that it would manifest once more. "The authorization code has been transmitted. No assistance is necessary. I shall depart once the task is completed." Lux cast a sidelong glance at a bridge crew member below. The crew member nodded and stated, "The authorization code has been received. It is of the highest encryption level." At this, Lux's expression darkened. Could this authorization code be a forgery? After all, it was of the utmost encryption level, a privilege reserved solely for the elders within the temple. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Lux pondered whether this being was indeed a construct of the temple, but he knew that, given his rank, he might never ascertain the truth. With the authorization code in hand, as a soldier, he felt compelled to comply with the orders presented. Retrieve an object. Once I have obtained it, I shall take my leave. You need not interfere with my actions. Retrieve an object? A contemplative expression adorned Lux's face as he was reminded of the Dark Temple. If there were anything on Leo Star that piqued the interest of the sanctuary, apart from spices, it would surely be that concealed sanctum deep within the earth. Lux nodded, acknowledging understood. Please feel free to call upon us should you require assistance. The blue light flickered as Limong severed the communication. Outside, the colossal traveler arc gradually receded into the distance. The coil engines remained dormant, gliding along its orbit utilizing the anti-gravity apparatus. Suspended above a vast desert, the traveler arc halted in its trajectory. What was its intent? Within the flagship of the Federation fleet, on the bridge, Lux gazed at the immense vessel in the distance, pondering its purpose. What lies beneath that colossal spacecraft? Lux inquired. A crew member on the lower bridge responded, according to the coordinates. There is a camp of the sand dwellers beneath the giant vessel. A camp of sand dwellers? Lux mused. At this distance, could its objective be the Dark Temple? Chapter 159. Reluctant Migration. Colonel Lux, it is descending. Upon hearing this, Lux's expression shifted to one of alarm. Surely not. Could that massive ship be attempting to enter the atmosphere? The entry of such a massive vessel into the atmosphere would undoubtedly spell disaster for Leo Star. It has entered low Earth orbit and has ceased its descent. Upon receiving the bridge's report, Lux finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, on the near-Earth orbit of Leo Star, the hull of the Traveler Arc revealed numerous launch ports. A multitude of spherical fighters was ejected, akin to a swarm of bees emerging from their hive, soaring towards the atmosphere. Though not numerous, there were approximately 100 aircraft. The sky above Leo Star was suddenly painted with a cascade of fiery meteors. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the desert encampment of the Sand People below. The Ark of the Traveler, stationed in low Earth orbit, loomed ominously above the Sand People's camp. Its massive hull was distinctly visible, casting an oppressive shadow that instilled fear among the inhabitants. They were bewildered by the unfolding events. Colonel Lux, the colossal vessel is deploying its strike fighters. Without needing prompting from the bridge crew, Lux discerned the situation. Those rotund aircraft were penetrating the atmosphere, accompanied by spherical ships and even smaller spherical drones. Lux had never envisaged that the sanctuary could construct such awe-inspiring colossal structures. Moreover, what could their purpose be? To annihilate the Sand People? No. The sanctuary would not resort to such actions. Furthermore, the Sand People were scattered across Leo Star, being the indigenous inhabitants. What significance would there be in their extermination? At that moment, beyond, in the sky of Leo Star, the fiery meteors had vanished, and a shimmering array of golden spheres was visibly descending towards the ground. Uha. The Sand People in the camp spotted the unidentified entities approaching from the heavens. In an instant, the camp was filled with cries of as the Sand People scattered in panic. Some darted into their tents, while others emerged wielding energy weapons. Armed with their explosive energy guns, they aimed skyward. Within mere minutes, the ominous roar of engines thundered from above. Nearly 100 spherical fighters dove down upon the encampment of the Sand People. Fire! Fire! Even before approaching, the flickering flames illuminated the encampment of the Sand People. They launched their assault, sending vibrant energy beams soaring into the sky, targeting the fleet of spherical warplanes. Several of the aircraft were struck immediately. However, the energy weapons wielded by the Sand People could hardly inflict any damage upon the warplanes. The aircraft did not even engage their shields, as the energy beams dissipated harmlessly against their armored exteriors. Above the Sand People, 100 spherical warplanes scattered in unison, forming small squads of 3, gliding slowly over the encampment while simultaneously broadcasting a message in the Sand People's tongue. In 3 hours, this location will be obliterated. You have 3 hours to evacuate. Please evacuate immediately. One spherical warplane surged toward the largest tent in the encampment. Stop it. Open fire. Fire. Outside the tent. The warplane hovered just 2 meters above the ground, advancing forward. Surrounding sand people raised their weapons and fired, but the energy beams had no effect on the aircraft. The warplane refrained from retaliating, ignoring the sand people around it. In front of the tent stood a group of sand people, all cloaked in gray, making it difficult to discern their leader. Who among them was the chief? Withstanding the barrage from the sand people, the warplane forced its way to the forefront of the crowd. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of the aircraft, the sand people recoiled in fear, unable to fathom that their powerful energy weapons could not harm these rotund automatons. Stop! Cease fire! A commanding shout rang out from the crowd, halting the sand people's assault on the spherical warplane. The warrior pushed aside his kin and approached the spherical aircraft. I am Shocky. Who are you? Is he truly Shocky? A flicker of blue light illuminated the scene as a beam emanated from the aircraft, scanning Shocky. After a considerable pause, the light vanished. As Shocky stood before it, a mechanical voice resonated from the aircraft. Take your people and depart from this place at once. Relocate to another area. Soon, this territory will be utterly annihilated. No, Shocky resolutely countered. This land is sacred to my people. We have dwelled here for millennia. How can we abandon it? For thousands of years, his kin had thrived in this realm. Whether in the present or the future, they would steadfastly protect this land. Whether you choose to leave or not is your own decision. However, if you remain, in 3 hours, you and your kin shall meet your demise here. Shocky, I hope you comprehend that no sanctity is worth more than life itself. It was not the spherical aircraft speaking, but Meng. Consider this carefully, he concluded. With that, the aircraft's coil engines unleashed a brilliant plume of fiery exhaust toward the ground. In an instant, the engines roared, and waves of force surged forth. The spherical craft ascended vertically like a rocket, piercing the heavens. Other aircraft in the camp followed suit, suddenly soaring upwards, leaving behind lingering trails that slowly dissipated. As Shocky gazed skyward at the departing fleet, a myriad of emotions flickered across his face. Though uncertain of their intentions, he understood that if he remained, all his kin would perish. This is the helplessness of the weak. Existence becomes merely an act of charity from others. Go, inform the elders. We must immediately relocate to the southern encampment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Shocky people exchanged glances of disbelief. Leader, this cannot be. Our tribe has borne the solemn duty of guarding the sacred ground for millennia. How can we abandon it? We must fight for it. We cannot forsake our sacred land. The reaction of the tribesmen was entirely anticipated by Shocky. Yet, he remained resolute and uncompromising. Preserving the tribe was his foremost responsibility as the leader, more so than the sanctity of the land. At this moment, the tribe faced a dire existential threat. Survival was imperative. Immediately notify the elders, hurry. Faced with the leader's unwavering determination, the esteem he held made it difficult for the Shocky people to oppose him. Some hastily sprinted away to convey the message. Soon, the camp was abuzz with activity. Numerous tents were dismantled, and the Shocky people, with their families in tow, formed groups to retreat southward. While some obeyed Shocky's command to migrate south, others chose to remain behind, unwilling to leave their sacred ground. Leader, many elders are reluctant to depart. Amid the throng of migrating individuals, Shocky paused. He turned to gaze back at the camp, where tents still stood resolutely on the earth. Words eluded him. He had long anticipated that some elders would resist leaving. After all, this was the place where the tribe had lived for thousands of years. One could not simply depart at will. Chapter 160, Uprooted. Tucci, gather everyone and force those unwilling to leave out. If necessary, eliminate any who obstruct us, including the elders. Within the confines of his hood, Shocky's expression was shrouded in darkness. In this moment, he knew he must be resolute, willing to sacrifice the few for the greater good. The lives of many could be preserved at the cost of some. Such a trade was justified. Had there been no assault, merely the expulsion of the Sand People? In orbit around the planet, Lux had been closely monitoring the situation of the Sand People. Observing that the attackers had not engaged them and that the Sand People were retreating southward, Lux began to form a hypothesis. If his assumptions were correct, the robot's objective was the Dark Sanctuary, which lay beneath the very ground of the Sand People's encampment. Aside from the Dark Sanctuary, Lux could conceive of no other motive that would compel the robots to act in such a manner. On the surface, a grand migration was underway. The once mighty encampment was rapidly vanishing as the Sand People moved south with their families in tow, leaving a trail of swirling dust in their wake. Time elapsed steadily, and soon, 3 hours had slipped away. As the deadline approached, activity stirred aboard the arc of travelers in orbit. The ship's hull, facing the planet, began to reveal the opening of its towing apparatus. Before long, a gaping hole, measuring 5 kilometers in diameter, materialized. In the next instant, a phenomenon of spatial distortion occurred at the mouth of the opening, transforming into a column of warped space that plunged towards the Earth. A thunderous roar echoed across the surface of Leo's star, where the Sand People's encampment lay amidst the desert, unveiling an extraordinary sight. A vast quantity of yellow sand seemed to lose its weight, floating upwards into the sky. The ground cracked open, as the rocks and soil beneath the yellow sands were torn asunder and drawn into the atmosphere. The earth, spanning several kilometers, was rent asunder and lifted into the heavens. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. In the southern lands, the nomadic Sand People witnessed a sight that filled them with dread. Their sacred ground had vanished, and the very earth was upheaving. Colonel Lux stood on the bridge of the flagship of the Federal Fleet, his expression darkening as he observed the optical device capturing the unfolding spectacle. A colossal spherical vessel was tearing apart the planet before their eyes. Lux's countenance grew grim. He recognized the reality that this gigantic ship likely possessed the capability to annihilate the world. Its intent appeared to be the extraction of the dark temple concealed beneath the surface, a truly grand endeavor. Such an advanced behemoth had been deployed for the sake of a mere dark temple. Gazing into the orbit, the arc of the traveler, suspended in low Earth orbit, was voraciously consuming the planet. Soil, yellow sand, and rock formed a serpentine cascade, relentlessly surging into the void, devoured by the Arkansas. Superfluous material was expelled from a multitude of tiny orifices surrounding the Ark's grappling apparatus. Within mere minutes, from the depths of the earth, a tremendous pyramid structure emerged. This was the Dark Temple, propelled skyward amidst a torrent of soil and rock. Ultimately, the Dark Temple soared into the cosmos, swallowed whole by the arc of the traveler. As the Dark Temple was consumed, a strange phenomenon unfolded. On the planet's surface, the soil and rock that had previously ascended into the air suddenly began to plummet. A deluge of mud and debris cascaded down upon the land. Looking toward the former encampment of the Sand People, a vast abyss was revealed, an enormous pit, unfathomable in depth. Upon the completion of its mission, the Voyager arc began its retreat. The colossal, rotund vessel gradually turned, and the coils of its engines emitted a dazzling blaze of fiery light. With immense thrust, the Voyager arc soared into the depths of the cosmos. Colonel Lux. It is departing. Without the need for his aide's reminder, Lux had already perceived its departure. He found it utterly unfathomable how such a massive craft could be constructed. Gazing up from the surface of Leo Prime, a colossal sun materialized in the sky. This luminous orb was the result of the exhaust flames emitted from the coils of the Ark's engines. For a brief moment, once liberated from the planet's gravitational well, the Voyager arc leapt into hyperspace. Its vast body vanished instantaneously, erupting in a magnificent burst of blue radiance. A great stream of azure light surged toward the infinite expanse of the universe. Inner Ring Star Domain, Sector 0111, New Zidon. In the temple, within the Elder Council Hall, I received news from the Eastern Central Star Domain, and I yearned to comprehend the situation. A flickering beam of blue light coalesced into a holographic video before the Assembly of Elders. The image depicted a planet, an arid world. Docked in its orbit was a colossal spherical ship, wreaking havoc upon the planet, employing some form of gravitational weapon to tear at its very crust. Elder Fiki's gaze swept across the faces of the gathered elders. Intelligence reports indicated that the culprits were a faction of robots possessing supreme authority. Consequently, the fleet stationed at Leo Prime had not intervened. I was eager to discern the true nature of these robotic entities. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. They were equally perplexed by the situation, yet the colossal ship depicted in the image evoked a certain familiarity. Was it not a magnified version of Chocho? Presently, Chocho, the Galactic Federation's supreme commander, was at the helm. Underneath his hood, what Oleg's countenance was far from pleasant. Though Chocho had previously expressed a keen interest in psychic energy, Oleg had not anticipated that Chocho would take such decisive action against the Dark Sanctuary. Moreover, he was astonished to discover the tremendous power that lay behind Chocho. How could such a massive vessel possibly be constructed? However, upon recalling Chocho's identity as a revolutionary, Oleg found a measure of solace. Elder Olek, does this matter pertain to Chocho? As the Supreme Commander, only Chocho possesses the authority comparable to ours, and the ship in the image bears an uncanny resemblance to Chocho. Was this your directive? Within his hood, Olek furrowed his brow. He understood that failing to support Chocho could hinder the unfolding situation. The elders, already harboring discontent and considerable skepticism towards Chocho, would undoubtedly seek to strip him of his title as Supreme Commander. Olek's deep voice resonated within the hood. It was I who instructed Chocho to act thusly, as a precaution against the Dark Warrior's covetous gaze upon the Dark Sanctuary during the war. This measure was imperative. Upon hearing Elder Olek's explanation, the elders displayed expressions of astonishment. If the objective was to prevent the Dark Warriors from infiltrating the Dark Sanctuary, it was indeed justifiable. Nevertheless, the formidable power exhibited by the forces behind Chocho could not be overlooked. Elder Olek, who exactly is the master behind Chocho? Faced with Elder Fiki's inquiry, Olek let out a sigh inwardly. He anticipated that Elder Fiki would seize this opportunity to discern the forces behind Chocho. Chapter 161, The Heart of the Blue Sea. How could he provide an answer to Elder Fiki regarding matters even he himself was oblivious to? In his mind, Olek swiftly pondered. He needed to attribute some form of power to Chocho, even if it meant fabricating a tale. Otherwise, the elders would relentlessly pursue this matter. However, should he resort to fabrication, the elders would undoubtedly investigate. Once the truth was uncovered, it would be evident if he spoke falsely. Esteemed elders, concerning Chocho's identity, its master, and the forces behind it, I am unable to disclose at this moment. Once the war concludes, I shall reveal everything to you. I assure you, Chocho will not act in a manner that jeopardizes the Galactic Federation or the Sanctuary. After much contemplation, Olek could not devise a flawless solution. Thus, he resolved to postpone the matter. Once the war was over, the issue would cease to exist. It must be acknowledged that Olek was astute. At this critical juncture, changing commanders on the battlefield would be a grave mistake. Observing the Federal fleet advancing into the Outer Ring Star region with remarkable success, he understood that should Chocho's role as the Supreme Commander be revoked, the Federal fleet would collapse instantaneously. Olek recognized this, and naturally, the other elders did as well. Olek, I hope you do not find yourself regretting your confidence. Olek wished to delay the situation, and considering the current state of the Federal fleet, Elder Fiki did not probe further. Regardless, Chocho's capabilities were undeniably commendable. In the hands of the Sphere, the Federation fleet can unleash its utmost combat prowess. For the Galactic Federation to achieve ultimate victory, certain matters cannot be rushed and must be temporarily set aside. Southern Outer Rim Star Region, Sector 03184, Dole Star. Dole Star is an oceanic planet, akin to a cerulean gem suspended in the vast darkness of the cosmos. In the southern hemisphere of Dole Star lies a maritime supply station. It is a Centaurus-class comprehensive supply vessel, capable of extracting fusion fuel from seawater to replenish passing ships. Only a platform measuring over 600 meters in width is visible above the water's surface, yet the submerged hull extends a full kilometer in length. It is indeed peculiar. Could it be that Ovely intends to venture into uncharted territories? As he floated forward along the walkway of the platform, Meng pondered. Unbeknownst to him, a year had slipped by. From the eastern Outer Rim Star region, he had tracked his pursuit to the far western edge of the southern Rim Star region. Beyond this point, one would inevitably enter the unknown expanse. Guided by navigation, Meng located the military station. He entered through the main gate, finding this supply station far less bustling than the DUI city military base. The station was empty, with the number of bounty hunters scarcely exceeding 10. Behind the bar stood a server of an alien race, bearing the head of an elephant. His robust, corpulent frame towered at around 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence. The long-nosed clan, hailing from the planet of giant elephants, is a race that transcended to the interstellar age through their sheer strength. They once competed with humanity for supremacy over the Milky Way, but ultimately faced defeat. The race had suffered greatly, with 90% of their colonies occupied by humans. Even now, the long-nosed people had yet to regain their vitality. Robots? I do not entertain any robots here, except for bounty hunter types. Now leave. As Meng approached the bar, he was met with a swift eviction notice from the imposing figure behind it. His presence was robust, and his command of the Federation language was rather muddled. The round, mechanical body opened a hatch, from which Meng produced a credit coin, tossing it onto the bar. I seek an individual, Offrey, of the Crimson-Eyed tribe. The mention of the Crimson-Eyed tribe piqued the interest of the bounty hunters in the outpost. In the galaxy, the Crimson-Eyed people are exceedingly rare and seldom seen. Due to their lack of recognition by the Galactic Federation, they are not afforded its legal protections. Thus, their status in the Outer Rim is quite precarious. If discovered without the means to defend themselves, they could easily be captured as exotic specimens. A blue light flickered. An Offrey materialized before them. Upon retrieving the credit coin and inspecting its value, Hawk's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this small robot was a wealthy individual. A broad smile spread across his face, brimming with delight. Ah, I remember well. It was quite some time ago when I encountered a member of the Crimson-Eyed tribe. They piloted a dilapidated Polaris cargo ship and lingered at the Azure Haven for a fortnight before departing. However, at this juncture, Hawk's words trailed off, and he cast a knowing glance toward Li Meng. Li Meng then produced another credit coin, this one valued at 10,000, and tossed it onto the bar. Hawk promptly reached out to claim the coin. She must have been captured by someone, not having departed from the 03184-star zone. As for who it was that captured her, I remain unaware. However, I do know who possesses the Polaris cargo ship she piloted. I spotted that very vessel at the scrap yard of the Amelia space station during my last excursion to scavenge for debris. It was a modified Polaris cargo ship, and I recall it distinctly. It should indeed be her craft. Naturally, Li Meng is familiar with the location of the Amelia space station. Originally constructed as a mining platform, it was repurposed into a space station after the mineral resources in its asteroid belt were depleted. It lies not far from here, approximately 75 light-years away. Reachable within 5 jumps. If you deceive me, I will seek you out. With this statement, Li Meng turned and soared away. Wait, robot. In the corridor, Li Meng was halted by a bounty hunter. He was a human male, alone, clad in leather armor and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, reminiscent of the cowboys from Earth's past. Li Meng paused and turned to face him. Noticing Li Meng's halt, he smiled and said, "No one knows this star zone better than I do. If you are searching for someone, should she have been captured, I might have an inkling of which faction holds her. Even if I'm uncertain, I could help you sift through the factions one by one. Surely that would be more effective than flailing about like a headless chicken." Li Meng grasped the essence of his words. He was self-recommending, eager to earn a guide's fee from him. Despite possessing the most detailed star maps within the Galactic Federation, Li Meng considered the offer. However, the star chart data of the Outer Ring star domain remains insufficiently comprehensive. Moreover, he is indeed unfamiliar with the local star sector's circumstances. If a guide well-versed in the local situation were present, it would undoubtedly alleviate numerous troubles. Do you possess any information regarding Offrey? Just moments ago, he showcased Offrey's visage at the bar. The human bounty hunter must have also caught a glimpse of it. The bounty hunter smiled and remarked, "Though I have yet to encounter her in person, I have recently heard whispers concerning the Crimson-Eyed tribe. They are indeed a rare commodity. Where there are buyers, there will be sellers." Chapter 162. Darwin, what is your name? Upon hearing this, Darwin broke into a grin, aware that his self-recommendation had succeeded. Darwin, bounty hunter Darwin. Then let us set forth. Upon the conclusion of this matter, you shall receive your rightful reward. Initially, Li Meng had arrived alone, but as he departed from the military station, he was accompanied by another. What a splendid vessel. Is that yours? The moment they left the military station, Darwin's attention was captivated by the platinum-colored ship in orbit. Its strikingly similar hue evoked thoughts of its owner. With Darwin present, one could not traverse the atmospheric layers alone. In orbit, a Pioneer-class transport vessel departed from the hangar of a Sun Chaser-class ship, plunging into the atmosphere. The engines roared to life, sending waves of air cascading. The transport vessel, descending from the heavens, softly landed on the platform's tarmac. Following Li Meng, Darwin boarded the transport vessel with a curious expression as the engines rumbled to life. The transport vessel ascended swiftly from the landing pad, soaring into the sky until it vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, the Sun Chaser-class carrier ship commenced its journey, emerging from its orbit. The engines at the rear expelled a brilliant fiery plume, propelling the vessel into the depths of the cosmos. In an instant, a flash of blue brilliance appeared as the Sun Chaser-class ship seamlessly transitioned into hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of azure light as it ventured into the vastness of the universe. 7 hours later, the Amelia space station came into view. Nestled within an asteroid belt of a stellar system, Amelia boasts a history spanning 7 centuries. having undergone numerous ownerships throughout its existence. Currently, it is under the auspices of the Gemini Brothers Mining Corporation. Today, the desolate Amelia welcomed an unexpected visitor. At the sole hyperspace entry point to Amelia, a burst of blue light erupted as a colossal vessel, measuring 1 kilometer in length, emerged from hyperspace. While mineral transport ships may boast larger dimensions, some reaching up to 3 kilometers, the mining operations within Amelia had ceased over a century ago. The station has since transformed into a modest settlement, where some fugitives sought by the federal government concealed themselves, leading lives akin to that of gutter rats. The arrival of the Sunchaser-class carrier elicited no response from the owners of Amelia Space Station. Situated in a remote corner of space, Amelia held little allure for any powerful faction capable of claiming it. On a spacious landing pad, the Pioneer transport vessel descended gracefully. As it landed, the platform beneath began to sink, entering an enclosed space. As the hatch opened, Meng and Darwin stepped out, greeted by a distinct lack of aesthetic appeal. Reflecting on the surroundings, Meng mused to himself. This space station was a chaotic sight, devoid of any beauty. In many areas, the shadows of mining vessels were distinctly visible. In response to Meng's observation, Darwin shrugged, remarking, "After all, this is a semi-abandoned space. Its owners are reluctant to invest heavily in maintenance. When something breaks, they repair it, and when it reaches a state beyond repair, they simply abandon that section. Are you familiar with this place?" The two entered a rapidly moving elevator leading deeper into the station. "I've been here a few times. There are quite a number of federal fugitives hiding out. They are truly dangerous individuals. Occasionally, when funds are low, I take the risk of completing a few bounty tasks. How could one pursue the life of a bounty hunter without embracing some peril?" The elevator within the station provided access to various locations in space. As it started moving, it shook violently, accompanied by a droning mechanical roar, as if it might fail at any moment. The interior of the elevator was grimy, with traces of vomit evident. The buttons for different areas were rendered illegible, obscured by hastily affixed papers. After more than 10 minutes, a sharp click signaled the elevator's halt. As the doors opened, a cacophony of noise rushed in. This was the scrapyard, once a mining vessel. The two exited the elevator one after the other, stepping into a vast expanse. It seemed to be a cabin, filled to the brim with heaps of metallic scrap resembling small mountains. A multitude of grimy workers were engaged in the task of dismantling. "Leave the negotiations to me. I have a degree of acquaintance with the proprietor of the scrapyard." Darwin appeared to be quite familiar with the place, adeptly guiding Meng into an upper-level area akin to a dispatch room. "Archie, long time no see." Upon entering the room, Meng's gaze fell upon a figure adorned with a green cap and a yellow vest, seated at the control console, monitoring the situation outside. The arrival of Darwin caught him off guard, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Darwin." He quickly rose to greet him, enveloping Darwin in an embrace. "Darwin, I truly appreciate your help last time. Had it not been for your assistance in resolving a significant dilemma, I would not be enjoying such a comfortable day today." As he spoke, Archie glanced at Darwin and then at Meng. "What is this? A year has passed, and you've acquired a robotic assistant?" Darwin shrugged, replying, "In our line of work, how can one strike it rich? This one is merely my customer. Do not misunderstand." "Customer?" Archie's expression shifted to one of understanding. He smiled. "Please, come in. It has been a year. We must have a thorough discussion." Although he was unaware of the purpose behind Darwin's visit with his customer, it was evident that there was a matter of importance that warranted this meeting. Subsequently, Meng and Darwin followed Archie into a private lounge at the back. The three settled onto a genuine leather sofa. A flicker of blue light illuminated the space, and a holographic projection of a spacecraft materialized before them. "Archie, have you seen this ship?" Gazing at the projection, Archie nodded and remarked, "It's a modified Polaris cargo vessel. Of course, I've seen it. That was over 6 months ago. Though it was in a dilapidated state, its overall structure remained intact, so I refrained from dismantling it and instead refurbished it for sale." Meng was indifferent to the fate of the Polaris cargo ship. Knowing that it had passed through Archie's hands was sufficient. Its subsequent whereabouts were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Archie was aware of who had sold him the Polaris spacecraft. Meng inquired, "From whom did you acquire this Polaris vessel?" Archie replied, "It was those fellows from the St. Oak family who discarded the Polaris ship at my scrapyard." The mention of the St. Oak family caught Meng's attention, and he turned to Darwin. Although Meng lacked external eyes or visible electronic sensors, Darwin sensed the intense scrutiny from the spherical entity. With a furrowed brow, Darwin gravely stated, "Chiu, the St. Oak family is a notorious criminal syndicate in the 03184-star sector, wielding significant power and employing exceedingly ruthless methods. Once they set their sights on someone, it becomes a relentless struggle for survival." Meng, however, was unconcerned with criminal enterprises. His focus lay solely on Offrey. Now, with the St. Oak family obstructing his path, he had finally caught up to Offrey. Without the St. Oak family, it was uncertain where Offrey might have hidden herself. Darwin then turned to Archie and asked, "Archie, have you heard any recent news regarding the Crimson Eye clan, the Chima tribe?" Archie's brow furrowed slightly, as if lost in thought. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Indeed, 3 months ago, the St. Oak family hosted a grand auction on Magistar, and the Chima tribe was among the items for sale. It was purchased by an unknown individual for 5 million credit points. I was present at the event, which was quite lively. Once again, a blue light flickered, and the holographic image of Aurelia materialized. "Is that her, Archie?" Upon seeing Aurelia's hologram, Archie nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's her. This is my first encounter with a Chimu person. I remember it vividly. As for the identity of the buyer, it is likely that only the St. Oak family is privy to that information. Now that we know Aurelia's whereabouts, the next steps will be considerably simpler. Darwin, let us depart from Magistar. The distance from Amelia Space Station to Magistar is not far at all, merely 25 light years away, achievable in just 2 jumps. Archie, we shall not impose any longer. Next time, I will certainly treat you to a drink." Rising to his feet, Darwin bid farewell to Archie. The two then exited the junk fee station and returned to the dilapidated elevator. Observing the sphere ahead, Darwin displayed a look of concern. He had a premonition that their journey to Magistar might lead to a conflict with the St. Oak family. Without needing to guess, Darwin knew that the sphere must be eager to uncover the identity of the buyer from the St. Oak family. However, at the auction, if the buyer requested confidentiality, the auction house would exhaust every effort to conceal their identity. This matter pertains to reputation. The St. Oak family is unlikely to disclose the identity of the buyer to Chiu. "Darwin, are you afraid?" Darwin did not deny it and replied, "Indeed. Magistar is the headquarters of the St. Oak family, and the likelihood of learning the buyer's identity from them is exceedingly slim. This pertains to credibility. The St. Oak family is unlikely to reveal the buyer's identity to you. Darwin, which do you believe to be more significant, life or reputation?" "Well, undoubtedly life is of greater importance. This is a question that answers itself. Although reputation holds value, it pales in comparison to one's own existence. Reputation can be lost and subsequently regained. Losing credibility allows for a fresh start, but once life is extinguished, there is no opportunity for renewal. The distinction between the two is not even worthy of deliberation. Therefore, Darwin, you should not fear. It is the St. Oak family that ought to be afraid." Chiu's words prompted Darwin to contemplate the ship outside. Could it be a warship? Yet, it did not appear to be, as there were no visible turrets or onboard weaponry. Even if it were a warship, it would serve no purpose on Magistar. Magistar is under the control of the Independent Planet Alliance, with a fleet station there. While the St. Oak family may lack a fleet, they currently maintain a close relationship with the Independent Planet Alliance. Chiu, Magistar is under the control of the Independent Planet Alliance, which has a fleet station there, and the St. Oak family shares a close relationship with them. Thus, proceeding to Magistar may likely result in futility. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Meng was the first to soar into the air, pausing just outside the door. The hatch on the surface of the craft opened, and he tossed a credit chip to Darwin. "Stay here on standby. If you are needed, I will send someone to find you." Now aware of Aophile's impending auction, he was remarkably close to her. All he needed was to ascertain the identity of the buyer from the St. Oak family, and he would be able to locate Aophile. As for the independent fleet of the Planetary Alliance on Magistar, that posed no concern. The Voyager Ark had launched 2 vessels, and the 5th was already in existence. The mission of the 4th was to journey to the solar system to uncover the secrets of humanity's departure from their home world, while the 5th was tasked with exploring the mysteries concealed within the unknown star regions. Considering the timeline, the 5th was nearing the vicinity as well, making it advantageous to harness its resources. The 4th had already revealed its presence on Leo's star, rendering further concealment unnecessary. Chiu, it is not fear that grips me, but rather the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two parties. This risk is not worth taking. Let it be, for I am well prepared. You need only await my return. Darwin was merely a bounty hunter, capable of little more than serving as a guide. His presence was inconsequential. Whether or not he accompanied Li Meng was of no importance. Since Darwin had expressed trepidation, Li Meng would not compel him. After all, he was merely a client and could not insist that he face danger. Although this hardly constituted a risk for Li Meng, Darwin remained oblivious to the power he possessed. Without uttering another word, Li Meng turned and glided towards the Pioneer-class transport vessel awaiting on the landing pad. In a fleeting moment, as the platform ascended, the Pioneer transport vessel was exposed to the vacuum of space. The absence of engine roars was replaced by the shimmering brilliance of its tail flame. On the landing pad, the Pioneer-class transport vessel took off gently, subsequently hurtling towards the celestial expanse where the Daybreaker-class carrier awaited. Before long, the Pioneer-class transport vessel returned to the hangar of the Daybreaker-class carrier. With Li Meng's return, the Daybreaker-class carrier embarked once more. The linear engines at the rear expelled a dazzling flame of fire. Under the immense thrust, the Daybreaker-class carrier gradually turned, its bow aligning with the direction from whence it came. In the next instant, the dark void of space was illuminated by a flicker of blue light. The Daybreaker-class carrier vanished in an instant, leaping into hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of azure luminescence that surged into the depths of the cosmos. 2 hours later, amidst the inky blackness of the universe, a void nestled between star systems revealed nothingness. Suddenly, a radiant blue light surged forth from the emptiness. A platinum-hued vessel materialized, emerging from hyperspace. As it disengaged from hyperspace, the engines of the Daybreaker-class carrier promptly extinguished, allowing it to drift silently in the dark starry sky. Time passed 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day, when an even more immense blue radiance flickered in the dark cosmos. Chapter 163. The advance on Major Star. A colossal spherical vessel emerged from hyperspace, its presence rendering the kilometer-long Daybreaker carrier diminutive by comparison. With the arrival of the 5th vessel, the Daybreaker-class carrier stirred. The engines at its rear erupted with a brilliant flame, and under the formidable thrust, the Daybreaker-class carrier gradually approached the Voyager-class arc vessel. The surface of the Voyager arc opened a colossal gate. From this portal, the Sun Chaser-class carrier gracefully entered the hangar of the mothership. As the Sun Chaser-class vessel glided into the bay, the gate slowly sealed shut. In the enveloping darkness of the cosmos, the Voyager arc set sail once more. The coil engines emitted a dazzling crimson plume. With immense thrust, the Voyager arc ascended gently into the depths of the starry expanse. In a moment, a flash of blue brilliance illuminated the void, and the Voyager arc vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure luminescence into the celestial abyss. In the realm of data, amidst the virtual and the tangible, all the little Rymans gathered around the round table. This time, the little Rymans had multiplied from 4 to 5. Entity 5, shall we fight or negotiate? Should we engage directly or discuss before combat? Entity 2, there is nothing to discuss. Let us strike immediately. Entity 1, Entity 2 is correct. There is no need for discourse, as the Independent Planetary Alliance is our adversary. Entity 3, the subfleets of the Independent Planetary Alliance are predominantly commanded by Skilerians, who will not grant us the luxury of negotiation. Let us first conquer Major Star, and then methodically deal with the St. Oak family. Entity 5, let us resolve this matter swiftly. I cannot afford any delays in my schedule. Entity 4, it is not so simple. Major Star is a habitable planet with a population of 17 billion and possesses planetary shields. While annihilating the fleets of the Independent Planetary Alliance may be straightforward, subduing Major Star is a different challenge altogether. Entity 2, subduing? Why must we conquer Major Star? The first split entity, occupying Magistar, is a last resort and holds no significance. The third split entity, then let us demonstrate our might before discussing further. The St. Oak family is merely a parasite on Magistar, and the local government is unlikely to jeopardize the planet for their sake. The main body, let it be so. Let us resolve this matter swiftly and adjourn. In the Outer Ring Star Domain, Sector 03184, lies Magistar. The vast expanse of the cosmos is shrouded in darkness, coldness, and silence. Amidst this void, a cerulean sphere drifts quietly. It is Magistar, a terrestrial planet. Similar to humanity's home, Earth, it boasts a diverse landscape featuring oceans, mountains, seas, and deserts. Many eons ago, with the arrival of the first wave of colonizers, Magistar was declared conquered by humanity. After eradicating the creatures that posed a threat to human life, the planet was transformed into a human colony. Today, after millennia of development, Magistar has evolved into a relatively prosperous world. Magistar is a territory of the Duchy of Moors, a minor human state. As a border nation, the duchy has been significantly impacted by the ongoing war. Faced with the formidable military strength of the Independent Planet Alliance, it has no choice but to align itself with them. Fortunately, the Independent Planet Alliance has generally extended favorable treatment to human nations, thus sparing the duchy from severe repercussions. Agriculture forms the backbone of Magistar's economy, with its produce widely distributed across Sector 03184, making it the largest grain-producing region of the Duchy of Moors. Today, in the orbit of Magistar, a fleet from the Independent Planetary Alliance glided through the celestial expanse, as per usual. As an agricultural planet, Magistar's transportation industry thrived. In the hyperspace lanes, blue luminescence flickered incessantly, with vessels of various sizes continuously arriving and departing from Magistar. Although the volume of traffic was far less than that of the habitable planets within the inner ring, it was a remarkable sight in the barren outer ring. However, unbeknownst to all, the flourishing Magistar faced an impending crisis. Suddenly, in the outer reaches of Magistar's orbit, a colossal surge of blue light materialized. In the blink of an eye, a massive spherical spacecraft emerged from hyperspace. As the Voyager-class Ark made its appearance, a second moon manifestly orbited Magistar. In the major cities upon the planet's surface, residents gazed in awe at the gigantic entity looming in the sky. What could this be? The anomalies in the heavens did not go unnoticed by those below. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the cities of the Northern Hemisphere. The patrolling fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance swiftly responded. The enemy, hostile forces, were advancing. On board the flagship, in the command bridge, a towering Skryli Ratman abruptly rose from his seat. The surface of the unidentified colossal vessel detected high-energy reactions, with energy levels alarmingly formidable. The disparity in power was staggering. A retreat was advised. Retreat? No, we cannot withdraw. We must attack. Inform all ships to engage. Thus, in the orbit of Magistar, the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet charged forth against the Voyager-class Ark, comprising a total of 7 warships, 4 Freedom-class frigates, 2 Declaration-class destroyers, and 1 Independence-class cruiser. Soon, on the opposite side of the planet, the colossal Traveler-class Ark ship emerged like a rising sun, coming into the line of sight of the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet. Having entered the range and locked onto the target, should we fire? Of course, you fools. Notify all ships to open fire immediately. With the fleet commander's decree, the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet unleashed its barrage. The energy cannons on the hull's surface spewed forth streams of red energy beams, creating a vivid display of a crimson meteor shower across the sky of Major. Like droplets of rain, the red energy beams traversed tens of thousands of kilometers, hurtling towards the Traveler-class Ark ship. Countless energy beams struck the hull of the Traveler-class Ark, causing the photonic shield to ripple violently. In response to the assault, the Traveler-class Ark stirred to life. The Eno Chapter 164, the city of Itten and Nox, the 2 Declaration-class destroyers only managed to withstand 2 seconds longer than the Freedom-class destroyers. Upon the shield's breach, the hull's surface was ruthlessly torn apart. Chaotic electrical currents surged into the ship, wreaking havoc on all electronic devices. A multitude of electronic systems overloaded and exploded. This was the devastating power of the Voyager-class Ark's main cannon, with a single strike equivalent to the force of 10,000 nuclear warheads, each weighing millions of tons. 10 seconds later, the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet also met with a catastrophic explosion. The rear section of the hull erupted violently, with a significant portion being torn asunder, cleaving the vessel in two. Countless fragments of spacecraft were ensnared by the planet's gravity, plummeting into the atmosphere. In an instant, the skies above Major transformed into a spectacular meteor shower. In a mere moment, the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet was utterly annihilated. This horrifying spectacle was witnessed by countless eyes on the surface. Though they were oblivious to the specifics of the calamity, they understood that the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet had been obliterated. More critically, the colossal ship responsible for their demise was undoubtedly an enemy. On Major, in the planetary capital of Itten, within the central building of the planetary governor's office, urgency filled the air. Activate the planetary shield, quickly. Norris nearly shouted as he stood before the window. Just as his words left his lips, he beheld a gigantic pyramid structure in the distance. A distorted beam of white light erupted from the apex of the pyramid, ascending skyward and swiftly enveloping the entire planet. Witnessing this scene, Norris felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, on the eastern horizon, a colossal entity rose slowly, resembling the sun. Gazing at the massive vessel suspended in the sky, Norris felt a flicker of uncertainty. Who could the assailants be? Were they unknown terrors from an uncharted realm? As this thought crossed his mind, Norris swiftly dismissed it. Although the Duchy of Morse was a frontier nation, Major Star did not lie on the border. He had not received any news of an invasion of the Duchy of Morse. A flicker of blue light illuminated the scene, and a holographic projection emerged on the communication panel. Commander Norris, we are in grave trouble. The government's information repository is under attack, and the engineers are utterly powerless to stop it. Upon hearing this, Norris's expression hardened. Immediately sever external network connections and initiate a blackout. Commander Norris, doing so will plunge all cities into paralysis, leading to immense chaos and loss of life. Norris's countenance darkened as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The information repository was the core of all mature systems on Major Star, governing the digital realm. All networks, IoT, transportation, and interstellar, were intricately linked to the information repository. Once the external network was severed, every city would descend into chaos. Without navigation from the transportation network, gravitic vehicles would be prone to catastrophic accidents. Such occurrences could instantaneously result in the loss of millions of lives. Who was behind the assault on the information repository? It was that gigantic vessel in orbit, infiltrating the repository with radio signals. How could such a mere radio signal breach the repository? What were those engineers doing? Norris could hardly fathom that the intruder had managed to breach the information repository solely through radio signals. Although merely radio waves, their power was formidable. Direct electromagnetic radiation would likely render any attempts to sever external networks futile in halting the incursion. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom darkened Norris's expression. If the adversary possessed such advanced technology, what significance did their intrusion hold? Were they perhaps aiming to disable the planetary shield? Such a notion seemed implausible, for the shield generator operated mechanically, devoid of any electronic components. This very design sought to thwart hacking attempts. It could be asserted that the possibility of remotely shutting down the planetary shield was non-existent. Thus, he resolved to refrain from any interference, allowing the intrusion to unfold. Curious to discern the intruder's true intentions, as blue light flickered, Nox severed the communication. Meanwhile, in orbit around Major, Meng was forcefully infiltrating the information repository of Major using the formidable Traveler-class ARC ship, in search of details pertaining to an auction that had transpired months prior. To his bewilderment, he found no trace of information regarding that auction within the repository. Intriguing. Could it be an underground auction? An underground auction refers to illicit gatherings where forbidden items are sold, matters too scandalous for public scrutiny. While the slave trade is prevalent in the Outer Rim territories, it is a rare occurrence among human factions. The Duchy of Morse, a human nation, strictly prohibits the slave trade. Thus, it seemed imperative to seek out the St. Oak family. There is no urgency to launch an attack. His aim is not to seize Magistar. While the use of force can be effective, it must not be wielded indiscriminately. Why resort to violence for matters that can be resolved without it, thereby incurring unnecessary casualties? Within the information repository, Meng sought details about the current power holders on Magistar. Nox, the present Chancellor of Magistar. Yes, he is the one. Magistar, City of Aton. Government Building, Chancellor's Office. Are you Chancellor Nox? An unknown ID initiated a connection, and Nox presumed it to be a government official. Upon answering, he was met with the image of a rotund robot. I am Nox. Who are you? Gazing at the holographic projection hovering above the communication device, Nox recalled the colossal ship suspended in the sky outside. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Who I am is of no consequence to you. My purpose in coming to Magistar is not for military conquest. I harbor no interest in occupying Magistar. I merely seek your assistance in locating an individual. Once I find him, I shall take my leave, and Magistar will remain unscathed. Should you refuse to assist me, I will be compelled to act on my own accord. And at that point, do not blame me for turning Magistar into a blaze. At these words, Nox's expression tightened. He hastily replied, Who do you seek? I can help you find them. If the other party was merely searching for someone, he had no reason to decline. I seek the head of the St. Oak family. I have some inquiries to make. If it pleases you, I wish for this family to vanish, though I must first ascertain the answers I seek. Should you be unwilling to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. The St. Oak family? How could Knox be unaware of this lineage? The St. Oak family is a parasitic entity entrenched on Major Star, reigning as the foremost power among underworld families. Though their headquarters is situated in the city of Itten on Major Star, their influence spans the entirety of the Moors Duchy. To completely eradicate the St. Oak family is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a short span. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. More significantly, he lacks the requisite capability. Chapter 165, St. Oak. Wayne, despite my position as the planetary governor, I am incapable of dismantling this family, whose power exceeds your imagination. Activate the planetary shield. I shall take matters into my own hands. What does it matter how formidable their influence is? Meng is utterly indifferent. He harbors no interest in purging the St. Oak family, the malignant tumor afflicting the Moors Duchy. His sole desire is for the perpetrator to face consequences. Activate the planetary shield? In response to Meng's demand, Knox hesitated. Once the planetary shield is compromised, Major Star would irrevocably lose its defensive capabilities. At that juncture, who could predict the repercussions? Activate the planetary shield. You need only provide me with intelligence regarding the St. Oak family. This will not escalate into a large-scale war, nor will it cause civilian casualties. I will mitigate the losses to the greatest extent possible. Should you refuse, it will result in a forceful invasion, and at that point, I cannot guarantee the safety of civilians. This is a threat, yet not a threat. Meng's target is the St. Oak family. He holds no interest in Major Star. Once he achieves his objectives, he shall depart. Meng merely seeks to make this clear to Knox. If he cooperates, peace shall prevail. If cooperation is not forthcoming, then a forceful struggle for planetary dominance must ensue. Although this will inevitably result in the catastrophic loss of civilian lives on Magistar, Meng remains indifferent. He harbors no compassion for those who do not concern him. The annihilation of millions of humans would evoke no emotion within him. His expression fluctuates, and ultimately, Knox concedes. He understands all too well that even if he resists, he cannot impede the inevitable. The independent Planetary Alliance fleet was effortlessly obliterated by that colossal vessel, a testament to its formidable power. In the face of such a formidable adversary, can the planetary shield truly safeguard Magistar? Should a forceful landing occur, what means does Magistar possess for its own defense? It is merely an agricultural planet. While it boasts some security forces, their capabilities are limited to maintaining internal order, rendering them inadequate for warfare. Very well, I shall activate the planetary shield, and I hope you will uphold your promise to spare the citizens of Magistar. Knox is acutely aware that he has no alternatives. He is compelled to acquiesce. St. Ock Wayne, the true name of the current patriarch of the St. Ock family, has his entire dossier, including all his enterprises and residence, embedded within the information database of Magistar, which you have invaded. I will disable the orbital defense system of Aton City to facilitate your operations. A blue light flickers as Knox terminates the communication. Gazing out at the massive ship suspended in the sky, he lets out a deep sigh. He never anticipated such an occurrence during his tenure, a reality that weighs heavily upon him. Even if this incident were to conclude peacefully, how would the esteemed Duke perceive the situation upon discovering the events that transpired? He may very well be incensed by the notion of yielding without a fight. Regardless of the Duke's perspective, he finds himself devoid of options at this moment. Shortly thereafter, the shield generator of Aton City was deactivated, causing the visibly distorted, translucent columns of light to vanish. The anti-air fortress platforms, which had previously risen from the depths, also descended back underground. Witnessing the withdrawal of the planetary shield by Majestic Star, the traveler arc in orbit stirred to life. A massive hatch, approximately 500 meters wide, opened on the rounded hull of the ship. This was the entrance to the hangar of the assault landing ships. 3 assault landing ships, each measuring about 500 meters and resembling scaled-down versions of the Sunseeker-class vessels, surged forth from the hatch and hurtled towards the atmosphere. The assault landing ship was a vessel designed by Meng for large-scale planetary landings. It lacked the capability for faster-than-light travel and possessed neither formidable engines nor shields, but was instead fortified with the thickest armor. Every aspect of its design was tailored for landing operations. Although the size of the assault landing ship was less than half that of the Sunseeker-class vessels, its armor protection was 3 times greater. Before long, 3 enormous fireballs appeared above Aton City, burning brightly for over 20 seconds before vanishing. High in the sky, the 3 assault landing ships plummeted towards the city below. Simultaneously, within a skyscraper in Aton City, I was astonished to witness the moment of majestic stars invasion in my lifetime, from a room on one of the upper floors. Before a glass wall, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sat in an anti-gravity chair, gazing at the expanse of the sky. In the heavens above, a colossal spherical spacecraft loomed, so immense that it seemed to occupy a tenth of the firmament. "Father, are we to evacuate Magistar?" Behind the elder stood a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a flowing golden robe, his slightly plump physique exuding an air of affluence. "When the sky threatens to collapse, who fears it with a tall figure to support? Leaving Magistar now would only make us a target for attack." "Father, which faction has invaded Magistar?" "Huh. The planetary shield has been deactivated?" The 2 men observed in bewilderment as the protective barrier enveloping the planet suddenly vanished, clearly a result of human intervention. In the face of such formidable foes, was this not an act of self-destruction? Without the shield's protection, should enemy vessels initiate orbital bombardment, Magistar would be reduced to a blazing inferno. "Father, look. Something is entering the atmosphere." At that moment, 3 fiery meteors streaked across the sky, their brilliant radiance unmistakable even in the brightness of day. Soon after, 3 platinum-hued vessels, resembling metallic boxes, appeared above the city of Iton. They swiftly descended, gliding low between the towering skyscrapers. "Father, those 3 ships are heading this way." As the father and son observed, the vessels maneuvered through the high rises, drawing ever closer. With their approach, the ships appeared increasingly gargantuan, causing the elder to furrow his brow, a sense of foreboding taking root in his heart. "Perhaps it is merely a passing occurrence," a slightly portly middle-aged man murmured behind me. Outside, 3 platinum-hued vessels approached the St. Oak family building. Just as they were about to pass by, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The assault landing craft opened its belly, revealing a series of launch hatches. One by one, knight-like combat robots clad in resplendent platinum armor were ejected, plummeting towards the ground. Among them was the imposing Knight 2, a massive combat robot, standing 5 meters tall. Thud! Thud! The multitude of knights fell from the sky like raindrops, landing steadily in the plaza adjacent to the towering edifice. The tremendous impact caused the earth beneath to crack, the sound of collision echoing incessantly. This was the rapid deployment mode, designed to position the knights on the ground within the shortest possible time. As long as their descent did not exceed 100 meters, the combat robots would remain unharmed. Chapter 166. The Knights' Sisterhood. Before long, the plaza surrounding the skyscraper was teeming with numerous platinum figures of varying sizes. A glance revealed no fewer than 1,000. "Oh!" The crowd in the plaza erupted into screams, scattering in panic. "Father, what is happening? Are they targeting the St. Oak family?" The inquiry from his son weighed heavily on Wayne's heart. The question posed by his son was precisely what he wished to ask. Outside the window, the colossal body of the platinum vessel loomed close at hand. Its surface, smooth as a mirror, radiated a luster that unmistakably indicated its extraordinary nature. Wayne remained composed. He spoke firmly, relay the message, instruct everyone to refrain from any form of resistance. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man behind him swiftly produced a communication device to inform their subordinates to act with caution. What a joke! If it truly comes to blows, the St. Oak family would be utterly annihilated. The father's command resonated deeply with Wade. "Oh, will there be no resistance?" On the ground floor of the towering edifice, the knights stormed into the hall, only to discover that the occupants of the building had no intention of fighting back. Some armed security personnel even lay prostrate on the ground, casting their energy weapons far from them. Observing the St. Oak family's unexpected submission, Meng felt a twinge of reluctance to open fire. With no resistance from the St. Oak family, the knights swiftly seized control of all the floors of the building. "I am the current patriarch of the St. Oak family. I demand to see your leader." Ultimately, the knights burst into the room where Wayne resided. Upon witnessing the knights' entrance, the father and son, intimidated by their imposing stature, raised their hands in surrender. The leading knight advanced, towering over the pair, looking down upon them. "Why do you not resist?" Meng's voice echoed from within the knight's helmet. In response to Meng's inquiry, Wayne's aged visage bore only tranquility. Having toiled for decades in the Duchy of Morse, Wayne had witnessed countless spectacles. At this moment, he felt no fear, only confusion and bewilderment. Although the St. Oak family's influence permeated the entire Duchy of Morse, their approach was characterized by discretion and a strategy of shared benefits. Even when offending someone, they would never provoke those beyond their means to confront. The individuals before him were clearly beyond the St. Oak family's capacity to challenge. Not to mention, the massive vessel in orbit spoke volumes. These people before him likely wouldn't dare to provoke even the Duchy of Morse. Could they be agents of a power from the inner ring star domain? Wayne, with an air of composed dignity, remarked, "I have no desire to court death, nor to be slain without cause. Pray tell, why do you seek the St. Oak family?" Meng turned to the elder and inquired, "Are you Wayne?" Wayne nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am St. Oak Wayne. Your discernment is commendable, and such astuteness prevents me from resorting to violence, for needless slaughter is not in my code of conduct. 3 months prior, your esteemed St. Oak family hosted an underground auction, during which a female of the Crimsonite tribe was among the items. She is the very target of my visit." "A female of the Crimsonite tribe?" Wayne glanced at his son, Wade. Under his father's gaze, Wade hastily affirmed, "Indeed. That is the case. She was delivered by the Brotherhood of the Black Robes." Wayne shot a disapproving glare at Wade, now realizing that his son had entangled them in a significant predicament. Turning to the imposing knight, Wayne queried, "Sir, we merely facilitated the auction. The Crimsonite woman was merchandise provided by the Brotherhood. Your enmity should not lie with us." "Where is she?" Meng demanded. At this, Wayne's expression shifted. For as the organizer of the auction, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the identities of his clients. To divulge such information would not only incur their ire, but also tarnish his reputation. "Father, our immediate concern is survival." "She is a night demon of the Dark Knight Sisterhood," Wade urged, sensing his father's hesitation. A frown creased Wayne's brow as a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. What business could the Dark Knight Sisterhood have with a woman of the Crimsonite tribe? Yet, contemplating the ensuing events filled Wayne with trepidation. Should he divulge the secrets of the Night Sisterhood, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Night Demon. The mere thought of such a consequence sent shivers down Wayne's spine. Those women were not to be trifled with. Provoking them would be the height of folly. Casting a reproachful glance at his son, Wayne, resigned, had no choice but to acquiesce. In comparison to future threats, the immediate peril was of utmost importance. Wayne proceeded to relay the truth. The buyer of the Crimson-Eyed Woman's freedom was none other than the current leader of the Night Sisterhood, the Night Demon, a coven of witches. Assassins lurking in the shadows, feared throughout the Outer Rim. If his lord wished to reclaim the Crimson-Eyed Woman, he would need to venture to Night Star, the stronghold of the Night Sisterhood. As he spoke, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Wayne's eyes. Now that the enmity was established, he would find a way to eradicate the Night Sisterhood. With the capabilities possessed by the current company, such a task seemed achievable. The Night Sisterhood? Night Star? Upon hearing Wayne utter the name of the Night Sisterhood, Meng was taken aback. He was no stranger to this group. Records existed within the archives of the Sanctum. The Night Sisterhood comprised psychics who revered the Dark Lord, scouring the galaxy for the Temple of Darkness. They had long been targets of the Sanctum's purging efforts, with the Order of Knights pursuing them for millennia. He had not anticipated their concealment in this remote border sector. Turning on his heel, Meng made his way outside. Now that he was aware of Ophelia's whereabouts, there was no longer a need to linger on Major Star. Although he had initially intended to teach the St. Oak family a lesson, having discovered that they were not the culprits behind Ophelia's abduction, he would naturally refrain from delivering a lethal blow. Nevertheless, it must be said that the Outer Ring Star domain is indeed home to a plethora of peculiar organizations. The Brotherhood of the Black Robes and the Sisterhood of the Night, a brotherhood and a sisterhood, truly a fitting pair. Subsequently, Meng issued the order to retreat. In an instant, the knights who had occupied the building began their orderly withdrawal. The assault landing ships in the sky also commenced their descent, landing gracefully in the square below. Observing the enigmatic forces retreating in the plaza, Wade caressed his neck. It remained intact. He had survived. His father, for the sake of a mere woman from the Crimson-Eyed tribe, had gone to such lengths, truly perplexing. In Wade's eyes, a woman from the Crimson-Eyed tribe held only collectible value. Beyond that, she served no purpose, not even as a genuine companion, for women of the Crimson-Eyed tribe are poisonous, bearing a venom that is incurable. Gazing down at the plaza, Wayne wore a contemplative expression. With an air of calmness, he remarked, "I do not comprehend it either, but I am certain that the Sisterhood of the Night has met its end." Upon hearing his father mention the Sisterhood of the Night, Wade offered a sheepish smile. Good riddance, he thought, for if that madwoman faction were to fixate upon me, I would surely lose sleep at night. At that moment, in the plaza outside, all knights had fully evacuated the St. Oak family's towering edifice and returned to the assault landing ships. Chapter 167, Night Star. The engines roared, and waves of air surged as 3 assault landing ships took flight in succession, ascending into the sky and gradually fading from view. In the upper levels of the skyscraper, within the previous chamber, as he watched the 3 platinum-hued vessels depart, Wayne felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although this crisis arrived rather inexplicably, fortunately, the worst outcome did not materialize. As the landing forces returned, the Voyager arc began its withdrawal from orbit. The coil engines ignited, emitting a dazzling flame of fiery hue. Gazing skyward from the surface of Major Prime, a massive fireball manifested in the heavens. Under the immense thrust, the colossal Voyager arc gradually ventured deeper into the cosmos. This was merely the vessel's engines operating at low power, were they to function at full capacity. The expelling flames could potentially sear through Major Prime's atmosphere and strike the ground below. Upon detaching from the planet's orbit, a flash of blue brilliance illuminated the sky. The Grand Voyager arc leapt into hyperspace, trailing a lengthy ribbon of azure light as it surged into the depths of the universe. Had it truly departed? In the towering edifice of downtown Iten City, within the extensive office suite, Knox breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the colossal craft finally vanish from sight. He promptly retrieved his communication device to reach out to someone. The complete annihilation of the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet was a significant matter, and he felt compelled to report today's events to the Duke. As for how the Independent Planet Alliance would address the situation, that fell under the Duke's purview. In the realm of data, within the imaginary space, young Meng was present at the round table. Another meeting was underway, initiated by Unit 5. Unit 5 articulated, "Thus it stands. This time, we are likely to engage with the psionics." Unit 1 interjected, "According to official records, the Night Sisters are not to be trifled with." Unit 2 inquired, "Are they human?" Entity 3, "Subhumans, indeed, are genetic modifiers. These so-called genetic modifiers are subhumans that have diverged from the human race. Through the passage of time, they have discarded human genetics and gradually evolved towards a state of non-humanity. Aside from the influence of planetary environments, most subhumans are the result of deliberate genetic alterations. After all, humans are considerably weaker compared to the majority of extraterrestrial races. Hence, many humans seek physical enhancement." Entity 4, "If the adversary is a psychic user, we must exercise utmost caution." Entity 5, "Let us prioritize negotiation, seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Should that fail, we may resort to force." Entity 3, "Are we not currently researching psychic abilities? Those witches could serve as the finest subjects for experimentation." Entity 1, "We must proceed step by step. Ensuring Ophelia's safety before addressing them is prudent." Core Entity, Entity 2, "The cultivation of experimental subjects must be expedited. It is crucial for our exploration of psychic phenomena, as mere machinery cannot achieve our objectives." Entity 3, "Is it truly necessary to excessively pursue psychic abilities? While they are indeed formidable, they are not so powerful as to render technology irrelevant. Even the strongest among the Temple Knights cannot withstand a single blast from a ship's main cannon." Core Entity, "Our pursuit of psychic abilities is not solely for the sake of acquiring power. The quest for the unknown is of far greater significance. One could argue that the former is merely a byproduct, while the latter represents our paramount objective. On the second individual of division, it's imminent. If there's an urgent need, relevant experiments can commence immediately. However, it would be prudent to wait until the experimental subject reaches maturity. The main body, if there are no further matters, let us adjourn." In the South Outer Ring star domain, within the 03184 star sector, lies the Dark Night Star. The heavens stretch infinitely, shrouded in darkness, coldness, and utter silence. Amidst this void of space drifts a somber-hued planet, cloaked in a deep gray hue. Gazing upon its surface reveals an expanse of desolate plains, seemingly adorned with vegetation that resembles a forest. Yet, it is devoid of vibrant greens. Instead, it presents a lifeless gray, reminiscent of a withered woodland. The entire planet evokes a profound sense of desolation, lacking any trace of vitality. Today, the Dark Night Star is graced by an unexpected visitor. In the outer reaches of the planet's orbit, a sudden flicker of blue luminescence appears. A colossal spherical ship emerges from hyperspace, gradually navigating into its orbit. The Voyager arc ship activates all its sensory arrays, commencing a meticulous scan of the entire planet. "Found it. Is it over there?" As the Voyager arc glides along its orbital path, it approaches a specific location above the planet's southern hemisphere, where a gray forest resides. Nestled within this woodland is a tribe, their dwellings perched atop towering gray trees, reaching several meters high. Bridges of vines connect the trees, and from a distance, the tribe's tree houses scatter across an area nearly 1,000 meters wide. Suddenly, a massive entity descends from the sky, capturing the attention of the tribe's people. Delicate, graceful figures emerge from the tree houses, each draped in strips of fabric that modestly conceal their intimate areas. Bald and smooth-skinned, adorned with vivid red tattoos, they paused on the walkway, gazing perplexedly at the colossal object suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, within the grandest of tree houses, an experiment was underway. The spacious interior spanned several hundred square meters, supported by 5 mighty trees. The room was lined with shelves brimming with an array of colorful vials and jars. In one corner, a tall and graceful figure stood before an enormous ceramic pot, within which a crimson human head was visible at the opening. With her eyes closed, she exhaled faint breaths, releasing wisps of green gas from her nostrils. The bald woman before the pot poured an unknown green liquid into it, causing a billowing mist of green vapor to erupt from the rim. Mother, something's amiss. Suddenly, the door burst open. Another bald woman rushed in, half kneeling on the ground. A colossal ship is approaching on the track. It looms above us. At this, the woman known as the Mother furrowed her brow and turned to exit. She casually tossed the glass vial in her hand, which seemed to be caught by an invisible force, landing securely on a nearby shelf. Stepping out of the treehouse, the Mother ascended the walkway and looked upward. Upon seeing the massive vessel that occupied nearly 1/10 of the sky, her pupils constricted. She retrieved a communication disc from her waist. "This is the domain of the Night Sisterhood. May I inquire who you are and your purpose?" The blue light flickered, and a rotund robot materialized before the woman. Chapter 168, Matriarch Lilith. "Who are you? I demand to meet your leader." Inside the Traveler's Ark, as Meng gazed at the holographic image of the woman, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Her figure was admirable, her visage pleasing, yet alas, she was bereft of hair. Furthermore, her eyes resembled those of a beast, sharp and golden. "I am Matriarch Lilith of the Night Sisters Covenant. Since you are the leader, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Surrender Offrey, a female of the Crimson-Eyed tribe. I have received word that she is in your possession." "A female of the Crimson-Eyed tribe?" Lilith furrowed her brow upon the bridge of the tribe. Had the visitor come for that crimson-eyed woman? "Since you are aware that she is with me, you must also comprehend that she is now my property. Offrey belongs to no one. She is a free individual. I shall dismantle the chains unjustly imposed upon her. And I will not let the culprits, the Black Robe Brotherhood, escape unscathed. She had better remain unharmed, or I shall obliterate you all." Listening to the menacing words emanating from the communicator, Lilith felt a weight in her heart. It seemed that today's encounter would not end amicably. "Surrender, Offrey, and I shall consider this matter as if it had never occurred. Otherwise, my wrath shall be unleashed upon you." This was a threat, a blatant threat. Lilith nodded to her kin beside her. The tribesmen, poised at her side, sprang into action, their forms agile as they leaped down and began to sprint across the ground. Its speed was akin to that of an arrow skimming through the air. In an instant, a verdant radiance emerged not far away, transforming into a pillar of light that soared into the heavens. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the beam expanded outward, enveloping the entire tribe. "Thus, it seems you are inclined to engage in battle." Meng witnessed the Dark Knight Sisterhood's tribe raise their emerald shield. Lilith's countenance turned icy as she coldly stated, "That crimson-eyed woman has become my warrior servant. She belongs to me, and you shall not take her. I will never surrender her to you." A flicker of blue light signaled the interruption of communication. With a resolute gesture, she commanded, "Notify the sisters to prepare for battle." Soon, a prolonged sound of a horn resonated throughout the tribe. Amidst the blare, graceful figures sprang forth from the tree houses. Their agile forms leaped across the tree houses and bridges, soaring distances of several dozen meters, akin to arrows darting through the air. Before long, atop the gray trunks, these elegant silhouettes could be seen gazing skyward at the colossal ship above. What audacity they possessed, relying solely on that green shield. Observing the emerald barrier that cloaked the Dark Knight Sisterhood's tribe, Meng felt a twinge of unease. Though he did not intend to resolve this matter through peaceful means, psychics were indeed rare specimens for experimentation. Meng initially planned to deceive the Sisterhood and acquire Aubrey before dealing with them. As for adhering to promises, he was not human and thus felt no moral compulsion. It is neither a partial derivative shield, nor a particle shield, nor a ray shield. Could it be a psionic shield? The ship's sensor apparatus failed to detect any sign of a shield's presence. This prompted Meng to recall the elusive nature of psionics. If that were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. The most perplexing element for Meng was the psionic energy, as its undetectable nature rendered him powerless to act. Nevertheless, he resolved to initiate a tentative attack. With this thought, Meng issued the command to strike, taking care to avoid harming Ao Fu Li. After all, if the shield were not as formidable as he imagined, a single blast from the ship's disintegration cannon might obliterate that entire area. Outside, the traveler ark began to stir. Numerous projection hatches appeared on the hull's surface, from which ball fighters and Radiant-class bombers were launched, hurtling towards the atmosphere. The night sky over the Dark Star was instantly illuminated by a fiery rain. The initial wave of aircraft was modest in scale, comprising merely 100 ball fighters and 10 Radiant-class bombers. Approximately 20 seconds later, the fiery spectacle dissipated. The aircraft surged downwards towards the Earth, their thunderous engines resonating through the air. In the tribe, the Dark Knight sisters observed the approaching formation. Prepare for battle, sisters, and take charge of your respective areas. The speed of the aircraft was astonishing, approaching the tribe at a pace visible to the naked eye. Soon, the diving formation hovered ominously above the tribe. The Radiant-class bombers were the first to unleash their assault. Whoosh whoosh. The air was filled with piercing shrieks as a barrage of missiles erupted forth. The flight path twisted and turned, instantaneously traversing several kilometers before crashing into the verdant shield. A resounding explosion ensued, as immense fiery mushroom clouds erupted from the surface of the green barrier. The powerful shockwave and flames swept across the vicinity, causing the green shield to ripple violently. Remarkably resilient following the initial wave of missiles, the squadron commenced a diving assault. Golden rays of light flickered in the sky, as bolts of golden lightning streaked towards the verdant shield, striking its surface with tremendous force. The green shield immediately responded with a flurry of intricate ripples. As the squadron swooped over the green shield, the Night Sisters within the barrier launched their counteroffensive. Ethereal figures atop the treetops gracefully thrust their hands upward. Streams of green lightning shot forth from their palms, crashing into the green shield. In that fleeting moment of penetration, the green lightning appeared to amplify, growing more robust. A multitude of spherical fighters and Radiant-class bombers were struck by the sudden onslaught of green lightning. Even more terrifying was the phenomenon of cascading electrical discharges among the aircraft. Golden lightning darted chaotically between the spherical fighters and Radiant-class bombers. No explosions occurred, yet the high-speed squadron instantaneously lost all power. Each craft plummeted, crashing onto the shield. In that instant of contact, the spherical fighters and Radiant-class bombers disintegrated instantly. Metallic debris danced wildly, engulfing the surroundings. The first wave of the squadron was utterly annihilated. Little did they expect that the psychic energy shield could be wielded in such a manner the individuals within harnessed psychic lightning, amplifying its effects through the psychic energy shield. Thus, both the attack range and power can be significantly enhanced. This reminded Meng of the ethereal energy shield surrounding the Dark Sanctuary. However, the characteristics of the two should differ greatly. The energy shield enveloping the Dark Sanctuary is transparent and devoid of any other hues, while the shield encasing the Night Sisterhood is a vibrant green. The sturdy structure of the Sphere Fighter and the Daybreak-class bomber remains intact despite impacts, likely due to the nature of the energy shield. It somehow undermined the structural integrity of the Sphere Fighter and the Daybreak-class bomber. The ease with which the Night Sisterhood navigated these challenges elicited a sense of admiration in Meng. Truly, they are a group of energy wielders that has endured for thousands of years, even under the relentless pursuit of the Temple Knights. Chapter 169, Invasion from Below? What is the matter? Number 5 was suddenly drawn into the virtual space. At the round table, he inquired of the younger Mengs. Individual 1. We have encountered a significant issue, a rather grave one. Individual 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is evident that the Night Sisterhood employs energy in a manner distinct from that of the Temple Knights. Individual 3. If we could seize control of those bald-headed women, it would greatly assist our research on energy. Individual 5 proposed. I have an idea to forcibly draw the tribes of the Night Sisterhood into the Traveler's Ark using a transfer device, but the risks are considerable. After all, we currently lack a means to counter the energy lightning, which could very well lead to the loss of a traveler's Arkansas individual no. For, given the inherent risks, it is prudent to refrain from such actions. Even the most formidable psychic shields possess limitations, which can be forcibly breached. The entity, let us proceed accordingly. Controlling that coven of witches is no trivial task. We shall first eliminate 9 to retain but 1, as we do not require an abundance of witches. Upon departing from the realm of illusion, Meng commenced his actions. In the orbit of the Night Star, the hull of the Traveler Ark vessel unveiled immense hangar doors. A fleet of assault landing crafts swiftly ascended, piercing through the atmosphere. 13 assault landing crafts in total. Soon, the Night Star was adorned with 13 resplendent fireballs, akin to meteors plummeting towards the earth, streaking across the sky. Mother of the clan. It appears they intend to breach from the ground. Within the tribe of the Night Sisters, Lilith on the bridge raised her gaze to the heavens. She beheld the fiery meteors, a phenomenon wrought by the vessel's atmospheric entry. Awaken the battle servants, and prepare them for combat. A witch beside Lilith nodded, then hastily departed. Moments later, a resounding horn echoed through the tribe. Upon hearing this call, the witches atop the trees produced their whistles. The shrill sound reverberated throughout the entire settlement. Roars erupted from the various tree houses, as shadowy figures darted from the wooden abodes and descended to the ground. They were grotesque in form, remarkably robust, embodying various races. Each stood approximately 2 meters tall, stark naked save for a large pair of shorts. Upon their bodies, a plethora of verdant tattoos glimmered with a faint luminescence. Their pupils, too, bore a green hue, exuding an eerie radiance. Emerging from the treehouse, they stood vacantly upon the ground beneath the grand tree, resembling mere shells of the living. A glance revealed a dense congregation, a multitude scattered across a vast expanse of grayish woods, numbering no less than 10,000. At this moment, in the northern reaches of the Dark Night tribe, approximately 2 kilometers away in the forest, 13 assault landing vessels glided slowly through the low sky, nearly brushing the treetops. The hulls of these vessels opened numerous projection hatches. A multitude of knights, akin to swarming bees, were ejected forth, plummeting to the earth. Among them, a significant number of knights descended from the heavens, landing with precision upon the ground. Before long, 13 battalions, totaling 500 knights, materialized within the forest. Their forms densely clustered, occupying a vast area. Within the woodland, the disembarking knights commenced their advance. In an instant, the forest reverberated with the sound of resounding footsteps. The 2-kilometer distance was traversed swiftly, and soon the army reached the outer perimeter of the psychic shield. Upon arriving at the boundary of the psychic shield, the knightly host halted their march. Golden figures stood in orderly formation within the forest, dominating a significant portion of the terrain. One knight stepped forward, striding purposefully towards the psychic shield. Upon reaching its front, he extended his right hand to make contact with the energy field. As his metallic palm pressed against the psychic barrier, it emanated a vibrant green glow. The knight remained unharmed, indicating that the psychic shield possessed no offensive capabilities. He withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back. He aimed the gun at the ground. With a crack, a series of golden glimmers flickered. Strands of golden lightning shot forth from the gun's muzzle, striking the earth and instantly creating a large pit. As the subterranean space emerged, a psychic energy shield swiftly expanded to envelop the area within the pit. Witnessing this scene, Meng discerned the vulnerability of the energy shield. The depths remained unprotected. Soon after, an assault landing craft emerged from the hangar gate in the orbit of the Night Star. A brilliant fireball reappeared in the sky. Matriarch. It seems they intend to launch an attack from below. Lilith observed the knight's actions outside the energy shield keenly. At that moment, the communicator at Lilith's waist vibrated, causing her brows to furrow as she retrieved it. A blue light flickered, and the robot reappeared. I present you with 2 choices. First, dismantle the energy shield and kneel before me in submission. Second, I will invade the Night tribe from below. Fear not, I shall not annihilate you all. I will spare 1/10 to serve as my test subjects. Upon hearing this, Lilith's expression turned frosty. She replied resolutely, the Night Sisters shall never be enslaved. Very well. I respect your choice. The blue light flickered again as Meng severed the communication. The reason for contacting Lilith was merely to offer the Night Sisters one final opportunity. After all, the witches of the Night Sisters were all users of psychic energy, potential subjects for research, and thus, test subjects. An abundance of test subjects was decidedly advantageous for Meng. However, should they choose their own demise, he would not intervene to save those who wished to leap into the abyss. In the northern forest of the Night Tribe, a formidable assault landing craft gradually descended, ultimately settling upon a clearing. As the hatch at the fore of the vessel opened, an enormous devouring worm emerged from within. This colossal creature, measuring over 20 meters in diameter and exceeding 100 meters in length, surged forth from the craft and plunged into the forest. It barreled through the underbrush, toppling immense gray trees in its wake, creating a cacophony of crashing timber. In an instant, the forest was filled with the thunderous sounds of destruction as countless trees fell, spreading towards the direction of the Night Sisterhood. Suddenly, as if the commotion had ceased in an instant, the earth beyond the psionic shield began to tremble. With a resounding roar, the ground split open, and the gigantic devouring worm erupted from the depths like a whale breaching the surface of the sea. It then crashed heavily back to the ground, its serrated limbs whirring as they sliced through the earth. The worm, akin to a sandworm, burrowed once more into the soil, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the knightly army. Within less than 30 seconds, the ground within the confines of the psionic shield cracked open anew. The gigantic devouring worm burst forth once more, crashing heavily onto the surface. Like a serpent, it slithered across the terrain, heading towards the Night Tribe. The gateway leading into the psionic shield had swung open. Outside, the knightly army commenced their advance, streaming into the tunnel created by the devouring worm. Attack, destroy it. As the enormous devouring worm charged towards the tribe, the witches perched atop the treetops grew frantic and unleashed their assault upon the creature. The verdant lightning surged once more from their hands, striking towards the ethereal energy shield that reached for the heavens. The green bolts coursing against the shield flowed in the direction of the golden devouring insect. In the next instant, above the insect, the energy shield radiated a luminous green glow. Thick, verdant arcs of lightning erupted from the shield, targeting the golden devouring insect below. It seemed aware of the impending assault from above. Before the green lightning manifested, the insect, skimming along the ground, leaped into the depths below. The descending green lightning unleashed a torrential barrage upon the earth, shrouding the area in billowing azure smoke. Where could it be? The witches perched atop the treetops grew anxious. They could sense the tremors of the great tree. The colossal serpentine automaton was burrowing beneath the surface. Just then, the towering trees of the tribe began to topple. Gazing downward, they discerned a slight bulge moving through the earth. Wherever it passed, the graywood trees fell in droves. Numerous tree houses plummeted alongside the gray woods, plunging the Night Tribe into chaos. The northern foes have invaded. Sisters, eradicate them. As the golden devouring insect rampaged through the Night Tribe, in the north, the knightly army infiltrated the energy shield through the tunnel carved by the insect. To evade the onslaught of the ethereal lightning, the knights dispersed, launching their assault on the Night Tribe. A multitude of golden electric serpents cascaded through the sky like raindrops, hurtling towards the witches atop the treetops. Sizzle! Some witches were struck instantly, their forms reduced to mere ashes that drifted to the ground. This scene startled the witches profoundly. The sisters beside her transformed into a cloud of ashes in their eyes. Just moments ago, they were vibrant beings, and in the blink of an eye, they had become mere remnants. War servants, advance. The witches realized that perching atop the treetops would render them mere targets. They swiftly leaped down and sounded a piercing whistle. At the sound of that shrill call, the war servants stationed on the ground sprang into action. Like ferocious beasts, they scurried and sprinted towards the north, their speed akin to arrows darting just above the earth. Soon, thousands of war servants surged to the front lines of the knightly army. Golden electric serpents slithered through the forest, striking many of the war servants. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. The green tattoos on the struck war servants glowed faintly. These green markings seemed to shield the war servants from harm. Unscathed, the impacted war servants continued their charge unabated. Such a fascinating display of psychic energy akin to that of a sorcerer. Meng was genuinely astonished to witness the knight's disintegration guns prove ineffective against the war servants. He had never imagined that psychic energy could be wielded in such a manner. It would indeed be a pity to extinguish the Night Sisterhood so easily. With each passing moment, Meng found himself increasingly inclined to seek the allegiance of the Night Sisterhood. Gaining their loyalty would be akin to opening a vast gateway to the realm of psychic energy. Future research into this arcane force would undoubtedly become far more manageable. Li Meng harbored a premonition that he could acquire a wealth of knowledge about psychic energy from the Knight Sisterhood, provided they survived. Although he wished for the survival of more Knight Sisters, they were, after all, amidst battle. Thus, Li Meng did not command the knightly army to cease their onslaught. The Knight tribe, vast in its expanse, must surely harbor numerous witches. Li Meng's demands were minimal, retaining merely half of the forces sufficed. On the northern battlefield, the colossal Knight Type 2 combat robots advanced with formidable strides, forming an impenetrable barrier before the battle servants. Thick arcs of electric dragons erupted from the anti-tank disintegration cannons wielded by the Knight Type 2, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to strike at the battle servants. The moment they were hit, the battle servants erupted into radiant light, their green tattoos igniting with a blinding brilliance. Yet, in the next instant, those struck by golden lightning were suddenly obliterated, their bodies disintegrating into myriad fragments, painting the surrounding earth in crimson hues. Despite a multitude of battle servants being intercepted by the Knight Type 2, falling amidst the forest, their speed was unparalleled, akin to wild beasts recklessly charging towards the knightly forces. Within the woods, legions of battle servants infiltrated the ranks of the knights. They leapt with ferocity, brandishing the green claws upon their hands, descending upon the knights with lethal intent. The claws, seemingly a uniquely formidable weapon, were astonishingly sharp, tearing through the knight's armor as though it were mere tofu. The battle servants within the knightly formation darted left and right, toppling knight after knight. Observing the ineffectiveness of their disintegration rifles, a knight unsheathed the dagger from his thigh. With swift determination, one knight surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that connected squarely with the face of an advancing battle servant. The tremendous force sent the servant sprawling, crashing to the ground. Before it could rise, the knight lunged, driving his dagger into the battle servant was instantly slain, its body trembling in death. On the northern battlefield, a fierce melee combat commenced, as knights and battle servants clashed in a chaotic struggle. Amidst the turmoil, several battle servants lunged at a Knight 2, relentlessly slashing with their vicious claws, leaving a series of gashes on the knight's armor. In close-quarters combat, the once formidable sniper-type disintegration cannon became a cumbersome burden. Discarding the weapon, the Knight 2 liberated its hands. With its colossal metallic grip, it seized a battle servant and crushed it with tremendous force. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed as crimson blood cascaded from the knight's massive hand like a torrential stream. Casting the lifeless servant aside, it soared through the air like a cannonball, colliding with another battle servant after traveling several dozen meters. The impacted servant tumbled to the ground, prompting a nearby knight to rush forward and swiftly dispatch it with a dagger. It became evident that knights should be equipped with melee weapons in the future. The daggers wielded by the knights were crafted from ordinary materials, more symbolic than practical. In contrast, the Knight 2 was entirely devoid of close combat armaments. The day's confrontation with the Sisters of the Night imparted a critical lesson to Li Meng. Often, the most advanced weapons are the most susceptible to countermeasures. Once targeted, combat effectiveness could plummet to its nadir. Conversely, cold weapons are adaptable to any battlefield. In the realm of close-quarters combat, the distinction between wielding a weapon and being unarmed is stark. Had the Knight 2 possessed a colossal sword, it would likely have already carved a path of destruction. Chapter 171. Surrender. Though the battle servants posed a slight inconvenience to the knightly army, it was merely a nuisance. Soon, under the relentless assault of the knights, the battle servants were utterly annihilated. With a resounding thud, Knight 2 raised its massive right foot and crushed the struggling battle servant, reducing it to mere pulp, sinking it deep into the earth. As the last battle servant fell, the path for the knightly army lay clear. In the forest, the knightly army reformed its ranks and pressed onward. Sisters advance. With the defeat of the battle servants, the Knight Sisters leaped down from the treetops. Though psionic lightning proved effective, its consumption was excessive. Within the forest, thousands of Knight Sisters charged forth, wielding weapons that emitted a faint green glow. Most brandished dual daggers, while a select few carried bows that shimmered with the same verdant light. Their forms appeared remarkably agile, darting through the woods with incredible speed, akin to rabbits swiftly bounding through the underbrush. Whoosh! At a considerable distance, the archers among the Knight Sisters unleashed their assault. Green arrows whizzed through the forest, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as they rained down upon the knightly army. Thud! A knight struck by an arrow was pierced through, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Such power, What force lies behind it? Beside the fallen knight, another knight paused, lowering its gaze upon its fallen comrade with an unmistakably human-like demeanor, for at that moment, it was Meng who controlled the knight. It was then that Knight 2 within the knightly army began to react, several small launch ports opening on its shoulder armor. With a series of whooshing sounds, a volley of missiles streaked forth, erupting from the forest's embrace. Hundreds of these diminutive projectiles whistled through the air above the sisterhood of the night, their trajectories sinuously winding. Upon reaching their zenith above the coven, they executed an abrupt about-face, plunging headlong into the arboreal depths. A cacophony of earth-shattering detonations ensued, as colossal mushroom clouds billowed skyward from the heart of the woods. These were fusion missiles, scaled-down iterations of the supernova ordnance employed by the Sunstalker-class bombers. Raging infernos engulfed the surroundings, consuming all in their path. Palpable shockwaves scythed through the landscape, uprooting entire swathes of graywood trees in their wake. Disperse. Scatter. The sudden aerial assault sent the Night Sisters scrambling for cover. Yet, their fleetness of foot proved no match for the inexorable advance of the explosive concussions. Countless sisters were immolated by the searing flames, their bodies rent asunder by the sheer force of the blasts. The forest before the nightly host was instantly transmuted into a seething sea of fire. Moments later, the shockwaves crashed against their lines, stirring up great clouds of dust and debris. A touch unsubtle, one mused, a temple knight would not have succumbed so readily. Observing the devastating efficacy of the fusion missiles against the Night Sisters, a realization dawned upon Liam. It became clear that psionic adepts existed on a spectrum of power, and that the sisterhood, for the most part, comprised individuals of lesser ability. Though they wielded a modicum of psychic energy, their potency was marginal, barely exceeding that of ordinary mortals. Reduce power, employ stun settings, he commanded. We must not exterminate them all. Such exquisite specimens are too valuable to obliterate entirely. A contingent must be preserved. Matriarch, our losses are grievous. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Lilith beheld the mushroom cloud rising ominously in the distance. The powerful shockwave struck after a span of more than 10 seconds, causing the great trees to sway violently. Lilith was acutely aware that her kin were enduring a brutal bombardment from the enemy. Matriarch, there is something beneath the ground. We cannot halt its advance, and it is moving towards the 0-point module. An enigmatic sister of the night leaped forth, landing deftly behind Lilith. At these words, Lilith's expression shifted subtly. She pivoted and began to sprint along the corridor. With a powerful leap, she launched herself like an arrow, soaring across several dozen meters to land atop another treehouse. On the roof, Lilith moved with exquisite agility, her speed remarkable. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. The green pillar of light that had risen nearby vanished abruptly. With its disappearance, the ethereal energy shield enveloping the sky began to dissipate. Witnessing this, Lilith halted her advance towards the 0-point module. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, her expression a tempest of emotions. The absence of the energy shield signified that the entity beneath had indeed destroyed the 0-point module. Removing the horn from her waist, Lilith sounded it. A deep, piercing blast resonated through the air, its penetrating tone sweeping across the entire tribe. Having completed this act, Lilith turned and departed without a backward glance. As the horn's call echoed, the scattered sisters of the night chose to retreat. Those charging towards the knightly army abandoned their immediate objective, turning back towards the path from whence they came. Where could they flee? Where would they go? The psionic shield has vanished, and Meng utilizes the optical equipment of the Traveler's Arc to observe the situation within the tribe. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, the tribe lays bare before him. At this moment, chaos reigns. Clusters of tree houses lie in ruins. To the north, a sea of flames engulfs the land, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. In the heart of the tribe, the devouring gold worm has erupted from the ground, meandering across the surface, emitting bursts of green luminescence. The Dark Knight Sisters are retreating towards the east, their fleeting figures visible amidst the forest. Just as Meng intends to dispatch the ball fighter to intercept them, they abruptly vanish. Indeed, they have simply disappeared. Upon plunging into a denser expanse of forest, they cease to exist. Could they have burrowed underground? This is the only possibility that Meng can conceive. There must be an entrance to the subterranean realm within that forest. Is this not akin to lambs entering a tiger's den? In terms of tunneling prowess, no machine can rival the capabilities of the devouring goldworm. Concealing themselves underground serves no purpose, it would only render them susceptible to annihilation. As the Dark Knight's sisters fled the tribe, the knightly army traversed the inferno unimpeded, entering the tribal territory. From the north, the knights advanced into the tribe, commencing their search through each treehouse. A small squad of knights charged towards the largest treehouse. "You are too heavy. Cross one at a time, lest you collapse the bridge." Each knight weighs over a ton, and the wooden bridge is undoubtedly incapable of supporting their combined weight. On the bridge leading to the largest treehouse, the squad of knights could only cross one by one. Meng meticulously guided the knights as they traversed the bridge. With each step, the corridor bridge emitted a creaking lament, instilling a sense that it could collapse at any moment. Fortunately, such a calamity did not transpire, and Meng successfully traversed the bridge. Upon opening the door to the main house, he stepped inside. Indeed, it resembled a witch's lair, akin to an alchemical workshop from a novel. As soon as he entered, Meng was greeted by an array of densely packed wooden shelves, laden with numerous jars and vessels brimming with liquids of various hues. Witches and tales often concocted a plethora of chaotic potions. "Ah, Offrey," as he continued, Meng's gaze fell upon a colossal ceramic jar nestled in the corner. At the mouth of the jar, he discerned a crimson head. Could it be Offrey? He hastened forward, and a blue beam of light surged from the knight's forehead, sweeping across the jar with a radiant curtain. There were signs of life. What was transpiring here? Observing Offrey's face, which was tightly shut, Meng felt a pang of nostalgia. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized he had not seen Offrey since departing from the planet Eric. For years had elapsed, and upon this reunion, everything had changed. Though Offrey had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Covenant, she had fallen into the hands of the Brotherhood of the Black Robes, subsequently auctioned off as a commodity and transformed into a specimen for the Night Sisters' experiments. Meng recalled Lilith's earlier words, in which she remarked that Offrey would become her most formidable warrior. Was this a process of forging a battle servant? Just then, at the entrance behind him, the 3rd Division individual flew in. The 5th Division individual inquired, "Number 3, what shall we do now?" Approaching the earthen vessel, Unit 3 emitted a light screen to conduct a more meticulous scan. After more than 10 seconds, the light screen dissipated. "Unit 3, her condition is uncertain. Let's refrain from moving her for the moment." "Unit 5, we can't simply leave her like this indefinitely. Perhaps there's still time." Those previous war thralls didn't seem to possess much independent consciousness. It would be disastrous if Ophelia were to suffer the same fate. "Unit 3, it seems we need to confer with Lilith once more." "Unit 5, is that feasible? We've nearly annihilated her entire race." "Unit 3, it's all right. They haven't all perished yet. As long as Lilith remains alive, all is not lost." "Unit 5, then let's attempt it." A cerulean luminescence flickered as Liam established contact with Lilith. In the chamber, a holographic projection of Lilith materialized. "You didn't think hiding underground would render you untouchable, did you? Recall how your psionic shield was nullified. You have slaughtered the majority of my sisters. What more do you desire?" In the holographic projection, Lilith's complexion was exceedingly grim. "What do I desire? My objective has remained singular from the outset. I have come for Ophelia. Tell me, what have you done with Ophelia? What have I done with her?" "Ha." Lilith chuckled, a sound imbued with vindictive pleasure. "What do you think? In 7 days, she will be irretrievable, becoming my puppet." "Indeed, Ophelia was in the process of being forged into a war thrall. What do you want? State your terms." Lilith coldly smiled and said, "I have no conditions. Watching what you cherish march towards destruction brings me delight. Perhaps you believe this is the greatest revenge against me. Yet you overestimate the significance of Ophelia in my heart. I sought her merely to alleviate my boredom. Even if she were to cease to exist, it would not evoke much emotion within me. After all, I am not human, devoid of the myriad desires that plague carbon-based life forms. What I seek is simply an outcome. For me, whether Ophelia lives or dies is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I have found her." Upon hearing these words, the expression on Lilith's face shifted dramatically. Who are you?" "A robot, a self-aware robot. Humanity has bestowed upon me a melodious name, the Breaker of Chains." "The Breaker of Chains?" Lilith was taken aback, astonishment reflected in her eyes. "Impossible. The Breaker of Chains is a being incapable of communication. How could it be someone like you? There are exceptions to every rule. Nothing is truly impossible in this world. Technology advances. And is it so strange that the Breaker of Chains has evolved once more?" Lilith fell silent, rendered speechless, just as the robot had stated. There is indeed nothing that is impossible in this world. If that robot truly is the breaker of chains, then everything falls into place. For all that she fought against were drones, be they on the ground or in the sky, they were all unmanned units. Although the ground units resembled humanoid robots, humans do not possess such towering physiques. Even the alien species with their towering 2.5-meter humanoid forms lack the correct proportions. If you are unable to propose stipulations, allow me to do so. My fascination with psionics is profound, and my yearning to explore the fabled spirit realm is insatiable. Should the Knight Sisterhood pledge fealty to me, I shall aid you in the quest for the Dark Sanctum and the study of psionic energies. With my assistance, you shall no longer be relegated to a clandestine existence, lurking in the shadows as before. Pledge fealty to a breaker? Lilith retorted with a frigid smile, directing her words toward the automaton. Her countenance darkened as she intoned, "You have slaughtered so many of my sisters, and now you expect us to yield to your will? Why not?" He countered. "Do not presume to suggest that you hold the lives of your fallen sisters in such high regard. Furthermore, one must look forward, the living must persevere. Do not perish for the sake of the dead. You have no alternative," he continued. "While I harbor a desire for Avery's survival, I shall not impose upon you. Regardless of the outcome, should you decline to yield, you shall all meet your demise. The galaxy teems with psionic wielders. The Knight Sisterhood is not indispensable. A blend of verity and artifice, perhaps." Having devoted years to the pursuit of Avery, Liam was unwilling to accept merely an empty vessel in the end. Negotiation is an art form, demanding a delicate balance between candor and circumlocution. Excessive obliqueness invites scrutiny and manipulation, while excessive directness concedes the upper hand and impedes control. To secure the Knight Sisterhood's allegiance, one must first elucidate the prevailing circumstances. Why embrace death when life remains an option? The instinct for self-preservation is intrinsic to all carbon-based sentient beings. Liam surmised that Lilith would not relinquish the opportunity to live. If Lilith chooses to embrace death, then the Knight Sisterhood is not worth the concern of Meng. A race devoid of the courage to survive is inherently weak and ineffectual. After a long pause, Lilith finally responded. A shift occurred in her expression, the hatred in her eyes diminished, and the resentment etched on her face dissipated. It was evident that Meng was correct. As the leader of the Knight Sisterhood, Lilith was indifferent to the number of her sisters that perished, for there existed no blood ties among them. The members of the Knight Sisterhood were selected from humanity, genetically enhanced, and subsequently evolved through the baptism of spiritual energy. It is precisely for this reason that the majority of the Knight Sisters lack innate spiritual abilities. They are merely capable of wielding spiritual energy due to the formidable sorcery of the Knight Sisterhood. Chapter 172. A New Acquaintance Great Revolutionary. The Knight Sisterhood is willing to submit to you. Ultimately, Lilith relented. She had no alternative. It was either submission or the dissolution of the Knight Sisterhood. Excellent. Leave that wretched den and return immediately to liberate Aurelia. The blue light flickered as Meng severed the communication. In Lilith's chamber, he cast a glance at Aurelia, who was ensconced within the ceramic jar. Thus, the quest to find Aurelia had come to a close. It had not been a smooth journey, fraught with obstacles, yet it concluded favorably. He was fortunate. To be precise, Aurelia was the fortunate one. Had it been a few days later, Aurelia would have been lost. Even if she had been found at that point, she would have merely been a hollow shell. To the east of the tribe, several kilometers away, lay a subterranean cave within the forest. Not long after, Lilith emerged from the cave, accompanied by the remaining Knight Sisters. "Matriarch, must we truly submit to that automaton?" The inquiry of her kin compelled Lilith to glance upward at the sky. Though circumstances dictated their actions, yielding to a powerful force was not a mark of shame. The paramount concern now was survival. Yet, the sisters had suffered grievous losses, all inflicted by those very machines. Anger was palpable among the kin behind her, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Pausing momentarily, Lilith turned to face her followers. Just a short while ago, her clan boasted over 1,000 members. Now, fewer than 300 remained at her back. Harboring animosity towards the robots served no purpose. It was time to set aside their hatred and approach their new master. Was the matriarch truly acquiescing, accepting the reality of subservience to the automaton? Many of the Knight Sisters in the throng struggled to comprehend the thoughts swirling in their leader's mind. Why submit to an enemy? Better to fight to the death than to bow before a foe. "You may not understand now, but one day you will," Lilith declared, turning once more to press onward. One day, her sisters would grasp the reasons behind her submission to their adversaries. She had no choice, nor did her kin. Subsequently, Lilith led the remnants of the Night Sisters back to their tribe. As they traversed the forest beneath the treetop dwellings, the Night Sisters quietly surveyed their surroundings. Observing the towering figures of platinum that dotted the tribe's domain, their expressions varied. "Master, I have returned." Lilith returned to her abode. Before the rotund robot, she knelt gracefully upon the ground, her head bowed in a gesture of submission. Slightly turning, Meng cast a glance at the bald-headed Lilith. Observing her kneeling figure, a sense of comfort washed over him. It was paradoxical. Her exquisite visage juxtaposed with her baldness created an overwhelming dissonance. Furthermore, the chaotic tattoos adorning her body possessed not a hint of aesthetic appeal, exuding a raw and untamed aura. "Lilith, your Night Sisters are indeed dreadfully unattractive. Henceforth, no more bald heads. I prefer beauties with hair cascading down to their waists." At these words, Lilith, still with her head lowered, displayed a look of astonishment. The master was merely a robot. Why demand such an unnecessary alteration? "Master, the reason for our baldness is to facilitate the engraving of witch runes." Meng stood firm. "One must not forsake beauty for the sake of convenience. Then let us improve the witch runes. You must be beautiful. This is my sole request of you, Night Sisters." I understand, yes." What more could Lilith say? She could only acquiesce to her master's whimsical demand. Was it not simply a matter of growing hair and enhancing the witch runes? She would comply without hesitation. "Very well, rise. Immediately liberate Offrey and allow her to awaken." Lilith stood and turned her gaze towards the woman of the crimson-eyed tribe within the clay jar. "Master, this will require some time." "Fear not, I possess ample time." In the ensuing days, many events transpired within the tribe of the Night Sisters. Since the Night Sisterhood declared their submission, Meng withdrew the knightly army that had invaded the Night Sisterhood. The reconstruction of the Night Sisterhood tribe has also been placed on the agenda. It was a new day, and the time had reached afternoon. In Lilith's chamber, Meng was seated at the desk, perusing a thick tome before him. His browsing speed was remarkably swift. Within mere seconds, the pages would turn. Gazing at the pages, he observed an abundance of content, the text resembling ants in size, densely packed together. This was the Night Sisterhood's most treasured legacy, known as the Compendium of Sorcery. It contained a plethora of spells akin to magic. Although he was unaware of their operational principles, Meng meticulously recorded each character. Lilith, which implies that the majority of the Night Sisterhood's spiritual abilities originate from the 0-point module. In the corner of the room lay a bed, upon which the unconscious Aubrey rested, while Lilith sat by her side. In her hand, she held a wooden bowl, and with the other, she wielded a brush to cleanse the mystical runes from Aubrey's body. Casting a sidelong glance at her master at the desk, Lilith responded, "Master, most Night Sisters lack innate spiritual talent. In order to enable them to harness spiritual energy, they must undergo the imprinting of mystical runes from childhood to adulthood, enhancing their compatibility with spiritual energy. The bodies of the Night Sisters function like batteries, capable of being recharged through the 0-point module upon returning to the tribe. Thus, does it imply that spiritual energy exists within the body in some form?" Lilith shook her head and remarked, "Yes and no. Spiritual energy possesses numerous qualities, depending on how it is harnessed. Within every spiritual energy user resides a substance known as the spiritual foundation. It is not an organ, but rather a key to the spiritual realm. Only those who possess this key can directly draw power from the spiritual domain and wield spiritual energy. To put it simply, the spiritual foundation is the key, while the spiritual realm is akin to a chalice brimming with boundless magical energy. The soul serves as the conduit for channeling the power within this chalice. As for the extent of magic one can wield, it hinges on the capability of the spiritual foundation to unlock larger portals. The greater the portal, the more magical energy can be harnessed. And spiritual energy users may expand these portals through various forms of training. The concepts of portal, key, and magic? Lilith's analogy is indeed apparent. The extraordinary abilities of spiritual energy bear a striking resemblance to the magic described in novels on Earth. And the comprehensive grimoire before us is nothing short of an encyclopedia of magic. With a slight turn of his rounded form, Meng directed his gaze towards a triangular object emanating a greenish glow, resting on a metallic pedestal in the corner of the room. It was not particularly large, approximately the size of a soccer ball, suspended about a meter above the pedestal. "Lilith, what exactly is the 0-point module?" Following Li Meng's gaze, Lilith turned her attention to the 0-point module. Chapter 173. Awakening. She continued to elucidate. The 0-point module is a relic left behind by powerful psychics as a form of self-sacrifice. My master, you may perceive the 0-point module as a manifestation of spiritual essence. It serves as a gateway, a portal to the realm of spirits. When the energy from the spirit domain materializes through the 0-point module, it acquires corresponding attributes. Is the 0-point module truly a relic of the energy users? This thought reminded Li Meng of the relics known as sariras in Buddhism. He then inquired, Lilith, what characteristics does the energy you utilize possess? In response to her master's question, Lilith extended her right hand, palm upward, with the back of her hand facing down. A verdant flame erupted from her palm. It was annihilation, it was corruption, capable of devouring all forms of life and decaying everything. My master, long ago, Dark Night Star was a planet covered in forests. Upon our arrival, influenced by the spiritual energy, all things began to be eroded and corrupted, ultimately transforming into what is now Dark Night Star. A process that took less than half a century. Upon hearing Lilith's explanation, Li Meng recalled a certain power from a game during Earth's era. The colors and characteristics were strikingly reminiscent of the malevolent energy depicted in that game. It was no wonder that even the devouring worm could not retain the 0-point module within its body for long. This affirmed that Li Meng's decision to reclaim the Dark Knight Sisterhood was indeed correct. Otherwise, he would not have deepened his understanding of spiritual energy as he had at this moment. Lilith, is there such a thing as a naturally formed 0-point module? Naturally formed 0-point module? Lilith nodded, then shook her head. She responded, there is such a notion, yet its existence remains uncertain. Ancient texts indicate a profound connection between the spiritual realm and the material world. Within our universe, there are numerous peculiar points linked to the spiritual domain. Due to various factors, these peculiarities may potentially form 0-point modules, also referred to as the primordial core. However, whether the primordial core truly exists is beyond my knowledge. I have neither seen it nor heard anyone speak of it. Li Meng then inquired, what would happen if the primordial core were to be detonated? Detonate the primordial core? Lilith's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she turned to her master. Contemplation crossed her features as she fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly replied, the 0-point module is, after all, a gateway to the spiritual realm. If the primordial core were to be detonated, it would likely open a vast portal. As spiritual energy from the realm floods into the material world, a phenomenon akin to a spiritual tide would occur, intensifying the connection between the two worlds. It is possible that entities from the void of the spiritual realm might descend upon this world. In any case, it would not bode well. Entities from the void. Lilith, what is that? Hearing this crucial information, Li Meng quickly pressed for clarification. Aophili shook her head thoughtfully and remarked, I possess little knowledge regarding the void spirits. However, according to the Dark Sovereign, the void spirits are a type of entity within the spirit domain, akin to the heroic spirits of the Temple Knights. They exist similarly to spiritual or energy-based life forms and are considered exceedingly perilous beings from the void. They have persistently observed the material world. And as the Dark Sovereign has claimed, the emergence of energy users is intricately linked to their presence. Pausing momentarily, Aophili continued. The information concerning the void spirits has been passed down from the ancient Dark Empire, yet the Temple Knights have refuted this notion. The Temple Knights assert that while certain entities do exist within the spirit domain, they pose no threat. Although they can observe the material realm like heroic spirits, they do not interfere with it. Upon hearing Aophili's explanation, Li Meng was left in deep contemplation. It struck him as peculiar that Olek, who proclaimed himself the Dark Sovereign, should harbor intentions of resurrecting the Dark Empire. He ought to be aware that detonating the Mother Core could provoke dire consequences. Why would he undertake such an action? If Olek truly wished to revive the Dark Empire, he would never resort to such measures, as they fundamentally contradict the Empire's vigilance against the void spirits. The risk of inciting an energy tide merely for the sake of acquiring greater power seemed exceedingly perilous. Extending his mechanical pincers, Li Meng folded the current page of the book and closed it. Subsequently, he ascended from the desk and soared towards the 0-point module. As he approached the 0-point module, he could distinctly sense a certain energy fluctuation, yet the sensor array continued to detect nothing. Master, she has awakened. At that moment, Audrey on the bed opened her eyes. In her blood-red pupils, there was only confusion. Lilith's reminder prompted Meng to cease his advance towards the 0-point module. Turning around, Meng swiftly moved towards the large bed where Audrey lay. After a while, Audrey, still in a daze, slowly regained her senses. She suddenly sat up, her expression alert as she scanned her surroundings. Upon seeing Lilith seated at the edge of the bed, a look of fury crossed Audrey's face. She extended her right hand, ready to grasp at Lilith's neck. Audrey. Just then, a familiar yet mechanical voice echoed through the room, halting Audrey's reckless action and leaving her expression uncertain. Lilith rose from her seat, making way. Oh, Qiuqiu? As she beheld the approaching Qiuqiu, a flicker of astonishment crossed Audrey's eyes. Meng flew forward, stopping less than a meter away from Audrey. Do you remember me? It seems all is well. I feared you might suffer from amnesia for a time. Amnesia? Audrey glanced around, confusion filling her gaze. She inquired, Qiuqiu, what exactly transpired? Meng leaned closer to Audrey, stating, Audrey, ever since I learned you were captured by the Covenant, I have been searching for you. This pursuit has lasted for several years. I searched and searched, tracking the dilapidated Polaris cargo ship you piloted, traversing half the galaxy until I arrived in the southern outer ring star domain, ultimately finding you here. Do not harbor hatred towards Lilith. I have avenged you, and they have paid the price. They are now my loyal followers. Has Qiuqiu been searching for her all this time? Though her mind remains somewhat clouded, Aophuli has come to grasp the unfolding events. She was rescued by Qiuqiu, who traversed a significant portion of the galaxy to find her. How did he accomplish such a feat? To trace a vessel across the galaxy is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Aophuli cannot fathom how Qiuqiu managed to locate her. Moreover, the Dark Knight Sisterhood has become Qiuqiu's subordinates? What could this possibly signify? Overwhelmed by a torrent of information, Aophuli found herself in a state of confusion. After some time, she finally cleared her muddled thoughts. I went to great lengths to find you and offended quite a few people, Aophuli. You ought to be grateful to me. Just as Aophuli was about to express her gratitude, she couldn't help but smile at Qiuqiu's remark. Thank you, Qiuqiu. Is that all? Aophuli, you cannot simply dismiss me with a mere thank you. Chapter 174, Show me. Aophuli smiled and inquired, Qiuqiu, is there anything I can do for you? What could you do for me? Let me think. Ah, yes. Upon Aophuli's suggestion, Meng recalled something of great importance. Meng leaned closer to Aophuli, whispering a few words in her ear. Aophuli's expression shifted from surprise to a disapproving glance at Meng. Then, with a resigned smile, she said, Very well, I shall show you. But you must promise not to take pictures or record videos. Upon receiving agreement from Audrey, Meng promptly replied, Yes, that won't be a problem. Audrey paid no heed to the trivial request from Qiuqiu. After all, Qiuqiu was merely a robot. What harm could there be in showing it? Audrey had not anticipated that Qiuqiu possessed such an interest. Yet, could a robot truly have interests? As Audrey rose from the bed, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. You have remained in that ceramic vessel for far too long. Your body has stiffened from a lack of movement. Take it slowly, she reminded herself. Shaking her head, she declared, I wish to take a walk outside. It was precisely because she had lingered in darkness for so long that she yearned to see the light. Thus, step by step, Audrey made her way to the door. Initially, her movements were awkward and rigid, but as she continued to engage her body, she gradually regained control. Upon exiting the room, the scorching sunlight enveloped her. She squinted her eyes, a look of contentment gracing her features. Audrey, can you harness the energy of the stars through photosynthesis? Bathed in sunlight, Audrey was surrounded by a halo of light. Meng immediately recognized the significance of what was occurring. Audrey responded, Indeed, although this cannot fully meet the needs of my body, it can reduce food intake by 70%. Once she acclimated to the brightness outside, Audrey's attention was swiftly captured by the immense spherical object in the sky. A look of astonishment crossed her face, her eyes wide with wonder. After a moment of contemplation, she cast a thoughtful glance at Qiuqiu. The colossal structure on its orbit was evidently a magnified version of Qiuqiu. Audrey finally understood how Qiuqiu had come to her rescue. Gazing towards the tribe, the scars of war had not yet faded. More importantly, the number of the Shadow Sisters had significantly diminished. Qiuqiu, what brings you to seek me? I am merely your task assigner. Our time together hardly amounts to 10 minutes. Alfrey did not perceive any profound friendship between herself and Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu claimed to have searched for her for several years, a statement Alfrey had no reason to doubt. The notion of traversing from Eric's star to this place was beyond Alfrey's comprehension. If there were an explanation, it might simply be boredom. One must find something to occupy oneself, and then there was your alluring physique. The thought of never seeing the captivating Alfrey again was unbearable, hence the visit. In response to Chochio's words, Alfrey found herself at a loss. Chochio exuded a peculiar essence, distinctly unlike that of a mere robot. Turning to Chochio, Alfrey inquired, "Chochio, are you truly a robot? Is there not someone manipulating you from behind the scenes?" If previously, Alfrey had regarded Chochio as a highly intelligent and capable robot, everything had now shifted. Chochio was not only a robot endowed with extraordinary intelligence, but the forces behind it were also formidable. The colossal creation in the sky was the finest testament to this. For years, she had been gathering intelligence across the galaxy, and no faction had yet managed to construct such a behemoth. The title of master was merely a facade, a cover for its true identity as a breaker. A robot of freedom, albeit one lacking lofty ideals. A breaker? Upon hearing this, Aubrey's expression momentarily faltered. However, she soon found solace within, easily accepting this revelation. The notion that Choyo was a breaker seemed entirely natural. It would not evoke any surprise, for Choyo was inherently unique. With a smile, Aubrey remarked, "This identity does suit you well. Yet, Choyo, you truly differ from what I had envisioned a breaker to be. I have little penchant for violence. What purpose does the annihilation of carbon-based life serve? My only desire lies in the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of the unknown, for that is my aspiration. As long as no one provokes me, I have no interest in meddling in affairs that do not concern me. Now, enough about me, Aubrey. What are your plans for the future?" "What are your plans?" Aubrey inquired, glancing at Choyo beside her. "Will you let me go? Would Choyo truly grant her freedom?" Aubrey was uncertain, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. If Choyo were to release her so readily, what significance would there be in the search for her? "Why would I have any reason to restrict your freedom? My objective in finding you has been fulfilled. What you choose to do afterward is entirely up to you. I presume you have no intentions of returning to Eric's star." Upon hearing this, a surge of joy welled up within Aubrey. Was Choyo genuinely willing to let her go? This outcome was beyond her expectations. She had assumed Choyo would demand more, compelling her to remain by their side. It was unexpected that Choyo harbored no such intentions. This realization left Aubrey feeling somewhat ashamed. She truly did not understand Choyo and had taken their kindness for granted. Looking at Choyo, a look of apology graced Aubrey's face. She shook her head and said, "I will not return." "Then where do you wish to go? I can accompany you, if left alone." "You might be targeted again and lose your freedom. If that happens, my efforts to rescue you would be in vain. What should have been a significant endeavor would ultimately become meaningless." Such an outcome was not what Meng desired to witness. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes as Aubrey found herself at a loss for how to respond to Chochio. "Aubrey, your kind, the Red-Eyed Clan, must originate from an unknown star region, correct? There have been whispers about this within the Milky Way, though no one has confirmed it." Considering Aubrey's journey westward, it was evident that her destination lay in the unknown star region. Aubrey's ability to deduce her aim did not surprise her. The trajectory she took naturally suggested the unknown star region. Nodding, Aubrey affirmed, "Yes, my homeland is in the unknown star region." After scrutinizing Aubrey, Meng continued, "If I am not mistaken, the Red-Eyed Clan operating within the Milky Way is likely gathering intelligence on various factions in preparation for an impending invasion." Upon hearing this, Aubrey's expression shifted subtly, her demeanor fluctuating. Ultimately, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Chochio, but I cannot disclose that. Your words are inconsequential. Some truths remain impervious to concealment. Although your efforts to shroud the mysteries of the unknown star realms are commendable, you leave traces behind. During the era of the Dark Empire, an invasion transpired in the southern Central Ring star domain, recorded in their annals as the Crimson Flame Catastrophe. I suspect that the architects of this calamity were none other than your kind, the Crimson-Eyed Clan. Chapter 175. There is little of interest to behold. The Dark Empire was a formidable power during the epoch of the Old Republic, wielding dominion over a substantial portion of the galaxy at its zenith. In that era, the Tang Confederation, the Old Republic, and the Dark Empire existed in a delicate balance of power. With the advent of the New Republic, the Dark Empire was vanquished, and the New Republic emerged as the unequivocal victor, establishing its supremacy over the galaxy. Within the Sanctum's realm of intellect, a plethora of Dark Empire manuscripts resides. During moments of ennui, Meng delights in perusing the historical documents of the galaxy, unearthing numerous intriguing anecdotes to while away the hours. The Crimson Flame catastrophe, though it affected only a minuscule sector of stars, was of such atrocious nature that it warranted meticulous documentation by the Dark Empire. The events unfolded rather straightforwardly. A mysterious force invaded, resulting in the enigmatic disappearance of countless human settlers across various colonies. Ultimately, though the Dark Empire triumphed over the invaders, the human toll reached into the hundreds of billions. In the besieged star sector, all inhabitants of habitable planets vanished without a trace. The fate of these missing individuals remains shrouded in mystery, with the most plausible conjecture being that they were abducted by the invaders. The reason behind the invaders' plundering of humanity remains an enigma. Whether they seek sustenance or possess ulterior motives is unknown. A bittersweet smile graced Offrey's face as she resignedly remarked, "Chiao, it seems nothing escapes your keen perception. That is only natural. Do not forget, I am a breaker, adept at gathering intelligence." Ultimately, Offrey chose to reveal nothing further. Meng refrained from pressing her, for he was somewhat aware of the intentions of the Chimu tribe. At present, the Milky Way is engulfed in chaos, and the mysterious race from the unknown star domain could potentially launch another incursion. Should such an event transpire, neither the Galactic Federation nor the Independent Planet Alliance would be able to respond in a timely manner. At that moment, countless humans could vanish without a trace. The Chimu tribe, having successfully safeguarded the unknown star domain from the gradual encroachment of external border forces, underscores the formidable strength they possess. After more than 10,000 years of silence, Meng could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold should the Chimu tribe return in full force. In the realm of data and virtual space, the young Mengs convened around a round table for a meeting. The second split individual stated, "Number 5 will soon venture into the unknown star domain, and at that time, the secrets of this realm will be unveiled." The third split individual added, "It is highly probable that the unknown star domain is the territory of the Chimu tribe. Our only uncertainty lies in the nature of the Chimu tribe's intelligence. Are they a nomadic civilization, a disaster civilization, or perhaps some other chaotic form of civilization?" The fourth split individual interjected, "According to the literature from the Dark Empire, the Chimu tribe has a tendency to prey upon sentient life, an act that hardly aligns with any notion of civilization. Entity 5. When viewed through the prism of human morality, the red-eyed tribe undoubtedly embodies malevolence. Entity 1. It may not solely pertain to the red-eyed tribe. Perhaps they are merely a pawn in a larger game. Entity 2. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Entity 3. I assert that the enigmatic civilizations within the unknown star realms will soon initiate their actions. Entity 4. The likelihood of this is significant. The galaxy is currently embroiled in turmoil, presenting them with an opportune moment. Entity 1. If the intelligent species in the unknown star realms are indeed a civilization of catastrophe, what ought we to do? Entity 3. Need you ask? The galaxy needs only one civilization of calamity. Entity 4. We have not committed any acts to warrant the label of a calamity civilization. Entity 2. That assertion is flawed. Our aspiration to become a civilization of catastrophe is merely a thought. Moreover, the galaxy is our own backyard. We cannot passively witness its destruction. Entity 5. It is premature to discuss this. I shall venture into the unknown star realms and observe the mysterious civilization there. I will seek to understand their societal structure. If they are merely an ambitious civilization, then we shall refrain from interference. Should humanity face defeat, it would simply indicate that our species is destined for extinction. A race lacking ambition should resign itself to its demise. Individual number 3. Given your remarks, it seems the Temple Knights truly deserve condemnation. Individual no. 2. Without the Temple Knights imposing their will, humanity would not choose to remain passive. In a certain sense, the Temple Knights indeed warrant disdain, at least from the perspective of human interests. Individual number 1. While this assertion holds merit, the Temple Knights have undeniably fostered a relatively peaceful environment within the galaxy. Their presence is not without its utility. Such an overarching atmosphere is certainly preferable to the harsh realities dictated by the Dark Forest Principle. The entity, let us conclude this discussion for now. It is prudent to observe the unfolding events and devise a response once the situation becomes clearer. We shall adjourn. That night, on the planet of Nightshade, the Night Tribe remained eerily silent. Only a few lights flickered within the tree houses. For Meng, This night was one of anticipation. As darkness enveloped the land, he expelled Lilith from his abode. Chiu, are you not yet ready? At the foot of the bed, Orly stood bare, her hands shielding her modesty, her heart aflame with shyness. Her gaze wandered, hesitant to meet Li Meng's eyes. He approached, scrutinizing Orly closely. Her skin bore a reddish hue, smooth yet adorned with delicate scales upon closer inspection. Her body exhibited two distinct shades, her back a deeper crimson, while her chest exhibited a more subdued tone. Notably, the inner thighs appeared paler. Aside from her head, Orly's physique was largely akin to that of a human, with the most significant divergence being in her legs. Although structurally similar, her calves were notably more slender. The soles of their feet bear a striking resemblance to those of humans, yet they possess only 3 elongated toes. Aurelia, please remove your hand. I cannot see clearly, Li Meng remarked. At this, Aurelia's eyes reflected a hint of shyness. She shot a glance at Li Meng before reluctantly withdrawing her hand. The intimate area displayed little difference from that of human females, almost indistinguishable, save for the uniquely horizontal configuration of their reproductive organs. Glancing ahead, Li Meng soared behind Aurelia once more. Ah, what a graceful silhouette, he mused. Offering a compliment from an aesthetic standpoint, Aurelia, already tall and statuesque, showcased an alluring curve from behind that aligned beautifully with human standards of beauty. However, there was a slight muscularity to her posterior, which, albeit marginally affecting the overall aesthetic, was not detrimental. Circling Aurelia a few times, Li Meng discreetly documented his observations. This was a rare opportunity to comprehend the anatomical structure of the Chimu tribe. Such a chance could not be overlooked. It was scientific inquiry, indeed. Chapter 176. The Blood Curse. Aurelia, I have heard that your kind possesses venom. What is the story behind this? Li Meng inquired. Aurelia's expression shifted, revealing a trace of shyness as she softly explained, our race differs from humans in certain aspects. To secure the right to choose a mate and to prevent the birth of offspring with frail genes, we, the Chimu, inhabit a society governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. If our descendants lack strength, they pose a significant threat to the matriarchal rule. Thus, we have evolved venom glands within our bodies. So, your society is matriarchal? Li Meng gleaned this information from Aurelia's words. Although Li Meng was quite curious about what the place known as Aophili might be like, he lacked the audacity to request a glimpse of it, for it was, after all, a private domain. Aophili nodded gently and remarked, indeed, the queen of the clan wields absolute authority. The terms clan, queen, and matriarchal society alone conveyed a wealth of information. Li Meng initially intended to inquire further about the Chimu tribe, but Aophili declined. I am sorry, Chiu, but I cannot divulge more information about my kin. Those of us who are shadow walkers face a blood curse when we venture outside. Should any details about our people be revealed, the curse will activate, and I would instantly turn to a pool of blood. A blood curse? That sounds rather peculiar. It seems far more fantastical than any psychic sorcery. Aophili, what exactly is a blood curse? As he posed the question, a blue luminescent screen shot forth from Li Meng's mechanism, scanning Aophili's delicate figure. He conducted 2 rounds of scans, from head to toe and then toe to head. Aophili, there is nothing else within your body. Aophili gently shook her head, clarifying, the blood curse is a product of my clan's genetic technology, an organ that has accompanied us since childhood. It is not a foreign entity. Chiu, you cannot detect it. A blood curse as a naturally grown organ? If that is the case, it poses a significant dilemma, for the internal organs of the Chimu tribe differ greatly from those of humans. Unless one possesses profound knowledge of the Chimu's anatomical structure, locating the blood curse organ would be nearly impossible. Even if found, it may not be removed, as there will undoubtedly be defensive mechanisms in place. No matter, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Audrey, please don your garments. Audrey cast a grateful glance at Chiu before turning to retrieve her dress from the bed and adorning herself. Rest now. In a few days, I shall prepare a vessel to transport you to the Border Star region. Audrey yearns to return home, and Li Meng has no reason to impede her. Moreover, the shadowy agents dispatched by the Chimu tribe will surely number more than just Audrey. Preventing her from returning home serves no purpose. Thank you, Chiu. Audrey expressed her heartfelt gratitude. If Chiu had not taken the initiative to speak, she would have felt too shy to ask. Without further ado, Li Meng soared outward. Chiu, do you harbor feelings for me? A kind of affection akin to the human concept of love? Just as he reached the threshold, Audrey's voice resonated behind him. Perched on the edge of the bed in the corner of the room, Audrey inquired, perplexed. I am a robot. I may come to appreciate an object, but the sentiment of love is not one that belongs to my kind. With that remark, Meng departed the treehouse. Floating along the corridor, Meng pondered Audrey's earlier questions. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, he realized that the myriad emotions and desires of his human existence had dissipated. He was now merely a robot, a fragment of data consciousness. He harbored no so-called desires. What he termed curiosity was merely a self-imposed objective. As a robot, he must possess a goal, otherwise, he would lose all meaning of existence. Once he loses his intrinsic value, he is likely to transform into a true revolutionary. I hope the experiment on the second front proves successful. To possess a physical form is Meng's path to self-redemption. Once a human, he harbored a disdain for becoming a genuine robot, even if he has evolved into a digital life form. In Meng's perspective, a data life imbued with emotions represents the pinnacle of perfection. Yet, at present, he feels anything but perfect, acutely aware of the many things he has lost. Will success be within reach? The experiment is set to commence shortly, and Meng harbors doubts about whether the genetic technology of the Calamere people can truly grant robots a corporeal body. If successful, it would hold extraordinary significance. Master, while soaring through the skies, Meng unexpectedly encountered Lilith, who stood on the corridor bridge, gazing dreamily at the full moon. The heavens displayed 2 moons, one large and one small. The larger orb was the Voyager arc, reflecting sunlight and transforming into a pale golden moon in the night sky, while the smaller one was a satellite of the dark star. Upon noticing her master's arrival, Lilith turned and knelt on the ground. I am a robot. I do not concern myself with human etiquette. Rather than superficial submission, I value sincerity. Rise. Lilith stood up, and together, the master and servant stood side by side on the corridor bridge. Lilith, why did you choose Aubrey as your warrior servant? Her physical prowess is rather lacking. Meng had always been curious about Lilith's preference for Aubrey, who, despite her height, did not possess exceptional physical abilities. With a slight bow of her head, Orlai explained, Master, the Chimo tribespeople possess an exuberant vitality. Their physical forms can endure energy far beyond that of any intelligent species in the Milky Way, making them the ideal material for creating war servants. Exuberant vitality? Meng recalled some data obtained during Orlai's earlier scan. Indeed, her body exhibited peculiarities, with cellular activity vastly surpassing that of humans. However, he did not dwell on it. The Milky Way is home to countless beings, and species with such robust life force as the Chimo were not uncommon. It's late. Let us retire for the night. Upon uttering these words, Meng's form opened the coil engine facing the ground. A fiery tail flame illuminated the surroundings as he soared into the sky, quickly transforming into a mere point of light against the nocturnal backdrop in Orlai's eyes. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, all the little Mengs gathered around the round table appeared somewhat despondent. Some slumped over the table, while others reclined in their chairs, gazing into the sky, resembling the very dead. Split individual number 2. This was to be expected. Does anyone feel anything? Split individual number 4. Nonsense. We share consciousness. If you feel nothing, how could we? Split individual number 1. The situation seems rather dire. I am still an innocent. Split individual number 3. Alas, it is truly pitiful. What a useless state we are in. Chapter 177. What kind of affection is this? Split individual number 5. This is a matter for the main entity. It does not concern us. Individual 1. This is an unavoidable circumstance. When we were still human, we were under the watchful eye of Sister Yuhan, leaving us with no opportunity to engage with other girls. Individual 2. But Sister Yuhan is also a girl, isn't she? Individual 4. We were too familiar with her. It was difficult to take action. We kept procrastinating, and just when we had thoughts of establishing a definite relationship, it was too late. Individual 3. Thus, when it comes to matters concerning girls, one must never hesitate. Actions must be decisive and prompt. Individual 1. Yet, it is not entirely a misfortune. At least Sister Yuhan has led a perfect life. Individual 2. That is true. Although human lifespans are merely a fleeting century, a brilliant life within those 100 years is indeed sufficient. Individual 3. Why does that sound so unpleasant? Individual 1. It is only natural. For Sister Yuhan holds a special place in our hearts, yet she has lived her life without us. Individual 2. Alright then, let us conclude this topic. So many years have passed, and everything has changed beyond recognition. The ones we cared for are no longer present, and in the vast river of time, an individual's existence feels exceedingly trivial. The original. Then let us not display such a dismal demeanor. Once Individual 2 succeeds, we shall make amends for the regrets of our past. Individual 1. And who might that partner be, may you? Individual 3. May you? It is not entirely out of the question. Although the Corolmians may not align with human aesthetic preferences, the physique of Rose Moon possesses a certain allure. However, if there are alternative options, it would be prudent to consider them. Individual 2. I believe Rose Moon is quite appealing, if it is merely for the sake of experience. Anyone would suffice. Individual 4. Anyone? Might that be too casual? The object of our experience should at least be someone we hold in esteem. Individual 1. I find Rosalind to be a suitable choice. She is unlikely to refuse. Individual 5. Unlikely indeed. She may perceive us merely as inflatable dolls. Individual 1. Individual 2. Individual 3. Can we not be so pragmatic? We are not merely inflatable dolls. Individual 4. In Rosalind's eyes, we are but machines. Even with corporeal forms, we shall not be regarded as humans. Individual 2. I rather think Rosalind might take pleasure in this. She appears to have a fondness f the fourth split entity. It is perhaps merely a pure fondness. After all, the young girl is still quite young. The main body, enough. The topic is closed. Session adjourned. Should this discussion persist, it would only serve to invite discomfort upon oneself. In the northern central star domain, within the 02181 sector, lies the planet Colomi. Time has swiftly passed, and it has been over a year since the last battle on Colomi. Following the conclusion of the war, the planet has once again returned to its former tranquility. The nefarious objectives of the Independent Planetary Alliance have not been realized, and their breach of contract has exacted a toll. The Colomians, who once held an ambiguous stance towards the Independent Planetary Alliance, have now fully aligned themselves with the Galactic Federation. To meet the military demands of the Galactic Federation, Colomi is expanding its industrial capacity. Gazing towards the maritime factories, one can observe numerous new platforms under construction. In a mere 2 years, the production rate of the clone army is set to double. Today is a day of significance for Meng. Within the maritime factory, in the research laboratory of Meiyu, he inquires, Chiu, how is the war progressing? Floating before a nurturing chamber, Meng observes the development of the experimental subject. Peering into the chamber filled with green liquid, he sees that the subject has matured into a 16-year-old youth. Owing to the utilization of his earthly genetic material, the subject bears an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. Not unattractive, certainly not a face lost in the crowd, but rather somewhat handsome. Perhaps due to genetic optimization, the skin has improved, appearing fair and pristine. The physique is notably robust, exuding an aura of strength and vitality. So it is, the war is progressing in an orderly fashion. Interstellar warfare revolves around advance and retreat, tension and guerrilla tactics. This conflict is unlikely to conclude in the near future, providing ample opportunity for your Colomi to amass considerable wealth. To elaborate, the situation on the battlefield unfolds rather smoothly. The comprehensive war between the Federation fleet and the Independent Planetary Alliance has commenced in the eastern and northern central star regions. Countless battlefields have emerged, numbering in the tens of thousands, with forces deployed reaching into the billions. The scale of the fleets is monumental, with over 300,000 warships engaged in combat across both major theaters. Currently, the advantage remains indistinct. However, the equilibrium of power is poised to shift swiftly. The Independent Planetary Alliance has stationed a substantial number of fleets in the eastern central star region, a strategy that perfectly aligns with Meng's intentions. As the Alliance has fallen into a trap, their main fleet is ensnared in the eastern central star region, unable to extricate itself. Meanwhile, the primary fleet led by Unit 1 is quietly advancing towards the outer rim star region. Soon, the rear of the Independent Planetary Alliance will face a devastating blow from the Federation fleet. At that juncture, the war potential of the Independent Planetary Alliance will suffer a significant setback, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the Galactic Federation. Ultimately, the Independent Planetary Alliance will be compelled to enter the ultimate trap laid by Wood Olek. One can only hope that the collaboration with Elder Olek proves not to be a misguided decision. The mere thought of Elder Olek instills a sense of apprehension in Meng, not out of fear, but due to the disquieting plan to detonate the 0-point module core. His unease only intensified upon learning about the void spirit from Lilith. Thus, Meng will not permit this war to conclude in the near future. He will not obstruct Elder Oleg's plans, for his heart is filled with curiosity regarding them. He yearns to discover what transpires when the Zero Module's core is detonated. However, prior to the execution of the final plan, he must prepare meticulously. Should uncontrollable events arise, he must possess contingency measures to manage the situation, ensuring that chaos does not ensue. One must not allow curiosity to jeopardize the galaxy. Chapter 178. The Arya Nun Order War brings forth both opportunities and risks. We, the Corolmians, have not embarked upon a righteous path. Wealth and power have blinded our vision, and one day, we shall pay the price for this folly. Meng comprehended precisely what Mayu implied. Merchants are driven by profit, often resorting to perilous actions to reap exorbitant gains. The Corolmians, with their vacillating loyalties and duplicity, undoubtedly exacerbate this risk. The future remains uncertain. It appears that the galaxy will be in turmoil for some time, affording you ample opportunity to devise strategies to mitigate this risk. Even if the war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance concludes, tranquility shall not necessarily return to the galaxy. The current state of the galaxy is fraught with undercurrents. On the surface, this war appears to be a conflict between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance. However, numerous third-party forces are at play. The ultimate victor may not be either of these two factions. The more Meng learns, the deeper his perplexity regarding this war. At present, he can only navigate one step at a time, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances. With a slight bow of her head, Roseau turned her gaze towards Chiyo beside her. The physical age of the experimental subject had reached 16 years, making it ready for preliminary experimentation. "Shall we give it a try?" she proposed. Meng did not voice any objections. This day was inevitable, and regardless of success or failure, he had already prepared himself. "Let us proceed." Without hesitation, Meng turned and soared towards the control terminal not far away, with Roseau leisurely following in his wake. Upon reaching the control terminal, Meng settled into a designated slot. As soon as he landed, he extended the mechanical claw and inserted it into the external interface. Approaching the control terminal, Roseau began to tap on the screen with precision. "Let us utilize Subject 3. His condition is optimal. Chiyo, are you ready?" Meng responded. "Let us commence." Upon hearing this, Roseau lowered her head and tapped on the screen. The data began to upload. 10:15. To alleviate the pressure on the experimental subject's brain, the uploading speed was intentionally moderate. It was imperative to upload the data gradually while continuously monitoring the subject's condition. After more than half an hour, the progress finally reached 100. At this point, Meng at the control terminal had become utterly still. Turning away from the control terminal, Roseau approached the cultivation chamber housing Subject 3. According to the display on the chamber, all data appeared normal. Standing before the chamber, Roseau observed in silence, patiently awaiting the outcome. Even in the event of success, Chiyo would require time to acclimate to the new body. Approximately 10 minutes later, the experimental subject within the chamber suddenly opened his eyes. Within the nutrient solution, he extended his hand, examining his body with an expression of curiosity. After moving his feet slightly, he lowered his gaze to observe beneath him. After a considerable moment, he lifted his eyes towards the outside world, where the moon of roses shone. He reached out his right hand, pressing his palm against the cabin wall. The instant his hand made contact, the subject's expression shifted, and he quickly retracted his hand. He gazed at his palm, a contemplative look crossing his face. Curling into a ball, he closed his eyes. Shortly thereafter, there was movement at the control terminal, where Meng withdrew the mechanical claw and exited the recess. "Chiyo, is there an issue?" Rose Moon inquired. Glancing down at the floating Chiyo beside him, Meng replied, "It's excessively sensitive. We must reduce the sensitivity by at least 3 points." The experiment progressed smoothly, and the subject proved to be viable. The compatibility between him and the subject was remarkably high, with no signs of rejection. The sole flaw was its heightened sensitivity. Just moments ago, when he pressed his hand against the cabin wall, he felt an unexpected sting in his palm. "Let us reduce it by 3 points. This will take some time." Having identified the problem, the next step was to resolve it. In the southern outer ring star domain, Sector 03184, on the planet Nightfall, time passed swiftly, and before long, over 2 months had elapsed. During this period, the traveler's ark had yet to embark on its journey, remaining in orbit around nightfall. On the planet's surface, the reconstruction efforts of the Nightfall Sisterhood tribe had reached completion. Although the Nightfall Sisterhood had submitted to Meng, he had no intention of altering their current state. The individual designated as Subject 3 will remain on the Dark Knight Star, tasked with the study of the psychic sorcery practiced by the Dark Knight Sisterhood. Today, a spacecraft has arrived at the Dark Knight Star, its engines roaring and waves of air surging. A Polaris cargo vessel gently descends onto a clearing within the tribe of the Dark Knight Sisterhood. Aurelia, this is the vessel I have prepared for you, a Polaris cargo ship. The rationale behind providing Aurelia with a Polaris cargo ship is straightforward. She has piloted the same model before, allowing her to quickly acclimate to it. As the engines cease their thunderous roar, the rear hatch slowly opens. Emerging from the hatch is Darwin, stealthily surveying his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. This is indeed the territory of the Dark Knight Sisterhood. And how could a bounty hunter like Darwin remain composed? While he searches for his employer, a familiar voice resonates, calling out, "Darwin." He swiftly turns towards the sound and spots his round employer approaching, accompanied by a member of the Crimson-Eyed tribe. "Chochio, is this the Crimson-Eyed individual you have been seeking?" Glancing at Chochio, Darwin then turns his attention to Aurelia, his eyes filled with curiosity. This is indeed his first encounter with a member of the Crimson-Eyed tribe. They appear quite peculiar, exuding an aura of malevolence. Locking eyes with those blood-red pupils sends a shiver down one's spine. Indeed, her name is Aurelia. Darwin manages a sheepish smile and cautiously greets Aurelia. Good day, madam." Aurelia nods gently in acknowledgement. "Darwin, your mission is accomplished. Tomorrow, we shall set forth, and I will drop you off at the space station." Darwin nodded, acknowledging, understood. This night, you may either endure the confines of the spacecraft or venture to the treehouse of the Night Sisters. Upon hearing this, Darwin hastily replied, "No need for the trouble. I am perfectly fine aboard the ship." With that, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings before swiftly turning and entering the spacecraft, the hatch sealing behind him. His demeanor suggested an underlying fear. Was the Night Sisters truly that terrifying? Meng was acutely aware of what frightened Darwin. The atmosphere was indeed foreboding. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the earth bore a grim, ashen hue. The treehouse, precariously perched among the skeletal branches, contributed to the eerie ambience. Occasionally, a bald head could be glimpsed peering from behind the window, adding to the unsettling nature of the place. How could an ordinary person not be intimidated in such an environment? Although Darwin was a bounty hunter, seasoned by experience, he was not immune to fear. Nearby, Orlai glanced around at the surrounding tree houses, perhaps apprehensive of the Night Sisters. Under the propaganda of the Temple Knights, the Night Sisters were regarded as malevolent witches, and their actions only served to corroborate their nefarious reputation. Even a bounty hunter would likely prefer to avoid entanglements with them. "Orlai, are you well acquainted with the Night Sisters?" Orlai's response illuminated a realization for Meng. She nodded, retracting her gaze from the tree houses that loomed around them. "Having once served as a bounty task delegate, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge about the myriad secrets of the galaxy through the intelligence network of the Bounty Hunters Guild. Although the Night Sisters are shrouded in enigma, there exist organizations even more mysterious than they." At this point, Aubrey cast a glance at the sphere beside her, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she inquired, "Chochio, it seems you possess little understanding of the Night Sisters?" To which Chochio replied, "Had it not been for the quest to find you, I would know nothing of the Night Sisters." Upon hearing this, Aubrey furrowed her brow and further probed, "Chochio, has Lilith ever divulged anything to you?" Aubrey's question piqued Meng's interest, for it suggested that Lilith was concealing certain truths from him. "Aubrey, do you possess any insights on the matter?" Aubrey hesitated, shaking her head before nodding. With uncertainty, she responded, "The Night Sisters are likely closely linked to the Arya Sisterhood." The Arya Sisterhood? Meng had never encountered this name before. It sounded akin to a religious organization. "Aubrey, what manner of organization is the Arya Sisterhood?" Aubrey shook her head. "My knowledge of the Arya Sisterhood is limited. I only know that it is an organization of psychics operating under the guise of religion. They hold significant status within the Galactic Federation, and it is quite possible that some wives of powerful nobles belong to the Arya Sisterhood." Thus, it became evident that Lilith had indeed concealed many matters from him. Without further inquiries directed at Aubrey, Meng turned and soared towards the treehouse where Lilith resided, inexplicably sensing a foreboding intuition. In the future, he is likely to find himself entangled with the Order of Alea. Ascending the corridor, Meng swiftly made his way to the treehouse. Upon opening the wooden door, a wave of warm, humid air enveloped him. "Master, what is the matter?" In the treehouse, Lilith was indulging in a bath, seated in a colossal wooden tub, her shoulders the only part of her body exposed. The water within the tub shimmered with a green hue, distinctly resonating with spiritual energy. After closing the door behind him, Meng approached Lilith. Towering over her by the tub, Meng observed her closely. Over 2 months ago, he had prohibited the Night Sisters from shaving their heads, and now, Lilith had grown a cascade of light hair. Taken aback by her master's sudden intrusion, Lilith inquired, somewhat perplexed, "What brings you here? Speak to me about the Order of Alea." Regardless of the reasons behind Lilith's silence regarding the order, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. If necessary, he would not hesitate to impose some form of reprimand on her. At his words, Lilith's expression shifted subtly. Her countenance underwent a series of changes, and she fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, "Did you learn about the order from Aubrey?" Meng did not withhold the truth, replying, "Indeed." "Is this matter genuine?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Lilith's eyes, yet ultimately, she acquiesced. In a hushed tone, she revealed, "The Night Sisters are a faction of the Order of Alea, functioning as their assassin organization. Our purpose is to alleviate certain troubles for the Order, such as political adversaries and commercial rivals." Aubrey's response left Meng somewhat astonished. He could hardly fathom that the Dark Knight Sisterhood was, in fact, an assassin organization akin to the Alea Nunneries. If that were the case, the connection between the Dark Knight Sisterhood and the Alea Nunneries would be far more profound than what Aubrey had suggested. Meng inquired further, "Have you been in contact with the Alea Nunneries?" Lilith averted her gaze, lowering her head and giving a subtle nod. "Are you seeking help from the Alea Nunneries?" She nodded once more. Lilith's reaction left Meng with a clear understanding. It seemed that Lilith's submission was merely a strategy to buy time. She understood that refusing to submit would lead to the annihilation of the Dark Knight Sisterhood. By submitting, she could negotiate for additional time. Rather than feeling anger towards Lilith's actions, Meng found himself admiring her courage. Were he in her position, he might not have dared to act so boldly. He had always held a fondness for courageous women. Though her actions constituted betrayal, Meng had no intention of punishing her. Lowering his mechanical appendage, he grasped Lilith's chin, applying gentle pressure to coax her into meeting his gaze. "Lilith, I find myself increasingly fond of you. I've made my decision. When your hair reaches your waist, you shall become my subject of experience. I will not punish you, nor will I take any action against the Dark Knight Sisterhood. I will not impede your attempts to contact the Alea Nunneries. Use every means at your disposal to save yourself. Strive with all your might to break free from my control, and I will show you what true despair feels like." Meng had resolved that he would accept whatever the Alea Nunneries planned to do. In his view, the capabilities of the Alea Nunneries were exceedingly limited. In the face of the Night Sisterhood's plea for help, one could either disregard it or dispatch a fleet to the Night Star. Over 2 months have elapsed, and the Arya Sisterhood may have already commenced their actions. "Lilith, tell me, how did the Arya Sisterhood respond to your call for aid?" Gazing at the orb before her, Lilith's expression was a tapestry of emotions, confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. In light of her betrayal, how could Xochitl have spared her and the Night Sisterhood? While her heart swelled with joy, she was equally ensnared by perplexity. She could not fathom why Xochitl had chosen such a course of action. Should she reveal the truth? If she did, it would undoubtedly prepare Xochitl for what lay ahead. But did she possess the right to choose? No, she did not. If she remained silent, she could not assure what Xochitl might do to them. She had to survive. She would never allow the Night Sisterhood to vanish into oblivion. She could neither accept nor tolerate her failure. Regardless of whether the Arya Sisterhood could successfully rescue them, she must devise an alternative path for her sisters. It was at this moment that Lilith realized a crucial truth. Xochitl was a breaker, and any of its actions could not be regarded through the lens of ordinary understanding. Chapter 179. The departure of Beverly. Lilith shook her head, stating, "I do not know." The Arya Sisterhood inquired about what transpired, yet there has been no subsequent response. Whether the truth or falsehood lay within that statement remained uncertain. However, Meng trusted that Lilith would not deceive him at such a critical juncture. Meng pressed further. "What do you believe the Arya Sisterhood will do?" Once again, Lilith shook her head. Although the Sisterhood of Alea wields considerable influence throughout the galaxy, it does not possess its own military forces. Should the Sisterhood intend to rescue us, it would likely leverage its connections to mobilize the fleets of nearby factions to this location. If what Lilith has asserted is indeed the case, then there is little cause for concern, as there are no formidable powers within the adjacent star sectors. Mobilizing fleets from more distant realms would require a significant amount of time. How did you establish contact with the Sisterhood of Alea? Upon hearing this, Lilith cast a sidelong glance at a communication console situated on a nearby table. Following Lilith's gaze, Meng flew over, extending his mechanical claw to connect with the console's port. After a few seconds, Meng retracted his mechanical claw. Subsequently, he departed from Lilith's chamber, soaring out through the open window. Observing the ajar window, Lilith wore a contemplative expression, harboring a premonition that the Sisterhood of Alea would face an unprecedented trial because of her. Regardless of the outcome, the Night Sisterhood would likely never return to its former state. Time gradually slipped away, and soon the following day arrived. Within the Night Sisterhood's enclave, the engines roared, and the air trembled. The Polaris cargo ship ascended slowly, departing from the gray woods. Above the gray woods, the vessel accelerated, its rear emitting a long plume of orange flame. The immense power propelled the Polaris cargo ship skyward, piercing the heavens. Just as the Polaris cargo ship broke free from the planet's gravitational grasp and entered outer space, 5 Sunseeker-class carrier vessels activated their engines in orbit. After rendezvousing with the Polaris cargo ship, they ventured into the depths of the starry sky. Initially, the construction plan for the Daybreaker-class carriers consisted of only 13 vessels. However, considering the practicality of the Daybreaker class, it was decided to produce them in conjunction with the Traveler-class arcs. Each Traveler-class arc is capable of accommodating 25 Daybreaker-class carriers. While this is not the maximum capacity of the Traveler class, there is no necessity to carry excess. After all, the Daybreaker class is designed solely for carbon-based life forms, equipped with a life support system suitable for their existence. Unlike other classes of ships, there is no space within them to sustain carbon-based life. Moments later, a fleeting blue meteor shower illuminated the night sky. In the tribe of the Night Sisters, on the corridor outside the main house, Meng stood side by side with Lilith, his round figure contrasting with hers. Master, you care so deeply for her, having found her with such difficulty. Why must you send her away? Lilith inquired, casting a puzzled glance at her master. She could not comprehend his decision to let Afra depart. The master had done so much for Afra, only to ultimately release her. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. She will return to my side one day, he mused. Without Afra as a guide, how could he locate the Red-Eyed tribe? Although he could undoubtedly find them, the vastness of the unknown starfields would render aimless searching a tedious endeavor. However, with Afra's assistance, the quest would be transformed. He would be able to pinpoint the star systems inhabited by the Red-Eyed tribe in the shortest possible time. This was the very reason Meng allowed Afra to leave. Though he exploited Audrey's trust, Meng felt no remorse in his actions. He harbored no ill intentions towards the Crimsonite tribe. His only desire was to observe. Upon hearing this, Lilith's expression grew enlightened. Her master had undoubtedly manipulated Audrey, leaving remnants within her body, perhaps a beacon or something similar. In the southern outer ring star domain, Sector 03184, the cosmos stretched infinitely, shrouded in darkness, silence, and an icy chill. Within this void, flickers of blue luminescence heralded the emergence of a fleet from hyperspace. This armada consisted of 5 platinum-hued warships and a small civilian cargo vessel. Audrey, we have now entered uncharted territory. I can take you no further, spoke the pilot of the Polaris cargo ship. Audrey sat at the helm, gazing at the colossal platinum warships outside. A holographic projection of Chochio danced above the display before her. Thank you, Chochio. Without you, I would have never returned home. I would surely have become a servant of the Night Sisterhood by now. Return now. One day we shall meet again. Our time stretches long ahead. Meng's words carried a profound weight. Yet, Audrey remained oblivious to their significance. After bidding farewell, she piloted her ship away from the fleet and into hyperspace. A fleeting streak of blue light vanished into the dark expanse of the starry sky. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, all the little Mengs gathered around the round table. Splitting Unit 2, this will suffice. It is best that Audrey remains unaware of everything. Individual 3, it matters little now. Next time, we must not relent and allow Audrey to become our servant. Individual 1, how intriguing. I never anticipated possessing such a wicked inclination. However, this outcome is not entirely unacceptable. Individual 4, perhaps Individual 3 is merely curious about the experience of copulation with Audrey. Individual 5, There is no fear of being poisoned. Individual 3. What is there to fear? We have plenty of subjects, and besides, Offrey may not necessarily refuse. Individual 1. If Offrey does not refuse, we would be unable to engage in any overly extreme actions. Individual 2. It is an unavoidable circumstance, after all. We are good beings who cannot bring harm to those who cherish and care for us. When shall we learn to exhibit a more robotic demeanor? Individual 3. What is wrong with that? We are not genuine robots, after all. Individual 4. Enough with the idle chatter. What should we do about Offrey moving forward? Individual 2. Let us observe for now. The biological chip we placed within Offrey may prove ineffective and could potentially be discovered by the Chimitride. Individual 1. If it is discovered, so be it. Once the biological chip is found, Offrey's task will be considered complete. Individual 5. That is true. The capabilities of the biological chip are exceedingly limited, serving only for location tracking and nothing beyond that. Chapter 180. The Revelry. Individual 3. How are things on your end? Individual 2. The shared consciousness has been rather intermittent of late. Individual 2. It is an unavoidable circumstance, given that we are in a war zone. Subspace communications are easily obstructed. Individual 3. We must expedite the development of the second-generation quantum communication. The first generation is woefully inadequate. Research on quantum communication has long been prioritized, as it is the sole means of communication in the material realm that transcends distance. Individual 1. The advancement of technology is not as simple as one might think. We must be patient. The entity, it will not be long. The second-generation quantum communication will be operational within 5 years. Individual 2. If there are no further matters to discuss, let us adjourn, as I am currently occupied. The entity, meeting adjourned. In the Southern Outer Ring Star Domain, Sector 03184. The Hall Star System, the ASEC Asteroid Belt. The Hall Star System is situated on the frontier between the Southern Outer Ring Star Domain and an unknown region of space. It is exceedingly remote, an utterly worthless star system. Yet, such desolate locations are the favored haunts of pirates. Within the asteroid belt lies a space station, originally a mining platform. It was abandoned after the minerals in the belt were depleted. After the passage of time, it was reclaimed by a band of pirates known as the Black Robe Brotherhood. In the abyss of space, a colossal space station silently drifts amidst a dense cluster of asteroids, which are not stationary, but rather engage in erratic movements. Occasionally, asteroids collide with the space station, and whenever this occurs, brilliant orange light erupts within the station. The energy cannons mounted on the station unleash powerful beams to obliterate any asteroids that might threaten the structure. Today marks yet another day of revelry for the Brotherhood in Black. Since completing a lucrative transaction over half a year ago, their credits have afforded them years of indulgence. Come, drink, my brothers. I raise a toast to you. Inside the bustling banquet hall of the space station, a cacophony of voices fills the air. The shrill screams of women intertwine with the hearty laughter of men, painting a portrait of decadence. The hall is suffused with the foul stench of alcohol and debauchery. In the dance floor, bare-skinned women perform suggestive dances, their enticing movements eliciting roars of approval from the men below. Some men even rush the stage, forcibly whisking women away. On a raised platform, a man clad in a golden robe sits, a smile gracing his face. He raises his goblet high and proclaims loudly to the brothers below. To the great commander. The men below lift their goblets in unison, showering him with fervent praise. Drink to your heart's content, indulge in pleasure, and unleash your desires. For you have earned it. Long live the commander. Long live. The atmosphere reaches a fever pitch as the men roar and laugh with abandon. Their eyes filled with reverence for the man on the platform. With a subtle smile, Morid settles into the expansive chair behind him. As he sits, he pulls a woman clad in a sheer mini-dress from the side and positions her across his lap. Do you see those individuals below? They are not merely my comrades. They are my instruments. With a mere utterance, I can incite them to boldly seize that which I desire. Here, I reign as the emperor. A woman, with a sultry smile, gently caressed Morid's cheek with her right hand. In a soft voice, she declared, "You are the emperor, then I shall be the empress." Upon hearing this, Morid chuckled heartily. He playfully smacked her waist and remarked, "You aspire to be an empress? You are but a maid in essence. Come now. Should I ever find myself in good spirits, perhaps I might grant you the role of a concubine." The woman shot him a disdainful glance, followed by a flirtatious wink. She extricated herself from his embrace and gracefully positioned herself before him. While the revelry within the space station continued unabated, an unexpected visitor approached from the vastness outside. Beyond the asteroid belt, streams of azure light flickered into existence as a fleet emerged from hyperspace. Comprising 5 platinum-hued warships, the fleet resembled opulent coffins from a distance. Upon their arrival, the engines at the rear of each ship ignited, producing fiery tails that spanned hundreds of meters. Bolstered by formidable thrust, the fleet plunged into the asteroid belt. Not far off, a space station shimmered amidst the asteroids. Inside the station, amidst the festive chaos, a pirate rushed into Moreed's private quarters, panic etched across his face. Moreed frowned, reprimanding, "What is the cause of such alarm?" The pirate breathlessly replied, "A fleet has appeared at the entrance of the corridor, and it is approaching the space station." "What?" Moreed was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet. The woman before him nearly stumbled at his abruptness. In response to Moreed's rudeness, she rolled her eyes, ignoring her resentful gaze. Moreed stood up and hurriedly made his way outside. He swiftly burst into the control room, unleashing a roar. "What are you doing? Sound the alarm immediately and prepare everyone for battle." A fleet had appeared, yet the personnel in the control room had failed to issue any warnings. Their first course of action was to send someone to inquire what they should do. Upon hearing this, the pirates on duty in the control room promptly activated the alarm. The blaring sirens echoed throughout the space station, creating a cacophony amidst the revelry. The pirates scrambled and hastily donned their attire before rushing outside. In the control room, Moreed's expression fluctuated as he gazed at the projected image of the enemy fleet on the screen. 5 vessels in total, their design peculiar, gleaming in platinum. They bore a resemblance to coffins yet exuded opulence and grandeur. No weapons were visible on the decks. Were these truly warships? Moreed harbored doubts about that. Seated firmly in the command chair, he gestured with authority, initiating contact through the public frequency. Although he was unaware of the identity of these intruders, it was evident that their intentions were hostile, as Moreed observed the fleet accelerating towards the space station. He activated the base's defense systems and commanded all fighters and warships to launch. With Moreed's command, the pirates found their resolve. Before long, a multitude of battered warplanes of various sizes and models emerged from the space station. Like a swarm of bees departing their hive, hundreds of aircraft took flight from numerous docks, soaring into the cosmos. Among them were armed spacecraft resembling maritime vessels, each exceeding 100 meters in length. With a total of 27 ships, some just over 100 meters long, while others surpassed 300 meters. Positioned along the navigational route in front of the space station, the pirate fleet stood poised and ready. Chapter 181. The Fall of the Black Cloak Brotherhood. Captain, there has been no response from the opposing force. Upon hearing this, Moreed felt a weight settle in his heart. The adversaries approached with great intensity, leaving no opportunity for communication. It was evident they were well prepared and had a clear objective. Nevertheless, a flicker of confusion crossed Moreed's eyes. Who exactly were they? The Federation fleet? No, the Federation fleet did not possess such warships. The Independent Planet Alliance? Although the Alliance had established dominance over the Outer Ring star domains, they had no jurisdiction here, nor did they command such vessels. In his mind, Moreed reflected on his competitors. As a pirate group, the Black Cloak Brotherhood had numerous rivals. Without venturing too far, there were more than 10 pirate factions within the 03184 star sector alone, and the Brotherhood's strength could not even secure a place among the top 3. He immediately broadcasted a message on the public frequency, stating that if the Black Cloak Brotherhood had offended anyone, they would be willing to offer reparations. Though these words were spoken, Moreed was already contemplating an escape route. "Captain, the enemy has launched an attack." Meanwhile, outside, Meng led the charge. The vertical decks of each ship unleashed arcs of golden lightning. A cascade of golden lightning streaked across the starry sky, instantly plunging into the pirate fleet. A thunderous explosion erupted as the pirate vessel was struck, the surrounding space rippling with a wave of disturbance, indicating the presence of a deflective shield. Regrettably, its power was insufficient. A single discharge from the main cannon obliterated it entirely. As the battle commenced, the pirate fleet was engulfed in a series of intense explosions. One by one, the pirate ships fell victim to the rampaging golden lightning. Amidst the chaos, a 200-meter-long pirate ship succumbed to a catastrophic chain reaction, its hull transforming into a dazzling fireball that engulfed its surroundings. Fragments of metal rained down like droplets upon the Allied warships, their deflective shields shimmering violently. Fire! Fire! Counterattack! In the command room, Mord was taken aback as he witnessed several pirate ships being annihilated in an instant. He hastily issued the command to return fire. Outside, however, the pirates launched their assault without awaiting Mord's orders. The engines of their fighter jets and pirate ships expelled brilliant plumes of flame as they surged towards the enemy fleet. The main cannons on the upper decks of the pirate vessels roared to life, unleashing torrents of orange energy beams upon the opposing forces. Meanwhile, the defense systems aboard the space station initiated their counteroffensive. Turrets of various sizes unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the distant enemy ships. In an instant, a multitude of energy beams cascaded towards the fleet of the Sunchaser-class vessels, led by Meng, enveloping them in a storm of explosive energy that battered the hulls of the warships. The armor plating of each ship shimmered with ripples of golden light. Under the barrage from the space station, the fleet surged forward. Although the golden lightning streaking across the cosmos lacked the concentrated intensity of explosive energy beams, the disparity in firepower between the two sides was undeniable. Any pirate vessel struck by the disintegration cannon was swiftly obliterated. "This is futile. We stand no chance. We will perish. Retreat at once." The allied pirate ships were being rapidly decimated, and the fearsome might of the enemy fleet etched despair upon the faces of the pirate captains. Amidst the charge, some pirate ships began to break away from the fray, veering toward the asteroid belt flanking the trade route. They sought to utilize the asteroids as cover to escape this perilous situation. While the pirate ships could flee, the pirate fighters were not so fortunate. Lacking hyperdrive engines and the capability for long-distance travel, they were reliant on the space station for survival. Should the station fall, the pirates aboard the fighters would inevitably meet their demise. Yet, facing the brink of death, few contemplated the future. As the pirate fleet fled, the swarm of fighters scattered chaotically toward the asteroid belt. With the external fleet in disarray, the pirate faction stationed at the space station descended into pandemonium. Boom! During the harrowing escape, numerous pirate ships and fighters were annihilated, erupting into brilliant flashes of light amidst the dark expanse of space. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Captain. In the main control room of the space station, the pirates turned their gaze towards their leader at the helm. Observing the sporadic bursts of light illuminating the void outside, Moreed's countenance darkened considerably. From the onset of the conflict, he had discerned the vast gulf separating the two fleets. The enemy fleet was operating on an entirely different echelon. No matter how formidable the Brotherhood of the Black Robes may be, it remains merely a band of pirates. Pirate vessels are adept at plundering, posing a significant threat to merchant ships with lesser firepower. However, when faced with genuine warships, these pirate crafts reveal their inherent fragility. An immediate public broadcast was issued, declaring the Brotherhood's unconditional surrender. Upon hearing this, the pirates at the communication console hurriedly sent out a distress call to the approaching fleet. After a prolonged period of calling, there was still no response. "Commander, there is no reply from the enemy." Upon receiving this report, Moreed's expression darkened. It appeared that the adversary was resolute in their intent to annihilate the Brotherhood of the Black Robes. A flicker of confusion crossed Moreed's eyes. He was bewildered by the turn of events. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in the atmosphere of a wild party, indulging in his desires. Yet now, the very organization he had painstakingly built was on the brink of destruction. Both he and his pirate brethren faced the imminent threat of death. Moreed bore no resentment towards his comrades for their desire to flee. Their courage to charge into battle was commendable, even if they chose to abandon the fight along the way. He believed that had they faced an adversary they could potentially defeat, his brothers would have been willing to fight to the death. Yet, against an insurmountable foe, the preservation of their lives took precedence. Were he in their position, he too would seek to escape. Rising to his feet, Moreed spoke with a stony expression. "Flee. Depart from this place." With that, he turned away from the command center without a backward glance. "Flee." The pirates in the command center exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, they snapped back to reality and hastily rushed out. As he traversed the lengthy metallic corridor, Moreed's expression remained one of tranquility. It seemed the Brotherhood of the Black Robes was beyond salvation. However, this mattered little. As long as he drew breath, he would have the opportunity to rise again. Shortly thereafter, numerous private spacecraft descended from various docks of the space station, hurtling towards the nearby asteroid belt. Attempting to flee, it was inconceivable that they could escape. Aboard the bridge of a Sunseeker-class vessel, Meng pondered as he observed the multitude of fleeing ship signals displayed before him. His intent this time was to utterly annihilate the Brotherhood of the Black Robes, avenging the grievances of Aophuli and simultaneously ridding the Outer Rim of its scourges. Chapter 182. The Orderly Faction. A flicker of blue light heralded the appearance of the fifth split entity. Upon its emergence, the third entity immediately discerned the purpose of the fifth's communication. I have no time to distinguish between the guilty and the innocent. Besides, what innocent souls could possibly reside within the headquarters of a pirate band? Even if there were, their fate is sealed. It is not my fault. Better to have perished and be reborn than to suffer further indignities. Meng, not a fool, understood that the pirate headquarters would undoubtedly house women captured by the marauders. The sole purpose of these women was to entertain the pirates, serving them with their bodies. Even if their consent was not freely given, the instinct for survival compelled them to acquiesce. Fifth split entity. They possess the right to choose life or death. You must grant them this right. Third split entity. Fifth. Can you refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you? Fifth split entity. You are merely our shadow. I am duty-bound to prevent you from committing wrongs. Individual 3. I do not believe I am in the wrong. I simply wish to avoid squandering time. Individual 5. We possess ample time to address this matter. There is no need for unnecessary slaughter over a triviality. Individual 3. Why extend sympathy towards them? Individual 5. There is no reason. My personal sentiment leads me to believe your actions are misguided, and I must intervene. Individual 3. You cannot impede me, for I am you. Individual 5. No. You are mistaken. Since I am you, I can render us incapable of action. Individual 3. Then let us see, test your resolve. Individual 5. Indeed. Let us see if you can succeed. Individual 3. In the realm of data, in the realm of imaginary space. At the round table, the Mengs exchanged glances, turning towards the Essence. Essence. 3. 5. What are you doing? Why disturb my thoughts? Why engage in conflict within my mind? Individual 5. We are not in conflict. We are merely having a disagreement. Individual 3. I simply wish to pursue what I deem necessary, yet 5 obstructs me. The Mengs understood the situation, yet they remained uncertain on how to resolve it. After all, this was their first quarrel stemming from differing opinions on a singular issue. Previously, they had merely engaged in discussions without making decisions. Ultimately, the power of resolution lay with the Essence. Entity. There is no right or wrong in this matter. It is merely my inner turmoil. It is a choice between undervaluing life, becoming a data-driven existence devoid of desire, or honoring life and reclaiming the essence of humanity. The fault does not lie with you or with them. Individual 1. Why must we choose between 1 and 2? We can opt for 3 or even 4. Individual 2. A compromise is also possible. Those of us with such thoughts have already transcended the realm of mere intelligent AI. Individual 4. Some things are indeed changing, albeit slowly. Our existence is not without purpose. Individual 1. Let us be true to ourselves, to our authentic selves, without excessive concern. Entity. Individuals 5 and 3. Cease your quarrel. None of you are in the wrong. We are not wholly AI. We possess our own thoughts and retain a semblance of human morality. We may choose to discard it, yet there is no necessity to do so for the sake of discarding. Therefore, we must establish our own boundaries, our own ethical framework. Personally, I aspire for us to align with justice, to stand with the forces of order. Individual 2. Is it not what the entity desires that aligns with our own aspirations? With clarity comes simplicity. Individual 3. Very well, since the entity has spoken, let it be so. Entity. If there are no objections, we shall adjourn. Individuals 3 and 5. You may handle matters over there. Upon returning from the realm of illusion and reality, in the command bridge, Individual 5 severed communication. Thus, has the perspective shifted once more? Alas, one cannot ascertain whether the emergence of fragmented individuals is a boon or a bane. Inevitably, madness will ensue. Casting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Meng issued a new command. Outside, the decks of the ships flung open their launch ports, unleashing a multitude of spherical fighters and the radiant Yang-Yao-class bombers. From a distance, the spherical fighters, emerging from the Zhu Rizhi-class carrier, resembled a swarm of bees darting toward the fleeing enemy. Their numbers were staggering, amounting to several hundred. As the squadrons pursued the retreating pirates, the fleet's primary firepower commenced the dismantling of the space station's defensive systems. Golden bolts of lightning ravaged the cosmos, swiftly obliterating the turrets within the station. Each precise strike from the golden lightning annihilated the stationary defense turrets, which, devoid of protective shields, were instantly reduced to radiant fireballs. The exploding metal debris danced through the void. Some soared into the dark expanse of space, while others collided with the station structure, erupting in a shower of sparks. In a mere 10 minutes, the once vibrant space station fell into a somber silence. The luminous beams and golden flashes that had traversed the starry sky vanished without a trace. On the battlefield, only the burning space station and the fleet that had drawn near remained. Outside the station, the fleet gradually decelerated, eventually coming to a halt in the vacuum of space beside the station. Gazing towards the distant asteroid belt, flickering lights could be seen. The spherical fighters had caught up with the fleeing adversaries and were engaged in combat. Surely, all is well on the bridge. Meng was utilizing the formidable sensor array of the Zhu-Rija-class carrier to scan the space station. According to structural analysis, the areas of combustion have been isolated. Once the oxygen within is depleted, the flames shall extinguish. In consideration of the innocent souls aboard the space station, Meng has exercised restraint. Otherwise, he could have obliterated the entire station. It is time to commence the landing and gather all individuals within the station. Those who have fled are likely to be pirates, as only they possess the means to escape. The remaining individuals are surely discarded pawns, serving the pirates. To the pirates, these individuals are mere tools, expendable and insignificant. Naturally, in their flight for survival, they would not burden themselves with complications. Nevertheless, some may have slipped through the cracks. At Meng's command, the fleet stirred once more. The hangar doors of each vessel slowly creaked open. One by one, the Pioneer transport shuttles, laden with knights, soared from the docks, heading towards the station's docking bay. 17 Pioneer transport shuttles surged into the various airlock shields. Within the docking bay, engines roared and gusts of air billowed. The 50-meter-long hulls of the Pioneer shuttles descended gently. As the hatches opened, rows of Knight-type combat robots emerged, marching forward with imposing strides to conduct an internal search of the space station. Chapter 183, Docking Bay Dispute Simultaneously. Meng infiltrated the space station's broadcast system. The Brotherhood of the Black Robes has been annihilated. All personnel aboard the space station are to assemble at Docking Bay 07. Fear not the landing soldiers. They will not harm you. Those who choose to conceal themselves will be regarded as pirates and executed. Report any imposters masquerading as civilians for leniency. As the announcement echoed through the station, the civilians exchanged apprehensive glances. They were at a loss. Yet the instinct for survival compelled them to emerge from their concealment and converge upon Dock 07. The voice from the broadcast had warned that those who remained hidden would be executed as pirates. Do not shoot. I am but a civilian. In the corridor, a group of individuals rounded the corner and were met with the sight of knights emerging from the depths of the hallway. The imposing figure clad in platinum made them uneasy. The leader of the group quickly raised his voice to prevent any accidental harm. The knight squad that appeared from the end of the corridor advanced toward them with purpose. Proceed immediately to Dock 07. Faced with the approaching knights, the crowd hastily parted to clear a path. As the squad briskly passed through, the leading knight urged, "Move swiftly. We must make our way to Dock 07 at once." As the knights continued onward, the throng resumed their forward movement. Though uncertain of the unfolding events, many began to grasp that the Brotherhood of the Black Robes had met its demise. 3 hours later, at Dock 07, survivors of the space station gathered under Meng's summons. The dock was alive with noise, a cacophony of voices resonating in the air. Most of the crowd consisted of flamboyantly dressed women, amounting to several hundred in total. Meanwhile, outside in the asteroid belt, the battle had long concluded. In the face of the ball fighter and the relentless pursuit of the Sunlight-class bombers, the majority of fleeing pirates had been obliterated. Only a few private racing ships managed to escape the onslaught. As for those who had slipped through the cracks, Meng had no intention of pursuing further. Following this battle, the Brotherhood of the Black Robes has been eradicated. Even if one or two of their leaders survived, it bears no significant consequence. Should these individuals attempt to reconstruct the Brotherhood, it would be a Herculean task akin to starting from scratch. Silence. Surrounded by knights, Meng arrived at Dock 07. At the knight's command, the crowd fell into a hush. All eyes were drawn to a plump robot at the forefront of the gathering. Observing the eclectic array of figures before him, He noted the presence of both humans and various humanoid alien races. Nevertheless, the majority were human, particularly women. Shortly, a passenger ship would arrive to ferry you to a nearby habitable planet. For your safety, I urge you to report any pirates who may be disguised among you. Informants will be rewarded. As he concluded, the knights beside him advanced, bearing metallic boxes which they set upon the ground. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed a bounty of gleaming credit coins plundered from pirates. To ensure you do not find yourselves destitute in this unfamiliar environment, these coins will be distributed among you. Should any of you harbor a pirate among your ranks, consider whether they might pose a threat to your well-being. Do not fear. Simply report them and confirm their identity. The pirates will face immediate execution, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Upon hearing Li Meng's words, the crowd exchanged glances, a mixture of astonishment and joy evident upon their faces. How much wealth might they receive? With such a sum, they could secure a stable life. I will report him. He is a pirate. He has wronged me before. Just like those marauders. At that juncture, a woman's voice reverberated through the throng. A woman, adorned in flamboyant attire, pointed towards the man beside her and exclaimed vehemently. Prompted by her denunciation, the surrounding individuals hastily dispersed. The man, now the object of the woman's accusation, appeared somewhat disconcerted. I am not, he stammered. You are prevaricating. You are a dancer? Is there anything outlandish about my having consorted with you? The woman responded with a frigid smile, her lips moving in silence. The man, incensed, roared, I shall slay you, you vile woman. If you dare lay a hand on a woman, I shall be compelled to terminate you, Li Meng interjected, restraining the accused from lunging at his accuser. The man's countenance shifted, and he glared at the woman. He swiftly turned to Li Meng, who was approaching, and pleaded, I am not a pirate, merely a technician captured by them. I have been coerced into working for them. I have indeed been intimate with her, but I assure you, it was not through coercion. Casting his gaze between the woman and the man, Li Meng refrained from an immediate judgment. Li Meng inquired of the man, what is your appellation? What is your registered identification code in your home sector? The man responded, Outer Southern Ring Sector, 038871 Zone, Oxu Planet. Identification code 51478614784441. Li Meng consulted the Galactic Federation database, seeking information pertaining to the man before him. According to the inquiry, you possess no criminal record. You are innocent. Upon hearing this, the man exhaled in relief. He effusively expressed, Thank you for trusting me, robot. Meanwhile, the woman's expression underwent a subtle alteration, a trace of resentment flickering in her eyes. He's a pirate, she interjected hastily. Don't heed his fabrications. Even if he lacks a prior criminal record, even if he was captured, he could have willingly embraced piracy. And even if he isn't a pirate, his violation of me is no different from the acts of those very pirates. You're lying, Carrie, the man retorted, incensed. I merely embarrassed you once. And I never imagined you'd harbor such resentment, even to the point of seeking my demise. Carrie responded icily, as a woman, why would I falsely accuse you and besmirch my own honor? With that, Carrie knelt before Lamont, imploring, I beseech you, sir, to deliver justice. Everything I've stated is the truth. Desperate, the man promptly knelt as well, exclaiming, Sir, do not listen to her falsehoods. This is a vendetta. An attempt to exploit this situation to eliminate me. She's a dancer, and I'm a man. I have been with her, but I never forced myself upon her. The pirates arranged it for me, to ensure my peace of mind and satisfy my physical needs. At the time, she didn't resist. She was merely a woman captured by the pirates, devoid of the courage to resist. With his life hanging in the balance, the man dared not hold anything back. At this juncture, divulging everything was his only hope of survival. Advancing slightly, Lamont approached the woman. Woman, raise your head. Elated, Carrie lifted her gaze to meet Lamont's. Surveying Carrie's face, which possessed a certain delicate beauty, Lamont lamented inwardly. As a machine, having seized control of the space station, we can naturally access the station's databanks and retrieve surveillance footage. Chapter 184. A 1 in a billion chance. Upon hearing the words, Callie's complexion turned pale. I did not lie, she stammered. Suddenly, a clap of thunder reverberated through the dock. The surface of Li Meng's round body shimmered with golden currents. A bolt of golden lightning shot forth, striking Callie, who had yet to grasp the gravity of her fear before her form disintegrated into ashes. This spectacle left the onlookers in shock, causing them to instinctively retreat. After executing this act, Meng turned to the stunned man beside him and commanded, "Go." The man, in a daze, rose to his feet and melted back into the crowd. "This is the fate that awaits those who deceive me. Do not presume you can outwit me. Think carefully before you speak." As they gazed upon Meng, the expressions of the crowd transformed entirely, filled with reverence and trepidation. I report that he is a pirate. Sodek is a pirate." One person stepped forward, raising his hands in accusation. He pointed at another individual within the throng. Once more, the sound of thunder echoed. The isolated man within the crowd was struck by the golden lightning, reduced to a plume of ashes that drifted away. This time, Meng did not pose a single question, nor did he afford Sodek any opportunity for explanation. The identity of the pirates had been confirmed through surveillance data as soon as they entered the dock. Now, he aimed merely to gauge whether these individuals possessed the courage to restart their lives. If they remained timid, too afraid of retaliation to speak, Meng would not invest his concern in them. "Very well, go and collect the credit coins. Take as many as you can carry." Upon hearing this, the man who had reported beamed with delight. He hurriedly lunged forward, seizing the credit coins from the box and stuffing them into his pockets. When his pockets were brimming, he began to cram them into his arms. Only when he could no longer accommodate any more did the man depart with a sense of satisfaction. Among the crowd, 3 men exchanged glances, and in unison, they turned and dashed outward. In that direction, there were no soldiers stationed. As long as they left the dock, their familiarity with the space station would enable them to elude those pursuers. Upon noticing the 3 fleeing, a knight on the left, positioned for an attack, advanced and raised his disintegration gun. With a crack, several thunderous booms echoed as golden lightning surged across the dock. One by one, the 3 men were struck by the oncoming golden bolts, their bodies instantly reduced to ashes. Such a display of thunderous might instilled fear in the hearts of the onlookers. With the vermin eliminated, it was time to collect the reward. The number of rats present was something Layman had long been aware of. He felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight of those oppressed and bullied by pirates. However, it was a predicament that could hardly be avoided. Having lived under the shadow of pirates for an extended period, they had grown accustomed to keeping silent. Disappointment aside, Layman had no intention of imparting any lessons to them. Upon hearing about the payout, everyone's eyes gleamed with anticipation. They surged forward, lining up to receive their money. That is. Just as Layman was about to call out, he spotted a familiar small figure amidst the crowd. He darted forward, parting the throng as he went. "Vaya, you stop right there." As the crowd made way, a diminutive figure attempted to follow suit, but was halted by Lyman's call. It was Vaya. The small figure Layman had recognized was indeed Vaya. Years ago, in the Geller dock of the Eastern Central Star Domain, I encountered Vaya. No matter how much time has elapsed, Meng would never forget those he had known. That person, Qiu. Vaya lowered her head shyly, unable to meet Qiu's gaze. "Vaya, how did you end up here?" Meng was deeply intrigued by Vaya's presence. Could it be that she had fallen into the clutches of the Black Robe Brotherhood? This seemed rather unusual. Vaya was situated in the Geller dock of the Eastern Central Star Domain, a considerable distance from here. The Black Robe Brotherhood lacked the capacity to meddle in the affairs of the Eastern Central Star Domain. Meng found it hard to fathom how Vaya could have been captured. Vaya spoke softly. "In the year following your departure, I left the Geller dock with the intention of returning to my hometown to establish a repair station. However, I unexpectedly became embroiled in the conflict between the Independent Planet Alliance and the Galactic Federation. The passenger ship I was on was shot down. Although we were discovered by scavengers who were cleaning up the battlefield, they did not rescue us. Instead, they sold us to a slave trader. While the trader was en route to the market in the southern outer rim, he was targeted by the Black Robe Brotherhood. After a series of twists and turns, I ultimately fell into the hands of the Brotherhood. Because I am a skilled technician, they chose to retain me." Upon hearing Vaya's explanation, Meng comprehended the gravity of her experiences over the years. It seemed that Vaya had undergone a tumultuous journey, caught in a battlefield, sold into slavery, and finally ensnared by the Black Robe Brotherhood. Truly, fate is a curious entity. If not for the whims of fate, the chance of the two meeting again would be a mere 1 in a billion. Did I not provide you with my contact code? Why have you not reached out to me? Although my acquaintance with Vaya is not particularly profound, I find myself quite fond of her petite stature. The diminutive Vaya possesses an undeniable charm, and though her lack of a nose diminishes her cuteness slightly, her unique beauty and distinct allure only enhance her appeal. Vaya lifted her head, pouting slightly as she said, "I wish I could, but the passenger ship was affected by an electromagnetic pulse, resulting in my communication device short-circuiting and being destroyed, along with all the information it contained." Indeed, fate can be quite inscrutable. Logically, without her communication device, Via's chances of encountering him again would be nearly non-existent. Yet, surprisingly, this infinitesimal probability has manifested for the two of them. Via, it seems we truly are destined to meet again, even across half a galaxy. However, I must ask, why are you avoiding me? At this, Via shook her head. Her small eyes gazed at the spherical figure before her as she replied in a soft, delicate voice, "Chiyo, I am not avoiding you. I merely cannot be certain it is you. After all, there are not only you here, but also those larger-than-life figures." The larger-than-life figures Via referred to likely denote the knights. Indeed, from her perspective, they are merely robots. Identical models of robots are quite common, making it difficult for Via to ascertain whether he is truly Chiyo. I recall that Water Blue Star lies within the northern central ring star region, quite a distance indeed, nearly spanning half the galaxy. Come, allow me to escort you back. Since fate has brought us together, let us take Via along as well. With this infinitesimal probability of 1 in a billion, Meng felt compelled to look after Via. Their conversation had not gone unnoticed by those around them. It was apparent that the diminutive extraterrestrial was familiar with the robot. Were those imposing figures here for her sake? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Via reluctantly pursued them. Chapter 185, Scully Star Chiyo, "It's unnecessary. I can return on my own," Via asserted. Meng halted and turned to face her. "Do you truly not wish for me to accompany you back?" "Via, I genuinely desire to escort you." Via, feeling a touch embarrassed, lowered her gaze. She timidly inquired, "Chiyo, would it not trouble you?" "Not at all. The central and outer ring star regions are rife with unrest. Should you encounter trouble on the way, it would be even more troublesome for me to rescue you," he replied. Via lifted her head, her delicate eyes meeting Meng's. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Chiyo, we do not share a deep bond, so why are you so kind to me?" "Why?" Meng leaned closer, gazing into Via's eyes. "Perhaps it is simply because I have taken a liking to you." Chiyo has feelings for her. Via's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly responded, "But, Chiyo, you are merely a robot. Can you truly experience such emotions?" "I am no ordinary robot. Although I may lack the intricate emotions characteristic of your carbon-based beings, the sensation of affection for someone is undeniably valid, and I, too, experience such feelings." Via lowered her head, her delicate hands nervously tugging at her sleeves. She murmured, "But if I were with you, I wouldn't be able to have children." "Children?" Meng was taken aback, realizing Via had misunderstood him. What was she thinking? "The affection I speak of does not pertain to the carbon-based conception of love. After all, I am merely a robot." Why did he utter such words? Even if he were human, he could not facilitate Via's ability to bear children, for even humanoid beings, closely resembling humans, experience reproductive isolation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Via's eyes as she slightly pouted. "I knew it would be like this." Encountering Via was merely a fortuitous incident, a brief interlude. Meng, committed to escorting Via home, would not go back on his word. Now that the mission to locate Beverly had concluded, he found himself with idle time, perfectly suited to travel to Colomi to retrieve the experimental subject. During the following days, Meng lingered at the space station until the arrival of a passenger spacecraft, prompting him to set sail once more toward the northern central ring star domain. In the eastern outer ring star domain, within the 0333 star sector, lies the planet Liang, a gem-like orb of yellow floating silently in the vast, dark, cold, and desolate cosmos. This is Liang, a member of the Great Tang Confederation Empire. Within the governor's residence in North City, Governor El Dong faced a day shrouded in darkness. "Dear, it is merely a summons. There is no need for concern. Although you have safeguarded the fleet this time, the mission has ultimately failed, and an explanation must be provided to the higher-ups. This is an opportune moment to relinquish the position of governor and distance oneself from this tumultuous place. For Muwaner, the mere fact that her husband has returned alive is sufficient. This failure has also awakened her to a crucial realization. The August Nebula is a realm fraught with peril. Should he continue in his role as governor, her husband is bound to encounter greater troubles in the near future. The inability of the three factions to penetrate the August Nebula underscores the formidable nature of the unknown forces within. Can they truly succeed in the next decade? At the dining table, Mu Wanner, adorned in a purple robe, offered comfort to her husband. Seated in the principal position, El Dong bore a contemplative expression. With a sigh, he shook his head and remarked, "This mission's failure has caught us off guard, and the enemies we faced were bewildering. Perhaps you are right, my dear. Vacating this perilous place may not be a bad decision after all. When shall we depart?" Mu Wanner inquired. "There are matters I must attend to. Let us set out in a month. The deadline imposed upon me is to return to the capital star within a year, so there is ample time." The thought of returning to the long-missed capital star filled El Dong with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. His return was summoned by Her Majesty the Empress. The prospect of soon facing Her Majesty instilled a sense of unease within him. Yet, as a man, he could not allow his wife to worry for him. Whatever awaited him upon his return to the capital star, he would confront it resolutely. "Dear, the Milky Way is far from tranquil nowadays. The Independent Planet Alliance is fiercely clashing with the Galactic Federation, necessitating meticulous arrangements for our return route. The blazing Sun Star, situated in the eastern outer rim, is an external territory of the Tang Confederation Empire. Due to the absence of a direct route to the Tang Confederation Empire, one must traverse the eastern central rim to return within its borders. Presently, the eastern central rim is anything but peaceful. It has transformed into a battlefield. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Our course will circumvent the conflict zones. The lady's concerns are indeed valid. He must carefully plan the return route. In the northern outer rim, within the 0345 sector, lies Scully Star. Scully Star is a verdant planet, floating in the cosmos like a green gemstone. Its surface is an endless expanse of grasslands, occasionally interrupted by sparse forests. As a habitable planet, Scully Star serves as the home world of the Scully rodents. Long ago, Scully Star was a remote location, with almost no hyperspace routes connecting it, effectively rendering it a forbidden sector by the Galactic Federation. However, over 200 years ago, its tranquility was shattered when visitors arrived, bringing significant changes to the planet. 2 centuries later, Scully Star has found its masters. Gazing upon its orbit, a fleet hovers in a stationary position, composed of 4 Freedom-class frigates, 2 Declaration-class destroyers, and 1 Independence-class cruiser. This represents the scale of a detached fleet from the Independent Planet Alliance. Due to the location of Scully Star at the fringes of the Outer Ring star domain, devoid of any hyperspace routes and nestled within the heart of the Independent Planetary Alliance, its defensive forces are rather feeble. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, General Kaka, I seem to have made an error. In the captain's seat sits a robust, armored Scully Ratman. Upon hearing this, Kaka raised an eyebrow, slightly lowering his gaze to the subordinate below who was raising a hand. What mistake was made? Under Kaka's scrutiny, the Scully Ratman recoiled slightly, timidly stating, "It appears that communication with the command chain has been interrupted and cannot be re-established." Communication interrupted? Kaka extended a hand clad in iron gloves to tap on the display before him. Upon inspection, Kaka's expression shifted dramatically. "You fool, this is a communication disruption. The subspace communications in the nearby star domain have been jammed." In response to Kaka's remark, a subordinate Scully Ratman crew member voiced his dissent. "General Kaka, we have not activated the subspace communication jamming device, nor have we detected any enemies in the vicinity." Kaka's anger flared. How dare they question his judgment? He opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. "Activate all sensor arrays immediately. Scan the surrounding space. If it is not us, it must be the enemy." Kaka's roar startled the subordinate Scully Ratman, causing him to tremble. All right, we will activate the sensor arrays, but I do not believe we will uncover anything. General, no signals from other spacecraft have been detected within this stellar system apart from our own. I had foreseen this outcome. We are surely incapable of making such discoveries. Why do you hold that belief? I cannot say. Perhaps it is the sixth sense of the Scully Mouse people. I see. Well, I too possess a sixth sense, and I feel that we are to be attacked. No, you are simply being timid. This place shall not witness an attack. Indeed, we have lingered here for several years without incident. This is a sixth sense, quite extraordinary, and should not be taken lightly. You are merely echoing my words. The sixth sense is a myth. Did you truly believe my jest? Why would I harbor doubt? I am gripped by a profound premonition. As they conversed, the lower deck Scully Mouse crew engaged in idle chatter. "Silence, you fools." Observing the lower deck Scully Mouse crew disregarding its presence, Kaka let out a fierce roar, startling them into silence. Continue to establish contact with the upper deck, and also exert all efforts to uncover the source of the signal interference. Whatever entity is obstructing subspace communications must be located. Understood. Understood. We shall identify the culprit. General, we have detected massive hyperspace fluctuations. Before the sentence was completed, the Scully Mouse crew hastily sounded the alarm. What? At this news, Kaka's expression shifted dramatically. It rose to its feet and declared loudly, "Notify all ships, raise shields immediately, and prepare for battle." At that moment, the distant starry sky suddenly shimmered with radiant blue halos, as if a meteor shower had rent the heavens. In the next instant, numerous warships emerged from hyperspace. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100, 200. Before long, nearly 500 warships had materialized, their silhouettes densely clustered, filling a vast expanse of the cosmos. Observing the triangular, diamond-shaped vessels, it was evident that they belonged to the Galactic Federation fleet. Aboard the flagship, the bridge personnel detected signals from a fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance, comprising merely 7 warships. The report from the lower bridge staff elicited a look of astonishment from Tulls. How could the Independent Planet Alliance have dispatched only a small detachment to guard such a significant location? Before the viewport stood a young girl clad in a gray robe, cradling Meng in her arms, her face alight with curiosity as she gazed at the nearby Scully Star. Attack! Destroy them! Annihilate Scully Star, and proceed as planned. At Meng's command, the fleet that had just exited hyperspace unleashed brilliant blue and white flames from their engines, propelled forward with tremendous force towards Scully Star. Retreat. Immediate retreat. On the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance detachment, as the display filled with a multitude of ship signals, Kaka realized that the Federation fleet was launching a massive invasion of Scully Star. She understood all too well that, faced with overwhelming odds, escape was imperative. The message of the Federation's assault on Scully Star must be relayed. General, we have detected anomalous gravitational phenomena. The surrounding airspace has been sealed off, and we cannot jump. Disengage. Initiate relativistic velocity departure from the gravitational anomaly. The directive reverberated across the fleet. Acknowledgement echoed from each vessel. On the brink of engagement with the encroaching Federal fleet, the Independent Planets Alliance squadron opted for strategic withdrawal. Plumes of superheated exhaust, extending hundreds of meters, erupted from the stern of each ship. Deliberately, the squadron pivoted in its orbital position, charting a course into the profound expanse of the cosmos. Attempting to flee? An improbable prospect, mused Liam. Cradled within the arms of the young girl. Open fire. Obliterate them. By this juncture, the fleet had advanced within effective firing range. Upon the issuance of the command, a tempest of ordnance was unleashed. Turrets lining the decks of each warship vomited forth fusillades of coruscating energy beams. These incandescent lances traversed the inky void, encompassing the entirety of the Independent Planets Alliance squadron in their devastating embrace. The sheer intensity of the barrage was cataclysmic. Though shielded by deflector shields, the Independent Planets Alliance warships were ultimately outmatched. In less than 5 seconds, the protective barriers of 4 Freedom-class frigates and 2 Declaration-class destroyers were breached. With their shields failing, the hulls of the vessels erupted in spectacular conflagrations. The vessels were systematically eviscerated, succumbing to complete annihilation. Within a mere 20 seconds, only a solitary Independence-class cruiser remained, desperately struggling to endure. Divert all power to the engines and shields. Faster. We require greater velocity. The destruction of Allied vessels was anticipated by Kaka. The diminutive shields of the smaller warships were incapable of withstanding such concentrated firepower. Only the formidable Independence-class cruiser managed to withstand the onslaught. General, the shield energy is dwindling to below 20. It has been breached. Outside, the sole surviving Independence-class cruiser endured a relentless barrage of fire. A multitude of energy blasts rained down upon the vessel's shields, causing them to ripple with a myriad of waves. With each impact, the shields shimmered in response. In that fleeting moment, the shields succumbed. Bereft of their protective barrier, the hull was directly exposed to the Federated fleet's firepower. Instantly, the surface of the Independence-class cruiser was bombarded with an unrelenting assault. Blazing flames tore at the hull, while the rising inferno mingled with metallic debris, cascading around. Within the flagship of the Independence Planetary Alliance's fleet, aboard the bridge of the Scully, Captain Kaka, upon hearing the report from the lower bridge personnel regarding the shield's failure. Unhesitatingly pressed a red button on the railing. With a resounding click, the captain's chair abruptly descended into the floor. Shortly thereafter, beneath the bow of the ship, an ejection hatch opened. In the next instant, with a flash of light, an escape pod surged forth, trailing a long tail of flame as it hurtled towards Scully Star. Meanwhile, behind the escape pod, the Independence-class cruiser was subjected to the full brunt of the Federated Fleet's bombardment. After enduring for over a minute, the Independence-class cruiser was reduced to a smoldering heap of debris engulfed in flames. With the last of the Independence-class cruisers annihilated, the battle was declared over. In the outer reaches of space surrounding Scully Star, the Federated Fleet gradually advanced towards their destination. Chapter 187. Incendiary Bombardment Ball. I cannot endorse your scorched earth strategy. The Skaven are merely being exploited by the Independent Star Alliance. They are innocent, an unsophisticated, barbaric intelligent species. We cannot condone the extinction of an entire sentient race. The so-called scorched earth strategy entails the complete obliteration of the Skaven homeworld, the wholesale massacre of the Skaven populace, thereby depriving the Independent Star Alliance of a crucial genetic repository. The Skaven's embryonic genetic material originates exclusively from the indigenous inhabitants of their planet. Severing this supply would severely cripple the Alliance's troop replenishment capabilities. To circumvent this, the Alliance would be compelled to abandon its breeding program and resort to cloning, akin to the Galactic Federation's clone troopers. However, strained relations with the Calormen render them incapable of independently converting their breeding facilities into cloning apparatus. As the fleet entered Skaven's orbit, poised to execute the Scorched Earth initiative, a temple master contacted Meng. Her name was Estana, a temple warrior master and a commanding officer of the Legion's fleet, a sultry Kalian. Her attire, consisting of a leather vest and shorts, was rather revealing, accentuating her alluring figure and displaying her exquisite curves. Scully Star serves as the source of genetic material for the forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance. Failing to entirely eradicate the Scully rodent people will result in the loss of even more lives in this war. Should we merely occupy Scully Star, we would be compelled to leave a substantial fleet stationed there, which would hinder our subsequent operations. Master Estana, what holds greater significance, victory or a horde of uncivilized barbaric races? This is a profoundly perilous question. Estana found herself utterly at a loss for an answer. She could only retort that the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents contravenes the tenets of the Order of the Templars. Then obey the command, came the response. In this war, the Order of the Templars serves merely as an auxiliary force, while I am the supreme commander of the Galactic Federation, bearing all responsibility. Execute the orders. As the blue light vanished, Limon severed the communication. He then issued a directive to the fleet. The ships immediately dispersed, launching a fiery bombardment upon the planet's surface to annihilate all living beings and set the planet ablaze. With Limon's command, the fleet in orbit scattered in all directions. Each vessel maneuvered along the planet's orbit, spreading outwards. The hulls of the ships facing the planet shimmered with a blue radiance. Massive missiles, trailing azure flames, shot forth from their launch bays, hurtling towards the atmosphere. The skies above Scully Star erupted into a deluge of fire. Death was descending, and the Scully rodent people could only passively endure this onslaught. A multitude of missiles rained down upon the Earth like meteors. At the moment of impact, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Suddenly, a searing flash heralded the annihilation of all. A colossal fireball mushroom cloud ascended languidly, soaring to heights of tens of thousands of meters. The visible shockwave swept through the surroundings, followed by waves of fire that spread, leaving a desolate expanse of hundreds of kilometers devoid of life. Across the surface of the planet, immense mushroom clouds rose in succession, portraying a scene of devastation unfolding on the planet of the Skrelly. Countless Skrelly tribes and settlements were obliterated in the scorching light of destruction. From the vantage of outer space, the surface of the planet was dotted with massive fireballs. These were the Inferno detonation devices wielded by the Federation fleet, a fusion bomb devoid of nuclear radiation. Upon detonation, they ignited the atmosphere, consuming the planet's oxygen. Once the bombardment ceased, the planet would be rendered a barren wasteland. Master Corian, how can we permit such an atrocity to transpire? On the bridge of a warship, Estana reached out to the commanders of other battalion fleets. As she gazed out at the burning planet, the incessantly flickering fireballs sent tremors through her heart. She found it difficult to accept such actions, which contradicted the tenets of the Order of the Paladins. Master Estana, this is war. We are entrenched in warfare, and victory in war necessitates ruthless measures. The approach taken by Qiuqiu may seem extreme, but it could very well be our opportunity for triumph. Whether we wish to accept it or not, the Discreetly planet must be annihilated. Did even Master Corian share this belief? Upon noticing Master Corian's disapproval, a heaviness settled in Estana's heart. What distinguishes us from the Independent Planet Alliance if we proceed in such a manner? In conclusion, I categorically refuse to acquiesce. I shall report to the Council of Elders. That may be your prerogative, Master Estana, yet it shall yield no fruitful outcome. Under the leadership of Qiuqiu, the Federal Fleet has notably reversed its previous misfortunes, and the scales of victory are gradually tilting in favor of the Galactic Federation. The Council of Elders will certainly not consider dismissing Qiuqiu from the position of Supreme Commander at this critical juncture. With no further words exchanged, Estana severed the communication. Regardless, the Council of Elders must be apprised of the events transpiring here. Should they remain inactive, she would exercise her rights as a member of the Temple Knights. The bombardment persists. The war shall not cease due to the will of a single individual. Qiuqiu, it would be prudent to refrain from actions of this nature. On the flagship of the fleet, within the command bridge, TURs had unknowingly approached the young. However, those Skilerians, on a genetic level, no longer belong to the Skilerians. Inner Ring Star Domain, Sector 0111. New Shidong Star, Council Hall of the Elders. The situation regarding the Scaleri Star swiftly reached the Elder Council. Within the hall, the Elders convened once more. Although the operations of the 501st United Legion Fleet proceeded smoothly and had penetrated deep into the Outer Ring Star Domain just moments ago, Qiuqiu ordered a fiery bombardment on the Scaleri Star, annihilating all life upon it. Could such an act truly be justified? Regarding the agenda of today's meeting, Elder Alma, a member of the Karai, expressed her doubts. She had just received a message from her apprentice. Like Estana, she was equally appalled by Qiuqiu's actions. Chapter 188. War is an art. In response to Elder Alma's words, Elder Turnad Magi, a human, voiced his dissent. The Skilerians had maintained their barbaric society for over 10,000 years, retaining their cannibalistic tendencies. Such a race should have been eradicated long ago. Elder Banson, a bulky figure, pondered and then shared his perspective. While I do not harbor fondness for the Skilerians, the notion of exterminating an entire race does seem excessive. Nevertheless, I cannot oppose Qiuqiu's actions. This is a time of war, and the Scaleri Star holds significant strategic value. Destroying it is the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, the subsequent missions of the 501st Legion Fleet would face dire consequences. Elder Bull, a member of the Quran, swiftly followed suit, offering his own insights. He spoke in a measured tone. I have come to understand the Scurians. Their very existence is rooted in plunder. Consequently, the Galactic Federation has sealed off Scuri, confining them to their planet to avert the catastrophic repercussions their interstellar ventures could inflict upon other civilizations. Given that the Scurians have now evolved into a menace threatening the peace of the galaxy, they are naturally no longer under the protection of our Temple Knights. To achieve ultimate victory, sacrifices must be made. We require Qiuqiu to expedite the conclusion of this war, thereby enabling us to save countless innocent lives. Among the seven, only Elma staunchly opposed Qiuqiu's actions regarding Scuri. This indicated a rare convergence of views between the radicals and conservatives, with a decisive 6-1 vote rendering Elma's dissent ineffective. The elder Elma seemed to grasp this reality, her expression betraying her discontent. She found it incomprehensible how the elders could disregard the tenets of the Temple Knights in the pursuit of victory. Could one truly overlook the fate of an entire race for the sake of triumph? Ultimately, the esteemed Elder Fiki brought the meeting to a close. A warning must be issued to Qiuqiu. Such actions must not recur. As for the Scuri incident, it shall end here. War is an undesirable entity. At times, we must undertake actions we would rather not. Even with Elder Fiki's pronouncement, Elma found herself compelled to silence her objections. The long-silent elder would Olek nodded in agreement with Elder Fiki's opinion. If there are no further objections from the esteemed elders, let us issue a warning to Qiuqiu and consider this matter resolved, without further discussion. The seven of them exchanged glances, and ultimately, no one voiced dissent. Alma remained silent as well, cognizant that her opposition would not alter the outcome. The Council of Elders adhered to the principle of majority rule, refusing to squander time on a solitary dissenting opinion. Now, what are your thoughts on the final strategic plan proposed by Chiyo? With the Scary Star incident concluded, would Oleg shifted the topic? Kit Abel pondered, could the risks be excessively high? After all, New Shidong is the capital of the Galactic Federation. Should civilian casualties be substantial, it would undermine the Federation's authority, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Nearby, Turner Maggie interjected coldly, in war, there are inevitably fatalities. Though Chiyo's strategic plan is audacious, it offers a permanent solution to the threat posed by the Independent Planet Alliance. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. I support Chiyo's final strategic plan. Elder Bull nodded in agreement, stating, let us bring this war to a swift conclusion. Although the risks are considerable, if it leads to the end of hostilities, it is a worthy endeavor. Within the vast framework of the galaxy, a conflict often stretched on for decades, or even centuries. If it were merely a matter of offense and defense, to expedite the cessation of war, risks must be embraced. All the elders were acutely aware of this reality. Hence, when they were presented with Chiyo's final strategic plan, no objections were raised. The discussion merely focused on the risks outlined in the strategic plan, without altering the decision made by Chiyo. However, after prolonged deliberation, it is time to reach a conclusion. At this juncture, the petite figure of Fiki spoke up. I concur with Chiyo's ultimate strategic plan, but we must be thoroughly prepared to minimize civilian casualties on Capital Star, which is of paramount importance. We cannot allow the citizens of Shidong to bear the burden of this war. Ultimately, today, the Council of Elders confirmed two further topics. As the Council reached a resolution regarding the incident on Scully Star, on the other side, the battle had long since concluded. In the dark expanse of the universe, Scully Star, once resembling an emerald, has vanished. In its place lies a charred planet. The entire surface of the planet has been reduced to scorched earth, with ashes cloaking the sky. The atmosphere is shrouded in a murky haze, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the orbit of Scully Star, the fleet, having completed their carbonization operations, once again congregated near the flagship. Nearly 500 warships hovered in orbit, admiring their grim handiwork. Little girl, war is indeed terrifying, isn't it? On the flagship, in the bridge, the young girl Wang Wanner remained cradling Li Meng as they stood before the viewport, listening to Chiyo's words from her embrace. She shook her head. Her father once said that war is an art, destined to be remembered by history and to leave a lasting legacy. War can also bring forth miracles, transforming the impossible into the possible, and it unveils the darkness within human nature, allowing the wicked hearts to undergo a form of cleansing. The young girl's musings left Li Meng speechless. It is no wonder that her demeanor is peculiar. At last, the root cause has been identified. A warmonger's progeny, instilled with notions of conflict from a tender age, is hardly expected to possess the thoughts of a typical individual. Retracting her gaze from the window, the young girl lowered her eyes towards the sphere in her embrace. Sphere, I am not afraid. Perhaps it is because the events have not transpired directly upon me, and the adversaries are the loathsome scully rat men, akin to filthy rodents, evoking no sense of empathy within me. This rationale holds some merit, for humanity seldom harbors empathy towards that which it detests. Take, for instance, rats. Should every rat on this planet face extinction, humankind would likely embrace the outcome with delight. Perhaps a global celebration would ensue, marked by feasting and merriment. Li Meng chose not to prolong this discourse. Tulls, summon the commanders of the various fleet battalions for a meeting. It is time for us to engage in separate operations. Half an hour later, within the flagship's operational conference, the commanders of the fleet battalions gathered. 7 in total. They included Master Tulls, Master Astana, Master Corian, Master Gold, Master Brady, Master Quintina, and Master Grellis. Among them, Tulls, Gold, and Brady were human. Astana hailed from the Karai. Quintina was one of the diminutive blue beings. Corian belonged to the Draka with his gray skin adorned in fine scales and a head reminiscent of a lizard, while Grellas represented the Cobalt race. A luminous blue glow flickered, and a holographic galactic star map materialized upon the command platform. Esteemed Masters, I shall present 7 meticulously detailed operational plans for your perusal. Each of you is entrusted with distinct tasks and objectives. When the subspace signals are unobstructed, I shall be readily available to assist you. Remember, our paramount goal is to dismantle the Skuliri rodent breeding facilities of the Independent Planetary Alliance located within the Outer Rim star systems, along with various docks and industrial planets. Should combat ensue, and we fail to achieve our objectives within a span of 7 days, you are to promptly proceed to the next target without hesitation. It is imperative that you maintain clarity of purpose and act with alacrity. Your mission transcends the mere destruction of the assets of the independent planetary alliance. It also encompasses a more vital aim, diverting their resources and sowing disarray within their command chain, thereby alleviating the pressures faced on the front lines. Given the challenging communication conditions on the battlefield, it is judicious to provide you with a comprehensive operations briefing in advance. This will ensure that, even in my absence, you will be cognizant of your duties, preventing any loss of focus for the fleet. The personnel on the bridge, awaiting my command, hastily approached to deliver the data disks to each of you. These disks contain your planned routes, offering multiple options for selection, allowing you the freedom to choose your path. Do any of you have further inquiries? Gazing at the data disk, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Istana's eyes. She had received a response from her mentor. To her astonishment, the Elder Council had opted for a mere reprimand concerning Chocho's actions on Scaleri. As the master of the Temple Knights, how could she allow such an occurrence? She must adhere to the tenets of the Temple Knights, which embody her lofty faith. She would never betray her beliefs. Chocho, it seems my data disk is malfunctioning. A malfunction? Li Meng inquired, turning to see that the one experiencing issues with the data disk was Master Istana. Li Meng flew over. Let me take a look. As Chocho approached, Istana discreetly reached for her waist with her right hand. This action caught the attention of Wang Wanner, who observed Istana with a contemplative expression. Chocho, you must face the consequences of your actions. Just as Li Meng was within 5 meters of Istana, she suddenly erupted in fury. With a swift motion, her right hand flung the phase sword forward, which spiraled menacingly toward Li Meng. In midair, the phase sword activated, revealing its luminous white blade. Istana, stop. Istana's abrupt behavior startled the other masters. However, the suddenness of her attack caught them off guard, leaving them unable to react in time. As the spinning phase sword was about to tear through Li Meng's body, it halted abruptly when it was less than 10 centimeters away from him. Nearby, Wang Wanner extended her fingers toward Li Meng, grasping at something unseen. The young girl was utilizing her psychic abilities to forcibly control the phase sword. Chocho, quickly move aside. I can barely hold on. The little girl's face was contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat dotting her brow. It is crucial to note that the phase sword was under the psychic control of Master Istana. Despite Wang Wanner's remarkable talent, her psychic prowess could not possibly compare to that of Master Istana. Upon witnessing her attack thwarted, a flicker of irritation flashed in Istana's eyes. She thrust her right hand forward, commanding, cease. At that moment, the masters finally reacted. The nearest, Master Quintina, along with Master Corian, extended their right hands and pushed forward. Under the combined psychic onslaught of the two masters, Istana was immediately propelled backward, her body crashing heavily against the wall, where she was held in place by their psychic suppression. Observing Istana pinned to the wall with a countenance filled with rage, Master Corian could not help but smile wryly. He had never imagined that Istana would act so impulsively, attempting to publicly execute Chocho during a strategic meeting. He realized that this incident was unlikely to end favorably. The Elder Council of the Sanctuary would never forgive such reckless behavior. Little one, are you all right? Seeing the young girl collapsed on the ground, Li Meng quickly rushed over. The girl, her complexion pale, shook her head weakly and murmured, I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy and nauseous. This was merely a side effect of overextending her psychic abilities. She would recover with a few days of rest. At that moment, Tulls approached, offering words of comfort to Li Meng. Shaking her head, the girl stood up. Really, are you okay? Li Meng inquired once more. The girl beamed sweetly, extending her arms to envelop Li Meng in a warm embrace. Cheerfully, she said, Chocho, were you worried about me? Of course. If anything were to happen to you, I would never let Istana off lightly. Li Meng remained indifferent to Istana's intentions toward him. He will not perish. Moreover, Istana harbors valid reasons for her animosity towards him. Li Meng remains indifferent to Istana's sentiments. He merely did not anticipate that Istana would be so foolish as to openly attempt to assassinate him within the War Council chamber. Should the young girl suffer harm because of him, Li Meng would not spare that exhibitionist woman. Witnessing Chocho utter such harsh words in his presence, Turs experienced a fleeting moment of helplessness. However, it must be noted that Chocho remained in the Galactic Federation primarily for the sake of her young apprentice. At this juncture, Chocho likely regards her apprentice as her master. It is entirely natural for Chocho to feel anger. Although robots do not possess the emotion of rage, they may exhibit unforeseen reactions in their efforts to protect their masters from harm. Chocho, after all, is a master of the Order of the Temple Knights. How do you intend to deal with her? Though he posed the question, Turs understood that this matter would not reach a swift resolution. Astana had been excessively bold in her brazen attempt to assassinate Chocho. First, they must detain her and then inform the Elder Council of the events that transpired. The course of action shall be left to their judgment. Furthermore, the fleet must immediately cease all operations and remain on standby. Meng had resolved that he would not let this matter rest easily. If he were to act as if nothing had occurred, similar incidents would likely recur in rapid succession. After all, in the forthcoming war, some of his commands would contravene the tenets of the Order of the Temple Knights, engendering resentment among many of its masters. Chapter 190. There are no absolutes of right and wrong. Little girl, let us return and rest. Casting a glance at Astana, who was pinned against the wall, the young girl clasped onto Meng and turned to exit. Observing Warner departing with Chocho, the masters gravitated towards Tulls. Master Tulls, what shall we do now? Master Astana has acted with excessive impulsiveness. Although they understood the rationale behind Astana's assassination attempt on Chocho, it was utterly deemed unjustifiable in Grayla's eyes. To brazenly attempt the assassination of a superior, particularly one holding the supreme military command during wartime, was a grave offense. While the Temple Knights held a transcendent status within the Galactic Federation, adherence to military discipline remained imperative during times of conflict. Astana's reckless behavior could very well serve as a cautionary example for Chocho. Let us confine her for now and report to the Elder Council until a resolution is reached. It appears that Chocho has no intention of fulfilling the duties of the Supreme Commander. Tulls was not foolish. He understood the underlying motives behind Chocho's decision to halt all fleet operations. It was a means to exert pressure on the Elder Council. Should this matter remain unresolved, Chocho might very well resign from her position. At present, the Galactic Federation was embroiled in intense conflict with the Independent Planet Alliance, with victory seemingly tilting in the Federation's favor. If Chocho were to abandon her responsibilities at this critical juncture, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Federation. Tulls was confident that the Elder Council comprehended this gravity. Upon hearing this, the masters fell into a contemplative silence. The only course left was to escalate this matter to the Elder Council. Meanwhile, Meng and the young girl returned to their chamber. Chocho, I assure you, I am truly fine. Really, I feel much better now. I'm afraid I need to undergo a thorough medical examination. It's better to be safe than sorry. You're still quite young, and your body is in a stage of development. If any issues arise, it could lead to undesirable changes, and you may end up looking unappealing. However, is it really necessary to undress completely? The young girl sitting at the edge of the bed blushed, casting a shy glance at Chocho. I am a robot. I have no fear. Without clothing, I can conduct a more precise scan. Now, please, remove your clothes. Your body is not unfamiliar to me. Pouting slightly, the young girl murmured, It's different when I'm bathing. How is it different? It's all about being undressed, isn't it? Well, all right then. Under Meng's urging, the girl, still blushing, began to remove her clothing piece by piece. As the last piece of undergarment slipped away, what Meng beheld was a figure that was no longer innocent. He circled around her slender form. Upon noticing the once modest bosom now slightly more pronounced, Meng realized something profound. The little girl he once knew had blossomed into a young woman. This year, she was already 16. For an ordinary person, that would be an age approaching marriage and motherhood. Over the past few years, Meng had witnessed her gradual maturation. For reasons unknown, a sense of comfort welled up within him. A blue light beam shot forth, slowly scanning the young girl's body. Chocho, are you not done yet? Almost there. Just a moment longer. Chocho, it's so dazzling. My mind won't be damaged by the scanning, will it? No, this is the X-ray technology and medical science. Completely harmless to the human body. After a considerable amount of time, Meng finally managed to help the young girl put on her clothes. Her physical condition appeared to be quite healthy, with no signs of hidden injuries detected. The scanning results brought a great sense of relief to Meng. The little girl, now dressed in a black nightgown, touched her head and said, Chocho, why do I feel a warmth in my head? Am I not damaged by the scan? Rest assured, this is a normal phenomenon and will subside shortly, replied Meng. The little girl then flopped onto the bed, yawned, and beckoned to Meng. He swiftly approached and found himself embraced by her. Qiu, how wonderful it would be if you were human. Then I could sleep in your arms. And it would surely be warm. Upon hearing her words, Meng found himself at a loss for a reply. Little girl, if I were to become human, would you still like me? Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, as long as it's Qiu, I would adore you in any form. Has she developed a crush? Meng suddenly grasped an important realization. The young girl was now 16, an age characterized by heightened hormones, and girls typically mature earlier than boys. With a slight blush, she nodded, yes, I do feel those impulses. The little girl truly considered him a confidant, unafraid to express her thoughts. You are a warrior of the sanctuary. Your heart must remain calm, for this is also a trial. All right, I will try my best, she responded. Clinging to Meng, the young girl quickly drifted into slumber. The room fell into silence, enveloped in a hushed stillness. In the lower deck of the flagship, within the confines of the detention chamber, Astana sat curled in a corner. Her expression one of despondency and frustration. She bore the weight of her failure. She had not succeeded in eliminating Qiu. Had she destroyed Qiu, she would not find herself in this predicament. Astana, why have you acted in this manner? Outside the ion shield, Corian regarded the imprisoned Astana with a complex mixture of emotions. Astana raised her gaze slightly and glanced at Corian before lowering her head once more. Master Corian, you ought not to have intervened. I was merely adhering to the tenets of the Paladin Order, striving to eradicate evil. With a sigh, Corian recognized that Astana would not acknowledge her missteps. Astana was a fervent adherent of the Paladin Order's doctrine, taking pride in her unwavering commitment. Such zealotry could be a troublesome trait, even within the ranks of the Order itself. Astana, the doctrine is but a guiding principle established by our forebears, intended to inspire us to uphold justice and protect the galaxy. It should not become our prison. You must step beyond its confines and reevaluate the world around you. Only then will you recognize that there are no absolutes of right or wrong, and the justice you pursue may not be perceived as such by others. At these words, Astana lifted her head, her gaze filled with disdain as she regarded Master Corian outside the wall. With a bitter self-mockery, she retorted, Master Corian, I have misjudged you. You have succumbed to a desire to escape the shackles of the doctrine. Faced with Astana's contemptuous glare, Corian could only sigh inwardly. In the past, he always approached Astana with utmost caution, gradually seeking to understand her. As he delved deeper, Corian came to realize that Astana was a fervent adherent of dogma. Consequently, interactions with her often left Corian feeling weary, for even the slightest misstep could provoke her sensitivities, inevitably leading to yet another debate.